Traversing the primordial chaos, standing on the steps outside the Taiqing Palace, drenched in blood, does this qualify as a hellish beginning? In truth, this was merely Lin Hao's audacious gamble. He regarded life and death with indifference, refusing to activate his golden finger, thus courting his own demise. As Lin Hao's consciousness began to blur, he unexpectedly activated the ability to perceive and extract the runes of the laws. He directly extracted myriad laws, his comprehension soaring to its zenith, and in a single step outside the Taiqing Palace, he transcended to immortality, grasping the essence of the Tai Chi before the astonished gaze of Laozi, thereby becoming a true disciple of humanity. With the ability to extract the laws of all things, Lin Hao successively comprehended Tai Chi, the sword path, and various divine powers, effortlessly wielding the 3,000 great avenues. Ultimately, he split his primordial spirit, cultivated the golden core realm, reconstructed his physical body, and refined the true spirit of the Great Dao, forging his own path. At the onset of the great calamity faced by humanity, Lin Hao ascended to the heavenly court, defiantly confronting the Zhoutian star array, vanquishing the Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. As the calamity between witch and demon erupted, countless beings perished. Lin Hao appeared with a cold demeanor, resembling an unparalleled fiend, devouring the battlefield to elevate himself. During the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, he orchestrated the fate of humanity, wielding dominion over the human path. With the onset of the Feng Shun calamity, as the saints clashed, Lin Hao emerged with a single stroke of his sword. All fell silent, and the sages bled. Chapter 1. The young gambler chooses a hellish beginning. In the primordial realm, atop Kunlun Mountain, the news of the 3 pure ones attaining sainthood and the opening of their gates reverberated throughout the land, drawing countless beings eager to participate in the initiation assessments. The participants were filled with excitement. This was an opportunity to be accepted as disciples by the saints. Serving under any of the 3 would guarantee a meteoric rise. Due to the differing doctrines of the 3 teachings, the content of their assessments varied greatly. Among them, the largest gathering was at the Jiejiao assessment site. As its doctrine focuses on seizing a glimmer of hope, the Saint Tongtian welcomed all, offering a less stringent entry compared to the teachings of the Chan and Zhan. Next was the Zhan Jiao, whose doctrine elucidates celestial intent. The Yuan Shi Saint placed great importance on foundational roots, permitting entry only to those of substantial depth in their roots. Consequently, the requirements for the Zhan Jiao's assessment were exceedingly high, leading the majority of beings to abandon the idea upon encountering such stringent conditions, opting instead to participate in the Jiejiao assessment. Lastly, the Ren Jiao, in contrast to the Zhan and Jie teachings, did not establish an assessment site. The Taiqing Saint had not made an appearance. This prompted speculation among the crowd that the Taiqing Saint likely had no intention of accepting disciples, leading many to abandon their aspirations of joining the Ren Jiao, redirecting their efforts towards the Zhan and Jie assessment sites. However, on the heavenly ladder beneath the Taiqing Palace, a frail figure knelt upon the steps, ascending with each bow. This was a young human boy, his complexion pale, blood seeping from his wounds, staining the beast skin he wore. With each step he climbed, the sound of his bones cracking echoed, sending shivers down the spines of onlookers. Yet he persevered, gritting his teeth, his gaze fixed upon the Taiqing Palace above. His tenacity drew the attention of many assessors, sparking whispers and pointed fingers among the crowd. I have heard that the sage of Taiqing accepts disciples based on fate alone, disregarding innate talent and perseverance. Even we, beings of primordial origins, have given up hope. How could this mere mortal, a lowly member of the human race, dare to seek admission under the sage of Taiqing? Indeed, even we have relinquished our aspirations and are preparing to participate in the assessments of the Jie sect. You ought to reflect on your own character. How could such a trivial human aspire to be a disciple of the sage of Taiqing? It is utterly ludicrous. He merely invites humiliation upon himself, lacking self-awareness. With each step, he bows in reverence, displaying remarkable tenacity. Yet, it is a pity that sheer willpower alone is insufficient. Judging by his appearance, he may not endure for long. He is likely to collapse on the steps, never to meet the sage of Taiqing in his lifetime. Regarding the young human's unconventional determination, some expressed admiration, while others were filled with scorn and pity. They had not failed to attempt to beseech the sage of Taiqing themselves, but it was futile. The sage simply does not accept disciples, and the heavenly ladder beneath the Taiqing Palace is insurmountable. Among those present were numerous beings of primordial essence, many of whom were celestial beings and true immortals in their own right. If they could not succeed, how could a mere postnatal human, who had yet to even attain immortality, dare to seek the sage's tutelage? It was laughable, impossible. Nevertheless, upon the steps, the boy, despite his disheveled appearance and the imminent threat of collapse, maintained a serene demeanor, unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd. Instead, his gaze was cold, and his expression resolute. As a traveler from another realm, Lin Hao was well aware of the formidable challenges involved in seeking acceptance into the human sect. Yet, he found himself with no alternatives, compelled to take a gamble, here success or death. Indeed, the youth was Lin Hao, who had traversed into the primordial realm a century ago, seizing the body of a human youth who had been grievously wounded by a beast and was nearing the end of his lifespan. In a desperate attempt to save him, the original's uncle had taken him away from the human race in search of a healing elixir. Tragically, although the uncle was a practitioner, his cultivation was not high enough. He had not even attained immortality. During a skirmish for the elixir, he perished at the jaws of a mere insect. Such is the primordial world, where even a small creature can pose a significant threat. Without his uncle, Lin Hao was left adrift, feeling hopeless in his current state. Survival itself seemed a daunting task. At this moment, the sacred sounds echoed from Kunlun Mountain, and the three pure ones opened their gates. Coincidentally, the primordial forest where he found himself was not far from Kunlun, prompting him to brave the dangers and make his way there, hoping for a stroke of fortune. Upon arriving at Kunlun Mountain, Lin Hao deliberated briefly, steeled himself, and chose the human sect. As for why he would participate in the most arduous of assessments, Lin Hao understood that given his current circumstances, particularly his injuries, he would be unlikely to succeed in any of the three teachings. Rather than face certain failure, he opted for the most challenging path, embracing a hellish beginning in hopes of a fortunate outcome. He was not merely relying on luck, he was taking a gamble. Other transmigrators may have possessed golden fingers yet. Here he was, a century in this realm without awakening any such powers, living a dismal existence devoid of a future. Lin Hao refused to accept this fate. Thus, he resolved to take one final gamble, either perish here or activate his golden finger and soar to unimaginable heights. It seems I have indeed lost my gamble. Perhaps my fate is already sealed. Rather than lingering in despair, I would prefer to embrace death. Feeling the limits of his body, even his consciousness began to fade, and Lin Hao forced a bitter smile. He collapsed on the steps, surrendering his ascent and preparing to greet death. I knew it would come to this. How foolish to overestimate oneself and bring about one's own humiliation. There are countless individuals in this vast wilderness with great tenacity. What a pity. Upon witnessing this, the onlookers among the assessors shook their heads in unison, displaying a mix of pity, mockery, and derision. Yet none took it to heart to them. It was merely a farcical spectacle. Just as Lin Hao felt his consciousness on the brink of oblivion atop the steps, a sudden jolt coursed through him, as if a tremendous energy surged into his soul and body, instantly awakening his awareness. What is happening? I'm not dead. Lin Hao blinked in confusion, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. As he examined his body, he was astonished to discover that his injuries had miraculously healed. This was utterly bizarre. He could not fathom how it occurred. At that moment, Lin Hao's body trembled, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. His eyes stung, and in the next instant, they transformed into a silvery hue, with countless intricate patterns flickering within his gaze. Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he perceived the world around him altering. Whether it was the earth, the sky, or the flora and fauna, everything seemed to bear intricate, profound markings. These patterns appeared to be composed of countless subtle runes, arranged in a systematic order that formed a semblance of cosmic law. Is this the runes of the laws? Lin Hao was astounded. Previously, he could not perceive such pathways, let alone the finer runes. Though he had never encountered these markings, he could surmise their nature. They represented the laws of existence. As a cultivator, he inherently understood that the cosmos operates under certain principles, and these laws manifest as the essence of the Dao, creating order and structure within the universe. The ultimate pursuit of a cultivator is the Dao itself. To attain it, one must comprehend and refine the laws, delving into the greater truths. Now, to think that he could distinctly perceive the laws inscribed upon all things in the universe, how could Lin Hao not be astonished? Chapter 2. Is an anomaly truly knocking at my doorstep? I can actually perceive the runes that constitute the laws, even the orderly rules that shape all existence. This is beyond belief. Lin Hao found it hard to accept what he was witnessing. Although he was not well versed in the realm of cultivation, his memories from a past life offered him a broader understanding. Cultivators, especially those who have transcended to immortality, are engaged in the study of the laws, for these laws are the manifestation of the Tao. Particularly in the later stages of cultivation, the measure of one's journey is determined by the depth of one's understanding of their own path, or rather, who comprehends the laws more profoundly will travel further. Most importantly, how could he, a mere postnatal human, not even an immortal, perceive the laws, let alone the more intricate runes of the laws? Could it be that I have awakened a hidden potential? Is this ability to see the runes of the laws my unique gift? Upon this realization, Lin Hao's expression shifted, filled with exhilaration. Could it be that he had indeed placed his bet correctly? In this harrowing crucible of choices, he had awakened his golden finger. What? He's up again? Indeed, it's quite strange. Just moments ago, his life force was nearly extinguished, yet now he seems to have revived. Even his wounds appear to be healing. Could it be that the great sage took pity on him and intervened? That seems rather implausible. After all, a sage stands high above, indifferent to the plight of an insignificant ant, particularly one that has brought about its own demise. Lin Hao's miraculous revival, as he suddenly sat up, instantly captured the attention of the surrounding candidates, especially those who had been observing with keen interest, leaving them momentarily dumbfounded. Simultaneously, within the halls of Taiqing Palace, Laozi, seated upon his mat in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes. His ancient gaze pierced through the fabric of time and space, glancing outward. Just moments ago, the life force of this young human was nearly extinguished. How is it now? Even Laozi could not conceal his surprise at the transformation of this youth. Naturally, he was aware of this young man outside, yet he had chosen to remain indifferent, as his teachings were rooted in destiny. During the recent opening of the 3 teachings, he had merely gone with the flow, not expecting to gain a disciple. This young man exhibited commendable virtues, bowing with each step, displaying remarkable perseverance. But there seemed to be no fateful connection between them, prompting Laozi to disregard him. However, now, Laozi felt that something was amiss with the boy. Something as off his fate holds peculiarities. Strange. As a sage, Laozi could discern the fates of ordinary individuals, and even perceive the destinies of typical cultivators with a mere glance. What astonished him was that he could not penetrate the fate of this young human. This revelation caused Laozi's demeanor to grow solemn as he raised his hand and began to calculate with his fingers. As he did so, his expression subtly shifted. How could this be? Beside him, Xiandu, who had been guarding the 8 trigrams furnace, watched in disbelief as his master's countenance changed twice in quick succession. Since becoming his disciple, he had never witnessed any emotion on his master's face, as if nothing under heaven could sway the tranquility of his master's spirit. Yet now, a prodigy, an unexpected anomaly among the human race has appeared, and he has come to my humble abode to seek guidance. This, Laozi's face manifested a peculiar expression, and he began to waver in his thoughts. Such an anomaly, if encountered by Yuanshi Tianzuan, might be disregarded or even eradicated. If met by Tong Tian, it could lead to immediate acceptance as a disciple, yet this anomaly had woven itself into his karmic web. Very well, anomalies signify change. The great cycle encompasses 50, with the heavenly path encompassing 49, one must be evaded. Whether this anomaly can become a variable, whether it can evade its fate, will depend on his own fortunes. Laozi shook his head, preparing to observe further. But soon, his expression froze, his ancient eyes widening in astonishment. Here it is. Outside, Lin Hao sat cross-legged on the steps, a vortex of ethereal energy swirling above his head. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth surged forth, pouring into Lin Hao's being, causing his cultivation to ascend rapidly. Indeed, Lin Hao was in the midst of a breakthrough. For reasons unknown, he had suddenly gained the ability to perceive the laws imprinted upon all things in the universe. Even the finer runes of these laws became visible to him. Moreover, as he observed these runes, an overwhelming urge to absorb them surged within him, a compulsion he found difficult to resist. Nevertheless, Lin Hao managed to suppress this impulse, choosing instead to attempt the absorption of a single law-renewed rune of space. With utmost caution, he absorbed 10 runes. In that very moment, An understanding of the space law flooded his mind, akin to an enlightening revelation, granting him clarity as if he had practiced for countless years. As his comprehension of the space law deepened, his primordial spirit expanded rapidly, as though undergoing a metamorphosis. Lin Hao recognized that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, igniting a sense of excitement within him as he hastily drew in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth. Before long, a small vortex began to coalesce within his dantian, growing swiftly, as if forming a space that evolved into a miniature celestial realm. The path of cultivation is initially divided into refining essence into chi, refining chi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and ultimately merging with the Tao. In essence, it revolves around perfecting essence, chi, and spirit. Once these three are harmonized, one may ascend to immortality. In his previous existence, he had achieved the stage of merging with the Tao. Yet due to limitations in talent and the lack of a cultivation method, he had failed to break through the final barrier to immortality over the years. Moreover, he had suffered injuries from a beast during a hunt, nearly crippling his cultivation. At this moment, not only had his cultivation returned to its peak, but also surged forward relentlessly. With the extraction of space law runes, his understanding of the space law grew increasingly profound, imparting a sensation that he might break through his bottleneck at any moment. Once he transcended, he would transform from mortal to immortal, no longer burdened by concerns of longevity. What is an immortal? An immortal is the unity of man and mountain. The fusion of the two becomes an immortal. To ascend from a terrestrial immortal to a celestial immortal, one must comprehend the laws of space, establishing a unique celestial realm within oneself, enabling it to merge seamlessly with the earth and continuously draw upon its power for nourishment, facilitating the evolution of the primordial spirit. To progress from a terrestrial immortal to a celestial immortal, the understanding of the laws of time is essential, encompassing the cycles of day and night, the changes of the four seasons, and the movements of celestial bodies, allowing the internal world to undergo a transformation into a nascent realm. Of course, the evolution of the internal world is secondary. In the primordial chaos, most terrestrial and celestial immortals can break through to higher realms simply by grasping sufficient laws of space and time, without necessarily elevating the level of their internal worlds. After all, few choose to pursue the path of the world, yet the higher the level of the world transformed at each realm, the stronger the combat prowess is assuredly. However, Lin Hao's original self was merely an ordinary human cultivator, lacking a legacy, with limited knowledge regarding the cultivation beyond immortality, knowing only the general outlines of the terrestrial and celestial immortal realms to transcend into the realm of the earth immortal. One must comprehend the laws of space and carve out a celestial domain within the Dantian. For millennia, the original self has been unable to break through, not only due to a low foundation resulting in poor comprehension, but also a lack of guidance, which has hindered the understanding of the laws of space. Yet now, Lin Hao's eyes shimmered with a silver light. Break for me. Boom. Chapter 3. The Frantic Extraction, the favorite of the Great Dao, Enlightenment at its zenith as the bottleneck shattered. Lin Hao's aura surged exponentially, radiating with celestial light and enveloped in the essence of the Tao, rendering him seemingly one with the earth. Is this what it means to be a terrestrial immortal? Lin Hao have finally ascended. Lin Hao was astounded. He could sense that in this fleeting moment, he had become immeasurably more powerful, as if he had undergone a profound metamorphosis. However, he was acutely aware that his transformation was not yet complete. With an ever-deepening comprehension of the spatial laws, his primordial spirit continued to ascend, showing no signs of abating. This indicated that further breakthroughs were within reach. Press on. 10 spatial law runes were sufficient to solidify his terrestrial, immortal realm. Though 10 runes may appear few, merely 1/3 of a complete pathway of 3,000 runes, it was still a considerable asset. One must understand that even a mere thread of comprehension of the spatial laws could initiate a breakthrough. Thus, 1/3 was ample to refine his entire terrestrial, immortal domain. As for fully grasping all 3,000 runes to forge a complete spatial law, that was utterly unrealistic. If one could truly comprehend a complete spatial law, would they not immediately attain enlightenment? Lin Hao was well aware that while he had cautiously attempted to absorb the law runes, he could not guarantee his ability to do so at will, nor could he draw upon them indefinitely. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Even the slightest misstep could lead to irrevocable ruin. Conversely, acquiring the ability to extract the law runes was an immense fortune, akin to possessing a golden finger, a cheat. As long as he proceeded with caution, taking deliberate steps, his future would be boundless. Naturally, with such a golden opportunity, Lin Hao's ambition grew. If possible, he would not hesitate to comprehend every complete pathway. In time, he would evolve the myriad pathways into a crucible of power, ultimately transcending even the pathway of strength. As Lin Hao continued his cultivation, a massive vortex of spiritual energy emerged above his head, expanding until it transformed into a black hole. This is a vortex of spiritual energy. Is he breaking through? My word, this fellow not only resurrected but also achieved a breakthrough. He has become an immortal, and his wounds have vanished. Truly miraculous. What could possibly explain this? Could it be that the Taoist saint of Taiqing is secretly aiding him? Otherwise, how could one account for this? No, look. He is still breaking through. How is this possible? As Lin Hao cultivated, the commotion he created naturally caught the attention of all present evaluators, who were left utterly astonished. A man on the brink of death not only recovered, but also directly advanced in his cultivation, even continuing to break through? What an absurdity! Yet, this bizarre scene unfolded right before their eyes, leaving no room for disbelief. Thus, there was but one possibility. A saint had intervened from the shadows, rescuing this young man of the human race and aiding his breakthrough. Could it be that the Taoist saint of Taiqing intends to take him under his wing? No, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. He is merely a member of the human race, nothing more than an ant. How could the sage of Taiqing possibly regard him? You fool, tread carefully with your words. Do not forget where we are, within the realm of humanity. The sage of Taiqing is the very leader of humanity. Jealousy twisted the faces of some. Their envy and resentment laid bare for all to see. Many could not help but draw connections between the human race and the teachings of humanity, especially considering that this esteemed sage of Taiqing is their leader. Expressions of envy and jealousy were mirrored on their faces. Unperturbed by the commotion his breakthrough had caused, Lin Hao devoted himself entirely to his cultivation, seemingly oblivious to everything else. Even after achieving the status of an earth immortal, his cultivation continued to ascend. However, a frown soon creased Lin Hao's brow, for he discerned a troubling issue. His primordial spirit was surging uncontrollably, yet the pace of his cultivation breakthrough could not keep up. In simple terms, the rate at which his body absorbed and refined spiritual energy was insufficient. This was partly due to his innate physical aptitude, and partly because he lacked medicinal pills or spiritual fruits to aid him. What to do? Should he abandon this breakthrough? The thought filled Lin Hao with reluctance. After all, this was Kunlun Mountain, not only a sacred land of immortals, but also the ancestral vein of the primal chaos, where spiritual energy was among the most abundant in all the primordial world. If he were to relinquish this opportunity, who could say when he might find such a favorable environment for cultivation again? Since I can extract the laws of space, then surely I can also grasp other laws. If I wish to accelerate my absorption and refinement of spiritual energy, the law of devouring. Indeed, if I can comprehend the law of devouring and harness its power, I could consume energy as effortlessly as the Kunping or the Tao Dai. Would I then have to fear a lack of spiritual energy? With this thought igniting within him, Lin Hao hesitated no longer. His eyes shimmered with a silver light as he surveyed the void once more. In an instant, the scenery before him transformed. Strands of profound laws intertwined like tentacles in the boundless void, forming an immense web. The sheer number of these laws was incalculable, with the majority being postnatal laws created intentionally or unintentionally during the evolution of all things and the birth of sentient beings, imprinted upon the universe and becoming part of the fabric of order. Yet, while the laws of the universe were countless, the primal laws numbered only 3,000, possessing an essence that fundamentally distinguished them from later laws. It was not long before Lin Hao located the runes pertaining to the law of devouring among the 3,000 primal laws. Extract the runes of the law of devouring for me. Upon finding the runes, Lin Hao focused his intent, etching rune after rune of the law of devouring into his eyes, insights regarding this law flooding into his mind. 1, 5, 10. After meticulously inscribing 60 runes, Lin Hao ceased his extraction. 60 runes, 50 more than he had managed with the law of space. Lin Hao was not surprised. After all, time, space, causality, and destiny are the supreme paths, undeniably more challenging to extract than other laws. However, with merely 60 devouring law runes, equivalent to 1/50th of a complete Great Path law, it signifies that I have now grasped 1% of the spatial law and 1/50th of the devouring law. What is this? Lin Hao's expression shifted in astonishment. As his comprehension of the devouring law deepened, the power of his primordial spirit surged uncontrollably once more, and his realm began to ascend at an astonishing pace. This is not good. Lin Hao's countenance changed. Unwilling to hesitate, he promptly summoned the Devouring Law, manifesting its power to commence the frenzied absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The void above trembled as the devouring force surged forth. The vortex of spiritual energy above his head expanded several dozen times, with the spiritual energy of the cosmos pouring in wildly. Moreover, Lin Hao could distinctly sense that his speed of absorption and refinement of spiritual energy had also increased exponentially. Chapter 4. Continuous Breakthroughs, Targeted by the Sage. As Lin Hao's speed in absorbing and refining spiritual energy surged dramatically, his cultivation rapidly ascended once more. He progressed from the pinnacle of the early Earth immortal stage, through the mid-stage, to the late stage, ultimately reaching the peak of the Earth immortal realm. Each breakthrough occurred in a remarkably short span of time, propelling his cultivation directly to the zenith of the Earth immortal stage, while the inner celestial realm within him expanded to its utmost limit, as if transforming into a miniature world. This brought an unprecedented joy to Lin Hao. He reveled in a sensation of unparalleled ease. Upon stepping into the peak of the Earth immortal stage, Lin Hao could sense that he was at least several hundred times stronger than his original self. With a mere slap, he could extinguish his former existence. This stark disparity between the immortal and the mortal was akin to a chasm. Is this truly the peak of the Earth immortal stage? He exclaimed, astonished. What a jest! To break through a major realm and 3 minor realms consecutively? How can this be? For us practitioners, each step is taken with painstaking effort. Achieving even a minor breakthrough often requires hundreds or even thousands of years of arduous cultivation. How could he possibly accomplish such feats in a mere instant? This is inconceivable. Could it be the assistance of the Sage of Taiqing? Indeed, it must be the Sage of Taiqing. Otherwise, even a being of innate divine essence could not achieve such rapid breakthroughs within the immortal realm, as magical power necessitates refinement and accumulation. If Lin Hao's resurrection and breakthroughs had already astonished the onlookers and led them to speculate that the Sage of Taiqing was involved, the current situation had escalated from astonishment to sheer terror. They were now convinced that the only plausible explanation was the Sage's assistance. Otherwise, it would have been impossible. However, little did they know that this young human's breakthroughs had no connection to the Sage of Taiqing whatsoever. Within the halls of Taiqing Palace, the Sage of Taiqing himself narrowed his eyes, his expression stiffening. What on earth is happening here? This human lad possesses no exceptional bloodline, nor does he exhibit remarkable talent. He was on the brink of death previously, lacking any foundation to draw upon. While a moment of enlightenment could explain a breakthrough to the Earth immortal stage, consecutive breakthroughs are an entirely different matter. No, that is not right. This boy has not only comprehended the laws of space, but has also grasped the laws of devouring. Indeed, such extensive devouring of spiritual energy and rapid refinement can only be achieved by a being possessing the path of devouring, or by one who has comprehended the laws of devouring. Remarkable. Truly, he is an anomaly. I shall see what further surprises this young man can present to me. Lin Hao's successive breakthroughs and comprehension of the laws even astonished the sage. However, he quickly regained his composure, a look of intrigue emerging upon his face. This scene was witnessed by Xuandu, who could hardly contain his astonishment. Had he truly heard correctly? His esteemed master had spoken so extensively in one breath. The initial statements were profoundly shocking. What on earth had transpired to elicit such a strong reaction from the revered sage of the Dao, the most effortless of all saints? Could this truly be his master? What had occurred to provoke such a whirlwind of emotions? Xuandu found himself steeped in confusion. Outside, in the examination arena of the human teaching, Lin Hao had unexpectedly become the center of attention. Even various beings preparing to head to the assessment grounds of the Chan and Jie teachings were momentarily captivated by Lin Hao's transformation, halting in their tracks. At the pinnacle of the Earth immortal realm, the next stage awaited him, the celestial immortal, which requires a profound understanding of the laws of time. However, having achieved a series of breakthroughs in rapid succession, he realized that further advancements might destabilize his cultivation and hinder his comprehension of the realm. Moreover, he nearly forgot that he was in the examination arena. Regaining his composure, he noticed the multitude of beings from various races observing him, their expressions a tapestry of emotions, including envy and admiration, causing Lin Hao to swallow hard. He understood that lingering here would be unwise. The selection of disciples is predicated on fate. His previous arrival had been a gamble, and now that he had triumphed, there was no reason to remain. With his cultivation having surged, his injuries healed, and a newfound grasp of the laws, perhaps there was still a chance to join the Jie teaching. Lin Hao mused. Yet he did not allow himself to become arrogant merely because he had awakened a unique potential. Furthermore, The ability to perceive the laws of the universe was a secret he must keep from the saints. As for the Chan teaching, the primordial heavenly venerable placed great emphasis on one's origins. As a postnatal human, he knew he would not suffice. Thus, his only option lay with the Jia teaching, where he could remain inconspicuous and avoid arousing the suspicions of the master of Tongtian. My apologies, venerable Taiqing, for the intrusion. Lin Hao did not simply turn away, but instead rose to his feet and performed a deep bow towards the Taiqing Palace. In life and conduct, one must exhibit decorum and propriety, understanding when to advance and retreat, regardless of the outcome. Leaving a favorable impression was paramount, especially in the presence of a saint. However, just as Lin Hao stepped forward, preparing to depart, he felt as though an ancient divine mountain had descended upon him, rendering him immobile. His expression shifted slightly as he instinctively withdrew his left foot. Yet, the moment he retracted it, the mountainous pressure vanished without a trace. What was happening? Lin Hao's pupils constricted, and he wore a look of confusion. He glanced around. Many had already departed the examination arena, yet several remained, including those who had come to witness the spectacle. The onlookers continued to point and whisper, their expressions shifting from mockery and pity to astonishment and envy. Most importantly, the highest among the examiners was merely a true immortal, and they posed no threat to him. The sensation akin to an ancient mountain descending could not possibly be attributed to these disciples. Could it be? A sense of foreboding washed over Lin Hao as he abruptly turned his gaze towards the pinnacle of the steps, the Taiqing Palace. His eyes shimmered with silver light, and in an instant, the intricate web of heavenly laws unfolded before him. Yet, suddenly struck by a realization, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and the silver gleam in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a profound confusion. He had nearly employed his eye of insight against the Taiqing Palace just moments ago. Uncertain of the cause behind his eye's peculiar mutation, which allowed him to perceive and even extract the laws of all things, he dubbed this transformation the Eye of Insight. Gazing upon a sage was a perilous endeavor, akin to courting death. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly and seen nothing of consequence. However, once he regained his composure, Lin Hao speculated that the immense pressure he had felt, akin to a divine mountain descending upon him, was undoubtedly the work of a sage, particularly since he was in the vicinity of the Taiqing Palace. It was highly probable that this formidable presence was that of the Taiqing sage. The thoughts of a sage are elusive and inscrutable. Perhaps his own stubbornness, coupled with his resurrection and successive breakthroughs in cultivation, had piqued the sage's interest. Yet, if the Taiqing sage had indeed taken notice of him, what could it signify if he was not permitted to leave? Confusion brewed within Lin Hao as he cast his gaze once more towards the Taiqing Palace. Alas, all he could discern was the silhouette of a grand hall enveloped in ethereal mist, with nothing more visible, and the sage offered no response. What should he do? Lin Hao's expression darkened. He found himself perplexed by the intentions of the Taiqing sage. Was this an attempt to confound him? A test? Or had he discovered something? It seemed that the path to the Jiejiao was now closed, leaving him with no choice but to take a gamble. His eyes glimmered with determination as he clenched his teeth, resolved to take a chance. Recalling the legends of the Taiqing sage from his past life, he remembered the sage as mysterious, aloof, and embodying the principle of non-action, with a profound and unfathomable character. Apart from the doctrine of non-action itself, Laozi's teachings encompassed humanity, the way of Taiji, and the path of alchemy. These were all the thoughts he could muster. If it was indeed Laozi who barred his passage, then no matter his efforts, they would be in vain. He must, therefore, cater to the sage's inclinations. This left Lin Hao feeling disheartened, as it seemed he was being thrust into yet another high-stakes gamble. Chapter 5. Merging Yin and Yang, Comprehending Taiji. Astonishing the three Pure Ones regardless of whether this was the doing of the Supreme Pure One or the true purpose behind it. I must take a gamble. A leap of faith. Lin Hao gritted his teeth, his mind once again flooded with thoughts of the Supreme Pure One, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the path of Taiji. Laozi's principle of non-action was beyond his grasp, and the path of alchemy was equally unattainable. Thus, he could only turn to the way of Taiji, possessing the Eye of Insight, capable of extracting the laws of all things. If he could glean the laws of Yin and Yang and apply the Taiji concepts he had learned in a previous life, perhaps he could catch Laozi's attention. And so, he resolved to proceed. Soon, Lin Hao had made up his mind. After all, he found himself ensnared on this staircase, likely the work of Laozi. And thus he had no choice but to take this chance. To comprehend the laws of Yin and Yang, to glimpse Taiji, and to make Laozi take notice. If he succeeded, not only could he resolve his predicament, but he might also earn Laozi's favor and be taken under his wing. After all, Xuandu merely inherited Laozi's principle of non-action, sharing his temperament, but he did not inherit Laozi's path of Taiji. Lin Hao could not believe that Laozi would remain indifferent upon encountering a person who comprehended the laws of yin and yang, one sincerely seeking to become his disciple. Extracting the laws of yin, extracting the laws of yang. With his decision made, Lin Hao activated the Eye of Insight, its gaze radiating a silvery light, weaving through the dense patterns of chaotic Dao, as if evolving a vast ocean of chaos. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of Insight, the cosmos transformed once more. The myriad pathways of heaven and earth, and even the grand patterns imprinted upon all existence, became vividly discernible. Before long, Lin Hao identified hundreds of runes embodying the properties of yin and yang. The laws of yin and yang are multifaceted, encompassing numerous attributes, thus making their pursuit quite laborious. However, Lin Hao did not seek to extract every single law. A small portion sufficed. Soon, his expression shifted as he inscribed 160 runes of the yang laws and 143 of the yin laws, simultaneously experiencing a flood of insights regarding these two laws. This revelation momentarily stunned Lin Hao, but he quickly realized that as a terrestrial immortal, the number of law fragments he could extract had undoubtedly increased, surpassing previous limitations. With a resonating hum, as he grasped the laws of yin and yang, his primordial spirit's power surged once more, though he had yet to transcend to the celestial immortal realm. To achieve that, he needed to comprehend the laws of time. Taiji. After grasping the laws of yin and yang, Lin Hao hesitated not for a moment, as the concepts of Taiji from his previous life resurfaced in his mind. The infinite gives rise to Taiji, from which all creation emerges. Taiji represents the state before heaven and earth were opened, before chaos was divided into yin and yang. The Book of Changes states that thus the ease manifests Taiji, which births the two forms, yin and yang. The two forms give birth to the four images, which in turn give rise to the 8 trigrams, aligning with the principle that Dao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. Therefore, the two forms born of Taiji are not merely the laws of yin and yang. Rather, they embody the path of yin and yang, which divides all things and pathways into the aspects of light and shadow, thus allowing yin and yang to evolve into the 4 images and 8 trigrams, ultimately leading to the creation of all things. In essence, the evolution of Tai Chi necessitates the transformation of all things within heaven and earth into the duality of yin and yang, thus achieving the harmonious interplay of creation and destruction, which embodies Tai Chi itself. Presently, I have only grasped a fraction of the principles of yin and yang, yet that suffices. Soon, Lin Hao found himself immersed in profound contemplation. In this instance, his insight into the Dao was rendered ineffective, for this was a multifaceted path, a contrarian way that traced back to its origins, relying solely on his own understanding. As Lin Hao delved deeper, the laws of yin and yang manifested around him, taking on various extraordinary forms, making him seem as though he had merged with the cosmos. At times, he appeared to embody darkness. At others, he radiated light, becoming the sun and then the moon. Boom. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted, and the remaining evaluators, who had yet to depart, were once again rendered speechless. What is happening? His aura has shifted. Has he comprehended something anew? This resembles the power of the laws. How could this be possible for a mere earth immortal? Particularly for those who had previously looked down upon Lin Hao, even mocking him, their expressions contorted in disbelief. What is this? A mere human, an insignificant ant, sustenance for myriad races, daring to seek acceptance under the esteemed Taiqing saint? How ludicrous! Yet, this human, astonishingly, not only returned from death, but also achieved consecutive breakthroughs. And now, he has grasped the laws and manifested their extraordinary aspects. This was a resounding slap in the face to them all. As Lin Hao contemplated Tai Chi, the venerable Laozi of Taiqing Palace, who had been observing him with great interest, suddenly felt a jolt, his ancient eyes sparkling with brilliance. What? Is this the path of yin and yang? How could this be? Seated on his mat, Laozi's expression stiffened, revealing disbelief. Not only was Laozi astonished, but as the essence of the yin and yang path surged from Lin Hao, even the Yuqing and Shanqing palaces, where the Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tian Jiaozhu were attentively observing their own evaluations, sensed the shift. Their expressions changed, their gazes piercing through the void toward the steps of Taiqing Palace. What? Is this a human? An earth immortal? A human of the earth immortal realm has comprehended the path of yin and yang? No, that cannot be right. He also emanates the essence of the devouring path. Upon further inspection, both Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Zhu were left in a state of shock. They even doubted their own perceptions. Hastily redirecting their focus to the young human, their overwhelming thoughts laid bare, scrutinizing Lin Hao from spirit to body. What is happening? This cannot be. This is an ordinary human. How could he have comprehended for paths of the laws, including the spatial law? This is utterly inconceivable. Yet, their inquiry only deepened their bewilderment. In their eyes, he was merely an unremarkable human, lacking roots and exceptional qualities. How could such a seemingly ordinary individual delve into profound laws so deeply? It was simply impossible. It is known that for a cultivator to transcend to the earth immortal realm, a mere glimmer of understanding of the spatial laws suffices. The same applies to the celestial immortal realm. Among those beneath the celestial immortal tier, it is rare to encounter individuals who have comprehended multiple laws. Even true immortals, despite grasping myriad laws, merely possess a superficial understanding. Most of them only have a slight insight into the elemental attributes of all things, which hardly qualifies as a true comprehension of laws. However, this individual of the human race has managed to grasp 4 distinct laws at the earth immortal stage. And the profundity of their understanding is such that, in the eyes of the 2 saints, many golden immortals, and even the supreme golden immortals, do not possess such depth of comprehension regarding the laws. Chapter 6. The Tai Chi Diagram Concealing Celestial Secrets. At that moment, Lin Hao, who was meditating on the steps, suddenly felt a tremor within his being. His aura became increasingly profound and ethereal, as if he had unlocked the gateway to myriad wonders. Behind him, 2 colossal yin-yang fish materialized, intertwining to form a vast shadow of Taiji, exuding the essence of the origin of all things. Is this Taiji? Impossible. Both Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Zhu lost their composure, rising abruptly from their cushions. Taiji, this is the path of the Grand Pure One. Only the Grand Pure One has comprehended it throughout the vast primordial realm. Even though the 2 of them were well-versed in yin and yang, they had never attained the understanding of Taiji. This is utterly inconceivable. A mere postnatal human, merely an earth immortal, has not only grasped 4 fundamental laws, but has also comprehended Taiji. I must see what this human is truly about. Yuan Shi Tianzun's expression darkened as he raised his hand, preparing to calculate with his fingers. However, before he could even begin, his countenance shifted. Tong Tianjiao Zhu, also preparing to deduce, was equally taken aback, and both saints turned their gazes towards the Grand Pure Palace. At that moment, a colossal Taiji yin-yang diagram emerged above the Grand Pure Palace, shrouding the heavens and eclipsing the sun. A terrifying aura swept across the expanse. The essence of innate treasures wafting through the air, as 2 immense yin-yang fish surged forth from the diagram, enveloping the entire Grand Pure Palace and the heavenly staircase below. The Taiji diagram, my elder brother. Both Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Zhu, who were poised to deduce the origins of this human youth, were rendered speechless, their pupils constricting sharply. Likewise, the appearance of the Taiji diagram above the Grand Pure Palace caused a profound shock among all participants in the 3 teachings examination. What a terrifying aura! What is that? The Taiji diagram? My heavens, what has occurred above the Grand Pure Palace? Even a sage has summoned forth the Taiji diagram. With the emergence of the Taiji diagram, the entire Kunlun mountain was suffused with the energy of innate treasures, a dreadful pressure descending as if the might of heaven itself had arrived, causing the sky to change color and the universe to warp. In the examination grounds of the 3 teachings, millions of beings from various races widened their eyes, finding it difficult to breathe. Crowds erupted into chaos, whether they were participating in the examination, had been eliminated, or were merely spectators. All turned their gazes towards the Grand Pure Palace. Everyone yearned to know what had transpired that could compel the Grand Pure Sage to summon the treasured Taiji diagram. With the manifestation of the Taiji diagram, the skies above Kunlun Mountain darkened, order became distorted, and the celestial secrets were instantaneously thrown into disarray. At that moment, a voice, filled with ancient wisdom, resonated within the minds of the 2. Second brother, third brother, I have taken this human youth under my wing. Do not proceed with your calculations. Elder brother you. Upon hearing the transmission, both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's expressions changed drastically. As the Taiji diagram rotated, it radiated beams of yin and yang light, cascading down upon the steps beneath the Grand Pure Palace, enveloping Lin Hao completely. At this moment, Lin Hao found himself in a state of bewilderment. However, as he regained his senses, he was suddenly transported to an unfamiliar environment. Before his eyes lay an endless ocean of grand avenues, resembling myriad paths in evolution, transforming into waves, each seemingly birthing and annihilating countless worlds. At the center of this celestial river stood an awe-inspiring figure, seated majestically upon the flowing expanse. His visage was indistinct, his form seemingly woven from countless threads, radiating an aura of profound enlightenment, as two yin-yang fish frolicked around him, intertwining to form a Tai Chi symbol. What is the Tao? Lin Hao stood dumbfounded on the river, gazing at the indistinct figure at its heart. Suddenly, the magnificent figure spoke, his voice ethereal, resonating with the sounds of the Tao that echoed through the annals of time. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. Without a moment's hesitation, the words of the Tao De Jing surfaced unbidden in Lin Hao's mind. However, as soon as he uttered his thoughts, regret washed over him, though it was too late to retract. Interesting. The great figure seemed taken aback. His form shifted, losing its ethereal quality and becoming imposing and austere, like a thunderous declaration resounding in Lin Hao's heart. Do you possess the heart of the Tao? The heart of the Tao? Lin Hao pondered for a moment, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering resolve. He lifted his head defiantly, meeting the majestic figure's gaze. Soon, tears of blood streamed down his face, and his eyes stung painfully, as if they were on the verge of losing all sensation. Excellent. The magnificent figure suddenly smiled, and his myriad forms began to dissolve. As the grand river of the Tao gradually faded away, Lin Hao experienced another moment of disorientation before finding himself in an ancient hall. The hall was not grandiose, devoid of extravagant decorations, yet it was arranged simply. In the center stood an octagonal furnace taller than a person, beside which sat a young man in a Taoist robe, observing Lin Hao with curiosity rather than engaging in alchemical practices. However, Lin Hao's attention was drawn to the upper part of the hall, where an elder sat cross-legged on a cushion. The elder wore a yin-yang 8 trigrams robe and held a whisk in his right hand. His face was weathered, hair graying, and his gaze bore the weight of the ages, reminiscent of a venerable old man devoid of any aura of cultivation. Yet, Lin Hao was taken aback, quickly regaining his composure, and bowed deeply to the elder. I, Lin Hao of the human race, pay my respects to the Holy One of Taiqing. May the Holy One live for eternity. At this moment, Lin Hao understood that this elder was none other than the Holy One of Taiqing, also known as Laozi. The scene he had just witnessed on the grand river of the Tao was undoubtedly a manifestation created by this venerable sage. You hail from beyond the realms. Not of my primordial people. Do you have any explanation for this? Laozi inquired, his voice calm, yet causing Lin Hao to tremble. However, Lin Hao quickly regained his composure. It was not surprising that a being of such stature as the heavenly Tao sage could discern that he was not of the primordial beings. Thus, Lin Hao took a deep breath and, with a demeanor both humble and resolute, declared, Indeed, I am not one of the beings of this primordial realm, but hailing from a life planet known as Water Blue Star. As for the name of the world I inhabit and the manner in which I arrived in this primordial domain, I am, alas, unaware. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Hao, prompting him to bow once more before Laozi, exclaiming, I beseech the sage for enlightenment. Lin Hao harbored no intentions of subterfuge. In the presence of such an exalted being, to engage in trickery would be folly. Rather, he not only refrained from concealing the truth, but also posed a counter-question, revealing his eagerness for answers. In truth, he yearned to discern whether the saint of the heavenly Tao in this primordial realm possessed knowledge of his previous life. Naturally, his subtle thoughts did not escape Laozi's keen perception. Laozi regarded Lin Hao with profound insight and remarked, You are indeed perceptive. As for the world you inhabit, there is no need for your bewilderment. Every grain of sand encompasses a world. Every page embodies enlightenment. Within this vast and chaotic expanse, it is evident that the primordial realm is not the sole existence. The concept of infinite sands holds true. Your arrival here is a matter of fate. And to journey to Kunlun Mountain to seek me as your master, while grasping the essence of yin and yang and taiji in my presence, signifies a connection between us. Therefore, I pose my third question. Do you wish to take me as your mentor? Chapter 7. Apprenticing under Laozi. The treatment of true sage's transmission. What? The master intends to accept him? Upon hearing Laozi's words, Xuandu, standing beside the 8 trigrams furnace, was momentarily taken aback. He was well aware of the difficulty in catching the eye of such a revered master. It was not merely a matter of having a strong foundation or innate talent. It required a certain affinity. What is this affinity? In simple terms, it is the notion that one must be pleasing to Laozi's gaze in order to be deemed worthy. Finding someone who captures Laozi's favor? Xuandu believed that only a handful could be found throughout the vast wilderness. As for himself, he was a complete exception. What remarkable quality could this fellow clansman possess to earn such esteem from the master? Xuandu was quite curious about Lin Hao, for he could discern nothing particularly exceptional about this individual. With a lesser foundation than his own, a meager cultivation of merely earth immortal, and a decent disposition, he still did not fit the criteria for Laozi's discipleship. Disciple pays respects to the master. Lin Hao, without hesitation, began to bow in reverence. In truth, during his quest for enlightenment along the river of the Great Dao, Lin Hao had already surmised this outcome. Indeed, it came to pass. From this day forth, you shall be my second personal disciple. Laozi raised his hand and pointed at Lin Hao. A beam of celestial light surged into Lin Hao's mind. This is the Taiqing celestial scripture, the legacy of my Taiqing lineage, encompassing insights from every realm, from earth immortal to great Luo golden immortal. Along with my teachings on alchemy, array formation, and artifact crafting, you must study it diligently. As he spoke, Laozi's hand shimmered with light, revealing a palm-sized gourd and a golden ring, which he tossed to Lin Hao. This is the Vajra gem, an artifact I have crafted. Though merely a postnatal spiritual treasure, it possesses the ability to capture an enemy's treasures and can induce dizziness. Since you have just attained immortality with a low cultivation level, you are unable to wield innate spiritual treasures. Thus, I bestow upon you this Vajra gem for self-defense. When your cultivation rises, I shall grant you an innate spiritual treasure. As for what lies within this gourd, it contains some medicinal elixirs I have concocted, which you may use to enhance your cultivation. However, be warned. The path of cultivation requires steady steps. Medicinal pills are merely aids, and one must not be overly hasty. Laozi spoke in a calm manner, notably shifting from thou to you, which Lin Hao also observed. Thank you, master, for your generous gifts. I shall strive diligently in my cultivation and shall never bring disgrace to the teachings of the sect. After receiving the artifacts and elixirs, Lin Hao respectfully bowed to Laozi. In truth, while Lin Hao maintained an outward composure, internally, he was overwhelmed with joy. Truly, Laozi was remarkable, bestowing such valuable items at the outset. Setting aside the elixirs, the Taiqing celestial scripture was akin to the Yuqing celestial scripture of the primordial heavenly venerable and the Shangqing celestial scripture of the celestial master Tongtian. It represented the pinnacle of cultivation methods in the wilderness. Moreover, these three celestial scriptures were not merely texts of cultivation. They served as comprehensive guides, incorporating the insights of the three saints on cultivation, alchemy, artifact crafting, and array formation. Among them, Laozi excelled in alchemy, the primordial heavenly venerable in refining qi, and the celestial master Tongtian in array formation. As for the Vajra gem, although it was merely a postnatal artifact and not renowned in this wilderness, it would gain immense fame in the future during the era of the journey to the west. Laozi's azure bowl descended to the mortal realm as a demon, wielding the indomitable Vajra, which not only seized the Rui Jingu Bang from Sun Wukong, but also confiscated the celestial treasures from the reinforcements summoned by Sun Wukong. It can be said that a single Vajra was sufficient to subdue both the monkey and the multitude of deities. Furthermore, this individual is your elder brother. As a member of the human race, you must have heard tales of him. After bestowing his gifts, Laozi began to introduce Xuandu. Disciple, you have met your elder brother. The legends surrounding him have long circulated among our kind. To achieve the status of the chief disciple of our revered master, while possessing a mortal form, is indeed a point of pride for humanity. Lin Hao, ever adept at conversing with both mortals and spirits, understood the need to extol Xuandu. Regardless of his reputation among the human race, for everyone appreciates kind words. My dear brother, I am unworthy of such praise. Rather, it is you who, at this moment, has garnered the esteem of our master, which speaks volumes of your exceptional qualities. Xuandu smiled faintly, nodding at Lin Hao. As for the meaning behind Xuandu's words, Lin Hao discerned the inquiry regarding his own exceptional attributes that warranted Laozi's attention. However, before Lin Hao could elaborate, Laozi smiled lightly and remarked, Xuandu, the reason I accepted you as my disciple was due to the affinity I sensed in your character, which resonates closely with my own and is well suited for the cultivation of my non-action philosophy. As for your second junior brother, despite appearing to possess average talents, he harbors his own fortuitous circumstances, having successfully comprehended the Tao of Tai Chi right under my watch. This indicates a profound connection with me. Indeed, Laozi beamed with joy. He was thoroughly satisfied with his two disciples, one inheriting his path of non-action and the other embracing the Tao of Tai Chi unlike Yuanshi and Tongtian. He did not require a multitude of disciples, but merely a lineage of inheritors. What? He comprehended the Tao of Tai Chi. Xuandu gasped, his expression shifting to one of disbelief as he turned to gaze at Lin Hao. To grasp the Tao of Tai Chi is an arduous endeavor, a truth he understood better than anyone else. Since becoming a disciple, he had attempted to comprehend it himself, but had only scratched the surface of the yin-yang path. Remaining far from the essence of Tai Chi, he was taken aback to discover that the reason their master had accepted this second junior brother was precisely this. No wonder their master had just invoked the Tai Chi diagram. It all made sense now. Xuandu's heart lightened with realization, and he could not help but chuckle bitterly, shaking his head in self-mockery. My elder brother, your praise is unwarranted. I merely stumbled upon this by chance, a stroke of fortune. Lin Hao offered a polite retort, fully aware that it was not mere luck, but rather the advantage of a unique gift. Suddenly, two figures appeared silently outside the Taiqing Palace, their ethereal presences suggesting they transcended the earthly realm. One was a middle-aged man with an imposing demeanor, while the other was a youthful figure with sharp brows and keen eyes, resembling a finely honed blade. Laozi looked up and calmly declared, second brother, third brother. Since you have arrived, please come in. Haha, elder brother, congratulations. You have gained yet another inheritor. With Laozi's words, a hearty laughter echoed as Tong Tian, Jiao Master stepped into the Taiqing Palace. Beside the celestial teacher, the primordial supreme being remained silent. However, the moment he entered the grand hall, his gaze was firmly fixed upon Lin Hao, a postnatal human with such a feeble foundation, yet somehow capable of comprehending multiple laws within the earth-immortal realm and even grasping the essence of the Taiji, is indeed a marvel. Nonetheless, the ability to perceive Taiji aligns with my elder brother's criteria for discipleship. Yet, why would he go so far as to unveil the Taiji diagram to disrupt the heavenly secrets for the sake of a single pupil? Even the two of us must conceal our intentions. What could this imply? Under the scrutiny of the primordial supreme being, Lin Hao felt as though his very essence was being laid bare. Just then, Laozi's whisk stirred slightly, and the sensation of being under the sage's watchful eye dissipated in an instant. Lin Hao cast a grateful glance towards Laozi, though his impression of the primordial supreme being had soured considerably. In contrast, the celestial teacher did not intrusively peer into his being, but rather regarded him with a gentle smile, akin to an elder observing a younger kin. Chapter 8. The treatment of true teachings and the arrival of primordial heaven bestowing treasures. There is nothing peculiar about it. As a humble practitioner, I select my disciples solely based on fate, regardless of their origins. If they can grasp the essence of the Tai Chi philosophy in my presence, that is destiny. As for the chaotic heavenly mechanisms, with a disdainful snort, I cast a glance at both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, choosing not to elaborate further, for we all understood one another implicitly. Ahem, I am merely curious. Yet now that young friend Lin Hao has become my disciple, I shall refrain from any unwarranted conjecture. Tong Tian cleared his throat, conjuring a black and white orb in his hand, and stated, during my travels in the Eastern Sea, I encountered an ancient yin-yang dragon, which I vanquished. The remains were forged into a pair of scissors, leaving behind this dragon pearl. Consider it a gift from your esteemed uncle, perfectly aligned with your yin-yang path. With that, Tong Tian tossed the yin-yang dragon pearl to Lin Hao. Thank you, Uncle Tong Tian, Lin Hao exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he eagerly caught the dragon pearl. He was well aware of the ancient yin-yang dragon, renowned in the future as the Golden Dragon Scissors, infamous among the celestial clan for instilling fear. While the pearl itself may not be exceedingly valuable, it was far more precious to him than an ordinary innate spiritual treasure, for it contained the principles of yin and yang. Once refined and absorbed, it would significantly enhance his understanding of these laws. After securing the dragon pearl, Lin Hao turned his gaze toward Yuan Shi, his eyes silently pleading. Look, Uncle San has provided a gift. As my esteemed second uncle, wouldn't it be inappropriate for you not to reciprocate? Yuan Shi rolled his eyes, fully aware of Lin Hao's intentions. With a sigh of exasperation, he produced a pearl of his own. It was indeed another pearl, this one imbued with the essence of fire, which he handed to Lin Hao, saying, This is the fire spirit pearl, one of the innate 5 spirit pearls. Though it is merely a medium-grade innate treasure, if you can gather all 5, they can be combined to form the formidable innate 5 spirit formation, far surpassing a high-grade innate treasure. Though he lacked for magical artifacts, he was currently in the process of accepting disciples and wished to reserve the better treasures for them. How could he possibly bestow them upon Lin Hao? While the 5 spirit pearl was not without merit, a single one was of limited use, serving merely to appease. Naturally, it was at least superior to the dragon pearl given by Tong Tian. Otherwise, where would his honor lie? Thank you, second uncle. Lin Hao responded with apparent gratitude, though internally he grumbled, "Goodness, how am I to gather the 5 spirit pearls? My assessments in the Chan teaching are far from complete. Brother, I must take my leave." Yuan Shi first bowed deeply before swiftly shooting a glare at Tong Tian, then vanished from sight. It was all Tong Tian's fault for being so ostentatious. Had he not presented a treasure first, Yuan Shi would never have considered parting with a pearl. Tong Tian, unfazed, smiled at Lin Hao, saying, "You are quite to my liking, young one. Do visit me at the Taiqing Palace when you have the chance. Brother, I too shall take my leave." With that, Tong Tian disappeared in a flash. As the two saints departed, Xuandu approached and gently patted Lin Hao's shoulder, saying, "Your second and third masters possess distinct temperaments. Your second master is rather austere, while your third master is more relaxed. You will come to understand this in due time. Then, master, I shall take my junior brother to prepare the Taoist venue. Go ahead." The elder waved his hand dismissively. "Thank you for your trouble, senior brother." Lin Hao nodded and followed Xuandu out of the grand hall. Upon exiting the Taiqing Palace, Xuandu began his introduction. Mount Kunlun is divided into East and West Kunlun. East Kunlun occupies a vast expanse and is the territory of our master and the 2 uncles. As for West Kunlun, it once housed many deities of the Zhixiao Palace, such as the Queen Mother of the West, Lu Wu, and Ing Zhao. However, now only the Queen Mother remains, and our master and the 2 uncles maintain a good relationship with her. Moreover, although Xuandu appeared somewhat aloof, he was quite cordial, providing Lin Hao with a comprehensive overview of the various aspects of Mount Kunlun. Soon, Xuandu led Lin Hao within the confines of the Taiqing Palace to a location abundant in spiritual energy and rich in fire veins, explaining, in truth, every corner of Mount Kunlun is suffused with spiritual energy, suitable for establishing a Taoist venue. The primary reason I searched so long is due to the presence of fire veins. Our master excels in alchemy, and few in the primordial world can rival his prowess in artifact crafting. As his disciples, how can we not master both alchemy and artifact crafting? Therefore, it is essential to find a place with fire veins to facilitate these practices. I see. Lin Hao nodded, feeling quite satisfied with this location. In reality, he was indifferent to the quality of the venue, for he knew that the 3 pure ones had already attained sainthood and would likely separate soon, with Shouyang Mountain becoming the future home of his Taiqing lineage. Yet, Lin Hao would never voice such sentiments. As for the Taoist venue, it would be up to his junior brother to arrange it. After all, he was unfamiliar with his brother's style. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave to assist our master with alchemy, he stated. Alas, how burdensome. He hoped his junior brother would soon learn the art of alchemy, as this would alleviate some of his own responsibilities. Upon mentioning alchemy, Xuandu shook his head with a wry smile, casting an expectant glance at Lin Hao before bidding farewell. Alleviate the burden of alchemy? Lin Hao's face twitched as he suddenly recalled that he currently had no water and fire boys by his side, aside from himself. Only Xuandu and a green bull remained under their master. Thus, the task of alchemy would fall solely to Xuandu. The thought of being tasked with alchemy and the tedium of guarding the alchemical furnace sent a shiver down Lin Hao's spine. He resolved to focus on learning alchemy first, as he preferred cultivating laws and researching divine abilities. Shaking his head, Lin Hao began to set up the Taoist venue. Since it was merely a temporary setup, he casually excavated a cave and arranged it simply, without even deploying any formations, as he was unfamiliar with them. Once the venue was prepared, Lin Hao summoned a mat and sat cross-legged, entering a state of deep contemplation. Having joined the human teaching, I have fulfilled the dreams of my original self. Now, I must consider how to navigate the path ahead. He has just traversed into this realm and possesses limited understanding of the path of cultivation. His extraordinary abilities have only recently awakened, and he has yet to delve deeply into their intricacies. Now that he has settled, it is only natural to contemplate his next steps. Having become a disciple of a sage, he need not overly concern himself with issues of safety. He is well endowed with both techniques and resources, and with the eye of insight, he has no cause for anxiety regarding his progress in cultivation. Thus, the sole impediment to his advancement lies in the understanding of his own path. Lin Hao possesses profound knowledge of the primordial age, and he recognizes that to journey further, one must comprehend their unique path. Otherwise, regardless of how deep one's roots are, how brilliant one's talents may be, or how abundant one's resources are, one can only stagnate at the level of the great Luo golden immortal. Only by forging one's own path can one transcend the great Luo and glimpse the Tao of the primordial chaos. Is not the essence of attaining enlightenment the validation of one's own path? If one lacks a personal path, how can one hope to attain such validation? Chapter 9. What qualifications do mere mortals have to become true disciples? As a transmigrator endowed with a golden finger and now a disciple under a sage, Lin Hao believed himself worthy of nurturing grand ambitions. His aspiration was to carve out his own path, ultimately achieving the realm of mixed origin or even transcending it. Yet, how could he embark on this journey? Lin Hao found himself ensnared in contemplation, but regardless of how profoundly he pondered, he could not conceive a solution. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that he had merely inherited a scant amount of cultivation knowledge from his former self. Thus, he resolved to first comprehend the Taiqing Immortal Sutra and internalize his master's cultivation philosophy. Ultimately, Lin Hao chose to practice the Taiqing Immortal Sutra, seeking to unravel the mysteries of each realm. This sutra encapsulated the insights of the Taiqing sage regarding every stage of cultivation, containing not only techniques but also records of various divine powers. Among these were the 36 divine powers of Tiangang, all meticulously chronicled within the Taiqing Immortal Sutra. Furthermore, it included Taiqing thunder techniques, Taiqing sword techniques, Taiqing talismans, Taiqing alchemy, Taiqing formation techniques, and more. It could be said that the Taiqing Immortal Sutra was a veritable treasure trove, coveted even by the mighty practitioners of the primordial era, yet unattainable. Such was the privilege of a disciple of a sage. However, Lin Hao lamented that the Taiqing Immortal Sutra contained the 9 transformations of mysterious art, which he could not yet access. He remained unperturbed, believing that in due time, once he had achieved mastery in his cultivation, he would request the 9 transformations from Laozi. Moreover, even if it were granted to him now, he would be unable to cultivate it, as it was a body-refining technique that required immense resources. Seated upon a meditation cushion, Lin Hao's mind swirled with the various concepts and cultivation methods of the Taiqing Immortal Sutra, and he soon fell into a deep state of enlightenment. As Lin Hao delved into his studies, the human teaching returned to a state of tranquility. Meanwhile, the examinations of the Chan and Jie sects continued fervently. In comparison, the assessments of the Chan sect proved far more arduous, as the criteria alone eliminated 99% of the practitioners. Ultimately, upon the conclusion of the Chan sect's evaluations, only 12 individuals succeeded. The Jie sect's assessments, however, took a comparatively longer duration due to the overwhelming number of participants, which reached into the hundreds of thousands. In the end, thousands emerged successful from the Jie sect's evaluations. Astonishing Yuanshi Tianzuan, who even confronted Tongtian Jiaozhu with inquiries. Yuanshi Tianzuan's message was unmistakable. What do you mean by this, Tongtian? Is this how you accept disciples? As a revered sage of the heavenly Dao, one of the 3 pure ones, how could you be so indiscriminate in your selection? What becomes of our dignity? What of the sanctity of the sage's authority? Are you unaware that the Dao must not be transmitted lightly? In response to Yuanshi Tianzuan's reproach, Tongtian boldly asserted that the doctrine of the Jie sect was to seize a sliver of opportunity. He claimed that he would impart teachings to all who sought them, providing a chance for all beings, a manifestation of great merit. However, Tongtian's rationale only incited greater ire in Yuanshi Tianzuan, who believed that the realm of cultivation should adhere to the principle of survival of the fittest. If everyone were equal and all were like dragons, would chaos not ensue in the primordial world? Tongtian's actions were, in his eyes, a defiance of celestial order. In response to Yuanshi's denial of his path, Tongtian's anger flared, and he pointed an accusatory finger at Yuanshi, declaring him selfish and indifferent, viewing sentient beings as mere ants, unworthy of the title of sage. As a result, the 2 brothers nearly came to blows, only for Laozi to intervene and mediate, which ultimately quelled their dispute. However, this altercation sowed seeds of discord between them. Following the conclusion of the assessment, under the guidance of Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu, the territories of the 2 sects were delineated with remarkable clarity, leaving no trace of their shared lineage. Indeed, disciples from both sects occasionally clashed, resulting in physical confrontations. Nevertheless, whether from the Chan sect or the Jie sect, despite frequent conflicts, they all remained novices, primarily focused on cultivation. Thus, their disagreements, while present, were not severe. Another matter that stirred considerable upheaval within both the Chan and Jie sects concerned Lin Hao. What? Lin Hao? The very human lad who nearly perished beneath the Taiqing Palace? He was actually taken as a disciple by the Grand Master? How could this be possible? It is inconceivable. He is merely a lowly human. What merit does he possess? You may not be aware, but it is said that on the day the Taiji diagram manifested, exerting pressure across the entire Kunlun mountain, it was specifically summoned by the Grand Master for Lin Hao. Truly enviable. Indeed, to have the Grand Master, the foremost of the 3 pure ones, personally acknowledge him as a true disciple is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. This is indeed an incredible piece of luck. I cannot fathom what capabilities Lin Hao possesses that would warrant such attention from the Grand Master. I have heard that Lin Hao, while on the steps beneath the Taiqing Palace, comprehended the principles of yin and yang and even evolved the Taiji, which caught the Grand Master's eye. How can this be? How could a mere earth immortal grasp the principles of yin and yang and evolve Taiji? Exactly. Why should that be? Regarding Lin Hao, whether among the newly initiated disciples of the Chan sect or the Jie sect, upon hearing this news, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Among these disciples were those who had aspired to join the Taiqing sect, and upon learning that a mere human had succeeded in apprenticeship and was accepted as a direct disciple, their faces twisted in incredulity. Why is this so? What makes him worthy? Are not they all more qualified and advanced in cultivation than that human lad? In fact, many among them are innate beings, as innate divine beings. To be outshone by a lowly postnatal human is a profound affront to their dignity, particularly among the most distinguished disciples of both sects in this assessment. Such as the 12 from the Chan sect, they were recognized as true disciples of Yuanshi Tianzuan, honored with the title of the 12 Golden Immortals, thus receiving ample prestige and glory. It is precisely for this reason that Guang Qingzi and the other 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect felt aggrieved towards Lin Hao. Conversely, in the Jie sect, the discontent regarding Lin Hao is even more pronounced, as the Jie sect harbors numerous disciples, hailing from diverse clans. Yet many remain merely outer disciples or registered disciples. In the eyes of these Jie disciples, Lin Hao, being merely a human, devoid of the innate qualities they possess, has no rightful claim to be the Grand Master's personal disciple. It remains unclear whether it was intentional or incidental, or perhaps incited by newcomers. But the discord between the Chan and Jie sects suddenly shifted its focus onto Lin Hao. Thus, under the instigation of others, many disciples from the two sects arrived at the lineage of Taiqing, seeking to challenge Lin Hao. Chapter 10. Comprehending the Grand Mysteries. A challenge from the celestial beings of two sects. Lin Hao, come forth. Lin Hao, as a mere human, what qualifications do you possess to be the true disciple of the Grand Master? Hurry and show yourself. I, a humble Taoist, challenge you. Lin Hao, as a distinguished true disciple of the Taiji lineage, do you dare to cower like a tortoise? At this moment, outside Lin Hao's Taoist temple, hundreds had gathered, consisting of disciples from both the Chan and Jie sects, all clamoring for Lin Hao's attention. However, these celestial beings were aware of their boundaries. They did not recklessly invade his sanctum, for they merely sought to issue a challenge. To barge into his domain would escalate matters considerably. This cannot stand. I must report this to my master. The commotion caused by the Chan and Jie disciples had also reached Xuandu, who was alarmed yet powerless to intervene due to their sheer numbers. He could only seek out Laozi. Within the Taiqing Palace, Laozi sat cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed. Before Xuandu could articulate the situation, Laozi spoke calmly. There is no need for your concern. Your second junior brother's temperament differs from yours, as does his path. He requires trials, and this presents an opportunity for him. A thought lingered unspoken in Laozi's mind. He was also curious to see how Lin Hao would respond to this challenge. Outside Lin Hao's temple, the gathering of hundreds of Chan and Jie disciples continued their raucous outcry. Lin Hao, disturbed from his training and meditation within, felt a surge of irritation. He had been diligently practicing the Taiji celestial techniques, having firmly established his earth immortal realm, and had extracted 20 fragments of spatial laws, achieving a comprehension rate of 1%. Not only that, but he had also gained insights into certain mystical techniques from the Taiji celestial techniques, such as the Taiji celestial thunder and one of the 36 grand mysteries, the inversion of yin and yang and the compressing of space. Originally, such grand mysteries were beyond the reach of a mere earth immortal like him. Yet with the aid of his special vision, an eye for the Dao, he could easily grasp the Taiji celestial techniques by extracting a few fragments of the thunder laws. The compressing of space was an advanced version of shrinking distances, proving invaluable in combat or when fleeing. While mastering this technique typically required a profound understanding of spatial laws, it posed no difficulty for Lin Hao. As for the inversion of yin and yang, he had already grasped the principles of yin and yang and further comprehended the way of Taiji, thus enabling him to cultivate this grand mystery. His urgency to cultivate these techniques stemmed from a fundamental belief. On the path of cultivation, possessing means of self-preservation is essential. Even disciples of saints cannot claim complete safety. The vastness of the primordial world is rife with peril. Once his cultivation advanced, he would inevitably venture forth, and having more trump cards could never be detrimental. Moreover, understanding his own Tao was not something that could be achieved in haste. Nevertheless, Lin Hao was not inclined to emerge from his retreat. He intended to continue his cultivation, striving to elevate his prowess and ultimately grasp his own Dao. Unexpectedly, Lin Hao found himself embroiled in conflict despite his diligent cultivation, which incited a wave of irritation within him. How vexing! Were these individuals truly so idle that they could not devote themselves to their own training? Enraged, Lin Hao ceased his practice and exited his cave dwelling. He had no desire to instigate trouble, as his primary focus was on cultivation. However, he was unprepared for the audacity of these individuals to confront him and issue a challenge. Upon stepping outside, Lin Hao beheld a throng of several hundred individuals gathered outside the dojo, the majority of whom belonged to the sect of interception, a motley assortment that, from his discerning perspective, could be described as a collection of misfits. At the forefront stood a dozen or so figures, distinguished by their impressive demeanor. Their cultivation levels were inscrutable to Lin Hao, yet he surmised that they were likely celestial beings or even true immortals. What is your intent? Lin Hao's gaze was piercing, his demeanor unyielding and devoid of trepidation. As he emerged, the crowd scrutinized him, most with palpable hostility, mingled with envy and curiosity. Among those at the front, several Taoist practitioners exchanged glances, and one stepped forward with a disdainful snort. Humph, Lin Hao, you are merely a human, a mere mortal at that. Yet you have been accepted as a true disciple by our esteemed master. I cannot accept this and have come to challenge you. And who might you be? Lin Hao retorted, fixing his gaze upon the speaker, a middle-aged Taoist with a long beard and an unremarkable appearance, yet exuding an air of arrogance. I am Qi Jingzi, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. With an air of pride, Qi Jingzi stepped forward, as if this title were a mark of honor. The mention of the 12 golden immortals caused the other Taoists beside him to raise their heads in pride. And Lin Hao needed no further conjecture to realize that these individuals were likely from the Chan sect as well. Conversely, a group of individuals with a markedly different demeanor scoffed in disdain. The 12 golden immortals? Huh, what a farce. They truly consider themselves formidable practitioners. One remarked. Look at their cultivation levels. They have barely scratched the surface, merely celestial beings and true immortals at best. Yet they flaunt their status as if they were the greatest of powers. The disciples of the Interception sect held the Chan sect practitioners in contempt, particularly for their ostentatiousness. Among them was a stunning woman clad in a golden gown, adorned with a golden crown, radiating elegance. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Enough of this clamor. Let us allow these Chan sect individuals to test their mettle. I am curious to see what prowess Lin Hao possesses that warrants him being accepted as a true disciple by our master." "Indeed, I too wish to know," echoed another. Her interest piqued. "He is merely a human, seemingly unremarkable. I find it puzzling." Flanking the golden-gowned woman were two other exquisite ladies, each displaying similar intrigue. Nearby, a group of Taoists of various appearances cast envious and scornful glances at Lin Hao, unable to suppress their derision. "What is so remarkable about him? He simply stumbled upon good fortune," one remarked. "Honestly, I say to you all, you will all be silent." The woman in the golden dress let out a cold huff, her gaze sweeping over the dozen or so disciples of the. In a frosty tone, she remarked, "As for Lin Hao, I cannot say, but his ascension to the true teachings of the human sect is the decision of my esteemed master. Are you questioning the sage? Do not invite trouble upon yourselves." Upon hearing her words, the disciples of the instantly fell silent. They might dare to question Lin Hao, yet they would not challenge the old master of Taiqing, for fear that an inadvertent misstep could invoke their master's wrath. Humph, a bunch of feathered and horned creatures. I truly wonder what the third uncle thinks, having accepted such garbage that has turned our Kunlun Mountain into a den of chaos. The disciples of the harbored a deep disdain for these members, yet they were too indifferent to engage with such lowly beings. Their purpose this time was Lin Hao. With a fierce glare directed at the disciples, Qi Jingzi shifted his focus to Lin Hao, coldly stating, "Lin Hao, do you dare accept my challenge? What is there to fear?" At this moment, Lin Hao could not afford to retreat. "Very well, you show some spirit. However, you are merely a terrestrial immortal. While I have already attained the mid-stage of celestial immortality, I shall not take advantage of you. I will not employ defenses, nor will I use magical artifacts. And I shall even allow you to strike first." Qi Jingzi looked down from his elevated position, his gaze dripping with disdain. Chapter 11. A swift defeat for Qi Jingzi. "This is my qualification as Lin Hao. Qi Jingzi, why do you put on such airs? Is it merely your superior cultivation that gives you such confidence? You stand defenseless, without invoking your treasures. How audacious of you to boast so brazenly. Do not be surprised when you find yourself humiliated in defeat. A dignified golden immortal of the Chan sect, losing to an earth immortal. How I would relish witnessing such a spectacle. I find myself fervently wishing for Lin Hao to thoroughly dominate this Chan sect immortal. In the eyes of the GS sect disciples, Qi Jingxi's behavior is nothing short of arrogance, particularly his lofty demeanor and disdainful expression, which they find utterly detestable. Do you think I would lose? A laughable notion. In response to the scornful mockery from the GS sect, Qi Jingxi merely scoffs. How could he possibly lose? As a golden immortal of the Chan sect, he is of a higher realm than his opponent. Defeat is inconceivable. Enough chatter, let us commence. Qi Jingxi coldly commanded Lin Hao. Very well, I shall not hold back. Lin Hao responded, finding Qi Jingxi's bravado somewhat amusing. He was not incensed, but rather bemused by Qi Jingxi's mindset. With a mere thought, the surrounding spatial power surged, and he utilized the technique of concealment and compression, stepping forth to vanish from the arena. This technique, one of the 36 divine abilities, allows the adept to traverse space as if teleporting, defying the very notion of speed, leaving no trace behind. Upon witnessing Lin Hao's sudden disappearance, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. Even the revered Jin Ling Holy Mother, Wu Dang Holy Mother, Gui Ling Holy Mother, and other high-ranking Chan sect immortals failed to notice, let alone the members of the other two sections. This is perilous. However, Qi Jingxi, possessing the cultivation of a celestial immortal, sensed the danger the moment Lin Hao vanished. Instinctively, he summoned his defenses and prepared to invoke his treasures. This was a reflexive action in the face of impending peril. Too late. Just then, a chilling voice echoed, and Qi Jingxi felt a flash before his eyes, as if the entire cosmos had been reduced to black and white. In that instant, all present perceived a disruption in the order of the universe. The sun and moon were rendered chaotic, light shunned from the day, and shadows suffocated the night, as all things reversed, and the very fabric of reality was upended. As the one directly involved, Qi Jingxi felt his thoughts spiral into disarray, his essence destabilized, akin to an imbalance of yin and yang, with even his blood flowing in reverse. The sensation was utterly harrowing. Lin Hao, with a cold smile, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Qi Jingxi's face. Infused with the power of the yin-yang laws, the force of the blow sent Qi Jingxi hurtling through the air, his visage alternating between black and white as the law's energy permeated him, crashing him down from afar. Is this the extent of your prowess? You hold back from me? Lin Hao remained composed, his gaze tranquil, clad in white like freshly fallen snow, standing proudly amidst the chaos, not even sparing Qi Jingxi a glance. His indifference resembled one casually discarding refuse. Yet the onlookers were anything but calm. The atmosphere erupted into a frenzy. Oh, the great master of profound arts, reversing the yin and yang. How is this possible? The disciples of various sects present, though recently initiated, have naturally broadened their horizons upon entering the sanctified teachings. Among them are the revered figures such as the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Unmatched Holy Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, as well as the esteemed celestial beings like Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren. Although their cultivation levels are not particularly high at present and their mastery of divine arts is limited, they are nonetheless aware of the 36 great divine arts. Thus, it is no wonder that these disciples from the two sects gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. It is inconceivable. How could a mere earth immortal comprehend such divine arts? This is utterly impossible. As for Qi Jingxi, he was completely dumbfounded, lying on the ground with a lethargic aura, his gaze vacant. At that moment, his face was utterly disfigured, swollen like that of a pig, and under the influence of the yin-yang laws. It displayed an uncanny black and white spectrum, continuously contorting his features. There is indeed nothing impossible. The great cycle consists of 50 in the great derivation and 49 in the heavenly derivation. Beneath the vastness of the Tao, there lies a slender thread of opportunity. Though I belong to the human race and my foundations may not match those present, I possess an innate understanding that defies the heavens, along with a natural affinity for the laws of the cosmos, enabling me to effortlessly grasp the power of these laws. I am aware that those present may harbor doubts about my worthiness, questioning why a mere postnatal human should be accepted as a true disciple by a sage. Yet the truth remains. I have succeeded in comprehending the essence of Tai Chi beneath the Taiqing Palace. Can any of you claim the same? This is not mere fortune. It is my genuine capability. Just as I have grasped two divine arts within less than a century of cultivation, reversing yin and yang and the art of compressing space, I possess insights into both the yin-yang laws and the spatial laws that far exceed my peers. You question my qualifications? This is my qualification, Lin Hao. Who else dares to challenge me? Lin Hao's voice grew ever louder, each word striking at the hearts of those gathered. His gaze was profound, sweeping across the assembly, and in that moment, his diminutive figure appeared remarkably imposing. A natural affinity for the laws of the cosmos? How is this possible? Not only has he comprehended Tai Chi, but he has also delved deeply into 4 different laws, mastering 2 divine arts. My heavens, is he truly an earth immortal? Indeed, it seems that even an ordinary true immortal or golden immortal would find such feats insurmountable, let alone those of innate divine origin. It must be said, Lin Hao's declaration left most of the assembly awestruck. Those who had previously looked down upon him, filled with envy and resentment, now fell silent. They found themselves at a loss for words to counter his assertions. Just as Lin Hao had stated, regardless of his origins, being able to comprehend 4 laws, the Dao of Tai Chi, and 2 divine arts at the earth immortal level already surpasses 99% of cultivators in the primordial world. If his claims are true, such innate talent may very well rival that of the innate divine beings. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother's eyelids twitched, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Beside them, the revered Holy Mother of No Obstruction, the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit, and numerous celestial beings of the remained silent, while others appeared utterly contorted in expression. On the side of the Chan teaching, every individual wore a countenance of profound shock. Yet, the more Lin Hao articulated his thoughts, the more intolerable it became for them to accept. By what right could one of such humble origins possess such profound insight? It was utterly unjust. How infuriating! We, as true immortals of fortune and virtue, have even received praise from our master for our intelligence, with a future deemed limitless. Yet we cannot achieve such feats. By what right does he claim this? I refuse to accept it. Aside from the dazed Qi Jingzi, the present celestial beings of the Chan teaching, including Tai Jinren, Zhu Lushun, Pu Xian Jinren, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan, bore expressions marred by discontent. They ceased their mockery. Yet it was evident to all that jealousy writhed upon their faces. Chapter 12. The conviction of the true transmission and the conflict of the 2 teachings. Who else seeks a battle? I, Lin Hao, shall accompany you to the end. Lin Hao proclaimed with fervor, his aura surging mightily. Despite his modest cultivation, his imposing presence overwhelmed the assembly. In that moment, many disciples from the 2 teachings were rendered speechless by Lin Hao's formidable spirit. Even the Golden Spirit Matriarch appeared momentarily dazed, though she quickly regained her composure. Casting a complex gaze upon Lin Hao, Junior brother Lin Hao, do not misconstrue our intentions. We have come here merely to verify the rumors regarding your prowess. Having witnessed your capabilities firsthand, it is evident that your talent and character command our admiration. Having comprehended numerous principles and mastered 4 divine abilities, all within the realm of terrestrial immortals, and after merely a century of practice, Lin Hao's exceptional aptitude left the Golden Spirit Matriarch without grounds for dissent. The matriarchs of the Wudong and Turtle Spirit also adopted solemn expressions. Indeed, a terrestrial immortal challenging a celestial immortal, wielding several divine abilities, undeniably underscored our underestimation of Junior brother Lin Hao. Junior brother Lin Hao, you have substantiated your abilities to us, and you undoubtedly merit the title of true transmission, at the very least surpassing certain others. The 3 women exchanged glances, particularly directing a look of disdain towards the disciples of the Chan teaching, especially towards Qi Jingzi. Their contempt unmistakable. As true transmissions of they were bold in their assertions. Previously, their skepticism towards Lin Hao had been justified. But now that he had demonstrated his strength, what grounds remained for their dissent? These 3 matriarchs, having undergone the entrance examination, were directly accepted as personal disciples by the Tongtian Patriarch, attaining a status second only to that of Duobao within the sect. When the 3 true transmissions spoke, the rest of the disciples, even those harboring resentment, dared not refute them, relegated to silent grumbling instead, which only drew the ire of the Chan disciples. However, despite the elevated status of these 3 true transmissions, dissent still lingered. This was exemplified by the long-eared and bright-eyed immortal, one of the 7 attendants appointed by the Tongtian Patriarch, who coldly interjected, "Sisters, what do you mean by this? As proud disciples of how can we apologize to disciples of another sect? Indeed, we have come here to challenge him. Although this human youth has astonished us, it offers no justification for our retreat. Sisters, your actions are a disgrace to the dignity of our." Alongside long-eared and bright-eyed immortal, other disciples such as Jiashou Immortal, Jingguang Immortal, and Lingya Immortal voiced their objections. Though not true transmissions, they were inner disciples of considerable standing, unafraid of the 3 matriarchs. "Fools, what are you saying?" The expressions of the Golden Spirit Matriarch and her companions shifted dramatically, glaring at long-eared and bright-eyed immortal. We are here purely out of curiosity to understand why Lin Hao, a mere human, has been accepted as a true transmission by the Grandmaster. Even if we were to challenge him, it would be a mere exchange among peers. We have done nothing wrong. Why should we apologize to him? Indeed, esteemed sisters, must we, the disciples of the Zhejiao, endure such indignities? Should word of this spread, would it not be said that our sect's disciples are inferior to others? Humph, setting aside whether we are at fault, even if we were, we would resolve it ourselves without burdening you, dear sisters. The long-eared disciples spoke coldly, harboring resentment that the three revered maidens had been accepted as true disciples by the primordial master. They questioned, what merit do they possess that warrants such an honor? Our own talents are no less than theirs, so why are we relegated to mere inner disciples? They could tolerate this. But why should these three deign to lower themselves before them? They looked down upon the mere mortals of the human race, believing that even if one possessed great insight, it was merely a stroke of luck, rendering them still beneath notice, fit only to serve as sustenance. Humph, if you are dissatisfied, you are welcome to challenge us. We shall not impede you. However, Long Ear, do not blame me for not forewarning you. Should you falter, it would be a disgrace to our Zhejiao. One remarked. Indeed, relying on your noble lineage to belittle others, if you are truly capable, demonstrate your mastery of multiple laws. Can you embody the principles of Tai Chi and inherit the teachings of our esteemed master? I perceive nothing but jealousy in your words. Sister Jinling. Pay them no heed. The Jinling saintess and her companions were not merely inclined to assist Lin Hao. They too felt repulsed by the 7 attendants. Although the 7 attendants had not been in the fold long, it was evident to them that the majority of their character was exceedingly vile. Akin to the dregs of the cultivation world, they were baffled as to how their master could accept such detritus. At that moment, Tai Jinren interjected with a sardonic laugh. I concur with the sentiments expressed by the long-eared disciples. Even if Lin Hao possesses some innate gifts, what significance does that hold? Those present here, who lacks extraordinary talent. Indeed, our purpose in coming here is merely to understand Brother Lin Hao. After all, who does not know that the human race is a creation of Nuwa, inherently frail and of lowly aptitude, struggling even to attain immortality? Now, he suddenly ascends to become a disciple of a saint. Does this not pique our curiosity? Humph, I perceive nothing but cowardice among you. Jinling, if your courage is so scant, it would be best for you to depart and spare us further embarrassment. One scoffed. Indeed, you dare to claim the mantle of true disciples of the Zhejiao, yet here you stand, outmatched by mere earth immortals. I feel a flush of shame on your behalf. The Guling saintess added, her words sharp and unyielding. With a derisive grin, the Wu-Dang saintess offered little in words, but let her scornful expression speak volumes. Meanwhile, observing that the 3 true disciples of the Zhejiao showed no inclination to challenge him, Lin Hao exhaled in relief. He could not discern the true cultivation levels of these 3 disciples of the, yet he sensed their formidable prowess, which surely transcended mere celestial immortality, imposing upon him considerable pressure. Nevertheless, as he was merely at the onset of his own cultivation journey, Lin Hao was confident that, given time and with the aid of his insightful perspective, he would inevitably surpass these true disciples of, and even exceed the likes of Xuandu, Taobao, and Guangchengzi, the foremost among them. Chapter 13. Comprehending the Yin-Yang Sword Technique, a moment to vanquish the celestial of the at this moment, within the Taiqing Palace. A shimmering water screen projected the scene outside Lin Hao's dojo. Laozi sat cross-legged on a mat, quietly observing the unfolding imagery, nodding in satisfaction. In merely a century, he has comprehended 3 grand supernatural abilities. My choice indeed seems fortuitous. I never imagined that my second disciple would possess such extraordinary talent, despite merely being a terrestrial immortal. In stark contrast, Xuandu was profoundly astonished. To grasp 3 grand supernatural abilities at the level of a terrestrial immortal, and to effortlessly vanquish the formidable Qijingzi, who was of a higher realm, was nothing short of miraculous. However, it appears that my disciple may soon face formidable challenges. Master, should I intervene? Xuandu turned his gaze towards Laozi. Let us observe for now, Laozi replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Outside the dojo, Lin Hao remained oblivious to Laozi's scrutiny. He scanned the crowd, addressing them directly. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me? If not, you may depart. Do not disturb my cultivation. To be candid, Lin Hao held little disdain for such trivial conflicts. To him, it was a far better use of time to engage in earnest cultivation rather than indulge in pointless skirmishes. Of course, this was not a reflection of his reluctance. His character was simply not inclined to instigate conflict, yet he was no coward either. Pathetic fools. I shall take my turn. As Lin Hao's words echoed, a a towering figure emerged from the ranks of the. This individual bore flowing golden hair, elongated fangs, and exuded an overwhelming aura of vitality, advancing with the ferocity of a predatory beast. Jiejia, from I am the Golden Light Immortal, I seek your guidance. The golden-haired creature grinned maliciously. Lin Hao, I welcome your challenge. Lin Hao clasped his fists, his expression unperturbed, reflecting on the Golden Light Immortal's past. He recalled that this being was an ancient savage beast, the golden-furred hound, renowned for its formidable physique and infamy during the Fengshan era, later subdued by the Buddhist sect and reduced to a steed of guanyin. Though the Golden Light Immortal's current cultivation was not particularly high, he was still a late-stage celestial immortal, superior to Qijingzi, and indeed worthy of being one of the 7 celestial attendants. Yet, Lin Hao felt no trepidation. On the contrary, his gaze was imbued with scorn. The disdain in Lin Hao's eyes did not escape the notice of the Golden Light Immortal, inciting a surge of fury within him. You seek death. Boom. In a fit of rage, the Golden Light Immortal unleashed his full power, his form expanding rapidly until he transformed into a colossal beast, hundreds of feet tall, cloaked in golden fur, with 4 menacing fangs and a fearsome countenance. Instantaneously, the atmosphere grew oppressive, as the natural intimidation of a savage beast weighed upon all present. Even the fellow celestial attendants, such as the long-eared Jingguang Immortal, felt a tightening of their brows at the sight of the Golden Light Immortal's transformation. Humph, truly a creature born of filth. How barbaric. Upon witnessing the true form of the Golden Light Immortal, the likes of Tai Jinren displayed clear disdain upon their faces. Come forth and meet your end. Boom. The Golden Light Immortal transformed into its true form, exuding a terrifying aura of ferocity. Its colossal claws loomed like mountains, emanating overwhelming bloodlust as they struck towards Lin Hao, devoid of any divine techniques. Even Lin Hao could not help but scoff at the scene, though he was not surprised. After all, they were all new to the sect, and it was unlikely that even the disciples of the other 2 teachings had mastered any divine arts. Nevertheless, Lin Hao had to concede that the Golden Light Immortal was indeed extraordinary. Its physical form and blood essence were far beyond what an ordinary heavenly being could withstand. Of course, this did not include himself. With a swift motion, he employed the techniques of shrinking the abyss and reversing yin and yang. In an instant, Lin Hao appeared behind the Golden Light Immortal, channeling the power of the yin-yang laws directly into its body. Instantly, the Golden Light Immortal began to howl in agony, its crimson eyes revealing a glimmer of suffering. However, compared to Qijingzi, the Golden Light Immortal's physical form was immensely robust, boasting a far superior defensive capability. Noticing this, Lin Hao furrowed his brow, suddenly struck by a thought. He extracted the principles of the Sword Dao. As Lin Hao activated his insightful eye, the entire realm seemed to transform, and a multitude of laws manifested before him. Soon, he located the Sword Dao among these celestial principles. It was neither an innate primordial law nor a postnatal path. This law had no upper limit, and its fragments were somewhat nebulous. However, Lin Hao had no time for meticulous study at this moment. With a mere thought, he extracted numerous runes of law, transforming them into comprehension. Yin-yang sword, cleave for me. In an instant, a terrifying beam of sword light erupted from Lin Hao's hand, interweaving the forces of yin and yang. As the sword light was unleashed, all present felt a tremor in their souls, sensing the heavens and earth shatter into realms of darkness and daylight. The Golden Light Immortal emitted a horrific scream as its massive beastly form was sent hurtling away, crashing violently into the distance. Upon closer inspection, a vast fissure marred the Golden Light Immortal's chest, golden blood gushing forth, while the forces of yin and yang, along with sword energy, wreaked havoc within its body. What? How? Is this possible? Instantaneously defeated, once again by a single strike? No, that is not the crux of the matter. The most critical point is that it appeared he had just utilized the Sword Dao. Indeed, the Sword Dao. What a terrifying sword intent. He must have truly grasped the principles of the Sword Dao. My heavens, not only has he comprehended 4 types of laws, including the way of Taiji, but now he has also mastered the Sword Dao. This, with the emergence of a single sword, the audience was left in shock, particularly the disciples of the. It is well known that the disciples of often practice the Sword Dao, figures like the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Thoughts, and the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit possess considerable expertise in this realm, or they would not have been accepted as true disciples by the celestial teacher. Yet now, these 3 esteemed disciples have stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. Sword intent, the principles of the sword, and the integration of yin-yang laws into the Sword Dao, just how profound was his mastery of the sword Dao. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit found her breath quickening. On the contrary, the disciples of the teaching of the divine were dismissive. The Taoist master Tai scoffed derisively, remarking, "Merely a ferocious beast, devoid of any mastery over the Dao or supernatural powers, relying solely on brute force. It is no wonder it remains undefeated. What is there to be astonished about? Truly, such creatures of lowly origin are feeble and easily toppled. It is utterly baffling how such trash could earn the esteem of our esteemed third master." Although their target today was Lin Hao, they had no qualms about striking the teaching of the interception when it was down. Particularly, Qi Jingzi, who had previously boasted only to be swiftly defeated by Lin Hao in one fell swoop, felt utterly humiliated. However, upon witnessing the golden light immortal also fall in an instant, he was revitalized, finding solace in his own misfortune. He had been careless and lost, given another chance. He might not suffer the same fate. If the disciples of your two teachings possess such meager abilities, then I suggest you take your leave. Defeating the golden light immortal held no surprise for Lin Hao, who stood proudly, his gaze contemptuous of all present. Chapter 14. A breakthrough in cultivation. Undaunted by all in the arena, the only ones who instilled a sense of trepidation in Lin Hao were the three true disciples of the. After all, these three possessed the formidable cultivation of true immortals, their foundations deeply entrenched, and their prowess exceedingly high. However, Lin Hao himself was not without his trump cards. Let us not forget that Laozi's diamond cutter was firmly in his grasp. In a critical moment, should it be summoned, unless the adversary possessed a treasure of equal caliber, they would inevitably be swept aside. Such audacity was intolerable. Unable to restrain himself, Lin Hao declared, "Let me take the stage." His indifference incited the ire of the disciples present from both sections. Particularly, the long-eared Dinging Immortal and Jia Shou Immortal, both attendants of the seven immortals, were incensed. Lin Hao had effortlessly dispatched the golden light immortal with a single move, and now dared to look down upon them with such disdain. If they did not retaliate, would it not imply that even the attendants of the seven immortals were cowed? Since that is the case, let all of you, the attendants of the seven immortals, come forth together. And you disciples of the, cease your veiled mockery. This humble monk has much cultivation to pursue and no time for idle chatter. Join me as well. Lin Hao, disinterested in engaging these individuals in trivial banter, prioritized his time for cultivation. The vast wilderness awaited his exploration, and he intended to enhance his skills before embarking on a grand journey. Boom. Lin Hao's brazen words ignited an uproar throughout the arena. Arrogance. Hubris. One individual challenged us all. Lin Hao, who do you think you are to presume such audacity? Infuriatingly arrogant. I have never witnessed such conceit. Enough is enough. I must teach him a lesson today. In an instant, the crowd surged with fervor, a palpable wave of indignation sweeping through, as if the very air were ablaze. It is crucial to note that there were hundreds of disciples from both sects present, many merely spectators. Yet even they felt the sting of Lin Hao's provocation. They had seen arrogance before, but never of this magnitude. A mere earth immortal, the lowest tier among the three teachings, and a physically frail human dared to declare a challenge to them all. This audacious fellow, even the Golden Spirit Mother, the Wudong Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Mother, the three true disciples of, widened their eyes in disbelief, their expressions darkening. This was indeed excessive. And so what? Do you not look down upon me, Lin Hao? Do you disdain my human heritage, holding yourselves in superiority, refusing to regard me with any respect? I say to you, having attained the status of a sage's disciple, you ought to feel a sense of pride and honor. As disciples of sages, your conduct should embody integrity and decorum, lest you bring shame upon the sage's name. Yet what do I see? You are all arrogant and domineering, neglecting your own cultivation, engrossed only in internecine strife, consumed by jealousy, a veritable collection of refuse. In the face of such refuse, why should I, Lin Hao, show any courtesy? Let them be arrogant, so be it. Those who dare to challenge, come forth. Today, allow me to impart the genuine teachings and administer a fitting lesson, so you may comprehend what it truly means to be a worthy disciple of a sage. With a thunderous step, Lin Hao advanced, his aura surging as the power of devouring laws manifested. Above him, a colossal vortex emerged, drawing forth torrents of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth. Throughout a century of cultivation, he had already extracted fragments of the law of time, attaining a certain understanding of its principles, poised at the brink of transcending to the celestial immortal realm. Yet, he had previously refrained from hastening this breakthrough, intending instead to refine his foundation within the earth immortal tier. Now, circumstances dictated that he must ascend. As the spiritual energy flooded into his being, the barriers of his cultivation crumbled instantaneously, and his aura began to rise anew. Early celestial immortal, mid-celestial immortal, late celestial immortal, pinnacle celestial immortal. With a resounding boom, not merely a breakthrough, but a leap to the apex. Lin Hao chose not to suppress this transformation, viewing such an elevation as unnecessary. After all, possessing the eye of insight, he lacked nothing in terms of understanding the laws. As long as his comprehension was profound enough, he could gradually assimilate the accumulated power of his realm post-breakthrough. In essence, the path of cultivation is about the way. The laws are merely the manifestation of this way in a lower dimension, while the accumulation of magical power within a realm is secondary. At the moment Lin Hao reached the pinnacle of the celestial immortal realm, his aura erupted, overwhelming the surroundings with an oppressive force magnified 100-fold. In that instant, he seemed to merge with the cosmos, and the extraordinary phenomena surrounding his breakthrough plunged the entire arena into an eerie silence. Indeed, it was a profound silence. Be it disciples of the way of the teaching or the way of the interception, all were agape, as if witnessing something utterly unfathomable. As moments ticked by, the atmosphere erupted. Could it be? Did he truly break through into such a significant realm? The pinnacle of the celestial immortal? This is inconceivable. Is this some jest, or am I merely hallucinating? It cannot be. I have heard that Lin Hao, during the assessment at the Taiqing Palace, was not even a celestial being, but had only broken through to earth immortal through sudden enlightenment. How could he leap to the celestial immortal realm in merely a century, and ascend directly to its zenith? Who could remain composed? No one could maintain their tranquility. Who has ever witnessed such a series of advancements? In the realm of cultivation, does one not progress step by step? No matter how exceptional one's talent or abundant the resources, each minor realm must be traversed sequentially. After all, even innate divinities require comprehension to transcend their boundaries. Without understanding, how can one possibly break through? Yet, what were they witnessing? Suddenly, a voice rang out amidst the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. A young Taoist clad in a green robe, his hair disheveled and secured with wooden pins, bore a look of astonishment, quickly replaced by a cold smirk. He proclaimed loudly, "Do not be intimidated by his display. Continuous breakthroughs are simply impossible. I surmise he must have consumed elixirs bestowed by a grandmaster. It is rumored that the 9-turn golden pill, concocted by the esteemed master, possesses the power to enable one to transcend the great Luo. With the master's profound expertise in alchemy, facilitating a mere earthly immortal's ascension to the celestial realm would surely be a trivial endeavor." Ha ha, young Lin Hao, have you been seen through by this humble Taoist? I, the Jade Ding real person, am indeed most astute. Upon uttering these words, the Jade Ding real person burst into laughter, his face adorned with an expression of pride. How enlightening. Brother Jade Ding speaks with great wisdom. We were almost deceived by this young lad. It turns out he merely consumed a pill. I had thought his talents were extraordinarily monstrous, which nearly frightened me to death. Goodness, I was on the verge of retreating, only to realize I had been tricked by this fellow. With the Jade Ding real person's declaration, those present displayed expressions of sudden understanding, and even those who harbored doubts preferred to embrace this conclusion. Chapter 15. The astute Yuding Junren and Lin Hao's conquest of the two sects. Haha, young Lin Hao, your schemes have been thoroughly unraveled by this humble Taoist. Let us see how you can still maintain your arrogance. Yuding Junren stroked his beard, a profound smile gracing his features. Observing the realization dawning upon the crowd at his words filled him with immense satisfaction. Indeed, he was the wisest man in all the realms. Is that so? Yuding Junren, you truly are remarkably astute. I am in awe. Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words regarding Yuding Junren. This reminded him of the character Yuding from the past life he had seen in the play The Lotus Lantern, and he noted how closely this Yuding mirrored that character's demeanor. Just as long as you understand. The praise from Lin Hao only deepened the smile upon Yuding Junren's face, utterly oblivious to the irony in being called astute. However, Lin Hao could not be bothered to clarify. Instead, it was fortuitous that these individuals attributed his successive breakthroughs to elixirs, thus sparing him the need to fabricate excuses. Then, Lin Hao surveyed the assembly with a calm gaze and declared, as I have stated before, who among you wishes to challenge me? Come forth together, and let us not squander any more time. At his proclamation, the crowd erupted in anger once again. How infuriating. This fellow has already been seen through, yet he remains so audacious. Huh. To seek attention in such a manner and resort to drugs. Does he not fear for his foundation? Utterly foolish. Lin Hao, I had no intention of confronting you, but your insolence leaves me no choice. Thus, I shall teach you a lesson. I shall step forward. So shall I. I wish to see what qualifications you possess to act so arrogantly. Provoked by such taunts, the disciples from the two sects could no longer hold back, especially since they had initiated this conflict. To be so openly scorned was intolerable. They could not allow Lin Hao to trample upon their dignity. This was particularly true for the 7 celestial attendants of the Jie sect and several golden immortals of the Chan sect. Their purpose in confronting Lin Hao had been to assert their superiority, and they could not abide by the notion of a mere mortal rising to prominence above them. Now, faced with Lin Hao's blatant disdain, their patience wore thin. Boom, boom, boom. The atmosphere surged with power, the oppressive aura of celestial and true immortal realms swirling forth. Vibrant beams of treasure light erupting, with some even summoning their magical artifacts. In an instant, dozens of immortals from the two sects launched their attacks. Tai Zhenren, Yuding Zhenren, Jiu Lushan, Chijingzi, Daoxing Tianzuan, and Qingshu Dao Jinjuan. From the Jie sect, all but Jing Guangxian among the 7 celestial attendants joined the fray. Alongside Ma Yuan and dozens of other Jie sect immortals, their faces contorted with ferocity as they charged toward Lin Hao. Humph, a bunch of worthless trash. Lin Hao scoffed coldly. Had this been before his breakthroughs, he would have regarded these immortals with trepidation, never daring to challenge them all at once. But now, he stood at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. With mastery over the Tai Chi, the Taiqing Divine Thunder, and 2 other formidable techniques. Along with the Yin-Yang Sword Dao, how could he possibly fear these novices who had barely embarked on their path and possessed little in the way of magical artifacts? Taiqing Divine Thunder. Great Devouring Technique. Reversal of Yin and Yang. Subterranean Contraction. This time, Lin Hao held nothing back, unleashing his Taoist magic with fervor. With a single step, he traversed the void, akin to a wraith. In an instant, it felt as though the sky had turned to darkness, and the balance of Yin and Yang was upended, even causing the very essence within to tremble as blood surged backward. Subsequently, Lin Hao appeared beside a celestial of the, striking down with his palm as if an ancient divine mountain had descended, sending the celestial flying. In a flash, Lin Hao shifted again, arriving next to the Jiaxiu celestial, his sword radiating brilliance, intertwining with the forces of Yin and Yang. Before Jiaxiu could react, he was pierced through. This was merely the beginning. Like a specter, Lin Hao darted through the crowd, impervious to the myriad Taoist techniques and magical treasures wielded by the celestial beings. None could grasp the hem of his garment. Soon, Tai Zhenren, Zhu Lusan, Ma Yuan, Pai Lu Xian, Ling Yixian, and Jiangu Xian, whether they were golden immortals of the Chan sect or the 7 celestial attendants, found themselves utterly powerless, each sent sprawling, spewing blood. How could this be? This is impossible. This scene left the disciples who had yet to engage in battle utterly dumbfounded. Even the 3 most esteemed disciples of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, Wudong Holy Mother, and Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, gasped in disbelief. How dare you approach? At that moment, Lin Hao appeared before Qi Jingzi, a malevolent grin upon his face. Before Qi Jingzi could react, a bolt of Taiqing celestial thunder struck him on the head, raining down a torrent of blows. Ah, Lin Hao, you! Qi Jingzi spat a mouthful of blood, glaring furiously at Lin Hao. After sending Qi Jingzi flying, Lin Hao reappeared behind Yuding Zhenren, lifting his right foot to deliver a kick to Yuding's backside. Aren't you clever? Bang! This kick, infused with the power of the thunderous laws, exploded in the void, akin to divine retribution, causing Yuding Zhenren to yelp in agony. Ah, my backside! Yuding Zhenren cried out, his face turning pale. At this juncture, Lin Hao employed the technique of once more, directly manifesting before Chang Er Ding Guangxian, his left hand crackling with thunder, while his right hand wove the laws of Yin and Yang, his sword intent surging forth. Chang Er Ding Guangxian was taken aback, hastily summoning magical treasures for defense and launching a divine spell at Lin Hao. Lin Hao smirked, the power of Taiji above him morphing into a shadow, directly countering Chang Er Ding Guangxian's attack. The thunderous and yin-yang sword struck directly at Chang Er Ding Guangxian. Trash. After unleashing his assault, Lin Hao did not look back, utilizing the technique to vanish once more. Soon after, Ma Yuan, Dao Xing Tianzun, Qing Su Dao de Tianzun, and others were either struck by Lin Hao's Taiqing celestial thunder, their hair disheveled and faces blackened, or pierced by his sword intent, sent flying. This is utterly without resistance. How could this be? Lin Hao is truly terrifying. Even if we were to engage, we would likely find it difficult to cope. In the distance, Golden Spirit Holy Mother and others watching the spectacle gasped, their faces displaying sheer astonishment. This scene is utterly captivating, as one individual dares to challenge a multitude. Among the assembly are the 7 fairies in attendance and several esteemed disciples from the Chan sect. Most notably, despite Lin Hao's recent breakthrough, he remains merely a celestial immortal, while the weakest present are also celestial immortals, with many among them being true immortals. What is even more daunting is that to be accepted as disciples by the 2 sects, one cannot possibly be mediocre. Particularly, the primordial celestial master places great emphasis on one's foundational roots. Thus, to be recognized as a true disciple of the primordial sect. How could the assembled celestial immortals of the Chan sect be lacking in prowess? Suddenly, at that moment, an overwhelming aura of sanctity surged forth from the Jade Purity Palace and the Upper Purity Palace, reverberating throughout the entire Kunlun Mountain. In an instant, all beings within Kunlun were rendered immobile, oppressed by these 2 formidable presences. Lin Hao, along with the celestial immortals from both the Chan and sects engaged in battle with him, were momentarily stunned, ceasing their conflict. Lin Hao swiftly distanced himself from the battlefield, his expression grave as he gazed towards the sanctified abodes of the 2 saints. Chapter 16. The Disturbance of the 2 Saints. The arrival of the Celestial Master. This is inconceivable. How could this be? Simultaneously, within the Jade Clear Palace and the Upper Clear Palace, exclamations of shock resonated. The primordial heavenly sovereign and the Celestial Master abruptly rose from their cushions, their faces betraying expressions of utter disbelief. What jest is this? Their disciples were utterly vanquished by a single newly accepted disciple of this individual? Particularly alarming was the sight of their own pupils being sent flying like refuse with a mere slap and spitting blood from a single sword strike, completely devoid of any means to retaliate. This spectacle caused the faces of the primordial heavenly sovereign and the celestial master to twitch uncontrollably. These celestial beings from the way of the chosen and the way of the interception, who had taken offense at Lin Hao and sought to provoke him, were well known to them, yet they chose to dismiss it, as it was merely a squabble among the younger generation, reminiscent of the frequent conflicts between their disciples. Nevertheless, both of them were eager to understand why the old one had taken on this human disciple, even going so far as to conceal the heavenly secrets for him. What exceptional qualities did this human possess to warrant such treatment? Yet, upon witnessing the events unfold, both the primordial heavenly sovereign and the celestial master found themselves unsettled. The laws of time, space, devouring, yin and yang, thunder, and the essence of Taiji, coupled with 3 forms of divine abilities. And all this achieved within a mere century. Could this truly be the innate talent of a postnatal human? Such giftedness could rival that of the innate divine beings. The primordial heavenly sovereign was profoundly shaken. He was well acquainted with humanity. Only the innate humans had a semblance of foundation, but that was the extent of it. They could not be compared to the innate beings, while postnatal humans were merely mortals, insignificant in essence. Yet now, seeing Lin Hao sweep through the arena, sending his most esteemed disciples flying, the primordial heavenly sovereign felt a burning embarrassment. Even though he understood that the old one had taken this human under his wing and was willing to shield him from heavenly scrutiny, he never anticipated such a prodigious talent to manifest. What a disgrace! And yet, who dared to return to him now? His own disciples, being of the true immortal rank, were thoroughly humiliated by a mere human, and in a one-against-many scenario. Was this not a tremendous slap to his face? Boom! The majestic aura of sanctity descended. A ripple of saintly presence enveloping the arena, instilling a sense of suffocation among all present, including Lin Hao, who felt an overwhelming urge to prostrate himself on the ground. It is the Master. We are doomed. We have provoked the Master. With the echo of this authoritative yet chilling voice, Tai Zhenren, Yuding Zhenren, and the other celestial beings from the way of the chosen turned pale, cold sweat streaming down their brows. They understood the gravity of the situation from the tone alone. As for the reason behind the primordial heavenly sovereign's fury, they needed no further contemplation. Cursed Lin Hao! How could he be so formidable? This is truly a monumental embarrassment. Upon our return, we shall undoubtedly face the Master's wrath. Lin Hao, just wait. We have only begun our journey, have yet to learn any profound techniques, and possess no significant treasures. Next time, we shall surely make you pay. With their humiliation palpable, the group of celestial beings from the way of the chosen departed in disgrace. The remaining celestial beings of the were filled with astonishment and fury, their gazes towards Lin Hao tinged with trepidation. Even the likes of the long-eared Dinging Immortal, the Jiashou Immortal, and the Lingya Immortal wore expressions of malice. Yet, when Lin Hao cast his gaze upon them, they all retreated, unable to approach him. Within the Upper Clear Palace, the mastery of various laws at the Earth Immortal realm was evident, particularly in his swordsmanship. the essence of his sword intent, infused with the principles of yin and yang, unleashed an even more formidable power. This young man, the master of the celestial teachings, eyes sparkled with intensity as he stepped forth, vanishing from the upper clear palace and appearing directly outside Lin Hao's sanctum. Boom! The arrival of a sage, even without a deliberate display of power, emanated an innate sanctity that enveloped the surroundings. In an instant, all present felt as though they were being suppressed by an ancient divine mountain. The master of the celestial teachings stood suspended in the air, his robe billowing in the wind, his gaze profound, resembling a celestial blade poised to rend the heavens and obliterate myriad paths. We pay our respects to our esteemed master. We have seen our master. Upon witnessing the manifestation of the master of the celestial teachings, the celestial beings of the changed countenance and lowered their heads in unison. They had indeed brought great shame upon themselves this time, even avoiding the gaze of the master. The three true disciples, the Golden Spirit Saint Mother, the Wudong Saint Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, wore expressions of embarrassment. Humph! The master of the celestial teachings scoffed, lack of skill, failure to cultivate diligently. And yet you dare to challenge others without considering your own standing. You have tarnished the reputation of the... He turned his gaze towards the three true disciples, speaking coldly. And you three, as senior sisters, how do you guide your junior brothers? Hurry back and reflect upon your actions. If you cannot grasp the principles of my upper clear teachings this time, do not show your faces again. With that, the master of the celestial teachings waved his sleeve, sending the celestial beings away. He then fixed his gaze upon Lin Hao, remaining silent yet observing him intently, as if attempting to see through him. Under the scrutiny of a sage at such close range, Lin Hao felt an immense pressure, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, struggling to maintain his composure. He bowed to the master of the celestial teachings, stating, "Your humble nephew Lin Hao pays his respects to Uncle Master. You are quite impressive." To Lin Hao's surprise, the master of the celestial teachings did not express anger. Rather, he nodded in appreciation as Lin Hao bowed, leaving Lin Hao bewildered. Time, space, devouring, thunder, yin and yang. Tai Chi, you have grasped so many laws in less than a century at the earth immortal realm. Furthermore, you have comprehended sword intent and integrated the principles of yin and yang into your swordsmanship. Can you enlighten me on how you achieve this? The master of the celestial teachings inquired softly. This direct questioning left Lin Hao momentarily at a loss for words, his mind racing to concoct a suitable excuse. Just then, the fabric of the void distorted before him, and an ancient Taoist silently emerged. It was none other than the Grand Master of the Taiji. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Laozi dispelled the intangible aura of intimidation that had enveloped the surroundings. Third brother, what do you mean by this? Are you not aware that each individual possesses their own unique destiny? My disciple has been able to comprehend numerous principles, and regardless of how he attained such understanding, it is indeed his personal fate. Let nature take its course. Why must you inquire further? Laozi's expression remained indifferent, his eyes seemingly embodying the evolution of Taiji. I pay my respects, master. Lin Hao promptly bowed, simultaneously releasing a sigh of relief. Chapter 17. A Delight in the Hunt. Is Tontian sect primarily seeking disciples? Greetings, elder brother. Tontian offered a slight bow to Laozi, yet his expression remained unchanged. Instead, he smiled subtly and remarked, "Why the need for such tension, elder brother? I am merely delighted by the hunt. I trust you have observed that this lad possesses remarkable prowess, having single-handedly vanquished numerous disciples from both the Jie sect and the Chan sect. I dare say even Jean Ling and her companions may not stand a chance against him. Truly, the youth is formidable. Indeed I have seen it. However, dear third brother, do not belittle yourself. The reason this young disciple is able to contend against so many of our kin is merely because they are new to their training and have yet to grasp the teachings. It is not to be taken seriously." Laozi chuckled, his demeanor unaltered, although Lin Hao felt that his master was smiling on the surface while harboring a different sentiment within. Even Tongtian's expression twitched slightly, inwardly cursing the old fellow, thinking, "Revel in your pride, will you?" Ahem. Tongtian cleared his throat, adopting a serious tone as he turned to Laozi, his face now grave. "Might I request, elder brother, that you consider allowing this Lin Hao to join me? I have observed that this young man's swordsmanship is exceptionally refined. He has not only comprehended the essence of sword intent deeply, but has also integrated the principles of yin and yang into his swordplay. Should he dedicate himself to the path of the sword, he is destined for boundless achievements, potentially forging a unique path of his own. I entreat you to ponder this. Dear brother, as you are aware, the physical constitution of humanity poses challenges. Even if this lad possesses extraordinary talent and an exceptional understanding of the laws. He will inevitably encounter obstacles due to his foundation. However, should he focus solely on the sword, the limitations of his roots would become irrelevant. Tongtian's words were remarkably sincere, and for a sage, it was indeed a sacrifice of dignity, as seizing another's disciple, especially one of such potential, is considered a taboo in the Honghuang realm. Lin Hao was taken aback. He had anticipated a cold reception from the Tongtian sect master, yet he was astounded to find him openly vying for him. Tongtian, are you aware of what you were saying? As expected, upon hearing Tongtian's proposal, Laozi's expression darkened immediately. This was Laozi we were discussing. Had it been Yuanshu, he likely would have lost his temper on the spot. Tongtian offered an awkward smile, but quickly regained his composure, stating, "Elder brother, I understand this request may seem excessive. However, it cannot be helped. I am genuinely delighted by the prospect of this Lin Hao inheriting my swordsmanship. Moreover, do you not advocate for following the natural order? In the grand scheme of the heavenly Dao, he is not solely your disciple. Even if you were to obscure the heavenly secrets, how could you conceal them from us? On the contrary, the essence of our GS sect lies in seizing a glimmer of opportunity, embracing all without discrimination. Such an anomaly rightly belongs within our ranks." As a sage, Tongtian could not possibly be oblivious to Lin Hao's peculiar situation. Even if Laozi had concealed Lin Hao's heavenly secrets, this very act only intensified Tongtian's suspicions. Laozi's gaze was profound as he cast a sidelong glance at Tongtian, remarking, "Very well. After all these years, I have come to realize that you, my third disciple, are quite the eloquent speaker. However, how can you possibly comprehend the essence of following the natural way, the Tao of nature, the great way of heaven and earth? It is neither the way of heaven nor the absence of desire." As his words resonated, a shadow of the Tai Chi emerged behind Laozi. He gestured toward the void, and the Tai Chi shadow swiftly transformed, giving rise to myriad paths and the cycles of creation and destruction. What is truly meant by following the natural way? This is what it signifies. Hao, accompany your master back to the Taiqing Palace. With that, Laozi waved his sleeve and departed with Lin Hao. The revelation of the Tai Chi was enlightening. It seemed that this disciple was beyond the reach of his original form. Tongtian sighed with a bitter smile and swiftly vanished. In the Yuqing Palace, Tongtian's attempt to seize a disciple could not be concealed from the primordial heavenly venerable. Merely a human, with a bit more understanding, does it warrant such fervor? Primordial scoffed, finding Tongtian's actions utterly nonsensical, even contemptible. Lin Hao indeed exceeded his expectations, but to him, no matter how profound his understanding, he remained constrained by his human lineage, destined for limited achievements. Contemplating Lin Hao and then his own disciples, Primordial's expression darkened as he gazed upon the kneeling Tai Junren and others, exclaiming in anger, "Humph, a bunch of useless fools. You cannot even deal with a mere human. How did I, in my folly, accept you inept beings? You dare to call yourselves the true immortals of fortune and virtue? I have urged you to diligently cultivate and swiftly grasp the laws of our Yuqing lineage. Yet what have you been doing? It has barely been a moment since your initiation, and instead of earnest cultivation, you are consumed by rivalry and strife. Even if rivalry is to be expected, to lose in such a manner, especially in a group assault, truly embarrasses me. I am indeed furious. Just as I have bestowed upon you the title of the 12 Golden Immortals, you have swiftly slapped my face with this disgrace." Beside him, Guang Qingzi wore a disdainful expression, glancing at Tai Junren and the others, mocking, "What master says is true. Worthless individuals are indeed worthless. A mere human. And yet you have brought shame upon our teachings. Do you dare to stand alongside me as one of the 12 Golden Immortals?" This time, as the disciples of the two teachings sought Lin Hao, Guang Qingzi, secure in his position, chose not to intervene, nor did he witness the battle. To him, Lin Hao was merely a human with earth immortal capabilities. Even if he were to break through to celestial immortal in the heat of the moment, he would still be nothing more than a fledgling. These inept disciples could not even contend with a novice human, and yet have the audacity to stand as my equals among the 12 Golden Immortals? You, insufferable Guang Qingzi, what do you mean by that? Guang Qingzi's words incited the ire of Tai Junren and the others. Master believes in their capabilities. Who are you to judge? Is it merely because you entered the fold earlier? Given them time, they might surpass you, the chief disciple. Humph, dare you retort? The primordial heavenly venerable's cold snort released a wave of divine authority that enveloped the entire assembly. Is there fault in what your senior brother has stated? I shall not accept the inept. Should you disgrace yourselves thus again, do not expect mercy from me. The primordial supreme being spoke coldly. Indeed, Master, I acknowledge my mistakes. Please rest assured, Master, I shall diligently cultivate and will never again bring shame upon you." The others, including Taiqing, were drenched in cold sweat, unable to meet the gaze of the primordial supreme being. "Return and resume your training." "Yes, master." Chapter 18. The Teachings of Laozi, the Path of Impassivity. And the road ahead within the halls of the Taiqing Palace, Laozi remained unperturbed by the recent conflict between the disciples of the Chan and the teaching sections. He gazed calmly at Lin Hao, his expression devoid of any discernible emotion, which stirred a sense of unease within Lin Hao. "Master," Lin Hao began to speak, but was swiftly interrupted by Laozi. "There is no need for you to elaborate, nor to express your sentiments towards me. Even should you wish to join your third master, I shall not stand in your way. You must understand that my teachings advocate for a natural progression, akin to the principles of Tai Chi. I do not impose changes. And similarly, the path you choose for your future is entirely your own to determine." Laozi's words rendered Lin Hao's countenance solemn. He promptly bowed deeply to Laozi, his demeanor earnest as he declared, "Master, you have bestowed upon your disciple the grace of recognition and the gift of knowledge. Once a disciple, always a disciple. Since I have chosen to join the human teaching sect, I shall remain your disciple for life. Even in death, my loyalty shall not waver." This was a sincere confession from Lin Hao. Regardless of Laozi's apparent indifference towards his former self, he had treated Lin Hao exceptionally well, shielding him from the mysteries of the heavens with the Tai Chi diagram, accepting him as a true disciple, and imparting various techniques, elixirs, and treasures. Was this not a profound kindness? Indeed, it was an immense favor, paving a luminous path for him. Even if the likes of Tontian were to come for him, or even Hongjun, he would not acquiesce. Lin Hao could never be ungrateful. Observing the gravity on Lin Hao's face, a hint of amusement flickered across Laozi's features. "Indeed, gratitude and loyalty are commendable traits. I have not misjudged you." However, Laozi soon tempered his smile, shaking his head as he continued, "Yet, my disciple, you must recognize that sometimes such gratitude and loyalty can lead to complications. The realm of cultivation is governed by cause and effect. To cultivate is to undergo continuous transformation, drawing closer to the Tao, which is inherently devoid of sentiment. Those who are more detached find their cultivation to be smoother, while those entangled in myriad causes may invite calamities that hinder their progress. Enough of this for now. You have only just embarked on your journey in the cultivation world. Discussing such matters may be futile at this stage. In time, as you grow accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and the ever-changing nature of all things, you will naturally come to understand. Now go, return to your practice. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to seek guidance from me." With that, Laozi slowly closed his eyes. Disciple takes his leave. Lin Hao bowed once more before exiting the Taiqing Palace. Upon leaving the palace, Lin Hao returned to his own cultivation grounds, preparing to devote himself to serious practice. His first task was to solidify his cultivation and endeavor to comprehend his own path. In his sanctuary, Lin Hao sat cross-legged and retrieved a pill bestowed upon him by Laozi, the 3-transformation golden pill. While the most basic elixir within the Taiqing alchemical methods was sufficient to stabilize his realm, his recent ascension to the celestial immortal had been somewhat rushed. Although it did not destabilize his cultivation, it was imperative to solidify it. Swallowing the golden pill, Lin Hao commenced the process of refinement, allowing its potency to meld within him, fortifying his cultivation while continuously exploring the profound mysteries of the celestial immortal realm. In the Tao of the celestial clarity, there exists a comprehensive elucidation and profound insights into every realm of the celestial path, coupled with reflections on the laws of time and space. Within a mere century, Lin Hao has consistently solidified his standing within the heavenly immortal realm, even revisiting and deepening his understanding of the earthly immortal realm. Once his foundation was secured, Lin Hao chose not to pursue further cultivation or extract fragments of the laws. Instead, he began to contemplate the trajectory of his future. In the primordial world, the majority of practitioners are conventional cultivators, progressing from earthly immortal to heavenly immortal, and ultimately to the Great Luo. Consequently, most cultivators find it exceedingly challenging to transcend the threshold of the Great Luo. The Great Luo Golden Immortal is revered as a formidable being precisely because they possess their own unique path. When a Great Luo cultivator elevates their inherent great way to a higher realm, they may step into the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal domain or achieve quasi-sainthood, thus becoming a master of profound abilities. Typically, most cultivators begin to contemplate their path only upon reaching the Golden Immortal or even the Supreme Golden Immortal stages. However, Lin Hao harbored a different perspective. He believed that the path should be contemplated from the onset of cultivation. exploring and transforming step by step to attain a more complete understanding of one's own way, enabling a journey that extends far beyond the ordinary. What kind of path shall I pursue? A singular law elevated to its utmost potential? Or perhaps a transformation akin to that of the Taiji? Or the path of the sword? The path of the world? Lin Hao found himself lost in thought. To cultivate a singular law to its zenith is to validate one's path through strength, achieving the mixed yuan great luo golden immortal status. This is the most conventional path of mixed yuan, second only to the method of severing the three corpses pioneered by the Dao ancestor Hongjun. However, in the present primordial realm, the majority of quasi-saintly beings traverse the path of severing the three corpses, as it is inherently more accessible than the cultivation of laws. Naturally, although these extraordinary beings adhere to the path of severance, they do not confine themselves to a singular approach as they embark on the path of severance. They concurrently engage in the cultivation of the laws. Take, for instance, the three purities. These three sages also follow the path of severance. But their ascension to sainthood was aided by the merits of establishing a teaching, and they have not relinquished the cultivation of laws even after achieving sainthood. For example, Laozi cultivates the Taiji, the primordial heavenly venerable embraces the heavenly intent, and the master of heaven pursues the sword path. Beyond this, there are also the paths of the world and the corporeal form. Suddenly, Lin Hao recalled Pangu and the ancestral shaman. The path of the ancestral shaman is remarkably unique, involving the constant absorption of the earth's impure energy to enhance the physical form. However, this method of cultivation is suited only for the shamanic clan and is utterly impractical for ordinary cultivators. As for the path of Pangu, it is even more unattainable for average practitioners, for Pangu possesses an innate advantage as a natural divine being, wielding control over 3,000 great ways, which he amalgamated into a singular path of strength to create the heavens and validate his path. Thus, neither the path of strength nor the act of creating the heavens is within the reach of primordial cultivators, not even saints. However, the incapacity of the saints does not imply that Lin Hao is similarly hindered. I can extract the laws of all things. As long as my cultivation is sufficient, I can comprehend the 3,000 innate laws and the myriad postnatal laws. At that time, it may not be impossible to grasp the path of strength. Yet no, the path of strength is Pangu's creation, belonging solely to him. I must forge my own path, and since even Pangu encountered failure, even if I were to comprehend the path of strength, it would be inconceivable for me to surpass Pangu on that very road. Moreover, the great Pangu, in the midst of chaos, forged the world. At that time, his cultivation was at the brink of the Great Dao, and the realm he established transcended the vastness of the cosmos. It is reasonable to surmise that he hoped the law's birth from this new world would reciprocate, allowing his own path of strength to reach its utmost zenith, culminating in an ultimate leap. His endeavor, however, met with failure. This does not imply that the path itself was erroneous, but rather that his foundation was insufficient to withstand the tribulations of enlightenment. Yet, for others, this path may indeed be flawed, for no one, be it the myriad chaos demons or any other, could attain the depth of Pangu's foundation. I, too, cannot hope to reach such profundity, as I am merely of the human race, lacking the innate advantages of the chaos demons, and the resources of the primordial world do not permit it. Nevertheless, regardless of the path I choose, I must pursue the Trinity, even if my roots cannot compare to those of the chaos demons. Gradually, a thread of insight began to emerge within Lin Hao's mind. Chapter 19. The golden elixir as the body, the true spirit as the essence, the magical power as the source. Regarding the concept of the Trinity, Lin Hao had contemplated it long before. Even in his previous life, he was captivated by the notion of Trinity in various myths and fantastical novels. The synchronization of the physical body, magical power, and primordial spirit allows one to eliminate any weaknesses, thus attaining the pinnacle of strength in cultivation. Undoubtedly, Pangu embodies this Trinity, and so does the Chaos Demon God. This explains why beings of the primordial era fall short compared to the Chaos Demon God. After all, primordial cultivators focus solely on the path of immortality, honing only their primordial spirit, magical power, and laws, with scant attention to the cultivation of the physical body. Even the Zhu Wu, revered as the closest existence to a demon god, solely cultivates the physical form, lacking both a primordial spirit and magical power. Lin Hao harbored grand ambitions. He was reluctant to tread the well-worn path of past cultivators, seeking the route of corpse severing to attain sanctity. Moreover, the path of corpse severing is rife with interpretations, as no one aside from the pioneer Hongjun has yet utilized this method to attain enlightenment. The Trinity and the cultivation of the primordial spirit are, in my view, the most effective approach, particularly since I possess a unique advantage. As for magical power, it can be continuously accumulated as one ascends in realm. The cultivation of the physical body, however, remains the most arduous task. The so-called breakthrough in realms is merely the result of accumulation to a certain degree, leading to the transformation of magical power and primordial spirit, accompanied by comprehension of the laws. Once one has reached a sufficient level of understanding, a step-by-step breakthrough is all that is required. Thus, if one continuously accumulates without seeking a breakthrough, one can undergo transformation within each realm, achieving invincibility at the same level and even challenging higher tiers. However, excess leads to overflow. To prevent the water from spilling, one must manipulate both the water and the vessel. In this analogy, water represents magical power and laws, while the vessel symbolizes the physical body and primordial spirit. Therefore, magical power can be compressed. As for the laws, the concept of compressing magical power is one Lin Hao had encountered before. If he could indeed succeed, it would undoubtedly allow his magical power to undergo continuous transformation within a single realm. Moreover, the comprehension of laws would foster the growth of the primordial spirit, which in turn would facilitate breakthroughs in realms. The question then arises, how might one continually grasp the laws without allowing the primordial spirit to grow, or alternatively, enable the primordial spirit to grow without necessitating a breakthrough? Lin Hao once again fell into deep contemplation. Time passed, and suddenly, Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze igniting with fervor. Eureka! My eye of insight can extract the runes of all laws. Indeed, these law runes constitute the fundamental state of the laws themselves. I can entirely condense the law runes with the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, employing the principles of Taiji and the path of the golden elixir to transform them into a golden elixir. Subsequently, I can perpetually refine this golden elixir, achieving the primordial infant, which will represent a new self. In this manner, I would effectively undergo a rebirth, even transcending the original vessel I had usurped, and giving birth to a true self anew. Moreover, Taiji is intrinsically a component of the primordial five elements. Taiji gives rise to chaos, and from this chaos, all things emerge, leading to the manifestation of myriad paths. If Taiji possesses the capacity to generate all things, why should I not reverse this process through Taiji, evolving chaos to forge a source uniquely my own? Haha, my path is accomplished. In this moment, Lin Hao felt an extraordinary clarity of thought, as if he glimpsed an exceedingly luminous pathway to transcendence. Of course, Lin Hao understood that this was merely a nascent path he had just conceived, and its future course required validation. Yet, such is the nature of cultivation. Every pursuit of the Dao is fraught with setbacks and hardships, and no one can guarantee success. The essence lies in the endeavor. If one lacks the courage to even attempt, they are destined for mediocrity. Just as in the era preceding the Dragon and Han Calamity, when the heavenly path was not yet perfected and the immortal way had not yet emerged, practitioners of that time relied on their own exploration step by step. Now that he has discovered his own path, how could Lin Hao hesitate? A cultivator's resolve must be unwavering. Having made a decision, one must act upon it. Soon, Lin Hao adjusted himself to an optimal state and began to meditate on the path of the golden elixir. The golden elixir pathway was conceived by Laozi specifically for humanity, representing a foundational aspect of immortal cultivation. Once the golden elixir is ingested, my fate is determined by myself, not by heaven. This golden elixir serves as the fundamental basis. However, Laozi did not elaborate on the methods of its cultivation. This reflects his nature, akin to Taiji, advocating an approach that aligns with the natural order. The cultivation of the golden elixir relies on the individual rather than on the teachings of the transmitter. In this regard, Lin Hao held deep admiration for his master. Although the golden elixir path may appear rudimentary, and most ancient practitioners disdainfully overlook it, its simplicity nonetheless illuminates a novel path for cultivators. Before long, by adhering to the principles of the golden elixir, a small golden elixir coalesced within him, no larger than a fist, yet seemingly devoid of any significant utility. Then, with a mere thought, Lin Hao's consciousness entered the golden elixir, transforming into a diminutive figure seated within. Consciousness is an innate aspect of the true spirit, which serves as the foundation of life, giving rise to the 3 souls and 7 spirits. With the presence of the 3 souls and 7 spirits, life attains awareness. The potency of consciousness lies in the mind. Through cultivation, the mind evolves into divine awareness, manifesting as divine soul, demonic soul, primordial spirit, and various other extensions of consciousness. In ancient times, Diverse manifestations of consciousness existed. However, in the current age of the immortal path, the primary focus is on the primordial spirit, with those neglecting its cultivation being exceedingly rare. What Lin Hao must now accomplish is to allow the true spirit to preside over the golden elixir, employing the runes of the law to cultivate the true spirit, enabling it to undergo continuous transformation. Indeed, the 3 souls and 7 spirits, along with his current celestial primordial spirit, shall serve as nourishment for the true spirit, ultimately cultivating an indestructible, profound true spirit of the Tao. This embodies the practice of the divine path. The second step involves the cultivation of the physical body. This was a contemplation Lin Hao had long anticipated. Having condensed the golden elixir, he would use it to undergo transformation. Thus the golden elixir represents both his physical form and the vessel of the divine. His corporeal form had solidified into that of an ordinary postnatal human, possessing limited innate potential. Even the cultivation of the 9 transformations of the profound art might not suffice to transcend these constraints. However, his golden elixir was distinct. It had coalesced from the principles of Taiji, which embraces all phenomena, allowing for continuous metamorphosis. Provided that sufficient resources were available, there were virtually no limits to its evolution. The final step pertained to spiritual power, which was fundamentally straightforward. For practitioners, whether earth immortals or supreme saints, the cultivation of spiritual power involved the absorption of celestial energy, refining it for personal use. The only distinction lay in the quantity of spiritual power amassed, without any qualitative transformation. Thus, Lin Hao's third step was to deduce his spiritual power, enabling a qualitative shift in its essence. Once he mastered all 3 steps, the path to enlightenment would be within reach. Chapter 20. The True Spirit of the Great Way, the chaotic golden core with a framework for cultivation established. The path to enlightenment became significantly more accessible for Lin Hao. Without delay, he commenced his methodical progression in practice. The initial step involved infusing the true spirit into the golden core, a task relatively simple in nature. However, while merging the true spirit with the golden core was straightforward, the integration of the 3 souls and 7 spirits into the true spirit proved to be a formidable challenge. After all, the 3 souls and 7 spirits are intimately connected to the physical form. The loss of even a single element could precipitate a collapse of the mind or lead to profound issues of consciousness. Consequently, special methods were required to achieve this integration. What kind of special methods, you may ask? Naturally, the application of laws was essential, but which laws would suffice? After a period of contemplation, Lin Hao conceived the notion of utilizing the laws of the soul and the laws of creation. By employing these principles to replicate the 3 souls and 7 spirits, he could then designate the replicated entities as the primary souls, subsequently absorbing the original 3 souls and 7 spirits. This merging would allow for a gradual separation from the original self. Once this intricate process was outlined, Lin Hao embarked on his cultivation journey. He began by extracting the laws of the soul and the laws of creation, acquiring 60 runes of the former and 130 of the latter. Although the quantities were modest, his comprehension of these laws was sufficient to facilitate a rudimentary replication of the 3 souls and 7 spirits. As the 3 souls and 7 spirits emerged from replication, they initiated the absorption of the power from the original entities, gradually strengthening themselves. Throughout this period, Lin Hao exercised utmost caution. After all, his actions were tantamount to the reconstitution of the soul, akin to undergoing a cycle of reincarnation. Should other cultivators witness his endeavor, they would undoubtedly be struck with terror. Fortuitously, his possession of the Eye of Insight allowed him to extract the laws of the soul, as well as the laws of life and death, granting him a faint glimpse into the true essence of reincarnation, thereby emboldening his actions. Despite encountering several near-catastrophic moments along the way, he navigated through unscathed. After a millennium, Lin Hao was jolted by a revelation. The new 3 souls and 7 spirits had completely supplanted the original entities. His heart swelled with joy. However, this elation was short-lived, for he soon discerned that his physical form had begun to falter, indicating a disconnection between his soul and body, rendering his corporeal shell akin to a marionette. Nevertheless, Lin Hao quickly regained his composure and pressed on with his cultivation. The subsequent crucial step was to merge the 3 souls and 7 spirits with the true spirit. Yet, Lin Hao chose not to rush this process. His true spirit required further fortification before any hasty amalgamation. Thus, he resolved to focus first on the cultivation of his physical body. With the 3 souls and 7 spirits now estranged, the original body's utility had diminished, and the golden core represented his true vessel. Regarding the cultivation of the golden core, Lin Hao planned to adhere to the structure of the human form, employing the laws of creation to nurture it, envisioning the human body as a cosmos that would metamorphose progressively. In this manner, the body would embody the world, and the world would reflect the body. As the internal universe flourished, he would embody the Tao of heaven. However, this endeavor was not one to be achieved in haste. Treating the body as a world necessitated the passage of considerable time, unfolding gradually. It would also require an array of law runes and an abundance of resources. Thus, he first fused the embryonic form of the inner world cultivated from the realms of earth immortals and celestial immortals into the golden core. He began to extract all the runes of the laws. As the Eye of Insight was activated, Lin Hao's gaze swept across Kunlun and the vast cosmos, revealing the intricate web of laws vividly before him. With a determined resolve, Lin Hao extracted every single law, yet he remained cautious, limiting himself to a few runes from each law. Once the extraction of these runes was completed, Lin Hao refrained from immediate comprehension to enhance his primordial spirit. Instead, he infused the law runes into the embryonic form of the world within the golden core. In an instant, as these countless law runes merged into the embryonic world, it began to collapse, a chaotic aura spreading forth, as the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water commenced their eternal cycle. The embryonic world surged exponentially, with the law runes weaving and evolving in the void, forming complete laws that transformed into the rules of order within the world, progressing towards a complete miniature universe. It is noteworthy that these laws were extracted from the primordial chaos, and even though each rune represented less than 1%, or even 1,000th, their aggregation within a small world was astonishing, capable of catalyzing continuous transformations. This metamorphosis was so profound that even Lin Hao felt a surge of trepidation, sensing that his very being was on the brink of explosion. Moreover, the world rules formed by the golden core's inner world, manifesting as ordered laws, surged back into his consciousness, transforming into his own insights, particularly concerning the innate 3,000 great avenues. However, this time, Lin Hao directed his comprehension of the laws towards the true spirit within the golden core, isolating it from the primordial spirit. Otherwise, allowing the latter to absorb these insights could lead to catastrophic consequences. The violent expansion of the primordial spirit, coupled with the separation of body, soul, and true spirit, would be enough to shatter his sanity, possibly culminating in his own destruction. Lin Hao felt the true spirit within his golden core continuously growing, intricate avenues of runes manifesting upon it, rendering his true spirit akin to a deity of creation. At that moment, an aura of the Great Dao enveloped his true spirit, as if the mortal had transformed into the divine. Now, Lin Hao finally comprehended the distinction between the mundane and the divine. As the ancients proclaimed, in the beginning, there was the divine. The divine aligns with the Dao. The divine is the Dao, and the Dao is the divine. With the metamorphosis of his true spirit, he sensed a fundamental shift in the essence of his life, akin to an evolution from the acquired to the innate, transforming from a practitioner into a Dao deity. Furthermore, as his true spirit evolved, the integration with his 3 souls and 7 spirits accelerated. Once the fusion was complete and the two became one, he would be able to absorb the power of the primordial spirit, further augmenting his true spirit, potentially even replacing the primordial spirit. What exactly is my current realm? Perhaps I can no longer be measured by the standards of the immortal path. However, the metamorphosis is not yet complete. The next step, transformation of magical power, awaits. Although it may seem that magical power is the least significant and the easiest to cultivate compared to the primordial spirit and the physical body, Lin Hao held a different opinion. Under his deductions, he sought to induce a qualitative transformation in his magical prowess. To achieve such a metamorphosis, it was essential to integrate the runes of the laws, allowing the essence of law and path to intertwine, thereby counteracting chaos and engendering a primal force. Naturally, an ordinary physical body and primordial spirit could not cultivate this primal force. However, his corporeal form was still an essence of the golden elixir, within which resided a miniature world. It could be said that the power of the world served as the wellspring of his magical energy. For an average cultivator, transforming their physical magical energy into such a state was nearly impossible, yet the power of the world presented an opportunity for experimentation. As the world unfolded, it would evolve the elemental forces of fire, earth, wind, and water, with pure energy ascending while turbid energy descended. The pure energy would give rise to various vital essences, such as innate spiritual energy, which in turn would evolve into diverse forms of energy, including celestial energy, demonic energy, and combat energy. Conversely, the turbid energy would manifest as malevolent energy, ominous energy, death energy, and polluted energy, presenting a duality akin to yin and yang. After considerable contemplation, Lin Hao resolved to employ the principle of Tai Chi, merging pure and turbid energies to reverse chaos, thereby evolving the internal world into a diminutive realm of chaos, transforming the golden elixir into a chaotic golden elixir. When his physical form was ultimately birthed, it would resemble that of a chaotic, demonic deity. However, this was merely the first step in corporeal cultivation. The second step involved catalyzing the chaotic power within him to undergo another transformation, ultimately evolving into that enigmatic primal energy. This primal energy would constitute his magical power, and upon completion, it would surpass the magical prowess of any contemporary cultivator manifold, even exerting dominance over the foundational levels of their magical energy. Chapter 21. Has Lin Hao perished? The seeker of truth in the following days. Lin Hao commenced his arduous journey of cultivating the world within. According to his aspirations, he gradually endeavored to evolve this inner realm, giving birth to chaotic energy. The challenge was not insurmountable. However, the completion was protracted, for the evolution of a world is not akin to a mere breakthrough. It demands an extensive passage of time, particularly when striving to perpetually generate chaotic energy. Naturally, Lin Hao contemplated the notion of directly venturing into the outer chaos to absorb its energies. Yet, chaos is not a domain accessible to just anyone. Only those of the highest echelons may enter. Even a Tai golden immortal, with a moment's carelessness, could meet their demise. Not to mention, he recognized that he currently lacked the qualifications to embark on such a journey, and even if he could, it was doubtful he would be able to assimilate the chaotic energy from the external realm. Thus, Lin Hao resolved to pursue his own cultivation, intending to journey into chaos for further training once his prowess was sufficiently elevated. Time flowed like a swift current, and the years sang their melodies. For cultivators, time seemed inconsequential, as a mere yuan meeting slipped by languidly. One day, within the sanctum of his Taoist practice, Lin Hao felt a tremor coursing through his body. His golden Dan resonated with a profound, ancient aura. A colossal phantom materialized behind him, entwined by numerous paths, resembling vast rivers composed of countless runes, rendering him akin to the sovereign of the Dao, the supreme of myriad paths. The golden Dan quaked and surged forth from his being, momentarily merging with the phantom and undergoing continuous transformations, sometimes manifesting as mountains and rivers, at other times as flora and fauna, or the celestial bodies of sun, moon, and stars. Ultimately, the golden Dan coalesced into a humanoid entity, shrouded in chaotic energy, obscuring its visage. Yet, before long, this entity, enveloped in chaotic essence, reverted to the golden Dan and returned to Lin Hao's inner self. It was at this moment that Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes. An error had occurred. Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Over the course of this yuan meeting, he had entirely integrated his 3 souls and 7 spirits into his true essence, which in turn had absorbed all of his primordial spirit energy, resulting in multiple transformations of his true spirit. While the metamorphosis of his true spirit proceeded smoothly, the evolution of his golden Dan was not as fortuitous. Throughout this yuan meeting, despite his numerous efforts in condensing the laws of runes, compressing the pure and turbid energies, and repeatedly enacting the elements of fire, earth, wind, and water, utilizing the principles of Tai Chi to foster the emergence of chaotic energy within the Golden Dan's world, he still found himself unable to transform the Golden Dan into a corporeal being. The recent transformation was merely an illusion, even when it took on a human form. It could not be deemed a living entity. In essence, he had encountered a bottleneck. Further seclusion would yield no fruitful outcome. This predicament was beyond Lin Hao's capacity to deduce, leaving him devoid of any immediate strategies. What is my current predicament? Lin Hao mused with a wry smile. His new body had yet to be birthed, while his former vessel had severed its connection with his 3 souls and 7 spirits, rendering it no longer his true form, but merely a puppet. The only solace Lin Hao found was in the nascent development of his Taoist true spirit. His golden Dan had indeed evolved chaotic energy, allowing him to wield the power of chaos even in the absence of a physical body. Not only that, but now his golden core world has undergone continuous evolution through a yuan hui, replaying the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water, and reshaping the rules of order. This feedback has deepened his understanding of the laws and the Dao. As for his strength, Lin Hao remains uncertain. However, he is confident that, at the very least, he faces no threat from anyone below the golden immortal level. He should be able to slay golden immortals and may even attempt to challenge a Tai golden immortal. Thus, after cultivating for a Yuan Hui, it is time for him to embark on a journey. Lin Hao sighed and rose from the dojo. Before him lay the majestic Kunlun Mountain, shrouded in celestial mist, with spiritual energy raining down, filling the air with the sweet songs of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Alongside ancient trees entwined in roots, the human sect was remarkably tranquil, devoid of chaotic sounds and disturbances of cultivation. Upon exiting the dojo, Lin Hao flew directly towards the Taiqing Palace. Before he ventured out, it was only proper to pay his respects to Laozi. Now that he was a true disciple of the human sect, he needed Laozi's approval for his travels. Before long, Lin Hao arrived at the entrance of the Taiqing Palace. Disciple Lin Hao seeks an audience with the master. Buzz. As soon as Lin Hao spoke, the grand doors of the Taiqing Palace swung open of their own accord. Entering the main hall, he found only Laozi seated in meditation. Xian Du was absent, likely retreating for cultivation. Disciple pays respects to the master. Lin Hao bowed respectfully to Laozi. Laozi gazed at Lin Hao, his eyes shimmering with a hint of surprise as he remarked, "You are dead?" Lin Hao was momentarily rendered speechless by this statement. However, he quickly regained his composure and replied with a wry smile, "I encountered a physical issue during my cultivation and have yet to reconstitute my body. Your audacity is commendable. Daring to experiment with your true spirit is perilous. Remember, the true spirit is the foundation of life. Even the slightest mishap is irretrievable, rendering even a sage's intervention futile. This path was once contemplated in the ancient era, a time when flowers bloomed in abundance, yet no one dared to act upon it. After all, while the 3 souls and 7 spirits can be reborn and repaired, the true spirit itself can only be reincarnated with great difficulty. And the primordial spirit inherently protects the soul and the true spirit. In your case, while cultivating the true spirit may lead to a transformation of your life as foundation, even altering the very essence of existence, it renders the abilities of the soul and primordial spirit entirely reliant on the true spirit, stripping away the primordial spirit's protective role. Particularly in combat, you will confront enemies directly with your true spirit, should it sustain severe damage. Recovery will be exceedingly difficult, far more critical than a mere injury to the soul. If the damage is extensive, the chance for reincarnation may vanish entirely. As a sage, Laozi could not help but perceive Lin Hao's current state. Having lived for countless eons, his understanding of the essence of life is profound. Nevertheless, Laozi's words did not waver Lin Hao's resolve. Lin Hao nodded and replied, "What the master says is indeed correct. I am fully aware of these matters and have contemplated them during my cultivation." Speaking thus, Lin Hao raised his gaze towards the sage, resolutely declaring, whether it be Tai Chi or the way of the sword, they merely embody the disciple's comprehension of the teachings of the esteemed master and the third elder, and do not signify the disciple's own path. Even if the disciple inherits the master's doctrine of non-action, it ultimately remains foreign to his essence. The disciple must forge his own path, and this grand way of true spirit, along with the Tai Chi golden elixir, represents the most fitting and promising path that he has deduced. Although the disciple's chosen course may encounter numerous risks and tribulations in the future, he harbors no regrets. The phrase, "if one does not succeed, one shall become a martyr," was left unspoken, for when he resolved to embark on this journey, he had already contemplated it. In truth, many in the primordial times shared this sentiment. The 3 ancestors of the Dragon Han era, as well as figures such as Hong Jun, Luo Ho, and Yang Mei. Did they not also embrace such a mindset during the cataclysm of the Dao Magic War? Moreover, in this current age, the likes of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, these powerful beings, surely cannot be oblivious to the trends of the heavenly Dao? Surely they are not unaware of the terrors of calamity? Yet, the path to enlightenment is fraught with challenges. Even with such knowledge, they would still dare to fight. Just as he himself, if he does not succeed, he shall become a martyr. Chapter 22. The treatment of true inheritance and travels. Since you have made your decision, I shall not say more. This is the southern departing flame light banner, one of the supreme innate treasures among the 5 elemental flags, a pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. I bestow it upon you. Although you may not yet be able to fully harness its true power, it serves as a safeguard for your life. As for the gourd, it contains 3 9-transformation golden pills, which can heal injuries and possess the profound ability to grant revival from death. In critical moments, they will ensure that your true spirit remains undying. Beware, do not use these 9-transformation golden pills to directly elevate your cultivation. The reason should be clear to you. Go forth. Observing Lin Hao's resolute demeanor, the old one refrained from further discourse. tossing a small red flag and a gourd to Lin Hao before closing his eyes. The southern departing flame light banner and the 9 transformation golden pills? Lin Hao inhaled sharply upon receiving these 2 items. These are exquisite innate treasures. Even among the most powerful beings of the primordial era, not everyone possesses such artifacts. Treasures of this caliber are rare throughout the primordial realm, and should one emerge without a master, it would undoubtedly ignite fierce competition among many quasi-saint powers. He has bestowed this upon me so readily. Furthermore, the 9 transformation golden pills are said to not only be capable of reviving the dead, but also to allow one to attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal with just 1 pill. Once they become known, countless cultivators of the primordial realm would go mad with desire, for it is a path to ascendancy. Now, my master has generously granted me 3. This implies that, should I choose, I could retreat and achieve the rank of Great Luo immediately. Of course, the side effects of the 9 transformation golden pills are quite substantial. They carry a 3-fold toxicity. While they can facilitate a direct breakthrough to the Great Luo golden immortal realm, they lack the insights gained from each stage, leading to an unstable foundation that makes further advancement nearly impossible. Thank you, Master. Your kindness is forever etched in my heart. Rest assured, I shall not disappoint you in the future. With a respectful bow to the Old One, Lin Hao exited the Grand Hall, his heart brimming with gratitude. Before my transmigration, I regarded this foremost of the 3 pure ones with indifference, perceiving him as aloof and deeply contemplative, even exploiting the human race to establish his sanctity, while remaining indifferent during their great tribulation. Now, having become the true disciple of the Old One, I have come to realize that my master may not be as detached and uncaring as I once thought. Regardless of his stance towards humanity, he has shown me great favor, and for that alone, he deserves my respect. Moreover, the great tribulation of humanity is a manifestation of the heavenly Dao's overarching will. As a saint of the heavenly Dao, how could he act against it? Setting aside my complex emotions, Lin Hao rose and soared towards the outer realms of Kunlun Mountain. Having spent a full Yuan meeting in the primordial realm without venturing beyond Kunlun, it was finally time to explore this vibrant, yet harsh world of cultivation. However, the vastness of the primordial world forbade aimless wandering. He had long since devised a general plan in his mind. The human realm was a must-visit. For not only was he of the human race in his past life, but he had also transmigrated into this life as a member of the human race. Aside from the human race, there lies the formidable Buzhou Mountain. Without delving into the possibilities of uncovering opportunities atop its heights, the mere sight of the spine of the primordial deity Pangu is worthy of reverence. Furthermore, the Eastern Sea is a destination of utmost importance. Legend has it that the 3 immortal islands harbor great fortunes. Although Penlai has been discovered by the Eastern King and occupied by a throng of rogue cultivators, 2 islands remain, and I must tempt fate once more. Beyond these locales, there are the Dragon and Phoenix clans, as well as the Witch clan. The Dragon and Phoenix, although diminished in glory, still possess a rich heritage. Perhaps a gentle breeze of fortune might blow my way. As for the Witch clan, a visit is imperative, for they carry the bloodline of Pangu. Having reached a bottleneck in my physical cultivation, it is essential to invest further effort into my corporeal form. I cannot perpetually rely on an effigy of flesh, after all. After much contemplation, Lin Hao resolved to first journey to the realm of humanity. Presently, most of the human populace resides along the shores of the Eastern Sea, not far from Kunlun Mountain. Otherwise, his previous incarnation would not have ventured there to seek a master. With a clear objective in mind, Lin Hao summoned clouds and, while admiring the breathtaking landscapes of the primordial world, leisurely set sail towards the Eastern Sea. During this journey, he beheld the magnificent mountains and rivers of the wilderness, a realm of grandeur infused with an ancient and profound aura. What struck Lin Hao most was the abundance of spiritual roots and herbs scattered throughout this primordial expanse. Though he had yet to encounter those of high caliber, even the humble flora here would be deemed treasures in his previous life on the Azure planet. Even a mere blade of grass could extend one's lifespan and alleviate ailments. Naturally, Lin Hao regarded these weeds with indifference. Even the most common innate spiritual roots held little value for him, and thus he refrained from scavenging. Such behavior would be beneath his dignity. A century passed before he finally stood upon the clouds, gazing ahead. Had he arrived at last? Though still distant from the Eastern Sea's shores, Lin Hao could already sense the ocean's breath. At that moment, as his consciousness reached forth, before he could ascertain the location of the human race, he was suddenly jolted by a radiant light emanating from 100,000 miles away, causing the spiritual energy within that vast expanse to surge towards a singular point. Could it be that a spiritual treasure was emerging? To think that mere moments after departing the mountains, he would encounter such an opportunity. Indeed, it seemed this treasure was fated to be his. With a heart full of excitement, Lin Hao hastened towards the convergence of spiritual energy. As he drew nearer, trepidation filled him. The brilliance ahead was blinding, and the energy coalesced into a colossal vortex, imbued with a formidable pressure. If this were a spiritual treasure or root, it must surely be of superior quality. Such a precious object could not be overlooked. However, Lin Hao did not recklessly rush forward. The emergence of a treasure of this caliber would undoubtedly attract numerous cultivators, making the pursuit challenging. It was prudent to assess the situation before proceeding. He withdrew his clouds and concealed his form, quietly infiltrating the gathering. As expected, a multitude of cultivators had gathered, displaying a variety of peculiar forms. Representatives from various clans were present, with a significant number of demon races among them, while some humans lingered at a distance, seemingly too intimidated to approach. Lin Hao's gaze swept across the assembly, discerning that most of the approaching cultivators possessed relatively modest levels of cultivation. The majority were mere true immortals, accompanied by a few golden immortals and several Tai golden immortals. However, the aura emanating from these Tai golden immortals, though seemingly grand, appeared rather insubstantial, clearly indicating that they were merely wandering cultivators. Observing this, Lin Hao felt a sense of relief. As long as there were no deeply rooted Tai golden immortals or Luo golden immortals present, he retained a fair chance to contend for the treasures that were about to emerge. Of course, should he reveal his true identity and unleash all his hidden cards, even a Luo golden immortal would think twice before challenging him. After all, possessing the true inheritance of a sage and wielding a sage's spiritual treasure, it is not merely Luo golden immortals who would hesitate. Even quasi-saintly beings would reconsider their actions. Not everyone dares to provoke a sage. Chapter 23. The emergence of treasures and the arrogant master of spiritual treasures. Naturally, during this journey, Lin Hao intended to keep his identity concealed. He was not one to wield the power of others for his own gain, as it would be detrimental to his cultivation. Thus, he resolved to observe first, to ascertain the nature of the treasure that had emerged, before devising a plan to contend for it. Before him lay a vast basin, within which spiritual energy surged tumultuously, obscuring the heavens above. The chaotic ebb and flow of celestial mechanisms rendered it difficult to discern the truth. While Lin Hao pondered his strategy for competition, a sudden, overbearing voice echoed from afar. How delightful! I never anticipated that my travels would lead me to the emergence of a treasure. Such an abundance of spiritual energy and brilliance must signify a treasure of superior quality, whether it be a spiritual root or a spiritual treasure. This haughty proclamation captured the attention of the assembled crowd. In the distance, a magnificent yellow seal descended, akin to a mountain's arrival, exuding an overwhelming aura of celestial majesty. The faint sounds of dragons soaring and tigers roaring could be discerned, unmistakably revealing it as a preeminent innate spiritual treasure of considerable rank. Oh, an innate spiritual treasure of superior quality. Who is this individual that can command such a treasure? The terrifying aura emanating from the dragon-tiger seal caused a ripple of astonishment among the onlookers, even causing the several loose cultivators of the Tai golden immortal realm to change countenance. In the vast wilderness, it was common knowledge that wielding superior innate spiritual treasures openly was not the prerogative of ordinary individuals. Even Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of surprise. As the seal approached, it became clear that a figure in white robes sat atop it, shrouded in celestial light, with profound Taoist principles flowing around him, exuding an aura akin to that of a golden immortal. Though merely at the golden immortal level, this individual radiated a cultivated essence, his momentum formidable, unmistakably surpassing the scattered cultivators present. Could it be him? Lin Hao's expression turned peculiar as he recognized the newcomer, a familiar face, and one who had previously been defeated by him. I am but a humble disciple of the Jade Clear Primordial Supreme, a true successor of the Chan teachings, the master of spiritual treasures. This treasure is fated to be mine. I implore you all not to pry. Kindly grant me some courtesy and withdraw swiftly. From the dragon-tiger seal, the Daoist surveyed the crowd with a frosty demeanor, speaking with an air of arrogance, his gaze dismissive. A disciple of the Chan teachings. How unfortunate. Just when we encountered the emergence of a treasure, we find ourselves facing a saint's disciple, a true successor no less. It appears there is no contest to be had. Who among us scattered cultivators would dare to vie with a disciple of a saint? Indeed, even if one could contend, offending a disciple of a saint would likely lead to a perilous path ahead in their cultivation journey. Upon realizing the identity of the newcomer, many would-be competitors began to retreat. In these times, a saint is akin to the heavens. Regardless of a disciple's cultivation level, none would dare to provoke them. Not even the most formidable of great Luo golden immortals or quasi-saints would risk such a confrontation. Even those who appeared particularly fierce, including some Tai golden immortals, began to waver, their expressions shifting as uncertainty crept in. They are the highest cultivators present, yet they recklessly offend the true disciples of the saints for the sake of an unknown treasure. Is such a risk truly worthwhile? Moreover, the disciples of the Chan sect are notoriously domineering in their actions. It seems this treasure is beyond my reach. However, should I have the chance to forge a connection with this esteemed disciple of the saint? Such thoughts are not held by a solitary individual. Who among those navigating the realm of cultivation is not astute? Soon, their eyes gleamed with realization. Ah, it is none other than the esteemed Lin Hao, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect. Since this treasure is fated to be connected with Lin Hao, I shall not contend with my esteemed friend. I am Tsangmu, honored to meet you, Lin Hao. This treasure has yet to reveal itself, and I presume there are many who wish to observe it. Should Lin Hao require assistance, I am willing to lend my support. Did you not hear Lin Hao's words? Depart swiftly, lest my patience wear thin. As anticipated, with the first speaker's words, others began to chime in, each adorned with smiles, their demeanor amicable, their intentions to ingratiate themselves unmistakable. Hidden in the shadows, Lin Hao scoffed at the scene. How shameless they are! Is it necessary for them to be so sycophantic? Conversely, the expression on Master Lin Hao's face radiated pride, as if he were a deity looking down upon all present. He relished this adulation, for it is the honor bestowed upon the disciples of saints, who would dare to defy it. You are all commendable, yet there is no need for assistance. We of the Chan sect embrace fortune, who would dare to seize it? With a cold snicker, Master Lin Hao soared toward the center of the spiritual energy, wielding the dragon tiger seal. And none dared to obstruct his path, parting ways to grant him passage. This only served to heighten Master Lin Hao's sense of triumph. At that moment, the gathering of celestial energy intensified, its radiance becoming ever more resplendent, accompanied by a rumbling sound akin to the creation of the heavens and earth. Above the basin, daylight vanished, transforming into a night adorned with twinkling stars, as if a river of stars were unfolding, rendering the sky breathtakingly beautiful. Faintly, at the heart of the gathering energy, a small tree, shrouded in starlight, began to ascend, crowned with celestial adornments. Its branches resembled flowing rivers of stars, and each leaf sparkled like a celestial body. It has emerged, a spiritual root, seemingly. Indeed, it is the superior innate spiritual root, the star tree. My goodness. The star tree, the legendary spiritual root. It is said that this root can draw in starlight, and those who cultivate beside it are nourished by celestial energy, enhancing their physical and spiritual essence. A divine object, without a doubt. Alas, this treasure seems to elude me. If it were not for that wretched disciple of the Chan sect, I could have contended for it. As the divine object concealed itself, once it revealed its presence, its secrets would become apparent to all gathered, each pair of eyes gleaming with avarice yet tinged with helplessness. They yearned to seize it, yet with Master Lin Hao present. Who would dare? Humph. Feeling the greedy gazes upon him, Master Lin Hao coldly snorted, choosing to disregard them, and instead fixating his gaze upon the emerging treasure, his eyes sparkling with brilliance. To my astonishment, it is indeed the stellar tree. Quite remarkable. Although it is merely a superior grade innate spiritual root, its utility far surpasses that of ordinary top-grade innate spiritual roots. With the acquisition of this stellar tree, my foundation shall undoubtedly be further enriched. Observing the stellar tree amidst the vortex of spiritual energy, the smile of the Grand Master of spiritual treasures grew ever more radiant. He leapt down from the dragon tiger seal, intent on claiming this precious stellar tree, when suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed from a distance. Fellow cultivator, please hold your horses. Chapter 24, A Friend on the Path. The unashamed Buddha friend on the path, please stay. The esteemed Master Lin Hao trembled, a sudden chill coursing through him upon hearing those 5 words, as if foreboding misfortune. This provoked his ire, and he turned sharply, only to behold a youth adorned in a resplendent golden robe, radiating a brilliant aura, seated upon a lotus flower, his hair cresting like a cockerel's comb, and his eyes gleaming like twin suns. Who are you? Master Lin Hao regarded the newcomer with a cold gaze, his brows furrowed. What an absurd appearance. Clad in gold from head to toe, crowned with a ridiculous comb, and those oversized eyes, truly bizarre. A shiver ran down his spine. The moment he laid eyes on the boy's bald head, he felt an unsettling chill. The cockerel-headed youth pressed his palms together, a benevolent expression adorning his face, and spoke in a gentle tone. I am the Buddha Aetef, honored to meet you, Master Ling Bao. Buddha Aetef? What a peculiar title. What manner of being are you? Such an eccentric appearance and designation not only puzzled Master Ling Bao, but also left the gathered crowd in bewilderment. They had never encountered such a strange entity before. This cockerel-headed youth was, in fact, Lin Hao in disguise. The stellar tree was a precious treasure, one he was determined to seize. Yet, given their shared sect, it would be unwise to confront Master Ling Bao directly. It wasn't fear that restrained Lin Hao, but rather the desire to avoid complications. Dealing with these individuals from the Chan sect would likely summon a multitude of them, and perhaps even the revered Yuan Shi Tianzun, a most vexatious scenario. It was far simpler to assume an alternate guise. After all, his journey had been rather dull, and he had practiced several mystical arts along the way, such as the golden light of the earth and the transformation of the fetus. Thus, the Buddha Aetef was born of the transformation of the fetus, one of the 36 great mystical arts, a transformation far from simple and discernible only to those of profound cultivation. Master Ling Bao quickly regained his composure and regarded the cockerel-headed youth with cold indifference. What business do you have? Not much of consequence, Lin Hao replied with feigned sincerity. But not long ago, I lost a spirit root. Upon sensing its presence, I followed the trail, and lo and behold, here it is. He gestured earnestly toward the stellar tree, his expression a mix of sincerity and the joy of recovery. At these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Initially, they were merely perplexed by the bizarre youth's sudden appearance and his interruption of Master Ling Bao. But now, as his declaration sank in, they were utterly dumbfounded. Boom. As the onlookers regained their composure, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. What the? This excuse is utterly ridiculous. Huh. The spirit root has clearly just emerged, and he claims it as his own, in front of all of us. If he intends to seize it, why not just say so? This excuse. I am at a loss for words. All I can say is, it's quite impressive. I have encountered shameless individuals before, yet I have never witnessed such audacity. My friend, I do not easily admire others, but you have earned my respect. However, the individual before you is truly a disciple of a saint. I fear you may be in over your head. I must admit, the expression on this comrade's face suggests he is quite serious. Haha. The onlookers were left speechless, even amused. You boldly declare your intent to seize what is not yours, and you shamelessly claim it was lost by you? Is this not a blatant falsehood? Do you think we, the witnesses, are blind? Moreover, this brother is exceedingly audacious, while many are too intimidated to act. He not only dares to take, but concocts an excuse as well. Even the fierce beasts present have given a thumbs up to this rooster-crowned lad. Young man, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Are you courting death? Even Ling Bao, the great master, found amusement in this, though his demeanor grew increasingly frigid. As a true disciple of the Primordial Supreme, one of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect, he has always been the one to seize treasures from others. When has he ever been robbed? In the face of Ling Bao's threat, Lin Hao remained unfazed, smiling as he regarded Ling Bao, or more precisely, the dragon and tiger seal beneath him. Ah, the dragon and tiger seal is unexpectedly in the possession of this comrade. I had not noticed it earlier. To think the seal I lost so long ago is right here. Lin Hao's face lit up with delight, his expression reflecting the joy of reclaiming what was once lost. Oh my friend, I have never bowed to anyone in my life. You are the first. From now on, you shall be my idol, unique and unparalleled. Not only do you dare to contest with the disciples of saints for treasures, but you have done so right beneath the very noses of the saints' followers. Impressive indeed. Once again, the crowd was rendered speechless. While Lin Hao's previous remarks were somewhat humorous, they merely appeared stubborn and nonsensical to the audience. However, this time, they were truly at a loss for words, able only to express their astonishment with a simple phrase. Incredible. Ling Bao, the great master, too, was momentarily taken aback. His face flushed with indignation. He had come to understand that this eccentric youth was indeed attempting to rob him, and furthermore, was intentionally humiliating him. The dragon and tiger seal was bestowed upon him by his master, the Primordial Supreme, and this impudent fellow's claim that it was lost by him was nothing short of deliberate insult, completely disregarding his identity as a saint's disciple. Dare you mock me? You seek death. Prepare to taste my blade. Ling Bao, the great master, was furious, truly enraged. A long sword appeared in his hand, and with a fierce shout, he struck towards Lin Hao. As a disciple of a saint, Ling Bao was not lacking in treasures. In addition to the dragon and tiger seal, the sword he wielded was the demon-slaying sword, a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. As the sword was drawn, a murderous intent surged forth, manifesting the shadows of ancient demonic beasts. Swarming towards Lin Hao, claws bared and ready to strike. Perish, insect. Ling Bao sneered coldly. He practiced the Jade Purity method and wielded an innate spiritual treasure. Though it was merely a low-grade one, even an ordinary Tai Golden Immortal would not dare to withstand this strike head-on. It would be sufficient to eliminate his opponent. Though he was arrogant, he never succumbed to hubris. When this peculiar individual provoked him, he discerned that the opponent, despite the subtlety of their aura, was merely a true immortal. Just a true immortal. Even with some tricks up their sleeve, they could not possibly withstand the might of his sword. The Grand Master of Spiritual Treasures envisioned the moment when his adversary would be pierced through, meeting their demise as a result. How can you be so unreasonable? Not only do you refuse to return the treasured artifact, but you also dare to strike? Do you truly believe this humble monk is easy to bully? As the Grand Master of Spiritual Treasures advanced with lethal intent, Lin Hao's expression remained unchanged. He merely muttered to himself, and an alteration began to unfold within his aura. With a resonant hum, the power of his golden course surged within, and from his puppet-like corporeal form, tendrils of chaotic energy began to emanate, enveloping him in an ancient and profound aura, reminiscent of a resurgent primordial demon. In the instant that the sword light from the Grand Master of Spiritual Treasures descended upon him, Lin Hao clenched his fist, unleashing a torrent of chaotic power with a single, thunderous strike. Chapter 25. What of the sage's true legacy? With a single punch, the air trembled, distorting as a cascade of sword light, and the manifestations of demon beasts unleashed by the demon-slaying sword crumbled in an instant. How could this be? The Grand Master of Spiritual Treasures exclaimed, his face a portrait of disbelief. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Lin Hao took a step forward, the power of spatial laws surging around him, and executed the technique of concealing abyss and compressing earth, as if traversing through dimensions, directly appearing before the Grand Master of Spiritual Treasures. In a fleeting moment, the Grand Master beheld a young man with a rooster crest standing before him, a sinister smirk gracing his lips. This sight rendered the Grand Master aghast, his entire aura swelling as he hastily channeled his energy into the Dragon Tiger seal. However, before he could summon his defenses, Lin Hao unleashed another punch, resembling a chaotic mountain descending upon him, an overwhelming pressure that could subdue the ages, striking directly at the Grand Master's face. Bang! Under the force of this singular blow, the Grand Master's defenses and energy shattered completely, hurling him through the air, blood spraying forth, as the terrifying power obliterated mountains and rivers for miles around. What is this? A single punch. My heavens, how terrifying. Who is this person to possess such terrifying might, capable of defeating the sage's true legacy with just one blow? Observing his cultivation, it appeared he was merely at the true immortal realm. How could this be possible? This scene left all present utterly stunned, each person gasping in astonishment. Even the great golden immortals and those of the Tai Golden Immortal realm had their pupils constrict in shock, as they had barely perceived the actions of this rooster-headed youth. This was the sage's true legacy, not only at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, but also wielding an innate spiritual treasure. Such a being could challenge even the most ordinary Tai Golden Immortal, yet was effortlessly dispatched by a true immortal? Impossible. How could this be? The Grand Master of Spiritual Treasures lay dumbfounded, sprawled on the ground, half of his face reduced to a bloody pulp, his tattered robe making him resemble a vengeful spirit, devoid of his former grandeur. With a calm gaze upon the stunned crowd, Lin Hao joined his hands in prayer, addressing the despondent Grand Master with humility. Ba, I concede. Esteemed one. Having spoken, Lin Hao vanished, reappearing beside the star tree, sweeping his sleeve to unceremoniously collect the spiritual root. Rascal, put down the star tree. At this, the Grand Master finally regained his senses, rage igniting within him, especially as he witnessed Lin Hao seizing the star tree. He had struck his own face and was now robbing him of his treasure? Such an affront could not be overlooked. Oh, what is the meaning of this, esteemed one? This star tree is merely a lost possession of this humble monk, returning it to its rightful owner. Lin Hao replied, feigning confusion, even displaying an air of bewilderment. The Grand Master, witnessing this innocent expression, could not help but spit out a mouthful of old blood in fury. You must die, regardless of who you are. You must perish. Your existence is an affront to my dignity. My heart cannot find peace. However, this individual possesses a mysterious origin and an unfathomable strength, rendering me utterly incapable of contending with him. Even if I were to send a message to Tai and the others, they would not arrive in time. A thought struck me. The master of spiritual treasures' eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly reached a conclusion. Addressing the onlookers present, he proclaimed, "Esteemed guests, should anyone assist me in eliminating this individual, I shall owe a favor of the saint's true legacy. I trust none of you would decline such an offer. Furthermore, should this foe be vanquished, the celestial tree shall be relinquished to you all." The master of spiritual treasures was prepared to stake everything. At this moment, the celestial tree held little significance for him. His reputation was paramount. If he failed to reclaim his honor, what would remain of his dignity? What? A favor? And the celestial tree? Upon hearing these words, the crowd's eyes brightened with intrigue, for they had not anticipated such a twist. Not only could they secure a favor from a disciple of the saint, but they could also continue to contest the celestial tree. Such an opportunity was not to be overlooked, especially by the wandering cultivators. Should they manage to align themselves with a disciple of the saint, they might find a pathway to joining the saint's teachings, a chance for meteoric rise that they could hardly resist. Ah, dear fellow, do not hold it against us. Treasures are rightfully claimed by those of virtue, especially when a favor from a saint's disciple is at stake. One exclaimed, "Young man, though you possess considerable strength, with so many of us gathered here, you are left with but one path, death. If you have any sense, I would advise you to surrender, hand over the celestial tree, and kneel before the master of spiritual treasures. In doing so, perhaps you may yet find a way to survive." To offend a disciple of the saint is to invite grave consequences, unless, of course, you too are a disciple of the saint. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us strike without hesitation. With so many of us, can we truly fear him? Another urged, "Let us resolve this swiftly, and then we shall compete for the celestial tree based on our own merits." The allure of wealth stirred their hearts. Previously, they refrained from attacking the master of spiritual treasures due to his esteemed status, but this self-proclaimed Ayan Buddha was a different matter. Though he possessed some power, he did not inspire the same level of apprehension. As for his identity, was he also a disciple of the saint? Such a notion was implausible. If he were a disciple of the three teachings, how could the master of spiritual treasures not recognize him? Furthermore, regarding the Western sect, who was unaware that only a handful of their disciples existed, the few from Mount Sumeru would never venture to the east. As long as he was not a disciple of the saint, what was there to fear? Kill, 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 boom, boom, boom. As anticipated, hundreds of cultivators, ranging from true immortals to Tai golden immortals, launched their attacks, with only a few cautious individuals holding back. Witnessing this, the master of spiritual treasures wore a sardonic smile, sneering, "Young man, what does your strength matter? In this primordial realm, it is one's connections that truly count. Without a background or support, do not think that your status as a mere true immortal will spare you, even if you were a great Luo golden immortal. Offending the wrong person will lead to your demise. As a disciple of the Chan teaching, I am a bearer of the sage's true teachings. Even with modest cultivation, I can traverse this primordial world with confidence. The moment I raise my arm and call upon my peers, countless cultivators would willingly devote their lives to my cause. In stark contrast, you, an obscure individual, despite a stroke of fortune bestowing upon you some opportunities, remain inescapably bound to your humble fate. This is the harsh reality. Whether you accept it or not, you must come to terms with it. Chapter 26. Sweep away, annihilate all, let the great master Ling Bao become pregnant, kill, die. The stellar tree is mine, and the favor of the disciples of the saints belongs to me. Boom, boom, boom. As the crowd unleashed their might, various spells and divine powers soared through the skies, enveloping Lin Hao in a tempest of mana and fluctuations of the laws. A terrifying wave sweeping across billions of miles of time and space. He was doomed. In the distance, the great master Ling Bao sneered repeatedly. Really? Suddenly, a voice of majestic authority echoed as if reverberating through endless time and space, cold and desolate, infused with a palpable intent to kill, plunging the scene into a frozen abyss. The expression of the great master Ling Bao stiffened as he gazed into the fray. Buzz. The void within the arena quaked. A horrifying pressure surged forth, the aura of the Great Dao permeating the air, and a colossal figure slowly rose amidst the fluctuations. This was a being towering tens of thousands of feet high, colored in black and red, draped in a golden robe. With a single step, the mountains crumbled and the earth shattered, time and space warped, causing the incoming attacks to disintegrate. Hundreds of cultivators from various races, including great demons, were sent sprawling. Even a few Tai golden immortals changed their expressions. Do you believe in light? Lin Hao spoke, his tone laced with a wicked amusement, yet predominantly exuding coldness. Light? This is bad. As they beheld this colossal entity, The crowd's pupils constricted, a chilling sensation creeping into their hearts. This is the great divine power of size and proportions? Indeed, it was the power of size and proportions, but what cultivation level did he possess? How could he possibly comprehend such a divine ability? When it came to knowledge, it was still the great master Lin Hao who had the upper hand. As a disciple of the saints, having cultivated in Kunlun Mountain for so many years, he had naturally gained considerable insight. This left the great master Lin Hao astonished. For some reason, the image of Lin Hao emerged in his mind, the same human who had swept through their 12 golden immortals before the Yuanwei. At that time, Lin Hao was merely at the level of a celestial immortal, yet he had grasped multiple divine powers. His comprehension was nothing short of monstrous. How could a lowly human possess such capabilities? Now, another had appeared, seemingly only a true immortal in cultivation, yet not only defying the heavens with his strength, but also comprehending divine powers. Why? The expression of the great master Lin Hao nearly twisted in agony. Do you believe in light? At this moment, as Lin Hao spoke, his arms crossed, his aura began to ascend without end. Behind him, a vast shadow of a world manifested, dense with rules of order that surged forth like tendrils from the world, traversing the infinite void, illuminating the entire scene. Ah, what is this? This is the power of the laws. Such an abundance of law power. How could this be possible? No. Bang, bang, bang. Under the radiance of Lin Hao's law power, the cultivators besieging him crumbled one by one, dissolving into clouds of blood mist. Even their primordial spirits pierced and dissipated into the void. Devour for me. Lin Hao's demeanor was indifferent as he annihilated the cultivators besieging him, devoid of any semblance of mercy. With a mere thought, the essence of the devouring laws manifested, his gaping maw resembling that of an unparalleled beast, consuming the flesh and blood origins of those he had vanquished. He cultivated within a world that demanded countless resources. Such bountiful offerings could not be squandered. You, demon, you are nothing but a demon. One of the survivors exclaimed in terror. No, you are a ferocious beast. We must flee. The horrifying scene of consumption left the few surviving Tai golden immortals petrified. They dared not linger, igniting their lifeblood and fleeing into the distance. Flee. Do you truly believe you can escape? Lin Hao scoffed, extending his colossal hand towards the fleeing Tai golden immortals. Boom. The immense hand traversed the boundless void, descending like a world-conquering force, with myriad laws of the Dao swirling within its grasp, the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water surging. Bang, bang, bang. As the gigantic palm descended, the Tai golden immortals were transformed into mere blood mist, which Lin Hao inhaled, converting them into pure energy that surged into his inner world. What nonsense is this? It cannot be. You cannot be a true immortal. This is utterly impossible. Are you perhaps a great Luo golden immortal? At that moment, the Grand Master Lin Hao was left in a daze, staring blankly at the unfolding scene. As he beheld the figure before him, akin to a demonic god, terror etched itself upon his face. Is this a true immortal? What absurdity! A true immortal cannot obliterate multiple Tai golden immortals with a mere slap. Who exactly are you? Grand Master Lin Hao howled, his voice growing hoarse. Who am I? Was it not previously stated? I am the Buddha of ultimate enlightenment, hailing from the west. At this juncture, Lin Hao had retracted his immense form, once again appearing as the seemingly innocuous young man with a rooster comb. Draped in a robe, he approached Grand Master Lin Hao step by step, his expression serene and benevolent. The West? How could such a barren land give rise to your kind? The West is a place where not even dogs venture. Even the holy sect of the West has only a handful of practitioners, and those in the teaching look down upon them. What do you intend to do? As Lin Hao drew closer, Grand Master Lin Hao's pupils constricted sharply. Buddha of ultimate enlightenment, naturally, I wish to bestow upon you an experience of supreme bliss. All beings from the West are imbued with compassion. Our meeting is destiny. And with destiny comes the obligation to bestow fortune upon you. Lin Hao pressed his hands together, exuding an air of benevolence. Supreme bliss? Fortune? Grand Master Lin Hao wished to retort. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You are merely a demon clad in the guise of charity. Come now. I implore you not to resist. Lin Hao's smile grew increasingly radiant, his gaze toward Grand Master Lin Hao brimming with fervor. That fervent gaze sent shivers down Grand Master Lin Hao's spine, making him feel as though icy tendrils were reaching for his very soul. I am a disciple of the sage. You dare. Do not approach me. Grand Master Lin Hao screamed, his face a mask of fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. The cosmos undergoes transformation. The yin and yang are reversed, and life persists endlessly. You shall bear a child. With a hum, Lin Hao halted his steps and pointed at the Grandmaster Ling Bao. Beneath that singular gesture, myriad laws manifested: creation, yin and yang, the cosmos, alongside life and soul. With a mere point, a surging vitality poured into the Grandmaster Ling Bao's abdomen, and under the influence of the yin-yang laws, it began to alter his very essence. What are you doing? Cease this at once. The Grandmaster's voice dripped with indignation. Curse it, my body. He could acutely perceive the changes within him, distorting his countenance in horror. The imbalance of yin and yang was palpable, and to his utter dread, he felt his bodily structure transforming, evolving towards a feminine form. Moreover, within him, an immense life force was burgeoning into existence. Life force emerging? No, you fiend. A sudden realization sent shivers down the Grandmaster's spine, his face etched with terror. As he screamed, even his voice took on an unnaturally high pitch. Hearing his own cry, he was overwhelmed, and blood spewed from his mouth. Chapter 27. How dare you? The Buddha of Aetef, involve me, Lin Hao? You vile fiend, I shall see you dead. I will not let you escape. As he felt the tumultuous changes within his body, the great Master Ling Bao descended into madness. Die, you shall perish. Boom. Ignoring his injuries, he ignited his essence and charged at Lin Hao. The humiliation was unbearable. The great Master Ling Bao had never faced such disgrace in his life, especially now as a disciple of the saints, lofty and mighty, looking down upon all beings. This day would forever remain a stain he could never cleanse. This man must die, regardless of the cost. With his essence ablaze, the great Master Ling Bao surged forth with a vigor akin to that of an exalted celestial being. Flaws abound. Lin Hao smirked, activating his eye of insight. In an instant, the traces of the great Master Ling Bao's attacks, every subtle change, became vividly clear to him. To his astonishment, he could even discern the transformations within each drop of the adversary's blood and every cell. Indeed, the laws of the universe are inscribed within all things. Even mortals possess inherent rules within their veins. Thus, my eye of insight can surely perceive them. This discovery was a delightful surprise, providing him with yet another tool. A vital trump card for future confrontations with foes. Bang! With a mere flick of his fist. After comprehending the flow of the great Master Ling Bao's power and his attack trajectory, Lin Hao sent him hurtling away. Then, in a single step, Lin Hao traversed space, appearing instantaneously behind the great Master Ling Bao, delivering a resounding slap to the back of his head. This strike harnessed the essence of the soul, infused with a tremor that penetrated the great Master Ling Bao's sea of consciousness. The great Master Ling Bao felt darkness envelop him, and he collapsed into unconsciousness. The 12 golden immortals of the Chan school? Huh. Lin Hao sneered, a mocking smile gracing his lips, swiftly stripping the great Master Ling Bao bare, leaving him in naught but his undergarments. Of course, he did not touch any of the treasures on the adversary. These artifacts, possibly bestowed by the Primordial Supreme One, were sacred and could not be disturbed. After disrobing the great Master Ling Bao, Lin Hao produced a length of rope, binding him to a stone, and nodded in satisfaction before vanishing from sight. He bore no courtesy towards the disciples of the Chan school. Previously, he had been diligently cultivating in the dojo, provoking no one. Yet, these Chan and Jie school disciples had the audacity to band together and taunt and humiliate him. Lin Hao never considered himself a virtuous man. He was one who would repay grievances. To spare the great Master Ling Bao's life was merely a nod to his status, for he could not act with abandon without consequences. Not long after Lin Hao's departure, a distant, furious roar echoed, laden with murderous intent and rage. Aetef Buddha, how dare you humiliate me so? I shall make you pay. By the heavens above, I, the great Master Ling Bao, swear. Upon hearing the roars and vows emanating from behind, Lin Hao could not help but chuckle, feeling a sense of exhilaration. Not to spare oneself? And yet, swearing allegiance to the heavenly Tao? Pardon my incredulity, but the one you pledge to is the great Buddha, and what connection does that have with me? Lin Hao? With a subtle shift, he transformed back into his original appearance, donned in a flowing white robe, his long black hair cascading about his shoulders, embodying the visage of a handsome youth. A gentle smile graced his lips as the luminous energy of the laws enveloped him, and he invoked the golden light of the earth, swiftly retreating toward the human race. Before long, Lin Hao sensed the presence of humanity, a familiar essence that stirred his emotions. The human race. Although he was not of the primordial lineage, he was nonetheless of the human kind. The original owner of this body was also human, and how could he remain indifferent to his kin? Yet, upon arriving among the humans, Lin Hao found himself engulfed in a haze of uncertainty. Suspended in the void, he surveyed the myriad human tribes, only to realize, to his dismay, that he no longer felt the warmth of home. He arrived at the outskirts of a human tribe, the very tribe from which his predecessor hailed. This tribe was of medium size, boasting a populace of around 100,000, predominantly common folk, men, women, and children clad in animal skins, subsisting through hunting and gathering, returning at dusk, utterly disconnected from the world of cultivation. The original body had emerged from this tribe, one of the rare cultivators, upon whom the tribe had placed its hopes. Alas, Lin Hao shook his head. This once promising human cultivator had already perished. Moreover, over the span of 100,000 years, the common folk of the tribe had undergone countless generations, rendering even the environment unfamiliar. Time, akin to the shifting tides, inevitably brings about change. Lin Hao mused, refraining from entering the tribe. After all these years, even if he were to return in this body, the inhabitants would likely no longer recognize him. This exemplifies the divide between the immortal and the mortal. An immortal's retreat may span millennia, while mortals unknowingly pass through generations, witnessing the inexorable passage of time. In the subsequent days, much like the sage of old, he transformed into a mortal, traversing several human tribes, gaining insights into the myriad facets of life and the warmth and coldness of human emotions. His heart and spirit underwent profound elevation and refinement. After a century, Lin Hao concluded his mortal sojourn and arrived at the sacred ground of humanity. This sacred ground was constructed by the primordial human race to commemorate Nuwa's creation of mankind, typically frequented only by a select few of the innate humankind for their cultivation. These ancestral beings represented the foundation of humanity, safeguarding the entire race. As Lin Hao stepped onto the sacred ground, his aura erupted dramatically. By the standards of the immortal realm, he might only be considered a true immortal, yet his current cultivation far surpassed that, even eclipsing the golden immortal tier. With a resonating hum, as his power surged forth, Lin Hao's presence transformed instantaneously. Radiant celestial light enveloped him, and the principles of myriad paths coiled around him, akin to the arrival of a supreme being. Suddenly, within the sacred ground, three immense presences surged forth, exuding overwhelming pressure, as three figures shrouded in mist emerged from the depths of the sanctuary. The mist did not hinder Lin Hao's vision. He discerned the approaching figures, two men and a woman, all clad in simple attire, their gazes directed at him with a hint of wariness. A being of the great Luo golden immortal tier. Lin Hao's pupils constricted momentarily, yet he swiftly regained his composure, coming to understand the identities of his visitors. In the present era of humanity, only the three esteemed leaders, Chao Shi, Zi, and Sui Ren, could possess such formidable cultivation. In the early days of humanity, when survival was a daunting challenge, these three individuals pioneered the concepts of nesting, clothing, and the art of firemaking, thus receiving heavenly rewards and achieving the status of Great Luo Golden Immortals. Naturally, the Great Luo Golden Immortals among the three progenitors of humanity are incomparable to those who have merely attained the same level of cultivation. Pray tell, who are you? What brings you to our sacred land of humanity? The trio from Sui Ren regarded Lin Hao with vigilance. Although the aura of cultivation emanating from him was evidently inferior to theirs, it nonetheless evoked a sense of danger, particularly due to the myriad laws that seemed to envelop him, causing their pupils to constrict sharply. Chapter 28. Perfecting the Golden Elixir Path and preparing for the transmission to the human race. Although the three beings of the Swearing clan were exalted Great Luo Golden Immortals, their status did not imply ignorance. Over the years, they had encountered numerous cultivators from the outside world, often engaging in discourse with these wandering practitioners, and were thus aware of various matters within the cultivation realm. Regardless of the visitor's identity, the myriad laws that enveloped him indicated that he was indeed extraordinary. Such vigilance was warranted. Upon noticing the caution exhibited by these three venerable ancestors of the human race, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback, yet he swiftly grasped the situation. The human race had endured considerable hardship in recent years, frequently besieged by external demon clans and malevolent cultivators. As the progenitor of humanity, it was entirely reasonable for them to regard an unexpected visitor with suspicion. Unperturbed, Lin Hao stepped forward, bowing respectfully to the three ancestral figures with a solemn expression, stating, "I am Lin Hao of the human race, honored to meet the three ancestors." He refrained from disclosing the name of his original self, which had perished and faded into the annals of the past. He merely occupied the vessel of another, yet he wished to remain true to himself. Lin Hao was Lin Hao, and he sought to be none other. Human race? You are of our lineage? The Swearing trio stood momentarily bewildered. They were perplexed, for the number of cultivators among the human race was scant, and even fewer had attained immortality. Most were innate humans whom they recognized. Yet, this individual not only emanated the essence of myriad laws, but also instilled a sense of threat in even these great Luo golden immortals. When had such a being emerged within their ranks? Indeed, Lin Hao affirmed, speaking in a deep and resonant tone, the name of my past has slipped from my memory. I am now known as Lin Hao. I am a disciple of the Taiping sage, entrusted with the second true transmission of the human teaching. What? A disciple of the human teaching? The trio of swear-in was visibly shaken by his revelation. The identity of a sage's disciple was no trifling matter. Merely possessing such a title could instill awe throughout the vast wilderness, commanding respect not only within the human race, but across the entirety of the realm. However, the expressions of the three ancestors soon shifted to one of delight. Are you certain you belong to our human race? Z, stepping forward to stand beside Lin Hao, was a female ancestor of the human lineage. Clad in simple attire, her beauty radiated warmth rather than aloofness, exuding a motherly kindness. This body may be flawed. Its physical form perished, yet as long as I am Lin Hao, I shall remain a part of humanity. Lin Hao asserted with unwavering conviction. Not only did he identify as human in the present, but even if circumstances were to change in the future, his essence would forever remain human. With these words, Lin Hao summoned the aura of the Taiping immortal technique, its pure essence permeating the air, a testament that could not be feigned. Marvelous. I never anticipated that our human race would again have a disciple of a sage, especially from the human teaching. Zi's countenance brightened at the gravity of Lin Hao's declaration. The Swearin clan and the Yuchao clan approached, their faces equally illuminated with joy. Previously, Xiandu had joined the human teaching, and now they had yet another member from their race entering its fold. Undoubtedly a momentous occasion for the human lineage. The survival of the human race is fraught with difficulties, constantly overshadowed by the specter of extinction. With Lin Hao now becoming a disciple of the human sect, it undoubtedly adds an extra layer of assurance for humanity. Lin Hao is well aware of the sentiments harbored by the three ancestors, yet he can only sigh in response. Relying on the human sect? Trusting in Xuandu? Lin Hao shook his head. He knows his master and senior brother too well. In the face of humanity's impending calamity, as a sage of the heavenly path, he would never intervene to aid humanity, for it would contradict the will of the heavenly Dao. After all, it would be foolish to act against one's own interests. By merely offering assistance to humanity, one could easily garner immense faith from them, thereby greatly enhancing the fortunes of the human sect. It is inconceivable that one would engage in actions detrimental to oneself. As for Xuandu, who is inherently indifferent, there is no certainty of assistance. And even if there was a desire to help, the strength to do so is lacking. Lin Hao, of course, would not voice such thoughts. Instead, he donned a smile and declared, indeed, as a disciple of the human sect, the true teachings of the sages shall surely protect humanity. Upon hearing these words, the three ancestors were elated, their gaze towards Lin Hao brimming with warmth. In fact, the esteemed Swearin even grasped Lin Hao's hand, inviting him to be a guest at the sacred ground, an invitation Lin Hao graciously declined. No need for that. I have journeyed through various tribes for a century. My visit to the sacred ground is merely to meet the venerable ancestors and, emulating my master, to impart my own teachings for the benefit of humanity. Lin Hao articulated his purpose, which is the only contribution he can currently make for the human race. He established the human sect and imparted the Golden Core Dao to enable humanity to cultivate. However, his teachings on the Golden Core Dao are rather rudimentary, serving merely as a broad outline of cultivation. This time, he intends to share the insights he has garnered over the years on the Golden Core Dao, thereby refining the path of cultivation for humanity. Through his experiences in Kunlun Mountain during this grand gathering, he has achieved profound understanding of the Golden Core Dao. And in conjunction with his vision for the future development of human cultivation, he has preemptively perfected the realms beneath the immortal path. The future cultivation system for mortals commences with the first realm of Qi refinement, followed by foundation establishment, core formation, nascent soul, divine transformation, void refinement, integration, tribulation crossing, great ascension, and the culmination of great ascension leading to immortal flight. This system of cultivation is not a creation of Lin Hao. Rather, it is a formation that will evolve from the future development of the Golden Core Dao. Lin Hao is merely facilitating the birth of this detailed cultivation framework ahead of time. He now prepares to impart it to humanity, enabling their further advancement. The extent of that advancement is beyond his concern. Upon revealing the matter of imparting teachings to the three ancestors, their joy knew no bounds. What does humanity currently lack the most? Beyond resources, it is the methods of cultivation. Aside from the crude golden core Dao, there are no teachings being passed down, leading to the rarity of cultivators and the even scarcer emergence of immortals. The three of the swearing clan understand well that to thrive in this primordial world, one must possess strength, and to attain strength, one must have a legacy. Thus, when Lin Hao proposed to teach, their elation was palpable. Without hesitation, they dispatched messengers to disseminate the news throughout the major tribes of humanity. Before long, the entire human race was abuzz, with countless voices rising in excited cheer. Even the secluded members of the innate human race were stirred, their spirits soaring with exhilaration. Their excitement stemmed not merely from the arrival of a sage to impart teachings to their lineage, but more significantly, this sage was one of their own kin. Upon the revelation of this news, countless individuals from the human race hastened towards the sacred grounds, amounting to a staggering 1/10 of the entire youthful population. 3 months later, the human sacred site was bustling with activity, a veritable hive of life. Lin Hao sat cross-legged beneath the statue of Niwa, his gaze sweeping across the throngs of people. A sea of heads numbering in the billions, surpassing even the attendance during the opening of the 3 purities gates. All eyes were fixated on Lin Hao, filled with reverence, excitement, and anticipation. Beside Lin Hao, in addition to the 3 ancestral figures of the human race, there were many others, each radiating vitality and enveloped in an aura of celestial Dao. These were indeed the innate human beings. They each found their own spots to sit in meditation, eagerly awaiting Lin Hao's teachings. Even the 3 individuals of the swearing clan, who had attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, gazed on with anticipation. Despite their exalted rank, they had not undergone systematic cultivation and lacked a formal lineage. Thus they approached this opportunity with humble eagerness to learn. Chapter 29. Stirring the Heavenly Dao, the protection of the great purity Laozi. As the crowd gathered, Lin Hao refrained from unnecessary words. With a demeanor akin to Laozi, he maintained a serene expression and an indifferent countenance, proceeding directly to his discourse. The Great Way emphasizes the cultivation of the heart, and the refinement of one's nature is paramount. The essence resides within the heart, while the heart envelopes the essence. One must delve deeply into the abyss, allowing the spirit to remain undistracted. The internal treasures consist of essence, energy, and spirit, while the external treasures comprise the ears, eyes, and mouth. It is vital to prevent the internal treasures from wandering in pursuit of external distractions and to ensure the external treasures do not disturb the inner sanctum. One must breathe steadily, sinking deeply into the dantian. The golden elixir seizes the power of creation from heaven and earth, attains the numbers of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. With a single golden elixir in one's belly, my fate is dictated by myself, not by heaven. I, a humble practitioner, inherit the lineage of great purity. The path of the golden elixir also originated from great purity. My esteemed master established the path of the golden elixir and bestowed upon humanity its fundamental principles. However, the common folk are often dull-witted. Therefore, I have meticulously delineated the path of the golden elixir, integrating it with the 4 realms of Qi refinement. These realms are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, elixir formation, nascent soul, transformation of spirit, refinement of emptiness, integration, tribulation crossing, great completion, culminating in ascension. The first realm is the Qi refinement stage. What constitutes Qi refinement? The second realm. During this lecture, Lin Hao did not present his teachings with the extravagant flair of a sage, where the heavens rain down golden lotuses and the earth erupts in grandeur. Instead, the spiritual energy surged around the vicinity of the human sanctum, transforming into vortices of energy for the listeners to absorb. Lin Hao was not surprised by this phenomenon. After all, he was neither a sage nor even a quasi-sage, and thus could not evoke a resonance with the heavenly rules. Nonetheless, Lin Hao's discourse was exceedingly detailed, articulating his insights into each realm of the golden elixir and the methods of cultivation in a manner comprehensible to all. Soon, the majority of those present became immersed in contemplation, including figures like Swearin, who closed their eyes and began meditative reflection, an aura of Daoic resonance surrounding them. As time passed gradually, Lin Hao's lecture lasted merely 3 years, far shorter than the millennia-long discourses typical of sages. The majority of attendees were human, and 3 years of listening was already quite extensive for them. The final realm of the golden elixir path is great completion, which corresponds to the ultimate state of refinement of emptiness and integration. In this process, one's soul, spirit, thought, and consciousness reach their zenith, enabling the comprehension of the universe's essence and the understanding of the heavenly rules, merging with them to elevate one's thoughts into the realm of the Tao, transcending the mundane to become immortal. This represents the final realm of the golden elixir path, the great completion. Suddenly, as Lin Hao concluded his explanation of the great completion realm, the heavens erupted with tumultuous thunderclouds, flashes of lightning, and a magnificent display of celestial might surged forth. Resonating with the Tao of heaven, the overwhelming divine presence exerted pressure upon all beings, manifesting countless divine orders and various extraordinary phenomena. As the aura of the heavenly Tao permeated the atmosphere. What is this? Lin Hao, who had just finished his lecture, was momentarily frozen in place. Abruptly lifting his gaze to the heavens, his pupils contracting sharply. Simultaneously, as the celestial might descended, the entire primordial realm was stirred, with countless cultivators and powerful beings looking up in awe at the sky. What is this celestial might? Why does it manifest? What has transpired? On the majestic peaks of Kunlun Mountain, the venerable Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzuan, and Tongtian Jiaozhu, each engrossed in their respective meditative practices, suddenly opened their eyes, their expressions subtly shifting as they gazed towards the heavens, calculating with their fingers. Has someone dared to establish a system of cultivation? One that has even garnered the approval of the heavenly Tao? How could this be? In the Taiqing Palace, Yuanshi Tianzuan abruptly rose from his cushion. In the Taiqing Palace, Tongtian Jiaozhu's pupils contracted, revealing a look of astonishment on his face. Meanwhile, in the Taiqing Palace, Laozi's fingers froze mid-calculation. To think that someone has perfected the golden elixir Tao, this is intriguing indeed. I am compelled to discover the identity of this remarkable individual who possesses the ability to refine my golden elixir Tao. A look of keen interest spread across Laozi's face as he resumed his calculations. However, as he continued, an increasingly peculiar expression emerged. In the west, within Mount Shumi, at the 8 Treasures Merit Pool, the manifestation of heavenly might and the revelation of the heavenly Tao caught the attention of the saints, Jane and Junti, who exchanged glances, both beginning to calculate in unison. Just then, a cold snort resonated from the Taiqing Palace atop Kunlun Mountain, and a vast aura of sanctity surged forth. An overwhelming presence of the Tao sweeping across the entire primordial universe, shaking the heavens and altering the skies. Subsequently, a colossal Taiji diagram materialized, transforming into 2 yin-yang fish that traversed the void like celestial dragons, roaring fiercely and stirring the winds and clouds of the world. Ultimately, the Taiji diagram loomed like a celestial canopy, obscuring the sun and overshadowing the heavens, its innate treasure aura resounding with the majesty of a saint descending, exerting pressure upon all living beings. What is Laozi playing at? He has even summoned the Taiji diagram. Could this manifestation of the heavenly Tao be related to him? Jane and Junti's expressions stiffened, and they dared not continue their calculations, for they were wary of offending Laozi. Meanwhile, Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu, also on Kunlun Mountain, stood in stunned silence, gazing blankly towards the Taiqing Palace. What does Laozi mean by this? Why has he summoned the Taiji diagram again, disrupting the heavenly secrets? It seems he is preventing them from calculating further. Could it possibly be that this concerns Lin Hao? Yet, how could that be? The boy merely possesses a slightly higher understanding. How could he provoke the arrival of the heavenly Tao? Yuanshi Tianzuan was filled with doubt. Tongtian Jiaozhu's eyes flickered as he fell into deep contemplation. Simultaneously, as the heavenly might surged, not only the saints, but also myriad powerful beings throughout the primordial realm were stirred, each beginning to calculate. Yet, as the Taiji diagram emerged, the overwhelming aura of the saints pressed upon the heavens, leaving these formidable beings frozen, each one hesitant to continue their calculations. The instigator of this tumult, Lin Hao, was utterly bewildered. He stared, dazed, at the resounding might of the heavens above and the enormous Taiji diagram ascending from Kunlun Mountain. He realized he had stirred trouble. Otherwise, his master would not have summoned the Taiji diagram, disrupting the heavenly secrets. Thunder rumbled ominously. At this moment, the celestial power intensified, yet it did not bear the oppressive weight of apocalyptic doom, nor did it manifest as gathering calamity clouds. Instead, above the realm of humanity, a magnificent golden cloud of merit gradually took shape. What? Is this divine merit? Such an abundance of virtue. Who, pray tell, has accomplished what to receive such a reward from the heavenly Tao? If it was said that Laozi's invocation of the Taiji diagram deterred the populace from discerning the future, now, with the condensation of the merit cloud, how could anyone still be in the dark about the unfolding events? What astonished the mighty beings of the primordial era was the sheer magnitude of this cloud. While it may not rival the celebratory cloud scene during the sanctification of the six saints, it was still nearly one-third as grand. One must not underestimate this fraction, for it possesses the potential to elevate an ordinary cultivator to the status of a quasi-saint, or even propel them to the pinnacle of that realm. How could such an immense reservoir of merit exist? How much virtue must have been amassed, and could it possibly be attributed to Laozi once more? Outside the celestial palace of Ling Hao, Emperor Jun's pupils constricted, his expression one of shock. Beside him stood Dongwang Tai, Fushi, Kuanpeng Baizhe, and others. These quasi-saint powers gazed upon the merit cloud coalescing in the heavens, their faces betraying envy and jealousy. If one were to inquire who among the entire primordial expanse yearned for merit the most, it would undoubtedly be these cultivators perched at the zenith of the primordial realm. Now, an unknown figure, having achieved an extraordinary feat, had managed to garner such immense merit. How could they not feel envy? How could they not feel jealousy? Chapter 30. The Great Virtue of Lin Hao, the primordial ancestor Qi. Investigate this matter for me. I must ascertain the identity of the individual who has acquired such virtue. Before Emperor Jun could utter a word, Dong Huang Tai, with an expression of urgency, interjected. How could he remain composed in the face of such immense merit? Should it be bestowed upon him, even if he could not attain sainthood, he would at least catch a glimpse of the half-step primordial realm, emerging as the foremost among those beneath the true saints, perhaps even rivaling them. That is out of the question. However, as soon as Dong Huang Tai spoke, Fushi shook his head, cautioning, we must not act recklessly. The one who recently summoned the Taiji diagram on Kunlun Mountain has instilled a sense of chaos, carrying a more profound aura of intimidation. It is evident that this individual wishes to prevent any deductions from the world. Consequently, the one who has garnered this virtue is undoubtedly linked to him. It would be unwise for us to probe without caution. Baizhe nodded in agreement, his countenance grave. Indeed, we must tread carefully. The Witch clan currently casts a covetous eye upon our demon clan. At this juncture, we must not provoke the saints or those associated with them. Emperor Jun also shook his head in resignation. Enough, my younger brother. Let us not court trouble. Every individual possesses their own opportunities. This person's acquisition of such virtue is his fortune, and it is of no concern to us. But, elder brother, Dong Huang Tai attempted to voice his thoughts, yet was interrupted by Emperor Jun, who gazed deeply and said, I understand your sentiments. You may send someone to investigate this individual's identity and the source of their virtue, but do not provoke them. Understood. Dong Huang Tai nodded in acknowledgement. Above the blood sea of the underworld, a figure clad in a black robe with blood-red hair stared blankly at the gathering auspicious clouds in the firmament. Who could be the recipient of such abundant virtue, and how was it attained? If he could also acquire this merit, it might allow him to make further strides towards breaking through to the half-step primordial realm. No, even if this individual is connected to the great purity old one, I must uncover the truth. At this moment, the body of Ming he trembled with excitement. In the vast wilderness, none were more devoted to the path of enlightenment than he. In years past, he had emulated Nu Hua in creating humanity and had mirrored the three pure ones to establish the Azura sect, thereby amassing a great deal of virtue, propelling his cultivation to the late quasi-saint stage. Yet, the merit was insufficient to push him further. These years, he had been racking his brain, pondering how to acquire virtue once more. Now, with someone suddenly obtaining such vast merit, how could he let this opportunity slip away? Taking a deep breath, Ming he tore through the void, heading towards the shores of the eastern sea. With virtue-laden auspicious clouds coalescing above the human realm, it was likely that the one who had attained the merit was nearby. He intended to seek an audience. Naturally, as a being who had existed for eons, Ming he was not naive. He would simply pay a visit and would not act rashly. For the individual who had garnered this virtue was likely connected to the great purity old one, and he dared not offend them lightly. Not only Ming he, but as the auspicious clouds of virtue gathered, many powerful beings across the wilderness turned their attention towards the human realm, some even rising to investigate further. Auspicious clouds of virtue. As the initiator of this unforeseen event, Lin Hao found himself in a state of bewilderment, gazing vacantly at the auspicious clouds of merit coalescing in the firmament. What is happening? How could there be merit? For reasons unknown, Lin Hao felt as though these clouds of merit were directed towards him. Before long, the clouds completed their formation and transformed into golden light, descending upon him. Indeed, it was meant for me. Could it be because? A sudden realization struck Lin Hao as he recalled his teachings. He had expounded upon Laozi's golden elixir Dao, enhancing it with insights drawn from his past life and years of contemplation. articulating the detailed realms of cultivation in this mortal realm. Yet, he never anticipated the existence of merit. Wait a moment. Convention dictates that the creation of a new doctrine incurs a tribulation. Why then did I not only escape calamity, but was instead bestowed with merit? Lin Hao felt a sense of disorientation, but clarity soon emerged. As the golden light of merit descended, a portion of it separated and drifted towards Kunlun Mountain. Lin Hao's gaze followed, realizing it was directed towards the Taiqing Palace. This revelation caused him to pause, and he quickly understood. The golden elixir Dao was originally conceived by his master. Thus, I can only claim to have refined it. The descent of merit indeed rightfully acknowledges my master's contribution. Moreover, although I have initiated a new doctrine and established a cultivation realm, it remains within the bounds of the immortal path, still recognized by the heavenly Dao as the golden elixir Dao. It is not an entirely new path. No wonder there are no tribulations, but rather a bestowal of merit. With this understanding, Lin Hao grasped the situation completely. He felt a surge of energy as he began to absorb the merit, yet he refrained from using it to enhance his cultivation or to form a halo of merit. Merit is a precious resource, a manifestation of the origin of the heavenly Dao, akin to a universal remedy. He intended to utilize it wisely. Having abandoned traditional cultivation in favor of the golden elixir, his inner world required vast resources, and merit was indeed one such resource, perfectly suited for the enhancement of his inner realm. His inner world could be likened to a small universe, governed by its own rules and order, continuously generating chaotic energy. The integration of this merit into his inner world would likely catalyze its transformation into a small thousand world. Of course, the rank of the inner world was secondary. What truly captivated Lin Hao's attention was the chaotic energy it generated. Within his trinity, his aim was to employ the principles of Taiji to transmute the chaotic energy back into its primordial essence. This essence, born before the chaos was delineated, is the source of all things and the mother of myriad paths. In his previous life, he had perused Taoist texts, which described the evolution from Wuji through 5 great processes, culminating in the emergence of chaos, a period known as the Hongmeng era, during which the Great Dao also came into being. With the shattering of Hongmeng giving rise to chaos, the primordial essence that nurtured this era vanished. However, this remains Lin Hao's personal hypothesis. Its veracity requires gradual validation. In any case, having resolved to tread this path, he would not retreat. Even if he ultimately discovered it to be erroneous and faced failure, he would accept it. Should he succeed in condensing the ancestral essence, he would find himself in a position where the gradual enhancement of his inner world becomes entirely unnecessary. With but a single thought, he could invoke the creation of the heavens, evolve myriad realms, and even traverse the endless river of time, effortlessly manifesting an infinite expanse of diversity. At that moment, upon materializing his form, he would possess the ability to transmute every cell and particle of his being into a universe. As the merits flowed into his body, Lin Hao experienced a tremor. The golden elixir within him radiated brilliance, and the swirling chaos energy intensified in richness. The world contained within the golden elixir was undergoing a profound metamorphosis, becoming increasingly refined, while the proliferation of chaotic energy quickened. His true spirit materialized, hovering above the world like a deity of creation, adorned with myriad laws, surveying the entirety of existence. Concurrently, within the sacred grounds of humanity, the entire teaching hall erupted in commotion as billions gazed upon Lin Hao, perceiving him as a divine being. Many among the human race even prostrated themselves upon the ground, beginning to worship Lin Hao in reverence. Chapter 31. A fortuitous gain fourfold benefits, elevating my cultivation. The golden light of virtue. Has my fellow Taoist Lin Hao's teachings garnered the recognition of the heavenly Dao? Such an abundance of merit. Even the combined efforts of the 3 of us in our prime could scarcely rival this. Congratulations to you, Taoist Lin Hao. May you be blessed with boundless fortune. In the gathering, the likes of Swearin, Yu Chao, and Zi were equally astonished. As they regained their composure, they hastened to extend their congratulations. Lin Hao, a true-born member of the human race and now a disciple of a sage, had imparted teachings to their kin. His acquisition of immense merit rendered them elated beyond measure, even more so than during their own past achievements. Esteemed sages, your humility is commendable. Now that the discourse has concluded, I shall leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands. I must continue my journey and cannot linger, Lin Hao stated earnestly. By the way, my recent teachings unexpectedly stirred the heavenly Dao, eliciting a cascade of merit and even drawing the attention of the sages and many formidable beings of the primordial chaos. It is likely that inquiries will soon be made. For the sake of safety, I urge you to disperse the crowd swiftly. Lin Hao's expression turned grave. The impact of his teachings had not only unsettled the heavenly Dao, but had also prompted Laozi to unveil the Taiji diagram to conceal the heavenly secrets. Such a commotion would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the primordial realm. Thus, he deemed it prudent to depart from the human realm post-haste, lest he attract the scrutiny of powerful factions and eminent beings. The human race remained fragile, and he had no desire to thrust them into the limelight of danger. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Swearin and the others turned serious, their faces reflecting the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, we understand. The ancestral figures nodded, not daring to delay, swiftly dispersing the assembly. Those still entranced by the teachings, yet unaware of their surroundings, were also guided to the sanctum. Seeing this, Lin Hao made no further delay. He summoned the golden light of the earth and soared towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. He wished to maintain his anonymity and, especially at this juncture, shield the human race from potential repercussions. With Laozi employing the Taiji diagram to obscure the heavenly secrets, he seized the opportunity to depart. Having resolved matters concerning the human race, he felt a sense of fulfillment for both his past life and original self. Furthermore, he inadvertently accrued merit for Laozi and bolstered the fortunes of humanity, a fortuitous gain of fourfold benefits. Next, he intended to journey to Mount Buzhou, to pay homage to the remnants of Pangu and perhaps encounter some fortuitous opportunities. Meanwhile, within the Taiqing Palace on Kunlun Mountain, a resplendent golden light radiated, suffused with the aura of virtue. The rich golden glow enveloped Laozi, causing his presence to ascend significantly. After an indeterminate time, Laozi's body quivered, and an overwhelming sanctity surged forth from him. Yet, before it could spread, he reined it in. Laozi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. Hunyuan's seventh heaven. I never anticipated that merely accepting a disciple in passing could yield such extraordinary results, allowing me to achieve a momentous breakthrough. Truly, he is an anomaly, unpredictable and ever-changing. Suddenly, Laozi's expression shifted, revealing a moment of surprise. Unexpectedly, even the fortune of my human teachings has undergone a transformation, subtly showing a trend of enhancement. I, with a look of astonishment, could not help but reveal a hint of joy in my gaze. Buzz, buzz. At that moment, the void twisted, and two figures emerged from the ether, none other than the primordial heavenly venerable and the master of the celestial sect. Oh, dear brother, have you broken through? Upon sensing my change in aura, both the primordial and the celestial master were momentarily taken aback. Just a minor breakthrough. I nodded faintly, not denying it. A minor breakthrough? The celestial master rolled his eyes. The fortune of your teachings has also significantly increased. Previously, you disrupted the heavenly mechanisms, yet could not conceal the arrival of merit, clearly. A portion of that merit has fallen upon the human race. What exactly have you done to attain such an abundance of merit, causing the fortune of your teachings to soar? The primordial heavenly venerable's eyes flickered with curiosity, eager to uncover the secret behind my actions. The merit I had amassed could elevate even a saint by an entire minor realm. How could he not be tempted? The celestial master felt the same urge to discover my plans that had led to such fortunate circumstances. Nothing much. Merely my disciple Lin Hao visited the human realm to learn from me, experiencing the myriad facets of mortal life. Occasionally, he gained insights that slightly refined the golden elixir path I imparted. I stated casually, my expression remarkably calm, as if this were merely a trivial matter. However, both the primordial and the celestial master could discern the pride etched upon my face. Indeed, this fellow was reveling in his achievements. Nothing much, just occasional insights. They had lived together for so many years, and it was the first time they realized I could flaunt my prowess so effortlessly. So, you have merely taken on a talented disciple? Yet soon, the expressions of the primordial and the celestial master grew grave. Despite my playful demeanor, they understood well that if Lin Hao had merely refined the golden elixir path slightly, it would be impossible to gain such heavenly merit, let alone in such abundance. They raised their fingers, casting a glance at me, and upon seeing that I did not intervene, they began to deduce further. How could this be? He has accomplished a detailed division of the mortal realm within the golden elixir path, creating distinct realms, and obtained the acknowledgement of the heavenly Dao. Communicating with the heavenly Dao, they instantly grasped what had transpired, both left in a state of astonishment. Refining qi, establishing foundations, forming elixirs, nurturing the primordial spirit, transforming the divine, refining the void, merging bodies, transcending tribulations, achieving great completion, and then becoming an immortal. Each step of cultivation was meticulously detailed. as if existing above the realm of immortality. Marvelous. I did not expect this child to possess such innate talent. Thus, mortals could ascend step by step through this framework to attain the path of immortality. With this mortal cultivation system, the number of immortals in the future wilderness would surge dramatically, ushering in a new era. By virtue of this cultivation system alone, Lin Hao could be hailed as the ancestor of the Dao. The celestial master spoke with a serious tone. At this proclamation, the expression of the primordial heavenly venerable shifted, turning to the celestial master with a cold snort, declaring, "Humph, third brother, how dare you utter such words, ancestor of the Dao? He is merely a junior, having created only a few realms for mortals to cultivate, and even that was built upon the foundation of the golden core path established by his elder brother. How could you dare to compare him to Master Hongjun? Yuan Shi, do not take things to such an extreme. I have never directly compared him to Master Hongjun. What I mean to convey is that, regardless of the circumstances, Lin Hao, at such a tender age and with his modest cultivation, has established a complete system of cultivation for mortals. Should he not be regarded as a Dao ancestor?" Observing Yuan Shi's haughty demeanor, Tong Tian let out a cold laugh and remarked, "What of a mere human? What is so special about humanity? At Lin Hao's age, you were still a mere wisp of pure energy. Did you establish a system of cultivation then? Or do you believe that those so-called blessed true immortals you have taken under your wing could accomplish such a feat?" Boom. Tong Tian's derision ignited Yuan Shi's fury, his complexion turning crimson as waves of sacred might surged forth from his being. Chapter 32, Arrival at Mount Buzhou. Peering into the Pangu principles. Tong Tian, what do you mean? Are you implying that I am inferior to Lin Hao? Yuan Shi was taken aback by Tong Tian's blatant disregard for his dignity, comparing him to Lin Hao, which clearly suggested that he was not as formidable. Am I mistaken in what I said? As an elder, if your junior excels, it would be expected of you to offer praise and support, yet you choose to belittle instead. Is this the conduct of an elder? Are your disciples permitted to thrive, while ours are deemed worthless? Such pettiness, viewing others through a lens of superiority, treating all beings as mere ants. Yuan Shi, you are no longer the second brother I once knew. You have become a heartless deity. For some time now, Tong Tian could hardly endure Yuan Shi's behavior. Ever since the three brothers established their sects and took in disciples, Yuan Shi had continuously disparaged his students. The disciples of the exposition school, emboldened by their master's words, treated his students with disdain, often leading to conflicts. Yet, whenever disputes arose, Yuan Shi would blame him, showering him with ridicule and various forms of admonishment. Out of respect for their brotherhood, he had remained patient, but he could no longer contain his frustration. This time, he merely offered a compliment to Lin Hao, and yet Yuan Shi retaliated with insults. Do you not have any sense of dignity, Tong Tian? Tong Tian, how dare you call me petty and condescending? How dare you speak to your elder in such a manner? Boom. Tong Tian's retort sent Yuan Shi into a rage, his face contorting with fury as his divine might erupted, shaking the entire Taiqing Palace. What is the matter? Have I struck a nerve? Yet, what I said is the truth. Tong Tian smirked, unperturbed by Yuan Shi's wrath, his own divine aura rising as he faced his brother across the void. Seeing this, Laozi, who had been a silent observer, could no longer remain passive and bellowed. Both of you be quiet. Buzz. With a flick of his hand, Laozi dispersed the tense atmosphere in the hall. What chaos is this? Do you intend to come to blows? His expression remained impassive as he cast a cold glare at the two. Humph, humph. Realizing Laozi's anger, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian ceased their quarrel, each retracting their imposing presence, exchanging a disdainful snort before turning to leave. It seems that Kunlun Mountain can hardly bear the weight of the destinies of three saints any longer. Perhaps I should seek a more suitable sanctuary soon. Not long after their departure, a heavy sigh escaped Laozi within the Taiqing Palace. As for Yuan Shi and Tong Tian's quarrel, Lin Hao was blissfully unaware. At that moment, he was approaching Mount Buzhou, faintly perceiving its imposing presence, akin to a celestial pillar. He had long yearned to behold this mountain. Ever since his arrival, he had dreamed of visiting. Yet, the closer he drew to Mount Buzhou, the more astonished he became. Even from millions of miles away, he could sense the terrifying pressure emanating from the mountain. As he approached the foot of the mountain, an immense pressure enveloped him, a force so formidable that it would likely deter even the most adept celestial beings, or even true immortals, from getting too close. However, this overwhelming aura was not sufficient to halt Lin Hao's progress. Though he outwardly appeared to possess only the cultivation of a true immortal, this was merely superficial. He practiced the Trinity Golden Core, and now, in terms of the Golden Core's quality, the internal reservoir of worldly power, and the essence of the Great Dao, He surpassed not only golden immortals, but also most typical Tai golden immortals. As the pressure intensified, Lin Hao concentrated his thoughts, causing his golden core to resonate, releasing a chaotic aura that enveloped him entirely. With the power of chaos surrounding him, the weight he bore lightened considerably. Without further delay, he soared toward Buzhou Mountain. Time passed, and at last, he reached the base of Buzhou Mountain. Gazing upward, he beheld a colossal figure that resembled a primordial demon god, standing majestically before him, its head touching the heavens, its feet planted firmly on the earth, exuding an ancient and profound aura, as if it had stood in this realm for eternity. With a sharp intake of breath, Lin Hao was taken aback. He could scarcely fathom that this was merely the spine of Pangu, long fallen and weathered by the ages. How immensely powerful must Pangu have been in his prime? Without hesitation, Lin Hao activated his insightful eye, directing his gaze once more toward Buzhou Mountain. As the insightful eye opened, the entire fabric of time and space transformed before his eyes. It appeared as though a vast net unfurled across the cosmos, interconnected by countless fine threads, each inscribed with myriad runes. This phenomenon was not unfamiliar to Lin Hao. However, when he focused on the mountain itself, his body trembled violently. Under his gaze, the majestic Buzhou Mountain, still standing proudly and timelessly, revealed a multitude of runes covering its surface. These runes, though dim and unassuming, possessed an ancient and profound quality, starkly distinct from the laws that permeated the world. They seemed to belong to an even older era, embodying a divine and perfect order beyond the primal rules. Could this be the Great Dao laws cultivated by Pangu? Lin Hao was filled with excitement. His insightful eye was not merely capable of perceiving and extracting the laws of the universe. It could also unveil the runes of law present within all beings. To his astonishment, he succeeded in witnessing this phenomenon. Thus, even if no other opportunities lay upon Buzhou Mountain, the imprinted runes alone constituted a tremendous fortune for him. Perhaps he could glean insights into Pangu's power of the Dao, or even uncover the secrets of the demon god's form. The joy on Lin Hao's face deepened. However, he refrained from hastily extracting the runes. He resolved to ascend Buzhou Mountain first and gradually comprehend its mysteries. Looking down at his physical form, Lin Hao shook his head. With a single thought, his golden core emerged from within him, soaring towards Buzhou Mountain. As for the corporeal form, it has been absorbed into the golden elixir. This body belongs to his previous incarnation. Having severed its connection to the soul, it can only be regarded as a mere puppet, destined to be discarded in due time. Naturally, he would not employ this physical vessel for cultivation. Entering the realm of Mount Buzhou, Lin Hao cast his gaze and discovered numerous members of the shaman clan. Each of these individuals possessed a robust physique, their towering forms engaged in various practices across the peaks, some refining their bodies, while others engaged in mutual sparring. Mount Buzhou serves as an exceptional location for physical cultivation, with the oppressive aura above providing an ideal environment for practitioners to strengthen their bodies, particularly for the shamans, who inherently focus on physical training. Consequently, many from the shaman clan frequently gather here to hone their skills. Aside from the shamans, Lin Hao also observed a few cultivators, albeit in limited numbers. Most appeared to be solitary practitioners, deliberately distancing themselves from the shamans, each engrossed in their own training, undisturbed by one another. It goes without saying that none of these cultivators belong to the demon clan, and the reasons for this are self-evident. Chapter 33. Extracting the Pangu Principles. The body of Mount Buzhou at this moment, Lin Hao was akin to a golden core, enveloped by the chaotic energy. With a mere thought, the golden core began to transform, swiftly morphing into a towering humanoid figure, surrounded by swirling chaos, resembling a manifested demonic deity, ascending the mountain step by step. Along the way, he encountered several cultivators and members of the witch clan. As long as they did not provoke him, he paid them no mind. However, should anyone dare to challenge him, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Given his current strength, he regarded ordinary members of the witch clan with indifference, only wary of formidable witches. As he set foot upon Mount Buzhou, Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically. It felt as though an ancient divine mountain pressed down upon him, rendering him incapable of flight under such immense pressure. Surprisingly, this did not dismay him. Rather, it filled him with joy, for this was the very pressure he sought. The greater the pressure, the more beneficial it would be for his cultivation. His golden core represented his physical form, and during his training on Kunlun Mountain, he had encountered a bottleneck that hindered the golden core from truly manifesting as a human structure. Now, he intended to seize this opportunity to attempt a genuine transformation. Previously, while cultivating the golden core, He had condensed the entire golden core world into a human form, embodying the Taoist body with all its organs, meridians, and blood, all evolving in accordance with Panga's creation of the primordial world. Yet, despite having evolved this humanoid realm, Lin Hao was frustrated by his inability to manifest flesh and blood. The transformation into flesh and blood required a metamorphosis akin to the primordial beings. It was essential to achieve corporeal form. Lin Hao mused, recalling insights gained during his travels among humanity that had illuminated his understanding. Indeed, by cultivating the golden core and transforming it into a world, while integrating the true spirit within, it was akin to undergoing a rebirth into a new life. As a life form, to emerge into the world, a transformation was necessary. Unlike the innate beings of the primordial era, direct generation of flesh and blood was not feasible. Moreover, Lin Hao speculated that his transformation would likely necessitate transcending a metamorphic tribulation, for his state was extraordinarily unique, resembling the transformation of a world, unprecedented throughout history. Vigilance was imperative. In light of this, he recognized the necessity of amassing sufficient foundational strength before attempting the transformation. Even the Taoist merits he had acquired from imparting wisdom to humanity were assimilated into the world, aiming to ease the challenges of his forthcoming metamorphosis. Now, Lin Hao discovered that the eye of insight could perceive and extract the laws inscribed upon Mount Buzhou, a serendipitous revelation that sparked new aspirations within him. As he ascended the mountain, the world within him rumbled once more, reenacting the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water. Under this cosmic reenactment, mountains, rivers, stars, and celestial bodies once again evolved into human organs. Simultaneously, with the oppressive aura of Mount Buzhou enveloping him, the pace of evolution accelerated beyond previous experiences. Subsequently, Lin Hao's true spirit manifested, akin to the celestial way, commanding the rules of the world and initiating the derivation of flesh and blood. This is merely the first step. In the next moment, a silvery light radiated from Lin Hao's eyes as he surveyed the entirety of Mount Buzhou with his discerning gaze, beginning to extract the laws inscribed upon this heavenly pillar. Mount Buzhou, a manifestation of Pangu's spine, bore the ancient runes of law that, once extracted, Lin Hao imprinted directly onto his own spine. During this process, he exercised great caution, extracting each rune individually, transforming it into insight before marking it upon his evolving spine. With a resounding boom, as the runes were inscribed onto his spine, Lin Hao felt his body shudder, his aura surging upwards. The elemental forces within him roared forth, the pace of his transformation accelerating exponentially, as though the entire golden core realm was undergoing a metamorphosis. His true spirit radiated brilliance, surrounded by myriad paths, the essence of his being growing ever more profound, as if he were evolving into a primordial deity. Suddenly, an immortal aura emanated from him, ancient and weathered, as if it transcended the very river of time. Success! Lin Hao's heart rejoiced. This was merely a preliminary attempt, yet he had indeed succeeded, with even his true spirit beginning to swell. This achievement was largely attributed to the runes of law upon Mount Buzhou, which were inherent to Pangu's creation, belonging to the most archaic laws of the chaotic era. By imprinting these runes and transforming them into insights, he had directly perfected his understanding of the laws, leading to a profound evolution of his true spirit. Lin Hao sensed that his current strength was several times greater than before. Judging by his aura, from a traditional celestial perspective, he had ostensibly transcended from the true immortal to the golden immortal realm. Nevertheless, he could no longer be evaluated by conventional cultivation standards. As for his power, he had previously been capable of suppressing the average Tai golden immortal. Now, with his enhanced strength, he might very well sweep through the Tai golden immortal level. However, whether he could challenge the great Luo golden immortal remained uncertain, as the disparity between them was indeed vast. Of course, this was merely the beginning. To extract and imprint all the runes within his inner world was no simple feat. Each rune required contemplation before he could imprint them one by one. Thus, Lin Hao continued his ascent, and with each rune inscribed within him, his speed of climbing increased, feeling the pressure from Mount Buzhou diminish. However, as Lin Hao's ascent quickened, it soon attracted the attention of cultivators and members of the witch clan who were practicing upon the mountain. These practitioners were momentarily stunned. What was happening? Why was this individual ascending with such increasing speed? This was peculiar. The oppressive force of Mount Buzhou was formidable. No even great Luo golden immortal could achieve such a climbing rate. Indeed, this person appeared to possess merely the cultivation of a golden immortal. This was utterly bizarre. The arrival of Lin Hao had not gone unnoticed by the witch clan and the scattered cultivators practicing on the mountain. They had simply chosen to ignore him at first, as it was not uncommon for individuals from various races to attempt the ascent of Mount Buzhou. Yet, the climbers, including the robust members of the witch clan, found their pace increasingly sluggish as they ascended the mountain. However, this individual seemed to defy all expectations, accelerating as he ascended, undoubtedly capturing the attention of all around him. While Lin Hao swiftly scaled the heights, wholly engrossed in inscribing the runes of the law, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had inadvertently surpassed a towering figure clad in animal hide, who was simultaneously climbing and cultivating. Like a fleeting shadow, he zipped past the man, leaving him momentarily stunned. What? The man blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. Is it possible? Just a minor cultivator at the golden immortal stage. Am I seeing things? As he watched the diminutive figure vanish into the distance in the blink of an eye, the man stood there, dumbfounded, unable to reconcile what he had just witnessed. He was acutely aware of the oppressive aura of Mount Buzhou. No one understood its weight better than he did. Even for the members of the witch clan, climbing was a strenuous endeavor, let alone for those frail cultivators of the celestial path. This young man was an enigma, his lineage inscrutable. Yet his cultivation appeared to be merely at the golden immortal level. Yet his speed of ascent. Chapter 34, The Great Witch Strikes. The diamond cutter displays its might to repel the Great Witch. Unbelievable. What on earth is happening? Quafu's face was etched with disbelief. How could he, a formidable Great Witch, be surpassed by a mere golden immortal cultivator? To him, a golden immortal was nothing more than an insignificant insect. This left Quafu questioning his very existence. I must see what this fellow is truly about. As he returned to his senses, Quafu's expression darkened. Being outdone by a minor golden immortal cultivator was akin to a resounding slap to his face. Come to me. With a roar of fury, Quafu stepped forward, unleashing a torrent of blood energy that erupted from him. He thrust his massive hand through the void, reaching out to seize the fleeting figure ahead. His colossal hand loomed over the heavens, obscuring the sun and stirring the winds and clouds of the world, suffused with an overwhelming aura of malevolence. As it descended upon Lin Hao, immersed in his ascent and the extraction of the imprinted law runes, Lin Hao's expression suddenly shifted. He felt an immense pressure descend upon him, as if a divine mountain aimed to crush him. Upon raising his gaze, Lin Hao beheld a gigantic hand, wreathed in a terrifying aura, reaching for him. For the first time, a sense of crisis surged within him. This sensation was not something a golden immortal, nor even a Tai golden immortal, could instill in him. This was the presence of a Deluo golden immortal. No, the overwhelming vitality belonged to a great witch. Lin Hao's pupils constricted. Though he had never encountered a great witch, the might emanating from this being surpassed that of a Tai golden immortal, indicating at least a Deluo level of power. In fact, even an ordinary Deluo golden immortal would pale in comparison. Only a great witch could exude such an aura. Damn it, how could I encounter a great witch? Lin Hao lamented his misfortune. He had merely come to the Buzhou mountain to cultivate, yet here he was, face to face with a great witch. It is well known that the great witches of the witch clan are few in number, each capable of instilling fear across the wilderness. One would wonder why such a prominent figure would leave their domain to come here and confront a nameless individual like himself. It was absurd. Despite his grumbling, Lin Hao was not one to sit idly by. Though he harbored apprehension towards the great witch, it did not equate to fear. Setting aside his identity as a bearer of the sage's true teachings, the recent surge in his own strength, coupled with the gifts of the Li Di Yin Guang banner and the diamond cutter bestowed upon him by Laozi, rendered him unafraid of a Deluo-level entity. Nevertheless, facing a great witch, Lin Hao dared not be careless. He promptly summoned the Li Di Yin Guang banner, halting his advance. He unleashed his entire cultivation, allowing the power of the world within him to surge forth, the chaotic aura swelling, coalescing into mana that flooded into this supreme, innate spiritual treasure. His mana was unlike that of ordinary cultivators. It was the power of the world, a confluence of myriad laws, evolving into chaotic energy of far superior quality compared to that of typical wilderness cultivators. With a hum, the Li Di Yin Guang banner billowed in the wind, as if activated, transforming into a grand standard adorned with the images of ancient ferocious beasts, where yin and yang manifested, flames soared, creating a fiery celestial canopy. The aura of this supreme, innate spiritual treasure exerted pressure upon the firmament. With a mighty swing of the banner, Lin Hao emanated an aura of chaotic yin and yang, overturning the five elements, compelling all evils to retreat, rendering him impervious to myriad laws. As Lin Hao unleashed the power of numerous laws, It resonated with the earthbound flame banner, amplifying the might of this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, which descended upon Kwafu's massive hand in a forceful suppression. An exquisite innate spiritual treasure. The attack was obstructed, causing Kwafu to momentarily falter. Before he could regain his composure, Lin Hao summoned another artifact, which was none other than the diamond cutter bestowed upon him by Laozi. With a hum, as the diamond cutter was summoned, strands of holy might emanated from it. Though not overwhelmingly intense, they were undeniably real, directly invoking the tumult of heaven and earth atop Mount Buzhou, eliciting mournful cries from the very fabric of order. This diamond cutter was not Laozi's ultimate treasure of enlightenment. Rather, the holy might it exuded was a remnant of the saintly path, a lingering aura that, albeit faint, could collapse the heavens, far surpassing the capabilities of other artifacts of its kind. Go! Lin Hao gritted his teeth as the spatial laws surged around him, hurling the diamond cutter forth while distorting the very fabric of space, akin to traversing time itself, as it instantaneously appeared above Kwafu's head. Oh no! It was only at this moment that Kwafu, regaining his senses, felt the holy might radiating from the diamond cutter. His expression shifted as he clenched his fists and struck out at the diamond cutter without hesitation. The Wu clan primarily cultivates the physical body, and among those of equal realm, few could harm a member of the Wu clan. As a great shaman, even an exquisite innate spiritual treasure would find it difficult to injure him. However, this golden ring instilled in him a sense of peril, a danger emanating from its saintly aura. With a resounding bang, the diamond cutter collided with Kwafu's fist, producing an explosive sound akin to thunder, warping the surrounding void. Following the clash, the diamond cutter returned to Lin Hao's hand, who nonchalantly stowed away the earthbound flame banner and hurriedly ascended towards the peak of Mount Buzhou. Meanwhile, Kwafu, reeling from the impact of the diamond cutter, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his colossal frame being forced back several steps, nearly tumbling down the mountainside. When he regained his senses, he discovered that the young human had already sprinted a considerable distance, racing towards the summit. Damn it! This scene left Kwafu's face pale with fury, nearly causing him to spit blood. A great shaman like himself, repelled by a mere golden, immortal cultivator. Such humiliation was immense, and if word of this spread, the entire Wu clan would mock him mercilessly. To make matters worse, this lad had struck and immediately fled, vanishing from sight. Even if he wished to pursue, he could not catch up. This spectacle was witnessed by all those who were cultivating and climbing on the mountain. At this moment, whether they were members of the Wu clan or other cultivators, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. Did I see that correctly? What did I just witness? The great shaman Kwafu was actually repelled by that golden immortal just now? How is that even possible? Wait, did you notice? One of the artifacts he summoned was an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, and the golden ring exuded an aura of holy might. Who is this person, after all? Although there are not many people on Mount Zhou, there are still quite a few. Just now, Lin Hao repelled Kwafu, and they all witnessed it. Particularly those from the shaman tribe, who were left utterly astounded. What a jest! That was their tribe's great shaman, and yet he was vanquished by a mere golden immortal? The members of the shaman tribe could hardly believe their eyes, as if they were ensnared in a dream, yet to awaken from it. Chapter 35, An Unexpected Delight. The terrifying path of the Qian Kuan Bagua to his dismay, Kwafu noticed the peculiar and astonished gazes of those surrounding him, particularly his own kin. His face flushed with humiliation, a profound disgrace. You shall pay for this, just wait. He bellowed, charging towards the mountain summit. He understood that he must reclaim his honor personally. Otherwise, his reputation would be irrevocably tarnished, and upon his return, Ho Yi and Xing Tian would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. With a thunderous roar, Kwafu manifested his true form as a great shaman, transforming into a colossal giant, towering tens of thousands of feet high. He propelled his massive frame towards the peak, resembling an ancient behemoth, sending rocks flying and causing the very cliffs to tremble in his wake. Meanwhile, Lin Hao, after repelling the great shaman, turned resolutely towards the summit. From their earlier encounter, he discerned that his current cultivation level was insufficient to contend with the shaman. After all, who else would dare to withstand the assault of the flame light flag and the diamond carving with mere fists? An ordinary Deluo golden immortal would certainly not have the audacity to do so. Recognizing that he could not harm the shaman, Lin Hao deemed further entanglement pointless. It would be far more prudent to continue his cultivation and extract the runes of the laws inscribed upon Mount Buzhou. Once his strength had sufficiently increased, he would seek retribution against the great shaman. However, Lin Hao soon sensed an overwhelming surge of malevolent energy pursuing him. Had the shaman truly caught up? He smirked, disinterested. and continued his ascent. With each rune he inscribed upon the mountain, the oppressive force of Buzhou diminished for him, while others struggled to climb. He found his pace accelerating. Thus, even if the great shaman were to pursue him, he would remain oblivious to Lin Hao's retreating form. At that moment, Lin Hao felt a tremendous rumbling within him. With each rune he extracted, his internal world underwent a transformation, akin to a series of metamorphoses, with his world's level rapidly elevating. Previously, his inner realm had reached the small 1,000 level. Now, it astonishingly approached the medium 1,000 level. As his internal world evolved, the chaotic zone adjacent to the primary world intensified, with chaotic energy growing more potent and expansive, giving birth to miniature worlds and boundless realms, gradually leading his golden core world towards a multiverse evolution. Moreover, as he extracted the runes of Pangu's laws, countless insights flooded into his true spirit, continually transforming it and enriching the essence of the Great Dao. This sensation of ceaseless enhancement compelled Lin Hao to let out a triumphant roar towards the heavens. It was exhilarating. Time passed incrementally, and a century later, Lin Hao unleashed a mighty cry, leaping towards the mountain's peak. Buzz! The moment he stepped onto the summit, his aura surged once more, and a colossal phantom of the mountain materialized behind him, unmistakably resembling Mount Buzhou itself. In this arduous ascent, he continuously extracted insights and imprinted the runes of the laws. At this moment, he successfully completed the extraction of all the runes from Mount Buzhou and inscribed them within his inner world, evolving them into a miniature representation of Mount Buzhou, akin to the structure of a spine. This accomplishment filled Lin Hao with immense excitement, as it signified a remarkably pivotal stride on his path of physical cultivation. Indeed, the most crucial step thus far. Subsequently, he intended to test his fortune atop the mountain, seeking any further opportunities while endeavoring to comprehend the grand principle of power. With a clear objective in mind during his ascent of Mount Buzhou, Lin Hao was determined to explore upon reaching its summit. Naturally, he did not forget about pursuing his Kua Fu. However, now that his cultivation had surged, even if he could not overpower his adversary, he was confident that the latter could not harm him either, rendering him fearless. With a flicker of thought, he activated his Eye of Insight once more, and in an instant, the mountain top was once again adorned with a myriad of law runes. These runes exhibited diverse traces, akin to numerous tendrils intertwining with one another. Yet soon, Lin Hao's expression turned grim as he discerned several peculiarities along the convergence of these runes, resembling traces of formations. However, these formations had all been dismantled, indicating that others had previously visited this summit and discovered these formations. Setting aside the question of whether there were any opportunities within these formations, even if there were, they had likely been claimed by others, leaving him too late to partake. Lin Hao could only suppress his dissatisfaction internally. Realizing that we now lived in the era of sorcery and the descent of sages, and Mount Buzhou had likely been thoroughly explored by countless formidable beings. What opportunities could possibly remain for him? With a wry smile, he shook his head and chose not to continue his search. However, just as he was about to retract his Eye of Insight, he suddenly felt a stirring in his consciousness and turned his gaze toward a particular direction. Before him, ripples flowed through the space, and as Lin Hao's eyes gleamed, he beheld a dazzling array of law runes, an astonishing number, reaching into the hundreds. These runes intertwined and coalesced to form a vast luminous shield. This shield was remarkably subtle. Had it not been for his Eye of Insight, it would have been exceedingly difficult to discern. Surprisingly, there was also a formation, a complete grand array. Yet, this grand array appeared to have been arranged by someone postnatally, distinctly different from the aura of the innate grand array hidden within Mount Buzhou, devoid of that ancient, profound resonance of the Dao. This revelation brought a look of astonishment to Lin Hao's face, igniting his curiosity. He swiftly approached the array, gazing intently at it. Extraction. Buzz. Lin Hao's eyes radiated a silver light as he extracted the dense runes of the law from the formation, transforming them into profound insights. The moment these insights flooded into his mind, Lin Hao's expression jolted, revealing a look of delight. He had not anticipated that this formation contained such a wealth of Dao resonances, array laws, the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth, the path of creation, the path of slaughter, the path of illusion, and even the laws of time and space, with a trace of the laws of fate intertwined within. To grasp such profound truths, how could Lin Hao not be filled with astonishment? While he was indifferent to other matters, what truly delighted him were the principles of the Qian Kuan Bagua and the laws of fate. The Qian Kuan Bagua represents a formidable path of postnatal understanding, amalgamating yin and yang, the 5 elements, time and space, and the essence of the universe, evolving from the singularity to the duality and ultimately to the nine palaces. It allows one to glimpse into the cosmos and the fundamental nature of all things, forming an extensive computational system. This system not only has the capacity to deduce the universe's intricacies, but also to forecast the river of destiny and anticipate the future. This was merely a preliminary glimpse into the myriad wonders of the universe. Should one fully traverse this path, they might even discern the origins of all things and transcend the innate five elements. Now, having inadvertently comprehended the Qian Kuan Bagua, how could Lin Hao possibly refrain from joy? Throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world, only Fuxi has practiced the way of the Qian Kuan Bagua. Could it be that this formation was arranged by Fuxi himself? Lin Hao fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 36. Confronting Quafu, battling the great witch Fuxi. The elder brother of Nuwa, now the emperor of heaven, and a future sovereign of humanity, is revered as a cultural progenitor of the Huaxia people on the previous blue planet. Much like Nuwa, he is venerated by the masses. Lin Hao never anticipated that he would inadvertently inherit Fuxi's legacy. It is true that the 8 trigrams of the universe, though conceived by Fuxi, encompass vast realms. Even Fuxi himself did not traverse far along this path. Otherwise, his fate would not have been so tumultuous. He not only faced death and reincarnation, but, even as the emperor of humanity, was confined by the saints within the fire cloud cave. If this formation was indeed laid by Fuxi, then this place might be. A sudden thought struck Lin Hao, causing him to momentarily pause. If his conjecture were accurate, and this array was once the sanctum of Fuxi and Nuwa, he would have to deliberate carefully about entering. If it were merely Fuxi's domain, it would be one matter. However, Nuwa is a saint, and to intrude upon a saint's sanctum recklessly could provoke her, leading to significant complications. Of course, it is also possible that this sacred ground has long been abandoned, in which case there would be no cause for concern. Young one, where do you think you can flee? As Lin Hao hesitated on whether to break the formation and enter, a voice, domineering and laced with fury, reverberated like thunder through the void. Boom. Immediately thereafter, a tremendous wave of bloodlust surged forth from the distance, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malevolence, as if an unparalleled beast had descended upon the earth. A colossal figure approached, a humanoid being clad in beast skins, with a towering physique, bronze skin, and muscles like coiled dragons. Its vast form traversed the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath its weight. Still chasing me? I wonder what is wrong with you, Great Witch. Lin Hao was utterly speechless. Why was this Great Witch so relentless? He had not wronged him in any way, yet this being attacked him, and, after being repelled, now pursued him to the mountaintop. With no grudge or conflict of interest, this creature seemed to be simply unhinged. Young one, I was careless before, allowing you to gain an advantage and causing me to lose face before my kin. This matter cannot be dismissed lightly. Enough of the idle chatter. Come, let us battle. If you can best me, I shall let you go. If you are defeated, I shall consume you. Quafu grinned widely, licking his lips like a bloodthirsty demon. Truly, the witch clan is a collection of deranged beings. Lin Hao was at a loss for words. Battle, battle, battle. These creatures seemed to have nothing else on their minds. Could they not focus on cultivating instead? Big fellow, what is your name? While there are not many great witches among the witch clan, there are still quite a few, and he had yet to learn the identity of the one before him. I am the great witch Quafu. Young one, to have the opportunity to contend with me is a privilege. Now, cease your prattling and prepare to receive my fist. With little to say, Quafu launched his attack. Towering at tens of thousands of feet, he swung his massive fist, resembling a celestial body, blotting out the sky and descending upon Lin Hao with overwhelming bloodlust and a tempest of malevolence. Did you truly believe I would cower before you? Lin Hao was incensed. Did they truly consider him a mere soft persimmon? In this moment, his inner world underwent yet another metamorphosis, manifesting a miniature version of the unyielding mountain, further evolving into a realm enveloped in chaos, a myriad of worlds intertwined. It can be asserted that although he had yet to take on a corporeal form, he now existed as a chaotic entity within the myriad realms, his physical prowess having transcended previous limits, for his ambition was to rival the might of a demon god, if not surpass it. 3,000 paths coalesce within my being. Lin Hao let out a resounding roar, as the dense and intricate order of the myriad paths surged around him, swirling about his fist, which was shrouded in chaotic energy. He soared forth, delivering a tremendous blow against the descending colossal fist. With this strike, an ancient and profound aura radiated from him, akin to the awakening of a demon god. The brilliance of his punch illuminated the surroundings, as various laws, yin and yang, the The five elements, thunder, light, destruction, life, death, merged and intertwined, ultimately erupting in a cataclysmic explosion, unleashing a wave of terror. Lin Hao did not possess the specific application of these myriad laws as Panga did, who condensed the 3,000 paths into a singular path of power, capable of shattering myriad laws with sheer force. Though his punch bore the weight of 3,000 laws and numerous postnatal paths, it merely compelled them to fuse and expand during the process, culminating in an explosive release. This principle mirrored the concept of nuclear fusion, akin to the creation of a nuclear weapon, where energy is exponentially amplified upon detonation. With a resonant hum, as countless runes of law collided and violently erupted, the two forces clashed. The thunderous sound of their confrontation reverberated, as the terrifying essence of blood and malevolence converged with the light of law, momentarily transforming into a dreadful energy that swept across vast stretches of time and space. Even the stability of the unyielding mountain could not withstand the horrific fluctuations, causing countless peaks to shatter into mere fragments. Blood spattered, piercing the earth, accompanied by an inconceivable sound. How could this be? Kwafu staggered backward, his gaze vacant as he beheld his own arm. His fist was a mangled mass of flesh. Bones shattered, the intricate power of the laws cascading over his arm, relentlessly wreaking havoc. His complexion paled as disbelief gripped him, staring at his own hand. Opposite him, Lin Hao was no better off. His face also turned ashen, his inner energy roiling as his internal world shattered repeatedly in that instant. The elements of earth, fire, wind, and water ravaging his inner realm. Truly, the great witch is formidable. With a single strike, he has caused my internal world to collapse. Had I merely relied on the power of the world, without reversing the chaos or imprinting the unyielding mountain, I would have been utterly incapable of withstanding Kwafu's mighty punch. Lin Hao regarded Kwafu with a grave expression. Suddenly, Kwafu erupted into laughter. Regaining his composure, he turned towards Lin Hao. The scornful gaze that once regarded him as an insignificant insect vanished, replaced by an expression of exhilaration. How long has it been since my inception? I have yet to encounter a being capable of rivaling the physical prowess of my witch clan. To my astonishment, today I have met such an opponent. Young one, you have truly surprised me. To confront a great witch like myself with mere physicality and even inflict harm upon me is commendable. You possess the merit to command my respect. This time, I shall engage seriously and face you in an honorable battle. Come forth. Boom. As Kwafu's words fell, an overwhelming aura of battle surged forth from him, his presence escalating dramatically. With a single step, an inexplicable force of law emanated from his being, merging him with the very earth beneath him as he began to voraciously draw upon its power. By heavens, this spectacle rendered Lin Hao pale with disbelief. To demand a genuine confrontation? I have no desire to engage in combat with a brute like you, especially when you, a formidable witch, choose to bully a mere junior while employing the innate abilities of your clan to siphon the earth's energy. How shameless. Chapter 37. To the bitter end. Merging Tai Chi and Bagua, Lin Hao was well aware of the innate talents of the witch clan. As long as they stood upon the earth, they could continuously absorb the murky energy from the ground, enabling their relentless recovery. In a brief moment, Kwafu's injuries had completely healed. Kill. Just as Lin Hao was engulfed in frustration, Kwafu charged forward. This colossal being continued to adopt a savage approach, emanating a terrifying aura of bloodlust, akin to an unparalleled beast of destruction, roaring with fervor. Young one, unleash your full strength, or you shall meet your demise. I shall show no mercy. The thunderous voice reverberated, and with those words, Kwafu soared into the sky, his massive form descending like a mountain. A foot imbued with overwhelming blood energy aimed directly at Lin Hao. You dare to tread upon me? Do you truly think I fear you? Anger flickered across Lin Hao's face. He could no longer hold back. He unleashed his full power, summoning the forces of the world, chaos energy, and myriad paths. The 36 divine arts, along with the Taiqing celestial thunder, all surged forth in a frenzy. Furthermore, the Li Di flame light banner, the diamond cutter, and the water spirit pearl were also summoned, hurtling towards Kwafu. Barbarian, meet your end. Boom. The two clashed once more, and in a single exchange, Kwafu was sent flying. Haha. However, instead of being enraged, Kwafu erupted into laughter, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao with astonishment. Superior artifacts, top-tier artifacts, and this peculiar ring, not to mention your mastery of numerous divine arts and laws. Truly, I did not expect to encounter someone of your caliber among the prehistoric cultivators. Haha, splendid. At last, a worthy battle awaits. Boom. As he witnessed Lin Hao reveal his trump cards, Kwa Fu's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he laughed heartily before charging at Lin Hao once more. Then let us fight. At this moment, Lin Hao's fighting spirit ignited. This barbarian was relentless, and there was no escape. Thus, the only option was to engage in battle. Lin Hao was no coward. If a fight was inevitable, so be it. This was the unbreakable mountain, and perhaps he could comprehend the path of strength through combat. Boom, boom, boom. In no time, the two collided again, and in an instant, they exchanged blows hundreds of times. Each collision distorted the vast emptiness, sending tremors across the summit of Unbreakable Mountain, and the terrifying waves swept through the heavens and earth. In contrast to Kwa Fu, Lin Hao practiced a comprehensive approach, excelling in physical prowess, magical power, laws, divine arts, and artifacts. He had never fought in this manner before and was unaware of his true strength. Now, unleashing his full might, he resembled a human-shaped bombardier, forcing Kwa Fu into retreat. You wretched fellow. The more Kwa Fu fought, the more astonished he became. A grand witch like him, battling a cultivator who appeared to be merely at the golden immortal stage, was unexpectedly at a disadvantage. This was utterly inconceivable. What shocked Kwa Fu the most was the realization that this young man was a true anomaly. Which golden immortal cultivator could master so many laws? And which golden immortal would unleash such chaotic bombardments with those laws, completely lacking any coherent system? Boom. Once again, a clash ensued, and the two adversaries parted ways. Lin Hao, breathless and visibly pale from exertion, paid no heed to his state. Rather, a fervent battle spirit surged within him, his gaze transforming to embody the excitement reminiscent of Kwa Fu. In the midst of combat, he had frantically harnessed the power of the laws and endeavored to summon the imprinted runes of the unyielding mountain within him. Sensing an inclination towards the fusion of these laws, this sensation was akin to a dominion, a mastery over myriad paths, a force that could overshadow all others. Lin Hao remained unaware of what the path of strength, as perceived by Pangu, truly entailed, yet he sensed that this might be the essence of it. Thus, he seized the opportunity presented by his battle with Kwa Fu to attempt to grasp this understanding. Once more, Lin Hao roared, his body resonating with a thunderous sound as he unleashed the size of his will, transforming into a colossal figure akin to Kwa Fu. Boom, boom, boom. Atop the unyielding mountain, two titanic giants collided, each impact sending tremors through the void, terrifying waves sweeping across billions of miles of time and space, dimming the very cosmos. Haha, exhilarating. Kwa Fu laughed heartily, his vitality waning, his stamina depleting, yet his battle spirit remained undiminished, echoing through the void with bursts of laughter. With a single step forward, the aura of the laws surged around him. It was the essence of the earth's law, and in an instant, he seemed to merge with the ground itself. His presence growing increasingly weighty, he unleashed a punch, not fueled by mere vitality or malevolence, but imbued with a force capable of ensnaring the heavens and plunging them into the abyss. In that fleeting moment, Lin Hao felt as though the very earth was ravenously consuming him, his body becoming heavy, as if the surrounding ground was relentlessly compressing every part of him, even his true spirit. Is this the law of the earth? Lin Hao murmured. It was not merely the law of the earth. Born of the Earth Mother tribe and inheriting the legacy of the Earth Ancestor, anyone from the Earth Mother tribe standing upon the ground became a deity of the earth. If you can withstand this strike of mine, the battle is yours. Kwa Fu exerted himself fully, unleashing a torrent of Earth's power to crush Lin Hao. Furthermore, the ground around them erupted with murky energy, solidifying the earth further and even possessing an erosive quality. This sensation of sinking and being relentlessly compressed rendered Lin Hao's own path suppressed, his internal powers struggling to circulate. It felt as though he were ensnared within their domain. Buzz. At that moment, Kwa Fu manifested a colossal wooden staff, akin to a gigantic tree uprooted from the earth, devoid of any aura of treasures. He channeled his vitality into the staff, which erupted with brilliance, waves of pressure cascading forth, warping the very fabric of the void. Boom. Subsequently, Kwa Fu swung the wooden staff down towards Lin Hao. In that instant, an unprecedented sense of peril washed over Lin Hao. He could sense that should this strike land, even if he survived, his body would be obliterated. Roar. Kwa Fu bellowed, his vitality surging wildly, shattering Lin Hao's defenses layer by layer. Even the brilliance of the flame banner dimming in the wake of such overwhelming force. In the midst of crisis, Lin Hao swiftly activated his Eye of Insight. In an instant, the blood coursing through Kwa Fu's body, the structure of his cells, and even the pathways of his vital energy became vividly apparent before him. The flow of the laws of the earth within Quafu was laid bare as well, extracting the law runes. With a determined grit of his teeth, Lin Hao directly drew forth the law runes from within Quafu, and in that fleeting moment, a profound understanding of the earth laws surged into his mind. Fusion. Yet, Lin Hao did not pause. He proceeded to merge Quafu's earth laws with his own comprehension of the law of earth. The earth laws, originating from the ancient land, are a legacy from Pangu, embodying the power derived from the understanding of the grand river of the Dao. Fundamentally distinct from the contemporary celestial laws stemming from the heavenly path, more ancient and complete. At the moment of fusion, Lin Hao felt his grasp of the law of earth deepen, and he sensed, albeit faintly, that he might be able to wield the power of the Dao. With a hum, a mere thought dispelled the oppressive force and weight that had enveloped him. Immediately, Lin Hao dodged Quafu's strike with a swift motion. Boom! As Lin Hao evaded, Quafu's tremendous blow struck the ground, creating a vast pit that stretched for billions of miles. How is this possible? Witnessing his opponent evade, Quafu was momentarily taken aback, his expression transforming into one of incredulity. He sensed the power of the earth, akin to his own, yet how could this be? This boy was not of their Witch clan. Even with a similar understanding of the law of earth, his innate abilities could not possibly align with theirs. A prime opportunity. Observing Quafu's momentary daze, Lin Hao's eyes brightened, and the spatial laws surged around him as he employed the technique of deep abyss, swiftly appearing behind Quafu, unleashing a torrent of power. Humming. Behind him, a colossal Tai Chi diagram emerged, the essence of yin and yang flowing, as if it transformed into a grand bagua. Moreover, densely packed law runes shimmered upon the bagua, with time and space, yin and yang, the primal, the duality, and even the 9 palaces continuously evolving, rendering the bagua increasingly vivid. As all the laws he had comprehended surged into the Taiji bagua, they coalesced into a massive wheel of orderly laws. Submit to me, Lin Hao bellowed, as the wheel of ordered laws descended upon Quafu with tremendous force. Boom! This strike bore the weight of 3,000 avenues. And at the moment of its release, Lin Hao embodied an unparalleled sovereign of myriad paths, a master of the Dao, akin to a primordial creator, transcending the very essence of the Dao. Chapter 38: The Emergence of the Path of Strength. Casting Quafu down from Mount Bujo. What is this? The Path of Strength? How can this be possible? Suddenly overwhelmed by an immense force, akin to the descent of myriad sovereigns, Quafu's pupils constricted, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. Even his body trembled as he momentarily forgot to resist. This was a suppression stemming from his very bloodline, reminiscent of Pangu awakening, rendering him incapable of summoning any will to fight back. Lin Hao would not hold back. As Quafu had previously asserted, he would indeed spare no effort. This was the essence of battle. Whether for gain or in a noble duel, one must exert their utmost, for it is a matter of life or death. Fight! The wheel of order, without reservation, descended directly upon Quafu. In that moment of suppression, Quafu felt as if the heavens themselves had descended upon him. A multitude of forces beginning to permeate his body, blood, cells, and even his true spirit. The terrifying power of countless laws threatened to obliterate him entirely. Quafu roared, frantically igniting the power within him. The true form of the great shaman surged wildly, a torrent of malevolent energy enveloping him. Yet he still could not withstand Lin Hao's strike. Boom! The earth sank, mountains shattered, and a terrifying force tore a colossal rift in the void. The waves of myriad laws surging forth, sweeping across the heavens and shaking several star domains. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the residual waves dissipated, revealing Lin Hao's figure. At that moment, Lin Hao knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath, his complexion pale, appearing utterly drained. Lin Hao's gaze swept within, discovering that his golden core world was nearly in ruins. The order of the great path thrown into chaos, transformed into a sky filled with runes. Only a replica of Mount Bujo still stood tall, emanating an aura of immortality. Within his entire golden core world, the elements of fire, wind, and water surged violently, continuously overturning chaotic energy under the power of Tai Chi, spreading outward. At this moment, his golden core was expanding uncontrollably, morphing into a chaotic realm. This filled Lin Hao with immense joy. He had not anticipated that by burning everything and merging the forces of Tai Chi and the Bagua to unleash such a strike, he could cause his golden core world to shatter and reconstitute, giving rise to more chaotic territories. However, his condition was far from ideal. The consumption of the true spirit of the great path was immense, leaving it dimmed and unable to sustain such a multitude of attacks any longer. Should his opponent remain standing, it would be he who fell next. Lin Hao's gaze turned towards the deep pit. The earth had collapsed before him. Under his strike, the summit of Mount Buzhou had been indented, and terrifying fluctuations of law continued to surge, transforming into a tempestuous gale of law. There lay a colossal entity within the pit, its body battered and blood flowing profusely. Its massive head was reduced to a mere half, a sight most tragic. Lin Hao inhaled sharply, feeling a tingling sensation across his scalp. What astonished him was not Quafu's current state of despair, but rather the peak strike he had just unleashed, which, by converging myriad paths and integrating the principles of Tai Chi and Bagua, was tantamount to merging the great paths of Laozi and Fuxi, alongside the myriad innate and acquired paths he had comprehended. Such a strike could likely obliterate even a celestial being, if one were to endure it. They would be reduced to mere fragments. Yet, astonishingly, the opponent merely succumbed to injury and fainted, without even a collapse of their form. Is this the physique of the witch clan? A great shaman, yet not even a top-tier one. If it were a supreme shaman like Xing Tian or one of the 12 ancestors of the witches, one can only imagine the sheer terror of such a corporeal form. No wonder the witch clan is deemed invincible within the same realm, and the 12 ancestors compelled Emperor Jun to forge the demon-slaying sword. It's not merely a matter of equal footing. Even if one possesses superior cultivation, subduing a member of the witch clan is no trivial feat. It appears that my decision to pursue the Trinity path was indeed sagacious. A formidable physique bestows unparalleled strength and vitality, ensuring I possess no shortcomings. Engaging with this great shaman, Lin Hao felt a surge of gratitude for choosing this path. Unlike other disciples of saints who follow a more conventional route in their cultivation of the immortal way. Presently, as I evolve a chaotic world within the golden core, condensing the power of chaos and imprinting the laws and runes of Pangu, once I achieve manifestation, my constitution will rival that of a chaotic demon god. Coupled with the true spirit of the Great Dao and the myriad paths, I shall ultimately possess no deficiencies, emerging as an absolutely invincible being within the same realm. Furthermore, I will continually undergo transformation, perhaps even surpassing these demon gods and transcending Pangu himself. This is not beyond the realm of possibility. After all, I have comprehended both the path of Taiji and the 8 trigrams of Qian and Kuan, each of which has tremendous potential. This fellow, returning to reality. Lin Hao gazed at Quafu, feeling a twinge of headache. This individual was relentlessly entangled with him and showed no mercy during battle. Logically, he should have eradicated this being without hesitation. However, given that Quafu is a great shaman of the witch clan, recklessly eliminating him would invite the ire of the entire clan. The moment Quafu fell, a horde of great shamans might come seeking retribution, and potentially even attract the ancestor witches. At that point, exposing my identity as a disciple of a saint? No thanks. He was well aware of the nature of these brutes. While others fear saints, these savages do not. They dare to confront even Hong Jun directly, exhibiting a brazen audacity. Alas, since there is no deep-seated enmity, I shall play the part of a benevolent figure. After all, we cultivators prioritize our practices and should avoid unnecessary trouble. Entangling too deeply with the witch clan could lead to complications, especially if caught in the turmoil of calamity. Ultimately, Lin Hao restrained himself. While dispatching Quafu would have been gratifying, the ensuing troubles would be far too numerous to justify the act. Yet, this fellow initiated the conflict with me. Letting him go would surely grant him an advantage. You consider yourself a great shaman, do you? Boasting a formidable physique, charging forth without regard for anyone. Then, observing the unconscious Quafu lying in the pit, a wicked grin crept across Lin Hao's lips. He stepped forward, effortlessly lifted the massive figure, and took flight. Arriving at the edge of a cliff. Great master of spiritual treasures, I had shown you considerable mercy. What do you think would happen if I were to cast you from this Mount Buzhou? Would you not be reduced to mere flesh and pulp? Gazing into the unfathomable abyss, Lin Hao's thoughts drifted to the bound and stripped Lingbao Grandmaster. He questioned whether he had shown enough mercy to the Lingbao Grandmaster, especially in contrast to his current actions. With a chilling smile, he callously hurled Quafu from the mountaintop. After all, this fellow was a formidable sorcerer. With a body of extraordinary resilience, it seemed unlikely that he would perish even if cast down from the peaks of Mount Buzhou. And if, by some chance, he did meet his end, well, that could only be deemed misfortune for him, bearing no consequence for Lin Hao. In the splendid Kunlun Mountains, enveloped by ethereal energies, the Lingbao Grandmaster was seated in meditation, striving to mend his injuries when he suddenly sneezed violently. Achoo! Which scoundrel is speaking ill of me? His face contorted with indignation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had sensed a streak of misfortune lately. First, during a confrontation with the Jie sect, he had been thoroughly bested by the Holy Mother of Golden Spirits. Then, while journeying to seek out a promising spiritual route, he had been unexpectedly ambushed by the formidable Ultra Buddha, who not only bested him, but also snatched away his spiritual route. Most infuriating of all, that rogue had rendered him unconscious, stripped him bare, and bound him to a stone, an act of sheer humiliation. Fortunately, no one had discovered this disgrace. Otherwise, his reputation as the Lingbao Grandmaster would have been irrevocably tarnished. Upon his return, he dared not speak of the incident, fearing ridicule from his peers and even retribution from the primordial heavenly sovereign. Ultra Buddha, you shall wait. Once I attain mastery in my cultivation, I will seek retribution. No, I shall undoubtedly slay you. The thought of his humiliation twisted the Lingbao Grandmaster's visage. He felt as though the Ultra Buddha had become his inner demon. If he could not vanquish him, it would surely damage his Dao heart. Taking a deep breath, the Lingbao Grandmaster steadied his mind and resumed his cultivation. Yet, just as he entered a state of tranquility, another sneeze erupted. Ah, cursed be it! Who is casting spells upon me? With a roar, he inadvertently aggravated his injuries, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as his vitality waned. Chapter 39. A Great Opportunity. The emergence of the World Tree and the Pangu Jade Essence. Lin Hao remained oblivious to the fact that his mere mention had caused the great Master Lingbao to spout blood and nearly succumb to madness. After dispatching the troublesome Kwafu, he proceeded to the forsaken dojo of Fushi and Yuhua. Fortune favors the brave, regardless of whether it belonged to a saint. He resolved to venture forth and explore. With a determined heart, Lin Hao refrained from dismantling the formation and boldly charged inside. He was already well acquainted with the operational routes and structure of the array, rendering any need for breaching it unnecessary. Upon crossing the formation, Lin Hao was astonished to discover a small world within, modest in size, yet rich in spiritual energy, with clear laws that resembled a secluded paradise. His eyes glimmered as he surveyed the entirety of this little realm, only to find that, aside from the denser spiritual energy compared to the outside, there was nothing of note. While the realm was home to numerous spiritual roots, they were all rather ordinary, lacking any significant grade. Lin Hao was not particularly surprised. This dojo had long been abandoned by Fushi and Yuhua, so it was improbable that any treasures remained. Shaking his head, Lin Hao prepared to depart. Although he had not uncovered any artifacts, his journey to Buzhou Mountain was not in vain. He had successfully replicated the law runes from the mountain, refined his own version of its essence, and grasped the principles of the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth. Engaging in combat with the mighty Kwafu had not only enhanced his combat experience, but also offered him a glimpse into the nascent form of the path of strength. Thus, he could confidently assert that this expedition had yielded abundant rewards. However, just as he was about to leave, a flicker of movement in his peripheral vision caught his attention, causing him to furrow his brow. Swiftly, he shifted his position to investigate the area. The spiritual energy here was conspicuously thin, as though it had dissipated into the void upon drifting nearby. What could be the cause of this? Lin Hao pondered, his thoughts becoming increasingly meticulous since acquiring the Eye of Insight, particularly regarding environmental changes. With a focused intent, his eyes shimmered with a silver radiance, revealing intricate pathways of runes that illuminated the surroundings as he activated the Eye of Insight. Eureka! Lin Hao's eyes gleamed with realization as he directed his gaze toward the earth. Indeed, it was the ground that captured his attention. Under the scrutiny of his Eye of Insight, the structural runes of the earth appeared distinctly altered, exhibiting a barely perceptible devouring force. Following this force, Lin Hao sensed a surge of vibrant life, immensely powerful yet obscured by the earth's aura. Without the Eye of Insight, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to detect. This must be the interior of Buzhou Mountain. I am eager to uncover the secrets that lie beneath. Curiosity piqued, Lin Hao resolved to delve deeper. He summoned the Vajra chisel and struck the ground with determination. The small world nestled within Buzhou Mountain boasted a sturdy spatial integrity, with the surface firmly connected to the mountain itself, making it resilient to destruction. Fortunately, his cultivation had significantly advanced, and with a treasured artifact at his disposal. While he could not obliterate Buzhou Mountain, creating a small opening was well within his capabilities. Lin Hao pondered for a moment, and with a flicker of intention, the Vajra drill began to morph, transforming into a golden hat adorned with rotating spikes, which he promptly donned. He chuckled, declaring that without the Vajra drill, one cannot undertake delicate tasks, embodying the treasure-seeking mouse, determined not to let the Daoist of abundant treasures take the lead. With a smirk, Lin Hao dove headfirst into the earth. Buzz! The immense power within him surged forth, flooding into the Vajra drill as he began to burrow underground. At that moment, Lin Hao became a spiraling drill, spinning wildly as the ground rapidly gave way beneath him, creating a gaping hole that delved deeper and deeper. If someone were to witness this spectacle, they would be at a loss for words. The sight of him using his Vajra drill to tunnel through the earth. Time ticked away as the relentless spinning plunged Lin Hao into a realm of darkness, his mind swirling with dizziness. Eventually, he felt a sudden lightness, his entire being sliding downwards, jolting him back to alertness. Bang! With a resounding thud, Lin Hao crashed onto the ground. Was there a space here? He sprang to his feet, surveying his surroundings, only to find an abyss of darkness. With a surge of will, he radiated light, illuminating the entire expanse in an instant. However, when Lin Hao beheld the sight before him, he was utterly stunned. Not far away stood an immense entity, a colossal tree, towering thousands of miles high, its branches lush and vibrant, exuding a powerful life force, steeped in an ancient, venerable aura. What astonished Lin Hao the most was that each leaf of this tree, densely packed, seemed to harbor a world of its own, interconnected like celestial rivers. The world tree. Could it truly be a sapling of the world tree? Lin Hao was struck with both awe and joy. This was a genuine divine artifact. According to legend, once the world tree fully matured, it could nurture 3,000 vast worlds, a feat far beyond that of the innate spiritual roots found in the primordial chaos. Now, as he cultivated in the realm of golden elixirs, possessing this world tree would undoubtedly be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Yet, how could a world tree exist in the primordial chaos, especially nestled within the depths of Mount Buzhou? Lin Hao was perplexed. To his recollection, such a thing did not exist in the primordial realm, much less in Mount Buzhou, which would later be shattered by Gong during the great calamity of the witches and demons. Nevertheless, why dwell on such matters, since he had discovered it? This sapling of the world tree was his fortuitous encounter. With it, his inner world would flourish rapidly. Just as Lin Hao prepared to claim it, he suddenly froze. What was that? His gaze fell upon the base of the world tree, where a pool of milky white liquid emanated a rich fragrance, infused with an overwhelming vitality. This was Pengu's jade marrow. Lin Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening. Pengu's jade marrow, derived from the marrow of Pengu's spine, was the essence of life, its energy rivaling that of vital blood, yet here lay a vast pool of it. No wonder the world tree thrives within the depths of Mount Buzhou, nourished by the essence of Pengu. Lin Hao felt a sense of relief in his heart. Such fortuitous opportunities are rare indeed. Who could have anticipated that a journey to Mount Buzhou would yield such remarkable rewards? This kind of fortune was likely unknown even to Fuxi and Nuwa in their time. Lin Hao marveled at his own perceptiveness, realizing that had he not paid extra attention, he might have missed this extraordinary chance. Without further delay, Lin Hao focused his mind and directly drew the world tree and a portion of Pengu's essence into his inner world. His inner realm had been crumbling amidst the battle with Quafu, teeming with primal elements of earth, fire, wind, and water, continually reenacting the 5 elements of heaven and earth, with chaos manifesting at every moment. The instant the world tree descended into this chaos, it seemed to awaken, exuding joyous exclamations as it quickly took root, fervently absorbing the chaotic energy. This caused Lin Hao's visage to twitch, as the chaotic energy he had painstakingly cultivated was thus consumed. Although it pained him, he refrained from interference, allowing the world tree to absorb freely. The growth of the world tree was of paramount importance. Once it flourished, its benefits to him would be immeasurable. Chapter 40. Refining the Pengu Jade Essence. Comprehending the path of enlightenment with the emergence of chaos. The Pengu Jade Essence had lost its significance to the world tree. Lin Hao resolved to refine the Jade Essence himself to enhance his corporeal form. Although he was still incapable of assuming a physical manifestation, the golden elixir realm embodied his very being. Thus, elevating the grade of the golden elixir was tantamount to augmenting his physical body. Seated amidst the remnants of Jade Essence, Lin Hao enveloped himself in the principles of absorption, commencing the intake of the Jade Essence's power. With a mere thought, he drew the majority of the Jade Essence's energy into his spine, the unyielding mountain, leaving a portion to nourish other regions of his body. After an eternity, as he absorbed all the remaining Jade Essence, Lin Hao sensed his golden elixir realm solidifying, his aura surging exponentially. Most of his golden elixir realm had been obliterated during a previous battle, now rife with the tumult of earthly fire, wind, water, and the evolution of chaos. This time, his cultivation did not reconstruct this miniature world. Instead, it manifested portions of mountains and rivers, molded according to the structure of Pangu's creation of heaven and earth, seamlessly integrating the jade essence within. It could be said that his golden elixir realm had transcended mere existence, transforming into a humanoid world, distinguishable from normal beings solely by its inability to directly flesh out. Yet, Lin Hao remained unhurried. Even if he could transform now, he would refrain from doing so, for the time was not yet ripe. Regardless, this cycle of cultivation, enriched by the absorption of Pangu's jade essence, had exponentially amplified both his physical strength and the power of his world. He felt that, with this corporeal world alone, he should not be inferior to the great witches. The extraction of the laws inscribed upon the unyielding mountain had opened a new gateway for him. He planned to replicate this process, extracting the laws inscribed throughout the vast expanse of the primordial world. By drawing upon every region shaped by Pangu's incarnation and nurturing them with chaos, he envisioned that when the time came for transformation, he would possess a simplified version of Pangu's true form. This was merely the first step. Next, Lin Hao intended to manifest an immeasurable multitude of worlds within his corporeal realm, these worlds becoming his very cells. It is said that the human body comprises approximately 60 trillion cells, with some beings hosting upwards of 80 to 100 trillion. Therefore, he aimed to create 100 trillion worlds, which would transmute into his own cells upon transformation. As these worlds evolved, his physical prowess would continuously surge, potentially resulting in a multitude of dimensions. Lin Hao inhaled sharply, unable to fathom the extent of his strength at that future juncture. After absorbing the Pangu jade essence, he had no intention of emerging from his seclusion. The depths of the unyielding mountain were profoundly secluded, providing an ideal setting for uninterrupted cultivation. He was poised to delve deeper into the path of strength and further contemplate the principles of the 8 trigrams. Previously, Lin Hao would not have dared to voice such aspirations, but following his encounter with the great witch Quafu, he had attempted to merge the principles of Taiji and the 8 trigrams, utilizing these 2 doctrines to govern myriad laws, unexpectedly achieving success. At that moment, Lin Hao felt a sensation of commanding all paths and suppressing everything, which he believed to be the essence of the way of strength. Even if it were not, it was infinitely close, perhaps even a nascent form. Now, Lin Hao prepared to delve into this understanding once more, hoping to fully grasp the way of strength. Should he achieve this insight, his combat prowess would surge dramatically. Having absorbed the essence of Pangu, his physical strength had already skyrocketed, combined with the way of strength. Lin Hao was confident that he could subdue Quafu with a mere palm strike, without the need to exert himself as he had before. He continued to contemplate. The eye of insight opened, and his gaze pierced through the entire Buzhou mountain, allowing him to perceive the lingering aura left by Pangu. Ideas concerning the 8 trigrams surged in his mind, intertwining with various laws of understanding. The concept of Tai Chi emerged, enveloping him. Reflecting on his battle with the great shaman Quafu, he recalled the fusion born of desperation, where myriad laws of the great path manifested and merged into the essence of Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams. From the boundless emerges the Tai Chi. From the Tai Chi arises the duality. The 8 trigrams give birth to the 9 palaces, which return to the 10 directions. Qian, Kun, Zhen, Sun, Canli, Zhen Dui. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, the celestial bodies above and the earth below, the cardinal directions, the doors of life and death, the myriad paths of heaven, an infinite expanse of the great way. There are 3,000 innate laws and countless postnatal laws, which comprise the boundless Tao. What is strength? It is not merely brute force. It encompasses the strength of all things, the might of the great path, the power of law, time and space, the fates of the heavens, causality, the 3,000 innate laws, and the immeasurable postnatal laws. With strength, one can shatter laws, dominate all paths. Wherever strength prevails, nothing can withstand it. Capable of both creation and destruction, traversing past and future, giving rise to causality and destiny. I understand now. This is strength. Suddenly, the myriad paths manifested around Lin Hao, with laws coalescing and radiating light, as if they were on the verge of merging into one. An aura that transcended time and dominated all laws emanated from him. Subsequently, a colossal phantom materialized from Lin Hao, embodying his true spirit of the great path. As this true spirit emerged, it began to swell infinitely, its aura becoming increasingly concentrated. The laws entwined around the true spirit vanished, replaced by a chain of chaotic hue. This chain of chaos was exceedingly obscure, nearly invisible to the naked eye. Yet it exuded a suffocating presence, as if the emergence of this chain would obliterate all paths. At last, Lin Hao's true spirit of the Great Path surged to its zenith, imparting a subtle sense of solidity, as though it were about to detach from his body and transform into a genuine deity of the path. When the true spirit reintegrated into his being, Lin Hao abruptly opened his eyes. In that instant, one eye seemed to herald the creation of the universe, while the other reflected the destruction of myriad realms. From his eyes, beams of black and white light shot forth, momentarily freezing the very fabric of time and space, penetrating through time, reversing the flow of ages, shattering the heavens and earth, leading to the annihilation of all things. With a resounding roar, Lin Hao rose slowly. As he stepped forward, a vast and terrifying wave of energy surged from him, the aura of the master of myriad paths enveloping the entirety of Buzhou Mountain, though it was quickly reined in. Is this the path of power? At last, it has been achieved. Experiencing the transformation within himself, particularly the profound change in the essence of the Great Dao, Lin Hao was both astonished and elated. He could perceive that his own Dao had undergone a qualitative metamorphosis. Previously, when employing the myriad principles, his approach was disjointed and lacked cohesion. He could at most harness the principle of the infinite Moko, allowing the myriad runes to merge and subsequently counteract each other, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. However, now Lin could distinctly sense that he was capable of effortlessly manipulating the 3,000 principles and even the boundless postnatal laws, refining them to unleash an overwhelmingly powerful strike. This is the path of power, capable of commanding all Dao, where a single thought could create worlds or obliterate them. Chapter 41. The Encirclement of the Three Great Witches. Confronting Ho-E, it is nearly time. I shall emerge. With a surge of thought, Lin Hao ascended into the sky, soaring upwards through the opening. Soon, he found himself back within the small world of Fushi and Inhua, his form distorting as he departed from the Forsaken Dojo. Boom. Just as Lin Hao stepped out from the formation, a torrent of sanguine pressure surged towards him, akin to the descent of 100,000 ancient divine mountains, causing his countenance to shift. You, indeed, remain here. A voice reverberated, laced with cold fury. Is this the one who wounded Quafu? Boom, boom, boom. Before Lin Hao could comprehend the situation, chilling voices filled with wrath echoed from afar, and immediately, three colossal figures emerged, their presence overwhelming. This is the Great Witches. Observing the approaching titans, Lin Hao's expression subtly altered. Yet, it quickly returned to normal. With a mere thought, his aura surged, enveloping him in chaotic energy. As he regarded the newcomers with a cold gaze. What is this? Are you here to avenge Quafu? It was not surprising that the other great witches sought him out after he had injured Quafu. Despite their arrogance, the witch clan was tightly knit and would undoubtedly come for him. However, he had not anticipated that after so many years of cultivation within this unending mountain, they would still be waiting for him. Such audacity. You have injured one of our great witches and yet remain here in the unending mountain. A burly man clad in animal skins, bearing a wooden bow, stepped forward, glaring at Lin Hao with fury. Boy, reveal your name. I, Ho-E. Do not slay nameless wretches. Ho-E, do not underestimate him. This one eludes my perception. Yet, his ability to severely wound Quafu indicates he possesses formidable skills. Beware of missteps. Cautioned another towering figure, bizarre black patterns etched across his face, twin horns adorning his head, resembling a demon. The last of the trio donned black and red battle armor, wielding a massive axe, his muscles bulging, exuding an aura of sheer strength. This handsome great witch, with long black hair flowing down his shoulders, regarded Lin Hao with eyes that sparkled with fierce resolve. For reasons unknown, Lin Hao sensed an overwhelming battle intent emanating from this great witch. This intent seemed to have taken form, creating an invisible aura that even Lin Hao found daunting, evoking a sensation of trepidation. This battle intent, Lin Hao's pupils constricted, as the true essence of the Great Dao radiated brilliantly, manifesting various principles that encircled him, dispelling the oppressive battle intent. You possess remarkable potential. I hope you can vanquish Ho-E. Do not disappoint me. The young warrior's words left Lin Hao momentarily speechless. What kind of reasoning is this? Does he wish for the great witch standing before him, bearing a bow and arrows, to engage him, while simultaneously hoping he could triumph over the opponent? Ho-E, you are Ho-E. And you, are you Xing Tian? Are you Chi Yu? Observing the appearance of the three formidable shamanic figures, Lin Hao was reminded of the descriptions from his previous life regarding their visages. Particularly, as he gazed upon the young man wielding a battle axe, Lin Hao's pupils constricted slightly, while both Ho-E and Chi Yu were to be expected. The presence of Xing Tian, revered as the war god of the witch clan, whose strength rivaled that of the 12 ancestor witches, was an unforeseen surprise. After the reincarnation of Hutu, he had ascended to the position of the 13th ancestor witch. Lin Hao could hardly fathom that even he had arrived, which rendered his expression grave. It was no wonder that such a formidable battle intent radiated from him, nor that he desired Lin Hao to vanquish Hui. If it were Xing Tian, then Lin Hao could find solace in that realization. Indeed, I am Hui, and I shall be the one to end you. Prepare to meet your demise. With a thunderous roar that reverberated across the heavens, Hui, consumed by rage, stepped forward. His immense form trembled the void for billions of miles, and he clenched his fist, launching it toward Lin Hao with ferocity. His combat style was reminiscent of Kwafu, leaving Lin Hao at a loss for words. However, he was no longer the same as before. Had he not heard the adage that a soldier should be regarded with fresh eyes after 3 days apart? Lin Hao chuckled coldly. In his previous encounter with Kwafu, he required the aid of magical artifacts and cunning tactics. Now, having refined the Panga Jade essence, his body underwent a transformation, and having comprehended the way of strength, he was no longer intimidated by these great shamans. Since you seek battle, let us engage. With his declaration, Lin Hao was enveloped in chaotic energy, a primordial aura emanating from him. He took a step forward, his physical form radiating brilliance. Although lacking the overwhelming vitality characteristic of the witch clan, he exuded a pressure akin to that of a demon god, evoking an impression of an indomitable mountain, as if he could suppress all before him. In response to Hui's punch, Lin Hao did not even summon his own Taoist power. Instead, he extended his hand, forming a fist, and struck back with equal force. This punch encapsulated the entirety of his inner world's power, which predominantly consisted of chaotic regions. The chaotic force, born from the primordial essence, surged with untamed ferocity, transforming Lin Hao's fist into a chaotic star, its surface adorned with intricate Dao patterns. In an instant, their blows collided. Boom! The clash of their colossal fists sent shockwaves through the summit of Buzhou Mountain, akin to a cataclysmic earthquake of unimaginable magnitude. The terrifying force ruptured the void, creating a fissure spanning billions of miles. A torrent of energy radiated outward, piercing through the pillar of heaven and cascading into the ancient cosmos, shaking the 9 heavens, obliterating countless star domains, and reducing innumerable stars to cosmic dust. As the collision unfolded, Hui's expression shifted. He felt an overwhelming force surge into his body, akin to the weight of an entire chaotic realm pressing down upon him, rendering him nearly unable to withstand it. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed, prompting a drastic change in Hui's demeanor as he hastily retreated. Meanwhile, Lin Hao strode through the remnants of the battle, his long black hair cascading over his shoulders, his garments flowing ethereally, his expression detached, as if he were a deity perched high above, surveying all with disdain. How is this possible? Hui was taken aback, staring in disbelief at his shattered arm, then glancing at Lin Hao, who appeared utterly unfazed. This is impossible. Similarly, from a distance, Xing Tian and Qi Yu watched in shock, their faces etched with incredulity. They were great shamans, fully aware of the strength of their own physical forms. Yet here was someone daring to match them in brute force, even shattering Hui's arm with a single punch. It seems the time has come for me to take action. Just then, Lin Hao advanced, his body swelling dramatically until he transformed into a colossal figure towering tens of thousands of feet high. With a single stride, he exuded an aura reminiscent of Mount Buzhou, an ancient and timeless essence that made it seem as though he had traversed through the ages from the primordial era. Boom! With a punch, chaotic energy surged forth, accompanied by myriad paths intertwining, a dense array of symbolic runes swirling around his fist. Under the boundless concept of Moku, these forces continuously compressed, coalesced, and split apart, culminating in an explosive release aimed at Hui. This is bad. Hui's heart raced in alarm. This punch evoked a profound sense of impending doom. As the myriad runes converged, sending shivers down his spine as the explosion loomed. Roar! He bellowed, his true form of the great shaman swelling in a frenzy, muscles bulging as his blood boiled within him. He was a great shaman. Retreat was not an option. Chapter 42. A fierce clash with the god of war. Xingtian Hui roared, a primal scream echoing from the depths of his being, summoning every ounce of strength he possessed to withstand Lin Hao's punch. Simultaneously, a profound dread enveloped his heart. What an unfathomable force this was. Who truly was the great shaman? In the distance, both Xingtian and Qi Yu stood in stunned silence. None of the great shamans had anticipated that this cultivator, who had previously injured Kwafu, would prove to be so formidable. They had scarcely engaged in battle. Yet he was already overpowering Hui. It was simply astonishing. Aside from their own kin, they had never encountered such a remarkable physical prowess. Even the likes of Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Ming He lacked this kind of corporeal strength. This young man is certainly peculiar. Observing Lin Hao, who was dominating Hui, Qi Yu furrowed his brow. Indeed, it appeared that he was contesting Hou Yi's physical might. Yet there was not a trace of vitality emanating from him. He exuded an aura that suggested he was not of this realm. Xingtian nodded, having discerned the same. How intriguing. It was his first encounter with such an extraordinary being, possessing such terrifying strength. Perfect. Soon, he would have a worthy opponent to practice against. A glint of interest flickered across Xingtian's face. Boom. At that moment, the battlefield surged with energy as Lin Hao and Hou Yi collided once more. The terrifying waves of power erupted, sending Hou Yi hurtling through the air. You are no match for me. Lin Hao's gaze crackled with intensity as he stepped forward. His movements swift and ethereal, akin to a specter. He materialized beside Hou Yi, lifting his palm, the essence of Tai Chi swirling violently within, accompanied by the resounding crackle of the Taiqing celestial thunder, which struck fiercely across Hou Yi's face. The assault was merciless, devoid of any compassion. Bang! With a resounding slap, Hou Yi's face nearly shattered, and he was once again sent flying, howling in agony. Brat Hou Yi was both astonished and enraged. One does not strike a person's face in combat, yet this young man had done so with apparent intent. Infuriating once more. Enough! Hou Yi roared. He yearned to retaliate. As a great shaman, how could he concede defeat? However, he was halted by Xingtian's commanding voice. With a swift motion, Xingtian positioned himself in front of Hou Yi, casting a glance at the disheveled figure of Hou Yi and remarked, "This young man's prowess is evidently superior to yours. Do you still seek to suffer further humiliation? Step aside and allow me to handle this." The reprimand from Xingtian left Hou Yi's face flushed with indignation, yet he found himself bereft of any retort. Qi Yu approached Hou Yi, pulling him aside, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Hou Yi's visage, a peculiar light dancing in his eyes. "What are you staring at? You'd fare no better." Hou Yi bristled at Qi Yu's penetrating gaze, perceiving it as a silent mockery. "Ahem, brother Hou Yi, you've misunderstood. I merely observed your wound's silence." Hou Yi snapped, shaking off Qi Yu's grasp. He limped away, seeking solace against a stone, his eyes fixed upon Lin Hao, who stood in confrontation with Xingtian. Despite his anger and reluctance to acquiesce, Hou Yi could not deny the truth. He was indeed no match for his opponent. The sensation of being thoroughly suppressed left him feeling utterly powerless. Misunderstood by Hou Yi, Qi Yu was not angered. Instead, he fell into deep contemplation. The formidable physical strength that could surpass that of the great shaman, combined with the ability to wield numerous principles in battle, suggested that if he were not a special race, but merely an ordinary cultivator, he would undoubtedly be a practitioner of both physical and spiritual cultivation, possessing both terrifying physical prowess and a robust primordial spirit. This primordial spirit happened to be a shortcoming of my witch clan. If I could remedy this deficiency, this young man must not perish. After being defeated by Xingtian, I must ensure he is taken away. Qi Yu's eyes grew increasingly bright, and as he gazed at Lin Hao, a fervent glimmer ignited within them. Boom! At that moment, an immense aura enveloped the arena, akin to a domain. As an overwhelming battle intent surged forth, reminiscent of an immortal demon roaring. Xingtian. This fellow is truly serious. This young man has managed to incite such battle fervor in him. Both Qi Yu and Hou Yi were taken aback. Xingtian, the war god of their witch clan and the mightiest shaman, rarely engaged in earnest even during sparring among the great shamans. It was astonishing that he would harbor such intense battle intent toward this individual before him. "You are an excellent quarry." In the arena, Xingtian licked his lips, his gaze toward Lin Hao sparkling with excitement. He advanced step by step, each stride causing his physique to swell, and his aura soared correspondingly. This was an invisible oppression, a force of presence. Those with weak minds would likely crumble under its weight. Even Lin Hao, who had just vanquished Hou Yi, felt a grave seriousness settle upon him. Truly, the war god Xingtian's mere presence was sufficient to shatter the resolve of an average golden immortal. However, Lin Hao, fear not. Boom. Under the pressure of Xingtian's battle intent, Lin Hao felt his own fighting spirit ignited. He took a step forward, his form expanding dramatically, transforming into a colossal giant in the blink of an eye. This expedition to the unyielding mountain had begun with a battle against Kwa Fu, followed by a clash with Hou Yi. Each encounter had been a visceral test of strength, filling him with the exhilaration of combat. Such unrestrained battles stirred his blood, far surpassing the conflicts with the celestial and Taoist sects that involved merely tossing divine artifacts and techniques. To put it in the vernacular of Waterblue Star, this was a true contest among men. Now, with the chance to engage the legendary war god Xingtian, how could Lin Hao possibly retreat? Fight! A roar reverberated through heaven and earth, and Lin Hao was the first to strike. He soared into the air, his immense form charging toward Xingtian, with the world within him rumbling. The runes of the unyielding mountain gleamed, and torrents of chaotic power enveloped him, rendering him as a chaotic demon god. What a remarkable presence you possess, even in the face of me, and your battle intent is rising. Impressive. Come forth. Xingtian's eyes blazed with intensity as the true form of the great shaman manifested, a flood of blood energy surging forth, resembling a coiling dragon, staining the void crimson. As Lin Hao charged at him, Xingtian let out a manic laugh, casting aside the weapon in his hand, choosing instead to confront him with sheer physicality. If his opponent refrained from using divine artifacts and techniques, how could the illustrious war god of the witch clan resort to weapons? Boom. In a swift moment, two colossal entities collided, atop the peak of Buzhou Mountain, akin to the resounding crash of thunder, shattering the void and unleashing a cacophony that reverberated across countless miles of emptiness. The air was thick with a tumultuous aura of malevolence and the condensation of sanguine energy, where one could faintly perceive the towering figure of Xingtian. He stood like an unparalleled deity of war, his raven locks billowing wildly, embodying an overwhelming fervor for battle. With a single step forward, he roared once more, charging towards Lin Hao. In the face of such an audacious war god, Lin Hao's own battle spirit intensified. Though he lacked corporeal blood, had it coursed through his veins, it would have surely boiled with fervor. Yet, despite his ethereal form, he was adept in the grand mastery of transformation and the manipulation of his very essence. This golden elixir body, having undergone a metamorphosis, had evolved into a diminutive realm of chaos. After assimilating the runes of Buzhou Mountain's laws and manifesting his own celestial pillar, while its scale may be modest, its fortitude rivaled that of any great shaman. With the advantage of a true spirit of the Tao, he felt no trepidation even in the presence of Xingtian. Battle. Boom. 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 Soon, the two engaged once more, as the forces of chaos, the power of worlds, and the ferocity of sanguine energy clashed. Their martial resolve reverberated, causing the heavens and earth to tremble, the void to rend apart, and the terrifying waves of combat to sweep in all directions. The impact surged from the celestial pillar into the starry realms above, dimming the stars and shattering the rivers of galaxies, even extinguishing the essence of the Tao itself. Chapter 43. The Might of the Path of Power, defeating Xingtian. The rampage of the Golden Crow. What? He is actually able to contend with Xingtian to such an extent? Observing the fierce exchange between Lin Hao and Xingtian, the intensity of their battle rendered Hou Yi visibly agitated, his complexion flushing with indignation. It appeared that during their confrontation, his opponent had indeed held back. The illustrious great shaman Hou Yi, the foremost archer of the primordial realm, had been outmatched by an unknown entity. Such prowess could not possibly remain unnoticed in the vast expanse of the primordial world. This was simply inconceivable. Indeed, who is he truly? Qi Yu was equally perplexed. His foremost desire was to uncover the identity of this formidable opponent. With a thunderous clash, Lin Hao and Xingtian separated once more. In this brief span, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times, each encounter a testament to raw power. The more they fought, the more astonished Lin Hao became. Xingtian was far too powerful, a rival beyond the abilities of Hou Yi and Qua Fu, distinctly on another level altogether. Despite Lin Hao inflicting injuries on Xingtian multiple times, even sending him flying, the latter's aura only intensified, his combat prowess escalating to seemingly limitless heights. Once more, Lin Hao roared at Xingtian, charging forward again. Huh, come at me. Xingtian bellowed in response, also lunging toward Lin Hao. This time, Lin Hao did not solely rely on the strength of his physical form. An array of myriad principles materialized around him, the essence of Taiji and Bagua surging forth, allowing countless laws to converge within him. Subsequently, an aura that transcended all paths erupted from his being, rendering him akin to the supreme sovereign of the Great Dao, the master of myriad paths. Boom. With a single punch, the cosmos was created and myriad paths shattered. In an instant, Xingtian, as well as the onlookers Qi Yu and Hou Yi, seemed to witness the birth and annihilation of worlds. In a moment of clarity, a towering giant manifested between heaven and earth, his head touching the sky, his feet planted upon the earth, wielding an axe to cleave the heavens and vanquish 3,000 demonic deities. Father God, Xingtian found himself momentarily entranced. Not the Father God, but I, Lin Hao. A cold, resounding voice replied. Lin Hao did not relent due to Xingtian's days. His fist tore through the void, shattering the vastness, descending upon Xingtian with the force of annihilation. This aura, this sensation. Xingtian remained entranced. The feeling of this punch was overwhelming, reminiscent of the arrival of a sovereign of the Great Dao, evoking thoughts of Pangu. Though he had never encountered Pangu, the witch clan was of Pangu's bloodline, and the image of Pangu had been etched into their very essence. Bang! With a single blow, Xingtian was sent flying, his form nearly obliterated. Yet, Xingtian paid no heed to the peril he had just escaped. His eyes widened, fixated intently on Lin Hao. To dominate the 3,000, this is the path of power. Xingtian roared, his voice echoing with an intensity that revealed the turbulence within his heart. Xingtian has actually been defeated. How is this possible? In the distance, Qi Yu and Hou Yi stood in stunned disbelief at this scene. What kind of jest is this? Their most powerful shaman, the god of war Xingtian, has been vanquished? Did he truly fall at the hands of an unknown adversary? Xingtian, are you alright? What has transpired? The two swiftly moved to Xingtian's side. However, he paid them no heed. He stood up, limping, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Lin Hao, though the fervor of battle had seemingly dissipated. Can you tell me if that last punch was infused with the essence of the path of power? Xingtian stared intensely at Lin Hao, his expression a mix of exhilaration and disbelief. Boom. Yet, as Xingtian uttered these words, it resonated like a cacophony of thunderclaps in the minds of Qi Yu and Hou Yi, rendering them momentarily paralyzed. Should we continue? Lin Hao naturally refrained from responding to such an inquiry. Just as Xingtian opened his mouth to speak, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, including Lin Hao. The three great shamans suddenly turned their gazes skyward, or rather, downward toward the earth. The peak of Mount Buzhou reached into the primordial firmament, piercing the heavens and extending into the chaotic void beyond. Standing atop this mountain, they could feel the oppressive heat of the sky. As their eyes scanned the horizon, they beheld 10 colossal suns blazing in the heavens, their intense solar flames enveloping each orb in a fiery embrace. These suns were on the move, scorching the lands in their wake, leaving a trail of desolation and countless lives extinguished, with the earth echoing with cries of despair. What are the 10 sons of Dijun up to? A frown creased the brows of Xingtian and the others. As for Lin Hao, he was taken aback. The sight of the 10 golden crows sparked a significant realization within him. He stepped forward to the cliff's edge, activating his eye of insight, sweeping his gaze across the land, ultimately focusing on the realm of the human race. There, the land lay parched, forests ablaze, the sweltering heat rendering the human populace in dire straits, with many commoners succumbing to the heat. This is outrageous. Lin Hao's fury ignited in an instant, seeking vengeance. Yet before he could unleash his wrath, he felt 3 more furious voices emanating from behind him, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malevolence and murderous intent. Lin Hao paused, quickly turning his attention towards the realm of the Wu tribe, which appeared even more tragic than that of the humans. Countless tribesmen had perished in the flames, and numerous small Wu clans lay in ruins. Suddenly, a massive figure surged forth from the earth, a colossal humanoid, clad in animal hide, brandishing a wooden staff as he charged at the 10 golden crows. Qua Fu. Lin Hao recognized him instantly. Yet, at this moment, Qua Fu appeared weakened, his vitality diminished, his countenance pale as he raged, madly pursuing the 10 golden crows. Qua Fu is on the brink of death, Lin Hao murmured to himself. In the annals of the primordial era, even at his peak, Qua Fu had been toyed with by the 10 golden crows, ultimately succumbing to the burning solar flames. His blood drained away. How much worse was it now, with his injuries? The injuries he sustained were of his own making, causing Lin Hao's expression to twitch. Nevertheless, he bore no intention of aiding Qua Fu. The injuries he had inflicted were self-inflicted. This man had attacked him unprovoked, and allowing him to retain his life was already an act of mercy. Had it not been for the formidable power of the witch clan, and the fear of attracting calamity upon himself, he would have dared to strike, reducing them to ashes and consuming their remains. Lin Hao let out a cold chuckle, but his expression suddenly shifted as he turned abruptly. Seeking death, to dare to harm my kin and endanger my brother Qua Fu, you are courting your own demise. Boom, boom, boom. 3 torrents of murderous intent surged forth as Xingtian and his companions, fueled by boundless rage, charged down from the mountaintop. I almost forgot about them. It appears that Qua Fu's fate has altered. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had nearly overlooked the presence of these 3. with their involvement. It seems Kwafu is unlikely to perish. Upon reflection, my grievous wounding of Kwafu has not hastened his demise, but instead inadvertently saved him. Can such a butterfly effect truly manifest? Lin Hao found himself at a loss for words. He was uncertain whether this unforeseen turn of events would allow the small golden crow, who could have survived, to endure after all. Lin Hao murmured, initially ignited by the sight of many humans perishing in the heat, which almost compelled him to act. However, it seems such intervention is now unnecessary. Chapter 44. The Ruthless Great Which Tears Apart the Golden Crow. Lin Hao seizes the opportunity as brothers, Ho Yi, along with Xing Tian and Qi Yu, arrived. Brothers, it is good that you are here. Slay these wretched birds and avenge our kin, having lost all rationality. The once despondent Kwafu felt a wave of relief upon seeing the three, only for hatred to once again mar his features. Do not worry, brother Kwafu. These vile birds dare to disturb our Wu clan. Today, not even the arrival of the son of Emperor Jun can save them. Kill them all. Let the old man Jun collect their remains. You little brats, perish. Boom, boom, boom. Fueled by fury, the trio of Xing Tian paid no heed to anything else. Witnessing Kwafu's plight and the charred bodies of their kin ignited an overwhelming bloodlust within them, enveloping them in a sinister aura that stained the heavens a deep crimson. Die! With a roar, Xing Tian, disregarding his own wounds, seized a golden crow that had been toying with Kwafu in the sky and hurled it into the abyss. The wrath of the god of war was terrifying, even in a diminished state, causing the Deluo Jinxian to tremble in fear. Bang! With fierce intent and a chilling aura, the golden crow was obliterated into a mist of blood before it could even utter a cry. What a waste. On the summit of Buzhou Mountain, Lin Hao watched this scene in frustration. This was a golden crow, a born demon emperor. Noble in bloodline and possessing the true fire of the sun, capable of transforming into a sun itself. You kill it without hesitation, but why destroy its remains? No, the remaining 9 cannot be wasted. Since they are doomed, I shall devour them to enhance my own prowess. Cursing silently, Lin Hao invoked the techniques of Qian Yuan and Zhong Di's golden light, plunging down from Buzhou Mountain. At that moment, several more golden crows fell, all shot down by Hui. As the foremost archer of the primordial era, his wrath was merciless, each arrow finding its mark with astonishing swiftness, surpassing even Xing Tian's speed. Once Xing Tian had slain one, the remaining golden crows became wary, crying out as they attempted to flee towards the heavenly court. However, while they managed to evade Xing Tian and Qi Yu, they could not escape Ho Yi's lethal shots. By the time Lin Hao reached the scene, only 2 of the 10 golden crows remained. Truly ruthless. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao seized one of the golden crow corpses and absorbed it into his being, then swiftly dashed toward the other remaining corpses. Die! Just then, a fierce roar echoed through the air. A massive figure, adorned with 2 horns and demonic patterns on his face, stood against the sky. He grasped the golden crow that had been struck by Ho Yi but had yet to perish. With a sinister grin, he tore the creature in half, even shattering its essence. How barbaric! Lin Hao, witnessing the devilish Qi Yu, felt his skin crawl. Fortunately, being in close proximity, he wasted no time and, with a flourish of his sleeve, collected the torn remains of the golden crow. Noticing Lin Hao taking the golden crow's body, Qi Yu furrowed his brow. Lin Hao cleared his throat and stated, "You may proceed with your slaughter. I shall merely collect the bodies to study the essence of the golden crow and the true fire of the sun. You are free to act as you wish." Qi Yu nodded in agreement, offering no objections. By the way, Lin Hao, if an opportunity arises, do visit my witch clan. As for the misunderstanding between you and Kwafu, I shall clarify it for you. With those seemingly nonsensical words, Qi Yu vanished, pursuing the last golden crow. At that moment, Ho Yi aimed his bow and arrows at the final golden crow, a murderous intent radiating from him, his eyes gleaming with a bloody light. What does this fellow mean? Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback by Qi Yu's cryptic remarks. He had already dealt with Kwafu and Ho Yi, even besting Xing Tian. Yet, Qi Yu had not made a move against him. Ordinarily, one would expect Qi Yu to harbor ill feelings towards him. But what was the meaning behind his invitation to visit the witch clan and his offer to resolve the misunderstanding with Kwafu? Was he genuinely a kind-hearted individual? Surely not. He could not bring himself to believe that Qi Yu, who in the future would be known as a malevolent deity, had slaughtered countless followers of Xian Yuan, and would have likely killed him as well, had Xian Yuan not been the destined emperor of humanity. Enough of this contemplation. As for visiting the witch clan, perhaps there would be a time for that, but certainly not now. Lin Hao shook his head and turned his gaze towards the last golden crow. This little creature appeared pale with fright, struggling to maintain its flight as it wept and desperately fled towards the heavenly court. This last one must be the future Luya. One could only speculate whether this butterfly effect would lead to his demise. Nonetheless, it was time for him to depart. If Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai were to arrive and discover him here, they might mistakenly believe he was an accomplice of the Witch Clan. The Witch Clan? Huh. Those savages are not to be trusted. I would never ally myself with them. Lin Hao sneered, his thoughts shifting as he vanished from sight. He had no need for the last golden crow, not to mention the uncertainty of whether he could even kill it. He had already collected the bodies of 8 golden crows. And the one that Xing Tian had obliterated should not go to waste. Perhaps he could gather its remains to achieve a total of 9. In no time, Lin Hao appeared at the site where the obliterated golden crow had fallen. And without delay, he activated his Eye of Insight and employed the Devouring principle, beginning to voraciously consume the flesh and blood of the golden crow. My child, Witch Clan, how dare you slay my offspring? I will bring about your demise. At that moment, from the 33 heavens, a torrent of overwhelming murderous intent surged forth, as if to pierce the very heavens. An enraged roar reverberated through the expanse. A colossal golden hand emerged from the 33 heavens, spanning across billions of light years. Engulfed in roaring flames that turned the entire sky to gold, the mighty hand reached for the heavens, casting shadows over the sun, emanating an unparalleled divine majesty. Shaking the ancient cosmos, and aimed a fierce strike at Qiyu, who was in pursuit of the little golden crow. This is bad. Qiyu was taken aback, hastily abandoning his pursuit and fleeing into the distance. Despite his frantic evasion, he was still shaken by the might of the colossal hand, causing him to spit blood repeatedly, and even his body bore cracks. It was Di Jun. In the distance, Xing Tian's expression shifted, only to quickly contort into a fierce grimace. He bellowed, "Those wretched birds from your clan dare to incinerate my people. They deserve death. Ho-yi, eliminate this little feathered creature." Without needing Xing Tian's command, Ho-yi had no intention of sparing the last golden crow. What if Di Jun had arrived? His clan feared no one. Presumptuous. To dare slay my nephew is to court death. Just as Ho-yi prepared to shoot the final golden crow, another furious roar echoed from the 33 heavens, accompanied by the resounding chime of a bell, reverberating through the ages. A golden figure ascended majestically in the celestial realm, emanating an overwhelming fury. An ancient bronze bell materialized above the firmament, the aura of a primordial treasure permeating the heavens and earth, descending directly from the 33 heavens to suppress Ho-yi. Chapter 45. The demon sage blocks the path, the carefree Taoist? The irritable Lin Hao indeed. Even as my presence triggered the butterfly effect, this little golden crow has managed to survive. After collecting the last of the golden crow corpses, Lin Hao concealed himself in the shadows, gazing at the golden giant hand that emerged from the 33 heavens, along with the towering golden figure. As expected, with Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai enraged, vowing to slay Xing Tian, Ho-yi, and Qiyu, the 12 ancestor witches were roused, emerging from the Pango Hall to rescue these 3 formidable shamans. 12 majestic figures stood proudly between heaven and earth, each exuding an overwhelming vitality that shook the vastness, as the malevolent aura in the world coalesced wildly, staining the sky crimson. They manifested their true forms, each towering tens of thousands of miles high, resembling ancient divine mountains, coldly gazing down upon Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, several terrifying auras surged from the 33 heavens, with numerous quasi-saint presences sweeping across heaven and earth, exerting pressure upon the 9 heavens. Shiha, Fushi, Kuanpeng, Baizhe, and other celestial powers descended, joining Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai's side. The 2 factions faced off, their murderous intent palpable, causing the very heavens to tremble and striking fear into the hearts of all beings in the wilderness. Especially Shiha, the goddess of the moon, her eyes a striking red, her hair wildly flowing, appeared as if driven mad. Were it not for Di Jun's firm control, she might have already charged forth. Across the lands, numerous powerful beings were stirred, their expressions changing drastically, while countless cultivators fell into panic, some beginning to flee. Should a war erupt between the witch and demon clans, it would unleash an unprecedented calamity, claiming countless lives. Yet Lin Hao merely shook his head, for he understood that this battle would not transpire. Finding little merit in the ensuing chaos, he prepared to depart. The Witch Clan, our next encounter shall be one of life and death. Ultimately, Di Jun restrained himself, refraining from rashly declaring war. He had yet to devise a strategy against the great heavenly god-killing formation, and his own Zhou Tian starry formation was still under refinement. To engage in battle prematurely would likely lead to their downfall. Just as before, had it not been for the arrival of Hong Jun Dao Zhu, they might have perished beneath the axe of Pangu's phantom. The 10 Yuan Hui deadline set by Hong Jun Dao Zhu marked the period for the development of his heavenly court, during which he must devise a means to counter the 12 ancestor witches and the great heavenly god-killing formation. Even now, despite the death of his son, he must endure. Revenge shall come, but not at this moment. Ji Ming, retrieve my son's body. Tai Yi, keep a watchful eye on your sister-in-law. We shall depart. Casting one last cold glance at the 12 ancestor witches and the trio of Xing Tian behind them, particularly at Hui, Di Jun scooped up the little golden crow and swiftly vanished. The 12 ancestor witches, seeing this, did not impede their departure. The demon clan was not prepared for war, and neither were they. Moreover, with Hong Jun's deadline not yet reached, to recklessly wage war against the heavenly court would be futile, even if victory was achieved. They would still face obstruction, rendering the effort meaningless. In the shadows, observing as he had anticipated, Lin Hao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, truly, he is worthy of being an emperor, possessing such temperament and patience. I cannot compare. He pondered that if he had 10 sons and 9 were killed, he would undoubtedly go mad, seeking revenge even at the cost of his own life. Concepts of enlightenment and the greater good would matter little, even if Hong Jun himself were to intervene. Shaking his head, he prepared to depart. His journey to Mount Buzhou had yielded significant gains, having acquired the corpses of 9 golden crows, making the venture worthwhile. Next, he intended to traverse the entirety of the Primordial World, continuing to extract the Panga runes to enhance his inner world. At that time, he would attempt to transform and evolve into a true demon god. Soon, Lin Hao set his sights on a new destination, the Eastern Sea. The Primordial World is home to 4 great oceans and 4 continents, and he currently resided in the Eastern continent, the most prosperous of them all. The Eastern Sea, adjacent to the Eastern continent and close to the human race, was his first stop, where he planned to explore and seek out the legendary 3 immortal islands. Among these, Penglai had been discovered by the Eastern King, who, along with a group of Eastern Sea cultivators, had occupied it, transforming its resources into the holy land of the Purple Mansion and establishing the Celestial Court, only to be later obliterated by Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. While Penglai had been located, the other 2 islands, Fangzhong Island and Ingzhou Island, remained elusive, and he was determined to search for them. With the eye of insight at his disposal, Lin Hao believed that as long as these 2 immortal islands existed, he would certainly find them. His path was clear, and his goals were defined. Lin Hao felt elated and his thoughts were remarkably lucid. Stepping out from the void, he waved his hand to summon a cloud, leaping onto it and reclining comfortably as it carried him toward the Eastern Sea at a leisurely pace. Before long, he arrived at the shores of the Eastern Sea, standing atop the cloud. Gazing out, he beheld an endless expanse of ocean, formidable and majestic. The waves surged, each crest resembling a world in itself, instilling a sense of awe. With his eye of insight, he surveyed the area, and in an instant, the entire Eastern Sea transformed before him, revealing a dense array of ordered rules, law runes, and even the composition of the seawater, all laid bare to his perception. Extraction. However, Lin Hao did not extract every rune. He focused solely on those beneficial to him, for to do otherwise would be exhausting. Who dares to seize the corpse of my demon clan's prince? I wonder who it is. Ah, it turns out to be a carefree Taoist. Just then, the void trembled slightly, and a formidable figure emerged, tall and imposing, clad in armor, with a dragon's head and a human body, blocking Lin Hao's path. The newcomer bore an arrogant countenance, a hooked nose, and eyes that seemed to blaze with fire. He regarded Lin Hao coldly, stepping forward, and an overwhelming aura of malice and killing intent surged toward Lin Hao. Bang! The sudden attack caught Lin Hao unprepared, causing the cloud beneath him to collapse, nearly plunging him into the sea. Infuriated, Lin Hao thought, "You seek death." He would not tolerate such aggression. Lin Hao rose to his feet, his formidable aura erupting forth, an ancient and profound presence enveloping him. In an instant, he was shrouded in chaos, a sudden movement propelling him to the figure before him, whereupon he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! With that single strike, the void shattered, order disintegrated, and terrifying waves surged across millions of miles of ocean, causing the newcomer to change countenance. Impudent! How dare you act so arrogantly before this demon sage? Who grants you such audacity? Qi Meng fumed. Dispatched by Emperor Jun to collect the corpses, yet finding none. Following the trail of energy, he arrived here, pinpointing the elusive Taoist. It was evident that the remains of the 9 golden crows had been secretly appropriated by this man. Such a scenario was not entirely unexpected. After all, the corpses of the golden crows were treasures of immense value, irresistible to any who beheld them. Wealth and fortune, as the saying goes, are often found in perilous pursuits. However, Qi Ming had not anticipated that, upon his arrival as a heavenly court demon sage, the other party would not only refuse to kneel and plead for mercy, but would also respond with indignation, striking first. Did he look down upon him? A mere wandering practitioner dared to underestimate one of the 10 great demon sages of the demon race, a powerhouse of the Taiqing Palace? Chapter 46. Unparalleled audacity beyond even the great deities. Does he dare to look down upon him? Merely a carefree immortal. Yet he presumes to disdain one of the 10 great saints of the demon clan, a formidable being from the Taiqing Palace? Such folly. In a fit of rage, Qi Ming could not help but laugh. If his opponent sought death, he would gladly oblige. As Lin Hao unleashed his punch, Qi Ming merely raised a hand, and the cosmos began to unfold within his grasp. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted from him, imbued with the essence of the Dao. Reaching out to meet Lin Hao's strike. Being a quasi-saint, Qi Ming needed little effort to deal with an insignificant carefree immortal. Even if his adversary were a great Luo Jingxian, he could easily vanquish him. Indeed, in Qi Ming's eyes, this carefree immortal, despite possessing an air of chaos surrounding him, appeared to be merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, lacking the quintessence of the Tai golden immortal, let alone the 3 flowers atop the head. A mere golden immortal, easily obliterated. What could such an oddity possibly possess in terms of power? Boom. However, the moment Lin Hao's fist connected, Qi Ming's expression transformed instantaneously. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming force, as if it could crush everything, surging through his palm and enveloping his entire being. Bang! Under the weight of this dreadful power, Qi Ming was sent sprawling, shattering the void for billions of miles, unleashing monstrous waves upon the sea as he crashed into the depths. Impossible. How could this be? Before long, Qi Ming resurfaced from the ocean, gazing at Lin Hao with incredulity etched upon his features. What a jest! He, a dignified quasi-saint, had been struck down by a mere golden immortal? You cannot be of the golden immortal realm. Who, then, are you? Qi Ming's visage grew solemn. It dawned on him that his opponent could not merely be a trivial golden immortal. Though he had momentarily let his guard down, he sensed that punch had the weight of a great sorcerer behind it. Rinjiao, disciple of the Taiji saint, the second true disciple, Lin Hao. Boom. Lin Hao stepped forward, his aura surging, exuding an ancient and timeless presence, as if traversing through boundless epochs. As his energy escalated, a colossal Taiji phantom emerged, transforming into 2 immense yin-yang fish. Furthermore, a brilliant flash illuminated his hand, revealing a fiery red banner, the Lidi Yingguang flag. The way of Taiji. The Lidi Yingguang flag. Are you truly a disciple of the Taiji saint? Upon hearing Lin Hao's declaration and witnessing the Taiji phantom and the banner, Qi Ming's countenance finally shifted. This is utterly outrageous. What nonsense about a carefree immortal? What folly of a mere golden immortal? This is clearly a formidable force that must not be trifled with. The Taiji saint, the foremost disciple among the 3 pure ones, who would dare provoke him, regardless of their cultivation level? To challenge such a disciple might summon the wrath of a saint, leading to dire consequences. Moreover, he himself was not weak. Though he appeared merely as a golden immortal, he undoubtedly concealed his true prowess, likely at least that of a quasi-saint. Such an entity, even if Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were to arrive, would likely refrain from provoking him lightly. Ahem. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize for any offense caused earlier. I implore you, my friend, to forgive me. Upon returning to my senses, Qi Ming's demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. A forced smile graced his face as he bowed respectfully to Lin Hao. In the harsh existence of the primordial world, those who have attained such a level of prowess are invariably shrewd and cunning. They are well aware of how to navigate such situations. A misunderstanding, you say? Was it not just moments ago that someone demanded I kneel and surrender the corpse of the golden crow? Who was it that approached without a second thought, nearly sending me crashing into the sea? You dare claim this is a misunderstanding? Lin Hao scoffed, exerting his influence. He, too, was a member of the Celestial Church, and he would not shy away from asserting his authority. As a true disciple of a sage, he understood the weight of his status. In regard to his earlier scuffle with the great witches, he recognized that status bore little significance to the brutish tribe. These uncivilized beings were inherently stubborn and indifferent to one's identity. However, the same could not be said for the demonic clan. The prestige of being a sage carried considerable weight among them. After he had just acquired the corpse of the 9 golden crows, Ji Ming had sought him out. Should this confrontation escalate, even if he managed to repel Ji Ming, it would inevitably attract the attention of other powerful beings from the heavenly realm, including Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. This was akin to summoning the elders to confront a trivial matter, an unnecessary complication. Rather than prolonging this, it would be far more prudent to invoke his identity as a disciple of a sage to resolve all issues in one fell swoop. Indeed, it is a misunderstanding, for I was previously unaware of your esteemed identity. Furthermore, it was you who initially claimed the corpses of the 9 golden crow princes, and I was merely fulfilling my duty to retrieve them. As you are aware, the sudden demise of 9 sons has left His Majesty Di Jun in profound sorrow. If I have caused any offense, I beg your understanding. Ji Ming adopted a notably humble stance, a necessary compromise, even though it was quite vexing. He found himself cursing Di Jun inwardly for assigning such a troublesome task to him. Nonetheless, Lin Hao nodded, yet before Ji Ming could exhale in relief, Lin Hao extended a hand, fingers rubbing together, a gesture unmistakably clear. At that moment, Ji Ming felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. What audacity! Is he demanding recompense so soon? It was I who was nearly cast into the sea. I have yet to seek compensation from you. Yet, I shall endure. I will continue to endure. I possess no remarkable treasures, but here is a golden spirit pearl. Although it is merely a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, it is one of the 5 elemental pearls. If you manage to gather the other 4, its power will rival that of a top-tier innate treasure. Should you not find it beneath you, I offer this golden spirit pearl as an apology. Ji Ming reluctantly produced a golden pearl, wincing at the loss. A golden spirit pearl? Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This was indeed a precious item. Previously, the Primordial Lord had gifted him a water spirit pearl, and now he had acquired another. You are too kind. Lin Hao unreservedly accepted the golden spirit pearl, leaving Ji Ming visibly agitated. Truly, as a disciple of a sage, he exhibited no sense of modesty. Now, my friend, what of the corpses of the princes? With the conflict seemingly resolved, Ji Ming once again broached the subject of the golden crow corpses. Corpses? What corpses are you referring to, my friend? Lin Hao's face displayed a look of confusion, an expression so innocent. At this moment, Ji Ming was completely dumbfounded, utterly astonished. He had encountered shamelessness before, but never had he witnessed such unmitigated audacity. In fact, Ji Ming felt that even Zhuan Ti and Ran Deng could not rival this level of brazen disregard. Zhuan Ti often took advantage of situations, frequently claiming a connection with me, yet at least he was forthright in his theft. And Ran Deng, while certainly lacking in moral boundaries and possessing a thick skin, was indifferent to the opinions of others. But this fellow spoke blatant falsehoods with his eyes wide open. As Ji Ming stared in astonishment, Lin Hao suddenly clapped his thigh, a look of realization dawning upon his face. Oh, I understand now. What you meant was regarding the previous incident when several golden crow princes were shot down. You have misunderstood. I, a humble Taoist, have not witnessed the corpses of those golden crow princes, so how could I possibly take them? I, too, witnessed that scene. And those barbarians were truly excessive and cruel. How could they bear to harm such adorable young golden crow princes? If my cultivation were not so lowly, I would have rushed in to rescue them and dealt a severe blow to those vile giants. As he spoke, Lin Hao's face contorted with righteous indignation. Ji Ming was once again rendered speechless. What a talent! Suddenly, Lin Hao moved swiftly to Ji Ming's side, startling him. However, Lin Hao did not attack. Instead, he patted Ji Ming on the shoulder with a serious demeanor, saying, "My friend, our acquaintance is a matter of fate. We have come to know each other through our conflicts, and moreover, you have generously gifted me a magical artifact. Rest assured, I shall consider you a steadfast friend. This time, as I travel to the Eastern Sea, should I come across the corpses of the golden crow princes, I will inform you at the first opportunity. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave now. Until we meet again, let us not part until we have indulged in revelry together." With that, Lin Hao departed without a backward glance. Return the golden crow corpses? What a jest! He had claimed them by his own prowess. Why should he return them? Lin Hao continued on his way for quite some time, and only then did Ji Ming regain his senses, watching Lin Hao vanish in the distance, gritting his teeth in frustration. Alas, since he did not wish to return them, I cannot force him. I shall inform Emperor Jun of this matter and let him handle it. I have no desire to be further involved. However, if I can cultivate a good relationship with this one, it may not be a bad thing. Ji Ming's eyes sparkled with determination as he quickly formed a plan. Without lingering, he vanished from the surface of the sea. Chapter 47. The Perilous Remnants of the Eastern King, Seizing Souls? Terrifying encounter in the boundless expanse of the East Sea. Lin Hao traversed the surface of the ocean, each step propelling him vast distances, extracting the essence of various laws and imbuing them within his inner world. He did not actively seek out the two celestial islands. Rather, he meandered as if indulging in the delights of nature and the cosmos. After a century, Lin Hao arrived at an island shrouded in malevolent energy, a colossal landmass that resembled a prehistoric beast resting upon the waves, exuding an aura of ancient desolation. Yet, this island was devoid of any celestial vitality, instead permeated with an oppressive atmosphere of death and hostility, enveloped in a terrifying shroud of sinister energy that evoked a chilling sensation. Could this be Penglai? Little did I expect that the once magnificent celestial court would have devolved into such a state. Indeed, the vicissitudes of life are unpredictable. Observing the island before him, Lin Hao felt a wave of nostalgia. He recalled the days when the Eastern King established the celestial court with aspirations to unify the primordial chaos. This island must have radiated brilliance, with myriad celestial beings in attendance. Yet now, he could only reflect upon the adage that victors write history, while the vanquished are swept into the annals of obscurity. With a mere thought, Lin Hao vanished from sight and stepped onto the island. The pervasive malevolent energy and hostility were remnants of those who perished in battle, making it a place where ordinary cultivators dared not tread. However, these dark energies held no sway over him. He walked the island as if bearing witness to history, reliving the ferocity of that brutal conflict. Ultimately, Lin Hao settled at the heart of the island, commencing the recitation of the rebirth mantra to alleviate the lingering resentment and hostility. This island, now deemed forsaken by others, held immense value for him. As one of the three celestial islands, formed from shards of chaos, although ravaged by war and tainted by malevolent energy, its essence remained intact, ready to be absorbed and enhance his inner world. Moreover, he intended to cultivate here, refining the water spirit pearl and the gold spirit pearl. Although he did not pursue the traditional path of celestial cultivation, he welcomed the opportunity to strengthen the 5 elemental energies within himself. As Lin Hao purified the island, the hostile energies began to dissipate, restoring clarity to the land, though the malevolent energy proved more resilient. Nevertheless, Lin Hao had a strategy. This malevolent energy was part of the murky essence. His inner world, guided by the principles of Tai Chi, required the confluence of pure and impure energies, making the malevolent energy a perfect resource for his needs. Devour. With a surge of will, the laws of consumption erupted around him, culminating in a colossal vortex above his head that voraciously consumed the island's malevolent energy. Remarkable. Not only does it purify the hostile and resentful energies, but it also consumes the malevolent essence. Quite impressive. Although my cultivation may currently peak at the golden immortal level, this physical form eludes even my own insights, suggesting an extraordinary foundation. In light of this, the Emperor of the Sun declared, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, await my return. When I reclaim my zenith, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance upon you. Lin Hao was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, entirely oblivious to the ethereal figure clad in a robe of purple and gold, adorned with a crown, seated deep within the heart of the island, observing him with keen interest. This figure silently emerged from the depths of the earth, transforming into a radiant beam of purple light that surged towards Lin Hao's brow. However, at the moment this apparition penetrated Lin Hao's sea of consciousness, he was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Before him lay an expansive river, vast and profound, where countless runes of law danced, intertwined, and evolved, transforming into chains of order that resembled tendrils, connecting an extraordinary world. Indeed, it was an extraordinary world. To the apparition, this realm appeared peculiar yet remarkably familiar. At the center of the world stood a towering peak, exuding an ancient and timeless aura, akin to a giant propping up the heavens and the earth. To the east, there stretched an endless ocean, equally familiar. Buzhou Mountain, the Eastern Sea. How could this be? What is happening? The Eastern King gasped, rubbing his eyes to confirm he was not mistaken. This was indeed Buzhou Mountain and the Eastern Sea. No, that is not right. There is also the river of heavenly Dao. Soon, the Eastern King's expression shifted once more as he abruptly gazed towards the vast river. The endless pathways, the evolution of laws, suffused with the majesty of the heavens. This unmistakably was the river of heavenly Dao. What is this situation? He had clearly entered a soul possession, infiltrating a cultivator's consciousness, yet somehow found himself within the river of heavenly Dao, witnessing the primordial chaos? No, that is not correct. This is neither the heavenly Dao of the primordial nor chaos, but the apparition was bewildered, entirely at a loss for comprehension. Ah, how ironic. Just then, a chilling silence, reminiscent of the heavenly Dao, echoed across the river, causing the apparition's countenance to change dramatically. The apparition turned its gaze and beheld a magnificent figure manifesting upon the river of heavenly Dao, enveloped in the essence of the great paths, surrounded by myriad laws. Behind it, a colossal Taiji Bagua figure emerged, densely packed with converging runes, seemingly engaged in complex calculations. The entire apparition radiated an aura of sanctity and nobility, akin to a deity high above, looking down upon the vicissitudes of existence with disdain. The will of the heavenly Dao? No, that cannot be. Who exactly are you? At this moment, the Eastern King's expression shifted, becoming exceedingly grave. Everything before him was too bizarre. He had distinctly entered the body of this cultivator. Yet it felt as if he had entered a world that not only contained the river of heavenly Dao, but also Buzhou Mountain and the Eastern Sea. He was utterly perplexed about the nature of this reality, and the divine figure before him, resembling the heavenly Dao, yet also embodying the essence of a cultivator's primordial spirit, exuded a breath of true spirit. It was all too strange and perilous. My name is Lin Hao, the second true disciple of the Taiji sage under the human sect. Lin Hao's true spirit stepped forth from the river, approaching the Eastern King. His demeanor was cold and indifferent, his gaze condescending, akin to the heavenly Dao itself, gazing down upon the former immortal emperor. My disciple? It is inconceivable. I possess but a single disciple, Xuandu, whom I have only recently accepted. Even if I were to take on another apprentice, it could never be someone of your caliber. A disciple of a sage? What a jest. He is of the same generation as the three pure ones, who have only recently attained their sanctity. Even if they were to accept disciples, they would merely be fledglings. Having a golden immortal or a Tai golden immortal as a pupil would be quite exceptional. Yet the individual before me exudes an eerie aura, evoking a palpable sense of danger, particularly with the myriad paths encircling him, clearly indicative of mastery over numerous grand principles, perhaps even the primordial 3000. What a terrifying existence this is. How could it possibly be a mere junior? One must understand that the mastery of the primordial 3000 is a feat achieved solely by Pangu. Many of us ancient powers have indeed grasped a considerable number of laws, yet none have managed to command them all. Not even the sages can claim such a mastery. Could it be that you are an ancient being from the Chaos era? Suddenly struck by a thought, the Eastern King's expression shifted once more. A chaos demon god. Lin Hao shook his head, disinterested in providing an explanation. He simply remarked, in the course of one's life, sometimes fate is already predetermined. You were destined to perish. Yet beneath the heavenly path, there exists a glimmer of hope. In the future, you shall once again emerge in the world, assuming a brand new identity. Alas, with the great evolution being 50 and the heavenly path 49, even if the Dao ancestor were to mend the heavenly path, it would ultimately harbor imperfections. You have touched upon one of these flaws, thus rendering your fate a variable, destined to evolve into a new branch along the river of destiny. Since comprehending the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth and the law of fate on Mount Buzhou, Lin Hao felt a deeper understanding of the principles of this world, and he could even vaguely glimpse the workings of the heavenly path. Therefore, even if he was unaware of the future fate of the Eastern King, he could still discern a hint of it, having kept his eyes attuned to the path on the Isle of Penglai. How could he fail to notice the presence of the other? It was merely a remnant soul, and he could not be bothered with it, especially since this individual was destined to reincarnate as El Dongbin. Understanding the butterfly effect, he was reluctant to recklessly alter the trajectory of the prehistoric world and the fates of others. Yet, this fellow insisted on courting disaster, seeking to seize his own essence. What are you saying? You claim that my fate has been predetermined? That I shall assume a new identity in the future? Lin Hao's cryptic words left the Eastern King momentarily dumbfounded. However, he quickly recovered, shaking his head with a cold laugh. Only I can control my destiny. My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. I may have been defeated by Dijuan and Donghuang Tai, but what of it? I am a person of immense fortune, the foremost among the male immortals as decreed by the Dao ancestor. Is it so simple to extinguish my life? In the future, when I am resurrected, I shall surely reign over the prehistoric realm and attain the Dao of the primordial unity. The Eastern King's expression grew increasingly savage as he spoke, ultimately contorting into a grimace, his body emanating a palpable killing intent. Yet soon enough, Lin Hao found himself taken aback, as the once formidable Eastern King, who had boldly declared that his fate was his own to command, suddenly shifted his tone, saying, "Friend, I mean no offense. I merely manifested out of curiosity upon your unexpected arrival at Penglai. I shall take my leave now." With that, the Eastern King turned without a backward glance, transforming into a streak of light and preparing to depart. Chapter 48. The annihilation of the remnant soul of the Eastern King and the violent devouring of the three immortal islands as Lin Hao observed the remnant soul of the Eastern King fleeing without a backward glance. Even his resolute demeanor faltered momentarily. Just moments ago, this individual had appeared fierce and defiant, seemingly prepared to fight to the death, only to turn and run. Such a drastic shift was bewildering. Lin Hao felt an urge to applaud. Compared to this, Qi Ming was utterly insignificant. "Ah, you wish to escape? Within my body. Do you truly believe you can find your way out?" Regaining his composure, Lin Hao smirked. This entity sought to seize control of him, and he would not allow it to pass unchallenged. With a resonant hum, Lin Hao stepped forward. A torrent of myriad paths surged around him, radiating a brilliant light. His true spirit began to swell exponentially, as if it were about to rupture the very fabric of existence. The essence of Tai Chi flowed forth, and in the heavens above, a massive Tai Chi diagram materialized. Within this diagram, in addition to the dual energies of yin and yang, countless principles evolved. Time, space, causality, fate, the five elemental forces, and the celestial bodies ultimately coalesced into a grand primordial diagram of the Tao, descending upon the remnant soul of the Eastern King to impose its dominion. This is bad. Witnessing the overwhelming primordial diagram descending, the Eastern King's countenance shifted dramatically. Gritting his teeth, the scant remnants of his soul's power ignited with fervor, transforming into a surge of personal strength. His entire being burned with the essence of the sun, and the power of his quasi-saint-level divine spirit surged forth, manifesting as a colossal soul attack aimed directly at Lin Hao. In his lifetime, he had been a formidable quasi-saint. Even now, as a mere remnant soul, his divine spirit may have waned, but his essence remained as that of a quasi-saint. If he fought with desperation, he could still unleash a fragment of his former power. "Since you refuse to spare me, I shall ensure you do not fare any better." The Eastern King's expression contorted into one of madness, his entire demeanor erupting in a frenzy. How laughable! In the vastness of the heavens, Lin Hao chuckled coldly. "Do not think that just because you are merely a remnant soul, you stand a chance against me. Even in your prime, within my realm, you would face nothing but suppression. Resignation is inevitable. Supreme dominion, the pinnacle of power." With Lin Hao's words echoing, the immense primordial diagram descended. At the very moment it struck, an aura that transcended all paths, akin to the arrival of a sovereign of the Tao, enveloped the area, instantly tearing apart the Eastern King's soul attack and crushing down upon him. "Ah, I refuse to accept this. I, the Emperor, born at the end of the Dragon and Han Calamity, was one of the foremost innate deities. I once vied for the sacred position within the Purple Cloud Palace, and was even bestowed the title of the foremost male immortal by the Tao ancestor, subsequently establishing the celestial court and becoming an era-defining celestial emperor. Yet, I never anticipated that fate would be so unjust, that the heavenly path would betray me, leading to my defeat at the hands of the leader of the imperial clan, and now, I find myself vanquished by a disciple of the human sect. The heavenly path is unjust. I am unwilling to accept this." As the Eastern King's voice of despair faded, his final remnant soul disintegrated into nothingness. A once great celestial emperor, the foremost male immortal, had utterly fallen. Boom. At the moment of the Eastern King's demise, the primal chaos reverberated, and the heavens thundered with a cacophony of storms. The sky darkened, resembling the onset of an apocalyptic event, as a terrifying celestial authority surged forth, enveloping the entirety of the primordial chaos. Yet, this celestial might, like the extraordinary phenomena it heralded, arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. As Lin Hao's consciousness returned to the external world, he raised his gaze towards the vast sky, his brow furrowing in contemplation. Had the fall of the East King impacted the operation of the heavenly Tao? Nevertheless, it seemed the issue was not substantial. He had not anticipated that the demise of the East King would stir the heavenly Tao. However, judging by its reaction, it appeared to be a minor concern. Otherwise, it would certainly have provoked the wrath of the heavenly Tao. It was reasonable to surmise that the era of the East King had concluded, with the establishment of the Emperor Jun's celestial court heralding a great shift in the heavenly Tao, one that could not be altered by anyone. Although the East King had not perished entirely and would reincarnate in the future, he could no longer regain his former pinnacle nor influence the grand scheme of things. Currently, the East King sought to usurp Lin Hao's being and was ultimately vanquished by him. While this incident did affect the future of his reincarnation, it could only be considered a minor event, insufficient to invoke the ire of the heavenly Dao. Simultaneously, on Kunlun Mountain, Shumi Mountain, and within the realm of the celestial empress Enwa, Laozi and the other sages were equally stirred, each calculating with their fingers. The East King had fallen. How could this be? Who could possibly have extinguished the East King? The sages furrowed their brows. However, to them, the East King's demise was merely a trifling matter. Once they could not ascertain further details, they chose to disregard it. Among the 6 great sages, a constant intrigue and rivalry existed, with none able to fully discern the motives of the others. Such matters, fraught with uncertainty, were deemed the machinations of fellow sages, and as long as they did not affect their own interests, they were disinclined to concern themselves. On Penglai, the obliteration of the East King's residual soul was merely a minor episode for Lin Hao. He had brought this upon himself. Soon after, Lin Hao ascended, unleashing a torrent of power that uprooted the entire Penglai island, which he then absorbed into his being. This island was a precious treasure, and he had no intention of letting it slip away. After securing Penglai, Lin Hao departed, intent on seeking out Fangzhong Island and Yingzhou Island, aspiring to encompass all 3 islands within himself. With the eye of insight at his disposal, he was confident he could locate these islands as long as they existed. A millennium later, at last, under the scrutiny of the eye of insight, Lin Hao stumbled upon a peculiar anomaly. This anomaly bore the unmistakable markings of a formation, igniting a spark of intrigue within him as he plunged into its depths. To break the formation? There was no need. With his current physical form and true spirit, unless faced with a formation of saintly caliber, he was impervious to harm. Upon entering the formation, the scenery transformed dramatically. The moment he set foot on the island, Lin Hao was greeted by a surge of rich spiritual energy, one that surpassed even that of Kunlun Mountain. As he surveyed the island, he beheld a profusion of flora and fauna, with a myriad of spiritual roots of various levels, including a notable number of innate spiritual roots. Towering trees reached heights of several thousand zhang, resembling mountains, while patches of divine stones and celestial gold shimmered with brilliance. Was this indeed one of the 3 immortal islands? Yingzhou? It was truly a treasure trove. However, Lin Hao did not immediately seize the spiritual roots and celestial stones upon this island. With a smile, he soared towards the heart of the island, ascending high into the sky to gaze down upon the entire expanse. Devour it all. Regardless of any hidden opportunities this island might harbor, he resolved to absorb it into his being first. Collecting them one by one was not an option. Lin Hao was intent on claiming fortune, leaving no stone unturned in his pursuit. Embracing the devouring law, Lin Hao transformed into a towering figure, reaching heights of millions of zhang, with his muscles swelling and a chaotic aura enveloping him, resembling an ancient chaotic deity. The world within him resonated with a deep rumble. Empowered by the principles of the Great Dao, as he commenced the frenzied consumption of the island of Yingzhou. Boom! Under Lin Hao's insatiable appetite, the vast island erupted with diverse radiances, some emanating murderous intent, others manifesting illusions and protective formations, all infused with the ancient essence of chaos that had emerged alongside the celestial isle. Unperturbed by these onslaughts and illusions, Lin Hao wielded the power of evolution, akin to the sovereign of the Great Dao descending to impose order and command subservience from all paths. Under the overwhelming pressure of the power Dao, the island's formations crumbled one after another. Devoid of their protective enchantments, the island trembled and began to be drawn into his being. Buzz! At that moment, the void quaked, and the dual forces of Xian and Huang surged forth, accompanied by a terrifying aura of slaughter. A streak of violet light shot forth from a specific area of the island, hurtling towards Lin Hao. Bang! Caught off guard, Lin Hao was struck by the violet beam, sent hurtling through the shattered void for countless miles, ultimately crashing into the ocean below. Chapter 49. The Primordial Measuring Ruler and the Terrified 3 Sages of the What Is This? At this moment, Lin Hao felt an intense pain coursing through his entire body. The recent blow felt as if it would shatter him entirely. Even his true spirit ached, as though it were being torn apart. This left Lin Hao astonished, for he had only recently withstood attacks from formidable beings like the great shaman Xing Tian, yet he had nearly been obliterated by a single strike. However, when Lin Hao surged from the surface of the sea and beheld the object that had assailed him, he was momentarily taken aback. His gaze fell upon a small purple ruler floating on the water, its surface inscribed with profound patterns, exuding a stream of ethereal yellow mist while glimmering with the brilliance of virtuous merit. As Lin Hao focused on it, the purple ruler quivered slightly, enveloped in an aura of terrifying slaughter, which tore through the surrounding void, revealing an array of chaotic fissures in the space. Is this the primordial measuring ruler? I cannot believe that it was this artifact that attacked me. Hidden away on Ingzhou Island. No wonder it nearly obliterated me. This strike is akin to that of a congenital supreme treasure, one that even the great powers of quasi-saints would find difficult to withstand. Furthermore, this is an artifact acting of its own accord. If wielded by a saint, even another saint would struggle to defend against it without a supreme treasure. Realizing the culprit behind the attack, the anger on Lin Hao's face evaporated in an instant, replaced by exhilaration. This is indeed a remarkable treasure. The primordial measuring ruler is akin to Laozi's celestial Linglong Xuanquang Tower, a dual-purpose artifact embodying both offense and defense. A rare treasure of postnatal virtue in the primordial realm. While Laozi's tower is primarily defensive, granting invulnerability when held aloft, the primordial measuring ruler serves the opposite purpose. Excelling in offense, its might rivaling that of the Panga banner, and it possesses the unique ability to kill without incurring karma. Who would have thought that by acquiring Ingzhou Island, I would gain such an opportunity? Come to me. Lin Hao raised his hand, reaching for the primordial measuring ruler. Buzz. As if sensing danger, the primordial measuring ruler trembled slightly, expanding in size, and a terrifying force of slaughter surged toward Lin Hao, transforming into a streak of light as it fled into the distance. You think you can just escape after provoking me? Lin Hao scoffed. Previously, he had been caught off guard and was struck down into the sea, but now, forewarned, he would not allow a mere artifact to flee. What of a treasure of virtue? It remains just an artifact. With a swift motion, he deflected the attack of the primordial measuring ruler. Stepping forward, he invoked his ability to traverse vast distances, akin to an instantaneous teleportation, and surged across billions of miles of void in pursuit. Just as Lin Hao pursued the primordial measuring ruler, a cloud of auspiciousness suddenly appeared ahead, upon which stood three peculiar Taoists, each radiating the unique aura of the Tai Golden Immortal. Despite their modest cultivation, they bore proud expressions. These three were none other than the disciples of the Long-Eared Jingguang Immortal, the Zashu Immortal, and the Lingyao Immortal. Brother Long-Ear, look. What is that? It seems to be a treasure. Hurry, stop it. As the purple brilliance surged towards them, the trio of Long-Ear and Steadfast Light Immortals were momentarily taken aback. Exchanging glances that ignited a spark of curiosity, they instinctively extended their hands, reaching for the approaching violet light. However, a resonant hum reverberated through the void, and a terrifying aura of slaughter erupted from the purple stream, rending the fabric of space itself, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. Disaster. Suddenly, anguished cries filled the air as their magical hands shattered, their arms fracturing under the sheer force, scattering their celestial blood into the void. How could this be? Impossible. What manner of entity is this? The Long-Ear and Steadfast Light Immortals paled, retreating in terror as they gazed upon the purple luminescence. At that moment, the violet glow abruptly halted, revealing its true form. It was a diminutive purple ruler, no larger than a palm, radiating a rich violet light, intertwined with the essence of both Xian and Huang, exuding an aura of sanctity. Once it manifested, the small ruler flicked its head towards the trio, producing a series of crackling sounds in the void, as if both intimidating and mocking them, before transforming back into a stream of light and darting away into the distance. This spectacle left the three in a state of bewilderment. Regaining their composure, they were consumed by fury. What have I just witnessed? We have been mocked by a mere artifact. How infuriating. We, distinguished disciples of the sanctum, serving under the revered Tantian, have been injured and belittled by a mere treasure. Wait, this artifact is extraordinarily formidable. It can harm us without a wielder. It must be a supreme treasure. It resembles the legendary Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler? The postnatal treasure of merit, renowned alongside the Grand Master's celestial Linglong Xianhuang Tower? Initially filled with rage, their expressions quickly shifted to astonishment, their eyes sparkling with newfound hope. If they could acquire the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, their ascent would be assured. Chase, exchanging determined glances. They were unwilling to let such an opportunity slip away. However, before they could act, the heavens darkened ominously, and a colossal hand descended from afar, overshadowing the sun and casting a pall over the realm. This giant hand, embodying the weight of countless laws, seemed to herald the arrival of a vast cosmic domain, shaking the void for billions of miles and unleashing a terrifying aura that engulfed multiple seas. Their pupils constricted, a wave of dread coursing through them. an icy chill running up their spines. Faced with this enormous hand, they sensed impending doom, a premonition of death. How dare you? We are disciples of the Jia sect, serving under the illustrious Tontian. Cease at once. In desperation, the long-ear and steadfast light immortals roared, proclaiming their names and unleashing their artifacts to mount a counterattack. Yet, only a chilling laugh echoed through the void, devoid of any response, as the colossal hand, carrying the weight of myriad powers, continued its descent towards them. No, my life is forfeit. How dare you threaten us? No matter who you are, our master will not spare you. The three individuals were paralyzed with fear. They realized that such an entity was beyond their capacity to resist, the mere aura emanating from this being rendered them immobile. And the looming specter of death filled them with despair, leaving them to close their eyes and await their fate. Yet, as time passed, their consciousness remained intact. Upon reopening their eyes, they discovered that the colossal hand had vanished, along with the oppressive atmosphere that had seemed to rend the very heavens. In its place stood a figure shrouded in chaotic energy, clutching a violently writhing purple. Who are you? Gazing at the figure enveloped in chaos, particularly at the purple it held, the three disciples of the long-eared Enlightened One suddenly comprehended the jest that had been played upon them. The enormous hand they had feared belonged to this chaotic figure, intended solely to seize the Hongmeng measuring, with them being mere bystanders. The being had not attacked them, but had instead instilled such terror that they were left trembling. With a splutter, the long-eared Enlightened One spat out a mouthful of blood. A response to the indignation stirred within him. Though the other two, the Jiaoshu Immortal and the Lin Hao Immortal, did not bleed, their faces were ashen. They, esteemed disciples of saints, had been toyed with. It was unmistakably a deliberate act of humiliation. Chapter 50. A resounding slap shatters the jaw of the long-eared divine light. Immortal, the figure shrouded in chaos, suddenly curled the corners of its mouth, revealing a countenance filled with derision and disdain. Although its features were indistinct, the long-eared divine light Immortal and his companions could unmistakably sense the mockery directed at them. Indeed, it was mockery, igniting a fierce indignation within the trio. Who are you, and why do you toy with us? Demanded the furious Jiaoshu Immortal, his golden hair framing a lion-like visage. His temper was the most volatile among them. Even in the presence of a potentially formidable opponent, he could scarcely contain his wrath. Are you addressing me? Yet, the response that met him was a voice as frigid as the depths of ice. In the next instant, a colossal hand of chaos descended upon him, striking with tremendous force. Bang! The mighty form of the Jiaoshu Immortal was sent hurtling through the air, akin to a ruptured sack, crashing directly into the sea. You dare? The sudden assault transformed the expressions of the long-eared divine light Immortal and the Lin Hao Immortal, their faces paling as they radiated a fierce intent to kill. They hastily summoned their treasures, preparing for a confrontation. Dare? Lin Hao scoffed, delivering another powerful slap, this time aimed at the Lin Hao Immortal. You dare? I am a disciple of the sage. Do you seek death? The Lin Hao Immortal, stricken with both shock and fury, felt as though an ancient divine mountain was bearing down upon him, rendering him immobile. He could only roar, attempting to leverage his status as a threat. Bang! Unfortunately, his threats bore no fruit. The enormous hand descended, and as the waves churned, he too plummeted into the depths of the sea, meeting a fate akin to that of the Jiaoshu Immortal. How infuriating! Who are you? Why do you torment us? The remaining long-eared divine light Immortals' eyes widened in terror. The enigma of the assailant was overwhelming. They had issued multiple warnings and identified themselves. Yet the figure dared to strike. Could it be that someone in this world would dare to disregard the authority of the sage and assault his disciples? How could this be? It must be known that since their allegiance to the, particularly as attendants of the Tontian Patriarch, they had traversed the vast wilderness, commanding respect wherever they went. Even the mighty quasi-saints did not dare to treat them with disdain. Such a situation was unprecedented for the long-eared divine light Immortal. Flee! The long-eared divine light Immortal could not afford to linger. This mysterious figure was toying with them, and there was no telling whether they would soon turn deadly. Preserving his life took precedence. Without further hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, racing towards the direction of Golden Turtle Island, shouting, "Master, save me." He hoped to intimidate the assailant, but suddenly recalling something, he quickly altered his plea. Tong. Attempting to invoke the name of the sage? Lin Hao was well aware of the implications behind the long-eared divine light Immortal's words. With a single step, he crossed the distance, as if teleporting, arriving before the long-eared divine light Immortal. With a casual motion, he delivered a resounding slap. As the slap fell, accompanied by the roar of thunder and the crackle of celestial lightning, It struck the mouth of the long-eared divine light immortal, abruptly halting his words in stunned silence. Amidst the chaos and carnage, a single strike shattered the chin of the long-eared enlightened one, inflicting such excruciating pain that he yearned to scream, yet found himself unable to utter a sound, his body trembling in silence. Subsequently, Lin Hao delivered a powerful kick, sending him plummeting into the depths of the sea. At that moment, the Zashu immortal and the Lingya immortal surged forth from the waves, their hearts ablaze with wrath and murderous intent. However, upon witnessing the pitiful state of the long-eared enlightened one, their initial impulse to threaten and curse was swiftly quelled. "Who are you?" they exclaimed, their expressions contorted with menace as they instinctively retreated. Just then, the chaotic aura enveloping Lin Hao dissipated, revealing a youth clad in a silver bodysuit, whose eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, crowned with a crest akin to that of a rooster. With a mere thought, he conjured a golden lotus pedestal, upon which he gracefully seated himself. With hands clasped in reverence, he spoke slowly, "I am the Alt Buddha, hailing from the West. The treasures you sought to intercept today were met with merely a slight reprimand from me. Now that our karmic ties have been resolved, I take my leave. Oh, and should you, my fellow Taoists, harbor any grievances, feel free to seek me out in the West once you have cultivated your powers further. I would be most delighted to welcome you." With that, Lin Hao ascended upon his lotus, drifting away while reciting an impressively grandiose verse. First there was the Alt, then there was heaven. The Alt existed before creation. Born eternally at the age of 18, one chaos equals a year. His ethereal melody resonated with a sense of ancient sorrow, leaving the Zashu immortal and the Lingya immortal momentarily stunned, as if they had been transported back to the era of chaos. First there was the Alt, then there was heaven. One chaos equals a year. They gasped in unison, exchanging glances filled with astonishment. Chaos demon god, innate divine demon. Though their thoughts diverged, they converged upon the realization that only a chaos demon god or an innate divine demon would dare claim existence prior to heaven itself. The chaos demon god, a being of the primordial void, and the innate divine demons, the most ancient of entities, were the first to wield great powers in the cosmos, including the likes of Hongjun, Lahu, Yin Yang ancestor, Qian Kuan ancestor, and the Yangmei Taoist, all of whom were revered as innate divine demons for their proximity to the essence of demons, many of whom were originally chaos demon gods reincarnated to cultivate anew in the primordial realm. To possess the ability to sing such a verse, this Alt Buddha must either be a chaos demon god or an innate divine demon. The West, he claimed to hail from the West. Could it be that he is connected to the two saints of the West? Well, the Western teachings conceal such a formidable deity. Mark my words, I shall surely convey this matter to my master. It cannot be allowed to pass unchallenged. The Zashu immortal and the Lingya immortal spoke gravely, recognizing that if the Western teachings harbored a demon god, it boded ill for their own sect. Suddenly, they recalled the long-eared enlightened one, their expressions shifting with urgency as they began to search. Not long after, they discovered him in the sea, and upon observing his dire condition, they gasped collectively in horror. The scene was utterly tragic. The once noble Chang'er Dingguang immortal had been reduced to a visage of despair. His jaw shattered, his face smeared with blood, resembling a vengeful specter. Most alarmingly, even his primordial spirit had suffered a tumultuous jolt, rendering him unconscious. Did this malevolent deity harbor a vendetta against Brother Chang'e? Jasho immortal and Lingya immortal exchanged glances of relief, for though they had been cast into the sea, their adversary had clearly refrained from inflicting fatal harm upon them. Let us take him back and seek our master's healing. Indeed, with a shared glance of determination, the two swiftly bore the unconscious Chang'er Dingguang immortal towards the direction of Jinao Island. Had the three teachings truly fractured? No sooner had the three departed than Lin Hao's figure materialized, gazing intently at the receding trio, his brow furrowing in contemplation. He had overheard the exchange between Jasho immortal and Lingya immortal with clarity. Their dialogue revealed that the current stronghold of the was indeed Jinao Island. What did this signify? It indicated that the conflict between the Chan and had reached a boiling point, culminating in a complete schism among the three pure ones. Lin Hao shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. The division of the three pure ones was inevitable, a matter of little consequence to him. Now that the rift had occurred, upon his return, he would simply journey to Shouyang Mountain. And what of the remaining island? He pondered whether Fangzhong Island would offer him further delights. Casting a glance at the struggling Hongmeng Liangtian ruler in his grasp, a smile crept across Lin Hao's lips, and with a swift motion, he vanished from the surface of the sea. Chapter 51. The eerie Fangzhong Island unveils great terror soon. Lin Hao returned to the Celestial Island, taking strides upon its terrain. Fangzhong Island is interconnected with Yingzhou Island. This celestial isle boasts a greater expanse than Yingzhou, enveloped in a rich aura that nearly condenses into rain. Cascading waterfalls hang like long rainbows, diverse spiritual roots flourish, and the vegetation is lush, with towering trees reaching for the heavens. This time, Lin Hao did not immediately consume the island. Previously, when he devoured Yingzhou Island, he was attacked by the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. Fortunately, his physical form had evolved significantly, otherwise, he would not have withstood that strike. This time, he intended to first cultivate on this island, refining the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, and thereafter meticulously explore before ultimately consuming it. Casually selecting a cave, he set up a formation and plunged inside. Within the cave, Lin Hao summoned a mat, seated himself, and conjured the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. The moment this treasure of merit was invoked, it began to thrash violently, unleashing a terrifying force of destruction, as if attempting to flee from him. Trying to escape. Are we? Lin Hao scoffed, extending his hand to cast layers of restrictions, binding the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler. With a mere thought, he penetrated its essence with his consciousness, initiating the refining process. The Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, akin to innate supreme treasures, bore 49 restrictions within, making the refinement arduous. Unless one were a sage, even a quasi-sage could not hope to completely refine it. After a millennium, Lin Hao had barely refined 26 restrictions. Any further effort proved increasingly strenuous. Thus, he ceased the refinement, stowed the ruler away, and departed the cave. Activating his eye of insight, he commenced a sweeping examination of the entire island. In an instant, the celestial isle was adorned with a dense network of runes, these law runes exuding an ancient aura, intertwining to form distinct orders that diverged entirely from those of the external realm. Inferior innate spiritual roots, medium-grade innate spiritual roots, superior postnatal spiritual roots, blood fiend divine stones, scarlet flame celestial gold, and chaotic stubborn stones, whether directly sprouting from the island or concealed within, could not elude Lin Hao's gaze. One by one, he dismantled restrictions and formations, his sleeves waving as he collected all the spiritual roots and divine stones without leaving a single one behind. Before long, he had traversed the entirety of the island, ultimately pausing at a location where the spiritual energy was notably sparse. This area of diminished spiritual energy was the sole anomaly he detected. Even with his eye of insight, discerning the underlying situation proved challenging. This revelation left Lin Hao astounded. It was the first time he encountered such a phenomenon. Since awakening his eye of insight, he had navigated through challenges effortlessly, as if nothing in the primordial realm could escape his sight. Yet now, Lin Hao's expression turned grave, cautioning against any negligence. He summoned the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler and the Ledi flame light banner, adorning his head with the golden radiance crown. Now, let me see what lies beneath. Break for me. Boom. Lin Hao's body trembled as surging magical power coursed into the Hongmeng Liangtian ruler, causing this postnatal treasure of merit to erupt in resplendent brilliance, unleashing an unparalleled force of destruction that hewing fiercely toward the unknown below. Rumbling. With a single strike, the entire island trembled, the ground fissured and cracked, giving way to a vast chasm created by Lin Hao. As this abyss revealed itself, an ancient and profound aura surged forth, reminiscent of a passage to distant epics. This aura, Lin Hao's expression grew grave, his eyes shimmering with a silver light, as if they could pierce through endless time and space. Gazing intently into the void. At that moment, a peculiar force emanated from the chasm, enveloping him in an instant and swiftly infiltrating his body, beginning to siphon away his internal power. This force, Lin Hao's pupils constricted, his body quaking as a torrent of chaotic energy enveloped him. The chaotic power surging forth to expel this encroaching force. Soon, Lin Hao's countenance shifted once more. This bizarre force was impervious even to the chaotic energy. What manner of power is this? Be subdued. Lin Hao bellowed, manifesting myriad pathways surrounding him. The pathway of power was invoked. A commanding presence akin to that of a supreme force surged forth, ultimately dispelling the invasive energy. What lies beneath that harbors such terrifying power? Throughout his extensive travels in the primordial realm, Lin Hao considered himself well-versed, yet he had never encountered such an enigmatic force. This power not only drained his bodily strength, but also sought to erode his profound essence. It is worth noting that his current form was a reconstruction, transformed from primordial essence into a humanoid shape, still devoid of true flesh and blood. He had encountered forces that could consume flesh. Yet this ability to devour the very fabric of existence was unprecedented. It bore a resemblance to the power of decay and renewal. Suddenly, Lin Hao recalled the Tao of decay and renewal among the 3,000 innate paths. He had extracted the laws of heaven and earth, which included the principles of decay and renewal, albeit without delving into their study. Humph, I shall uncover the mysteries below. Lin Hao scoffed, driven by an intense curiosity, preparing to descend. As for the adage that curiosity killed the cat, he held a degree of confidence in his own capabilities. He did not believe that anything too fearsome could be concealed beneath. Nevertheless, Lin Hao remained cautious, ramping up his defenses to the utmost limit, armed to the teeth. Surrounded by myriad pathways, and plunged into the abyss. Upon entering the chasm, Lin Hao felt the bizarre force intensifying, voraciously drawing from his essence. His body radiated light, the pathway of power surging forth to fend off this strange energy, as his profound essence manifested, resembling a deity of creation, illuminating the void around him. Before long, Lin Hao's gaze brightened. He sensed the surrounding space expanding, as if it were infinitely stretching, with torrents of chaotic energy rushing towards him. Chaos. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback. However, he soon discerned that this was merely pure chaotic energy, posing no harm to him, but rather evoking a sense of comfort akin to a fish in water. What intrigued Lin Hao was the revelation that this island concealed a chaotic space within, truly a marvel. It is worth noting that although the 3 immortal islands are vast, even surpassing some ordinary worlds, they do not possess the capacity to give rise to a chaotic space. After all, this is merely a fragment of chaos in the form of an island. The dense aura of chaos here undoubtedly harbors peculiarities. Lin Hao's eyes glimmered, emanating silvery beams as he surveyed his surroundings. However, upon closer inspection, his body trembled, nearly causing him to topple to the ground in fright. Lin Hao hurriedly steadied his mind, fixating his gaze ahead. Before him, in the area where the chaotic energy was most concentrated, a terrifying surge of malevolence and murderous intent erupted, overwhelming in its intensity, intermingled with boundless resentment and hostility. Moreover, an even more dreadful and eerie force, akin to the duality of decay and vitality, surged towards him, 100-fold stronger than before. Under the onslaught of this malevolence and hostility, Lin Hao was momentarily seized by an impulse to annihilate all beings, to slaughter the masses, and even to bring about the destruction of the world. Simultaneously, that force reminiscent of decay was ravenously eroding him, as if seeking to consume him whole. This is perilous. Alarmed, Lin Hao swiftly fortified his spirit, expelling the malevolence, hostility, and murderous intent from his body as the torrent of his power surged forth, striving to suppress this bizarre force. Chapter 52. The Beautiful Head, the Demon God? A turbulent resentment boom. At this moment, Lin Hao's cultivation erupted to its zenith, manifesting myriad pathways around him. Behind him, a colossal Taiji diagram materialized, within which the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth danced in evolution. Moreover, with a mere thought, the flame banner of departure ascended, expanding infinitely, shrouding the sky and blocking the sun. Its aura resonated through the chaotic void, disrupting the balance of yin and yang, appending the 5 elements, causing all evils to retreat, and rendering all laws ineffective. This innate 5 directions banner inherently possesses the power to counteract all malevolence, capable of shielding against various corrupting energies. Now, fully activated, it stood firm against the onslaught of sinister chi, murderous intent, and hostile energy. Nevertheless, Lin Hao did not dare to underestimate the situation. He gripped the primordial measuring ruler tightly, channeling his entire essence into this postnatal treasure of virtue, causing the ruler to radiate a brilliant divine light. The terrifying force of annihilation surged forth, tearing a vast rift in the chaos before him. As the chaotic energy was rent asunder, it unveiled what lay ahead. Before him, in the densest part of the chaos, loomed an enormous head, colossal beyond measure, reaching heights of tens of millions of miles, akin to a gigantic ancient star. Lin Hao had never encountered such an immense visage, and he couldn't help but inhale sharply. What was most alarming, however, was that this head belonged to a stunning beauty, with exquisitely defined features and snow-white skin. Her countenance was undeniably comparable to the primordial goddesses of antiquity. Draped in long, gray hair, each strand resembled a river of stars. Yet the muted hue was suffused with a bizarre aura, making each lock appear as if it could devour all existence. Yet, what sent chills down Lin Hao's spine was not merely her grandeur or beauty, but the fact that this head was entirely enveloped in sinister chi. Her eyes were tightly shut, yet blood tears trickled from the corners. These tears fell continuously, resisting assimilation by the chaotic energy, transmuting instead into malevolent chi, imbued with intense hostility and resentment. This aura of hostility and grievance left Lin Hao astounded. Throughout his extensive journey in the primordial wilderness, he had never encountered such an overwhelming essence of malice, as if it could obliterate all creation. What manner of being is this? Lin Hao felt a tingling at the nape of his neck. Of course, this did not signify fear. It was merely the disquiet stemming from the presence of such a terrifying being, even if it was merely a head. I must ascertain the true nature of your existence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao's visage returned to a stoic calm, dispelling the unsettling sensation entirely. He stepped forward, releasing an aura of might. As the primordial measuring ruler erupted with a dreadful intent to kill, aimed directly at the beautiful head. Rumble. This time, Lin Hao did not hold back in the slightest. The power akin to an innate treasure surged forth, an overwhelming intent to slay that seemed capable of shattering everything. With a single strike, the entire chaotic space reverberated, even shaking the entirety of Fangzhong Island. This restraint was intentional. Had he unleashed his full might, the island would have been obliterated. However, at that moment, the beautiful head that Lin Hao attacked suddenly opened her eyes, revealing blood-red irises, glimmering with a dim, grayish light. She fixated intensely on Lin Hao, making him feel as though he were the target of a vengeful spirit. Suddenly, this enchanting beauty opened her mouth wide and unleashed a piercing scream directed at Lin Hao. Die! You shall perish, Pangu. I demand your death. The shrill, hoarse, and ancient voice emanating from the beauty's mouth was laden with profound resentment and overwhelming malice. At the moment she screamed, a tremendous will surged forth, akin to the heavens descending upon him, as an indomitable aura permeated this chaotic space. Following this, a colossal phantom appeared above her head, a resplendent woman towering several million miles high, clad in gray battle armor and wielding a wooden staff, her gray hair billowing around her. She exuded no traces of magical energy, nor any aura of primordial spirit or soul. She resembled a mere projection, yet radiated an eternal and indestructible presence. Die! The woman gazed at Lin Hao with icy eyes, her voice raspy, and as she spoke, an invisible wave formed in the air, enveloping Lin Hao, pressing towards him with overwhelming force. To his astonishment, this power felt like mental energy, yet was distinctly different, penetrating his being and striking at his true essence. What in the world is this? Such a bizarre and perilous phenomenon was beyond Lin Hao's experience. With a furious roar, he raised the primordial measuring staff and struck at the phantom. However, an even stranger occurrence unfolded. Despite unleashing his full strength, the attack passed through the beauty's phantom, inflicting no harm whatsoever. This is impossible. Lin Hao found it utterly incredulous. The primordial measuring staff was a treasure of virtue, capable of slaying even primordial spirits and souls. Yet it had not harmed her in the slightest. How could this be? I refuse to accept this. I am indestructible. Pangu, grant me your death. The phantom, devoid of intellect, shrieked like a mad woman, her head erupting with boundless resentment that seemed capable of annihilating all. Die! The tremendous pressure bore down on Lin Hao once more, and even with his current physical strength, it was nearly unbearable. He roared, summoning his true spirit, surrounded by myriad paths, radiating divine light. Yet, even the true spirit struggled against this oppressive force, which felt like a mental and willful assault. What kind of power is this? No, I understand now. This is willpower. In an epiphany, Lin Hao recalled his previous battle with Xingtian, where Xingtian grew only stronger despite his injuries. The fighting spirit, the will, the indomitable will. I comprehend it now. This is the indomitable will. Lin Hao's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled a legend from a past life he had encountered in tales of the primordial world. In the beginning, there existed a deity, one with the Dao itself. It is said that during the era of chaos, the demon gods roamed freely, each born from the essence of the Great Dao and endowed with mastery over a complete principle of the Dao. These chaotic demon gods could indeed be regarded as sovereigns of the Great Dao. However, the 3,000 demon gods were eventually vanquished by Pangu, leading to their demise or dismemberment. Yet, rumors persist that although these demon gods perished, their wills remain unextinguished, wandering through the realms of existence. In light of the historical context of the primordial chaos, during the age of ferocious beasts, those rampant creatures were born from the lingering wills and resentments of the demon gods, culminating in the emergence of an extraordinary aberration known as the Beast Emperor, a divine rebel. Its sole purpose was to exact vengeance upon Pangu and obliterate the primordial realm. The indomitable will. Could this severed head belong to one of the fallen demon gods of yore? Upon this revelation, Lin Hao felt a sense of clarity, finally grasping the origins of this great terror. However, he had no time for further contemplation, as the oppressive force of the indestructible will rendered his Taoist true spirit nearly unbearable, causing its visage to twist in agony. What to do? Lin Hao's heart raced, and his previous calmness vanished. This was a demon god, and if it were merely a severed head, it could be dismissed, for it had long since fallen. Yet, he had no experience in confronting such an indomitable will. Chapter 53. The Crisis of Lin Hao, the Refinement of Indomitable Will. Indeed. Why can't I refine my own will? With the eye of insight, perhaps I can. Suddenly, Lin Hao's expression changed, and he was struck by a revelation, his gaze instantly brightening. He hurriedly employed the eye of insight to scrutinize the ethereal figure of the demon god. Without the eye of insight, it would be exceedingly difficult to perceive this apparition. Now, as Lin Hao observed intently, not only was it vividly discernible, but even the intricate patterns etched upon the phantom were strikingly clear. These patterns, while emanating a sense of law, differed from conventional laws, resembling a convergence of mental energy and an extraordinary force. Yet, what was this peculiar force? Under his probing gaze, Lin Hao soon discerned this aspect. Yet there remained a power that eluded his understanding. What could this power be? Indomitable will, spirit, eternal. Magic power, primordial spirit? Or perhaps, chaotic force? None of these seemed correct. Suddenly, a phrase describing the divine surfaced in Lin Hao's mind. In the beginning, there was the divine. The divine is one with the way. The divine is the way, and the way is the divine. I understand now. It is the divine, eternal, the merging of spirit and the way, refined through trials, embodying resilience and defiance, battling heaven and earth, coalescing with the way to form this essence. Boom. At that moment, Lin Hao felt as if a thunderclap had reverberated in his mind, instantly granting him clarity. The previously perplexing notions had now crystallized. He comprehended why the battle intent of Xing Tian was so terrifying, even unaffected by physical limitations, sustaining his form with sheer will, growing ever stronger. The reason lay here. It was the way. Will itself is a form of the way, a unique path, a fusion of spirit and law. With this newfound understanding, Lin Hao dared not delay. He swiftly unleashed his mental energy. Moreover, a surge of soul laws emanated from his true spirit, merging with his mental energy. His primordial spirit let out a resounding cry, manifesting 3,000 innate and countless postnatal paths, all converging toward his mental energy. Buzz. In an instant, the two merged together. However, Lin Hao's primordial spirit soon expelled a mouthful of essence blood, the blood of the soul, indicating that his soul, even his true spirit, had sustained injury. Lin Hao realized that his attempt to infuse myriad laws into his mental energy was beyond its capacity to bear. It was understandable. The chaotic demon god had cultivated his indomitable will through countless epochs in the chaotic era. Such refinement was not easily achieved. It seemed he must proceed step by step. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao settled into a meditative position, slowing his pace. He once again extended his mental energy, this time utilizing a small number of law runes for fusion and refinement. Indeed, although this exertion placed immense pressure on his spirit, the pain rivaled that of soul-rending. He ultimately endured. As the law runes were refined, Lin Hao could distinctly feel his mental energy strengthening, and even the oppressive aura of the demon god's indomitable will diminished considerably. Ha! Indeed, the ancients do not deceive. Great danger accompanies great opportunity. If he could distill an indomitable will, his journey would not be in vain. It is worth noting that in the present primordial chaos, there exists not a single individual who has attained such an indomitable will, not even the saints. Should he succeed in this endeavor, his true essence would undergo a metamorphosis, drawing him infinitely closer to immortality, rivaling even the chaotic demon gods. Nevertheless, Lin Hao remained cautious. The threat of the demon gods will still loomed, with a severed head continuously exuding malevolence and rancor, accompanied by a peculiar force reminiscent of the power of decay and regeneration assailing his corporeal form. At this moment, Lin Hao was under immense pressure. Fortunately, the demon god had already perished, its head devoid of any conscious fluctuations, leaving only the indomitable will, howling in fervent obsession. With no better alternative, Lin Hao resolved to sit in meditation, striving to cultivate his indomitable will, resisting the onslaught bit by bit. In time, should he successfully forge this will, even if it were not fully formed, it would bolster his spiritual power, enabling him to manifest his own will, akin to the legendary Xing Tian, thus averting the impending crisis. As time passed, unlike his usual practice, this endeavor of cultivating will, though a form of training, proved to be an excruciating ordeal with each fleeting moment. The mind is shaped by consciousness, which is derived from the soul. His soul and true essence had long merged. And this mental strain, coupled with the agony of a torn soul, bore down heavily upon his true essence. Thankfully, his mastery over the laws of the soul allowed him to continually mend his spiritual power, and his true essence was far more potent than that of ordinary practitioners. Otherwise, Lin Hao could not guarantee his endurance. Thus, a century passed, then a millennium, enduring a full 10 millennia of relentless trial. Finally, on this day, Lin Hao's body trembled as an indomitable aura surged forth from his true essence, echoing the ancient and the eternal, as if existing in harmony with the chaos itself. He had succeeded. Lin Hao's true essence abruptly opened its eyes, unleashing a vast and terrifying will that reverberated like celestial authority, causing the entire chaotic realm to shudder. Under the weight of this formidable will, he gradually repelled the demon god's intent. At this moment, Lin Hao underwent a profound transformation, though his appearance and cultivation remained unchanged. He emanated an essence that seemed to transcend the ages, embodying an eternal existence. The danger had been mitigated. However, now that he had forged an indomitable will, though it could not yet compare to that which the demon god had honed over eons, he stood fearless against it. Such willpower affects only those with weak resolve and feeble spiritual strength, while the demon god, having fallen and left with naught but an indomitable will, possessed no thought, only obsession, rendering it incomparable to a living demon god. With a mere thought, Lin Hao summoned the aura of the Great Dao, surging forth with overwhelming power, directing the essence of strength towards the severed head of the beauty. In that instant of unleashing his might, the demon god's indomitable will roared once more, declaring its defiance. This god shall not yield. Pangu has perished. Kill. Buzz. The vast willpower surged forth once more, yet this time Lin Hao remained undaunted. His own will manifested, an indomitable aura enveloping him as he began to contend with the demonic god's consciousness. Despite being relentlessly pushed back, his true spirit remained untouched. Ignoring the demonic god's influence, Lin Hao continued to suppress the beautiful head before him. Without the onslaught of the demonic god's will, this severed head could scarcely stir any tumult. Although it was rife with terrifying resentment and malevolence, along with an eerie embodiment of the profound path, all of it was subdued under the might of Lin Hao's own path of strength. Should he refine this head, it would be akin to possessing a primordial treasure, perhaps even surpassing such artifacts, reaching the level of a chaotic spiritual treasure. Lin Hao's expression bore a hint of excitement. This was indeed the head of a demonic god, and once refined, it could serve as a powerful trump card in his arsenal. Chapter 54. Refining the head of the demon god. Manifesting the multiverse body. Now that the crisis has been averted, the process of refinement unfolds naturally. The malevolent aura, resentment, and bitterness emanating from the beautiful head are indeed perilous, yet they pose little threat to Lin Hao. Within his internal world, chaos is reversed. The essence of Tai Chi is required to meld the pure and the impure. This dark energy can easily transmute into impure essence, nourishing him. The soul vexation lies in the peculiar force that incessantly pervades this beautiful head, capable of eroding and siphoning the energies of all things. I am intrigued to uncover the nature of this power. Extract it. Gritting his teeth, Lin Hao resolved to utilize his insightful gaze, an ability he would not forego. This gaze allows him to perceive the laws and runes governing all things. And he does not believe that the power radiating from this beautiful head transcends the realm of Dao. What? It is indeed the power of withering and flourishing? Upon extracting the runes of this enigmatic force, Lin Hao paused, momentarily taken aback. The law of withering and flourishing is one of the 3,000 innate Dao, a principle he had previously grasped, albeit with limited understanding. Yet, he distinctly sensed that his comprehension of the withering and flourishing law diverged sharply from the power manifesting from this beautiful head. What embodies withering and flourishing causes all things to wither, akin to a deprivation of life, a force of decay. However, the power residing in this beautiful head not only induces death and decay, but also absorbs it, augmenting itself. Wait, the runes lingering on this head encompass more than just the power of withering and flourishing. In a moment of clarity, Lin Hao discerned the anomaly through his insightful gaze. The runes left upon the head also included those of life, death, soul, and devouring. This revelation indicated that the path this beautiful head had traversed was not merely that of the withering and flourishing Dao, but rather a multifaceted self-constructed Dao, akin to the Dao of power attributed to Pangu. Thus, the mystery unraveled, and Lin Hao's respect for the seekers of the Dao was rekindled, despite the fact that this entity was a demon god. With all enigmas resolved, Lin Hao wasted no time and began the earnest refinement of this demon god's head. Though the demon god was deceased and its power deciphered, the essence of a demon god, potentially a high-ranking one, surpassing the saints, rendered the process far from simple. Time flowed like a swift river, and the years sang their melodic song. This refinement took Lin Hao nearly an entire Yuan meeting to accomplish. To his delight, throughout this struggle of will against the demon god's essence, his indomitable will grew even stronger. Initially, he was overwhelmed, barely managing to maintain his existence. Now, he could contend with it, albeit with great effort. This was a significant advancement. It must be acknowledged that the indomitable will of a demon god had been honed over countless ages during the chaotic era, while his own was still in its nascent stages. Upon completion of the refinement, with a mere thought, the immense head of the demon god gradually diminished in size, transforming into that of an ordinary human, which he then drew into his being. The acquisition of this exquisite head, akin to acquiring a precious treasure, could yield unexpected results when summoned at a critical moment. However, Lin Hao did not hasten to emerge from his seclusion. Instead, he summoned the water spirit pearl and the gold spirit pearl, preparing to refine them within his being, merging them harmoniously with his future 5 organs. This process embodies the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, consolidating the 5 essences within his chest. Although he has his own path of cultivation, he has not abandoned the pursuit of the immortal way. To an outsider, he would appear to be of golden immortal stature. If he were to amalgamate these 2 innate 5-element pearls, he would outwardly resemble a Tai golden immortal. In truth, aside from lacking a primordial spirit and substituting it with his true essence, he possesses all the requisite abilities from an earth immortal to a Tai golden immortal, thus rightfully qualifying as such. Furthermore, upon successfully refining the 5 essences within, he would endeavor to cultivate the 3 flowers atop his head. Lin Hao smiled faintly and commenced the refinement process. Given his current cultivation level, merging the 2 spirit pearls proved exceedingly facile. Within a mere century, he had integrated them into his being. It was time to emerge. Upon completing his cultivation, Lin Hao gradually rose, casting a glance at the demon god's will, which was locked in a confrontation with his own. His brow furrowed slightly. With a mere thought, he withdrew his own will, altering his aura entirely, suppressing the essence of the path of strength. In an instant, the demon god's will descended into silence, ceasing its frenzied howls. Departing from the heart of the island, Lin Hao unleashed his cultivation, a terrifying devouring power emanating from him as he began to voraciously consume the entirety of the Fujiang Island. Before long, the entire island vanished beneath the surface of the sea. Standing upon the ocean, Lin Hao floated effortlessly, silently attuning to the transformations within his being. During this venture to the East Sea, he had assimilated 3 celestial islands into his inner world. Each of these islands was vast, comparable to a superlative realm, and now that they had merged into his inner world, Lin Hao sensed that its scale had ascended to the level of a great 1,000 worlds. However, despite achieving this magnitude, it could not be deemed a great 1,000 world, for the structure of his inner world was of his own design. The evolution of worlds was not the ultimate aim. Rather, it was to reverse the chaos and cultivate a chaotic world. Lin Hao found himself lost in contemplation, pondering whether he should temporarily shift his focus, as the evolution of a chaotic world was a long-term endeavor. The chaos is infinitely vast. Even the multitudes of great thousands are but inconspicuous specks within it. To reverse chaos and engender the ancestral forces that create myriad things and pathways is no simple task. Thus, it would be prudent to first allow his body to evolve into a multitude, progressing step by step towards transformation. Soon, Lin Hao reached a resolution in his heart. In previous battles, he had relied solely on the power of his inner world. Although his inner world had undergone several transformations and ascended in rank, it had yet to attain the status of a complete world, limiting the powers he could wield, primarily drawing from the chaotic forces and the power of laws that he had reversed. However, if he were to evolve his body into a multiversal realm, the possibilities would be entirely different. The force of a myriad of dimensions can be exceedingly terrifying. In due time, I shall extract and engrave the entire primordial laws, thereby evolving a simplified replica of the primordial realm, allowing me to dominate a multiverse, resulting in a surge of power once more. When I finally manifest, my very physical structure, my blood, and each of my cells shall embody a world, infused with the essence of universal strength. Furthermore, having acquired the world tree will expedite the evolution of the world within me. At that moment, who knows, I might even contend with a sage. A brilliant light ignited in Lin Hao's eyes. Naturally, the potency of my combat skills is secondary. What truly matters is the clarity of my path and the ability to glimpse the future. With this resolution, Lin Hao prepared to commence. He stepped forward, the rumbling within him signaling the commencement of the reenactment of the elemental forces. He walked upon the surface of the sea, akin to an untroubled immortal wandering the world. Yet unbeknownst to others, a monumental transformation was unfolding within him. This internal re-evolution did not necessitate seclusion for cultivation. After all, it was not a metamorphosis into true spirit nor an understanding of the laws, but rather a transformation of the body that did not impede his actions. Having completed his explorations of the East Sea, he now set his sights on the North Sea, eager to continue his journey and extract further engravings. Chapter 55. The Thoughts of Jaimin, the Madwoman of the Celestial Court, Shiha in the Celestial Court, within the majestic Lingxiao Palace. At the very moment Lin Hao departed from Fangzhong Island, Fuxi, who had been engrossed in his cultivation within his palace, abruptly opened his eyes. The He Tu and Luo Shu manifested above him. A resonant hum filled the air as the power of the 8 trigrams surged into the He Tu and Luo Shu, causing them to radiate with brilliance, intricate Dao patterns emerging vividly. He sensed it. With a single thought, Fuxi transmitted this revelation to Emperor Jun. In the Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai were seated upon their thrones, engaged in discussions with various celestial beings and deities about how to confront the Wu clan. Upon receiving Fuxi's message, Emperor Jun's expression shifted dramatically, and an overwhelming aura of murderous intent erupted from him. Boom. As Emperor Jun's killing intent intensified, his presence surged. An imperious aura enveloping the entire hall, creating an oppressive atmosphere that left everyone breathless. Elder brother, what is the matter, Your Majesty? Dong Huang Tai and others, including Bai Zhe, who were deliberating strategies, were taken aback. Emperor Jun inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure, and coldly declared, "Just now, the Shiha Empress sent word. She has sensed the presence of the one who stole the body of my son. What? That little thief has appeared?" At last, they had surfaced. Cursed be them for daring to pilfer the corpse of the Celestial Court's prince. This time, they shall not escape retribution. Regardless of the individual's identity, they must die. Boom, boom, boom. Upon learning that the thief who had previously stolen the corpse of the Golden Crow had returned, a wave of fierce killing intent erupted within the hall. Whether it was Dong Huang Tai, Bai Zhe, Fei Lian, Jiu Ying, or even Kuanpun, who often clashed with Emperor Jun, none could contain their fury. The reason for the celestial being's collective ire stemmed from Lin Hao's disappearance after he had taken away the 9 Golden Crow corpses. Throughout the entire Yuanhui, both Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai remained in a state of rage, while Shiha seemed utterly frenzied. As the saying goes, when superiors lose their temper, it is the subordinates who suffer. They had scoured the vastness of the Honghuang realm for an entire Yuanhui, turning over every stone. Yet aside from a few sacred lands and the Wu clan, they found nothing. Consequently, how could these celestial beings not feel stifled and enraged? Yet, unable to vent their frustrations upon Emperor Jun or Dong Huang Tai, their wrath was inevitably directed towards the one who had stolen the Golden Crow Prince's body. In the midst of it all, Jaimin wore a grim expression, his eyes flickering with thoughts unspoken, as he opened his mouth to say something but ultimately remained silent. Among those present, he alone had encountered the body snatcher, yet upon his return, he had divulged nothing, merely stating he could not find the individual. While others had been searching diligently, he had merely idled away the time. He had considered informing Emperor Jun, yet doing so would undoubtedly offend that individual. To inform Emperor Jun? Surely, he would unleash a vengeful fury upon the disciples of the saints. That would be sheer folly, inviting a formidable adversary upon the celestial court and the demon race. Damn that Fuxi. This situation has spiraled into chaos. A flicker of irritation coursed through Jaimin's heart. Fuxi, you question why you meddle in matters that do not concern you, as if you alone possess the gift of divination? Your Majesty, I believe we must deliberate on this issue further. After all, this individual has evaded our calculations for an entire Yuanhui. He is undoubtedly formidable. It would be prudent not to act impulsively. Jimeng pondered for a moment and resolved to salvage the situation. Deliberate further? Boom. No sooner had these words escaped his lips than Dong Huang Tai erupted, his peaked quasi-saint aura surging forth, bearing down upon Jimeng. My nephew has been slain. And while we are currently powerless against the Witch Clan, are we to cower before a mere grave robber? Dong Huang Tai glared at Jimeng. When did you become so timid, Jimeng? What do you mean by that? Do you imply that this grave robber is a saint? He merely possesses some tricks up his sleeve. Could he truly be a saint? Is there any entity in this realm that my heavenly court dares not confront? Even if he were to be the likes of the river of the underworld or Zenuanzi, what of it? Anyone who dares to desecrate the body of my heavenly prince must meet their demise. Ji Ming's proclamation roused the ire of many. It is essential to recognize that those gathered in this grand hall are, at the very least, great Luo golden immortals, and the demon sovereigns present are all formidable beings from the past. With such a congregation of mighty entities, apart from saints and the witch clan, whom else do they need to fear? At that moment, a wild-haired woman burst into the hall, unleashing a frenzied roar directed at Emperor Jun upon the throne. Death! The one who has stolen my son's body must perish. Emperor Jun, now that the perpetrator has been identified, what do you linger for? Go forth and retrieve my son's remains at once. This time, I shall have that scoundrel who dared to rob my child torn asunder, and his primordial spirit shall be incinerated in the true fire of the sun for eternity. Furthermore, Hou-Yi, Xing Tian, and Shi-Yu must also die. Emperor Jun, you must eliminate them, or I shall not spare you. Her roar was laced with fury, screams, and madness. The intruder was none other than Xia. Witnessing this deranged woman storm in, the powerful beings of the heavenly court all shifted uncomfortably, retreating to a safe distance. Since the death of her son, the most dramatic transformation had not been Emperor Jun. He, in his frequent fits of rage, had remained reasonable, directing them to pursue the murderer without neglecting his duties. Yet, Empress Xia had descended into madness, her hair disheveled, shouting for bloodshed, losing all semblance of the dignified empress and the sanctity of the goddess of the moon. Reduced to a mere lunatic. In the heavenly court, Xia had become akin to a plague, causing all to avoid her. Bai Ji Ming and the other demon sovereigns could manage to remain composed due to their status, but the unfortunate demon soldiers had suffered greatly under Xia's rampant fury. Even Emperor Jun found himself troubled, yet he refrained from restraining Xia, allowing her to approach him in her frenzied state. He embraced Xia tightly, offering her comfort. You have endured much suffering over the years. Rest assured, now that we have located the one who desecrated your son's remains, I shall personally ensure his capture to avenge you. Furthermore, once the slaughtering witch sword is forged, I will not spare the witch clan responsible for my son's death. They shall pay in blood for their transgressions. What I promised you, I shall fulfill. If there exists hatred within me, it mirrors yours. I despise the thief of my son's body, but my true enmity lies with the witch clan, my genuine adversaries. Xia extricated herself from Dijuan's embrace, her expression frosty as she coldly retorted, I hope your words hold weight. However, this time, I shall personally take part. Seemingly regaining her composure, a radiant glow enveloped her, transforming her disheveled appearance into a majestic figure clad in a black phoenix robe, her once loose hair elegantly styled into an intricate updo, resembling a supreme empress of unparalleled grace. This transformation caused Dijuan's brow to furrow, and the other powerful beings within the hall were momentarily taken aback. It is worth noting that Xia had never before presented herself in such a manner. In her past, as the goddess of the moon, she exuded an aura of icy aloofness, while later, as empress, she adopted a gentler demeanor, particularly after becoming a mother, embodying the essence of maternal grace. Yet now, Dijuan opened his mouth, only to let out a resigned sigh. He turned to Baze and the others, stating, this time, both I and Dong Huang shall venture forth to apprehend the body snatcher. The forging of the slaughtering witch sword is entrusted to you. Brother, let us depart and seek Fuxi. Chapter 56. The four great masters predict Lin Hao soon. Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai-Yi, and Shi arrived at Fuxi's dojo. Fuxi held a unique position in the heavenly court, having been invited by Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai-Yi as one of the four emperors of the demon clan, not to mention his saintly sister. Thus, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai-Yi treated Fuxi with great courtesy. Shi Huang, is what you say true? Have you really found the one who stole my son's corpse? Emperor Jun asked, his expression urgent as he gazed at Fuxi. Shi too had eyes blazing with crimson fury. Indeed, just moments ago, while I was meditating, I felt a calling and summoned the river diagram and Luo book. Through my calculations, I have sensed the causal threads of the 9 princes, Fuxi affirmed, nodding, then shaking his head. However, this individual is not simple. Even with the river diagram and Luo book, I cannot deduce who they are, nor can I pinpoint their exact location. In truth, Fuxi was astonished. When it came to the art of deduction, he considered himself second to none in the primordial chaos, with no one daring to claim the top spot, not even the saints. Yet, this time, his predictions had faltered, revealing only the connection between the 9 golden crows and a mysterious entity. Not even you can deduce it? Upon hearing Fu Shi's words, Emperor Jun and the others were taken aback. Could it be the work of a saint? But that shouldn't be the case. Emperor Jun furrowed his brow. If it were a saint, there would be no need for such concealment. Besides, what would a saint want with my nephew's corpse? Dong Huangtai was equally perplexed. No, it is not a saint. Fu Shi shook his head emphatically. It cannot be a saint. Had it been, my recent deduction would have rebounded against me. This individual, though enigmatic, cannot be a saint. Perhaps they possess some unique means or a special artifact that obscures the causal threads. As he spoke, Fu Shi's expression grew grave as he turned to Emperor Jun. Your Majesty, may I continue my predictions? However, I must forewarn you, should I truly unveil the truth, it may attract a formidable enemy to our heavenly court. After all, anyone capable of such feats, even if not a saint, must surely be a terrifying master of great abilities. This, seeing Fu Shi's solemnity, Emperor Jun felt a jolt of unease. However, before he could respond, Shihi's expression twisted into a snarl as she roared at Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun, what are you hesitating for? Are you truly willing to forsake your own son's corpse out of fear of this adversary? You, the dignified heavenly emperor, are so cowardly that you cannot even safeguard your own child. Are you not afraid of being the laughingstock of the world? If you do not seek it, I shall. Even if I die out there, I will retrieve my son's corpse. Fu Shi, my friend, I implore you to deduce it for me. Even if it does bring forth a powerful foe, let the consequences of your predictions fall upon me. Shihi, already emotionally unstable, grew more frantic upon witnessing Emperor Jun's indecision. In response, Fu Shi could only smile wryly, feeling helpless towards Shihi, and turned once more to Emperor Jun. When did this emperor ever claim to be afraid? As the tumult with Shiha resumed, Emperor Dijun found himself somewhat vexed. As the illustrious emperor of heaven, sovereign of the primordial expanse, how could he ever be intimidated? He turned his gaze towards Fu Shi and commanded, proceed with the divination, irrespective of the consequences. My son's remains must be retrieved. Even if it provokes a formidable deity, my heavenly court shall not cower. At this juncture, Emperor Dijun's eyes chilled, and he spoke with a frigid tone. Moreover, it was he who first instigated this, stealing my son's body. Regardless of whether he is the river of the underworld or a being such as Zheng Yuanzi, I shall ensure he pays the price. Indeed, our heavenly court has never feared anyone. Once we locate him, I shall make him experience the might of my chaos bell. The Eastern Emperor Tai radiated an aura of lethal intent. Very well, since the two of you have made your decision, I shall assist in the divination. However, I cannot accomplish this alone. I require the aid of both your majesties, Fu Shi remarked. Excellent, let us commence at once. Upon hearing this, Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai exchanged glances and seated themselves beside Fu Shi, channeling their powers into the River Diagram and Luo Book. The River Diagram and Luo Book, a treasure of Emperor Dijun, was merely lent to Fu Shi for this purpose. As the master, he could utilize it freely. Not delaying any further, Fu Shi enveloped himself in profound waves of the Great Dao, intricate and complex, comprising myriad laws of power, including time, space, causality, and destiny. Behind him, a vast diagram of the 8 trigrams materialized, densely interwoven with Taoist symbols that seemed to be undergoing a process of divination, merging into the River Diagram and Luo Book. Tai, summon the Chaos Bell. Good. Now, as the Chaos Bell resonated, its sound reverberated through the epochs, echoing hauntingly. The moment the Chaos Bell was invoked, the entire temporal and spatial realm of Fu Shi's sanctuary appeared to come to a standstill. With the chime's resonance, even the order of the universe seemed distorted. In that moment, Fu Shi shouted, fervently urging the power of the 8 trigrams, causing the River Diagram and Luo Book to radiate brilliance. Dijun, not wishing to linger, also channeled his power into the River Diagram and Luo Book. Under the combined strength of the 3, the River Diagram and Luo Book reached an apex of intensity, revealing a multitude of causality lines, 9 of which traverse time and space, leading to the intersection of the Eastern Sea and the Northern Sea. We have found him. He is at the junction of the Eastern and Northern Seas. Fu Shi exclaimed. The bodies of Dijun and the others trembled, their faces alight with excitement, quickly morphing into wrath. As for Shiha, she could hardly contain her desire to strike immediately, continue the divination, pin down his location, and it would be ideal to ascertain his roots. Dijun roared. Buzz. The trio exerted their power once more, and this time, even Shiha contributed her full essence and Dao to the River Diagram and Luo Book. As the 4 supreme beings poured their utmost effort into the divination, supported by the chaos bell and the river diagram. The lines of causality grew increasingly distinct. Following the threads of causality, a vague silhouette emerged within their view. They beheld a figure traversing the surface of the sea, seemingly journeying from the eastern sea to the northern sea, enveloped in a shroud of chaotic energy that obscured his true form. What perplexed Fushi and the others was the fact that the being, enveloped in the essence of chaos, exuded not a trace of the life force characteristic of living entities, resembling instead an inanimate object. Who could this be? The emperor pondered, having never encountered such a figure before, cloaked in chaotic energy. Could this individual be a fragmented demon god, or perhaps a primordial deity from the era preceding the calamity of the dragon and Han? As Jun and his companions' pupils constricted, their expressions turned grave. There was no room for trivial thoughts. The essence of chaos was not something to be trifled with. It was a realm only accessible to the great Luo, and even quasi-saint powers would not dare to cultivate with chaos lightly, let alone shroud themselves in it. Furthermore, this individual required the collective efforts of several top-tier powers to deduce their essence. Employing the river diagram and the Luo book along with the chaos bell, such an existence could hardly be deemed simple. Even the usually proud and regarded as the foremost figure beneath the saints, Dong Huang Tai Yi, wore a solemn countenance. Chapter 57. The astonishment of Laozi in Lin Hao's heart, the image of his goddess shattered. Meanwhile, as Jun and Fu Shi were engaged in the calculations regarding Lin Hao, Laozi, within the confines of Beijing Palace on Shouyang Mountain, sensed something amiss. His gaze turning icy. Humph, to go to such lengths over merely a few corpses? How foolish to expend such effort on my disciple. Laozi snorted softly. But soon his expression returned to one of indifference. A yuan hui had passed. He wondered how far this young man had progressed in his cultivation. The path he had chosen was fraught with difficulties. Did he harbor any regrets? Laozi's eyes flickered with intricate patterns, intertwining with the Tao of heaven as he began to deduce Lin Hao's location. His gaze pierced through the endless expanse of time and space, focusing on the juncture between the East Sea and the North Sea. Ah, this aura. The indomitable will, how can this be? This lad has actually comprehended the indomitable will. Furthermore, within him resided a formidable essence of the Great Dao. This was, indeed, the aura of the Tao of strength. Laozi abruptly rose from his cushion, losing the calm demeanor he once possessed. Even as a sage, he found it perplexing. When his disciple departed from Kunlun Mountain, he had barely grasped his own Tao, and his cultivation was at best at the golden immortal realm. Yet now, he had become unfathomable. How could such a transformation occur in less than 2 yuan hues? The indomitable will, the Tao of strength, and the essence of the world Tao within him. How had he achieved this? Had he perhaps obtained the legacy of Pengu? Is this what constitutes an anomaly? No, this has transcended into a variable. Ah, regardless of the circumstances, he remains my disciple. Should he traverse further on his journey, it would indeed be an opportunity for me. I can only hope he does not hasten to that pivotal moment, for if he does, alas. With a deep sigh, Laozi's heart brimmed with complexity. He was uncertain whether to feel joy or worry. As a sage of the Tao, the very embodiment of the heavenly way, he had taken an anomaly as his disciple. Should this anomaly remain compliant in his cultivation, he could manage it. However, once this anomaly transformed into a variable, potentially disrupting the celestial order and altering the very fabric of the world, it would undoubtedly draw the ire of the heavenly Tao. In such an event, would he not find himself in a precarious position? Perhaps even face a rift between master and disciple. Ultimately, Laozi shook his head, settling back into meditation, choosing to disregard the matter. Lin Hao, in his current state, no longer required his protection from the storms of fate. Mere figures like Jun could not contend with his disciple. In the heavenly court, within Fu Shi's dojo, a fierce resolve ignited within Shi-He. Whoever he may be, whatever his identity, he must perish. For daring to steal my son's corpse, I shall not let him go unpunished. Let him meet his end. Shi-He could no longer contain herself. The moment the thief's identity was revealed, her murderous intent erupted, catching even Jun and the others off guard. Buzz. The Empress's power surged, enveloping her in the essence of the Great Dao. With a mere thought, her consciousness surged along the threads of causality toward the other end of the line. Not good, Your Majesty. Quickly stop the Empress. Fu Shi exclaimed in alarm. Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi's expressions shifted in response. A few individuals exerted themselves in their calculations, and although they arrived at certain conclusions, they remained unable to discern the identity of the enigmatic figure. They were no fools. All were ancient beings who had existed for countless eons. Well aware that this person was far from ordinary, Confronting such an entity required utmost caution, particularly for Fushi, who had intended to persuade Emperor Jun to seek negotiation with the individual, though he had yet to voice his thoughts. Unfortunately, their collective efforts in divining the heavenly secrets had consumed their focus on the He Tu and Luo Shu, leaving them unable to intervene and prevent Shihi. At the juncture of the East and North Seas, Lin Hao was poised to once again summon the primordial human form, integrating the essence of the world's body within himself to facilitate his transformation. He traversed the surface of the sea, extracting useful rune symbols inscribed with profound laws while attuning to the nuances of his own being. After acquiring the 3 immortal islands, he resolved to recreate the world within him, aiming to establish a comprehensive ecological multiverse before his metamorphosis. He intended to position a replicated Hongluang continent and the ancient cosmos within his upper Dantian, while his lower Dantian would evolve into a realm of the underworld. As for the Sea of Consciousness, it would manifest as the 36 heavens, akin to the celestial realm. This was an evolution based on the isolation characteristic of the Hongluang. Subsequently, by imprinting the laws and runes of these regions, he would forge a simplified replica of the Hongluang. This constituted the primary world. Beyond that, he aspired to transform every cell and particle of his body into a boundless realm, gradually facilitating the evolution of these infinite worlds. This was the path Lin Hao was destined to pursue. Naturally, he would not await the completion of his transformation before assuming his new form. Once the moment was ripe, he would attempt to navigate the tribulations. Indeed, it was tribulation he foresaw, for he sensed that his cultivation was an act of defiance against the heavens, which would undoubtedly retaliate with calamities or even divine retribution. To undergo transformation, he needed to be adequately prepared, possessing sufficient strength to withstand the trials of metamorphosis. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation of being observed washed over him. Instinctively, Lin Hao halted his steps, raising his hand to calculate, but before he could perform his divination, he abruptly looked up towards the sky. There, in the heavens, the void twisted, and the laws of order seemed to vanish, replaced by an intricate web of causal threads. These threads intertwined and evolved, and soon, a massive void emerged, traversing the fabric of time and space along the lines of causality. From this void stepped forth a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in a black golden crow robe, her azure hair elegantly coiffed and adorned with a phoenix crown. She possessed an exquisite visage and a statuesque form, akin to a sovereign of unparalleled beauty descending upon the realm. However, this extraordinary empress did not exude the regal grace or divine majesty typically associated with royalty. Instead, her expression was fierce, her stunning features contorted in a menacing grimace. From the moment she appeared, her gaze locked onto Lin Hao, and a torrent of murderous intent surged forth from her being. "Where's my son's corpse?" She glared at Lin Hao, her voice a harsh, piercing rasp. "An essence of the primordial spirit? You are Shihi?" Lin Hao furrowed his brow. Although he had never encountered this woman before, he could ascertain her identity from the tone of her inquiry without further divination. "Hand over the corpse of my son, or I shall ensure your complete annihilation," Shihi uttered with a menacing tone. Suddenly, Lin Hao burst into laughter. Raising his gaze to Shihi, he said, "Do you know? In my heart, the goddess of the moon has always been an embodiment of beauty. She is serene, pure, exalted, untouched by the mundane, the most perfect deity among heaven and earth. Yet today what do I behold? A grotesque figure, brimming with malice, resembling a madwoman. Do you realize the profound impact your presence has had on my spirit? This is no exaggeration. The moment you appeared, I was genuinely taken aback. Is this truly the moon goddess? The Empress of Heaven, seeking death?" However, Shihi was not in the frame of mind to heed Lin Hao's flattery. Her heart was consumed by hatred, driven solely by the desire for vengeance for her son. Although this individual was not the one who took her son's life, the act of stealing her son's remains was equally unforgivable. Die. Boom. Chapter 58. Ascending to the Celestial Realm. Confrontation with Dong Huang Tai, the consciousness incarnation of Shihi towered to an astounding height, casting an immense shadow that obscured the sun. As her fury surged, the firmament dimmed into twilight. A luminous silhouette of the moon appeared amidst the heavens and earth, eclipsing the daylight, while the chilling essence of the lunar force dispersed, presenting a breathtaking yet perilous spectacle. She roared fiercely, her 3,000 strands of azure hair dancing like ethereal branches adorned with moons, wielding the terrifying, frigid power of the Yin as she charged towards Lin Hao, freezing the void in her wake. Merely a consciousness entity, tracing the threads of causality to find me. Yet, do you think a mere manifestation of thought can subdue me? Lin Hao shook his head, without even summoning his treasured artifacts. With a mere gesture, he unleashed myriad forces, the essence of the path of strength surging forth. A punch erupted, radiating an aura that dominated myriad paths, surpassing the 3,000 avenues, causing Shihi's lunar strands to shatter as they came into contact. With a single step, Lin Hao traversed the abyss, manipulating space and time, as if they had lost all sense of distance before him. In the blink of an eye, he materialized directly before Shihi. He did not employ the transformation of the fetal form or the technique of minor ease, nor did he invoke the celestial manifestation. He stood merely as the original human form, appearing exceedingly diminutive in the presence of Shihi's colossal consciousness. Yet, as Lin Hao flickered into existence, an icy dread enveloped Shihi, sending chills down her spine. Be subdued. A voice, cold and lifeless, echoed through the void, followed by the manifestation of a grand order of the cosmos, where 3,000 innate laws and myriad entities of law materialized, weaving into an enormous net. This is disastrous. Shihi's expression shifted drastically as she sensed the overwhelming net of order descending upon her, akin to the entire cosmos pressing down to restrain her. Subdue, Lin Hao proclaimed, as the power commanding myriad paths erupted once more, the great net of forces crashing down. No, under the suppression of the myriad paths, Shihi could only scream in desperation, but her efforts were in vain. Under the might of the path of strength, her lunar powers seemed to falter, yielding to the relentless pressure. No matter her resistance, she was gradually subdued, her vast consciousness crumbling piece by piece until it ultimately vanished from existence. I still harbor a sense of compassion, yet alas, you chose to strike against me. With a sigh, Lin Hao lamented the obliteration of Shihi's consciousness, his expression tinged with resignation. He held no interest in slaying a goddess. Rather, a goddess deserves care and protection. This lunar deity's spirit had become warped. Yet since she sought me out, I have the obligation to restore her inner harmony. As he spoke these empathetic words, his eyes remained cold and devoid of warmth. The eye of insight opened, penetrating the endless expanse of time and space, gazing upon the threads of causality linking him to Shihi. Following these threads, he beheld the celestial realm, the essence of Shihi, as well as Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Fu Shi. In the celestial realm, within Fu Shi's sanctum, with a sudden gasp, Shihi expelled a mouthful of blood, her exquisite visage instantly paling. Shihi. Di Jun's expression shifted dramatically. Sister-in-law. Shihi, my friend. Both Dong Huang Tai and Fu Shi's expressions shifted dramatically. How dare he extinguish my consciousness incarnation? I shall ensure his demise. Shihi bellowed, her already fearsome visage becoming even more terrifying. A resounding force radiated from her, the aura of a mid-stage quasi-saint erupting, freezing the very fabric of time and space. Fu Shi, witnessing this, hastily stabilized his domain. Just then, a cold snort echoed. Humph, to kill me? Shihi. One must be cautious with words. Under the heavens, causality is inescapable, and some statements bear profound consequences. Who dares? In an instant, Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and Fu Shi adopted a vigilant stance. They beheld a massive, distorted shadow emerging in the sky above the heavenly court, its visage obscured, enshrouded in myriad pathways, exuding an air of divinity and nobility, reminiscent of a supreme creator deity or the embodiment of the heavenly Dao. As it traversed the threads of causality, each step folded time and space beneath its feet. It is he. Fu Shi's pupils constricted. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai's expressions hardened. Soon after, Di Jun's countenance morphed into one of ferocity. He had not yet sought out this adversary. Yet the latter had not only wounded Shihi, but had also come to confront them. One can endure only so much. Regardless of your identity, since you have come, do not expect to depart. With a roar, Di Jun unleashed his late-stage quasi-saint power, a torrent of imperial might sweeping across the heavens, felt by countless demon soldiers throughout the 33 heavens. Kill him, Di Jun. Slay him. She screamed. Without her urging, the audacity of the intruder incited Di Jun to act. Dong Huang Tai, aflame with rage, radiated a chilling intent to kill. He had encountered arrogance before, yet never had he witnessed such brazen insolence. Since the establishment of the heavenly court, no one had dared to invade. Neither the 12 ancestors of sorcery nor the saints would dare disrespect them. You are the first, Dong Huang Tai declared coldly. With a single step, he advanced, the chaos bell above him resonating ominously. Great Calamity, I shall confront him. With that, Dong Huang Tai surged forward, his late-stage quasi-saint power erupting, causing the heavens to tremble and the universe to distort, the order of the world wailing in despair. Clang. The chaos bell reverberated, echoing through the annals of time, and in an instant, an expanse of billions of miles of time and space was imprisoned, as if time itself had ceased to flow. Dai, Dong Huang Tai's colossal hand reached out, casting a shadow that blotted out the sun, his overwhelming presence akin to a realm descending. Enveloped in true fire that scorched the void, aimed at Lin Hao. Was this the might of the foremost being beneath the saints? In the face of Dong Huang Tai's assault, Lin Hao remained unfazed, his form surrounded by a torrent of myriad auras. The path of strength manifesting as he too extended a hand to counter the oncoming attack. Boom! As the two forces collided, a terrifying wave surged across countless realms of time and space, shaking the entirety of the 33 heavens. The confinement of the chaos bell was instantaneously torn asunder, and the resonance of the Great Dao cleaved the firmament, creating an immense rift spanning innumerable miles. This dreadful wave swept through the primordial cosmos, shattering star domains and causing the very laws of heaven and earth to lament. What an alarming disturbance! What on earth has transpired? It bears the aura of the Eastern Sovereign and the might of the Chaos Bell. This is dire. Our celestial court is under siege. Come, let us investigate. At the moment of their fierce confrontation, countless beings of the demon race across the 33 heavens were roused, their faces drained of color. The demon sovereigns, including Bai Zhe and Zhou, who were previously deliberating on how to annihilate the human race and forge the slaughter which soared, were likewise stricken with dread. Hastening towards the site of the Fuxi Daoist temple in the 32nd heaven without a moment's delay. Chapter 59. Threat from Emperor Jun. Annihilation of my incarnation? Lin Hao was filled with fury. Soon, a multitude of powerful beings from the demon clan gathered in the arena, only to behold an enormous fissure stretching across the cosmos for what seemed like an eternity. Above this chasm stood a colossal ethereal figure, towering billions of miles high. Its visage obscured and shrouded in chaos, surrounded by myriad paths, akin to the supreme ruler of the Tao, the sovereign of countless realms. Yet, this apparition appeared somewhat dim, as if it might dissolve into nothingness at any moment. Who is he? Is this an incarnation of thought? How could this be possible? Bai Zhe Kunping and the others were utterly astonished. An incarnation of thought, encircled by myriad paths. What kind of existence is this? This revelation rendered Dong Huang Tai's countenance grim. He, known as the foremost being beneath the saints, found his own power thwarted by this mere thought incarnation, a slap in the face he could hardly endure. It is him. She shuddered, her delicate form trembling, only to have her expression twist into one of ferocity. In the crowd, Ji Ming's pupils constricted in disbelief. He alone knew the identity of this formidable figure, yet he had never anticipated such terror. The aura emanating from this thought incarnation was so overwhelming that it left even a quasi-saint like him gasping for breath. Once more, Dong Huang Tai's face darkened, and with a thunderous roar, he began to elevate his cultivation, charging once again at Lin Hao, only to be intercepted by Emperor Jun. Wait. Emperor Jun stepped forward, fixing a penetrating gaze upon Lin Hao, coldly inquiring, "Who might you be? Has our heavenly court wronged you in any way? Indeed, you first appropriated the corpse of the Golden Crow Prince, and now you dare invade our heavenly court. What is your intention? Do we harbor enmity towards you?" "No enmity, nor grievance." Lin Hao shook his head, a statement that only deepened the confusion and ire of Emperor Jun and Fuxi. However, before they could respond, Lin Hao's expression turned frosty, his eyes glinting ominously as he coldly declared, "The 10 golden crows have wreaked havoc upon the wilderness, incinerating many of the witch clan, as well as numerous members of the human clan, and I am of the human lineage." "What? Human lineage? This is impossible. How could you possibly be of the human race? What jest is this? Your thought incarnation evidently possesses the innate divine roots. How could you be human?" As Lin Hao's words echoed throughout the arena, chaos erupted. Human lineage? How could this be? What do we know of the human race? How could such an existence manifest? A single thought incarnation capable of contending with the foremost being beneath the saints. This entity must be a top-tier divine practitioner, perhaps even an ancient anomaly from primordial times. Not to mention, the human race is merely a fledgling post-heavenly lineage. Even if a prodigy were to arise, it would require time to mature, would it not? How long has the human race even existed? At this point, further words would be futile. My descent upon the heavenly court serves a dual purpose, to forewarn you not to provoke me, and to regard the corpse of the Golden Crow merely as interest for the lives they took from my kin. Moreover, I advise you not to provoke the human race. Otherwise, you shall find yourselves at odds with me. Once the thread of causality is woven, you will inevitably comprehend its repercussions. Should you believe yourselves capable of enduring my retribution, then by all means, proceed. Initially, Lin Hao had no intention of engaging with this demonic clan. He was merely a diligent cultivator seeking enlightenment. However, with Shihi now seeking to instigate trouble, he felt compelled to issue a forewarning. As for whether the slaughter of the human race would transpire again, that would depend on whether this incident could trigger the butterfly effect once more. Of course, if Dijun remains obstinate and continues his campaign against humanity to forge the slaughtering witch sword, he will have to confront the consequences of his actions. This is also the reason he has not yet relinquished his human form. Are you threatening me? Dijun, who had initially restrained Dong Huang Tai Yi from further aggression to avoid escalating the situation, found himself seething with anger. After all, the power displayed by the intruder was indeed formidable. With 9 sons already lost, he could endure as long as the adversary returned their remains. His primary foe was the Witch clan. There was no need to invite yet another terrifying enemy at this critical juncture. However, the words of his opponent incited Dijun's fury, setting aside the truth of whether this individual truly belonged to the human race. It was evident that he was shielding them. Dijun was preparing to forge the slaughtering witch sword to combat the Witch clan. How could he possibly relent? This is not a threat, merely a statement of truth. The decision now lies with you, Lin Hao's mental avatar stated calmly. Very well. Do you realize that since my inception, I have never been threatened by another? You are the first. Dijun, seething with rage, retorted with a mocking laugh. You are courting death. With that, he ceased his words and ascended step by step into the void, his aura surging as it reached the pinnacle of quasi-saint power, instantly enveloping the entire 33 heavens in an overwhelming imperial might that reverberated through the realms. Humph, my elder brother should have acted thus long ago. Why waste words with him? Dong Huang Tai Yi snorted, standing shoulder to shoulder with Dijun, their gazes fixed upon Lin Hao's mental avatar. Boom. The chaos bell reverberated, its ethereal chime echoing through the annals of time, the aura of the innate treasure pervading the space, sealing it once more. As for Shihi, she could no longer restrain herself and charged forth. Had it not been for Dijun's intervention, she would have already struck. There is no need for such haste. This is merely his mental avatar, and its power is already depleted. I alone am sufficient to deal with it, Dijun declared, ready to obliterate. Boom. The overwhelming imperial might surged forth as Dijun took a step, his quasi-saint pinnacle aura pressing down upon Lin Hao's mental avatar. With a mere thought, the Dao manifested in the void, and the true fire of the sun surged forth, morphing into a colossal golden hand, striking fiercely at Lin Hao's mental avatar. In the void, Lin Hao's ethereal form dimmed, and facing Dijun's fiery hand, he offered no resistance, allowing it to strike him. Bang! The colossal hand descended, and Lin Hao's avatar dissipated instantly. In the void, Dijun stood proudly, his overwhelming imperial might reverberating throughout the 33 heavens. In that moment, countless demons across the 33 heavens gazed upon Dijun with awe. The Emperor of Heaven is magnificent. The Emperor of Heaven is magnificent. The beings dwelling in the 33 heavens remained oblivious to the unfolding events. They could only witness their demon emperor vanquishing the formidable foes that threatened the celestial realm. You have successfully incited my wrath. At that moment, at the juncture of the eastern and northern seas, Lin Hao, seated upon the surface of the ocean, cast a chilling gaze, and a wave of terrifying murderous intent surged from him. He slowly rose and violently tore at the void, which instantly fractured. An icy, deathly silence echoed throughout the universe as time and space twisted. Boom. The heavens trembled, and the Great Dao lamented. The entire expanse of the 33 heavens was engulfed in darkness. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and lightning flashed, resembling the descent of celestial might. The void was rent open, revealing a vast chasm that spanned billions of light years, from which an ancient and profound aura emanated. Subsequently, a colossal hand emerged from the fissure. This immense hand, entwined with chaotic energy, obscured the entire firmament, as if a grand world had descended, surrounded by myriad paths, transcending time and space, obliterating causality and fate, and forcefully descending upon Emperor Jun and others. Chapter 60. Battling the entire heavenly court, the chaotic hand shakes the primal world. What? How is this possible? The sudden emergence of the chaotic hand caused Dijun's countenance to change drastically, a chill running down his spine as an icy sensation surged towards the crown of his head. Is this a sage? Impossible. Dong Huang Tai Yi, along with Shi He and others, also wore expressions of shock. Initially, Dijun had vanquished the opponent's divine incarnation, and they were preparing to confront the entity directly. only to be caught off guard. Even He, consumed by vengeance, suddenly regained her composure. Bai Zhe, Jiuying, Fei Lian, and the other 10 demon saints felt a cold dread wash over them. This chaotic hand instilled in them a sense of being suppressed by an ancient divine mountain. I knew we should not have acted so impulsively. Fu Shi turned pale, having intended to dissuade Di Jun. For the ability to unite their 4 forces and summon the He Tu, Luo Shu, and the chaotic bell to barely deduce this situation indicated a presence of unimaginable terror. Even if not a sage, such an existence could at least be an ancient primordial deity, akin to Hong Jun or Luo Ho from ages past. Such beings cannot be trifled with. Moreover, the entity merely claimed the corpse of a small golden crow and was not the true perpetrator. There was no need for animosity. However, before he could voice his concerns, He had already recklessly sought vengeance, directly confronting the foe. It was too late to speak now. Meanwhile, the other demon clans in the 33 heavens were utterly dumbfounded, feeling as if the sky itself had fallen, as countless demons were forced to prostrate themselves under the oppressive aura emitted by the colossal hand. Simultaneously, across the vast expanse of the primal world, innumerable cultivators and mighty beings were roused, all gazing skyward towards the 33 heavens. What is happening? What transpired in the heavenly court? Such a terrifying aura. Could it be the Wu clan attacking the heavens? The 33 heavens, situated in the ancient starry void, were far removed from the primal continent. Even the gaze of quasi-sages could not penetrate such distances. They could only observe the heavens above the 33 growing dark and murky, as if chaos had descended. The ancient and timeless aura, along with the overwhelming presence that transcended all paths, left even quasi-sages aghast. Minghe, Jinyuanzi, and many powerful beings from the Zishao Palace, alongside secluded ancient monsters, all turned their gazes towards the firmament. Across the primal world, waves of Deluo and quasi-sage auras permeated the atmosphere, rendering the very essence of the primal world heavy with tension. On Mount Shiyang, this aura, though lacking the majesty of a sage, subtly surpassed that of a quasi-sage. He had grown remarkably fast. This is bad. Inside the Beijing Palace, Laozi's expression shifted abruptly. Concurrently, on Kunlun Mountain and Jinao Island, the meditating Yuan Shi Tianzun and Tong Tianjiao Zhu also displayed grave concern. What is happening? This aura, surpassing that of a quasi-sage. As the two calculated the situation at the junction of the East Sea and North Sea, Lin Hao let out a cold snort, and a beautiful head emerged from within him, rapidly enlarging. Boom. At the moment when this exquisite head appeared, the boundary between the East Sea and the North Sea trembled, the heavens and the earth shook, and a mournful order echoed throughout the cosmos. An ancient, weathered aura permeated the atmosphere, as chaotic energy surged outward, swiftly forming an immense realm of chaos that severed the connection to the celestial order. At that instant, both the primordial supreme being and the celestial master of the way changed their expressions. How could this force disrupt the very essence of their predictions? Who could possess such power? Humph. Upon the surface of the sea, Lin Hao let out a cold snort. He had anticipated the consequences of his actions against the celestial court. This time, he unleashed his full strength, certain it would attract the attention of the saints and the mighty beings of the primordial realm. How could he not be prepared? His current cultivation level and strength were not yet sufficient to obstruct the saints' divinations, but let us not forget, he had refined a demon god's head, capable of disrupting order and temporarily severing the Dao's resonance. As for the skies above the celestial court, with a mere thought, Lin Hao's immense power erupted. The forces of his inner world and the essence of strength were all infused into his colossal hand of chaos as he struck down toward the 32nd heaven. Boom. This strike resembled the suppression of a chaotic world, its overwhelming aura pressing down upon the heavens, causing the celestial pathways to lament. Block it, he commanded. How dare you invade my celestial court? You seek death. Above the 33rd heaven, Emperor Jun roared, the river diagram and Luo book hovering above him, as he summoned the primordial Luo river formation, pushing his power to its utmost limits. The Eastern Emperor Tai also fully activated the Chaos Bell, sparing no effort, feeling an overwhelming sense of impending doom from that enormous hand. Everyone, lend your strength. Fu Shi howled, refusing to remain indifferent this time. Although he did not wish to offend this mysterious entity, he was, after all, the emperor of the celestial court and shared in its fortunes. Likewise, Bai Zhe Jiuying, Fei Lian, and other mighty beings of the court unleashed their fury, their powers surging to resist the descending giant hand of chaos. Boom. At that moment, the entire 33 heavens trembled, a terrifying wave sweeping across all directions. The aftershocks spanned billions of light years, shaking even the majority of the ancient starry sky. As regions of stars collapsed under the catastrophic collision, countless celestial bodies shattering into oblivion. Gurgle, gurgle, ah. In the skies above the celestial court, amidst the residual waves, cries of blood and agony echoed. Time passed, and as the aftershocks subsided, the colossal hand of chaos vanished, leaving only Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai, and others, each in a state of disarray, kneeling upon the ground. Bai Zhe and the others lay sprawled, bloodied, some with cracked bodies, having fainted from the onslaught. Furthermore, the other demon clans in that layer of the heavens suffered grievously, with countless corpses littering the ground, severed limbs, and scattered remains flying about. The 32nd heaven was nearly obliterated, its mountains shattered, and the earth riddled with deep fissures. In the midst of it all, the only one who appeared somewhat intact was Eastern Emperor Tai, though he stood there in a daze, staring blankly at his surroundings. Ah, who on earth are you? Emperor Jun, with disheveled hair and traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, roared in a frenzy, his body radiating an aura of murderous intent. At this moment, he exuded none of the regal aura expected of an emperor, appearing instead as a mere madman. As for Fushi, he sat slumped upon the ground, gazing at the crowd and the shattered landscape before him, drawing in a sharp breath. In this realm, aside from the six saints, there existed such a formidable being. Could it be that he had already attained the Tao of primordial unity? Fushi bore no wounds, and whether by design or fortune, the overwhelming force of that chaotic giant hand had scarcely touched him. Nevertheless, he was profoundly shaken, staring blankly at his ruined sanctuary. At that moment, the frenzied and raging Dijun suddenly caught sight of the lunar essence wheel upon the ground, and his countenance shifted dramatically. Shiha, this is dire, Shiha. With a sudden jolt, Dijun began to scan his surroundings, extending his immense divine consciousness in search of Shiha. Upon his exclamation, Dongwang Tai, Fushi, and the others were jolted back to reality, their expressions changing in unison. They hurriedly looked around, only to discover that Shiha was nowhere to be found. Chapter 61. The Abduction of the Emperor and Empress. Dijun's inner monologue. What? The Empress is missing? Could it be? No, that cannot be. For her soul's essence still lingers, indicating that she has not fallen. Dijun exclaimed, causing all the mighty beings present in the heavenly court to change their expressions. However, they soon breathed a sigh of relief. The presence of the Empress's soul essence signified her survival. Could it be that she has been abducted by that wretched individual? Dong Huang Tai, with his loose tongue, spoke without restraint, and upon hearing his words, the expressions of the great beings present, including Fu Shi and Bai Zhe, darkened. Was it not evident? If she had not perished, then there was but one possibility: she had been taken away. Who among them could fail to deduce this? The esteemed Empress, abducted by another, was a truth too shameful to utter aloud. As predicted, upon Dong Huang Tai's proclamation, Dijun's face turned a ghastly shade of green. He glared fiercely at Dong Huang Tai, his voice seething with anger. What are you dawdling for? Clean up the battlefield. Do you wish for the world to mock us? He then called to his companion Fu Shi, follow me. Dijun could no longer bear to remain in that place. After addressing Dong Huang Tai, he communicated with Fu Shi through thought and swiftly departed. Naturally, he was anxious and furious about Shihi's abduction, but he knew he could not confront the situation directly. He dared not. This mysterious individual was far too terrifying, nearly comparable to a sage. He surmised that this person had at least reached the threshold of the half-step primordial level, even if he were not a primordial sage. He was alarmingly close. Such an entity, even when combined with the might of their heavenly court, would not be a match unless they invoked the great array of the celestial bodies. However, uniting the entire heavenly court's strength to engage in a confrontation with that being was clearly impractical. They must not forget the looming threat of the Wu clan. Most importantly, amidst his fury, Dijun suddenly recalled something. Fu Shi, with a rueful smile, hastened to pursue Dijun. With Fu Shi's intellect, he was well aware of what Dijun intended. The abduction of Shi had not driven Dijun into a fit of rage. Rather, he had sent a mental message to Fu Shi, unmistakably urging him to seek assistance from Nuwa. Before long, Fu Shi trailed Dijun into the starry expanse, following him to the Sunstar. Upon arriving at the Sunstar, Dijun ascended to the sacred Fusang tree, standing atop it as he gazed down upon the vast starry sky and the primordial land below. Fu Shi, my friend, do you know? It was beneath this very Fusang tree that my brother and I were born. We were destined to be sovereigns, endowed with the He Tu and Luo Shu, the essence of the sun and the heavenly emperor's sword, accompanied by the chaos bell. Upon taking form, we possessed the cultivation of great Luo golden immortals. In those days, my brother and I were full of ambition, vowing to carve out our own domain within this primordial realm. To temper ourselves, I embarked on a journey through the wilderness while still weak after taking form. I inadvertently became entangled in a calamity, nearly losing my life. Severely injured, I sought the protection of the Phoenix clan and became a wandering practitioner of the avian sect. How I envied the Yuan Feng during that time. I aspired to one day create my own lineage, becoming a sovereign like the Yuan Feng. However, not long after, the great war of the three clans erupted, and I too was swept into the chaos, once more on the brink of death. At that moment, I comprehended that the calamity was not a product of human design, but rather a manifestation of divine will, an inevitable force of the celestial order. Under this grand cosmic scheme, even the unparalleled ancestral dragon, the divine Shilin, and the supreme phoenix, all ultimately became mere pawns in a game, powerless against the will of the heavens, regardless of their extraordinary splendor. I miraculously survived that war and returned to the solar star to recuperate. Upon awakening, I found that Hongjun had attained sainthood and commenced his teachings in the Zhixiao Palace. In the Zhixiao Palace, as he bestowed sacred positions, a sardonic smile graced Emperor Jun's lips. His expression contorted with rage as he turned to Fushi, roaring, "Fushi, do you imply that I am unworthy of this holy rank?" Fushi opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Indeed, I was unworthy. For both Tai and I were but pieces on the celestial chessboard, akin to the three ancestors of Longhan. During the distribution of sacred ranks in the Zhixiao Palace, it became clear to me that all present were mere pawns in his game, or rather, in the game of the celestial order. "You are," I said, "Dong Wanggong is. Hongyun is, and even the six saints are included, though they are the fortunate pieces, while Dong Wanggong and Hongyun have become the most unfortunate, serving as my stepping stones." Tai and I, however, inherited the will of the three ancestors of Longhan, becoming the pawns in a new cosmic calamity. Our existence was meant to forge a power capable of contending with the Witch clan, thereby establishing a balance and initiating a new calamity. Regrettably, what does knowledge avail? Suddenly, Emperor Jun ceased his rage, a bitter expression overtaking his visage. Fushi remained silent, understanding Emperor Jun's perspective, yet he too had chosen this path, for it was fate. These truths had never been spoken by Fushi, not even to Nuwa. When Emperor Jun extended an invitation to join the heavenly court, Nuwa initially declined, but he persisted, having foreseen that this was his destined path. "Therefore, what is your implication?" Fushi inquired, gazing at Emperor Jun. Now, a variable has emerged. Emperor Jun's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Variable? Are you speaking of that mysterious individual?" Fushi furrowed his brow. "Indeed, he embodies the variable, whether he is truly such or not. To me, he represents the variable and must be regarded as one," Emperor Jun declared with fervor. "You, for reasons unknown." Fushi felt an unsettling premonition as he observed Emperor Jun's frenzied state. Sure enough, Emperor Jun turned to him, his expression grave, saying, "Fushi, I have summoned you here, and I trust you have surmised my intent. You may wonder why I brought you to the solar star and why I speak thus. I implore you, Fushi, to seek the assistance of Lady Nuwa and beseech her to locate that individual. I wish to converse with him." "What? Reconciliation?" At this utterance, Fushi's countenance shifted dramatically. "Emperor Jun, are you aware of what you are proposing? You wish to reconcile with him?" Fushi could scarcely fathom that this was the same Dijuan he had come to know. The Dijuan he was familiar with possessed immense wisdom and formidable ambition. Even in the face of the incomprehensible 12 ancestor witches, he could still uphold the heavenly court. Yet now, that enigmatic individual had not only stolen the corpse of Dijuan's son, but also launched an assault on the heavenly realm, shaking it to its very foundations and causing countless casualties. As if that were not enough, the assailant had also abducted the Empress, utterly humiliating Dijuan, the heavenly court, and indeed the entire demon race. In such dire circumstances, how could Dijuan endure this affront and seek reconciliation? Previously, Fushi had speculated that Dijuan sought his assistance in calling upon Enhua, perhaps to retrieve Shiha or to subdue that mysterious figure. How could it possibly be for the sake of reconciliation? Chapter 62. Disrupting the celestial order and forcing Shiha. This is not merely a reconciliation. What I seek is to draw him into the calamity, employing any means necessary. Alternatively, I must incite his animosity towards the Witch clan. Only through this can we hope to break the impasse. In this moment, Emperor Jun regained his composure, his gaze shimmering with golden brilliance, once again embodying the grandeur and profound wisdom of a celestial sovereign. Ah, I see. Upon grasping Emperor Jun's intentions, Fushi could not help but admire him. His ability to endure what others cannot, to remain calm and analytical after enduring such humiliation, while simultaneously casting his gaze towards the future, was something Fushi questioned he could achieve himself. However, how do you expect my sister to assist you? You are aware that although she is a sage, her disposition is inherently simple and she abhors conflict. Otherwise, she would not have established her Taoist sanctuary beyond the heavens. This mysterious figure, whom we have encountered in the primordial realm for years without ever witnessing, possesses such formidable cultivation that he is likely an ancient anomaly, perhaps even a reincarnation of a demon god. Such an existence is not easily deceived, Fushi remarked gravely. I am well aware of this, yet do not forget. My friend Fushi, he has issued a warning to the human race and has openly declared himself to be of their kin. Although we do not believe him, his words undeniably suggest a connection to humanity. Thus, we shall alter our previous strategy, cease our opposition to humanity, and abandon the forging of the witch-slaying sword. Emperor Jun's eyes flickered, a cold smirk forming on his lips. Perhaps this is also a facet of the celestial order. We shall act contrarily. Act contrarily? Fushi gasped at this proclamation. Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes and declared, did he not threaten us with a warning? Very well, let us comply with his wishes. We shall not harm the human race. Furthermore, we shall seek to recruit them, inviting humanity to join our heavenly court and become part of our realm. As for this mysterious individual, we shall extend an invitation, offering him the position of the fifth demon emperor in our court, on equal footing with the four of us. Though this may merely be a fade, with such sincerity, coupled with Nuwa's intervention, I cannot believe he would remain unmoved. Even if he is a reincarnation of a demon god. Naturally, inviting humanity into the heavenly court will inevitably attract the attention of the teachings of humanity. Thus Nuwa will also need to address matters with Laozi of the Taiji sect. One must admit, the calm demeanor of Emperor Jun is truly formidable. Even Fushi could not help but take a sharp breath in admiration. This is chaotic. Such actions from my friend may very well disrupt the celestial order. However, you are correct. Although our fates are seemingly predetermined, who can accept such a reality? Instead of resigning to fate and seeking a slim chance of survival amidst calamity, it is far better to take a bold stand. Gradually, Fushi's expression grew resolute. If we do not succeed, we shall embrace our fate. The two exchanged glances, clasped hands, and spoke in unison. You shall return first. Leave my sister to me. Farewell. With that, Fushi rose, vanishing from the sun star and stepping into the void, soaring towards the realms beyond. I entrust this to you, my friend. Di Jun bowed deeply in the direction where Fushi had departed, and subsequently vanished from the sun star. In the northern sea, on an unremarkable island, Lin Hao sat cross-legged, accompanied by an exquisite woman clad in a flowing azure gown, her long blue hair cascading elegantly, and her stunning figure towering above. However, as this unparalleled beauty cast her gaze upon Lin Hao, her expression twisted into one of fierce malevolence, her murderous intent laid bare. You vile scoundrel! How dare you abduct me here? The heavenly court shall not let you escape unscathed. She glared at Lin Hao. Indeed, this extraordinary woman was none other than she herself, who had never anticipated that the one who had stolen her child's remains possessed such terrifying power, single-handedly subjugating the entire heavenly court. What infuriated her further was that he had brazenly taken her captive, forcing her to don this attire reminiscent of her favorite garb from her days on the moon star before marrying Di Jun and ascending to the heavenly court. Your future shall be shrouded in darkness. Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, regarding Shi-He with a face devoid of emotion. You have allowed hatred to cloud your judgment, rendering you grotesque and twisted, filled with malice. You are no different from those vengeful women in the mortal realm. And who is to blame for this? She retorted. 9 of my 10 sons were murdered by those detestable Wu clan members, and you, even in death, would not spare their remains. If it were not for your kind, would I have been reduced to this state? You all deserve to perish. Shi-He's eyes burned crimson with hatred. Her former image as a holy goddess, now seemingly irrelevant, consumed solely by the desire for vengeance. Children? Huh. Lin Hao scoffed. You are a deity, a primordial being born on the moon star, and should transcend the mundane emotions of the mortal realm. If heaven has emotions, it too shall age. If a god harbors feelings, it shall lead to eternal calamity. Do you not wish for your sons? They are right here. With a mere thought, 9 massive corpses of golden crows materialized before Shi-He. My sons. Upon the appearance of the 9 golden crow corpses, Shi-He trembled, tears streaming from her beautiful eyes. She yearned to rush forward, but Lin Hao waved his hand, sending her flying without a shred of compassion. You. Shihi was simultaneously astonished and enraged. Casting a furious glare at Lin Hao, I return these golden crow corpses to you, hoping to alleviate some of your grievances. However, our fates are now intertwined. The butterfly effect has been set in motion, and even if I do not pursue this matter, I shall inevitably be drawn into it. You shall bear this consequence. The price shall be yours to pay. Lin Hao rose and slowly approached Shihi, looking down upon the Empress with a commanding presence. What do you intend to do? His words caused Shihi's expression to shift, her fierce demeanor dissipating, replaced by a mixture of shame and anger. Foolish woman. Lin Hao rolled his eyes, unimpressed by her expression. Though he found the role of a villain somewhat appealing, he had no desire to tarnish his reputation. Place this head within your body, and you may leave. With a mere thought, Lin Hao summoned the head of the demon god. The instant this head materialized, the very fabric of time and space appeared to warp, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. This was. Shihi's pupils constricted sharply as she beheld the sudden emergence of the head, gazing upon its visage, a face of unparalleled beauty, with glistening skin adorned by exquisite patterns that intertwined like a series of captivating scrolls. Yet, such a breathtaking head instilled a profound sense of dread within her, sending a chilling sensation coursing through her being. What is this? Shihi gasped in terror. The head of the demon god. If you accept it into your body, the ties of our fate will be revealed, and you shall be able to take your child's remains. Of course, you may refuse. I shall not coerce you. However, Lin Hao reached toward the 9 corpses of the golden crows, causing them to tremble as if on the brink of disintegration. Stop. This scene terrified Shihi, prompting her to shout in haste. You are a demon. What is it that you truly desire? Shihi roared at Lin Hao. Lin Hao remained silent, persistently grasping the 9 golden crow corpses. No, please. I agree. Witnessing this, Shihi's eyes widened in desperation, her thoughts racing beyond her control. Chapter 63. The descent of N. While a mysterious figure obstructs the path. Could it be a member of the human race? You dare make me wear the head of a demon god. What is your true intention? The exquisite visage of the demon's head sent shivers down Shihi's spine, prompting her to recall the time spent in the heavenly court when Fushi had made deductions about the identity of their adversary. You need not inquire further. Just take it. With a mere thought, Lin Hao cast the 9 corpses of the golden crows towards Shihi and subsequently departed into the void. His reasons for bestowing the demon god's head upon her were calculated and deliberate. The commotion stirred was rather significant, and he needed to expedite the completion of his objectives. Upon the surface of the sea, Lin Hao sighed softly, continuing to extract the imprint runes from the North Sea. Beyond the North Sea lay the South Sea, the West Sea, and then the Western continent, the Southern continent, the far North, and the ancient cosmos. He intended to traverse them all. Is he just leaving? Shihi stood in a daze, gazing at the vanishing form of Lin Hao, alongside the golden crow corpses and the remnants of the demon's slaughter. She could not fathom his true intentions, why he had abducted her, spared her life, and returned the golden crow corpses. Most perplexing of all was the demon god's head he had bestowed upon her. It was utterly confounding, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Now, regaining her composure, a solemn expression graced Shihi's splendid countenance, revealing a hint of worry. She was certain that he was plotting something. What could he possibly want? She hesitated, contemplating whether to discard the demon god's head. It was an object of great peril that she was reluctant to carry. Yet, the memory of his cold, lifeless gaze sent a tremor through her delicate form. Ultimately, with a resolute bite of her lip, she secured the demon god's head and the 9 golden crow corpses, then tore through the void to return to the heavenly court. Buzz. The moment she had departed, the air around the small island twisted, and a figure emerged, draped in a flowing white gown, tall and enveloped in mist. This mist-shrouded figure observed the direction Shihi had taken, her brows furrowing in contemplation. With a single step, she vanished from the island. Time and space seemed to lose their essence before her, and when the mist-cloaked figure reappeared, she found herself deep within the North Sea. She stood serenely upon the water's surface, the mist expanding around her, flowing with an enigmatic rhythm that transformed the turbulent sea into a placid expanse. Strangely, the marine creatures that swam into this vicinity instinctively altered their course. After an indeterminate span of time, the woman within the mist suddenly spoke, her voice resonating like celestial music. You have arrived. You have come. This melodious utterance was enchanting, akin to the voice of the Tao itself, reverberating across the water's surface, rendering the very order of heaven and earth into a state of stillness, as if the fabric of reality had succumbed to slumber at the sound of her voice. Amidst the waves, Lin Hao, who had been diligently walking and extracting the imprint runes, suddenly altered his expression, raising his gaze. Upon beholding the woman enshrouded in mist, his pupils constricted sharply. Lin Hao's expression grew grave as he faced the enigmatic woman shrouded in mist, feeling as though he were standing before the likes of Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Tong Tian Jiaozhu. Could it be? A sudden realization struck him, reminiscent of the three pure ones, and his countenance shifted once more. I presume you have already surmised my identity. The woman spoke again. Disciple Lin Hao, I pay my respects to Aunt Nuwa. Lin Hao stepped forward, bowing deeply. What did you say, disciple? The previously composed Nuwa was taken aback. She had come at the behest of Fuxi and Emperor Jun, primarily to bring Shihi back, and secondarily to understand the identity of the mysterious figure who had dared to disrupt the heavenly court, ideally to win him over. It had intrigued her to ponder what kind of existence could subdue the entire heavenly court single-handedly. Despite Emperor Jun and the others not employing the great array of the zodiac, it was still unfathomable. In Nuwa's eyes, such power was nearly on par with a saint. Yet in the entire primordial realm, there existed only the 6 great saints, with no others to be found, not even among the formidable experts of Hanyuan. Previously, she had entertained thoughts of the long-vanished Yang Mei, but dismissed the notion as improbable, especially considering that he had threatened Emperor Jun and his companions not to harm the human race. Driven by curiosity, Nuwa acquiesced to Emperor Jun's request. However, upon her arrival, Shihi had already departed, leaving her to pursue the trail. Yet now, she remained perplexed about the other party's identity, preparing to probe further when Lin Hao's declaration left her momentarily speechless. Disciple of Taiqing, Lin Hao, I pay my respects to Aunt Nuwa. In this instance, Lin Hao revealed his lineage, shedding the chaotic mist that had obscured him, unveiling his human form. His world body, in the midst of transformation, had been utilized continuously, and as the chaotic power dissipated, he appeared as an ordinary human cultivator. What? You are a disciple of Taiqing? And a human? Nuwa's expression shifted once again upon witnessing Lin Hao's true visage. She was well aware of the time when Laozi took on disciples. After all, unlike Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, he had only one student, Xuandu. The addition of another disciple would naturally attract attention. She recalled that Laozi had indeed accepted another human disciple, one who comprehended the principles of Tai Chi outside the gates of Taiqing Palace, which led to his acceptance. It had pleased her greatly at the time. After all, the human race was her creation, and now with Xuandu and Lin Hao emerging, how could she not feel joy? However, that was as far as her regard extended, for a mere junior did not capture her interest. Yet now, this mysterious entity capable of overpowering the mighty beings of the heavenly court was revealed to be the very disciple Laozi had taken in, leaving her astounded. No, your cultivation is only at the Tai realm, and your body exhibits signs of distress, devoid of any life force. What could possibly be the matter? Nuwa soon furrowed her brow again. Lin Hao's human form was not something she could overlook. However, no matter how she assessed it, this Lin Hao did not seem to possess the strength required to subdue Emperor Jun and the others. Uncertain of the purpose behind the visit from Lady Nuwa, Lin Hao's gaze flickered as he speculated her intentions. A being of such esteemed stature would not seek him out without reason, especially to await him here. Thus, only one conclusion could be drawn. It must pertain to the heavenly court. Follow me. Lady Nuwa did not provide a direct answer. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, the fabric of time and space shifted. Lin Hao felt a fleeting blur before he found himself once more upon the deserted island. Lin Hao's expression changed. Was this not the very island he had previously brought Shihi to? Indeed, Lady Nuwa's arrival was intertwined with matters of the heavenly court. Earlier, upon her arrival, she had sensed an ancient, desolate aura emanating from this place, one that belonged to the primordial era. You captured Shihi and then released her. Are you plotting something for the heavenly court? At that moment, the mist of uncertainty dissipated from Lady Nuwa's visage, revealing a breathtaking beauty that momentarily rendered Lin Hao spellbound, though he quickly regained his composure. Chapter 64. Confronting the Sage, the Path of Humanity. Puanhua. What does this mean, Master Enhua? I captured Shiha merely to return the remains of the 9 golden crows to her. After all, my nephew has no enmity with the heavenly court. Although this incident has stirred some discord, it need not escalate further. Lin Hao shook his head. A scheme? What scheme could he possibly have? He was merely an observer. Oh, is that so? Enhua found his words hard to believe. Such a dense aura of chaos could not possibly escape her notice. Moreover, the abduction of the esteemed empress had caused an uproar in the heavenly court, leading even Dijuan to seek her counsel as a sage. Such a significant affair, and he would claim it was merely a misunderstanding? Yet, Lin Hao wore an innocent expression, inciting Lin Hua's frustration. Very well, if you choose not to elaborate, I shall not press further. My visit was indeed at Dijuan's behest, initially to retrieve Xia. However, since she has already returned to the heavenly court, I shall no longer concern myself with that matter. Furthermore, I have another purpose for coming to see you, which is to extend Dijuan's sincere invitation for you to ascend as the new emperor of the heavenly court. This would serve to resolve the discord between you and Dijuan. Naturally, I was unaware of your true identity previously. Now that I know you are a disciple of humanity, I shall not impose upon you. I merely convey the message. The decision lies with you. A subtle expression of resignation flickered across Lin Hua's face. Had it not been for Fushi's request, she would never have offered her assistance. She had not anticipated that the one behind the attack and the abduction of Xia was a disciple of humanity. Had she known, she would have declined Fushi's invitation altogether. It is essential to recognize that among the saints, peace is a fragile facade, and a moment's carelessness could lead to manipulation by others, especially with Laozi, whose aloof demeanor and profound mind instilled great apprehension in her. Furthermore, who could ascertain whether the lingering aura of chaos had any connection to him? You wish for me to become the demon emperor of the heavenly court? Lin Hua's words left Lin Hao momentarily speechless. What a jest! Was this truly Dijuan's intention? Had he lost his senses? He had already attacked the heavenly court, humiliating its mighty beings and abducting Xia, nearly placing a green hat upon Dijuan. After all, who would not think twice if their wife had been taken, even if nothing had transpired? Especially for the sovereign of the heavens, what would the world think? In truth, his abduction of Xia served two purposes: to implant the demon god's head within her, and to humiliate Dijuan for his constant desire to annihilate humanity. Yet, who could have imagined that Dijuan would endure such an affront? Not only endure, but also seek to recruit him for the position of demon emperor? Haha. Lin Hao did not respond, but instead erupted into laughter. He gazed up at the towering 33 heavens with admiration, exclaiming, Dijuan, truly a worthy emperor. Alas, the heavens are jealous of talent. Master Lin Hua, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, Lin Hao stepped into the void and departed. He felt no need to reply to Lin Hua. In truth, it was unnecessary. Once Lin Hua learned of his identity as a disciple of humanity, she understood that Dijuan's invitation was destined to fail. A true disciple of humanity could never stoop to become a demon emperor and, in doing so, become embroiled in catastrophe. Hua understood this very well. Had it not been for Fushi's insistence back in the day, she would never have consented to his joining the heavenly court. Lost in thought, Hua suddenly extended her jade hand, reaching into the void. In an instant, an overwhelming divine might surged forth, shattering the emptiness, extinguishing the Great Dao. Her hand, seemingly limitless, expanded to obscure the heavens and block out the sun, penetrating the fissures of the void as if transcending time and space, directly descending upon Lin Hao. Intent on striking him, Lin Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he felt an oppressive force envelop him, akin to the weight of the heavens, rendering his body nearly immobile. Even his true essence felt locked away. Is my master testing me? A chill ran through Lin Hao as he instinctively surged with energy, the myriad paths within him intertwined, and his transforming world body abruptly halted, on the verge of erupting. Yet, suddenly recalling something, his expression normalized, and the power within him subsided. He remained still, allowing Hua's jade hand to descend upon him. Thunderous roars erupted as the void trembled, the universe warped, and the entire northern sea quaked. Boundless waves surged, and the order above the northern sea seemed to wail in despair. A vast pit was carved into the sea, encompassing countless millions of miles. Yet Lin Hao stood proudly in the void, his demeanor serene. At that moment, the void distorted, and Hua approached, stepping lightly through the air. Why do you not resist? She inquired, her brow furrowed. Lin Hao turned to her, offering a slight smile. If my esteemed master is merely testing me, then she would not harm her nephew. If my master truly wished to take my life, my resistance would be futile. Well, Hua replied, clearly impressed. You are indeed a true disciple of my elder brother, possessing such composure. Yet, I am curious. You appear to be an ordinary human, with apparent issues in your physical form. How could you alone suppress the entire heavenly court? One must know that such strength, if not that of a saint, at least approaches that of a half-step into the primordial. Can you elucidate this for me? Hua's curiosity was piqued. It was indeed perplexing that a saint could not discern the truth of the matter. Mistress Hua, in my heart, you are an exalted goddess, sacred and majestic, the most beautiful existence in the cosmos, and the mother of humanity. You should maintain that sense of divinity and not descend into the mundane. Such tests upon a mere junior like me should not occur, nor should you harbor curiosity. Lin Hao shook his head, a complex expression crossing his face. Of course, this complexity was a deliberate display for Nuwa's benefit. After speaking, he raised his hand, channels of boundless Dao evolving from his palm, smoothing the sea surface that Nuwa had disrupted, before stepping into the void to depart. Sacred, oppressive, the most magnificent being in the cosmos, not to descend into the mundane. As she watched Lin Hao's receding figure, Nuwa found herself momentarily lost in thought. His words were not unfamiliar to her. As a saint, she was accustomed to admiration from all. Even figures like Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai would show her the utmost respect. When the young human spoke these words, he did so with neither subservience nor arrogance, and a fleeting complexity flickered across his expression. Though ephemeral, it could not escape her keen observation. What did this expression signify? Regret? Disappointment? The exalted goddess, who envisioned perfection, now perceived a fall from grace into the mundane world. Nuwa could not help but shudder slightly. Moreover, when he had acted earlier, the sheer magnitude of the Dao's power emanating from his hands was astonishing. The laws alone were no fewer than 1,000. Could this truly be the comprehension of a mere human? Nuwa found herself lost in contemplation for an extended period. Finally, as Lin Hao's figure faded from view, clarity returned to her mind, and her eyes sparkled with increasing brilliance. How intriguing, Lin Hao, my interest in you is deepened. I am eager to uncover the multitude of secrets you harbor. A smile curved upon Nuwa's lips as she swiftly departed in the direction of Lin Hao's disappearance. Chapter 65, Winning over Lin Hao. Di Jun's burden of endurance in the heavenly court. Within the Lingxiao Palace, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the grand hall, with the deities falling into a profound silence. Just moments ago, Di Jun announced the cessation of the task to forge the slaughter which soared against the human race, leaving the assembled demon gods and demon saints perplexed. Could it be that their celestial emperor felt fear? It was well known throughout the heavenly court that the mysterious entity that had previously attacked had issued threats, evidently under the protection of humanity. Even Dong Huang Tai bore a look of confusion. Bai Zhe, known as the strategist of the heavenly court, was lost in contemplation. Earlier, Di Jun had taken Fu Shi away, presumably to seek out Nuwa, yet upon his return, he had abruptly changed his mind, abandoning any hostility towards humanity. However, after gathering the gods, Di Jun offered no explanations, as if he were awaiting something. Only Fu Shi understood what Di Jun was anticipating. Time passed, and just as the deities could no longer restrain their curiosity, the grand doors of Lingxiao Palace swung open, revealing an enchanting figure, clad in a flowing blue gown. Her tall stature was enveloped in a mist of ethereal light. Her beauty was unparalleled, adorned with a blue phoenix crown, and her long tresses shimmered with radiant brilliance. As she entered the hall, it felt as though winter's chill had descended upon them. It was the Empress. The Empress had returned. At the sight of her, the assembly's expressions shifted dramatically, joy illuminating their faces. The gods turned their gaze towards Di Jun, realizing that he had summoned them to await Shi-He, fully aware of her imminent return. Elder brother, did you already know sister-in-law would be back? Dong Huang Tai inquired of Di Jun. However, Di Jun's countenance did not reflect joy. Instead, he looked towards Shi-He, forcing a strained smile upon his handsome visage. Shi-He, you have returned. Has he given you any trouble? Shi-He's demeanor was cold and detached, devoid of any visible emotion, neither anger nor excitement. Her radiant face, veiled in the soft glow, met Di Jun's gaze as she spoke. I have brought back the children's remains. I shall inter them on the sun star, and then return to the moon star. With that, she turned and left without hesitation. Di Jun opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words to persuade her to stay. The esteemed empress had been abducted. How would the world perceive Shi-He? Even in his heart, a knot tightened, despite his efforts to dismiss the thought. Even if nothing had happened to her, what had transpired? Could he even inquire? Such questions were forbidden, for once uttered, they would inevitably lead to a rift between them. Better to let Shi-He depart. Sighing, Di Jun ultimately chose not to intervene. As Shi-He exited, an odd atmosphere settled within the hall. Among those present, even the lowest ranked were demon gods or demon saints, ancient beings who had lived for countless years. Surely, they could discern the discord between the two. Now that the Empress has returned, let us proceed to discuss the matter at hand. Perceiving the peculiar expressions of those present, Emperor Jun swiftly shifted the subject. His golden gaze swept across the assembly of deities as he spoke. Previously, I, along with the Shi Huang, ventured to the celestial realm of the goddess Enwa to beseech her assistance in rescuing the Empress. Additionally, after deliberation among the three of us, We resolved to extend an invitation to that enigmatic individual. What? To invite that mysterious figure? Boom. Upon uttering these words, the grand hall erupted with disbelief, as the gathered deities stared incredulously at Emperor Jun seated upon his throne. It is well known that this mysterious entity had dealt a severe blow to their celestial dignity and had abducted the Empress, a humiliation that struck deeply at the essence of their entire demon race. Such a reckless character, while not necessarily their greatest enemy, was certainly second only to the Witch Clan in terms of enmity. Yet now, their heavenly emperor spoke of inviting him, and with the consent of the goddess Enwa no less. Even Dongwang Tai widened his eyes in astonishment at Emperor Jun. Everyone, please maintain silence and allow His Majesty to finish. Fushi rapped on the armrest of his chair, demanding quietude among the crowd. Unfazed, Emperor Jun maintained his composure. Having anticipated their reactions, he sighed and continued, "In truth, this is a course of action born out of necessity. As you all know, the Witch Clan is our most formidable foe. In our efforts to combat them, we have turned our attention to the human race and forged the witch-slaying sword. Yet, even with such a weapon and the perfected great array of the cosmic stars, who can guarantee our victory over the Witch Clan and the unification of the Primordial World? Have you all forgotten that the 6 saints now preside over the Primordial World, as representatives of the heavenly Dao? They will never permit any single faction to dominate, and thus monopolize the fortunes of the entire realm." Emperor Jun's cold smile sent a shiver through the assembly. Oh, the saints. At the mention of this, the expressions of the powerful figures in the heavenly court shifted, revealing their apprehension. The saints loomed over them like an insurmountable mountain. Merely invoking their names left them breathless. In truth, over the years of conflict with the Witch Clan, they had often spoken of annihilating them and unifying the Primordial World, yet they had consistently overlooked the saints. It was not that they failed to consider them. Rather, they dared not entertain such thoughts, for to do so was to invite despair. What would it matter if they vanquished the Witch Clan? Would the 6 saints allow them to continue their expansion and seize control of the entire Primordial World? Such a notion was utterly impossible. Even with Enwa on their side, it would not suffice, especially since Enwa had little interest in their affairs. Furthermore, if we continue to target the human race, slaughtering them and crafting the witch-slaying sword, we will inevitably confront that mysterious being once more. Even if we remain unafraid, should we both suffer mutual destruction, it is the Witch Clan that would reap the benefits. Worse yet, if we were to provoke that individual to the point of aligning with the Witch Clan, how would we contend with such a scenario? Emperor Jun's words required no further elaboration. The ancient beings present understood all too well. Yet, as dignitaries of the heavenly court, accustomed to standing above all others, the notion of conceding to someone else was deeply discomforting. To seek an alliance? In essence, is that not merely a form of concession? If it were not a concession, and if they possessed absolute power, it would not be an invitation but rather coercion, akin to the way Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai once pressured Kunping. In the arena, Kunping's expression was far from pleasant. Why did he not receive such treatment? When Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai sought to win him over back in the day, he had resolutely declined, only to be relentlessly pursued and ultimately stripped of a fragment of his true spirit, forcing him into submission. However, Your Majesty, when you and Emperor Shi ventured to the palace of Nuwa, why did you not request Nuwa to directly eliminate this mysterious individual? Would that not eradicate the threat, allowing us to continue forging the Slaughter Witch sword? Suddenly, Jiaoying spoke up. This sentiment echoed the thoughts of many powerful beings in the heavenly court. Indeed, while courting the other party may be advantageous, what of the dignity of the heavenly court? If Nuwa were to intervene and eliminate the adversary directly, would that not resolve the matter? Why must they lower their faces and endure humiliation to seek an alliance? Chapter 66. Journey to the immortal volcano. The saint values causality greatly. How could he act recklessly? Dijun could only offer this explanation. Act. Even if Nuwa were truly capable of intervening, he would not permit it. Given the current state of the Hongwang realm, it was a rare opportunity to encounter someone who could stir the winds and clouds, even influence the very fabric of existence. How could such a being simply perish? If that mysterious individual were to meet their demise, where would he find another to exploit? How could he navigate through this impending tribulation? However, Dijun was entirely unaware that Nuwa had not aided him in persuasion. She had merely conveyed a message. He was even less aware that Shiha had been deliberately released by the other party, and that it was not Nuwa's doing. After making the necessary arrangements, Dijun announced the conclusion of the meeting and prepared to dispatch emissaries to the human race, or rather, to safeguard them. If he intended to win over the humans, it must be done with sincerity, not merely as a facade. Protecting the human race was an effortless task for the heavenly court. A few Deluo golden immortals could accomplish it with ease. However, Dijun secretly hoped for a conflict between the human and witch clans. If such discord arose, the humans would undoubtedly align themselves wholly with his heavenly court, and that enigmatic entity would harbor gratitude towards him. Manipulating the hearts of men, this was the path of the sovereign. My lord, allow me to undertake this task. Just as the meeting concluded and Dijun was preparing to assign personnel, Jimeng stepped forward eagerly. Among those present, only he knew the identity of that mysterious individual, a secret he had yet to disclose. In Jimeng's perspective, Dijun's recruitment plan was utterly absurd. How could a true disciple of a saint possibly join the heavenly court? Even if Nuwa were to intervene, it would be futile, for the one backing them was none other than the Grand Supreme Elder. Nonetheless, Jimeng would not voice these thoughts. He was keen to ingratiate himself with that esteemed figure, and now presented a perfect opportunity. Although Dijun may fail to enlist the mysterious individual, it would not hinder him from winning favor with the saint's true disciple. If Jimeng were to ensure the protection of the human race, it was uncertain whether that figure would express gratitude toward Dijun, but he would undoubtedly owe Jimeng a debt of causality that would suffice. Noticing Jimeng's unsolicited offer, Dijun was somewhat taken aback. Your Majesty, of late, I have encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation, making no progress through mere seclusion. Thus, I seek to venture forth and explore. Since your Majesty intends to send someone to the human race, allow me to be that envoy. I am eager to investigate this race that has inspired the Grand Supreme Saint to attain enlightenment. Jimeng had long prepared this excuse. Very well. As a distinguished demon sage of my heavenly court and a powerful figure of the Xixiao Palace, your presence would indeed demonstrate our sincerity. Dijun nodded. But then his tone shifted, laden with meaning. However, you understand my true intent. Dear Taoist Jimeng, safeguarding the human race is secondary. The primary concern lies with the conflict between the human and witch clans. This matter, you shall handle with discretion. I naturally comprehend. Jimeng nodded. And upon departing the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, he selected several Deluo-level demon gods and some demon soldiers to accompany him to the human race. Meanwhile, after leaving the North Sea, Lin Hao made his way to the South Sea and the West Sea. In both regions, he did not linger long. After imprinting some crucial areas with the symbols of certain laws, he returned to the Hongwang continent. The imprint extraction of the 4 seas has been completed, and the next destinations are the 4 continents and the primordial starry sky. Lin Hao has traversed most of the eastern continent, with only Kunlun Mountain remaining, and he is in no rush to return. This time, he plans to journey to the southern continent first, followed by the northern, and finally the western continent. The reason for placing the western continent last is, of course, due to the presence of the 2 saints, Jin and Zhuanti, who are not to be trifled with. Their shamelessness makes Lin Hao reluctant for early encounters. With his current cultivation, he can move freely across the vastness of the primordial world. Although he is not a saint, his cultivation allows him to tear through the void and traverse dimensions, reaching distant places in no time at all. So, this is the southern continent. It indeed differs greatly from the east. Upon stepping into the southern continent, Lin Hao immediately felt that the spiritual energy of this realm was markedly distinct from that of the East. The spiritual energy here is less dense, and the environment is rather harsh, with the air feeling exceedingly dry, creating an uncomfortable sensation. However, Lin Hao was not surprised. As the southern continent is the domain of the Feng clan, who thrive in heat, such a place is generally unwelcoming to Eastern cultivators. With a thought, Lin Hao summoned the Hongmeng measuring ruler, soaring into the sky to begin measuring this southern land. Ever since acquiring the ruler, extracting the imprints of the laws has become significantly easier. When the Hongmeng measuring ruler appears, the entire world seems to shrink, as if a detailed 3-dimensional map materializes in his mind. Subsequently, Lin Hao arrived outside the undying volcano, casting his gaze upon this ancestral ground of the Feng clan. Activating his insightful eye, he perceived the undying volcano without any secrets. The imprints of the law runes within the volcano were laid bare before him. Who dares to spy on my clan? Just as Lin Hao was engrossed in extracting the law runes from the undying volcano, a colossal thought suddenly descended upon him. This thought was ethereal and profound, exuding an essence akin to that of the heavenly Dao, even influencing the laws of the world. Lin Hao's expression shifted slightly. This aura was unlike anything he had encountered before, similar to a saint yet not quite, reminiscent of the heavenly Dao, but lacking its overwhelming might. However, he soon grasped something, his gaze sharpening as he emitted a silver beam of light. In an instant, time and space were pierced by his sight, ultimately landing deep within the undying volcano. In a desolate pool of magma. This magma was unfathomable, resembling a hellfire, suffused with a terrifying aura capable of incinerating all. Deep within the magma lay a colossal bird, its feathers resplendent in a kaleidoscope of colors, exuding a sense of sacred nobility. Yet, this magnificent avian remained motionless, eyes closed. Have you seen enough? At that moment, a voice tinged with restrained anger echoed, prompting Lin Hao to turn his gaze toward the giant bird, whereupon he beheld an extraordinarily beautiful woman seated gracefully upon it. The woman before him was but a mere specter, clad in a resplendent crimson phoenix robe, adorned with an exquisite phoenix crown atop her head. Her beauty was unparalleled, emanating an aura of regal dignity that commanded reverence, reminiscent of an exalted empress, rendering onlookers hesitant to gaze directly upon her. Are you the phoenix ancestor? Lin Hao asked, his expression shifting as a name surfaced in his mind. Possessing such formidable cultivation, yet remaining in a true spirit state. There was only one individual within the entire Phoenix lineage who fit this description, the Yuan Feng, one of the three great overlords of the Longhan era, and indeed, the progenitor of the Phoenixes. Having remained hidden from the world for many years, it was unexpected to encounter a peer of such caliber. However, this sovereign was unable to discern whether he was a companion from the ancient epoch or a being of the new generation. The essence of innate divine demons lingered around him, imparting an ancient and timeless sensation, despite his mortal form. As an ancient entity who had lived for countless years, Yuan Feng possessed extraordinary insight. Even while imprisoned within this volcanic realm, she remained aware of the happenings beyond, including the emergence of the human race. Chapter 67. Discussing with Yuan Feng. Labeled as a prodigy by ancient powers, there is no need for you to be concerned, my friend. I have come merely to gauge the southern expanse of the primordial wilderness, harboring no ill intentions towards the Feng clan. Lin Hao deftly manipulated the Hongmeng measuring ruler in his grasp. Is that truly the Hongmeng measuring ruler, a legendary treasure in your possession? Yuan Feng's pupils narrowed as she beheld the diminutive ruler in Lin Hao's hand. This artifact is said to be a treasure of extraordinary might, one she had only heard of in tales, never having laid eyes upon it. A postnatal treasure of murderous merit, combined with the enigmatic nature of its wielder, indicates a cultivation level that is at least that of a pinnacle Hunyuan Jinxian, perhaps even transcending that limit. Such a being is not to be trifled with, in Yuan Feng. In her current state as a mere true spirit, imprisoned deep within this immortal volcano, was acutely aware of the danger. Thus, she fell silent. In contrast, Lin Hao maintained an air of calm indifference, even bordering on apathy. He continued his strides across the immortal volcano, wielding the Hongmeng measuring ruler to measure and extract the laws inscribed upon the mountain, imprinting them within the fabric of the world. Soon, a magnificent cluster of volcanoes erupted in the southern continent of the world's essence, dense with law imprints covering the internal volcanoes, and the flames of the southern Ming-Li fire began to blaze. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction, yet he did not depart. Instead, he approached the magma where Yuan Feng resided. My friend, having completed your measurements, why do you not take your leave? Yuan Feng's voice echoed once more, laced with vigilance. Might you be inclined to engage in a discussion of the Tao with me? If not, I shall take my leave. Having encountered an ancient innate deity, Lin Hao was reluctant to part ways so easily. A being such as Yuan Feng, even in her current state as a true spirit, possessed a depth that rivaled the most formidable powers of the current primordial era. Certainly, after a prolonged silence, Yuan Feng's voice emerged once more from beneath the magma. Lin Hao smiled faintly, producing a cushion upon which he settled comfortably on the molten surface, commencing his discourse on the Great Dao. Lin Hao never shied away from sharing his understanding of the Tao, for his path is singular. Even if others were to listen, they could not replicate it, nor would it pose a threat to him. Incredible. My friend, you truly are a genius. No, a madman. I never anticipated that you would be born in this era, ascending from the humble existence of a postnatal human to achieve such heights in merely a few Yuan meetings. To Yuan Feng, Lin Hao's teachings did not yield profound insights, yet they left her astounded. A young human had reached a level unattainable by countless great beings throughout their entire lives in just a handful of Yuan meetings. The most terrifying aspect was that he had forged his own path in an age cloaked by celestial doctrines, where the heavenly Tao had been completed. Yuan Feng inhaled sharply. Such a prodigy was unheard of, even in ancient times. In her eyes, figures like Hong Jun, Luo Ho, and Yang Mei paled in comparison to this extraordinary talent. Not only Yuan Feng, but above the immortal volcano, a graceful silhouette shrouded in mist flickered in and out of view, as if merging seamlessly with the surrounding cosmos. The members of the Phoenix clan within the immortal volcano, including Yuan Feng herself, remained utterly oblivious to her presence. It is no wonder, then, that even I could not discern his true nature, perpetually enveloped in an aura of enigma. At last, I grasped the essence of it. Traversing the path of the golden core, transforming the core within, nurturing the world with this core, and allowing the core and true spirit to undergo continuous metamorphosis. This young man is indeed a madman. Even Nuwa found herself astounded by Lin Hao's grand design. While it is not surprising that one would pursue the path of the world, Nuwa fully comprehended the arduousness of this journey. Even as a sage, she could only manifest a myriad of worlds within the chaos, yet completing such a feat internally remained beyond her reach. Throughout the annals of the primordial era, many have cultivated the inner world, and even within the current celestial system, practitioners from the earth immortal level onward persist in refining their internal realms. However, few within the celestial path pay heed to their inner worlds, often regarding them merely as storage spaces or vessels for the laws of feedback. This is not due to a lack of desire. After all, who would not aspire to cultivate a true inner expanse? Thus receiving the feedback of the 3,000 avenues and, like Pangu, comprehend the essence of the path through sheer strength? The challenge lies in the arduousness of this cultivation path, which demands not only immense willpower, but also boundless resources, all while consuming precious time. Nuwa is now profoundly curious about how Lin Hao cultivated to attain such formidable prowess, with his inner world at least infinitely close to the vastness of the great cosmos, if not already embodying it. What astonishes her most is Lin Hao's soul intertwining with the true spirit, absorbing the power of the primordial spirit to replace it, even supplanting the essence of the soul itself. This is the most terrifying aspect. The primordial spirit is the foundation of celestial practitioners. While the soul is the essence of all living beings, damage to the primordial spirit results in a decline in cultivation, while harm to the soul can jeopardize memory and consciousness, making it exceedingly difficult to restore. Yet, this individual dares to sever his soul from his body, merging it with the true spirit, a notion so audacious that Nuwa scarcely dares to contemplate it. A madman. Ultimately, Nuwa can only encapsulate her thoughts about Lin Hao with this phrase. Alas, such an anomaly becomes a variable. Under the celestial order, his existence cannot be permitted, and he cannot smoothly traverse the righteous path, even with the protection of his elder brother. Nuwa shook her head once more. Within the molten core, after Lin Hao had shared his insights into his path, it was Yuan Feng's turn. Faced with someone so sincere, willing to lay bare his entire grand design, even one as audacious as his, Yuan Feng held nothing back and revealed her own path. Her path is one of imperial legitimacy, intricately interwoven with a reliance on and fervor for her clan, rendering her imperial way more inclined towards an indomitable will, a fierce resolve to strengthen her lineage, imbuing her path with an aggressive nature akin to flames, capable of igniting vast expanses with but a spark. In essence, this represents a postnatal path, reminiscent of the imperial way of Dejuan, yet distinctly unique. The sovereign path of Emperor Jun is undeniably domineering, although there exists a sense of ethnic sentiment. It is not overwhelmingly pronounced. After all, the demon race is not a singular entity, but rather an alliance of myriad clans, encompassing 90% of the diverse races of the primordial world. The teachings of Yuan Feng have greatly benefited Lin Hao, who has developed a profound interest in the postnatal path. This is primarily because the innate path tests one's enlightenment, a quality Lin Hao finds lacking. However, he possesses the eye of insight, which allows for direct comprehension. In contrast, the postnatal path is replete with myriad transformations and relies heavily on wisdom. It seems that a considerable time has elapsed since he last engaged in conversation. Once the floodgates of dialogue were opened, Yuan Feng could not be restrained. Beyond their mutual discourse on the Dao, Yuan Feng recounted numerous tales from the ancient era, even delving into the age of ferocious beasts at the dawn of creation, captivating Lin Hao's attention immensely. These narratives were ones that even Laozi had not shared with him. For although Laozi is a sage, he is also a representative of the new generation of innate divinities, not a being of the ancient times. Even the concealed figure of Nuwa, lurking in the shadows, listened with rapt attention. Chapter 68. The Arctic Icefield and the Disputes Among Humanity. A century later, Lin Hao bid farewell to Yuan Feng and departed from the undying volcano, setting forth towards the northern continent. The northern continent stands as one of the most desolate regions among the four great lands of the primordial era, once serving as the stronghold of the beast sovereigns during the age of ferocious beasts, steeped in antiquity. As Lin Hao stepped onto the northern continent, He immediately sensed a dramatic shift in the climate, akin to transitioning abruptly from the scorching heat of summer to the frigid grasp of winter, presenting a stark contrast to the southern continent. The entire expanse was blanketed in ice and snow, with temperatures plummeting to hundreds of degrees below zero. And the further he ventured inward, the colder it became. Upon reaching the heart of the northern continent, the temperature neared an astonishing -10,000 degrees Celsius, an extreme that even the most adept celestial practitioners would hesitate to traverse. Amidst the barren chaos of the west, Lin Hao pondered that the true turmoil lay in the north. Recalling how Jane and Junti frequently lamented the aridity of the west, he found himself at a loss for words. What was he even doing here? As he traversed the icy plains, wielding the primordial measuring ruler to gauge the expanse of the northern ice field, Nuwa, who had been discreetly following him, felt a growing intrigue towards this young member of humanity, whose erratic movements were increasingly perplexing, from the East Sea to the North Sea, then to the South and West Seas, and now to this extreme northern realm. What was his purpose? Was it cultivation? Such methods of training seemed unconventional. If it were mere travel, it lacked the essence of exploration. For cultivators typically embark on journeys to gain insights into the mortal realm or to observe the environment, much like she did before her own ascension to sanctity. Nuwa struggled to comprehend his motivations, yet it was precisely this enigma that piqued her curiosity further. However, ahead lay the forbidden ice fields, and surely he would not dare venture further. As she gazed ahead, even Nuwa's expression grew solemn. The forbidden ice fields were a domain that even a sage like her would prefer to avoid. Similarly, Lin Hao halted his steps, peering into the depths of the ice field, where a dark mountain range loomed, shrouded in an oppressive aura of malevolence. The very atmosphere was thick with a suffocating miasma, instilling a sense of foreboding. According to legends, this was the resting place of ferocious beasts, concealing the remains of countless innate beasts. Now, after countless years, one could only speculate what transformations might have transpired. Lin Hao's demeanor also shifted to one of gravity. Ultimately, he cast one last glance at the forbidding ice field and resolved to refrain from advancing. His hesitation did not stem from fear of the potential manifestations of the beastly remains, but from a deep-seated wariness of the demonic gods. In the primordial era, at the dawn of creation, the innate ferocious beasts were birthed from the resentful essence of the demonic gods, their purpose being to devour all life and obliterate the primordial realm. Though ultimately vanquished by the collective might of the innate demonic gods, innate divine beings, and the myriad races of the primordial world, remnants of the ferocious beasts still lingered, having been driven into this icy expanse. Furthermore, the various races, wary of the deceased beasts interred within the earth possibly causing anomalies, had taken to interring their remains deep within the ice field. It can be said that this ominous place is not only home to the buried remains of primordial ferocious beasts, but may also harbor many living ones. Perhaps even the remains of the beast emperor Shun Ni and the 4 great beast kings lie within. This was conveyed to him not long ago by Yuan Feng, who held a deep apprehension towards this ancient realm. How could he afford to be careless? Although his cultivation had significantly advanced, nearing the threshold of saintly power, Lin Hao remained cautious. Ultimately, he withdrew from this extreme northern territory, departing from the northern lands altogether. The final battle awaits in the west. Standing proudly in the void, Lin Hao cast his gaze towards the west, pondering whether to embark on this journey. Could it be that he must indeed travel westward? Nuwa frowned, aware that the west was unlike the southern continent or the extreme north. It was the domain of the ascendant and the prodigy, where 2 saints resided, both of whom thrived on chaos. Even she hesitated to venture there. Just as Lin Hao wavered in his decision, he suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and quickly began to calculate. How audacious of the demon race to scheme against humanity. The divination revealed a tumultuous shift in the fortunes of humankind, fluctuating erratically between surges and declines. This troubled Lin Hao, for humanity had its own path to tread, destined to become the protagonists of the heavenly realm. Such instability signified that unforeseen variables had arisen. He had grown sensitive to these changes, considering himself an anomaly in the vast wilderness, capable of triggering a butterfly effect. The fluctuations in humanity's fate might very well be linked to him. Reflecting on this, Lin Hao resolved to postpone his journey westward, intending instead to return to the human realm for a closer inspection. In the sacred grounds of humanity, within the ancestral hall, a heated debate was unfolding. We, the human race, are an independent lineage. Joining the demon race is utterly out of the question. One voice declared, "Have you forgotten the countless times demons have attacked us, devouring innumerable kin? How can we possibly align ourselves with them? If we were to join, How could we honor the memory of our fallen brethren? Another added, moreover, our race has only emerged for a few years. In this vast wilderness, we are but a minor tribe. Should we integrate into the heavenly court, we would likely become mere cannon fodder, or even less than that. Yet another voice interjected. We must not speak so hastily. As the saying goes, it is better to resolve enmity than to deepen it. While the demon race has slain many of our kin, have we not also hunted them over the years? Indeed, another chimed in, and as you have stated, our race is weak. If we join the heavenly court, as fellow demons, they would no longer prey upon us and would provide protection, allowing us to develop steadily. It is a noble thought. But have you considered why they would seek to recruit us? What does our race possess that would warrant the personal attention of a great celestial emperor or a demon sage? It is clear that they have ulterior motives. Regardless of their intentions, even if it is exploitation, it signifies that our human race possesses inherent value. Likewise, we can also leverage the protection of the heavenly court to achieve our own development. Hundreds of innate humans congregated within the ancestral hall, engaged in incessant bickering. In addition to the human race, individuals from foreign tribes were seated within the grand hall. The foremost among them donned resplendent purple armor, bearing the visage of a dragon, exuding an imposing stature. Behind him stood 3 robust men, each distinct in appearance, radiating an aura of ferocity. These individuals were none other than Ji Ming and the 3 demon gods he had brought along. With his eyes closed and a serene countenance, Ji Ming patiently awaited the deliberations of the human race. He absorbed the cacophony of their disputes in silence, choosing not to interject, for he merely needed to await the outcome. Chapter 69. The 2 great superpowers court the human race. Court the human race? It appears the demon clan has quite the scheme in mind. Boom. At this moment, accompanied by a voice imbued with an icy authority, an overwhelming surge of blood energy enveloped the entire sacred ground of the human race, causing the very air above to tremble. A torrent of malevolent energy surged forth as a colossal figure tore through the void, striding into the skies above the sacred domain of humanity. As this immense silhouette emerged, a multitude of monstrous beings followed from the rift in the void behind, each exuding a terrifying aura, akin to the descent of demonic deities. Who are they? It is the Witch Clan. What is happening? Why has the Witch Clan arrived? As these colossal figures materialized, the innate beings of the human race present were struck with astonishment. Ji Ming and his companions also paled, realizing the gravity of the situation. This is bad. Why has the Witch Clan come? Ji Ming's expression darkened as he regarded the newcomers with heightened vigilance. In his plans, he intended to discreetly win over the human race, even integrating them under his command once they joined the heavenly court. However, another task assigned to him by Emperor Jun was to incite conflict between the Witch Clan and humanity, a scheme he would never entertain, for he was not foolish. He harbored ulterior motives, leveraging the banner of Emperor Jun and the heavenly court to consolidate his own power while also courting that enigmatic figure. Yet, Ji Ming never anticipated the arrival of the Witch Clan. To his dismay, the colossal figure that had approached was none other than Xing Tian, causing Ji Ming's complexion to turn a ghastly shade. Oh, is that not Ji Ming? I never imagined that the usually domineering and forthright Ji Ming would stoop to such underhanded tactics. As Xing Tian descended, his gaze immediately locked onto Ji Ming, who stood out among the crowd, a cold smirk gracing his features. Xing Tian, this matter concerns my demon clan. It is not your place to meddle. Ji Ming's expression was frigid as he scanned the surroundings, noting that although many from the Witch Clan had arrived, only Xing Tian among the great witches was present, which somewhat eased his apprehension. After all, he was a quasi-saintly powerhouse. Despite his wariness of the unpredictable Xing Tian, he was not entirely daunted. A matter of the demon clan? Xing Tian retorted with disdain, saying, I have no interest in your clan's affairs. But the human race is our neighbors, and many of our kin intermarry with them. Under our protection, you dare to come here and entice the human race to join your heavenly court? This is an outright provocation against my Witch Clan. What did you say? The human race is under your protection? This assertion left Ji Ming momentarily speechless, and the other human beings present were equally taken aback. Indeed, some humans had intermarried with the Witch Clan, but when has the human race ever received protection from them? Everyone knows how arduous the existence of the human race has been since its inception. Even now, they frequently suffer from the incursions of beasts and foreign entities. Who has ever witnessed the Witch Clan extend a helping hand? I never would have imagined that the mighty war god of the Witch Clan, Xing Tian, could utter such shameless words. Ji Ming could not help but scoff. As for the primordial human tribes, such as the Sui Run and the Chao clan, their expressions were rather peculiar. However, It did not take long for concern to manifest upon their faces. The emergence of a demon tribe had already incited internal discord, nearly leading to strife among themselves. Now, with the arrival of a shaman tribe, they found themselves at a loss for how to proceed. Even those primordial humans who had vociferously supported the idea of the human race joining the heavenly court fell silent. Previously, they had been consumed by the notion that affiliation with the demon tribe would provide protection and elevate the status of humanity, neglecting entirely the implications of the shaman tribe. With the shaman's advent, they belatedly recognized that while there were indeed advantages to aligning with the demons, it would inevitably alienate the shamans, a group they could not afford to offend. Most critically, the shaman tribe was their neighbor. "I warned you that the demon tribe's involvement was too convoluted to embrace lightly," remarked the Chao clan with a cold glare directed at the primordial humans desirous of joining the demon ranks. The once arrogant primordial humans now bowed their heads in shame, their bravado extinguished. Meanwhile, on the other side, despite being mocked by Ji Meng, Xing Tian did not react with indignation, but rather burst into a hearty laugh, retorting, "Ji Meng, how dare you accuse me of shamelessness? True, my shaman tribe has not provided earnest protection for the human race. Yet we have intermarried and assisted humanity in numerous ways, never oppressing you. Conversely, look at your demon tribe. Since the dawn of humanity, you have persistently harassed us. And how many of our kin have perished at your hands over the years? Are you truly in a position to solicit our allegiance?" Upon hearing this, the primordial humans present darkened in countenance. Xing Tian's words rang true. Although the demon tribe had not engaged in widespread massacres, there were frequent instances of lesser demons, and even powerful ones, committing atrocities against humans, which was indeed the crux of Ji Meng's recruitment efforts and the source of the discord. Who would willingly accept the overtures of a faction that had slaughtered their kin? Inevitably, as Xing Tian spoke, Ji Meng felt the disapproving glares of the surrounding humans, prompting him to curse under his breath at the insolent Xing Tian. Simultaneously, he was incensed, particularly at those demons who had previously attacked humans. If they had not engaged in such wanton slaughter, this situation would never have arisen. Nonetheless, Ji Meng, a venerable entity who had endured for millennia, a powerful figure of the Xiao Palace, scoffed coldly and declared, "Xing Tian, refrain from casting aspersions here. Everyone knows that my demon tribe is a coalition encompassing 90% of the primordial clans. Such a vast alliance is naturally quite loose, and it is not unusual for a few bad apples to emerge." As he spoke, Ji Meng turned to the Sui Ren and others, his expression softening with a semblance of contrition. With a serious demeanor, he addressed them, "Esteemed ones, I trust you comprehend this reality. Today, I, Ji Meng, extend an apology on behalf of the heavenly court to the human race. Furthermore, should you choose to align with our heavenly court, I guarantee not only your fair treatment, but also my personal intervention to eliminate those miscreants who have previously harmed your people." With these words, the assembly of humans was visibly moved. It is important to note that the individual before them is one of the 10 demon saints of the celestial realm, a being of quasi-saintly prowess, and one of the 3,000 guests of the Purple Heaven Palace, an existence far beyond their reach. The fact that such a being would deign to apologize to them is utterly astonishing, leaving Swearin and the others momentarily at a loss for words. They harbored no fondness for the demon race, even holding a grudge against them, yet this great saint, Ji Meng, had consistently treated them with courtesy and respect since his arrival, never once coercing them, which made it difficult for them to harbor any resentment. Moreover, had he not stated that the demon race is vast, with a few bad apples being quite normal? Even within their own human race, not everyone is virtuous. This is a truth understood by all. Fortunately, the human race is predominantly kind-hearted, otherwise. Observing the hesitation and complexity in the expressions of these innate humans, Ji Meng felt a sense of relief in his heart. He was not concerned about winning over the human race. Rather, he feared that under Xing Tian's instigation, he might incur their enmity, which would spell disaster. Chapter 70. A single word shakes the heavens and the earth. Ah, Ji Meng, your words sound pleasant. Yet are they not merely an attempt to shirk responsibility? Xing Tian scoffed, his expression dripping with derision. To eliminate those troublesome elements? You may be able to rid us of the scattered demons that harass the human race. But have you forgotten the matter of the 10 golden crows? The 10 golden crows. Indeed, as Xing Tian mentioned the 10 golden crows, the faces of Sui Run and the others darkened once more. And even many of the innate human beings revealed a glimmer of murderous intent. Of course, while the 10 golden crows wreaked havoc primarily upon the witch clan, they also ensnared many humans, resulting in numerous casualties during that calamity. How could those present forget? Ji Meng's countenance fell. inwardly cursing the 10 golden crows for complicating his task. Before he could even concoct an excuse, Xing Tian spoke first, addressing Sui Ren and the others with a calm demeanor. If your human race aligns with the demon clan, it shall be seen as an affront to my witch clan. Consider this carefully. Of course, you may also contemplate becoming a vassal tribe of my witch clan. Should you agree, we will dispatch our kin to protect you. In truth, Xing Tian held little regard for the human race. They were too feeble, and even if some could cultivate, few among them were formidable. Such a race was hardly worth his attention. His presence today was merely coincidental, having overheard reports from his subordinates regarding celestial beings stealthily entering the human realm. Their cultivation levels notably high, unlike the usual marauding beasts and scattered demons. This piqued his interest, prompting him to investigate. Upon arrival, he sensed Ji Ming's aura, a dignified celestial sage clandestinely visiting the human realm. This was indeed noteworthy. Surely, there must be an ulterior motive. Yet, Xing Tian was taken aback to discover that this individual sought to recruit the human race, a notion he found utterly perplexing. How could the diminutive human race warrant the attention of Dijun? Since pondering it further bore no fruit, he decided to cast aside such thoughts. After all, whatever ambitions the demon clan harbored, he would simply oppose. So they wished to recruit the humans? The demon clan may do so, but the witch clan could equally extend an invitation. However, the moment Xing Tian spoke, he unwittingly provided Ji Ming with an opportunity. Ji Ming smirked and replied, Xing Tian, if you wish to recruit, might you not display a modicum of sincerity? As for your notion of vassal tribes, do you hold anyone in contempt? Are you aware that my purpose in recruiting the human race is by the direct command of His Majesty Dijun? Not only will we allow the human race to join our demon clan, but we shall also grant them a certain status within the heavenly court. Should exceptional individuals arise from among them, we would not object to bestowing upon them a position as demon emperor. Can your witch clan offer such a thing? Ji Ming thought to himself, amused. He hadn't expected Xing Tian to provide such assistance. Bestowing a demon emperor title upon the human race. Surely, you jest? This time, Xing Tian was no longer composed. One must understand the esteemed nature of the demon emperor title within the heavenly court. Over the years, only 4 emperors had emerged from the entire demon clan, including Dijun himself. Aside from Dijun and Donghuang Tai, the remaining 2 were the siblings Fuxi and Enhua, while even Kuanping had merely attained the position of demon master. The title of demon emperor? At this pronouncement, even Sui Ren and others were visibly stirred. Before this, Ji Ming had never uttered a word. Ji Ming, the great sage, can this statement be taken as truth? If it is indeed true, then, especially those innate beings of the human race, their eyes widened, their breaths quickening. The position of the demon emperor. How exalted it is. If a human were to ascend to such a rank, even if it meant joining the demon clan, they would undoubtedly secure a certain stature in the heavenly court, perhaps even becoming part of the royal lineage. Indeed, this is veritable. I, Ji Ming, can vow to the heavenly Dao. Ji Ming's solemn assurance confirmed the veracity of his words, yet he omitted to mention that while the position of demon emperor exists, none of you from the human race could attain it. It is reserved for a specific individual, with you merely as adjuncts. However, Xing Tian suddenly erupted in laughter, a chilling sound that only grew colder as his aura surged ominously. Boom! An overwhelming tide of bloodlust surged forth, a torrent of murderous intent enveloping the entire sacred ground of the human race. Moreover, at this moment, an unparalleled battle intent erupted from Xing Tian. He took a step forward, causing the very heavens and earth to tremble, his terrifying battle aura soaring into the skies, transforming the atmosphere and shaking the cosmos. Is that so? A frigid voice escaped Xing Tian's lips. He uttered no superfluous words, yet at that moment, all present from both the human and demon races felt an unsettling chill, even their internal energies stuttering in flow. Xing Tian, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to engage in battle with me right here? Witnessing the sudden shift in Xing Tian's demeanor, Ji Ming's expression changed, and he stepped forward, placing himself in front of Xing Tian. Simultaneously, an aura characteristic of a nascent sage erupted from him as he confronted Xing Tian. Boom! The confrontation of the two reverberated through the skies above the human race, distorting the very laws of nature, as a terrifying pressure bore down upon everyone present, inducing a sense of prostration. Battle? Xing Tian demonstrated his resolve through action, grasping at the void, whereupon a pitch-black battle axe materialized in his hand, radiating with a formidable murderous intent that tore through the air. How bold! Do you truly believe I am afraid of you? Ji Ming roared, his body expanding, Already a being of dragon head and human form, now growing even larger, his muscles rippling like a dragon's. In his hand appeared a colossal blue, grinding disc, shimmering with watery light, capable of corroding the void, accompanied by a rumble of thunder. In an instant, the atmosphere grew gravely tense. This is bad. If these two engage in combat, it will be the human race that suffers. Upon witnessing this, the likes of the Sui Ren clan turned pale. Typically, these demons and witches would brawl at their leisure, indifferent to the human race. However, this time it was within their domain, instigated by their own kind. Moreover, they faced a witch's war god and a great sage of the heavenly court, both formidable beings of nascent sage caliber. Should they clash, it wouldn't just be the sacred ground at stake, but the very existence of the entire human race. As the atmosphere in the arena reached a fever pitch, suddenly, the heavens and the earth trembled, and the firmament above the human realm instantaneously transformed. An overwhelming sense of impending doom, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario, pervaded the space. Following this, a chilling and lifeless voice resonated through the skies. The human race shall not ally with any other race. Depart, depart. With the utterance of the word depart, thunderous roars erupted from the celestial vault, and a terrifying aura of the great path enveloped the world. A colossal hand, measuring millions of fathoms in length, descended from above, shrouding the skies and casting darkness over the land, exuding an ancient and profound essence that enveloped both Xing Tian and Ji Ming. Chapter 71. The frightening encounter with the demon saint. A single finger stuns the war god. Xing Tian who dares to intrude? The sudden turn of events left both Xing Tian and Ji Ming utterly astounded. The suffocating pressure that enveloped them was shocking. They no longer dared to confront it and unleash their full power to resist the impending giant hand. Gasp. Good heavens. Likewise, the assembly of humans, demons, and witches present were also rendered speechless. What manner of being dares to strike against the formidable powers of both the witch and demon clans simultaneously? Boom. Soon, a colossal palm descended, akin to an ancient divine mountain crashing down, suppressing the four corners of the universe, casting the heavens into disarray. The terrifying force tore through countless miles of void, its residual waves instantly engulfing the members of both clans, leaving no time for even a scream before they were reduced to ashes. Only the humans remained unscathed. The likes of Sui Ren and Wuchao were left utterly dumbfounded, trembling uncontrollably, unable to articulate a single word. The innate human beings were completely petrified by the scene before them. Bang, bang. Before the residual waves could dissipate, two massive figures were hurled out from the epicenter of the clash, shattering mountains and rivers for billions of miles. As the onlookers beheld, they recognized these two towering figures as Xing Tian and Ji Ming, lying sprawled on the ground like broken sacks, each spitting blood, their bodies cracked, and their essence waning. Gasp. This sight was utterly exhilarating for Sui Ren and his companions. Those were the war god of the witch clan and the demon saint of the heavenly court. Nearly felled by a single strike? Who could it be? Could it be the handiwork of a certain sage? How terrifying. What kind of existence is this? The innate humans present found themselves in a state of prolonged bewilderment, yet in their shared contemplation, a profound question lingered. Why were they unharmed? Ah, who is it? Ji Ming lay on the ground, his face a mask of terror. In that fleeting moment, a sensation of death had gripped his heart. This was only the second time in his life he felt such a peril. The first was during the war between witches and demons, facing the phantom of Pangu. This time, that colossal hand instilled a fear greater than that evoked by the 12 ancestral witches summoning Pangu's phantom. A sage? No, could it be he? Suddenly, a realization struck Ji Ming, causing his pupils to constrict. His body trembled as he hastily struggled to rise, bowing to the heavens. Esteemed brother, please do not take offense. We, the human race, harbor no ill intentions. If you disallow our entry into the heavenly court, I shall take my leave at once. With that, Ji Ming turned and tore through the void, vanishing from sight. As for the other demons, he cared little for their fate, assuming they had met a similar end. While Ji Ming fled, Xing Tian was enraged. He lacked Ji Ming's politeness and directed a furious glare into the void. Who dares to ambush me? Step forth and face me in a fair battle. Boom. Upon uttering these words, the previously waning essence and pallid complexion of Xing Tian erupted with a terrifying battle intent, causing his aura to surge dramatically, as if he had instantly regained his pinnacle strength. The Guandao, once again, was drawn into his grasp, pointing toward the heavens. However, the void remained eerily silent for an extended period. Damn it, cowardly turtle, show yourself. I shall cleave you in twain. In response, Xing Tian raged, a tempest of malevolence swirling around him, resembling a frenzied demonic deity. Leave now. The human race shall not ally with the demon clan, nor with the witch clan, and will not involve ourselves in your affairs. Time passed, and finally, a chilling, lifeless voice echoed through the void once more. Swearin and the others exchanged glances. This voice, laden with an icy stillness, felt as though they had plunged into a realm of frozen despair, yet it also bore an ethereal and ancient quality. Who could it be? What connection did this entity have with their race, and why did it decide their fate? This voice, it felt strangely familiar. Suddenly, the beautiful eyes of Z, one of the three ancestors of the human race, flickered with a glint of realization, as if a thought had crossed her mind. Yet, she quickly shook her head, dismissing it as impossible. Although that figure had perfected the golden elixir path, significantly enhancing their collective strength, and was a disciple of a sage, it could not possess such terrifying power. It must be noted that the war god Xingtian and the demon Saint Jimong were both quasi-saint level beings. To send these two flying with a mere slap required at least the peak strength of a quasi-saint. At that moment, Xingtian suddenly chuckled coldly. You ambushed me and slaughtered my kin. Do you think I shall depart so easily? I shall leave, but only if you reveal yourself and engage me in battle. If you triumph, I will immediately turn and leave. Of course, if your strength allows you to slay me outright, I shall harbor no grievances. Depart? How could he possibly retreat? Since his birth, Xingtian had never suffered such a significant loss, nor had anyone ever compelled him to retreat. If he were to flee like Jimong, what face would he have left to live in this world? And what right would he have to call himself the war god of the witch clan? Is that so? Then I shall grant your wish. A thunderous roar erupted as the heavens and earth trembled. A finger of chaos descended from the sky, enveloped in a myriad of orderly laws, exuding an aura that dominated all paths. As this chaotic finger arrived, the order of heaven and earth seemed to vanish, and the entire fabric of time and space appeared to freeze, halting even the flow of the river of time. All the humans present felt as though their thoughts had come to a standstill. Before the chaotic finger even made contact, Xingtian felt an immense pressure, as if countless divine mountains were bearing down upon him. A sense of dread enveloped him. This individual's strength was undoubtedly beyond that of the 12 ancestral witches. Such was Xingtian's thought, and in that fleeting moment, a flicker of retreat ignited within him, but he quickly quelled that sentiment with a roar. Who was he? He was the war god Xingtian. There was no one in this realm who could instill fear within him. Die, he bellowed. As the pressure mounted, his battle spirit soared. Confronted with the chaotic finger, which seemed capable of shattering the very heavens, he wielded his weapon and slashed upward. In an instant, the two forces collided, unleashing a terrifying wave that swept across the vast expanse of time and space. However, a shocking sight unfolded. Xingtian's weapon struck the chaotic finger, yet the finger remained unmoved, relentlessly bearing down upon him. Xingtian roared, unleashing a frenzied surge of his own blood essence. Yet he found himself retreating step by step under relentless pressure. His eyes glowed a fierce crimson as he continued to howl, his battle spirit surging ever higher, even as blood oozed from his body, suggesting that his formidable body was incapable of containing the madness of his own fighting intent. Battle spirit? Truly, he lived up to the title of God of War. However, at that moment, a cold and lifeless voice echoed through the void, followed by an ancient and indomitable aura pervading the scene, an essence that seemed to transcend the heavens. Even if the cosmos were to shatter and the grand pathways decay, this will could not be extinguished. It enveloped the arena in its profound presence. Under this unyielding will, Xingtian's fighting spirit faltered, and as it waned, the fingers of chaos descended directly upon him. Boom. Ultimately, the colossal body of the great shaman was crushed to the ground, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 72. The Trial of the Human Race. Once again, Nuwa was taken aback. The atmosphere was eerily silent, as all eyes widened in disbelief, fixated on the unconscious figure of Xingtian sprawled on the ground. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before Swearin and the others regained their composure, and the tension in the air erupted into chaos. Xingtian, the god of war, was a revered figure among the human race, an exalted being whose defeat was unfathomable, especially at the hands of a mere finger. Who was this mysterious individual? Why had he intervened in the affairs of humanity and dared to openly offend both the witch and demon clans? Confusion reigned among the crowd. Yet, the enigmatic figure had seemingly vanished, and the overwhelming pressure that had filled the heavens and earth moments ago dissipated as if it had never existed. What were we to do now? After the initial shock and bewilderment, Swearin and the others turned their attention to the motionless Xingtian, their expressions clouded with concern. The great shaman, the god of war Xingtian, lay there like a beaten dog. If this news reached the witch clan, it would undoubtedly incite their wrath, potentially dragging the human race into peril. Shall we kill him? A ruthless glint flickered across the faces of some innate humans, but this suggestion was swiftly dismissed by others. What folly! This was Xingtian we were speaking of. Regardless of their capability to kill him, should they attempt such a deed and be discovered by the witch clan, it would lead to dire consequences. Yet, not killing him was also not a viable option. Who could predict whether Xingtian would awaken in a fury, or how the witch clan might retaliate upon learning of this incident? Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated Sueren's eyes as he coldly proposed. Let us return Xingtian to the witch clan and attribute his injuries to the demons. We must buy ourselves time. The suggestion sent a ripple of shock through those present. Would this not incur the ire of the demon clan? Indeed, the witch clan was formidable, but so too was the demon clan. Moreover, the demon saint had been present at the time and had likely returned to the celestial court by now. Zi and Yu Chao exchanged troubled glances. However, Sueren shook his head and sighed. We have no other choice. The mysterious elder who intervened has departed, and we are left to resolve this ourselves. We can either offend the witch clan or the demon clan. In this case, it is wiser to shift the blame to the demons, allowing the witch clan to seek retribution against them. After all, those of the witch clan lack a primordial spirit and are not adept at deciphering the heavenly mysteries. If we can delay until Xingtian awakens, the witch clan will surely discover the true culprit. Given his nature, he will undoubtedly direct his wrath towards that elder and not concern himself with our feeble existence. Upon hearing these words, a solemn silence enveloped the group. Ultimately, no one opposed this course of action. It was the only option they had left. In the void, Lin Hao quietly observed the innate humans deliberating, nodding in satisfaction at their decision. His reason for remaining concealed was to test these individuals. This trial served two purposes: to assess their character and to determine whether they would exhibit ingratitude. He had aided them in resolving the troubles posed by the witch and demon clans, even offering them protection from the shadows, which was indeed a favor. As for Xingtian, he was deliberately left behind, serving as a second point of observation, to see if these innate human tribes would harbor resentment towards him for the trouble he had caused, resulting in their scorn and vitriol. To Lin Hao's satisfaction, the people of this era, particularly the innate human tribes, proved to be quite benevolent, unlike some of the individuals he had encountered on Water Blue Star prior to his transference. There existed a principle on Water Blue Star. One could live a lifetime as a virtuous person, yet a single misstep would render them vilified in the eyes of society. Conversely, a person who spent their life committing malevolence could garner praise and be absolved with even a solitary good deed. The reluctance of the elderly to assist was not due to a lack of kindness, but rather the inherent selfishness and indifference of human nature. Fortunately, such occurrences had not transpired among the primordial human tribes of this time. Human nature. Lin Hao sighed softly before vanishing from sight. Having traversed the vast expanse of the primordial realm, he had explored nearly every continent, save for the western continent and the ancient starry sky, where he now intended to venture. The ancient starry sky, situated above the firmament and bordering the chaotic void, was boundless, even larger than the entirety of the primordial continent and the four seas combined, harboring numerous secrets. However, prior to his journey into the starry expanse, Lin Hao chose to leave a fragment of his essence within the human tribes, imbuing it with a strand of his true spirit to safeguard the human race for unforeseen circumstances. The human race faced relentless tribulations. Although he could not offer continuous assistance, it was prudent to lend support as long as his original self's karmic ties remained unresolved. This original self, originally known simply as Hao, had undergone slight alterations in appearance and now resided beside a tranquil stream. After establishing his original form, Lin Hao transformed his golden core body into a Dao body, shrouded in chaotic mist, ascending step by step into the void. Shortly after Lin Hao's departure, a graceful figure emerged, her face painted with astonishment. How had his power attained such magnitude? Previously, upon his return to the human tribes, Lin Hao had not revealed himself, yet a mere slap had incapacitated Xingtian and Jaimin, causing Jaimin to flee in terror. Then, with a mere gesture, he had rendered Xingtian unconscious, all of which did not escape the watchful eyes of Nuwa. Nuwa could sense that Lin Hao had not exerted his full strength, and his actions could barely be considered casual. Particularly, she was taken aback to see myriad paths swirling around Lin Hao's chaotic fingers, emanating an aura that surpassed myriad paths, even suggesting the ability to command them. Previously, during their encounter at the undying volcano, Lin Hao's exposition of his Dao had left her astounded, and now, with his display of power, She was once again struck with amazement. Soon, Nuwa's beautiful eyes sparkled as she gazed towards a concealed spot by a stream where Lin Hao had left his original form. She observed the original self, and then turned her gaze to Lin Hao, who was stepping into the starry sky above. Within the human body, he cultivated a golden core, which then evolved into a world, splitting his soul to merge with his true spirit, drawing upon the power of his original self and integrating with the golden core world, ultimately transmuting into an innate body, the very embodiment of a world-birthing innate body. It was truly unexpected that in this era, among the human tribe she had created, such a prodigy could emerge, achieving this level in such a brief span of time. Nuwa was increasingly astounded by her thoughts. Just moments ago, when Lin Hao made his move, even she experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, as if she were confronting a saint of equal caliber. It is essential to recognize that he forged his own path during the era of immortality. How terrifying is that? In comparison, she felt that neither the 3,000 formidable beings of the Xixiao Palace nor the entities from ancient times could rival this prodigious Lin Hao. Creating one's own path is not an untraveled endeavor. Throughout the blooming of the ancient era, and even during this immortal Dao epoch, others have ventured forth. Yet, without exception, all have met with failure. While it remains uncertain how far Lin Hao might advance, even his current accomplishments are sufficient to immortalize his name in history. However, one must ponder, would the heavenly Dao permit such a being to continue flourishing? Suddenly, Nuwa gazed toward the heavens, her eyes seemingly capable of piercing through the fabric of time and space, seeking the currents of the heavenly Dao that lay concealed within the temporal expanse. Chapter 73. Swearin deceives the witch tribe, making the demon tribe take the blame. What did you say? You actually failed? In the heavenly court, within the Lingxiao Palace, Emperor Jun's expression darkened as he listened to Ji Meng's report. Xingtian, how could he venture into the realm of the human race? Indeed, if the witch tribe becomes aware of this, it will undoubtedly cause chaos. We may find it impossible to recruit the human race. The faces of Fushi, Dongwang Tai, and others in the hall were equally grim. Their attempt to recruit the human race was for the sake of that mysterious individual. If discovered by the witch tribe, it would be deemed a failure, unless we locate that enigmatic figure and your majesty speaks with him personally. Otherwise, Ji Meng shook his head. He refrained from mentioning that they had been deterred by the mysterious individual. His proactive approach to engage with the human race was to establish a connection with Lin Hao and the human teaching. Even if he could not forge a bond, he must avoid entanglements. Particularly after being struck and sent flying by Lin Hao, he had witnessed the latter's formidable power and knew better than to offend him. As long as he avoided antagonism, there would still be a chance. Thus, upon returning, he merely stated that their recruitment effort had been thwarted by Xingtian. And to prevent conflict with the witch tribe that might disrupt the greater scheme, he chose to endure. Furthermore, the demon tribe he had brought along had all been slain by Lin Hao, and he placed the entire blame on Xingtian. Locate that individual? Indeed. I wonder how things are progressing on Nuwa's side. It has been so long without any news. Reflecting on Nuwa's efforts to recruit the mysterious figure, Emperor Jun found it peculiar. It had been nearly a millennium, and not only had the mysterious individual not arrived at the heavenly court, but Nuwa had also not sent any word. Emperor Jun glanced at Fushi, who also shook his head, equally perplexed by the situation. Let us set that aside for now and focus on the matter of Hongyun. At the mention of Hongyun, the attendees were struck with a solemn expression, falling into silence. This was no trivial matter. Plotting against Hongyun and seizing the primordial purple energy involved the Dao ancestor Hongjun, and any misstep could provoke the ancestor's ire. Only Kunpeng's visage darkened. He had been closely monitoring Hongyun for the sake of that primordial purple energy, but now Emperor Jun had set his sights on it as well. The matter concerning Hongyun involves the Dao ancestor. I shall not partake in this. I take my leave. Kunpeng gritted his teeth and turned to exit the hall. Not participate. How could he not? He needed to return and prepare. That primordial purple energy must not fall into Emperor Jun's hands. He could not match Emperor Jun in strength, but with adequate preparation, he might seize the opportunity. However, careful planning was essential. Humph. Observing Kunpeng's departure, Emperor Jun snorted coldly, but said nothing further. He was well aware of Kunpeng's little schemes, but a mere Kunpeng was beneath his notice, especially since a fragment of Kunpeng's primordial spirit was confined within his beast summoning banner. Brother, what are your plans? Dongwang Tai inquired of Emperor Jun. When the time is ripe, we will mobilize our entire force and directly suppress with the great array of the celestial stars. The primordial purple energy must be ours. Emperor Jun's demeanor was chilling. This revelation sent waves of trepidation through the assembled powerful beings. Meanwhile, as Emperor Jun and others deliberated on how to confront Hong Yun. Suiren and his companions returned Xing Tian to the Wu clan. Soon, the entire Wu clan seemed to have experienced a cataclysm. How could the formidable god of war of the Wu clan be defeated into unconsciousness? Who among the mortals dares to offend my Wu clan? To injure our god of war is tantamount to seeking death. Whoever has inflicted such harm upon my brother Xing Tian must pay dearly. Boom, boom, boom. From the various tribes of the Wu clan, a surge of terrifying bloodlust ascended to the heavens as colossal figures emerged, unleashing their furious roars. Huafu Hui, Qi Yu, the 9 phoenixes, Feng Bo, Yu Shi, and Xiang Lu, all the great shamans were roused. Upon witnessing the tragic state of Xing Tian, their eyes blazed crimson with wrath, emanating an aura of impending doom. Do you know who has harmed my brother Xing Tian? Huafu fixed a cold glare upon Suiren and the others. The remaining great shamans shared a similarly frigid gaze, their bodies enveloped in a menacing aura, their expressions resembling those of predators ready to pounce. Suiren and his companions understood that failing to provide a satisfactory explanation would invite the wrath of these formidable beings. It was Ji Ming. Suiren inhaled deeply and recited the carefully prepared statement. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ji Ming, what a jest. Although that old fool possesses quasi-saintly prowess, he is merely at the initial stage and could never be a match for brother Xing Tian, let alone inflict such injuries. Humans, do you comprehend the consequences of your deceit? As anticipated, upon hearing the name Ji Ming, the great shamans erupted in fury. They were well aware of Ji Ming's identity as their long-standing adversary. Indeed, Ji Ming was no ordinary foe, possessing quasi-saintly abilities. He even surpassed many of the great shamans in combat strength. However, he could never hope to challenge Xing Tian. It is crucial to remember that Xing Tian was the only one among these great shamans capable of slaying a quasi-saint. His prowess approached that of the ancestral witches. It was not merely Ji Ming, but even Kunping at the mid-stage of quasi-sainthood could only suppress Xing Tian, but would never be able to inflict such grievous injuries. As the great shamans seethed with anger, Suiren and his companions found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Though they had progressed significantly under Lin Hao's guidance and reached the standard of ordinary Deluo golden immortals, they were still no match for the oppressive aura emanating from these great shamans. Suiren took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He clasped his hands together and said, "Esteemed great shamans, how could we dare deceive you?" The events unfolded as follows. He then recounted in detail the incident involving Ji Ming and his associates, culminating in Xing Tian's discovery of their approach, leaving no detail unmentioned. However, in the end, when that chaotic giant hand descended, he altered his account, suggesting that the hand's master was likely from the heavenly court. As for Ji Ming, he was not targeted by the chaotic hand, but was instead specifically aimed at Xing Tian. The gathered great shamans were well aware of Xing Tian's temperament and knew he would confront the challenge head-on, leading to the inevitable outcome. These words were the result of deliberation among Suiren and others, culminating in a statement that is 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. They further manipulated the narrative, portraying the colossal figure as not targeting Jaimin, thereby justifying their suspicion that the assailant belonged to the demon clan. Even if he did not, it had no bearing on our human race. The mention of the chaotic giant hand? According to your assertions, Jaimin emerged unscathed and subsequently departed. Given that this individual possesses the strength to easily injure Xing Tian, had he aimed at Jaimin, the latter would have certainly met a dire fate. Indeed, this indicates that even if this person is not of the demon race, he harbors no animosity towards them. Rather, he is deliberately targeting my witch clan. Outrageous. Should I discover your identity, we shall undoubtedly not let you escape unscathed. As anticipated, once Suiren concluded his discourse, these great witches began to fill in the gaps, their thought processes entirely guided by Suiren's narrative. This realization brought a sense of relief to Suiren. Chapter 74. I have long noticed you. Touching the hand of Enwa Lass, it is regrettable that my kin, the human race, possesses such feeble strength. My companions and I are equally lacking in prowess. Otherwise, given the Wu clan's benevolence towards us throughout these years, we would undoubtedly not remain passive. This statement was uttered by the most gentle and kind-hearted of the 3 ancestors. The Zi clan, a deliberate orchestration to evoke the goodwill of the great shamans. Indeed, upon hearing these words, the unfriendly gazes of the great shamans towards the human race vanished. Oh, is that so? Only Qiyu displayed an unusual expression, causing the faces of Suiren and the others to change momentarily, though they quickly regained their composure. Qiyu nodded, refraining from further inquiry, and addressed the other ancestral shamans. I shall report this matter to the esteemed ancestors. The power of one who can strike down Xingtian with a mere finger is not something we can contend with. Moreover, I sense that this situation is more complex than it appears. Consider this. What could possibly compel Emperor Jun to court the human race and even send Ji Ming? Do you not find this peculiar? Among the great shamans, Qi Yu stood out for his rationality and foresight, while the attention of the others remained fixated on the one who had injured Xingtian. With that, the great shamans nodded in agreement. Indeed, to possess the capability to incapacitate Xingtian with a single finger is beyond their means. In that case, esteemed shamans, we shall take our leave. We depart. Seeing that the matter had concluded, Suiren and the others chose not to linger, as remaining in the presence of such formidable shamans was excessively burdensome. After they had traveled a considerable distance and confirmed they were not being pursued, the innate human beings finally breathed a sigh of relief, having settled the matter at hand. Just as Suiren and his companions returned to the human realm, Lin Hao, in his human form, sensed something and a smile graced his face. As for Lin Hao's true self, he had already arrived in the ancient starry sky, marking his first foray into this vast expanse. Previously, while at the peak of Buzhou Mountain, he could gaze upon the heavens, but he had never truly set foot in this celestial domain. The starry sky was immeasurably vast, far exceeding the size of the primordial continent. Before his eyes lay a myriad of stars, some as small as dust, others as grand as entire worlds. What purpose had he in this stellar realm? Simultaneously, Enwa had followed Lin Hao into the starry sky, though she was perplexed as to why he chose to wander instead of secluding himself to comprehend the Great Dao. Master Enwa, having followed for so long and reaching this place, shall we continue on? As Enwa pondered this question, a familiar voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Her expression shifted as she looked ahead to find Lin Hao, who had unknowingly acquired a face on the back of his head, gazing at her with an enigmatic smile. Enwa was momentarily taken aback. When did you discover my presence? She believed she had concealed herself exceptionally well, having not released even a trace of her aura. After all, as a sage of the heavenly Dao, she assumed that no one beneath the sage level could possibly detect her. When did I discover you? Hasn't my master always been following me? Lin Hao found it somewhat amusing that Nuwa had been following him all along. How could he not be aware? With the enhancement of his cultivation, his eyes of insight were also undergoing a transformation. In this primordial realm, there was hardly anything that could elude his gaze. However, he chose to disregard her presence and had no intention of confronting a saint, especially a female one. If she wished to follow, so be it, after all. He possessed no secrets beyond his eyes of insight, which even a saint could not perceive. You brat, Nuwa exclaimed, her delicate face flushing with indignation as she suddenly appeared beside Lin Hao, glaring at him. How dare you toy with me? Prepare to be punished. With that, she extended her jade hand to strike him. Naturally, she would not unleash her full power. She was merely vexed and intended to teach this young man a lesson. A revered saint, stalking and spying on a junior only to be discovered without confrontation. If word of this got out, it would be a tremendous embarrassment for her. Dear Master Nuwa, this is your oversight. Lin Hao had refrained from retaliating last time, but this time he swiftly evaded her slap and seized her jade hand. You. Nuwa was taken aback, unable to comprehend how she had been caught by him. She gazed at Lin Hao in disbelief, not because she questioned how he managed to grasp her hand, but rather that a man had dared to touch her at all. Since her inception, no man had ever laid a hand upon her, let alone grasped her hand. Seeing her momentarily stunned, Lin Hao teased, Master, do not develop curiosity towards others, especially men. Otherwise, you may find yourself at a disadvantage. Having said this, he made no further moves, releasing her hand and stepping away, vanishing across billions of light years in mere strides, leaving Nuwa in a daze. At this point, Lin Hao was enveloped in chaotic energy, his body suffused with the essence of Pangu, effectively cloaking himself. The fact that Nuwa had been trailing him was rather inconvenient, particularly as he was engaged in his cultivation. Once Nuwa regained her composure, she realized that she could no longer sense Lin Hao's presence. Calculating with her fingers, a look of astonishment crossed her exquisite face. To think he could obscure his own secrets, rendering even me incapable of deciphering them? Very well, Lin Hao, I shall remember you. Nuwa gritted her teeth fiercely and departed in a flash. Meanwhile, Lin Hao had arrived on an extraordinary celestial body, a vast star akin to the sun, abundant in spiritual energy and flourishing vegetation, a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. Strangely, this star bore no living beings, nor any sentient plants. Lin Hao's discovery of this place was the result of activating his eyes of insight, revealing this concealed star. He could even sense the chaotic secrets of this celestial body. as if deliberately obscured by the laws of heaven. The purple tenuity star. Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with recognition as he recalled the legendary star. The purple tenuity star had yet to manifest in this era. It would only begin to reveal itself after the calamity of the witch and demon. Shining brightest during the era of the conferred gods. Lin Hao never anticipated that he would inadvertently encounter the yet-to-be-born purple whisker emperor star. How intriguing. It presents the perfect opportunity for him to engage in seclusion and cultivate his abilities. Lin Hao had long yearned for a period of rigorous training, primarily driven by his desire to forge several unique divine powers of his own. After all, as his cultivation level ascended, the potency of the divine powers he had learned from his mentors gradually fell short of his needs. Techniques such as the Supreme Clarity Thunder Method and the 36 Great Divine Powers, though formidable, became commonplace among those at the Great Luo and even the quasi-saint level. It is rare for beings of such caliber to rely solely on divine powers in combat, as most possess advanced magical artifacts. Moreover, his current prowess had already transcended the quasi-saint realm, subtly aligning him closer to the saints, particularly after measuring the cosmos and extracting all the necessary law runes. He would soon be able to attempt his transformation. This metamorphosis would mark the commencement of his tribulations, likely requiring him to confront the Tao of heaven, thus necessitating thorough preparation. Chapter 75. When the path of the underground and the path of humanity prove inaccessible. One must observe the path of heaven. Cultivation resembles navigating against a current. Without progress, one inevitably regresses. Lin Hao comprehended this principle well. Time is indeed of the essence. And given the increasingly tense atmosphere in the primordial expanse, he dared not squander a moment. Multitasking became his most efficient approach. Sitting cross-legged on the Ziwei Emperor star, Lin Hao summoned his true spirit to emerge from within, leaving behind a trace of spiritual imprint. Subsequently, his body was guided by this imprint, wielding the primordial measuring ruler. As he soared into the void, measuring the cosmos and discerning the order of the stars, imprinting these insights within him required little exertion. Especially with the aid of the primordial measuring ruler, a mere trace of his true spirit sufficed to navigate. Having traversed the ancient starry skies, only the western realms remained. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's true spirit, seated on the Ziwei Emperor star, commenced its cultivation. Since embarking on his path, he had continuously transformed both his true spirit and corporeal form, deepening his understanding of the 3,000 principles of the Tao. He had gleaned insights into the power of the Tao atop Mount Buzhou, and forged an indomitable will on the island of the three immortals. These were the fruits of his journey through the primordial realm. However, Lin Hao was acutely aware that such accomplishments were insufficient. His world body required a transformation of form, a path that defied the heavens. For the celestial order would never permit his metamorphosis. He needed substantial foundational strength to withstand the impending celestial retribution in the face of the heavenly laws. Neither the Taiji immortal technique nor the 36 divine arts could contend with the celestial order. Although the power of the Tao was formidable, it was not his own. He required a methodology that was uniquely his. Creating a method necessitates profound wisdom and immense perseverance. It is no trivial task. What kind of method did he require? Lin Hao found himself in deep contemplation. His cultivation focused on the inner world, yet it diverged significantly from the conventional path of worldly cultivators. His practice revolved around reversing chaos within his inner realm to glimpse the primordial forces that birthed all things. Now, this path had reached a critical juncture, and his inner world was nearly complete, capable of perpetually reversing chaos through the essence of Taiji. Yet, he found himself at an impasse, unable to further this reversal. According to the Taoist principles of his past life, the birth of all things stemmed from the evolution of the innate five greats, which led to their emergence. Taiji is one of these five greats. While he had attained comprehension of Taiji, he remained unable to penetrate the essence of the other four. To grasp the primordial force, the essence termed ancestral qi in the doctrines, he must comprehend the significance of the innate five greats. Nevertheless, it seemed prudent to first cultivate his own methods and navigate the tribulation of transformation before pursuing this. To transcend the tribulation of transformation, he must confront the heavenly laws and grasp the methods that restrain celestial power. Thus, Lin Hao quickly discerned the crux of the matter. Indeed, it was about countering the heavenly power. To do so, he needed to understand the composition of the heavenly order. In the past, he may have been oblivious, but with each step in cultivating his inner world and merging his true spirit into that realm, transforming into the heavenly order, his understanding of the celestial laws deepened. What, then, is the heavenly order? The essence of the will that shapes the order of heaven and earth is a force of intention, distinct from consciousness, devoid of thought. This will can be described as the will of the world, establishing the rules of the cosmos and creating an order that governs all beings and life within it. Commonly referred to as the momentum of the heavenly way. This momentum is categorized into the grand and the minor. The minor can be altered, whereas the grand is immutable. The reason the minor can be changed is due to the self-repairing nature of the heavenly way, while any alteration to the grand momentum, once enacted, is exceedingly difficult to mend, even for the heavenly way itself. This delineates the normal celestial order of the heavenly way. However, Lin Hao comprehends that the primordial chaos is far from a normal realm. After Pangu forged the universe and merged with the primordial chaos, he suppressed the birth of the heavenly way while establishing the triad of heaven, earth, and humanity, allowing these three forces to balance one another, thus perfecting the order of the primordial chaos in hopes of creating an eternal and flawless world. Unexpectedly, the heavenly way emerged prematurely. Although flawed, it nonetheless established an order, and under the will of the heavenly way, the imperative to refine the order became apparent. Thus, the concept of Hongjun unifying with the heavenly way came into existence. Following this unification, the heavenly way was completed, which naturally sought to suppress the emergence of the earthly and human paths, leading to the circumstances of the later primordial chaos. This understanding is rooted not only in Lin Hao's knowledge of his past life in the primordial chaos, but also in the deductions and analyses he has undertaken over recent days. With the heavenly way now complete, identifying its vulnerabilities has become a formidable challenge. To counteract the heavenly way, one must rely solely on the powers of the earthly and human paths. Yet, the realm of earth has not yet undergone reincarnation. The earthly path is yet to manifest, and the human path will only arise after the calamities of the witch and demon, and the epics of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This predicament weighs heavily on Lin Hao's mind. Moreover, even if the earthly and human paths were to materialize, mastering them would entail a brutal struggle, potentially more arduous than his own transformation. What if I could independently comprehend the powers of the earthly and human paths? Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Lin Hao's gaze. The power of the earthly path, in essence, is the force of reincarnation. No, it should be regarded as greater than or equal to the force of reincarnation. For mere reincarnation is insufficient. The order of the underworld must envelop the primordial chaos, intertwining with the destinies of all beings to forge the earthly path. As for the human path, it necessitates the collective will of countless beings within the primordial chaos, a multitude sufficient to alter the heavens and shake the foundations of the earthly realm, even to challenge the heavenly way. Yet, it remains unfeasible, utterly unfeasible. Lin Hao shook his head, a pained expression crossing his face. Whether it pertains to the earthly or human paths, both require the realization of the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, which is entirely impractical for him. Unless he could single-handedly dominate the entire primordial chaos, commanding all beings to heed his every word, such a feat is simply impossible, given that the earthly and human paths are unviable. What if one were to approach from the very essence of the heavenly way? Upon contemplating this, Lin Hao's expression shifted, as he could not help but acknowledge the audacity of this notion. Beneath the heavenly way, all are but ants. Even saints, under the heavenly way, are merely larger ants, hesitant to defy its dictates, let alone to contrive against it. It seems that only Hongjun would dare to challenge the heavenly way. In this moment, Lin Hao astonishingly set his sights upon the heavenly Dao, a notion that startled even himself. However, once this idea emerged, it lingered persistently in his mind. Given that my eye of insight perceives the runes of the laws of order, why should I be limited to mere comprehension? Why can I not alter or even master them? As this thought blossomed, his line of reasoning became increasingly lucid, and Lin Hao's eyes sparkled with fervor. He had never entertained such a notion nor dared to do so before, yet now that it had taken root, he found it impossible to suppress. This was not a mere impossibility, it was strikingly plausible. While he might not be able to seize control over all the rules of order in the primordial chaos, the prospect of modifying a portion for his own benefit seemed attainable. Indeed, it was conceivable that, at a crucial juncture, he could disrupt the heavenly Dao's dominion over the rules of order. Chapter 76. The contest for the primordial purple chi. The great powers gather at Mount Wanshou. Having made a decision, Lin Hao no longer lingered and soon became engrossed in his contemplations. In this moment of enlightenment, he immersed himself wholeheartedly in the principles of heaven and earth, his mind functioning like a sophisticated computer, engaging in fervent calculations and deductions. Fortunately, having comprehended the concepts of Taiji and the 8 trigrams, his understanding of the cosmic order deepened considerably. Otherwise, the process of realization would not have been so effortless. As the Great Daos' true essence cultivated on one side, perceiving the cosmic order, Lin Hao's corporeal form traversed the starry expanse on the other, wielding the primordial measuring ruler. He measured the ancient cosmos while extracting useful rune laws and imprinting them within himself. Time flowed like a swift current, the years passing melodiously. Just as Lin Hao devoted himself entirely to his cultivation, the atmosphere in the primordial realm grew increasingly tense, the malevolent aura thickening within the heavens and earth. During this period, countless cultivators and powerful beings across the primordial expanse directed their attention toward Mount Wanshou and the Wuzhuang Temple, where the atmosphere was palpably solemn. The reason so many great powers were fixated on Mount Wanshou was due to the recent revelation that formidable entities were subtly manifesting in the vicinity. These beings concealed themselves with remarkable discretion, which only intensified the curiosity surrounding them. Particularly, the sighting of the Kunping ancestor near Mount Wanshou ignited the inquisitiveness of many primordial powers. These ancient entities were not to be underestimated. A mere connection of thoughts unveiled the underlying circumstances. Reflecting on the past, during the teachings at the Taiqing Palace, aside from the 6 saints, there was another who received the primordial purple chi. This being was the Honyun ancestor. Yet, as the years have flowed by, while the 6 saints have attained enlightenment, the Honyun ancestor has remained dormant, lingering in the Wuzhuang Temple under the tutelage of Zheng Yuanzi. Initially, the world observed with interest, but as time elapsed, attention waned, leading many to speculate that Honyun's aptitude was lacking or that his fortune had yet to arrive, hindering his path to sanctity. However, with the passage of so many years, the great powers became increasingly uneasy, especially following the presence of Kunping and other unidentified beings loitering near Mount Wanshou, which carried profound implications. Recently, it was noted that individuals from the demon race of the Heavenly Court had also been spotted near Mount Wanshou, further heightening scrutiny. It appeared that someone was poised to take action against Honyun. Upon learning of this situation, the great powers from various regions immediately considered this place. Yet, the primordial purple chi bestowed upon Honyun was a gift from the Dao ancestor, akin to that of the 6 saints. Did they not fear incurring the Dao ancestor's wrath by such actions? No, while the primordial purple chi was indeed bestowed by the Dao ancestor, it had fortuitously come to rest in Honyun's hands, and he had not been accepted as a disciple by the Dao ancestor, not even as a nominal disciple. What did this signify? It indicated that these ancient beings, who had existed for eons, were not simple. Soon they grasped the truth, their expressions shifting. They understood that the great powers lingering outside Mount Wanshou, along with Kunping and others, were not probing Honyun, but rather testing Hongjun. Indeed, as anticipated, a full cycle has passed, yet Hongyun remains unproven in his path. Hongjun shows no sign of acknowledgement towards their lingering presence outside Wanshou Mountain. What does this signify? A sudden realization dawned upon many formidable beings across various regions, their spirits jolted awake. Let us depart. Such a fortuitous opportunity is one that I cannot afford to forego. They understood that fortune favors the bold, and who shall reap the rewards remains uncertain. Enlightened by this understanding, the mighty beings wasted no time and swiftly made their way to Wanshou Mountain. Among them was the ancestor of the river of the underworld. Above the ominous blood sea, the ancestor had patiently awaited an entire cycle, and he was no longer inclined to wait. His obsession with attaining sanctification was akin to madness. He would not let any opportunity slip through his fingers. Previously, when a great deal of merit descended upon the human race, it had been shrouded in the veil of fate, prompting him to personally descend among them in search of the one who had received that merit. However, upon his arrival, he discovered through inquiries that the recipient was a disciple of the human teaching, a direct apprentice of the great sage of Taiji, and that the individual had already departed. Ultimately, the river of the underworld had no choice but to relinquish his pursuit. He dared not offend the great sage, a being capable of refining the golden core path and gaining the acknowledgement of the heavenly Dao. Such an existence was undoubtedly a prodigious talent cherished by the sage, and it was wise to avoid unnecessary conflict. Before long, the river of the underworld arrived at the outskirts of Wanshou Mountain, concealing his aura and lurking in the shadows. His gaze sweeping the surroundings, he sensed that at least several hundred formidable beings above the Daluo level were concealed near Wanshou Mountain. Although he could not discern their exact identities, many of the familiar yet elusive auras belonged to those he recognized, all of whom were quasi-saint level powers. However, he was not surprised. Despite the passage of years and the loss of many, the number of those who achieved quasi-saint status from the Zhixiao Palace remained substantial. Now, with everyone focused on Hong Yun, how could these powerful beings from the Zhixiao Palace allow this opportunity to slip away? Having missed the last occasion, this time, he vowed not to let Hong Yun's primordial purple aura escape his grasp. The river of the underworld declared coldly. Soon after, he detected a familiar presence flickering in and out of view. With a sneer, he struck out towards the distant void. Bang! A figure was thrust into visibility by his strike. It was a young Daoist clad in black robes, his expression dark and foreboding, none other than Kunpeng. Suddenly attacked, Kunpeng erupted in fury, raising his hand to retaliate. Cackling, the river of the underworld evaded Kunpeng's strike, swiftly darting away while sending a message. Old Kunpeng, would you mind having a word? It's you, old river of the underworld. Kunpeng retorted, his expression sour as he recognized the voice, but he nonetheless pursued. Their previous actions had been conducted with utmost discretion, revealing no traces of their presences. Shortly after distancing themselves from Wanshou Mountain, the river of the underworld halted, revealing his form. Kunpeng followed closely, and upon seeing the river of the underworld, his demeanor chilled. What brings you here, old river of the underworld? Old Kunpeng, since our objectives align, why must you feign ignorance? Are you interested in collaborating with me? The river of oblivion, devoid of unnecessary chatter, directly expressed the intention to cooperate. Cooperation? Kunpeng scoffed, saying, River of Oblivion, are you jesting? The primordial purple aura is singular. Ultimately, it can only be claimed by one. What talk of collaboration is there? Will it be bestowed upon you or me? It is preposterous. This primordial purple aura rightfully belongs to him, and he would never allow the river of oblivion to prevail. Even if collaboration were possible, he could never ally with someone as formidable as the river of oblivion, whose depth of cultivation is unfathomable and is known for the blood sea that never runs dry, earning the title of an indomitable adversary. If he were to seek collaboration, it would be with a weaker party, not with a potent enemy. Chapter 77. The Golden Elixir World approaches perfection as Lin Hao descended upon the west. It became evident that the primordial purple energy was singular and could be claimed by only one individual. However, Kunpeng, do you truly believe that under the current circumstances, it is feasible for a solitary individual to seize it? Or do you underestimate the allure of the primordial purple energy, dismissing its capacity to incite action from the heavenly court, the witch clan, or even the multitude of saints? Should the saints engage, it would be one matter. But if they were to contend and leave the spoils for their disciples, even if all of us who covet the primordial purple energy united our efforts, we would still lack the qualifications to compete. Yet, if the heavenly court or the witch clan intervened, do you think we, as individuals, could possibly partake? Minghe scoffed, harboring disbelief that Kunpeng was unperturbed by Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Indeed, these two brothers were among his greatest sources of apprehension. While the likelihood of the saints intervening was present, it remained slim. The witch clan, lacking in the cultivation of the primordial spirit, would also have a minimal chance of vying for the primordial purple energy. Even if these brutes were to act, it would likely result in chaos. Thus, his most formidable adversaries were Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. The heavenly court's influence was vast. Aside from Nu Hua, there were 3 formidable demon emperors and 10 demon saints. Even a being of his caliber, a late-stage quasi-saint, could not hope to contend against the heavenly court. Consequently, upon encountering Kunpeng, Minghe conceived a plan to leverage the old fellow. Although Kunpeng hailed from the heavenly court and was a demon master, he harbored a grudge against Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, and he too desired to claim the primordial purple energy. Thus, Kunpeng became an ideal candidate for collaboration. Not only did they require an alliance, but they also needed to entice individuals with unique abilities to bolster their chances of success. As for the matter of ownership of the primordial purple energy once obtained, they would address that issue later. Minghe spoke with deliberation, confident that Kunpeng would not refuse. Indeed, after a brief moment of contemplation, Kunpeng nodded in agreement. With their decision made, the two cast aside their grievances and began to deliberate on whom to recruit. After all, their adversaries were formidable. Aside from Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, there were numerous powerful beings from the Purple Cloud Palace, and they had to be wary of the witch clan's potential assault. Moreover, Hong Yun himself was a formidable power not to be underestimated. And there was also the considerable nuisance of Jin Yuanzi. Meanwhile, as Minghe and Kunpeng strategized their alliance, within the heavenly court, Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and Fu Shi were also preparing. They were resolute in their intent to claim the primordial purple energy. They had already dispatched individuals to guard Mount Wanshou, ready to act at the slightest indication of movement, with even the personnel for setting up the Grand Celestial Array fully prepared. Unbeknownst to Dijun, the 12 ancestor witches had already emerged from their seclusion, casting their gaze upon the heavenly court. Ever since the last battle between the witches and the demons, when they nearly annihilated the heavenly court only to be thwarted by the Dao ancestor Hongjun, the 12 ancestor witches, in their fury, had retreated into the Pangu Hall to cultivate, striving to enhance their powers and vowing to perfect the great heavenly divine array, determined that next time they would eradicate the demon clan. Only when the 10 golden crows wreaked havoc did Dijiang, Zhurong, and Gong Gong briefly emerge to rescue Ho Yi and the others before returning to their meditative seclusion. This time, however, it was Ho Tu who emerged first from her seclusion. For reasons unknown, she felt an unsettling restlessness that rendered her unable to continue her cultivation. Upon learning that Xing Tian had been injured, suspected to be at the hands of a member of the demon clan, she was instantly incensed. After all, Xing Tian was her most esteemed protege, and the thought that he had nearly been killed was intolerable to her. As the war god of the witch clan, the only beings capable of injuring him were likely Dijun and Dong Huang Tai. Though Fu Shi was formidable, he seldom intervened, making it improbable that he was involved. Nevertheless, Ho Tu refrained from acting impulsively. As the only one of the 12 ancestor witches to have emerged from seclusion, she needed to wait for the others before confronting the heavenly court. However, while observing the movements of the demon clan, she noted the recent peculiarities within the heavenly court, marked by incessant minor disturbances. Coupled with the frequent appearances of powerful beings at Mount Wanshou, Ho Tu, not being foolish, quickly grasped the intentions of the heavenly court, an attempt to seize the primordial purple energy of Hong Yun. With a cold sneer, she resolved that her clan did not require the primordial purple energy, yet she would never allow Dijun to succeed. Thus, disregarding the other ancestor witches who were still in seclusion, she summoned all of them to awaken. Initially bewildered, Dijiang and the others erupted with fury upon hearing of Xing Tian's injury and Dijun's audacious plan to seize the primordial purple energy. How could they let this slide? The injury to Xing Tian was not something to be taken lightly, and Dijun's audacity to covet the primordial purple energy was laughable. However, the 12 ancestor witches refrained from immediately assaulting the heavenly court, as the agreement set forth by Hongjun had not yet reached its term. Even if they launched an attack now and defeated Dijun and his cohorts, the old man Hongjun would undoubtedly intervene. Thus, they decided to wait for Dijun to make the first move, preparing to strike at a critical moment. Lin Hao had not anticipated that the calamity of Hongyun would, due to his actions, take an unexpected turn. After measuring the starry expanse for a full Yuan meeting, Lin Hao had extracted all necessary law runes from the cosmos, including those from the Sun Star and the Moon Star. However, he had not yet merged his physical form with his true spirit. His Great Dao true spirit was still comprehending the laws of heaven, seeking to grasp the divine abilities that could counteract the power of the heavenly path, which would require more time. Suddenly, an inexplicable aura surged through the universe, rendering Lin Hao profoundly uncomfortable, even instilling within him a primal urge for violence. What was this? Standing amidst the stars, Lin Hao's gaze swept across the vast wilderness, activating his eyes of insight to discern that the laws of heaven and earth seemed to have shifted. The malevolent aura of calamity appeared to have intensified manifold, and even the very fabric of heaven and earth seemed obscured. Could it be that a great calamity was about to unfold? Yet, that could not be. The million-year deadline established by the Dao ancestor had not yet arrived, and Ho Tu had not yet undergone reincarnation. Why, then, had the calamity aura suddenly surged so dramatically, even disrupting the cosmic mechanisms? Lin Hao was filled with bewilderment. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it further. What did it have to do with him? After all, he is a solitary ascetic, wholly devoted to realizing his own path, indifferent to the worldly conflicts around him. At present, he has meticulously measured the entirety of the primordial cosmos, save for the West, which is his next destination. Previously, he refrained from venturing into the West due to his apprehension of the two figures, Jin and Juanti, both of whom are saints of profound cultivation and cunning stratagems, unhampered by concerns of reputation. Even as a disciple of the human sect, supported by the venerable Laozi of Taiqing, he could not guarantee that they would not conspire against him. However, that caution is no longer necessary. Having completed the measurement of the primordial realm, he is poised to enter the West, where he can immediately extract the necessary laws and runes, thereby perfecting his own being. At that juncture, should those two choose not to provoke him, it would suffice. If they dare to challenge him, he would not hesitate to undergo tribulation at the foot of Mount Shumi in the West. Chapter 78. The Transmission of the Great Buddha, Undermining the Western Faith? Upon stepping onto the Western continent, Lin Hao distinctly sensed the thinning of the natural spiritual essence. The number of cultivators he encountered dwindled, while numerous temples emerged along his path. These sanctuaries were inhabited by a myriad of beings from diverse races, all adorned in uniform robes, often clasping their hands in prayer, congregating within to chant scriptures. Was this the embryonic form of the future Buddhist temples? Indeed, it appeared that the two figures had already begun their intricate designs. While others remained unaware, Lin Hao possessed the foresight that, following the impending calamity of the Fengshen, Jane and Junti would sever ties with the Taoist path to establish their own Buddhist doctrine, transforming the Western faith into Buddhism. However, he had not anticipated the proliferation of temples in this era. Although he held no fondness for the future of Buddhism, he chose to disregard these temples. As long as they did not interfere with him, he preferred to remain aloof. Instead, his journey to the West was not solely to measure the land and extract useful runes of law, but also to contemplate the forthcoming Buddhist path. After all, among the myriad of sects, there were indeed aspects worthy of appreciation. Jane and Junti's ascension to sainthood, regardless of their character, signified their profound wisdom and tenacity. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Hao, and a smile graced his face. After all, he had once proclaimed himself as coming from the West. Now that he was here, why not solidify that identity? Initially, he had intended solely to measure the heavens and extract the necessary runes, but he abruptly changed his mind. Previously, under the guise of the Great Buddha, he had bested the esteemed Master Ling Bao and later confronted the long-eared Dingwang fairy in the Eastern Sea, introducing himself as the Great Buddha from the West. Now that he had arrived, he felt no qualms about affirming this identity. Recalling Master Ling Bao and the long-eared Dingwang fairy, Lin Hao found amusement in the thought that they likely harbored deep resentment towards him. It was probable that they had sought him out over the years, yet they could never fathom his true identity. Thus, in the days that followed, Lin Hao traversed the Western lands as the Great Buddha, embarking on a journey of spreading the teachings. As the saying goes, one should escort the Buddha to the West. He, as the Buddha, had come to deliver himself. Otto Buddha, I am the humble monk Otto Buddha. Greetings to you, benefactor. I have here a scripture. If you are fated, I shall impart it to you. Benefactor, I perceive a divine light radiating from your crown. You are undoubtedly a prodigy in the path of Buddhism. Here, I present to you a tome of unparalleled Buddhist wisdom and a primordial spiritual root, as a gift. No need for 998, merely 98 spirit stones. And you will acquire a Buddhist text never before seen in the primordial realm. What a fortune for you, benefactor. The benevolent Otto Buddha, upon visiting each temple, would pause to engage with the resident cultivators in discussions of the law, elucidating his philosophical insights. Even when encountering passing cultivators, including those of the demonic path, he would halt them, passionately expounding on Buddhist teachings. In less than a century, the renown of Otto Buddha spread throughout the entirety of the West. What perplexes the Western monks is the identity of this Aotfo Buddha, who dares to preach so openly in the West. It is well known that this land is under the dominion of the two revered saints, Jane and Junti, the absolute rulers of the Western teachings. The audacity of this Aotfo Buddha to preach beneath the very eyes of the saints is akin to undermining the Western faith. It is common knowledge that Jane and Junti are not known for their leniency. The disciples of the Western teachings, gathered atop Mount Sumru, are abuzz with discussions about this event, their indignation palpable, some even harboring murderous intent. To preach in their territory is tantamount to courting death. Were it not for Jane's intervention, Maitreya, the medicine Buddha, and Ksitigarbha would have eagerly sought out this Aotfo Buddha. Yet, the disciples are puzzled, unable to comprehend why their master would restrain them. Within the 8 treasures pool of merit, Jane and Junti sit in solemn contemplation, their expressions grave. Brother, what is the meaning of this? This Aotfo Buddha's teachings bear an uncanny resemblance to the new doctrines we have been developing over the years, Junti remarked. Suspicion etched upon his face. I even wonder if he might be a secret disciple of yours. Jane, feeling an acute sense of frustration, responded, If I were to take on a disciple, would I do so in secrecy, concealing it from you? The weight of their years of labor in the study of this Buddhist doctrine, which remains unrefined and unpublished, presses heavily upon him. The situation is perplexing. Their hard-earned knowledge has seemingly been disseminated by another, albeit with slight discrepancies in ideology, yet the paths are undeniably parallel. Surely not, Jane continued. But it appears that this Aotfo Buddha is enshrouded in mystery, possibly concealed by others. Brother, do you think it is possible this is a scheme devised by the 3 pure ones to vex us? Junti suddenly pondered. Jane shook his head in response, declaring, Speculation is futile at this juncture. Our immediate priority is to locate this individual and halt his teachings. If we allow him to continue, our years of effort will be rendered futile. Leave this matter to me. I shall confront this Aotfo Buddha, Zhuanti affirmed, his countenance hardening with determination. Without delay, he rose and departed into the void. Just then, Jane's voice echoed in his ear. If possible, do not take his life. To have grasped our teachings to such an extent, regardless of whether he arrived at this understanding on his own or through other means, signifies his potential. Such talent, if harnessed for the benefit of our Western teachings, would be invaluable. I understand, brother, Zhuanti replied as he made his exit. Jane then turned his gaze towards the east, towards the direction of Mount Wanshou. Reflecting on the time, he realized that the calamity of the red clouds was imminent, and at last, they could resolve the entanglement of their fates with this individual. Alas, my dear Taoist Hongyuan, do not hold it against us. We are powerless in this matter. The consequences of achieving sanctity are far too great for us to bear. As he spoke, Jane's face revealed a trace of bitterness and helplessness, as if he were reluctant to admit the truth. Yet, within his gaze lay an undeniable indifference. Soon, however, Jane furrowed his brow once more, beset by an inexplicable sense of foreboding, as if some unfortunate event were poised to descend upon him. This shift in his demeanor prompted a change in his countenance, and he hastily began to calculate with his fingers, yet found nothing in the depths of his divination. Chapter 79, Red Cloud in Peril. Yet still aspiring to be a good Samaritan? Thunderous roars echoed across the western lands as Lin Hao traversed the terrain, disseminating the teachings of Buddhism. At the juncture of east and west, near the five of Mount Wanshou, a cataclysmic battle erupted unexpectedly. The onset of this conflict was abrupt, unleashing a torrent of immense Deluo auras and dozens of quasi-saint energies, shaking the very heavens and distorting the cosmos. Before long, ominous clouds of malevolence enveloped the sky, while celestial starlight cascaded down and the sun's blazing fire scorched the horizon. A mournful bell tolled in the distance, reverberating like a death knell, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Shortly thereafter, waves of terrifying energy surged forth, saturating the atmosphere with bloodlust and malevolence, tinting the heavens crimson. Such a commotion did not merely rouse Lin Hao. It stirred the entirety of the primordial world. Countless cultivators turned their gazes toward Mount Wanshou, including those from Kunlun Mountain, Shouyang Mountain, Golden Ao Island, and Mount Shumi. As the battle commenced, the aura of calamity thickened, and the heavenly secrets became increasingly chaotic. The consensus among all was clear: Red Cloud was doomed. In the current landscape of the primordial realm, numerous powerful cultivators had set their sights on him, intent on seizing his primordial purple energy. Unless Red Cloud willingly surrendered this invaluable essence, his demise was inevitable. Yet, was such an act conceivable? Absolutely not. This was primordial purple energy, the very foundation of sanctity. One must introspectively ask, who could relinquish such a treasure? Even in the face of certain death, one would undoubtedly fight fiercely. Surprisingly, the witch clan intervened, with all 12 ancestral witches appearing to obstruct the formidable figures of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai from the heavenly court. This development cast a pall over the expressions of Emperor Jun and his allies. Conversely, figures like Ming He and Kuan Peng, along with other concealed powers, celebrated the turn of events. They understood that in this contest for primordial purple energy, Emperor Jun and his cohorts were their greatest adversaries. After all, the heavenly court possessed overwhelming strength, and with the deployment of the great star array of the Zhou Tian, who could stand against them if the saints remained absent? Originally, Ming He and Kuan Peng had conspired to sabotage the great star array from within at the moment Emperor Jun and his allies initiated their attack, but now, such measures were unnecessary. The 12 ancestral witches had surprisingly impeded Emperor Jun's forces. Meanwhile, Red Cloud, who had been desperately fleeing, felt a flicker of hope amidst his despair. Should Emperor Jun and his allies manage to invoke the Great Star Array, he would undoubtedly meet his end, with no chance of even reincarnation. Now, with the 12 ancestral witches hindering Emperor Jun, albeit with the looming presence of Ming, He, and Kuan Peng, a glimmer of survival emerged for Red Cloud. There was even a possibility that he could reach his fated opportunity. Upon arrival, he could activate the primordial purple energy within his mind, thereby achieving sanctity. Indeed, this was the very thought occupying Red Cloud's mind. He was no fool, having lived countless years, and he was acutely aware of the peril of his current venture. Nevertheless, he chose to emerge, compelled by the resonant pulsations of primordial purple energy within him, sensing that fortune awaited him in the west. This is the moment for ascension. Red Cloud is on the verge of becoming a saint. The pursuers behind him represent the tribulations he must endure on his path to enlightenment. Once he surpasses this trial, Red Cloud will soar to unparalleled heights, becoming the seventh sage in existence, second only to the Dao ancestor. With the celestial beings like Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai no longer obstructing him, Red Cloud dared not linger. After repelling a few nameless quasi-saint powerhouses, he transformed into a crimson cloud, speeding towards the western continent. Chase, trying to escape? Is it possible for you to elude us? Behind Red Cloud, figures like the River of Oblivion and Kuanping sneered, rapidly pursuing him. Though Red Cloud appeared fierce in battle, he was gravely injured and fighting desperately. They merely evaded his might. But how long could they sustain this? Where could he flee? Did they not understand the shamelessness of Jane and Junti? They would never assist Red Cloud. Outside a temple in the west, sensing the approaching aura, Lin Hao's expression changed. Was Red Cloud heading towards him? Would he be drawn into this chaos? Similarly, Junti, concealed in the shadows, also changed countenance. In truth, he had arrived earlier, tracking Lin Hao. He initially intended to reveal himself, but was drawn by the tumultuous battle waves of Red Cloud, who was fleeing towards this direction, thus he remained hidden. Reveal himself? It was impossible. He owed Red Cloud a significant karmic debt. If he appeared, should he help or not? Assisting would only deepen this debt. Withholding aid would raise questions. How could he not assist once revealed? This damned Red Cloud was intent on coming here. However, this presented an opportunity to test the capabilities of the esteemed Buddha, to discern his true potential. Junti's eyes glimmered as he shifted his focus back to Lin Hao. Since fate had brought them together, he was more than willing to play the role of a fisherman. Not only was there the primordial purple energy, but also this Buddha. Should Red Cloud fall, the treasures he possessed, such as the 99 soul-separating gourd, would rightfully belong to him. Perhaps he could eliminate a few adversaries, ensuring the demise of Kuanping, the River of Oblivion, and others, thus securing his fortune. Of course, the River of Oblivion was unlikely to perish. That being was notoriously difficult to kill, even for saints, unless a considerable price was paid. Before long, the aura drew near. Lin Hao looked up to see a crimson streak of light soaring through the sky, resembling a blazing fire cloud, racing towards him with tremendous speed, leaving a long rift in the void that would not heal. Behind this fiery cloud trailed several powerful auras, each emanating overwhelming intent to kill, relentlessly pursuing and launching attacks to impede the speed of the crimson cloud ahead. In this chase, the two parties traversed vast distances in the blink of an eye, arriving near Lin Hao. A temple? Red Cloud beheld the temple before him without reducing his speed, charging forward with a tempestuous aura, seemingly intent on crashing inside. He was well aware of the peculiar edifices constructed in the west, where every temple housed statues of Jane and Junti, though their purpose eluded him. Perhaps it was merely for show. However, for him, the temple represented a fortuitous opportunity. He intended to burst into the sacred space and call out to the statues of the guiding and the granting deities. As for the monks outside the temple, and that peculiar fellow adorned in golden attire with a rooster-like crest, Red Cloud found them rather odd, yet had no time to concern himself with them. Make way. Get lost. Those who wish to live should step aside. As he approached the temple, Red Cloud roared, his voice echoing like thunder, instilling fear among the practitioners within. Of course, Red Cloud's intentions were ultimately benevolent, albeit his tone was less than cordial. After all, he was being pursued, with a dozen formidable beings of quasi-saintly power trailing behind him, and anyone remaining in the temple would undoubtedly face doom. Chapter 80. Blockade of the Great Ones. The patient Zhuan Tiamatofo, well said, "Good sir, why must you be so impetuous?" Just as the crimson cloud was about to surge into the temple, Lin Hao, transformed into the figure of the Buddha, suddenly spoke. With his palms pressed together and an expression of compassion akin to that of an enlightened monk, he emanated a voice imbued with tranquility. However, Lin Hao's abrupt utterance caught the crimson cloud off guard, while Zhuan Ti, concealed in the shadows, was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Isn't this the verbal designation that he and Jieyin had just devised? Yet, this Amitba has morphed into Amitofo in this brat's mouth. Is he attempting to usurp our teachings? Zhuan Ti seethed with indignation, his teeth clenched in frustration. If it weren't for the presence of the crimson cloud, he would have leaped out to give this insolent youth a slap. Step aside. Are you courting death? Upon witnessing this golden figure not only refusing to yield but also attempting to obstruct him, the crimson cloud, incensed, raised his hand to strike Lin Hao. His strike was not executed with much force. He merely intended to send the obstructive individual flying, which could be considered an act of kindness, perhaps even saving the other's life. Truly, a paragon of benevolence. Even on the brink of demise, he thought of others. Lin Hao could not help but admire such a person as the Crimson Cloud. He found himself at a loss for words when confronted with such relentless altruism. Should he admire it or resent it? Calm your temper, good sir. Within the sacred domain of Buddhism, tranquility is essential. Whatever challenges you face, the Buddha shall bestow his blessings upon you. Just as Lin Hao's words echoed, the void trembled, and an invisible force of cosmic order surged forth, as if transcending all laws. Under the influence of this celestial power, the already gravely injured Crimson Cloud trembled, feeling his body betray him, and he plummeted from the void. The Crimson Cloud was astonished. He was a formidable being at the pinnacle of the mid-stage quasi-saint realm. Even in his weakened state, he should not have fallen from the quasi-saint level. Yet now, he found himself forcibly restrained, his body under control. Bang! The Crimson Cloud crashed into the temple, fortuitously landing before the statue of Zhuan-Ti. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, waves of overwhelming aura and murderous intent surged forth, as figures shrouded in mist strode through the air, more than a dozen in total, all existing at the quasi-saint level. Among these quasi-saints, many bore wounds, their auras somewhat diminished, yet several others radiated vigor and magical energy, standing at their zenith. Crimson Cloud, where will you flee? Crimson Cloud, surrender the primordial purple energy, and we shall grant you a path to survival. Crimson Cloud, cannot you discern the gravity of your situation? You are no longer worthy of possessing the primordial purple energy. Should you remain obstinate, only death awaits you. These mighty beings, their forms obscured, spoke in voices that seemed altered, rendering identification nearly impossible. Naturally, there were exceptions, such as Ming He and Kuan Peng, who showed no attempt to disguise themselves. The Kuan Peng has long harbored a grudge against Han Yun, and he possesses justifiable reasons to seize the primordial purple energy. After all, it was Han Yun who caused him to lose his position in the Zhixiao Palace. As for Mingyi, he cannot conceal his bloodthirsty aura, which renders him akin to a practitioner of demonic arts. He may refrain from attacking, but should he choose to engage, his true nature would be unmistakable. Naturally, only Mingyi and Kuan Peng among those present possess the highest cultivation levels, and both are currently at the peak of their powers. Upon reaching the temple, they halted their advance. Kuan Peng sneered, "So you choose to remain hidden, do you? Then do not blame me for being impolite. Everyone, strike together and obliterate him without reservation. Should we allow him to escape again, capturing him will become a daunting task." He cast a glance towards Mingyi and the others. However, whether it was Mingyi or the other formidable beings present, all wore solemn expressions, with no one displaying any intention to act. "What do you mean by this?" Kuan Peng's expression shifted. Mingyi and the others exchanged glances, their eyes flickering, yet none dared to speak. They certainly did not wish to engage. At that moment, Lin Hao outside the temple suddenly interjected, "Ba, well said. This is a sacred place of my Buddhist sect, a sanctuary dedicated to the revered saints of Jian and Zhuandi. To act here would be a profound disrespect to the two saints." Kuan Peng, lost in thoughts of the primordial purple energy, had overlooked this detail, but Lin Hao was keenly aware of it. Upon hearing these words, Mingyi and the others exchanged awkward smiles, as they indeed shared this sentiment. After all, this was a temple of the Western teachings, and unless absolutely necessary, they preferred not to engage. Why not let the foolish Kuan Peng take action instead? As for Kuan Peng, his expression darkened as he glared fiercely at Mingyi and the others. Did they truly intend to use him as a pawn? "Are you a monk of this temple?" Kuan Peng directed his gaze towards Lin Hao. "The little monk, Ba, is but a humble practitioner from the West. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed benefactors." Lin Hao greeted Kuan Peng and the others with a calm demeanor, seemingly unperturbed by the presence of so many quasi-saint level beings. "Ba, that is indeed a peculiar name, and your appearance is equally unusual. However, that is of little consequence. I ask you, does this temple belong to you?" Kuan Peng inquired coldly. This individual appeared to be merely a minor Tai golden immortal, unworthy of his courtesy. Were it not for the temple's potential ties to the Western teachings, he would have little interest in conversing with such a lowly figure. "Indeed, it belongs to the little monk." Lin Hao nodded, unabashedly claiming ownership of the temple, his demeanor unwavering. "This fellow is utterly shameless." The concealed figure of Zhuan-Ti twitched in irritation. This temple was constructed by the followers of his Western teachings. And what connection did this individual have to it? At best, he could be considered a guest, and a most unwelcome one at that. Moreover, Zhuan-Ti inwardly chastised Kuan Peng and Mingyi, branding them worthless. Why did they not take action? It was merely a temple. Could they not simply destroy it? They need not concern themselves with him. Darn it. If these individuals remained inactive, Hongyun would not perish, and ultimately, the consequences would fall upon him and Jane. Given that this temple bore some relation to his Western teachings, his foremost desire now is to see Hongyun perish, to comprehend the intricacies of the cause and effect surrounding the Zhixiao Palace. Endurance, this humble monk shall endure. For I am eager to witness the true extent of this fellow's capabilities. Humph, with over a dozen quasi-saint powers present, I refuse to believe that I cannot discern your true nature. Hongyun must meet his demise. When the time is ripe, I shall intervene and rescue you. And you will dutifully accompany me back to the Western teachings, one to you? The cold laughter of Zhuanti echoed. If it is yours, it shall be spoken of. In this instance, an adversary of ours has breached your temple. We are unwilling to harm the innocent, nor do we wish to disrupt the sanctity of this place. After all, aside from this temple, this Western realm remains the dominion of the two saints. If it pleases you, I hope you might grant us the favor of entry, so we may retrieve our foe. Certainly, we are all quasi-saint powers, formidable beings, and to prevent any desecration of the temple, I present to you this inferior grade innate spiritual treasure as compensation. The gleam in Kunpeng's eyes flickered, the shadow on his face dissipating as he conjured a treasure. Casting it towards Lin Hao. Are you attempting to dismiss me like a beggar? Lin Hao thought, bemused, as he regarded the spiritual treasure in his hand. Did they truly believe that a mere inferior grade innate treasure could absolve him of the repercussions of damaging the temple? This entailed a profound karmic connection with the Western teachings. Did they think him a fool? Yet, Lin Hao maintained his composure, showing no intention of yielding. Instead, with a countenance of compassion, he proclaimed, Amitabha, esteemed benefactors. It is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them. I observe that the benefactor who entered earlier has exhausted all his energy. Why must you pursue total annihilation? Let us instead lay aside our grievances and explore the teachings of Buddhism together. Chapter 81. The subtle schemes of Zhuanti and Lin Hao's calculations. What does it mean? My friend, is this a slight against me, Kunpeng? Upon witnessing the indifference towards the treasure he had presented, Kunpeng's countenance darkened. Although he had only offered a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, it was nonetheless a treasure of that caliber, sufficient for a Tai golden immortal. One would expect gratitude and an eager willingness to lead. Yet, astonishingly, this golden anomaly had disregarded it entirely. Indeed, the creature showed no interest in his offering. A blatant dismissal. The expressions of the other powerful beings were equally grim. Kunpeng, why waste your breath? It is merely a temple. We could simply storm in. Indeed, do you think that Jane and Zhuanti would trouble us over such a trivial matter? Moreover, Jane and Zhuanti are indebted to Hongyun. A debt of no small consequence that they cannot repay. They must be longing for Hongyun's demise. As time dragged on, it was evident that the likes of Mingyi were growing impatient. After all, this was a contest for the primordial purple energy. The longer it took, the more likely unforeseen complications would arise. Then why do you not act? Yet, Kunpeng merely sneered, turning to Mingyi and the others, and coldly remarked, You need only act directly. Why insist on having me take the lead? Cough, Kunpeng, you jest. Indeed, we had no such intention. We do not refrain from action out of a desire for entanglement with the Western teachings. After all, we are well aware of the temperaments of those two. As expected, their words rang hollow. Not a single one among them moved to act. Sometimes, the nature of causality is rather inscrutable, the higher one's cultivation. The more one fears it, especially when it involves the saints. Jane and Zhuanti would indeed relish Hongyun's downfall. But were they not also aware of the character of those two? They could guarantee that should they truly slay Hongyun, Jane and Zhuanti would undoubtedly appear, outraged, to condemn them, vowing to avenge Hongyun and seize the primordial purple energy for themselves. In the East, they might have some recourse with the three pure ones in attendance. But here in the West, they were outside the temple of others. Who would they turn to for justice? These ancient beings, having lived for countless years, were exceedingly cunning. Every action was meticulously deliberated, not born of impulsivity. In the midst of this chaos, the opportunist would surely benefit. Seeing these individuals engaged in their cryptic games, Kunpeng felt a surge of irritation. How could he not perceive their underlying intentions? Yet, at this moment, he could only suppress his frustration. He turned to Mingyi. Mingyi rolled his eyes and produced a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. This should suffice. Kunpeng shot a cold glance towards Lin Hao. However, Lin Hao remained unfazed, seated calmly before the temple entrance, hands clasped together, murmuring, Amitabha. This time, the transformed Amitabha, with his golden eyes shimmering, cast a glance at the treasure Mingyi had presented, then swept his gaze over the other powerful beings. His actions were clearly intended to be observed by Kunpeng and the others. This fellow, even Zhuanti, concealed in the shadows, was left speechless by the unfolding spectacle. Greed, indeed. In the eyes of Zhuan Ti, this individual simply sought to extract more. His gaze and intent unmistakably signaling a desire for additional compensation. Zhuan Ti discerned this, and naturally, the likes of Ming He and others were equally incensed. Scoundrel! This wretch is utterly detestable. It is essential to recognize that all present are formidable beings on the verge of sanctity, ranking among the elite within the 3,000 guests of the Xiao Palace. Who could have foreseen that they, a collective of such stature, would find themselves extorted by a mere cultivator seemingly at the Tai Golden Immortal level? A paltry Tai Golden Immortal in bygone eras. They could have effortlessly crushed countless such beings with a mere swipe of their hands. To concede to him? Observing the rising ire among the mighty, Kunpeng swiftly communicated, "Endure. Let us resolve the matter with Hong first." Humph. Abominable. Boy, you shall pay for this. Ultimately, the assembly of mighty beings reluctantly produced various treasures, casting them towards Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded in satisfaction. Rising slowly, he joined his palms together and, with a beaming smile directed at Kunpeng and the others, expressed his gratitude. "I am deeply appreciative of your generous offerings. Since you esteemed benefactors have chosen to assist me, it is evident that you harbor benevolent intentions and share a connection with the Buddha. Therefore, please, enter." Having lauded Kunpeng and the others, Lin Hao gestured for them to proceed. "Go." Seeing this, Kunpeng and the others dared not delay, rushing into the temple, completely oblivious to the fact that the moment they crossed the threshold, they had already intertwined with the karmic threads of the Western Church, which did not vanish due to Lin Hao's assurances. Ordinarily, under Lin Hao's guidance within this temple, karmic entanglements would not arise. Even if they did, they would pertain solely to Lin Hao, the Ultra Buddha, and the Western Church, leaving the third parties unscathed. However, in their eagerness to seize the primordial purple energy, Kunpeng and the others overlooked this crucial detail, failing to investigate thoroughly. In contrast, Zhuan Ti, concealed in the shadows, was filled with elation. "Excellent, splendid. Once these ruffians have dispatched Hong, I shall reveal myself and ensnare them all. Furthermore, this Ultra Buddha is quite the asset. My Western Church is in need of such talent." Zhuan Ti's spirits lifted, and he even conjured a plausible excuse. "You dare to intrude upon my Western Church's temple to commit murder? Not only that, but you also vandalize the temple and slay the followers of my faith. Moreover, my brothers and I owe a karmic debt to Hong that must be repaid. With so many justifications at hand, all rooted in karma, unless the three pure ones intervene personally, none can save these miscreants. As for this Ultra Buddha, it is even easier to articulate. You invade my Western Church's domain to propagate your teachings, undermining our foundation while masquerading as the temple's host, inviting adversaries to invade. This is a grave offense. Such a heinous act warrants a return to Mount Sumeru for rectification. Indeed, I had not anticipated such significant gains from this outing." With this thought, Zhuan Ti's smile broadened. He directed his gaze towards the interior of the temple. The temple was modest, and as Kunpeng and the others burst through its entrance, they beheld Hong seated before the statues of Jin and Zhuan Ti. "Hong, where do you think you are going? Red Cloud, swiftly surrender the primordial purple energy. We shall spare your life. Otherwise, death awaits you." Boom, boom, boom. The moment they laid eyes on Red Cloud, Kunpeng and the others could no longer contain themselves. Their formidable powers erupted, each radiating an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. Strangely, Red Cloud remained utterly unmoved, sitting cross-legged as if he were oblivious to their presence. Outside the temple, as the crowd entered, Lin Hao's lips curled into a peculiar smile. He cast a sidelong glance at the concealed Zhuan Ti in the shadows and mockingly remarked, "Do you wish to challenge me? Come forth." With a mere thought from Lin Hao, the laws of the Great Dao roared within him, intertwining the principles of time and space. The law of devouring surged forth, rending the void asunder. A terrifying force of absorption cascaded like a vast maw, enveloping the entire temple, and even drawing in the hidden Zhuan Ti along with it. Chapter 82. The insidious Aotfo and his deception of Zhuan Ti. A thunderous rumble echoed as the temple was abruptly engulfed by a spatial rift. The moment Kunpeng and his companions arrived within the temple, they instinctively felt a sense of alarm, their expressions shifting to one of heightened vigilance. Only Hong exhibited a countenance of surprise. Who was he, to possess such formidable power? Indeed, while Hong remained seated before the statue of Zhuan Ti, his mind was acutely aware that this was the machination of the golden figure outside the temple. Earlier, he had rushed into the temple, intent on summoning Zhuan Ti, only to find himself suddenly immobilized, both in body and spirit. Just as despair threatened to overtake him, a voice resonated within his mind. Follow my instructions, and I shall ensure your survival. Upon uttering these words, he found himself bound before the statue of Zhuanti. This left Han Yun bewildered and enraged, struggling to comprehend the true intentions of this mysterious figure. Even now, he remained uncertain of the underlying scheme. Was the aim to seize his primordial purple chi? The stranger had clearly possessed the opportunity to act, but refrained, even claiming to desire his rescue. Yet, if that were the case, should they not have intervened to stop Kunpeng and the others? Why had they instead demanded certain treasures before allowing his pursuers to enter? Confusion enveloped Han Yun, mirrored by the expressions of Kunpeng and Mingyi. However, being beings of considerable power, they quickly regained their composure and unleashed their full cultivation to thwart the encroaching void. Boom. At that moment, a figure shrouded in mist emerged from the void. As this obscured figure appeared, a vast, overwhelming aura of sanctity surged forth, permeating the atmosphere and exerting immense pressure upon all present. Who is this? The Holy Might. Zhuanti. Zhuanti the Saint. As the presence of the newcomer was recognized, the faces of Kunpeng and his companions paled in shock. Zhuanti? Meanwhile, Han Yun's eyes widened. He had yet to summon him, and yet here he was? But soon, a look of joy spread across Han Yun's face. Regardless of Zhuanti's unexpected arrival, this was undoubtedly a lifeline for him. Perhaps Zhuanti had come to rescue him. Suddenly, Han Yun felt the restraints upon his body dissipate. Without hesitation, he cried out to Zhuanti, "Saint Zhuanti, save me." Boom. This exclamation reverberated through the temple, igniting a wave of boundless fury within Zhuanti. He was acutely aware that he had been duped. The audacity of Han Yun's shout nearly made him choke with rage, his face paling as he fought to contain his wrath. Why had he concealed himself in the shadows? Naturally, it was to reap the benefits of the situation. The circumstances had been exceptionally favorable for him. Once Han Yun was dead, he would make his move. Moreover, this was the West, and the three pure ones would not arrive. In that eventuality, not only would the primordial purple chi be his, but he would also secure the greatest advantage. However, this advantageous scenario had been shattered in an instant. Who dares to deceive me? He bellowed. No, it must be him, Aotfo. Suddenly, Zhuanti's mind jolted as he recalled the presence of Aotfo still lurking outside the temple. It was indeed this individual who ensnared himself. Could it be that the other party had already discovered him? Was everything he had just executed merely a prelude to a grand scheme? A sudden realization surged through him, unleashing an overwhelming aura of murderous intent from Zhuanti. He was genuinely enraged. For how long had it been since he ascended to sainthood, and who dared to show him disrespect, let alone orchestrate a trap against him? This was dire. Cursed be it, he had truly provoked the ire of this formidable being. The atmosphere grew tense, and all present, including Kunpeng and Mingyi, turned pale in the face of Zhuanti's formidable wrath. Even Han Yun, who had initially appeared hopeful and sought salvation, found his expression frozen in fear. Zhuanti, however, paid no heed to Han Yun, his gaze fixed intently outside the temple. Yet, outside the temple, there was no sign of the elusive Buddha. Lin Hao had long vanished without a trace. Curse it, do not let this monk catch you. Zhuanti growled, filled with a fervent desire to rend the little thief into pieces, yet he could not afford to leave. The onlookers had already seen him, particularly Han Yun, who had caught sight of him. Under the celestial mandate, Han Yun was destined to fall, yet now he had inadvertently entangled Zhuanti within this web of fate, a consequence that would inevitably reflect upon him. Zhuanti remained silent, standing in the midst of the gathering with a countenance as dark as thunder. He contemplated how to resolve this predicament. Any misstep could lead to a disruption of the celestial order that might rebound upon him. Han Yun must perish, whether for the sake of destiny or for his own self-preservation. Yet, he owed Han Yun a significant karmic debt, and how could he let someone die before his very eyes? At this moment, Zhuanti was solely focused on devising a way to ensure Han Yun's demise without implicating himself. Finally, with a resolute clenching of his teeth, he reached a decision in his heart. Forgive me, Han Yun. To secure your death, I must abandon my dignity once more. Humph, you audacious little thief. Daring to steal the treasures of my Western teachings and slay my disciples, and now you wish to escape. With his resolution made, Zhuanti bellowed, his holy might surging forth as he charged out of the temple in pursuit of Lin Hao, the elusive Buddha. He had not even calculated Lin Hao's whereabouts. His sole intention was to leave and pursue Lin Hao, merely using the excuse of seeking retribution for the theft of his treasured artifacts and the slaying of his disciples. The grievances of theft and massacre were no trifles. They were sufficient to drive a saint to disregard all else. As Zhuanti departed, The assembly within the temple was left in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? He is simply leaving? Stealing the treasures of the Western teachings? And killing a disciple of a saint? Had this Buddha gone mad? It seemed that Zhu and Ti was not targeting them, but rather pursuing that elusive Buddha. Yet, it did not make sense. That golden figure appeared to possess only the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal. How could he possibly have stolen the treasures of the Western teachings and slain a saint's disciple? Kuanpeng, Mingyi, and others were utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, regardless of how bizarre the situation was, they were relieved that Zhu and Ti was not after them. Thus, they redirected their attention back to Han Yun. As for Han Yun, he was utterly taken aback at this moment. The figure of Zhu and Ti had arrived, yet instead of offering him assistance, he simply departed, not even casting a glance in his direction. Zhu and Ti, regaining his composure, Han Yun's expression twisted into a fierce grimace, his voice transforming into a roar. He had aided Zhu and Ti in seizing the sacred position. This was the consequence dictated by the heavens. He, Han Yun, was a benefactor of the two saints of the West. Yet now, Zhu and Ti had the audacity to abandon him in plain sight. Han Yun was nearly driven to the brink of explosion. Haha, old Han Yun. It seems your final support has vanished. Old Han Yun, I offer you one last opportunity. Surrender the primordial purple energy, or today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. Surrender the primordial purple energy. With Zhu and Ti no longer obstructing them, the likes of Mingyi and Kuanping emerged from the shadows, surrounding Han Yun with readiness to strike at any moment. Chapter 83. Transferring the battlefield. The red cloud self-detonates the Mount Meru, seeking to escape this cycle of causality. Just as Zhu and Ti departed from the temple, Lin Hao felt a stirring within him. He let out a cold chuckle, and with a mere thought, he activated the formation he had meticulously arranged within the temple. Buzz. As the formation sprang to life, the temple, which had been stabilized by Zhu and Ti, began to tremble anew, unleashing an even more terrifying force of devourment that swiftly pulled the temple deep into the dimensional abyss. Crack! At that moment, beneath Mount Meru, the void was suddenly torn asunder, and the temple surged forth from the rift, crashing down violently at the mountain's base. What is happening? What has transpired? Within the temple, the likes of Ming He and Kuanpeng were coercing Red Cloud, their patience wearing thin, prepared to strike him down, when their expressions abruptly changed. What is this? It is Mount Meru. Could it be that Zhu and Ti? This sudden turn of events left Ming He, Kuanpeng, and others aghast, their faces paling in disbelief. What is going on? Weren't you supposed to ignore us? Were you not pursuing that Ultraman Buddha? How have we been transported to your Mount Meru? I knew it. That cunning old Zhu and Ti, now that he has revealed himself, how could he possibly forsake the primordial purple chi? Kuanpeng's countenance twisted into a grimace. He glared fiercely at Red Cloud, bellowing as he charged towards him. Enough of this. Rather than remain here, fearing Zhu and Ti and Jia, it would be wiser to take decisive action. First, eliminate Red Cloud, seize the primordial purple chi, and then make a swift escape. Kill. Likewise, Ming He and the others were unwilling to delay any longer. Now that they had arrived at the foot of Mount Meru, it was evident they had been ensnared. This was their final opportunity. If they tarried any longer, they might find themselves bereft of any chance. Boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen quasi-saint powerhouses unleashed their might. The diminutive temple could not withstand such force. In an instant, it shattered into ruins, and the cataclysmic energy swept across billions of miles of void, shaking even Mount Meru itself. What has happened? What is going on? How can such a terrifying battle wave exist? Who dares? Is someone assaulting Mount Meru? Such a dreadful tumult naturally roused the disciples of the Western teachings atop Mount Meru, each of them rendered utterly bewildered. What is this absurdity? Our Mount Meru is a sacred sanctuary. How dare anyone launch an attack? If not for an assault, how could such a catastrophic wave of battle arise? What is occurring? Even Jia, who was in the midst of cultivation, was startled awake, confusion flickering in his eyes. A dozen quasi-saint fluctuations? This is my sanctuary, the sacred ground of saints. Who would dare act with such impudence? Jia Yin's gaze pierced through the boundless void, turning towards the exterior of Mount Meru. Upon seeing, he was left in stunned silence. Red Cloud, along with Ming He and Kuanpeng. How did they come to blows here? Jia Yin stood dumbfounded, grappling with the situation. He was well aware of the pursuit by those individuals, yet he had no intention of intervening. If Han Yun were to perish, the karmic ties he held with Zhu and Ti would dissipate, which was, in fact, a favorable outcome. However, how had these individuals reached the foot of Hishumi Mountain? What strength did Han Yun possess to flee all the way to this place? Furthermore, as a sage, why did he not sense their arrival? This was exceedingly peculiar. Simultaneously, Junyi, who was searching for Lin Hao, felt the tremors of battle outside Shumi Mountain, causing his expression to shift dramatically. At that moment, Hongyun could no longer endure. He roared towards Shumi Mountain, calling out, "Jin, Junyi, why do you not come to my aid? Instead, you have brought me here to be toyed with." His voice thundered like the heavens, resonating throughout the entire West. Hongyun was incensed by the actions of Jane and Junyi. When Junyi had previously appeared, he had hoped for salvation, only to find that the elder had abandoned him and departed. Now, he had been teleported to the foot of Shumi Mountain. Yet they remained hidden, allowing Kuanpeng, Mingi, and others to besiege him. What was this? Was it not a mockery? There was no intention to save him at all. Now, having reached the end of his rope with no strength to resist, they still did not reveal themselves. A realization began to dawn on Hongyun. The actions of Jane and Junyi undoubtedly indicated their desire to wait until he was dead to seize his primordial purple energy. In the east, they could not act openly, which was why they had lured him and Mingi to the west, with that temple serving as the bait. Mingi, Kuanpeng, and others also began to grasp Jane and Junyi's intentions, cursing the two for their treachery. However, with their arrows already drawn, they had no choice but to release them. Retreating was not an option they could accept. Hongyun, perish. Death, the primordial purple energy, is mine. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, the powerful beings unleashed their full might, revealing all their hidden cards in a final assault. They aimed to swiftly eliminate Hongyun and seize the primordial purple energy at the earliest opportunity, thereafter escaping amidst the chaos. I refused to submit. Hongyun seethed within, feeling a profound despair. His expression grew increasingly ferocious, his demeanor slipping into madness. Faced with the lethal strikes from Kuanpeng and Mingi, he chose not to resist or evade but instead began to burn all his magical power, essence, blood, and the very laws of the universe within him. This conflagration was akin to a sacrifice, causing Hongyun, who had previously possessed little power to resist, to surge dramatically in strength, momentarily surpassing even his peak state. However, after this self-sacrifice, instead of attacking Mingi and Kuanpeng, he charged directly towards Shumi Mountain. What was his intent? Had he lost his sanity? The sudden eruption of power from Hongyun startled Mingi and Kuanpeng, but before they could react, they stood frozen, taken aback by his actions. Similarly, the perplexed Jijin's expression shifted, and for reasons unknown, upon witnessing the crimson cloud surging towards him from Mount Shumi, he was seized by an ominous premonition. A resonant hum echoed, as an overwhelming sacred aura surged forth from the summit of Mount Shumi, prompting Jijin to emerge from the 8 treasures pool of merit. However, before he could take action, he was met with a scene that threatened to shatter his very senses. "Haha, go forth, let us all perish together." With a thunderous roar, the red cloud erupted in laughter, and in an instant, the figure detonated upon Mount Shumi, unleashing a terrifying wave of power that swept through the surroundings, causing the mountains to collapse and the void to be torn asunder, creating a colossal black fissure in the sky above. The entire mountain trembled, and the elaborate formations established on Mount Shumi had no opportunity to activate before they disintegrated entirely. Under the cataclysmic force of the explosion, the myriad small worlds and Buddhist realms affixed to Mount Shumi were obliterated, with countless adherents of the Western teachings within those realms unable even to utter a cry before being transformed into a mist of blood. Chapter 84. Lin Hao's terrifying scheme. Jane stood frozen in shock, his entire being gripped by an icy dread as he beheld the catastrophic devastation wrought upon Mount Shumi. Despite his status as a sage, seasoned by myriad experiences, he found himself momentarily bereft of thought. It was not until the void tore open and Junyi emerged, howling in fury at the tragic state of Mount Shumi, that Jane regained his senses. "Damn it, Hongyun." In an instant, a torrent of unbridled rage erupted from Junyi, akin to a volcano in full eruption, as an overwhelming bloodlust became impossible to conceal, particularly upon witnessing the countless disciples of the Western Church obliterated, and the destruction of innumerable worlds of believers. Junyi felt a dizzying wave of despair wash over him, nearly rendering him unconscious. At this juncture, Jane also snapped back to reality, his face contorting into a grimace of anguish. Hongyun. Typically composed, Jane's expression was now that of a vengeful specter. Mount Shumi was the sacred ground of their Western Church, with its few disciples painstakingly gathered by the two of them from various places, each cherished dearly. Yet now, half of them had perished due to Hongyun's self-detonation. This was no mere heartache. It was as if his very soul were bleeding. What on earth transpired? Why did Hongyun suddenly appear outside Mount Shumi? Jane glared furiously at Junyi. "We have been schemed against. Zhuan Ti's countenance darkened considerably. It was clear to him now that they had fallen victim to a plot orchestrated by that enigmatic Buddha, the Ao Buddha. The Ao Buddha must have discovered them long ago, and upon the arrival of Ming He and others at the temple, he had launched a surprise attack, forcing Zhuan Ti out of the void and into a precarious situation. Subsequently, in a bid to ensure Hong Yun's demise, Zhuan Ti chose to feign ignorance, concocting an excuse to pursue the Ao Buddha. He had indeed set out to chase him, yet the current celestial mechanics were inscrutable, making it exceedingly difficult for even a sage to decipher. At that moment, the grand formation, meticulously arranged in advance by an unseen hand, activated, transporting the temple beneath Mount Shumi. A ploy to lure the tiger from its lair, the Ao Buddha had ensnared him, manipulating the situation to compel Zhuan Ti's return, thereby thwarting his search for escape. Ultimately, in his despair, Hong Yun would inevitably unleash his wrath upon Mount Shumi, leading to the catastrophic scene before them. Such intricate machinations. Who exactly is this Ao Buddha, capable of devising such a formidable scheme? Upon hearing Zhuan Ti's account, Jane inhaled sharply, a chill coursing through his veins. A dozen quasi-saint powers and 2 heavenly saints had been ensnared by a single individual, played like puppets. Such prowess was unfathomable. Even as Zhuan Ti regained his composure, his expression morphed, a blend of fury and horror etched upon his face. They had encountered those skilled in manipulation, like Hong Jun and Laozi, whose cunning had instilled fear in both of them. Yet they had never witnessed a scheme as elaborate as this. It was utterly terrifying. Indeed, this Ao Buddha had seemingly materialized in the West without any prior mention of his name. Such a formidable entity could not possibly remain obscure. Could it be that he is a primordial ancient being undergoing rebirth, or perhaps seizing another's body? Suddenly, Zhuan Ti's expression shifted once more, revealing a new realization. However, it quickly morphed into a fierce countenance, filled with murderous intent, as he declared, regardless of who he is or what his origins may be, anyone bold enough to conspire against us must perish. Indeed, even if we were to subdue such a figure, we could not reform him. Thus, death is the only solution. Nevertheless, this matter can wait for later. We must first address the present situation. Jie then turned his gaze towards various locations on Mount Sumeru, his face once again reflecting anguish. He ascended into the void, the aura of the Great Dao enveloping him, as streams of golden light cascaded from his hands. Wherever the golden light touched, mountains and rivers were restored, and shattered realms were reassembled. The surviving disciples of the Western Church, too, began to heal under the golden radiance. Meanwhile, Zhuan Ti directed his attention downward, towards the base of Mount Sumeru. Atop Sumeru, the likes of the River of Hades, Kunpeng, and several formidable beings pursuing Hong Yun were momentarily stunned. They could hardly fathom that Hong Yun would resolutely choose self-detonation rather than surrender the primordial purple chi to them. What terrified them most was that Hong Yun had collided with Mount Sumeru, not only self-destructing, but taking the entire mountain with him. Had he charged towards us instead? A sharp intake of breath echoed among the mighty, as the gravity of the situation dawned upon them, sending chills down their spines. They could not imagine the consequences had Hong Yun chosen to explode in their midst. The self-detonation of a great being. Who could dare to envision such a calamity? Especially upon witnessing the devastation on Mount Sumeru, the expressions of the River of Hades, Kunpeng, and the others twisted in horror. It was over. The primordial purple chi was gone. Even if it existed, it was likely beyond their reach. Soon, the assembled powers regained their composure, recalling the purpose of their expedition. And their expressions shifted once again. Each of them, including the River of Hades and Kunpeng, exchanged glances, revealing their shared reluctance. Still harboring thoughts of the primordial purple chi? Just as the mighty prepared to withdraw, a sudden cold snort resonated through the void. Boom. The sound of that cold snort reverberated like an explosion in the ether, a divine might cascading forth, as if the heavens themselves had descended, enveloping the entire scene in a formidable pressure that resonated across countless miles of space-time, causing the very fabric of the cosmos to lament. It was Zhuan Ti, descending step by step from Mount Sumeru. With each stride, the heavens trembled, the Great Dao roared, as if he tread upon the very hearts of the River of Hades and the others, transforming their expressions with palpable dread, especially when they felt Zhuan Ti's icy gaze and the murderous aura emanating from him. It sent shivers of terror through the great beings present. This is bad. We must flee. At this moment, these mighty figures were acutely aware that Zhuan Ti's wrath was upon them. The fury of a saint was not something they could endure. None present were foolish. They understood that while the calamity on Mount Sumeru was instigated by Han Yun, he was now deceased. If they lingered any longer, Zhuan Ti's anger would surely be unleashed upon them. Thus, the River of Hades and the others dared not tarry, hastily tearing through the void to escape. As long as they escaped back to the Eastern Realm, they need not worry about the interference of Jane and Zhuan. After all, the three Pure Ones bestow their protection upon the East, and these two are at odds with them, strictly prohibiting their entry. Humph. To think they could flee after causing such chaos in Mount Sumeru. Boom. With a chilling laugh, Zhuan-Ti's divine presence surged, exuding an overwhelming majesty that shook the entirety of the Western domain. The heavens instantly turned pitch black, and in the west, time and space seemed distorted and ensnared. Bang, bang, bang. Under Zhuan-Ti's oppressive force, the void began to mend, and figures like the River of Oblivion were forcibly expelled, each tumbling from the void and landing once more at the foot of Mount Sumeru. Chapter 85. Taking one step to foresee 5, the body achieved perfection. Zhuan-Ti. Did you not anticipate this? At the very moment when the crimson clouds erupted at Mount Sumeru, Lin Hao observed this spectacle from a distance, in a region where spiritual energy was scant. Indeed, every aspect of this unfolding drama was orchestrated by him. The scheme had been set in motion the moment he stepped into the west, and since the calamity brought forth by the crimson clouds. The elaborate endeavor was not for the sake of the primordial purple energy, but rather to gauge the essence of Mount Sumeru and to glimpse the laws inscribed within. Mount Sumeru serves as the sanctum for the Western teachings, presided over by the saints Jane and Zhuan-Ti. Should he approach recklessly, he would undoubtedly attract their attention. The mountain is beset with myriad formations laid by countless saints, with the two saints themselves standing vigil. Even through the lens of insight, one could scarcely discern its entirety. Thus, Lin Hao racked his brain and devised a plan to utilize the crimson clouds. The first step of this stratagem was to propagate the teachings of Buddhism, subtly undermining the Western sect and drawing the notice of Jane and Zhuan-Ti. Given their natures, it was inevitable they would be unable to remain idle and would seek him out. As anticipated, Zhuan-Ti arrived. The second step involved summoning the crimson clouds into the temple. Zhuan-Ti, fearing the gaze of the clouds, would inevitably reveal himself. Yet his avaricious disposition would prevent him from departing. Instead, he would conceal himself, poised to reap the rewards. Thus, Zhuan-Ti was effectively baited. The subsequent third step was to surprise Zhuan-Ti, forcing him from his concealment, while Lin Hao swiftly retreated to a locale near Mount Sumeru to await the unfolding events. Zhuan-Ti, thrust into the open, would be left bewildered, enraged, and embarrassed, uncertain of how to respond to the crimson clouds. Nevertheless, Lin Hao surmised that even in the presence of the clouds, Zhuan-Ti would not intervene. Such was his character, willing to cast aside his dignity in pursuit of self-interest. Unlike the three Pure Ones and Nuwa, the three Pure Ones and Nuwa often considered their reputations, and even if reluctant, would likely rescue the crimson clouds to preserve their standing, seeking another opportunity for manipulation. However, Zhuan-Ti would assuredly not act thus. He would find an excuse to depart, and the guise of the great Buddha he assumed would serve as an impeccable rationale. Once Zhuan-Ti exited the temple, Lin Hao could proceed with the fourth step, transporting the temple to the foot of Mount Sumeru, thus shifting the dilemma of the crimson clouds from Zhuan-Ti to Jane. Similarly, while Jane often appeared compassionate, his temperament mirrored that of Zhuan-Ti. He would also refrain from rescuing the crimson clouds. Perhaps, as calamity befell the clouds, he would hesitate, troubled in search of the optimal solution. Consequently, Jane would become ensnared in thought, and even if he regained his composure, he would be too late to prevent the celestial explosion. Thus, the fifth step was born, the eruption of the crimson clouds, reverberating through Mount Sumeru, devastating the formations therein and revealing the laws inscribed upon the mountain, including the sacred pathways of the saints, and even the very essence within the sanctum of the saints. With the completion of this fifth step, Lin Hao's objectives would be fulfilled. Lin Hao gazed quietly at Mount Shumi, extracting all the laws and runes from the sacred mountain, including the imprints of the laws embedded in its essence. His audacious endeavor to extract the imprints of Mount Shumi stemmed from its unique significance. Steeped in the annals of ancient times, once a sanctum of the demonic race before the Dragonhan calamity, Mount Shumi now served as the abode of the Western Church. Yet it was here that the demon ancestor Luo Ho had nurtured the celestial slaying sword array, birthing the most formidable killing formation of the primordial era. Subsequently, this locale transformed into a battleground for the war of Dao and demons, laden with historical gravitas. Soon, a simplified version of Mount Shumi emerged within Lin Hao's being, where the laws of the demonic path intertwined with 800 ancillary pathways, rendering his inner Mount Shumi a hue of black and gold, as though a peerless demonic Buddha were gestating within. In that fleeting moment, the philosophies of the demonic path and the Western esoteric doctrines coalesced in Lin Hao's mind, causing his countenance to shift. However, his true spirit of the Great Dao had yet to manifest fully within him. Only a wisp of true spirit was guiding his corporeal form, unable to entirely transmute into profound comprehension. Nevertheless, Lin Hao could perceive that his inner world was nearing perfection, on the brink of manifestation. This realization filled him with profound emotion, as the path he traversed had indeed been arduous. To achieve this transformation, he had traversed the vast primordial expanse and encountered numerous formidable beings, even provoking 2 saints. Now, he could summon his true spirit at will, merging it with his physical form to face the tribulation of transformation. Contemplating the impending tribulation, Lin Hao's expression grew solemn. He understood that this ordeal would not be easily surmounted. He was an anomaly, often triggering the butterfly effect, even when he endeavored to avoid altering fate. As evidenced by his calculations involving Jane, Xuanti, and Hong Yuan, the outcome remained unchanged. Hong Yuan would still meet his demise. This time, however, his transformation tribulation would undoubtedly attract the attention of the heavenly Dao, given the sheer magnitude of his burgeoning power. With his physical form reaching completion, Lin Hao was uncertain of his own strength, yet he was confident in his ability to contend with the saint. Thus, his transformation tribulation would rival that of the path to enlightenment, perhaps even more formidable. He decided to wait, allowing his true spirit to comprehend the methods to counteract the forces of the heavenly Dao, ensuring greater safety. Ultimately, Lin Hao quelled the impulse to undergo the tribulation immediately, redirecting his gaze once more towards Mount Shumi. Observing the dozen or so quasi-saint powers in attendance, he couldn't help but scoff at the appearance of Xuanti, whose display of anger was rather unbecoming. The notion of slaughtering several quasi-saint powers, especially those from the Xixiao Palace, including the likes of Mingyi and Kuanping, was fraught with significant repercussions. He believed that neither Jane nor Xuanti would dare to commit such an act. The only recourse would be to suppress them. But was that truly feasible? Could one subjugate a dozen quasi-saint powers to Mount Shumi? The 3 purities would never permit such an affront. It was crucial to remember that the various saintly sects were in competition with one another, eagerly awaiting the aftermath of the Wiqiao calamity to emerge from the shadows and vie for supremacy in the primordial realm. If the Western Church were to eliminate several prominent figures from the Xixiao Palace, what would ensue? The other saints would have no choice but to capitulate. Moreover, the 3 pure ones would undoubtedly never permit the primordial purple chi to fall into the hands of the Western sect. This is precisely why Lin Hao is so confident. Despite the fury radiating from Xuanti, which seems poised to unleash devastation, he is certain that such intentions will ultimately be thwarted. Boom. Beneath Mount Sumeru, as Xuanti's wrath erupted, a terrifying sanctity reverberated throughout the entirety of the West, his overwhelming anger akin to an apocalyptic force. In the midst of this turmoil, including the likes of the river Styx and Kuanping, a dozen or so quasi-saint powers all appeared pale, struggling to maintain their footing against the oppressive might of Xuanti's sanctity. Xuanti, what do you mean by this? Xuanti the saint, what are your intentions? We have done you no wrong. Indeed, we did not anticipate the self-detonation of Hong Yuan. That was never our intention. Furthermore, we too have been ensnared in this scheme. The river Styx and others glared at Xuanti. Although they feared the saints, they were, after all, formidable beings of the Purple Cloud Palace and were unwilling to forfeit their dignity by kneeling before a saint like ordinary cultivators. Chapter 86. The brazen face of Xuanti and the dread of the 3 pure ones. Xuanti coldly chuckled, his expression shrouded in a dark chill, and remarked, "Of course. I am aware that you have been ensnared. It was none other than Hong Yuan who detonated my Mount Sumeru. Yet, it was you who forced him into such desperation. Now that Hong Yuan is deceased, this karmic debt must be repaid by you. As for those who orchestrated your downfall, rest assured, I shall not let them escape justice." With a shift in tone, Xuanti turned his gaze towards Mount Sumeru, his visage a tapestry of sorrow and ire, and cried out, "My dear friend Hong Yuan, why could you not wait for me? It is not that I wish to abandon you. I was merely caught off guard by a scheme and the slaughter of my disciples, and in my fury, I pursued that accursed Buddha. I had hoped you would endure a little longer, but alas, that vile Buddha transported you beneath my Mount Sumeru, leaving me unable to return in time. Oh, my friend, how could you unleash your wrath upon my Western sect? My disciples bear no guilt. It is I who have wrought this upon you." After expressing his grief and indignation, Zhuanti's tone took a chilling turn as he directed a cold glare towards the likes of Ming He and others, stating, "However, dear Hong Yun, fret not. Despite the anger you have provoked in me by destroying my Mount Sumeru, I shall repay the favor owed to you from years past. Not a single one of those pursuing you shall escape my retribution." What a swift change in demeanor. Not only did Ming He and the others twitch in disbelief, but Lin Hao too was left dumbfounded, inadvertently giving Zhuanti a thumbs up. Just moments ago, he had raged against Hong Yun with murderous intent, nearly seeking to desecrate his remains, and now he professed a desire for vengeance on Hong Yun's behalf. Lin Hao was thoroughly astonished by the audacity of this sage. As for Ming He and the others, they inwardly cursed Zhuanti for his shamelessness. Was it merely a pretext to strike against them? Why hadn't Hong Yun obliterated all of Mount Sumeru? Enough of this prattle, Zhuanti continued. You all shall obediently return with me. Fear not, for I harbor no desire for bloodshed, especially considering we were once brethren in the Zhixiao Palace. This time, my punishment will be but a minor reprimand. Though Zhuanti spoke sweetly, his actions were devoid of mercy. A divine authority enveloped the heavens and earth, commanding the skies above and the underworld below. As a resplendent light illuminated the realm, he summoned the seven-treasure mysterious tree and unleashed it upon Kunpeng and the others. But he spared Ming He. It was not that he feared to subdue him, but rather that he recognized this individual had no fear of death. Confining him would yield no benefit, and he might resort to self-detonation like Hong Yun, which would create further complications. Ming He, momentarily stunned, pondered why Zhuanti had refrained from attacking him. Was he truly that formidable, instilling trepidation in a sage? Perhaps it was time for him to make a hasty retreat, with no time for further contemplation. The fact that Zhuanti had spared him, regardless of the motive, was undeniably fortuitous, saving him from a desperate struggle. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, a surge of magnificent holy might swept through the heavens and the earth, as an overwhelming aura of the Great Daos surged forth from the east, instantly engulfing the entire primordial expanse with a terrifying pressure. Simultaneously, atop Mount Shouyang, a colossal Taiji diagram began to rise, with the dual energies of yin and yang flowing forth, transforming into two yin-yang fish, suffused with the essence of a primordial treasure. Following this, on Kunlun Mountain, a black banner billowed fiercely in the wind, obscuring the sky and the sun, as if attempting to envelop the entire firmament. Countless chaotic sword energies swirled around the banner, seemingly intent on cleaving the heavens and shattering the vast chaos. Lastly, in the distant East Sea, four blades of blood light erupted, exuding a murderous intent that resonated through the cosmos, as a torrent of malevolent energy coalesced in the sky. What is this? The Taiji diagram, the Panga banner, and the extermination sword array. This, even the three pure ones have been stirred. The river of the underworld, which was preparing to flee, suddenly found itself frozen in place. Concurrently, the sage Zhuanti, who was suppressing Kunpeng and others with the seven treasures mysterious tree, also froze in his expression. Junior brother, return. At that moment, a voice of summoning resonated from Mount Shumi, as Jane descended from the mountain, hands clasped together, his face etched with anguish, displaying a countenance of profound grievance and helplessness. Damn it, three pure ones. Upon hearing Jane's voice, Zhuanti's face revealed a look of frustration. Nevertheless, he ultimately set aside the seven treasures mysterious tree, with the three pure ones now involved, though their presence was not physically manifest. The three great treasures were a formidable deterrent. Should he choose to act further, these treasures would undoubtedly retaliate against him. Left with no choice, he swallowed his indignation. Consider yourselves fortunate. With a final cold snort, Zhuanti withdrew the seven treasures mysterious tree and turned to depart. As for Jane, he cast a fleeting glance at Kunpeng and the others, his voice cold as he declared, You may all return, but remember, this time, the three pure brothers have safeguarded you, and it is a singular occasion. Should you provoke the holy might again, you shall face dire repercussions. Thank you, Saint Zhuanti. We take our leave. Upon hearing this, Kunpeng and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief, managing to suppress their simmering anger. They clasped their hands in gratitude towards Zhuanti before hastily departing. Naturally, they did not forget to pay their respects to the three pure ones. Had it not been for their deterrence, they would have indeed been subdued by Zhuanti. The outcome of such subjugation was all too clear, as they would inevitably be transformed into puppets of the Western Church. In such a case, death would be preferable. However, after Kunpeng and the others had departed, the three treasures remained suspended above the Taoist sanctuaries of the three pure ones, and the terrifying holy might continued to permeate the heavens and the earth. causing Jane and Zhuan-Ti to exchange glances of concern. "Three pure brothers, I have released them. What further matters do you have?" Zhuan-Ti spoke coldly. As his words echoed, a voice of ancient authority resonated from Mount Shouyang. "The calamity of the red cloud is a manifestation of the heavenly principle. The primordial purple aura has its own destined order, which should not belong to you." Following this, the stern and indifferent voice of Yuan Shi Tianzun rang out from Kunlun Mountain. "Indeed, this calamity of the red cloud arises from a shift in circumstances. As sages, you must uphold the order of the heavenly Dao and not disturb the grand design." Conversely, Tantian, with a cold smile, ridiculed, "You too certainly have grand aspirations. Not only do you wish to subdue a dozen of your fellow disciples from Xixiao Palace, but you also intend to seize the primordial purple energy. Do you aspire to dominate the vast wilderness?" While Laozi and Yuan Shi spoke with a certain civility, prioritizing the greater good in their tone, Tantian was utterly unreserved in his mockery. His implication was clear: "Your ideas are commendable, but perhaps a touch too idealistic?" Tongtian's boldness was indeed impressive. Even Lin Hao found it amusing and couldn't help but commend the master Tongtian. Indeed, the notion was noble, but did you think the Sanqing would simply remain oblivious? He had initially devised his plans with the Sanqing in mind, fully aware that they would never allow Jin and Zhuani to succeed. Therefore, he proceeded with confidence. For he was not foolish enough to permit these two to reap such a significant advantage without challenge. Chapter 87. Return to Shouyang Mountain. The time has come for the Western boss, Qing Yo Si, whose corporeal form has now reached perfection, to depart. With matters concluded, Lin Hao felt no reason to linger. He cast a subtle smile towards Mount Shumi and vanished from sight. Having been away for so long, it was indeed time to return. The human teaching dojo had transformed into Shouyang Mountain, a place he had yet to revisit, and he longed to see it once more. As for the true spirit, it would remain on Ziwei Star to cultivate its understanding. Once it emerged from its meditative retreat, it could attempt to transcend and transform, leading to a significant enhancement of Lin Hao's cultivation and prowess. Thus, Lin Hao departed silently, as if he had never been present. Yet the legends of the great Buddha Otto continued to circulate in the West. Before long, Mount Shumi announced the closure of its gates, summoning all Western disciples back under the leadership of Jane and Zhuan-Ti. The reasons were well known. The recent setback had left them with considerable losses, necessitating a period of recuperation. Upon learning of these events, especially among the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, many reveled in the misfortune. However, a handful bore grim expressions, their faces twisted with rage. These included the great master Lingbao, the long-eared Jingguang Immortal, Zashu Immortal, and Lingya Immortal. The great Buddha Otto was indeed a figure of the West. Previously, they had suffered humiliation at his hands, and upon returning home, they had sought to uncover his identity. But to no avail. Just when they thought they had nearly forgotten the incident, the name of the great Buddha Otto resurfaced during the recent Hanyun calamity. The great Buddha Otto must perish. They could not allow such an affront to go unpunished. Following the closure of Mount Shumi's gates, Zhuan-Ti quietly departed, intent on investigating this great Buddha Otto. Having suffered such a significant loss, the two saints would not let the matter rest. After the events concluded, Jane and Zhuan-Ti conferred and concluded that the great Buddha Otto had likely set his sights on their Western teachings long ago. The Hanyun calamity might have been a premeditated trap orchestrated by him. They even speculated boldly that he could be connected to the three pure ones, perhaps even being manipulated from behind the scenes. With such thoughts in mind, how could Jane and Zhuan-Ti remain passive, particularly Zhuan-Ti, who felt himself made a fool of this time? He resolved to venture eastward, discreetly investigating not only the great Buddha Otto, but also setting up schemes. For the impending calamity was a trial for all beings, yet for them, it was an opportunity for reaping rewards. While such tumult unfolded in the West, the East was equally restless, partly due to the looming conflict between the witch and demon clans. The ambush on Hanyun had been meticulously planned by Emperor Jun, with the entire heavenly court nearly mobilized, ready to slay any who stood in their way. Unfortunately, Emperor Jun did not anticipate the involvement of the witch clan, with all 12 ancestors of the witch rising to action. Their interference thwarted any chance of hunting down Hanyun, leaving only the ethereal Hongmeng purple chi to slip away before their eyes. In a fit of rage, Emperor Dijun nearly unleashed the grand array of the heavenly stars and engaged in battle with the 12 ancestor witches. However, the 12 ancestor witches showed no fear. If he dared to fight, they would too. If he were to summon the grand array, they would counter with the great array of divine slaughter, thus prompting a premature conflict. Ultimately, Dijun restrained himself, choosing not to instigate war at that moment. Although their grand array was perfected, Lin Hao's influence led to the cancellation of their plans to forge the Slaughter Witch sword. Without this critical weapon, defeating the 12 ancestor witches would prove exceedingly difficult, and there was a real possibility that they would face defeat should hostilities commence. Consequently, both sides merely exchanged a few blows, maintaining a stalemate without escalating to full-scale war. However, upon learning that Hong Yun had crashed into Mount Xiumi and self-destructed, Di Jun and his companions gasped in shock. Hong Yun's actions were nothing short of astonishing. Yet, this was not their primary concern. They were more focused on the fate of the primordial purple qi. Eventually, they discovered that it had first been claimed by Jin and subsequently forced from him by the three pure ones. Once in the hands of the saints, there was little Di Jun could do but relinquish his ambitions, no matter how reluctant he was. Now that the primordial purple qi resided with Laozi of Taiji, who in the entire Honghuang would dare to demand it? Infuriatingly, they blamed these barbarians. Let us depart. Di Jun glared fiercely at the 12 ancestor witches before swiftly retreating with his celestial entourage. The 12 ancestor witches did not obstruct them. Instead, they wore expressions of delight, seemingly in high spirits. Haha, young Di Jun, we bid you farewell. Ah, Hong Yun, I truly underestimated you. Who would have thought that a typically amiable individual could display such fortitude, exploding Mount Xiumi? Impressive. To stand unflinchingly against over a dozen quasi-saint powers, and even confront the two saints of the West, detonating the saints' Taoist sanctuary, such audacity and achievement warrant my respect. Indeed, had Hong Yun survived, I, Gong Gong, would have been eager to forge a friendship with him. Their intention to thwart Di Jun was solely to prevent him from acquiring the primordial purple qi, and they held little concern over its ultimate possessor. They had not anticipated that Hong Yun would create such a significant uproar. Exploding Mount Xiumi? Exhilarating. They had long harbored grievances against Jin and Zhuan Ti, but alas, they were saints and not to be offended. Now, Hong Yun had provided them with a measure of vindication. After a brief exchange, the 12 ancestor witches also vanished from sight. Before long, a sorrowful voice echoed from Mount Wanshou, belonging to Zheng Yuanzi. Regrettably, Hong Yun had perished, and tragically so on Mount Xiumi. No amount of Zheng Yuanzi's rage could change that, as he could not simply march up to the mountain in retribution. Thus concluded the calamity of Hong Yun. A great being, a powerful entity of the Xixiao Palace, had fallen, leaving the world in lamentation and stirring reflection among many formidable beings. At this moment, Lin Hao had returned to Shouyang Mountain. Master, I have returned. Outside the 8 Scenery Palace, Lin Hao paused, gazing at a peculiar green bull lying before the hall. This bull was striking in appearance, adorned with a single horn, its robust form muscular and imposing, its green fur shimmering like the finest silk. What astonished Lin Hao the most was that this azure bull surprisingly possessed the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal. Is this the mythical creature known as Si? A look of intrigued curiosity spread across Lin Hao's face. He was well aware that in the future, the steed of the supreme Laozi would be this azure bull, named Si, characterized by its single horn, which during the tribulations of the journey to the west, became a significant challenge for the Monkey King. Ultimately, it was only through seeking the aid of the supreme Laozi that the Monkey King managed to overcome this trial. To his astonishment, this creature was already taken under the wing of his master at this moment. However, the bull's cultivation. Lin Hao found himself puzzled once more. The azure bull before him was at the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal realm. If this were the case, then in the future journey to the west, its cultivation could not possibly remain stagnant. As a steed of a saint, it would have no shortage of resources and insights, making a breakthrough to quasi-saint status seemingly effortless. Yet, in the future journey to the west, this seed did not exhibit such quasi-saint prowess. Could it be that it was concealing its true strength? Indeed, it was highly plausible that it was hiding its cultivation. Chapter 88, Dialogue with Laozi. Contemplating the path ahead. Greetings, who might you be? As Lin Hao scrutinized the creature known as the Blue Bull, it stirred from its languid slumber, unable to remain indifferent to such an overt gaze. Noting the creature's lethargic demeanor, Lin Hao chuckled. I have never encountered such a slothful bovine. Do you not fear being struck by a blunt object? A blunt object? What a jest! Who would dare to wield such against me, the esteemed Si? Before the Blue Bull could finish its retort, a golden ring materialized before it, plunging its world into darkness as a sudden force rendered it unconscious. Lin Hao regarded the golden artifact in his hand with amusement, casually tossing it onto the creature's horn. With his current prowess, he had no further need for such a trinket, and it would serve the Blue Bull well, especially in future encounters with the troublesome Sun Wukong. You, upon your return, cannot remain still. Hurry inside. At that moment, the grand entrance of the 8 Scenes Palace swung open, revealing the weathered voice of Laozi. Lin Hao smiled subtly as he stepped into the hall. Upon entering, he beheld Laozi seated upon a mat, the interior of the Eight Scenes Palace modestly adorned, reminiscent of the ancient Taiqing Palace, with a simple arrangement centered around a bagua furnace. However, this time, two young acolytes stood by, one radiating a golden glow and the other a silver sheen, both exceptionally endearing. Golden-horned king, silver-horned king? Lin Hao mused, his expression tinged with intrigue. With the blue bull's emergence, the appearance of the golden and silver horns evoked a sense of impending adventure akin to the tales of the journey to the west. They were newly appointed alchemical apprentices of his master, and upon seeing Lin Hao's antics of incapacitating his steed, Laozi quipped, "Are you inciting rebellion upon your return?" Lin Hao bowed respectfully. Cough, esteemed master, I pay my respects. May you be blessed with longevity. Humph. Laozi scoffed. Do not presume your actions have gone unnoticed. You have indeed overstepped this time, daring to exploit calamities, and while provoking Nuwa was one thing, now you have entangled yourself with the two saints of the West. Clearly, Lin Hao's endeavors had not escaped Laozi's keen insight. With a wry smile, Lin Hao replied, Alas, master, you are aware that I harbor no penchant for trouble. I seek only diligent cultivation and my own fortunes, yet fate has conspired against me. He spoke the truth. He preferred to avoid conflict. Yet both Nuwa and Zhuan had sought him out. What recourse did he have against such provocations? However, Lin Hao marveled at Laozi's profound cultivation. Realizing nothing could elude his awareness, not even Nuwa's secretive surveillance of him. Let us set aside such matters. However, I sense that your calamity approaches. Laozi's gaze flickered with countless intricate patterns as he regarded Lin Hao, seemingly capable of penetrating the depths of his being. Yet to Laozi, Lin Hao's essence appeared as a swirling mist, ancient and enigmatic, akin to a realm of chaos. Lin Hao nodded, not denying the truth of the matter. His body had reached perfection and must undergo transformation. Without this metamorphosis, the path of cultivation in the future would become exceedingly troublesome. His physique was extraordinarily unique, a creation of its own world, distinct from ordinary beings, and thus bound by significant limitations. To forge a path unimpeded in the future, he needed to transform, akin to those innate divine beings, thereby forming his own Dao body. The transformation of divine stones, divine gold, and primordial chi had all been witnessed by his master. And both his master and his two senior uncles had achieved transformation through pure chi. However, the transformation of an entire world was unprecedented in the annals of the primordial era. His master was uncertain of the consequences of such a transformation, but it was clear that overcoming the trial of the heavenly Dao would be formidable, with the possibility of facing the most dreadful celestial punishment. At that juncture, his master would be unable to assist him, and he would need to rely solely on himself. Therefore, he cautioned, until he was adequately prepared, he should not venture into this step lightly. Lin Hao understood. Yet, having embarked on this path, he would not turn back. For the seeker of the Dao, life and death are but fleeting moments. He declared, By the way, master, should anything arise concerning the human race, please allow senior brother to lend his support. After all, while the Dao remains paramount, it cannot erase our humanity. Sometimes, making an effort can provide solace, preventing distractions from disrupting one's state of mind and giving rise to inner demons. With that, Lin Hao bowed once more to his master before departing from the Eight Scenery Palace. His final words were not solely for the benefit of the human race, but also for the teachings of humanity. Emperor Jun aimed to forge the slaughter which soared to annihilate the human race, a grand design of the heavenly Dao. As a saint of the heavenly Dao, neither Laozi nor Nuwa could resist it. Any intervention would surely invite retribution from the heavenly Dao. Perhaps he could not prevent it, but one must strive where possible. Every little bit helps. Even from the perspective of the teachings of humanity, the future primordial world would belong to the human race, benefiting both the humans and the teachings alike. As a sage, particularly the foremost among them, Laozi might not be overly concerned about such matters, but Xuandu certainly would be. Whether Laozi permitted Xuandu to act was beyond his control. He had already made his stance clear. Shortly thereafter, Lin Hao found a place rich in spiritual energy atop the mountain and began to set up his Dao platform. Once the platform was arranged, he commenced his cultivation. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. If one does not advance, they inevitably regress. Although his physical form had reached completion, the transformation was merely the beginning of his metamorphosis, and he needed to contemplate the path that lay ahead. Seated upon a mat within the Dao platform, Lin Hao felt a surge of emotion. Reflecting on the past, he recalled how he had entered the Dao through the golden elixir, establishing the realm of the golden elixir. and how he had now reached the limits of his growth. Within him, apart from a simplified replica of the primordial world, chaos chi continuously emanated. Though his ultimate aim was to glimpse the source ancestral chi, this required the innate five Tai. As of now, he had only comprehended Tai Chi, along with Tai Su, Tai Shi, Tai Chu, and Tai Yi. To fully comprehend them all would likely demand a considerable span of time. It could be said that the derivation of ancestral chi was no simple feat, not achievable in a fleeting moment. Aside from the ancestral energy, the path ahead for oneself involves not only the continued transformation of the true spirit of the Great Dao, but also the further metamorphosis of the physical form. Once the transformation is complete and the body is fully corporeal, one can cultivate a universe within each cellular particle, drawing from the primordial essence within, thereby transmuting the body into a superlative, infinitely diverse multiverse. In the days that follow, Lin Hao does not engage in systematic cultivation. After all, what exists now is merely his physical form, while his true spirit remains engrossed in the study of how to counteract the heavenly Dao. A mere strand of true spirit controlling the physical body cannot truly grasp the essence of cultivation. At most, it can contemplate future paths and organize the internal world. Chapter 89. The Deduction of the Heavenly Order. Xian Du faces a difficult choice upon the purple tenuity star. Lin Hao's true essence has plunged into profound contemplation. Within his consciousness, a myriad of order rules emerges, each distinctly visible, all intricately woven into the primordial fabric of existence. Among these are the transformations of yin and yang, the cyclical changes of the four seasons, the birth and demise of myriad beings, the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water, along with the five elements, and the phenomena of wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Deeper rules exist, such as destiny, causality, and fortune, intertwining to form a vast network that envelopes the entire primordial realm, manifesting as symbolic runes imprinted throughout the cosmos. Even at the moment of birth, living beings are marked by these runes within their very essence. By manipulating these runes, the heavenly Dao operates akin to a colossal machine, maintaining the trajectory of the primordial realm according to its own volition. Consequently, all beings, including cultivators, are fated to traverse their paths dictated by these order rules. Now, having undergone profound insight, Lin Hao possesses a clearer understanding of the heavenly Dao. The tribulations and punishments of heaven serve as trials and retributions for those who attempt to alter the established rules. Beneath the heavenly Dao lies a thread of hope. Certain modifications can be made within the permissible bounds of the order rules, just as cultivators strive to transcend their limits, rebelling against the heavens. They may be accepted back into the order of the heavenly Dao if they successfully endure the tribulations. In contrast, heavenly punishments are far more fearsome, reserved for those who genuinely threaten to disrupt the order of the heavenly Dao. Such punishments transcend mere trials and are nearly fatal in nature. To transgress the order of the heavenly Dao involves altering the runes inscribed by the heavens. For instance, if a cultivator's internal order runes shatter and are modified, their causal links will be affected, thus altering their destiny, fortune, and even the fabric of time and space. Such alterations, once set in motion, can reverberate outward, impacting others and instigating a butterfly effect that alters the grand scheme of the heavenly Dao. At this juncture, Lin Hao comprehends this truth, for as a transmigrator, he is not ensnared by the order of the heavenly Dao or bound to a predetermined fate. Therefore, every action he takes influences the external world and other individuals, creating a butterfly effect. Indeed, even an action may inadvertently disrupt the external order, unleashing an ever-expanding web of causality. Thus, it follows that anyone not within the bounds of the heavenly Dao, regardless of their actions, is destined for unrest and will inevitably confront the heavenly Dao. Upon deducing this reality, Lin Hao can only smile wryly, realizing that his previous assumptions were overly simplistic. The clarity of his deductions reveals a stark truth. His existence is fated to oppose the heavenly Dao, an immutable fact unless he voluntarily renounces his cultivation and hides away in Shouyang Mountain. But is such a retreat feasible? It is utterly impossible. Especially now that he has progressed to this stage, surrender is not an option. The order of the heavenly Dao is merely a construct. What is there to fear? As long as a method to counteract the heavenly punishment can be found, Lin Hao took a deep breath, regaining his focus, and continued to ponder. Having comprehended the order of the heavenly Dao, what he needed now was to devise a divine ability that could counteract the heavenly punishment. This required a thorough examination of the nature of the punishment itself, what it consists of, and the extent of the order's force that the heavenly Dao would employ during its descent. If he could accurately discern these elements, he would easily navigate through it. However, uncovering such knowledge was no simple task. It demanded immense calculations. Even with his insight into the Tao and the intricate workings of the universe, continuous deduction was necessary. Meanwhile, as Lin Hao was immersed in his cultivation, Laozi summoned Xuandu to the 8th Scenery Palace and conveyed Lin Hao's exact words to him. These are the words your junior brother has entrusted me to deliver to you. As for how to decide, that lies within your own judgment. After imparting Lin Hao's message to Xuandu, Laozi closed his eyes, revealing no trace of emotion on his face, seemingly unwilling to influence Xuandu's decision. In truth, for Laozi, whether Lin Hao's words were right or wrong held little significance. His philosophy was one of following the natural course of things. Xuandu, deeply rooted in Laozi's teachings, also adhered to the principle of non-action, a state of mind not aimed at attaining enlightenment. Thus, in practicing non-action, it became imperative for Xuandu to confront his inner self, to cast aside attachments, and to eradicate the 7 emotions and 6 desires, including greed, desire, and ignorance. This burden rested solely upon him. The path may remain constant, yet it cannot wholly extinguish human nature. At times, making an effort to confront one's inner struggles serves as a source of solace, preventing distractions from tainting one's state of mind and giving rise to inner demons. Xuandu, upon hearing these words, fell into contemplation, repeatedly murmuring Lin Hao's message. Memories of his past among the human race surfaced. He too had once been a member of that lineage. However, after embracing the teachings of humanity, he devoted himself to cultivation, discarding distractions, even persuading himself over the years that as a disciple of a sage, he was no longer the person he once was. Xuandu was determined to uphold the philosophy of the Taiji sage, governing through non-action, disregarding worldly conflicts, and pursuing the heavenly Tao and the Great Dao, striving to remain untainted by the karma of the human race. After all, entanglement with such a vast community could prove inextricable, leading to deeper complications that would ultimately jeopardize his future. Was his path flawed? Xuandu shook his head. His path was certainly not erroneous. It had always been his ideal and goal, and it was precisely due to his nature that Laozi had accepted him as a disciple, shaping him into who he was today. If he were to assist the human race, he would inevitably become intertwined with their karma, which, once entwined, would be exceedingly difficult to sever. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, over the years, a thorn had persistently lodged itself in his heart, preventing him from completely eradicating his feelings for his kin. Hesitation and struggle were etched upon Xuandu's face. He had always remained silent, even before Laozi, maintaining an air of calm and nonchalance, treating the human race with the same indifference. However, he alone understood that he would inadvertently focus on the plight of the humans. Each time they faced tribulations, it would invariably affect his state of mind. If you find yourself unable to make a decision, perhaps a journey into the world may offer you clarity and insight. You might discover a resolution. Observing the indecisiveness of Xuandu, Laozi suddenly spoke. At his words, Xuandu's expression shifted. Indeed, contemplating the matter, it has been quite some time since I descended from Shouyang Mountain after moving here. I am grateful for your guidance, master. I shall descend now. Bowing respectfully to Laozi, Xuandu turned to leave the 8th Scenic Palace. However, he did not depart directly from Shouyang Mountain. Instead, he made his way to the entrance of Lin Hao's dojo. He did not enter Lin Hao's sanctuary but stood outside, speaking softly. Junior brother, I have a question for you. What is your perspective on the concept of a cultivator? He emphasized the term cultivator with considerable weight. Chapter 90. The Doctrine of Self-Interest. Divinity surpassing humanity within the sacred hall, Lin Hao gradually opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the void to behold the exterior world. Brother Xuandu, have you come to engage in a discourse with your younger brother? Lin Hao's voice reverberated through the hall, devoid of any discernible emotion. Outside the hall, Xuandu shook his head and replied, I am preparing to embark on a journey to experience the worldly affairs, yet your earlier words linger in my mind, leaving me with many unanswered questions. I have come to seek your insight, younger brother. What, in your view, constitutes a cultivator? And how does one attain the essence of a true cultivator? Without unnecessary preamble, Xuandu posed his inquiry directly. A cultivator, you say? Lin Hao fell into contemplation, taken aback by the profundity of Xuandu's question. What appeared to be a straightforward inquiry was, in fact, steeped in complexity. After a moment's thought, he responded, What defines a cultivator? That hinges upon your perspective, brother. What is it that cultivators cultivate? It is, of course, the Tao. Without hesitation, Xuandu answered, the Tao. Then, what is the Tao? Lin Hao inquired once more. This. Xuandu found himself at a loss, sensing an unusual shift in their dynamic. as if he were the junior and Lin Hao the mentor. Observing Xuandu's perplexity, Lin Hao shook his head and conveyed, "What is the Dao?" One might surmise that if you were to pose this question to our master, he would respond in kind. "What does the Dao signify to you, brother? What do you cultivate? Is it truly the Dao that resides within your heart? This will determine whether you are a pure cultivator. Conversely, if your heart is tainted with distractions and you cannot cast them aside, then your understanding of the Dao is weak, rendering you unable to become a true cultivator. I believe you are already aware of this, which is why you have sought me out." Given Lin Hao's current level of cultivation and his profound knowledge, he understood the underlying reasons for Xuandu's inquiry. Cannot cast aside. Lin Hao's words plunged Xuandu into deep reflection. Cannot cast aside, he mused, contemplating the human race. He had once believed that upon entering the teachings of humanity and becoming a disciple of the sages, he could relinquish his human identity and wholeheartedly pursue the Dao. Yet, he now realized that he could not forsake his humanity. This conflict weighed heavily upon him. He yearned to abandon his human identity, to cultivate the Dao with the purity of a seeker, yet he found himself unable to discard his ties to humanity. It seemed that his younger brother had long perceived this inner turmoil, prompting their master to convey words of wisdom to him. Xuandu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though he was profoundly astonished within. This younger brother, who shared his human lineage and had entered the path later than he, now exuded an aura of inscrutable depth, akin to that of a sage. It is not a matter of comparison. As a member of the human race, I must consider the interests of humanity. Likewise, as a disciple of humanity's teachings, I must also contemplate the welfare of the teachings. This is my essence. Indeed, this encapsulated Lin Hao's true sentiments. He was not originally from this world and had long since abandoned his former identity, striving to aid humanity. Beyond mere sentiment, his motivations were largely driven by considerations of mutual benefit. Similarly, he urged Xuandu to assist the human race. Beyond merely aiding them, Xuandu would also reap rewards, a mutually beneficial endeavor that serves the welfare of humanity. From any perspective, it is a fair exchange. For the sake of the human race and the interests of the human sect, such purity. However, this time Xuandu's expression shifted. Lin Hao's response completely shattered his preconceived notions. Prior to this encounter, he had assumed that his junior brother's desire to support the human race stemmed solely from a sense of racial loyalty due to his human lineage. Yet he discovered that it was, in fact, driven entirely by self-interest. Was it possible that his junior brother's past refinement of the golden elixir path was also motivated by similar intentions? Xuandu couldn't help but reminisce about the past when Lin Hao perfected the golden elixir path and disseminated it among the human race, resulting in a significant enhancement of their overall strength, even elevating the fortunes of the human sect. Even Laozi had regarded him with admiration. Yet, it now seemed that the reality was more complex. Indeed, my enhancement of the golden elixir path and its propagation among the human race was also for personal gain, benefiting the human race, the human sect, and myself in a trifecta of advantage, devoid of any ulterior motives. Lin Hao spoke unabashedly. Of course, his words did not encompass the entire truth. While he genuinely harbored such thoughts now, in the past, there had indeed been a genuine care for the human race intertwined with his ambitions, though that sentiment had gradually faded with the passage of time and his ascension in cultivation. Now, he stood like a deity, elevated above the mundane, gazing down upon the masses, with his divine nature increasingly overshadowing his humanity. Lin Hao understood well why he had transformed in such a manner. It was through successive metamorphoses that he had cast aside the flesh of his original human form, utilizing the golden elixir path to evolve into a being of worldly essence, subsequently refining the true spirit of the Great Dao. Presently, his worldly essence was perfected, embodying a supreme realm, while his true spirit of the Great Dao resonated with the celestial order. One could assert that he had become a realm unto himself, a manifestation of the heavenly law, wherein his divinity surpassed his humanity. Thus, he yearned to attain corporeal form once more, to reclaim flesh and blood, to rediscover his humanity. To possess humanity is to embody life. Without life, what significance does cultivation hold? I understand now. I shall refrain from disturbing your cultivation any further. Farewell. Xuandu did not inquire further. He had gleaned the answer from Lin Hao's words, a pure utilitarian. Such a person could never unravel his inner turmoil nor assist him. As Xuandu departed, Lin Hao maintained an impassive demeanor, returning to his secluded contemplation. Meanwhile, after leaving Shuiyang Mountain, Xuandu journeyed straight to the human realm. Upon arrival, he concealed his identity, transforming into a common human cultivator, calling himself Xian, ready to experience the mortal world while honing his skills. He hoped to find clarity amidst the perplexities of his heart within the human race. However, as soon as he reached the human realm, Xian sensed an unsettling atmosphere. He discovered that the tribes he traversed were enveloped in a heavy, oppressive tension, as though a dark cloud loomed overhead. Countless human cultivators hurriedly departed from their tribes, converging toward the sanctum of humanity, each visage marked by indignation. "Pardon me, what is the matter? Has something occurred among the human race?" Xian expressed his bewilderment. He raised his hand, preparing to calculate the celestial mechanics, but suddenly recalled that since the calamity of Hongyun, the heavenly secrets had receded, and the ominous aura of disaster permeated the atmosphere, making it exceedingly difficult to discern the heavenly will. Thus, he abandoned the attempt at divination and intercepted a human cultivator, inquiring, "Excuse me, brother, what has transpired? Why do the people from various tribes appear to be in such haste?" You are also a cultivator of the human race? I cannot see through you." The expression of the obstructed cultivator changed slightly, for he possessed the cultivation of a true immortal and was astonished that he could not perceive this individual. "I am Xian, a humble practitioner who has just returned from my travels after many years. I am unaware of the current state of affairs among the human race. I beseech you, fellow cultivator, to enlighten me." Xian bowed deeply, speaking with utmost courtesy. Chapter 91. The Rise of Humanity. In Xuandu, it appears that you have been journeying far and wide, which explains why our human cultivators, despite their frail foundations, are able to thrive in their endeavors and return alive. I am Songfeng, and it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance, esteemed friend Xian. Songfeng, this human cultivator, returned the courtesy and proceeded to recount the events to Xian. Had he encountered a mere lowly human cultivator, he would have dismissed him, especially given the urgency of the current situation. However, the individual before him evidently possessed a deeper cultivation, likely at least of golden immortal rank. In this critical time for humanity, he could not afford to be negligent. Soon, Xian grasped the full context of the matter. Following the disruption caused by Xing Tian during the Heavenly Court's attempt to recruit human cultivators through the deceitful Miaoshang, relations between humanity and the various clans of the Eastern Sea had deteriorated significantly. It was not merely the relationship with the demon race that had soured, but rather with the numerous aquatic clans of the Eastern Sea, including the Dragon Clan. In contrast, the demon race had not troubled humanity during this period. Even the once bothersome demon beasts and rogue demons had vanished. Clearly, the Eastern Sea clans were conspiring to hinder our human race. Xian realized that this was an obvious attempt to provoke and suppress humanity. It was perplexing why the clans of the Eastern Sea had united against us. Even now, we remain unaware of the reasons. However, speculation abounded that it could be linked to the Dragon Clan, as only they wielded the authority to command the aquatic clans. Could it be the Dragon Clan? Xian furrowed his brow. "Would you accompany me to the sacred ground of humanity?" Songfeng naturally wished for Xian to remain, for such a formidable presence ought to fight for humanity. "Very well, let us venture to the sacred ground of humanity." Xian nodded in agreement, eager to uncover the truth behind these events. Before long, the two arrived at the sacred site of humanity, where they were met with a throng of human cultivators, numbering in the tens of thousands. Among these cultivators, the lowest were of celestial immortal rank, with many true immortals and even golden immortals present. There were dozens of Tai golden immortals as well. The strength of humanity had evidently reached astonishing heights. Xian was taken aback, recalling that when he departed from humanity, there were scarcely any cultivators, aside from a few innate beings. Now, after only a few years, the number of immortals had swelled to tens of thousands. What astonished Xian even more were the innate beings, all of whom had cultivated beyond the golden immortal level, with numerous Tai golden immortals among them. While Tai golden immortals may not be deemed significant in the vastness of the Honghuang, they were certainly not weak and could be regarded as high-ranking cultivators. Quickly, Xian's gaze turned to the three individuals seated at the head of the assembly. These three were Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, the progenitors of humanity, all of whom had attained the realm of Great Luo golden immortals. Xian felt no surprise. He recalled the days of his youth when these three ancestors ascended to the Great Luo realm through the merit of the Heavenly Dao. Certainly, in Xian Du's eyes, the three ancestors merely possessed the grand title of the Great Luo realm, yet lacked true strength. However, he was increasingly astounded. He could sense a subtle aura emanating from the three ancestors, a faint stream of Dao intent flowing within them, marking them as genuine Great Luo golden immortals. What did this signify? It indicated that the three ancestors had transcended mere theoretical attainment of the Great Luo, and, from the essence of their aura, they were on par with the formidable beings of the Great Luo in the primordial chaos. How could this be possible? How could humanity have advanced to such heights in such a short span? Xiandu was rendered speechless by the shock. Was this still the humanity he remembered? In his recollection, humanity was merely a minor race, insignificant among the myriad beings of the primordial chaos, easily extinguished by a casual arrival of a Tai golden immortal. Yet now, the human cultivators present alone could sustain a great lineage, and if placed within the demon alliance, they would be regarded as a royal clan. Could this be the doing of his junior brother Lin Hao? No, that was impossible. Merely perfecting a cultivation system, even beneath the celestial path, could not facilitate such rapid ascension for humanity. Thus, there was only one possibility. Humanity inherently possessed boundless potential, merely recognized early by Lin Hao. Being personally accepted as a disciple by the venerable Laozi, Xiandu was naturally astute and quickly arrived at this conclusion. Reflecting upon himself and Lin Hao, the more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, causing a tremor in his expression and a sparkle in his eyes. Strangely, he suddenly felt a surge of fervor, as if his blood were boiling, instilling a sense of pride within him for humanity's potential. But why did he feel this way? Soon, Xiandu's expression shifted, and he hastily suppressed this sentiment. He was on the path of non-action, perpetually seeking to distance himself from humanity. Such feelings were not favorable. My friend, what troubles you? Seeing Xiandu's changing countenance, fluctuating between excitement, agitation, and confusion, his companion Song Feng inquired with intrigue. And nothing. I am merely astonished by the scale of humanity's current development and the emergence of so many formidable beings, which fills me with pride. Xiandu explained. Indeed, that is certainly true. It is thanks to Ancestor Hao. Without him perfecting the golden core path and guiding humanity towards a correct cultivation path, we would not have progressed so swiftly. Upon mentioning Ancestor Hao, Song Feng's face radiated immense respect. Lin Hao. Xiandu's expression became complex, and for reasons unknown. He even felt a twinge of envy and jealousy towards Lin Hao, a sour sensation forming in his heart. Both of them hailed from humanity. Both were disciples of the same sect, with Xiandu as the elder brother. Yet Lin Hao could perfect the golden core path and was revered by all of humanity, even regarded as an ancestor. However, how could such thoughts arise in Xiandu's mind? No, he, Xiandu, who practiced non-action, would not concern himself with such fleeting fame. He vehemently shook his head, concocting an excuse for himself. At that moment, Swearin, seated at the head of the assembly, spoke up, his gaze sweeping over the gathered human cultivators. With a grave expression, he remarked, "The purpose of our gathering today is clear to all of you. The various factions of the Eastern Sea have united to suppress our human race, resulting in devastating losses. Not only have we been unable to extract resources from the sea, but many of our fishermen have also perished in recent times. The aim of this assembly is to deliberate on how we might effectively respond to the current predicament." As Swearin spoke, an immediate hush fell over the crowd, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Yet, it was not long before the attendees became filled with righteous indignation. Chapter 92. The Demon Clan does not target us. Have we returned to the Dragon Clan? This cannot be tolerated. We must strike back. Indeed, what if these sea clans have united? Do they truly believe that our human race is afraid? Since the dawn of our existence, we have endured the humiliation of foreign races. Now that our human race has risen, we are no weaker than any other clan, and there is no longer any need to endure. However, the collusion of these sea clans against us undoubtedly suggests a larger conspiracy, possibly orchestrated by the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan is formidable, the sovereign of the four seas. If we rashly engage in battle with the sea clans, would we not offend the Dragon Clan? The Dragon Clan? What of them? They are merely a once great race now in decline. Even the Lich and Wraith clans have sought to ally with our human race. Why should we fear such a diminished force? Are we to continuously retreat out of fear of the Dragon Clan? If that is the case, how can we honor the memory of our fallen kin? We must fight. Anyone who dares to infringe upon our human race shall be hunted down, no matter the distance. In the arena, the heroes were filled with righteous indignation. The human race had recently suffered oppression from various clans, enduring unbearable hardship. Each of the human cultivators bore intense anger, having long repressed their fury. If it were not for the restraint imposed by the sacred ground of our race, many hot-blooded cultivators would have already charged at the sea clans. What is happening? Seeing the fervor, Sui Ren furrowed his brow. The nearby Zhaoshi and Zi also changed their expressions. They had convened the human cultivators to devise a strategy. Truthfully, they did not wish to engage in war with the sea clans. It would be ideal if this matter could be resolved through peaceful negotiation. The human race has only just begun to rise. Although we possess some strength now, our foundation is still weak and cannot withstand turmoil. Moreover, unlike other races, a significant portion of our people are still ordinary mortals. Yet, they did not anticipate that the human cultivators present would be so resolute to declare war. Regardless of the outcome, this conflict, if waged, would result in heavy losses for our race, even if we were to emerge victorious. Similarly, Xiandu, amidst the crowd below, also frowned. What is happening? When did our human race become so warlike? Has our strength inflated to such a degree? Is this still the human race he knows? This is akin to the Wraith clan. Everyone, please calm down. Sui Run, with a heavy heart, raised his hand to quell the uproar. He spoke, I understand your sentiments at this moment. Our race has been oppressed by the various clans of the East Sea, and I know everyone is holding their breath. However, war cannot be initiated lightly. For us cultivators, it matters little, even if we were to die fighting for our race. Yet, you must realize that although our race has made considerable progress in recent years, with more and more cultivators emerging, the majority are still ordinary people. Have you considered what will become of those mortals once war breaks out? Indeed, after Sui Rin finished speaking, Zhao Shi gradually added, for the greater good, I implore you all to exercise patience for the time being. The purpose of gathering you all here is to discuss a compromise strategy. As for grievances, we shall seek retribution in due course, but not at this moment. However, the second ancestor remarked, leaving the crowd momentarily speechless, each individual contemplating what to say next, yet ultimately succumbing to silence. Indeed, they could engage in battle, but the majority of humanity consisted of mere mortals, fragile beings incapable of enduring the ravages of war. Even minor skirmishes could lead to the loss of hundreds or thousands of lives, let alone a full-scale conflict among the various clans of the Eastern Sea. It was reminiscent of the past when the 10 Golden Crows wreaked havoc, seemingly targeting the Witch clan, yet causing innumerable casualties among humanity. The root cause was simply that humanity was far too vulnerable. Mortals could face calamities such as droughts or floods, resulting in countless deaths. Fortunately, the third ancestor had not succumbed to arrogance. Otherwise, a sigh of relief escaped Xuandu amidst the crowd. War? What kind of war could be waged against the dragon clan? The dragon race was not easily dealt with. Having been part of humanity's teachings for many years, his perspective far surpassed that of those present, and he was privy to many historical secrets. He understood that although the dragon clan had fallen from grace, as one of the 3 ancient hegemonic powers, their foundation still remained. Presently, the dragon clan appeared diminished, with only the 4 sea dragon kings possessing the rank of Great Luo Golden Immortals. In the grand scheme of the Primordial World, they wielded little influence, often showing deference even to some wandering cultivators. However, this was merely a fade of humility. Following the Dragonhan calamity, the dragon clan was ensnared by karmic ties, their fortune diminishing, leading most ancient dragons to conceal themselves to protect their progeny from the repercussions of their own karma. The current 4-sea dragon clan was merely a front put forth by the ancient dragons. Many of these elder beings were indeed formidable, with numerous Great Luo Golden Immortals among them, and even some Hunyuan Golden Immortals. Such truths were known to the great powers and numerous factions within the primordial realm. Otherwise, how could the dragon clan still dominate the 4 seas? Neither the celestial court of Ur nor the present heavenly court dared to assault the 4 seas and subjugate the dragon clan. Their apprehension stemmed not only from the ancient dragons lurking in the shadows, but primarily from the memory of the Dragonhan calamity. Though the ancestor dragon had perished, the candle dragon remained. The candle dragon, an ancient innate divine demon, stood alongside Hong Jun in power and mastery over the laws of time, possessing unfathomable prowess. Furthermore, the 9 sons of the ancestor dragon, though not quasi-saints, were nonetheless ancient Great Luo Golden Immortals, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals. Such profound heritage was beyond what humanity could withstand. In Xuandu's view, should humanity engage in war with the dragon clan, even if the latter hesitated to annihilate humanity out of respect for the teachings and Nuwa, they would certainly not allow humanity to thrive unscathed. As for Nuwa and his own master, they would not intervene on humanity's behalf unless the dragon clan was adamant about eradicating them. Nevertheless, it was fortunate that the third ancestor maintained his rationality. Otherwise, he would have intervened. But what could be done? They could not simply remain passive while being oppressed. Indeed, even if they chose not to engage in battle, they could not allow themselves to be bullied. If they did not adopt a more assertive stance, the sea clans might perceive humanity as weak and continue their oppression. Once again, the atmosphere within the arena became tumultuous. Although the fervent indignation had dissipated, the voices of the human race still resonated with anger, with no one willing to concede. Suddenly, A figure hurtled into the scene and crashed to the ground with a resounding thud, plunging the surroundings into an immediate silence. What transpired? Who could it be? The unexpected turn of events rendered the crowd momentarily speechless. As their gazes fell upon the newcomer, they recognized a human cultivator, seemingly at the peak of the true immortal realm, yet now drenched in blood and exuding a feeble aura, clearly having sustained grave injuries. This sight caused the faces of the onlookers to shift dramatically. What had occurred? Who could have inflicted such harm upon you? The three ancestral figures, Sui Ren, Yu Chao, and Zi, also exhibited expressions of alarm, rising from their seats in concern. Chapter 93. The Sea Clan's Massacre of Humanity? The Birth of Inner Demons in Xuandu? No. This is intolerable. The various clans of the East Sea are ruthlessly slaughtering our human race along the coastline. We must provide immediate assistance. The human cultivator collapsed, succumbing to unconsciousness. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. Soon, expressions of fury erupted on everyone's faces, igniting the wrath of the human race. The Sea Clan has overstepped their bounds. This is an affront that cannot be tolerated. Let us march forth and retaliate. If we endure this any longer, we shall be reduced to mere cowards. I declare here and now, you may choose to endure, but I shall no longer stand idly by. No one shall obstruct my path. These human cultivators had already grown weary of the oppression from the various clans of the East Sea, with many clamoring for war, though they had been restrained by figures such as Swerin. Now, however, their patience had worn thin. These detestable sea creatures have gone too far. Even Suerin's countenance was dark with fury. The clans of Wuchao and Zi clenched their fists tightly, their anger unmistakable. Let us proceed to investigate. This time, the three patriarchs did not intervene, nor did they choose to declare war, for as leaders of the human race, they must act judiciously, considering the welfare of all humanity. To engage in battle would lead to dire consequences. Similarly, Xuandu's expression was grim. For reasons unknown, upon hearing of the East Sea clan's atrocities against humanity along the coastline, he felt a fire igniting within him, yearning to charge forth at that very moment. At that instant, the skies above the human realm darkened, as ominous clouds gathered, enveloping the sacred ground of humanity. A suffocating pressure descended upon the entire domain. A thunderous roar echoed, reminiscent of a dragon's cry, rumbling as if from the heavens, piercing the ears of all present. Suddenly, a colossal dragon's head emerged from the clouds, its golden visage fierce, with whiskers resembling ancient trees swaying in the wind, creating a cacophony in the air. Its enormous, sun-like eyes surveyed the entirety of the sacred ground, radiating an icy disdain, as if it were a celestial deity looking down upon mere mortals. Humanity. The dragon's voice, authoritative and commanding, reverberated throughout the sacred ground, akin to thunderclaps resonating in every mind. You humans, since your inception, have frequently fished in my East Sea, and now you brazenly slaughter and consume my kin, inciting the wrath of many. Henceforth, let it be known, no human shall approach the shores of the East Sea. Those who defy this decree shall face the ultimate punishment. With the dragon's proclamation, an overwhelming aura of a great Luo golden immortal surged forth, the terrifying might of the dragon stirring the winds and clouds, instilling a sense of order even within millions of miles. The human cultivators within the sacred ground were left aghast, their faces paling in response. As for Swerin, Wuchao, and Zi, their expressions turned ashen as they glared at the colossal dragon amidst the clouds. How dare you presume that our human race fears you? Boom, boom, boom. As the threat approached, even the three ancestral figures of the human race, despite their overarching concerns for the greater good, could no longer restrain themselves. One by one, they emerged from the void, emanating the formidable aura of the great Luo realm. The three ancestors of humanity. Upon witnessing their emergence, cloaked in the same majestic energy, the colossal dragon in the clouds showed no fear. Instead, it sneered mockingly. The words have been spoken. Should you humans refuse to comply, feel free to wage war. However, when your lineage is extinguished, do not blame my dragon clan. With a resounding roar, the dragon's massive form soared away. The moment it departed, the human sacred ground erupted into chaos, a wave of profound fury sweeping through the domain. How dare they? How despicable! They were the ones who first slaughtered our kin. Yet they turned the tables on us. The blockade of the coastline. Was this an attempt to annihilate our race? War must be declared. We cannot endure any longer. They have trampled upon our pride. If we remain passive, what face will we have left to survive in the primordial world? Fury consumed all present, including Sui Ren, Chao Shi, and Zi. Every human's eyes blazed with crimson rage. almost igniting the sacred ground itself. Let us go and assess the situation. We must rescue our kin along the coastline, Sui Ren declared fiercely. Thus, every member of the human race gathered, including the innate humans, ready to take action. Xiandu, amidst the throng, was equally furious, though he fought to suppress his emotions. He could not comprehend why he felt this way. He had long embarked on the path of non-action, and as his cultivation progressed, he believed he was nearing the state of transcending all emotions. Yet, upon returning to his people, why did he feel such intense emotional upheaval? Why did he feel this rage at witnessing his kin being oppressed? Had he not abandoned his identity as a member of the human race? Why did he still feel this way? Or perhaps, deep down, he still considered himself one of them? No, it could not be. Cursed Sea Clan and Dragon Clan, who dare to slay my kin, meet your demise. No, I am a disciple of the sage, the foremost of human teachings. I have transcended the mundane. The affairs of humanity should not concern me. As he walked, suddenly, Xiandu began to weep uncontrollably. However, his fellow cultivators were too preoccupied with their rescue efforts along the coastline to notice his distress. Your heart is in turmoil. You believe you have transcended beyond the confines of race, yet deep down, you are reluctant to relinquish your identity as a human. Elder brother, if you continue this way, you will succumb to madness. Unbeknownst to him, a figure appeared beside Xiandu. It was Lin Hao. Observing Xiandu's anguish, Lin Hao remained as calm as a still pond. Lin Hao, what brings you here? Xiandu looked up at Lin Hao, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Lin Hao placed a reassuring hand on Xiandu's shoulder, shook his head gently, and sighed. Sometimes, by viewing the Dao from a different perspective, you may uncover a world anew. As he spoke, Lin Hao stepped into the void, heading towards the eastern coast of the sea. Upon regaining consciousness, Xuandu furrowed his brow at Lin Hao's destination, particularly puzzled by his earlier words. To perceive the Dao from a different perspective? What was his intention? Xuandu's expression shifted, and with a firm resolve, he followed suit. Slay. You wretched sea tribes, daring to massacre my human kin, you seek death. You are doomed. Slay. At the eastern coast, a fierce battle raged, littered with the corpses of humanity, the majority being mere mortals, while some were evidently cultivators, slain by the sea monsters. The surviving human cultivators, drenched in blood and exuding a waning aura, fought with fierce determination, as if driven mad, clashing violently with the sea demons. Yet, despite the numerous sea creatures that had perished in this conflict, an endless tide of monsters surged forth from the depths, joining the fray, seemingly inexhaustible and impossible to vanquish. Chapter 94. The Undaunted Lich, the Unassailable Sage. This is humanity. When the Swearin clan and others arrived, they were met with a scene that left them utterly aghast. Their kin, ruthlessly slaughtered on such a grand scale, were now under the relentless assault of the sea demons, who seemed determined to annihilate every last one of their race. This was an intolerable affront to humanity. I shall avenge my kin. You wretched sea dwellers, for the murder of my people, I shall confront you with fury. Boom, boom, boom. Thousands of human cultivators erupted in a unified rage, charging into the fray. At that moment, a singular thought echoed in their minds: to kill, to eradicate these sea fiends. Even the venerable ancestors of the Swearin clan exhibited bloodshot eyes and trembling forms. Die! With a thunderous roar. The first to advance was the matriarch of the Z clan, typically benevolent, now transformed into a fierce harbinger of vengeance. Her flowing black hair danced in the wind as her profound prowess could no longer be concealed. If we endure this, we are no longer worthy of being called human. Slay. As Z took action, the Hea clan also let out a furious bellow, unleashing their formidable power as they surged towards the battlefield. Finally, only Swearin remained, who, upon witnessing the carnage, could no longer hold back. At this moment, considerations of larger strategies and cautious measures were cast aside. As the leader of the human race, his wrath only intensified upon seeing the slaughter of his people. Kill. With the participation of the Holy Land cultivators, the tide swiftly turned. The massive sea demons fell under the onslaught, as enraged human cultivators tore through them with ferocity. The three ancestors of Swearin, Hea clan, and Z, all at the pinnacle of their power, wreaked havoc upon the sea creatures, their expressions cold and merciless, eyes gleaming with a thirst for blood, akin to deities of death. However, at that moment, a chilling snort reverberated through the battlefield. From the depths of the ocean, monstrous waves surged forth as a colossal golden dragon soared into the sky. The instant this dragon emerged, an overwhelming aura far surpassing that of the three ancestors enveloped the battlefield, instilling a sense of suffocation among the human forces. This was merely the beginning. With the appearance of this dragon, more colossal dragons surged forth from the sea, each spanning tens of thousands of feet, their immense forms blotting out the sun, with eyes akin to lanterns coldly surveying the battlefield. Humans, do you take my words as mere whispers in the wind? The golden dragon spoke, its tone icy, laced with fury. Roar, roar, roar. As the golden dragon voiced its challenge, hundreds of dragons echoed with thunderous roars. A wave of terrifying dragon might pressing down upon the humans in the fray. Among these hundreds of dragons, the weakest were at the golden immortal level, with dozens boasting the power of Tai golden immortals. The dragon race has gone too far. You despicable beings, this is clearly a deliberate act of aggression against us. Indeed, it was the dragon race orchestrating this onslaught, manipulating the sea creatures from behind the scenes. At this moment, the human cultivators present could discern that this massacre of their kind was orchestrated by the dragon clan from behind the scenes. However, they could not fathom why the dragon clan would act so, given that humanity had never provoked them. Nor would they dare to incite the wrath of this sovereign of the seas. What is the meaning of your actions, O dragon clan? Is it truly you who have instigated this affair? Why must you proceed in such a manner? Stepping forward with an air of defiance, Sui Ren gazed fiercely at the golden dragon. Following him, the clans of Yao and Zi also soared into the air, standing resolutely by his side. So what if you do? What if you do not? I have proclaimed that no human is to step upon the shores of the Eastern Sea. Should you retreat now? I shall grant you mercy. Otherwise, I shall show no mercy. The golden dragon's demeanor was one of indifference, revealing no intent to explain, yet his words were unmistakably clear. Outrage surged within Sui Ren. Could it be that you intend to become our implacable foes? The dragon's words left his countenance ashen. Such egregious bullying. Never had he encountered such unreasonable behavior. Even the former demon clan merely engaged in sporadic harassment of human tribes, their consumption of humans merely a matter of hunger. Yet, the dragon clan's oppression of humanity was utterly baseless. Opposing you humans? What are you worth? Do you even deserve to be considered? Upon hearing Sui Ren's retort, the dragon transformed into a middle-aged figure with a human body and a dragon's head, stepping into the void with a disdainful gaze directed at the humans present. This provoked laughter from the other dragons, their roars resonating across the battlefield, as if mocking their opponents. Merely a trifling human race, a nascent lineage, fortunate enough to have gained some celestial merit and produced 3 grand Luo Jingshians, yet you dare to speak thus to our dragon clan? Though we may have fallen from our ancient glory, we remain one of the foremost super clans in the primordial world. How can a mere human race even compare? Of course, the assembled dragons were unaware of why their dragon king had suddenly turned against humanity, yet it mattered little. They regarded humanity as insignificant. Faced with such ridicule and contempt from the dragons, not only did the 3 ancestors clench their fists in fury, but all human cultivators present shared the same blood-red gaze. Their desire to retaliate and flay the dragons was palpable. Get out of here at once. If you do not leave, I will eradicate every one of you human cultivators. The middle-aged figure with the dragon's head surveyed the indignant humans, his expression cold and revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. Nevertheless, he restrained himself. This campaign against humanity was merely a transaction with a certain being, aimed at suppressing humanity and constricting their space for survival, not to annihilate them entirely. Moreover, he dared not engage in large-scale slaughter, especially against the 3 ancestors and the innate humans present, for humanity was created by Nuwa, and the teachings of the Tao were established for them by Laozi. Although the 2 saints had not intervened with humanity, one must still tread carefully. Suddenly, a vast and overwhelming aura surged from the heavens, and in an instant, the entire sky transformed into darkness, as if light itself were shrouded by shadow, distorting the very laws of the world, and the order itself cried out in lamentation. Immediately, a stifling aura enveloped the surroundings, death, decay, darkness, and curses. Under this oppressive atmosphere, it seemed as if all things were withering, order was disintegrating, and the great path was rotting away. In that moment, every individual present, be they from the human race, the various tribes of the East Sea, or the Dragon Clan, experienced a palpable shift in their expressions, as though the apocalypse had descended upon them, sending chills throughout their beings, and even causing the very essence within them to decay and crumble. What was happening? What had transpired? The figure with a dragon's head and a human body also changed countenance, his expression turning grave. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition suddenly gripped him. The other dragons ceased their derision. At that moment, a cold, lifeless voice, devoid of any emotion, echoed across the battlefield. What do you deem the human race to be? We are the most esteemed race in the cosmos. What you dragons dare not slay, we shall confront. What you fear to offend, we shall challenge. We fear not the necromancer, nor do we cower before the sage. This is the essence of our humanity. And what, pray tell, are you dragons? Arrogant and tyrannical. Each word of this cold, lifeless voice resonated deeply within the hearts of the gathered crowd, causing all cultivators present, including the humans, to widen their eyes in shock and tremble internally. Who speaks? The dragon-headed figure felt a shiver run down his spine, as if doomsday had arrived. As for those like Swearin and the multitude of human cultivators engaged in battle, they too halted, rendered speechless. What had they just heard? The human race, the most esteemed of all. What the dragons dare not do, the humans would. They would not fear the necromancer nor cower before the sage. Is this truly the human race? When did they become so formidable? In an instant, the arena fell into silence. Boom, boom, boom. As the chilling voice resonated, the entire battlefield seemed to ignite, a cacophony of sound pulsating as if drumming in the hearts of all present. As the drumming intensified, an inexplicable and eerie force enveloped the battlefield. Death, decay, curses, and destruction surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming malevolence that roared, as if the most sinister and negative forces of the universe had coalesced through the fabric of time and space, infiltrating the bodies of all present, save for the humans. Chapter 95, Mutation, Great Terror, and the Frightening Means. Ah, my body. What is happening? My flesh is decaying, and my soul is collapsing. No, how could this be? Why have tentacles suddenly sprouted from my form? And what is happening to my eyes? Ah, my body is covered in eyes. Please, no? I suffer from trypophobia. As this oppressive and eerie aura permeated the battlefield, an unsettling transformation unfolded among the millions of sea creatures present. Some of the sea monsters were decaying, their souls disintegrating, while others underwent a fundamental change in their essence, morphing their bodies and spirits into grotesque, hideous monstrosities. Cackling madly, one cried, "I shall devour you." Die, another exclaimed, "You are truly ugly." Yet another, with a sinister gaze, declared, "Fair maiden, you are so beautiful, your body shall belong to me." As these sea beings transformed, chaos swiftly ensued. Aside from those who had succumbed to decay, the mutated sea monsters began to attack their companions. With expressions twisted in madness, they lost all semblance of reason, consuming one another. Some even cruelly slaughtered their kin, tearing their bodies apart and transplanting their organs into themselves. Ugh. This sudden turn of events sent shivers down the spines of the human warriors on the battlefield, leaving them feeling nauseated. Keep your distance. Swearin was the first to regain his composure, shouting as he led his fellow humans to retreat to a safer distance. Even as they fled swiftly, the humans gazed in horror at the scene of mutual slaughter and consumption unfolding on the battlefield. It was utterly terrifying. As cultivators, they had witnessed their fair share of bloodshed, and every human cultivator had endured trials to reach their current stature. Yet, this scene far exceeded their limits. Interhuman conflict was not alarming. Even in the primordial age, it was not uncommon for a powerful being to annihilate an entire race in a fit of rage. Some practitioners of dark arts even engaged in the grotesque practices of refining flesh and extracting souls. However, even the methods of these dark practitioners paled in comparison to the horrific spectacle before them. The dragons present were equally chilled to the bone, their very beings trembling with terror. What is happening? What kind of wicked means is this? They have all gone mad. They have lost their sanity. I can hardly bear to remain here. As proud beings, the dragons had previously held themselves with arrogance, looking down upon the battlefield with disdain. Yet now, they quivered with fear, their eyes wide with horror. Just then, a young Taoist approached from the distance. It was Xuandu. What is this? This scene caught Xuandu's attention, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. At that moment, a petite, beautiful female sea monster clad in a blue dress soared towards him, her stunning visage adorned with a beguiling smile. She flew to Xuandu's side, her jade-like fingers resting delicately upon his chest. With a charming smile and a breath fragrant as orchids, she inquired, "Dear little Taoist, do you find me beautiful?" Xuandu, still reeling from shock, suddenly witnessed this enchanting sea demon open her mouth wide, revealing a crimson tongue adorned with countless sharp teeth, which then lashed towards his head. Simultaneously, numerous slimy, writhing tentacles sprouted from her form, ensnaring Xuandu. "Impudent creature, you beast!" Xuandu exclaimed, startled, as his anger surged. His aura of the great Luo erupted, instantly transforming the mutated sea demon into a cloud of blood mist. What on earth is this? He thought, utterly disgusted. In all his years, He had never encountered such a repulsive being. At that moment, several grotesque and fearsome sea demons charged forth, but before Xuandu, a great Luo golden immortal. They were no match, collapsing under the weight of his presence. This, however, only fueled Xuandu's rage, particularly as the grotesqueness of the situation threatened to shatter his composure. A murderous intent boiling within him. Ah, my body. No, what has happened to my primordial spirit? Dragon King, save me. Just then, a cacophony of terrified screams erupted from the Dragon clan. Everyone turned to see that the hundreds of dragons accompanying the Dragon King were also undergoing horrific transformations. Some were decaying, yet still alive, helplessly watching their own rotting forms. Others began to mutate, sprouting multiple heads or growing eyes all over their bodies, an utterly unsettling sight. What? What have you done to my kin? Ouching, transformed into a dragon-headed humanoid, roared, his intelligence betraying him as he realized the source of this calamity. Amidst his roar, a flicker of terror flashed in Ouching's dragon eyes. Though not an ancient dragon, he was a pure-blood true dragon, possessing the bloodline of the ancestral dragon and renowned as a formidable figure in the wilderness, having reached the pinnacle of great Luo cultivation. Despite his vast knowledge, he had never witnessed or even heard of such a scene or such methods. This is merely a newly created divine ability. No, it should be termed a path. You Dragon Clan have oppressed my human race without cause. This is your fate. With a chilling, deathly voice resonating once more, the sky darkened further. An eerie crimson hue bleeding through, creating a nightmarish battlefield that felt apocalyptic. A figure emerged from the void, humanoid in shape, shrouded in chaotic energy with mist swirling around, obscuring its visage. In its grasp was a black, palm-sized war drum, resembling a magical artifact, yet not quite. Upon seeing this figure, all present, indeed, every conscious soul, turned their gaze towards it. Enveloped in chaotic energy, the likes of Swearin and the other humans struggled to discern the identity of this enigmatic being. Only Xiandu, with his pupils sharply constricted, recognized the visitor, though others remained oblivious. How could he not know that this was none other than his enigmatic junior apprentice? Lin Hao? Was it not true that Lin Hao had forsaken their master's path of Tai Chi to forge his own realm of golden elixirs? Yet now, what exactly had he been cultivating? The aura emanating from Lin Hao was eerily formidable and terrifying. In this moment, Xiandu felt an instinctive chill, as if confronting a formidable adversary. Though they were sworn brothers, their interactions had been scant, devoid of animosity. So why did it feel so different? As Lin Hao made his presence known, his icy gaze swept across the assembly, his eyes akin to black holes that threatened to devour the very souls of those they fell upon. As Lin Hao's gaze traversed the crowd, every individual present, including those who had mutated into grotesque, frenzied forms, suddenly ceased their madness, collapsing to the ground in a posture of reverence, as though venerating Lin Hao. What transpired next? Boom. In an instant, the atmosphere erupted with chaos. Chapter 96. Restraining the Power of Heaven's Path. The lawlessness of all realms. If the prior mutations of these sea demons had instilled feelings of revulsion and dread within the human cultivators and Xiandu, then at this moment, they were utterly horrified. These transformed, frenzied, and bizarre sea demons, more terrifying than fierce beasts, were inexplicably bowing before the sudden appearance of a mysterious being. Alwyn swallowed hard. After all, these sea creatures were subordinate to his dragon clan, obedient to his commands. Yet now, not only had they mutated, but they had also turned against him. What a terrifying display of power! It sent shivers down his spine. Even Xiandu trembled. An expression of disbelief etched across his face. My heavens! What manner of being is this? Swearin and the others gasped in shock. It was too uncanny, leaving them chilled to the bone. Despite this enigmatic figure having appeared to rescue them and proclaiming to be of the human race, they questioned whether he truly belonged to their kind. When had their race ever boasted such a formidable presence? Moreover, the words spoken by this individual echoed in their minds. We, the human race, are the most noble of all species in the universe. What you, the Dragon Clan, dare not slay, we shall. Those you fear to offend, we shall confront. How had the human race become so audacious? The Dragon Clan was one thing, but when had they ever shown such disregard for the great powers of witch and demon? And the declaration that saints could not dare to deceive them. Upon reflecting on this, Swearin felt a dizzying confusion wash over him. He gazed at the figure standing majestically in the void, resembling a demonic deity in the eyes of the onlookers. Suddenly, he struck the small drum in his hand once more. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding beat reverberated through the hearts and minds of all present. each thrum infused with an inexplicable force that coursed into their very souls. Bang, bang, bang. Then, a scene of sheer terror unfolded before them. As the drumbeats intensified, those sea creatures, already transformed and sprawled upon the ground, began to disintegrate from their physical forms to their primordial spirits. No, it was more accurate to say they were rapidly decaying. In mere moments, millions of sea beings vanished from the shoreline. Silence enveloped the scene, an eerie stillness that was palpable. It was not until another cry, intertwined with a dragon's roar, pierced the air that the onlookers were roused from their stupor. "Ah, no, I do not wish to die." The cries multiplied, this time emanating from the dragon clan. Hundreds of colossal dragons wailed in agony, their voices filled with despair, as if they were enduring unimaginable torment. Soon, their forms began to mirror those of the previously transformed sea beings. As they too began to rot and decay from their bodies to their primordial spirits, and even to their very souls. How could this be happening? Dragon King Aowen's eyes widened in terror, his face a canvas of fear, ultimately turning to one of rage. He had brought forth these dragons, the elite of his Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, all pure bloods, with the weakest among them being golden immortals, many even reaching the heights of Tai golden immortals. This force, coupled with his status as Dragon King, was sufficient to instill dread in any region. Who could rival them without a quasi-saint present? Yet now, his dragon kin were meeting such a tragic fate. How could he remain calm? Primarily, he could not discern the method employed. If you do not release them, are you truly intent on opposing my dragon clan? Do you not realize that those who slay my kin are bound to an eternal vendetta against us? Ao Chun glared fiercely at Lin Hao, exclaiming, "Death." However, Lin Hao remained unresponsive, merely uttering a chilling word, "Death." As this word reverberated, hundreds of dragons transformed into blood mist, their very essence, including their primordial spirits and true souls, dissipating into the void. I shall end your life." Witnessing this scene, Ao Chen's eyes blazed crimson. He roared at Lin Hao and once more transformed into his true dragon form. His colossal frame, tens of thousands of zhang long, soared through the clouds, radiating a formidable dragon might that stirred the elements of heaven and earth, with his dragon roar shaking the very foundations of existence, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. The East Sea Dragon King was truly enraged. With a second dragon roar echoing, a massive golden dragon claw appeared, blotting out the sun and directly rending the fabric of space. Subsequently, his immense body plunged into the rift, disappearing from sight. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock. The Suiren clan, the Nest clan, and the Zi clan were all rendered speechless. The recent demise of hundreds of dragons and the Dragon King's furious transformation had instilled in them an acute sense of caution, yet this vigilance was abruptly. Equally stunned was Xuandu, an onlooker who had been engulfed in astonishment, confusion, and turmoil since his arrival on the battlefield. Now, witnessing the East Sea Dragon King's unexpected retreat, he found himself at a loss for words. "Flee. Can you truly escape?" In the void, Lin Hao scoffed. With a swift movement, he descended upon the ocean's surface, stepping upon the waves as he advanced. Initially, he had no intention of meddling in human affairs, as he believed that humanity had its own developmental trajectory. Excessive interference would ultimately be detrimental. Moreover, he had already cast aside the identity of the original human and had coalesced his own form, no longer identifying as one of humanity. However, the sudden aggression from the East Sea clans, particularly the Dragon Clan against humanity, piqued his curiosity. He recalled that in the unfolding of the primal chaos, humanity had not encountered such a calamity, suggesting that this conflict between humans and sea creatures constituted an unforeseen variable. This intrigued him. Since his true spirit had already returned and his physical form was complete, all that remained was to undergo tribulation. With time to spare, he did not mind observing the situation, perhaps even aiding humanity in resolving their predicament. As for the peculiar abilities he had previously wielded, they stemmed from his profound understanding of the Great Dao, known as the non-Dao of the heavens. This non-Dao was forged from numerous dark attribute laws, infused with malevolence, resentment, and decay, amalgamated with the four supreme laws of time, space, causality, and fate. It was further refined with the tiniest microorganisms of the cosmos, creating a force capable of eroding anything within the universe, even undermining the foundational laws of the Great Dao. Such a path, even if deemed sinister or demonic, could not be compared, possessing the power to counteract the celestial laws. Coupled with the power of strength, Lin Hao was confident in his ability to withstand heavenly retribution. Certainly. Although he had created an unparalleled realm, Lin Hao was still not prepared to undergo tribulation at this moment. He intended to cultivate further, as it was possible that new insights would emerge, thereby enhancing his grasp of the situation. With a single thought, he traversed the boundless expanse of time and space. And subsequently, Lin Hao began to descend into the East Sea. He did not intentionally pursue Ao Chun. Rather, he made his way directly to the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, intending to resolve matters with the Dragon Clan in one fell swoop. Did he? Perhaps follow him? Let us follow and see. Lin Hao swiftly trailed after Ao Chen's disappearance. Sui Run and the others exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then, with determined resolve, they too pursued him. What was he planning? At this moment, Xiandu also emerged from his astonishment, his expression fluctuating, before he decided to follow suit. Chapter 97. A resounding strike shatters the Dragon Palace of the East Sea while Suiren and the human cultivators, along with Xuandu, were fervently pursuing Lin Hao's whereabouts. Lin Hao had already arrived above the East Sea. Without any concealment, he stood boldly in the skies over the Dragon Palace, his gaze sweeping imperiously, surveying the entirety of the palace below. It must be acknowledged that the East Sea Dragon Palace was crafted with extraordinary opulence, featuring resplendent palaces adorned with shimmering gold and gems, with the walls inlaid with various magnificent treasures. Surrounding the palace, numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolled with vigilant diligence. Within the palace, at that moment, the East Sea Dragon King, Ao Chun, sat upon his throne, his countenance dark and troubled. Who is that person? Regardless of their identity, no one dares to harm my dragon kin and escape unscathed. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. However, this individual possesses formidable strength. Relying solely on myself would certainly be insufficient. Even if I were to summon all 4 Sea Dragon Kings, we might still falter against such a powerful foe. It seems I must seek out the ancestral elders in the Forbidden Grounds. As the Dragon King of the East Sea, the current leader of the dragon lineage, and in existence at the pinnacle of the Great Luo realm, Ao Chen also held the title of a formidable figure from the Zixiao Palace. The fact that not only had his kin been slain, but that they also fled in terror filled him with profound shame. Such a disgrace could not be left unaddressed. Otherwise, if word of this incident spread, he would be the laughingstock of the world. How could a dignified dragon king, a mighty presence of the East Sea, be so intimidated by a mysterious individual that he lost the courage to fight and retreated in disgrace? If this were to become public knowledge, Ao Chen would find it impossible to hold his head high again. Furthermore, if the ancient dragon elders from the Forbidden Grounds were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, bringing disgrace upon the entire dragon lineage. Suddenly, a vast wave of energy surged forth, akin to the might of heaven itself, as the essence of the Dao permeated the Dragon Palace. This aura. How dare he pursue me? Seeking death. Ao Chen's expression changed dramatically. He recognized this overwhelming presence all too well. The sensation of desolation, reminiscent of apocalyptic destruction, could only belong to the very mysterious figure who had previously slaughtered his kin along the coastline. He had not anticipated that this adversary would dare to follow him, igniting a furious rage within him. Outside the Dragon Palace, Lin Hao made a grand entrance, startling the guards stationed at the palace. In an instant, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals surged forth, encircling him. Who are you? How dare you invade our Dragon Palace? Are you seeking death? Impudent. Depart at once. The East Sea Dragon Palace is no place for just anyone. Boy, you'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, do not blame us for our ruthlessness. These shrimp soldiers and crab generals were exceedingly arrogant, almost daring to thrust their pincers into Lin Hao's face. This audacity took Lin Hao by surprise. It was entirely different from what he had envisioned. In his memory, or rather, from the impressions left by tales of the journey to the west, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals had not exhibited such brashness. Yet, Lin Hao soon found solace in the realization that times had changed. In this future era, the dragon lineage had undeniably fallen from grace, with the 4 Sea Dragon Kings possessing only the cultivation of Tai golden immortals. Any celestial being from the heavenly court could easily compel the 4 Sea Dragon Kings to adopt a courteous demeanor. In this present era, although the Dragon Clan may not hold the same prominence as in ancient times, it still possesses a certain depth of heritage. The clan is not lacking in great Luo golden immortals, and furthermore, some ancient beings still remain alive. Amidst the mist, Lin Hao let out a cold chuckle, a glimmer of eerie light flashing in his eyes. He remained silent, merely raising his palm, from which chaotic energy swirled. He then brought it down forcefully upon the minions surrounding him. Boom! Above the Dragon Palace, a colossal hand of chaos reached skyward, enveloping the entire palace. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals suddenly felt a shadow loom over them. This is bad news. It's a powerful being. Quickly, summon help. We are under attack. As Lin Hao made his move, the shrimp soldiers and crab generals realized the gravity of the situation, but it was already too late. Lin Hao did not hold back. The chaotic giant hand came crashing down. Bang, bang, bang. The minions disintegrated into clouds of blood mist. Not only that, but the massive hand also struck the dragon palace directly. Rumble. This palace, which had existed for countless years and was crafted from innumerable treasures, was utterly shattered by Lin Hao's chaotic hand. Within the palace, countless dragon offspring, who were indulging in leisure, met their demise before they could even comprehend the calamity that befell them. A terrifying wave of energy surged across millions of miles of ocean, creating tumultuous waves. The myriad of sea creatures trembled in fear. What has happened? What is going on? How could there be such a terrifying disturbance emanating from the direction of the Dragon Palace? Throughout the East Sea, countless sea clans turned their gazes towards the Dragon Palace. This aura is undoubtedly above the Great Luo. Could it be that a powerful being from the Purple Sky Palace harbors a grudge against the Dragon Clan and is coming to attack? In the East Sea, there are not a few formidable beings and some well-versed ancient entities who were also stirred by this event. Great waves of divine consciousness reached towards the Dragon Palace, eager to discern who possessed such audacity to assault the Dragon Clan. At that moment, amidst the ruins of the Dragon Palace, a piercing scream echoed as a figure burst forth from the debris. This individual was disheveled, hair unkempt, one of their dragon horns broken, blood streaming from their body, and their face contorted in rage. You have destroyed my Dragon Palace and slain my kin. Who are you? What enmity do I, the Dragon Clan, hold against you? Aochan roared at Lin Hao. Such brazen oppression against the dragon is utterly intolerable. He had not even sought trouble with the assailant. Yet they had come to wreak havoc, ruthlessly demolishing the Dragon Palace. It is worth noting that within the palace resided many of his kin, all young and pure-blooded dragons. These were the new generation and future hope of the East Sea Dragon Clan, now all lost. Previously, I had warned that our human race is not to be trifled with. Even the witch and demon clans do not dare to act recklessly against us. And you, Dragon Clan, dare to do so? Since you have, regardless of your reasons or objectives, you must perish. Those who offend our human race, no matter how far they may be, shall be pursued to the ends of the earth. A grand and chilling voice reverberated like the thunder of the heavens, resonating above the Dragon Palace. This icy proclamation spread across millions of miles of ocean, as if imbued with a power that commanded the very laws of nature to rumble. As his voice faded, Lin Hao once again raised his palm, surrounded by myriad radiant energies, transforming him into the embodiment of the supreme path, the sovereign of all avenues. With a single step, the very essence of the East Sea trembled, and the void above the Dragon Palace erupted, revealing dimensional fissures through which torrents of chaotic dimensional power surged forth. You have dared to provoke the dragon too much. I shall not hold back. With a resounding roar that reverberated across the seas, Aochan manifested his true form, his colossal dragon body stretching for tens of thousands of zhang, coiling majestically in the void. His dragon head held high, bearing a fierce countenance. His enormous, frigid eyes exuded boundless fury, unmasked by any semblance of mercy. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the overwhelming aura of the pinnacle of Deluo, his blood essence igniting in a fervent blaze as he surged towards Lin Hao. Chapter 98, resounding the ancient battle hymn of the Dragon Clan Humph, utterly foolish. Regarding the desperate assault by Aochan, Lin Hao merely scoffed, refraining from any unnecessary movements. He stepped forward once more, his foot landing deliberately. Yet, this singular step fell directly upon Aochan's massive dragon form. In that instant, the fierce momentum Aochan had been desperately gathering shattered, as if the very fabric of time and space had been ensnared, with the laws of heaven and earth seemingly frozen in place. How could this be? Suddenly, Aochan felt an immobilizing force seize him, a look of terror spreading across his face, as the fervor of battle that had once surged within him instantly cooled. Could it be that you are a quasi-saint? Impossible. How could a human possess such power? Bang! Lin Hao, uninterested in further discourse, brought his foot down decisively. With that single blow, Aochan's colossal dragon body disintegrated, transforming into a mist of blood, instantly staining the entire sea with dragon's blood. Hiss! How could this be possible? Who is he that he could slay the Dragon King of the East with a mere step? My heavens, from whence does this ancient being hail, exhibiting such terrifying prowess? This scene was witnessed by the formidable entities of the sea lurking nearby, leaving them all in a state of shock. It must be noted that this was the Dragon King of the East, a being of pure ancient dragon lineage, a powerful figure of the Xiao Palace. While he had not yet transcended to the quasi-saint level, his cultivation had long since reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo. And with the formidable physique of the Dragon Clan, his strength far surpassed that of an ordinary Great Luo golden immortal. Yet, such an existence was crushed beneath the foot of this enigmatic individual. The East Sea is vast, home to numerous concealed experts, including those who had once listened to the teachings of the Xiao Palace. However, at this moment, even these formidable beings were left astounded. As members of the Xiao Palace, they may not have been among the foremost, but they could hardly be considered insignificant. To possess the power to obliterate a pure-blood dragon of the Great Luo pinnacle was an ability that, in their eyes, even the most exalted figures during the teachings of the Xiao Palace would struggle to match. The pinnacle of quasi-saint. Indeed, this individual is at least in the late stages of quasi-saint, perhaps even at the zenith of that realm. Only such an existence could wield such might. Yet, during our time in the Xiao Palace, we have never encountered this person. Who could he possibly be? Throughout the East Sea, the hidden elders were engulfed in confusion. However, the slaying of the Dragon King of the East had stirred a significant uproar. One must realize that the Dragon Clan is not easily provoked, and the ancient beings of the Dragon Clan still remain. Indeed, the world believes the Dragon Clan has fallen from its ancient glory, yet they fail to consider that even a diminished Dragon Clan still commands the four seas. Whether during the era of the Eastern King or in the present age of the Demon Clan, neither the Immortal Court nor the Celestial Court has dared to dominate the four seas. Does this not indicate something significant? This is precisely because both the Eastern King and the Western Queen, as well as Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, are acutely aware that the Dragon Clan is not to be trifled with. Should they provoke them to the point of awakening the ancient Dragon Elders, even if they were to emerge victorious, the repercussions would be significant. Furthermore, the Eastern Sea conceals many formidable beings akin to ourselves. These ancient beings shook their heads. Despite the formidable strength of the newcomer leaving them in awe, they remained skeptical. After all, the legacy of the Dragon Clan runs deep, and it is not something a mere quasi-saint can conquer, no matter how powerful a peak quasi-saint may be. Presently, this mysterious figure has destroyed the Dragon Palace, slaying numerous dragon offspring and even the Eastern Sea Dragon King. This situation has escalated, and escaping unscathed will likely prove difficult. However, these ancient beings were unconcerned. They were rather amused by the unfolding spectacle. Above the Dragon Palace, at that moment, a shadowy figure emerged, none other than the remnant soul of Long Chun. His soul was enveloped by a palm-sized black bell, emanating a potent aura of soul laws. Yu, Ouching, reduced to a mere remnant soul, was both astonished and enraged. He had nearly met his demise, and had it not been for this soul guardian, he would have perished. Ah, you have survived. It seems you possess a soul-protecting artifact. An exquisite defense treasure indeed. Observing Ouching's remnant soul, Lin Hao felt a flicker of surprise, but dismissed it. He had merely acted on a whim moments ago, delivering a single kick without exerting much strength. Bring it to me. With that, Lin Hao struck again, eager to claim this soul guardian, for it was too valuable to pass up. Once more, he employed no earth-shattering technique, merely a simple grasp. Yet this action instilled a sense of impending doom in Ouching's remnant soul. He swiftly quelled his rising fear, roaring as he began to burn the remnants of his soul, unleashing an ancient and sorrowful dragon's roar. This roar resonated with profound melancholy, seemingly transcending time and space, echoing through the ages and reaching back to the ancient era. This is the ancient battle hymn of the Dragon Clan. He is summoning the ancient dragon elders. Upon hearing Ouching's mournful dragon's roar, the countenances of several ancient beings who had heard the legends of the ancient dragons shifted dramatically. Matters had escalated. These ancient beings comprehended the gravity of the situation. Should the ancient dragon elders emerge from their forbidden realm, the implications would be dire indeed. In stark contrast, Lin Hao merely paused momentarily, then a sardonic smile graced his face. In fact, he ceased his assault entirely, allowing Ouching to summon forth his allies. It is said that in the ancient era, the Dragon Clan was unparalleled in pride. I am eager to witness what kind of audacity the ancient dragons possess. Or if they are merely a group of waning beings, perhaps destined to perish like old mice at any moment. Lin Hao scoffed. At present, he harbored no fear, not even of the once mighty Dragon Clan, let alone a saint. Simultaneously, in a nearby expanse of the sea close to the Dragon Palace, Hundreds of human cultivators soared through the air with great speed, including Swerin and other powerful figures among them, with Xuandu also concealed within their ranks. What is this? The sound. Likewise, these formidable beings of the human race also perceived the ancient battle hymn. This is the battle song of the primordial dragon clan, which, as legend has it, is only sung when the dragon race faces a life or death crisis, calling upon the slumbering ancient dragons. What could be happening now that the dragons have suddenly invoked this battle hymn? Among the crowd, Xuandu's expression shifted dramatically. While others remained oblivious to the dragon clan's secrets, he, as the foremost leader of the human sect, was acutely aware. The dragon race on the brink of extinction? What could have led to such a dire predicament? Could it be? Listening to Xuandu's words, the other powerful beings of the human race were momentarily stunned. Yet, they quickly regained their composure, their expressions transforming with urgency. They had followed that enigmatic figure, the very one who had instilled such fear in the Eastern Sea Dragon King that he fled, and had pursued him without hesitation. Could it be that this mysterious individual had breached the Dragon Palace, compelling the Dragon Clan to sound the battle hymn and summon the ancient dragons? How could this be possible? Chapter 99. The Ancient Dragon Clan's Malevolent Star, the Arrival of the Black Dragon King. This is the ancient battle song of my Dragon Clan. The melody must be emanating from the East Sea. Could it be that the East Sea Dragon Clan is facing calamity? What has transpired? And who has driven Ao Chun to such desperation that he resorted to invoking the ancient battle song, without even seeking our assistance? Simultaneously, the great dragon clans of the South Sea, North Sea, and West Sea were all stirred, as countless dragons across the three seas listened intently to the battle song, their expressions shifting dramatically, including that of the Sea Dragon Kings. Above the ruins of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, as Ao Chun's ethereal dragon soul ignited his very essence, the ancient battle song resonated, seemingly transcending both time and space, echoing back to the primordial ages. At last, as the ancient melody reverberated, an inexplicable aura began to flow throughout the East Sea, ancient and profound. A resounding roar, reminiscent of the primal wilderness, reverberated deep within the East Sea, shaking the very fabric of existence with its ancient, desolate timbre, as if it had traversed through the ages. Accompanying this dragon's roar was an overwhelming, terrifying pressure that surged forth, akin to the awakening of an ancient demonic deity, enveloping the direction of the Dragon Palace in an instant. Under this tremendous pressure, time and space seemed to freeze, and the waters surrounding the Dragon Palace solidified. An ancient being. They have truly summoned forth the old monster from the ancient dragon clan. Across the East Sea, countless sea demons and reclusive elders were taken aback, their gazes drawn toward the source of this formidable aura. However, Lin Hao's expression revealed an intriguing interest. They have indeed summoned the ancient dragon clan, the three great overlords of yore. How fortuitous! I too wish to witness this. He had previously visited the immortal volcano and encountered the true spirit of the Yuan Phoenix, engaging in philosophical discourse. Now, he eagerly anticipated an audience with the ancestral dragon. Of course, in comparison to the ancestral dragon, he yearned even more to meet the candle dragon. Like the Yuan Phoenix, the ancestral dragon had perished after the Great Calamity, leaving only its true spirit to sacrifice itself for its kin, becoming part of the heavenly Dao. In contrast, the candle dragon had remained at the pinnacle of existence, still thriving in the present primordial realm, being one of the only ancient innate deities alive besides the Dao ancestor Hongjun. Lin Hao was aware of the candle dragon's formidable prowess, certain that it exceeded the peak of quasi-saint. And even if it had not yet stepped into the realm of primordial chaos, it was undoubtedly at least half a step into it. Crack! At that moment, a colossal fissure appeared above the ruins of the Dragon Palace, pitch black and swirling with violent spatial turbulence, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. Following this, a wave of murderous intent surged forth, as a gargantuan black dragon claw emerged from the rift. The claw, dark as night, bore scales that shimmered with a ghostly light, each scale intricately adorned with complex Dao patterns, as if weathered by the passage of time, exuding an ancient essence. As the dragon claw extended, it was soon followed by a massive dragon head, immense as a primordial mountain, compressing the very sea above the Dragon Palace, leaving no space to breathe. It was a black dragon's head, majestic and imposing. As its dragon eyes opened and closed, it seemed as if the passage of time flowed within them, revealing ancient battlefields. It was the ancestral black dragon. Upon seeing the visitor, Ao Chun's remnants of a soul turned ghastly pale. He began to chant the ancient war songs of the dragon clan, unaware of which ancient dragon elder he had summoned. For the Forbidden Grounds harbored more than one ancient dragon figure, with countless others lying in slumber. Little did he expect to have summoned this harbinger of calamity. He was well aware of the legends surrounding the Black Dragon King. According to tales, the Black Dragon King was not of pure dragon lineage. Rather, he was an ancient Black Flood dragon who had achieved enlightenment. Shunned by his clan in his youth, he was merely considered an auxiliary member of the dragon tribe. On the battlefield, he was but cannon fodder. Who could have foreseen that this Black Flood dragon would demonstrate unparalleled talent amidst the strife of the three clans? Rising through the ranks with relentless ferocity, acquiring unknown fortuitous encounters that would lead to his transformation into an extraordinary black dragon? Thus, this Black Flood dragon was discovered by the ancestral dragon, who took him under his wing, ultimately molding him into a legendary Black Dragon King. Of course, this was merely a brief overview. Ao Chun had only heard whispers of the Black Dragon King's tale, and the specifics remained elusive to him. However, he had learned that due to his humble origins and lowly status, despite his phenomenal rise, the Black Dragon King had developed a paranoid disposition, known for his violent tendencies and lack of reason. The number of lives he had claimed during the ancient era was staggering, including a considerable number of his own kin. This was precisely why Ao Chen's countenance turned ashen upon summoning this formidable entity. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. What was this? The Black Dragon King had been awakened. Hiss! Across the eastern sea, many ancient beings, upon witnessing the colossal form of the Black Dragon and the ancient, weathered aura it emanated, gasped in astonishment, their expressions shifting dramatically. This was an ancient harbinger of doom. Even though the era of antiquity had ended and the ancient dragon clan had vanished, the legend of this harbinger still echoed throughout the eastern sea. Now, a spectacle was about to unfold. Fellow beings, let us maintain our distance. This harbinger is a madman. It is rumored that when he descends into madness, he does not spare even his own kind. Reflecting upon the tales of the Black Dragon King, many ancient figures shivered in trepidation, retreating from the Dragon Palace. Younger generation Ao Chun, the current Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, pays homage to the ancestral Black Dragon. I have awakened the Elder impulsively, compelled by dire circumstances. However, I had no choice. My Dragon clan faces formidable foes, suffering grievous losses, with even the Dragon Palace in ruins. I, powerless to resist, could only awaken the Elder. Despite his profound fear of the Black Dragon King, Ao Chun knelt, expressing his sorrowful lamentation. As the Black Dragon King descended, his immense form spanned countless miles of sea, resembling a black mountain laid across the ocean. Merely coiling in that manner instilled an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He neither spoke nor responded to Ao Chun, but merely cast his pitch-black gaze over the scene, as if capable of piercing through the fabric of time and space, seeing both the past and the future. Without any inquiry, he was already aware of what had transpired. Upon realizing the events, the Black Dragon King displayed a countenance of fury, abruptly casting his gaze upon the kneeling Ao Chun. You fool! As the king of the Dragon Clan, you willingly allow yourself to be exploited by others, merely kneeling and lamenting while invaders approach. You have utterly shamed our dragon lineage. Such a useless wretch as you. How dare you claim to be a dragon? Meet your demise. With that, a colossal dragon claw descended upon Ao Chun. No, great ancestor of the Black Dragon, spare me. Ao Chun could scarcely believe that the moment the Black Dragon King arrived, he would immediately unleash his wrath upon him. Faced with the immense presence of the dragon and the overwhelming might it commanded, he yearned to flee, but it was futile. In a wail of despair, his dragon soul was crushed to oblivion, vanishing entirely from the realms of existence. Chapter 100. The innate protagonist of the Dragon Clan? Merely fit to be my steed. Humph. Useless. After slaying Ao Chun, the Black Dragon King exhibited no fluctuation in emotion. His gaze, frigid as ice, swept over the ocean expanse as he coldly proclaimed, Ancestral Dragon, are you aware of the fate that has befallen the dragon kin you chose to protect, even at the cost of your own demise? Your descendants are utterly unworthy of the title dragon. He seemed to reminisce about his younger days, when pure-blood dragons held themselves in high regard, viewing him and his kind, mere hybrid serpents, as beneath them. Now, he pondered, what had become of the dragon lineage? The illustrious Dragon King of the East Sea had been reduced to a pitiful state, begging for mercy, a disgrace to the entire dragon race. Is this the so-called pure-blood lineage, the progeny of the ancestral dragon? For reasons unknown, a wave of satisfaction surged within the Black Dragon King. His summoning was not merely a chance occurrence. He had chosen to emerge, eager to witness the current state of affairs and the condition of the dragon race, only to find them so cowardly. You are indeed the Black Dragon King. As he delved into his thoughts, a chilling, lifeless voice pierced his consciousness. The Black Dragon King's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the source of the voice. A young man clad in black robes, with silver hair, gazed at him calmly, his eyes devoid of emotion as if shrouded in deathly silence. Is it you who has destroyed my dragon palace and slaughtered my kin? Upon his arrival, he had swiftly annihilated Ao Chun, paying no heed to the others present, though he was acutely aware of their presence. This was the individual who had ravaged the dragon palace, forcing Ao Chun to summon the ancient dragon lineage. Indeed, it is I. At that moment, Lin Hao scrutinized the ancient Black Dragon King, having heard tales of his legend. One could say he resembled a character from a novel, a seemingly worthless figure rising from humble beginnings as a hybrid black serpent to become a formidable Black Dragon King. However, Lin Hao regarded the Black Dragon King with indifference. While the Black Dragon King was indeed a formidable entity in ancient times, he was not of the caliber of the ancestral dragon or the primordial deities like Zhu Long. He was merely a competent warrior, though he was a Hunyuan golden immortal and possessed the robust physique characteristic of dragons. He did not compare to the likes of Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, or Ming He, who were endowed with extraordinary powers. You certainly possess audacity to dare to slaughter my kin and destroy the dragon palace. You are indeed a bold individual. The Black Dragon King, acknowledging the young man's candid admission, revealed a hint of admiration. Yet, his tone swiftly shifted, his dragon eyes growing cold. Nevertheless, even in the decline of the dragon race, bereft of ancient might, I shall not allow any to oppress them, even if they are but a gathering of wastrels. As an elder of the ancient dragon lineage, I have been summoned by these worthless beings, and I shall not stand idly by. Child, how do you wish to meet your demise? Throughout this exchange, the Black Dragon King's demeanor remained tranquil, seemingly unfazed by the slaughter of his kin and the destruction of his palace. Certainly, the audacity to invade the dragon palace compelled Ao Chun to summon the ancient dragon clan's practitioners. Yet, he paid little heed to this. For although the adversary was shrouded in chaotic mists, suggesting a degree of power, what of it? Even if this individual were a quasi-saint of this era, could they possibly contend with him, an ancient primordial golden immortal? The realm of quasi-saint, propagated by Hongjun in this age, follows the path of severing the three corpses and the attainment of merits, merely a shortcut that pales in comparison to the primordial golden immortals of their ancient times. In the age of antiquity, a complete cultivation system was non-existent among the myriad races of Honghuang. Ascension and breakthroughs relied solely on personal enlightenment. Consequently, those who reached the Daoyuo golden immortal realm possessed strength and understanding of the Dao that far surpassed that of this current celestial age. Not to mention the primordial golden immortals. Those who could ascend to such heights even in ancient times were prodigious beings, utterly incomparable to the quasi-saints who took shortcuts in this era. How could one perish? In this world, none have the power to slay me. Lin Hao suddenly erupted into laughter, casting a sidelong glance at the Black Dragon King. Let us proceed thusly. Unleash your might at will. Should you manage to inflict even the slightest harm upon me, I shall spare your life today, you wretched black mudfish. However, if you cannot harm me, you shall become my mount. An ancient black dragon as a steed would not diminish my dignity. Lin Hao found the Black Dragon King rather intriguing. Indeed, he could make for an excellent mount. What did you say? You think I cannot harm you? And you wish to claim me as your steed? You seek death. Boom. Initially, the Black Dragon King remained composed, but Lin Hao's words instantly ignited his fury. It is noteworthy that even amidst the slaughter of dragons and the destruction of the dragon palace, he had felt no anger, yet now he was thoroughly provoked. Who was he? The Black Dragon King, renowned in the age of antiquity, his name echoing throughout the dragon clan, ranked among the top 5 alongside the ancestral dragon and the candle dragon. Even the ancestral dragon of that era regarded him as a prodigy with the potential to rival the ancient, innate deities. Though he had been affected by karmic tribulations and made no progress in his cultivation over the years, his strength surpassed that of the ancient era. Yet, this ancient powerhouse was belittled by a junior, to be treated as a mere mount. A furious dragon roar erupted from his throat, his colossal form quivering slightly as an even more terrifying dragon might surge forth from him. His icy dragon eyes, radiating a chilling aura, locked onto Lin Hao. Prepare to meet your demise. Boom. The Black Dragon King opened his gaping maw, unleashing a terrifying force of destruction that surged forth like black flames, capable of consuming all. Even the sea boiled beneath this black flame, emanating an overwhelming aura of dominance. This was a destructive divine ability at the primordial golden immortal level, imbued with profound laws of power, forged from the essence of the Black Dragon King's Dao. Wherever the black flames passed, the void shattered, and countless sea regions within millions of miles were engulfed by this aura of destruction. Destruction laws? Conversely, Lin Hao found himself greatly astonished. If it can be said that he previously possessed little knowledge of the laws of destruction, the present circumstance is markedly different. In his pursuit of the power of the heavenly Dao, he has thoroughly examined all negative laws, including that of destruction. Now, he has even forged the concept of the myriad paths devoid of righteousness, which encompasses the might of the destruction law. However, Lin Hao refrains from employing this creation, as a mere primordial golden immortal does not warrant the use of such formidable power against the heavenly Dao, especially when compared to the likes of the Ancestor Dragon and the Candle Dragon, who embody the pinnacle of primordial golden immortals. As the Black Dragon King unleashed his devastating dragon flames, Lin Hao smiled lightly. With a subtle gesture, he raised his hand, and in that instant, a colossal world materialized behind him. Countless laws of heaven and earth surged forth, entwining around Lin Hao, and shortly thereafter, an aura that dominated all paths and transcended the 3,000 great avenues enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, the entire sea realm seemed to be suspended in time. With a single step, Lin Hao advanced. The power emanating from him surged forth. The once unremarkable figure transformed into one of divine majesty, an aura that surpassed all heavens engulfing the scene, akin to the arrival of a supreme being, the sovereign of all paths. Chapter 101. Defeating the Black Dragon King. Submit or perish. With a resolute gesture, Lin Hao raised his hand and clenched his fist. In that instant, countless paths surged forth along his arm, transforming into runes that began to evolve upon the principles of the 8 trigrams of the universe, swiftly calculating and condensing their essence. Boom! With a single punch, an overwhelming force erupted, seemingly capable of subduing the heavens and annihilating all existence, an aura that resonated with the wails of the Great Dao. The clash between his fist and the Black Dragon King's draconic flames created a moment where time itself appeared to halt. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to vanish into thin air. However, soon enough, a cataclysmic wave of energy erupted from the two figures, radiating outward in all directions. Wherever it swept, whether in the depths of the ocean or upon its surface, towering waves surged forth, reminiscent of 1,000 dragons roaring, swallowing countless islands and marine creatures in its wake. This is disastrous. Quick, retreat. The powerful beings who had gathered to witness the spectacle changed their expressions dramatically, no longer daring to remain. They exerted every ounce of strength to flee into the distance. Only the quasi-saint experts of the Purple Cloud Palace could withstand the residual shockwaves. Yet even they felt their skin sting from the terrifying aftermath. How fearsome! Is this the ancient dragon clan's formidable entity? Previously, they had only heard tales of the ancient power's overwhelming strength, but they had not anticipated such a terrifying wave to arise from a mere clash. This intensity was akin to a battle between two late-stage quasi-saints. No, the most terrifying presence is that enigmatic individual who stands for humanity. What is his origin? To be capable of contending with the Black Dragon King to such an extent? Such prowess indicates he must be at least a late-stage quasi-saint. These ancient beings were left in utter shock, particularly regarding the mysterious figure daring enough to confront the Dragon Clan. They had not expected him to withstand the Black Dragon King so fiercely, further deepening their curiosity about his true identity. As for the other marine beings, they were already trembling in fear, having never witnessed such a horrific battle wave before. It seemed poised to obliterate the entire Eastern Sea. Simultaneously, the human experts, including Swerin, who were making their way towards the Dragon Palace deep within the Eastern Sea, sensed the terrifying battle wave, and their expressions shifted. This is dire. Such horror. Retreat at once. This level of combat intensity was enough to send even the hidden ancient entities throughout the Eastern Sea fleeing in terror, let alone these human cultivators. Though the Dragon Palace was within reach, they found themselves unable to advance. Under such a wave, not even the strongest of the human 3 ancestors could withstand. Is it truly my junior brother Lin Hao? Has his cultivation reached such formidable heights? Furthermore, to engage in such a battle is certainly beyond the current capabilities of the Dragon Clan. Could it be that the ancient Dragon Clan has truly been drawn out? Xian Du's expression mirrored their astonishment. Such a clash was beyond even his reach, leaving his countenance remarkably complex. Among the 3 teachings, he stands as the foremost elder brother. Although his natural talent is rather ordinary, he has inherited the Dao of non-action from Laozi. Coupled with various resources, His cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds over the years, and he has now reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo, making him one of the most exceptional figures among the younger generation. However, in comparison to his junior brother, above the ruins of the Dragon Palace, the void was torn asunder, and the waters of the entire ocean had dissipated, revealing a colossal abyss at the seabed that exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. As for the Dragon Palace and the surrounding waters, they had long been devoid of any life, transformed into a realm of utter silence. At the epicenter of the explosion stood Lin Hao, exuding an air of defiance, his gaze cold as he regarded the towering figure of the Black Dragon King. At this moment, the expression of the Black Dragon King shifted. No longer was he the arrogant and dismissive being he had been moments ago. Now, as he looked upon Lin Hao, a grave expression marred his features. Who exactly are you? The Black Dragon King was profoundly shaken. He had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary in this era, one whose depths were inscrutable. His previous strike had been executed with all his might, a torrent of destructive energy coalescing into dragon flames capable of incinerating everything in existence. Even an ordinary primordial golden immortal would perish if touched by it. Yet, his opponent had merely flicked a fist, effortlessly shattering his attack as if it required no exertion whatsoever. You will soon find out. A peculiar smile graced Lin Hao's lips as he began to shift and blur, and in the next moment, he appeared directly above the Black Dragon King. The Black Dragon King's countenance paled. He had not even perceived how his foe had vanished. Descend. Standing atop the Black Dragon King's head, Lin Hao grinned broadly and delivered a powerful strike to his massive skull. Employing the way of power, with a single punch, myriad forces bowed in submission, causing the very laws of nature to lament. The terrifying force obliterated all defenses of the Black Dragon King, whose formidable draconic physique could not withstand the blow, crashing directly into his head. Roar! The Black Dragon King felt as though his very soul was quaking, an agonizing pain surging through him, prompting an involuntary cry of anguish. Subsequently, his enormous form was heavily smashed into the abyss below. Ah, you seek death. The Black Dragon King, humiliated in such a manner, could not contain his rage. His roar reverberated throughout the ages, a torrent of terrifying blood energy and the power of the Dao surging forth uncontrollably. Still dare to be arrogant? Boom! Lin Hao unleashed another punch, shattering the momentum the Black Dragon King had just begun to gather. The overwhelming power of the Dao he had summoned was instantly repelled before it could even fully manifest. What did you say? I am socially anxious, disinclined to engage in conversation, especially trivialities. Submit or perish. Boom. Lin Hao indeed preferred not to engage in dialogue. In his previous life, such a disposition had not served him well in society, often leading to his disadvantage. However, in the primordial world, strength reigns supreme, and the might of the fist is the ultimate truth. Dissent? Then let the fist resolve it. How dare you? You seek death. Boom. Ah, I will end your life. Boom, boom, boom. Under the dominion of the power of the Great Dao, the Black Dragon King found himself utterly devoid of any capacity for resistance. The overwhelming might of the Dao, which suppressed all, rendered him acutely aware that his strength, vitality, and the essence of the Dao itself were being stifled. Moreover, each of Lin Hao's strikes, seemingly directed at his head, penetrated into his sea of consciousness, capable of assailing his primordial spirit and even his very soul, causing a tumult within his essence. This sensation of impending spiritual collapse rendered him unable to muster any magical energy to counteract. Yet, his robust physique was a testament to his resilience. A smirk danced upon Lin Hao's lips as he observed the Black Dragon King's dwindling defiance, prompting him to temper his assault. You, wretched Black Loach, I shall grant you one more opportunity. Submit, or face your demise. Capturing an ancient black dragon, particularly one of the primordial golden immortal caliber, would indeed be a matter of prestige, which is why Lin Hao was reluctant to eliminate him. After all, with his current cultivation, even a mere primordial golden immortal, not even at the peak of his power, would not pose a challenge worthy of his might. Chapter 102. The Primordial Innate Deities and Demons. The Emergence of the Candle Dragon. What is happening? Surely, I am not mistaken. This enigmatic figure is actually delivering a severe beating to the Black Dragon King? My goodness, am I truly not seeing things? As the residual waves dissipate, the echoes of tumult continue unabated. Many curious elders from the East Sea cannot help but probe with their divine senses, only to be struck dumb by the sight revealed to them. What did they behold? The esteemed ancient powerhouse, the Black Dragon King, is being soundly thrashed by this mysterious individual, leaving them utterly astounded. At that moment, across the East Sea, resonant dragon roars thundered through the heavens and earth. As colossal dragons soared in from the West Sea, South Sea, and North Sea, the East Sea Dragon King commenced the ancient dragon clan's war song, stirring the other dragon clans from the various seas, who hastened to witness the unfolding spectacle, curious about what force could compel the East Sea Dragon King to such a state. Simultaneously, above Golden Turtle Island, a hazy figure stood quietly in the void. Before him a water screen displayed the battle scene amidst the ruins of the Dragon Palace. Ah, the East Sea has indeed become lively. Truly, it is a peculiar occurrence, capable of stirring the winds and clouds wherever it manifests. The Celestial Master observed the images on the water screen with keen interest. Given that Golden Turtle Island is already situated in the East Sea, and as a sage of the heavenly path, the events transpiring in the East Sea are easily discernible to him, even without deliberate attention. However, Lin Hao's incursion into the Dragon Clan was not of significant concern to the Celestial Master. Although the Dragon Clan possesses some heritage, they no longer hold the position of paramount importance in the realm. No matter the uproar, they cannot be compared to the witch and demon clans. Nevertheless, the Celestial Master was intrigued to see whether this young man could compel the Candle Dragon to reveal itself, pondering the current extent of that being's cultivation. The Celestial Master mused, among the entire Dragon Clan, only the Candle Dragon could pique his interest. That ancient deity of Mount Zhongshan, otherwise, the ancestral dragon would fail to captivate a sage of his stature. At the ruins of the Dragon Palace, after enduring a thorough beating from Lin Hao, the Black Dragon King was left gasping for breath, his massive form having vanished, transformed into a black-robed figure, now beneath Lin Hao's foot. How about it? If you wish to live, become my steed. Otherwise, with this foot of mine, your head shall explode. Lin Hao grinned. Impossible. I, the Black Dragon King, have always been proud. Not even in the ancient era did I yield to anyone. To make this king your mount? Abandon that thought. Even in his weakened state, the Black Dragon King remained defiant. Is that so? Then I shall proceed. Lin Hao was not surprised by the Black Dragon King's attitude. He lifted his foot, ready to stamp down with genuine intent. Boom. As his foot descended, a terrifying aura surged forth, myriad paths converging. Before his foot could touch down, the void was rent with deep black fissures. This step seemed as if it would shatter the heavens. Yet at that moment, a voice steeped in antiquity resonated from the boundless expanse of time and space, ethereal and imploring. Fellow Taoist, I beseech you, show mercy beneath your feet. As the voice reverberated, the entire sea realm of the Dragon Palace seemed to undergo a transformation, as if time and space themselves were contorted, subsequently overlapping and morphing into bubbles of temporal and spatial essence, instantly severing this domain from the outside world. What transpired? What is happening? My consciousness. Suddenly, in that fleeting moment, across the Eastern Sea, the ancient beings who had been spying on the duel between Lin Hao and the Black Dragon King found their spiritual awareness abruptly severed, each one spitting blood, their faces paling to an ashen hue. Above Golden Tortoise Island, the Heavenly Master's gaze flickered. To have comprehended the laws of time to such an extraordinary degree, and even to have integrated the laws of space, truly, the most enigmatic of the primordial deities. Upon uttering these words, a wave of sanctity emanated from him, as he pointed into the void, causing the previously indistinct water curtain to regain its clarity. In the skies above the ruins of the Dragon Palace, as the fabric of time and space was isolated, Lin Hao halted, raising his gaze towards the void, where a phantasmal river had manifested unbidden. The river churned, extending for what seemed like countless eons, as if linking to unknown realms, permeated with the essence of ages past. A gaunt old man stepped forth from the river, each stride appearing to traverse an epoch, treading upon disparate temporal nodes in an eerie display. Soon, the elder emerged from the river of time, arriving above the ruins of the Dragon Palace. However, Lin Hao discerned that the old man, while seemingly walking towards him, was not truly present in the current continuum. Rather, what appeared to be his true form was, in fact, merely a projection. It was the ancestor of the Candle Dragon. Elder, why have you come? Upon recognizing the visitor, the Black Dragon King's expression shifted, and he involuntarily lowered his head, a look of shame washing over his countenance. Recalling the days of his youth, when he was ridiculed by the pure-blood dragon clan and deemed unworthy of kinship, he remembered the time he was nearly slain in battle, only to be rescued by this very ancestor of the Candle Dragon. The elder had not only saved him, but also offered invaluable guidance and a drop of his essence. It was after that fateful encounter that he defied destiny, ascending to become the illustrious Black Dragon King. Upon attaining this status, he was finally embraced by his clan. with many pureblood dragons regarding him with trepidation, and the ancient dragons treating him with utmost respect. Yet, throughout it all, he held no genuine affection for the dragon clan. Even towards the ancestral dragon, his respect was superficial, reserved solely for the elusive ancestor of the candle dragon. However, it had been many years since he last beheld this venerable figure, and to reunite under such humiliating circumstances, being subjected to a brutal beating, was a source of profound embarrassment. My dear little Black, after all these years, your disposition remains unchanged. The candle dragon lowered his gaze upon the black dragon king, who resembled a wretched creature, reminiscent of the small black WYRM he had once saved. Back in those days, the little black WYRM had been besieged by several members of the Qilin clan, on the brink of death yet fiercely defiant, even contemplating self-detonation to perish alongside his foes. At this moment, the expression of that small creature mirrored the past, albeit in a far more pitiful state, devoid of even the strength for self-sacrifice. Dear friend, might you spare this little one for the sake of my humble self? Zhulong raised his head to gaze at Lin Hao, his silvery eyes seemingly flowing with the passage of time, capable of penetrating the depths of the past, present, and future. Lin Hao's gaze was profound as he met Zhulong's eyes, stating, "This is indeed my first encounter with an ancient primordial deity. It is an honor for me. Allow me to introduce myself. I was once known as Hao, a descendant of the human race, but now I am Lin Hao, a primordial deity, having been taught by the esteemed Tai Chi Daoist. In comparison to my venerable predecessors, I am but a junior and shall treat you with the utmost respect." Having spoken thus, Lin Hao released his foot, liberating the Black Dragon King. The dignified Black Dragon King was unceremoniously kicked aside as if he were refused, igniting a furious wrath within him. Yet he found himself powerless to retaliate, left to seethe in impotent rage. Chapter 103. The course of destiny is unchangeable. Stepping into the river of time, it turns out that you are a fellow cultivator of the Xian men. This indeed surprises me. I find myself envious of the supreme sage of Taiji, who has the privilege of receiving your kind as disciples. Though you are still young, in the realm of cultivation, merit reigns supreme. Let us not refer to one another as seniors, but rather as equals in our shared path. Who knows, I may even find myself calling you Dao brother. Zhulong wore a gentle smile, resembling a benevolent elder, devoid of any airs befitting an ancient primordial deity. This demeanor took Lin Hao aback. He had not anticipated that the most enigmatic primordial being would present himself in such a manner. In light of this, I shall not presume further and shall address you as Dao Yu, Zhulong. Lin Hao responded with a courteous nod. Embodying the principle of mutual respect, he believed that if one honors another by a foot, one should reciprocate by a mile. Unlike the Black Dragon King, who exuded an air of superiority, this primordial being was remarkably polite, compelling Lin Hao to return the courtesy in kind. However, Lin Hao soon shifted his tone, his gaze sweeping over the shattered dragon palace, and remarked, "Your appearance here suggests it is related to the Black Dragon King. Yet, in light of the current situation, do you not intend to seek an explanation from me?" "An explanation?" Zhulong shook his head in response. "I adhere strictly to the principles of cause and effect. I would never involve myself in such matters out of personal sentiment. To do so would only entangle the threads of causality further, complicating the natural order." With a sigh, Zhulong's expression turned wistful as he continued, "I recall advising the ancestor dragon in days of yore, cautioning him against entangling himself in excessive causality. The pursuit of knowledge, wisdom, and enlightenment requires a tranquil heart, free from distractions, to draw nearer to the Tao." Yet, he heeded not my counsel. Not only did he create the dragon clan, but he also became embroiled in calamities, ultimately leading to a life filled with regret. Evidently, even now, Zhulong believed the ancestor dragon had erred, a sentiment known to all deities since the ancient times. The two progenitors of the dragon clan, the ancestor dragon and Zhulong, both primordial beings standing at the pinnacle of existence, had a strained relationship, as it was always the ancestor dragon who fought in battles for the dragon clan. Have you ever considered, Dao Yu, that had you chosen to fight alongside him back then, the outcome might have been altered? Lin Hao's gaze grew profound as he regarded Zhulong. Of course, this was merely a probing statement. Altered? Zhulong's expression turned sardonic as he retorted, "The intricacies of causality in this world are far too convoluted. How could the grand tide be swayed by a mere Hunyuan golden immortal?" Suddenly, he cast his gaze toward the heavens, as if his eyes could pierce through the endless expanse of time and space, reaching the distant river of the heavenly Tao. Lin Hao nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in this assertion. If the grand tide could be so easily altered, it would cease to be grand. What constitutes a grand tide? It is not merely the order and rules set forth by the heavenly Tao. Previously, he too had believed that the grand tide was solely dictated by the heavenly Tao, perhaps even the grand tide of Hanjun. However, through the cultivation of the Great Dao's true essence on the Z-Way Imperial Star, studying the heavenly Tao and contemplating the principles of the world, he came to understand that it was far more complex than that. Indeed, a grand trend encompasses the intricate web of causality that shrouds the entire world, influencing the fate of all beings and even altering the continuum of past and future. It can be asserted that this trend is the very imprint of the Tao. To alter this grand trend is akin to reshaping the traces of the Tao, thereby transforming the destinies of sentient beings and erasing the vestiges of the old path across the entirety of the timeline, thus birthing a new pathway. One might ponder, who possesses the power to accomplish such a feat? Even the primordial sage would find it impossible. At the very least, Lin Hao does not believe he is capable of it at this moment, even after undergoing tribulations and experiencing a meteoric rise in power. This revelation caused Zhurong to tremble, his gaze towards Lin Hao brimming with incredulity. What? I never anticipated that my fellow Taoist could comprehend such depths. Haha, I am not alone on this path. Suddenly, Zhurong erupted into laughter. Old ancestor you. Nearby, the Black Dragon King, still sprawled on the ground, twitched at the corners of his mouth. This old fellow, unconcerned for his own plight after being so thoroughly defeated, is instead engaging in conversation with the enemy, declaring he is not alone on this journey. It is a case of too little too late. Fellow Taoist, might we engage in a discussion on the Tao? Zhurong took the initiative to extend an invitation, his demeanor now markedly more amiable. Of course, I see no reason to decline. Lin Hao nodded. Conversing with an ancient primordial deity would be immensely beneficial to him, especially considering Zhurong's profound depth. Although he did not exude the aura of the primordial chaos, he undoubtedly surpassed the quasi-saint level. Perhaps, like Lin Hao himself, he had forged a path untraveled by others, rendering his precise realm difficult to discern. Please. Upon Lin Hao's agreement, Zhurong gestured invitingly, yet he moved first. With a single step, this ancient primordial being entered the river of time, traversing upstream. His speed was astonishing, each stride seeming to span countless worlds. Each step akin to traversing billions of years, an eerie spectacle indeed. How intriguing. Lin Hao smiled faintly, aware that their discourse on the Tao had commenced. He did not linger, his thoughts coalescing as he leapt into the river of time. The moment he entered, he was engulfed by a torrent of potent temporal energy, accompanied by myriad threads of causation and destiny, interweaving into chains of divine order that ensnared his very being and the essence of the Tao, forming a shackle around him. Truly, the river of time is a place of profound taboos for all beings. The overwhelming forces of causality and fate here are so formidable that even a saint would be unable to act freely. Lin Hao reflected on this. It was his inaugural venture into the river of time, and he felt as though he were bound, rendered somewhat powerless. He looked up toward the upstream of the river, observing the tumultuous waves, where endless runes of temporal laws intertwined and evolved, forming chains that linked one temporal realm to another. Each of these realms resembled a bubble, interconnected, with each bubble symbolizing a distinct temporal node. These interconnected bubbles are adorned with intricate threads of causation and destiny, profoundly enigmatic, yet seemingly fragile. Lin Hao is acutely aware that even the slightest contact with one of these threads could unleash a cataclysmic upheaval, resulting in an inexhaustible backlash of causality and fate. Such repercussions would be exceedingly arduous for him to endure. Observing the candle dragon, it traverses through the corridors of time, each passage crossing a bubble, thereby surpassing a temporal juncture. What astonishes Lin Hao the most is that this being remarkably avoids disturbing any of the threads of causation or destiny, exhibiting a remarkable level of proficiency. Chapter 104. The ill-fated Black Dragon King and the curiosity of the Celestial Master in the external realm, above Golden Turtle Island. The scene abruptly vanished, causing a change in the expression of the Celestial Master. Even with his saintly might, he could no longer continue to observe. Had they truly entered the river of time? The Celestial Master waved his grand sleeves, dispersing the water screen, and with a single step, he traversed the infinite expanse of time and space, as if it were beneath his feet. In an instant, he arrived above the ruins of the Dragon Palace. Upon witnessing the sudden appearance of the young man in black robes, the Black Dragon King, who was seated in meditation to heal his injuries, was taken aback and was about to speak. Silence. Before he could utter a word, the Celestial Master delivered a resounding slap. Bang! The Black Dragon King, who had just begun to recover, found himself once again thrust into the depths of despair. "Ah, you seek death," he roared in fury, his voice echoing with rage. It was one thing for that mysterious figure, Lin Hao, to bully him. After all, even the ancient Zhulong referred to him as a friend. But who was this intruder, daring to torment him? Did they truly believe the Black Dragon King was so easily trifled with? How audacious! Do you know who I am? I am of ancient lineage. Enough with the noise. Silence. The Celestial Master struck once more, this time rendering the Black Dragon King unconscious. Just then, several figures soared into view. Among them were Xuandu and the other 3 ancestral figures of the human race, accompanied by numerous powerful human warriors. "Greetings, Third Master." Xuandu bowed respectfully to the Celestial Master. "Greetings, Saint. May the Saint enjoy eternal longevity." The others, including Swearin, did not dare to be remiss and bowed deeply. This was a saint. Who would dare show disrespect? Earlier, during the battle between Lin Hao and the Black Dragon King, Xuandu had revealed his true identity, shedding his disguise. It was a necessary course of action. The aftermath of such a great disturbance had nearly led to the demise of these human warriors. He had to unveil his identity and summon his treasures to protect Swearin and the others. Upon learning that this human cultivator was indeed Xuandu, Swearin and the others were astounded. How remarkable that the leader of the human sect had been concealed among them all along. Although they did not understand why Xuandu had hidden his identity or had refrained from assisting them against the Dragon Clan, they were nonetheless grateful for his timely intervention. Indeed, with Xuandu leading the way, they felt emboldened to approach. As for Xuandu's courage to come forth, it was undoubtedly due to the presence of the Celestial Master. Otherwise, he would not have dared confront the mad Black Dragon King. No need for excessive courtesy. "Are you here seeking Lin Hao? He has already entered the river of time." The Celestial Master spoke coolly, never once casting a glance at Xuandu and the others, his gaze fixed solely upon the river of time. "It truly is Ancestor Hao. I never expected that, in such a short time, Ancestor Hao would have grown so powerful. Indeed, our Ancestor Hao has aided our human race on numerous occasions. It is a pity that aside from that one instance of imparting teachings, every time he appears, we find it challenging to discern his presence." Previously, Xuandu had already elucidated Lin Hao's identity. Consequently, the Swearin clan and others, undeterred by peril, sought to approach. The lineage of the Dragon Clan is profound, and they are acutely aware of it. Thus, their concern for this benefactor of the human race is entirely justified. "How, Ancestor? Who would have imagined this young man possesses such esteem among your kind?" Upon hearing the words of the Swearin clan, Tontian, the Master of Heaven, expressed surprise. He turned to observe the Swearin clan members before finally fixing his gaze upon Xuandu. "Yet you, who are also a disciple of the elder brother, exhibit a considerable disparity from young Lin Hao. Furthermore, your state of mind is currently quite unstable. Should you fail to fortify it promptly, significant troubles may ensue." As a sage, Tong Tian discerned Xuandu's condition with ease. "Forgive me for causing my third master to laugh," Xuandu murmured, his head bowed, unable to meet Tong Tian's gaze. Indeed, his mind had been in disarray lately, often lost in thought due to matters concerning the human race and Lin Hao. Tong Tian shook his head and refrained from elaborating further. As a master, he found it inappropriate to speak extensively about his disciple. Instead, he addressed the members of the Swearin clan, saying, "You may return. Lin Hao will come to no harm." "Truly, that is splendid news. Thank you, sage. We shall take our leave." Upon hearing Tongtian's assurance, the Swearin clan members displayed expressions of relief and joy. With Tongtian's words, they felt reassured and prepared to depart. "Away with you." Without waiting for the Swearin clan to exit, Tongtian waved his grand sleeve, sending everyone present, including Xuandu, away. "I am eager to discover what discussions this young man Lin Hao and the Zhulong are engaged in," Tongtian mused, hesitating momentarily before resolutely plunging into the river of time. His hesitation stemmed from his identity as a sage. Generally, when a practitioner ascends to the level of the Luo Jin Xian, they can traverse the river of time, even projecting into the past and future. However, this description pertains to worlds devoid of the heavenly Dao's order or where its power is not formidable. In contrast, within realms such as the Small Thousand, Middle Thousand, or even Nuwa's creation of the Hua Huang Tian, worlds of ordinary Great Thousand caliber, any de Luo Jin Xian could effortlessly navigate between past and future, even altering the fabric of time. However, the Hongwang realm is no ordinary Great Thousand world. It is a half-perfect universe that transcends the Great Thousand. Were it not for its imperfections, it would be nearly eternal. Apart from the heavenly Dao's order, Hongwang must also endure the orders of the Great Dao. Yet, following the birth of the heavenly Dao, the Great Dao receded and typically does not manage the order of Hongwang. In such a unique world, neither the Luo Jin Xian nor even the heavenly Dao sages dare to traverse the river of time lightly. Indeed, the higher one's cultivation, the greater the backlash when engaging with causality. Furthermore, as a sage of the heavenly Dao, one must refrain from disturbing the heavenly Dao's order, which is why the saints never pry into the river of time. Even when they endeavor to predict the future, they merely do so by calculating and communicating with the heavenly Dao. However, with Lin Hao and Zhu Long consecutively entering the river of time, Tongtian's curiosity was piqued. Unable to contain himself, he ultimately stepped into the river of time, eager to witness the past for himself. In the vast river of time, entwined with countless causes and destinies, Lin Hao did not act impulsively, nor did he hasten to pursue the candle dragon. Instead, he activated his eye of insight, observing the intricate threads of fate and causality. This presented a remarkable opportunity to comprehend the flow of time. How could he possibly let it slip away? He even began to extract the runes of law from this temporal current, intending to imprint them within himself. However, it wasn't long before Lin Hao shook his head, relinquishing the attempt to continue the imprinting process. He had failed. Indeed, this was his first failure in the art of extraction and imprinting, not for lack of effort, but because his body simply could not condense the essence of the river of time. Chapter 105, Through the River of Time. To the era of Longhan, despite being unable to inscribe the runes of the laws upon the river of time within himself, Lin Hao remained undeterred. Although he could not imprint them, it did not hinder his ability to extract insights. Every fragment of understanding regarding the principles of order constituted a measure of growth. However, he could not allow the candle dragon to underestimate him. Observing the candle dragon, who had already traversed countless epochs and ascended to the upper reaches, a surge of combativeness welled within Lin Hao. This marked the second time he had ignited such a spirit of battle, the first being in the presence of a multitude of great shamans. Yet, this time, alongside his martial fervor, there also simmered a sense of rivalry. As Lin Hao slowly rose, he surveyed the threads of causality and destiny enveloping him. With a mere thought, the essence of Tai Chi surged around him, and in an instant, he was enveloped by chaotic energies. Under the influence of Tai Chi and chaos, those threads of causality and destiny were swiftly isolated. He then began to tread upon the river, as if walking upstream through its currents. Just as Lin Hao vanished, a black-robed youth, the master of the Celestial Church, appeared at the very moment he had occupied. The chaos obscured the causality of the river. Indeed, this young man possessed some remarkable abilities, which explained his audacity to enter the river of time. A look of astonishment crossed the master of the Celestial Church's face. Standing upon the river, he exuded an aura of invulnerability, rendering even the threads of fate and causality incapable of ensnaring him. This was the essence of a sage, untouched by the fluctuations of the cosmos. Of course, although a sage of primordial chaos could traverse the river without being tainted by causality, they were not reckless enough to step in indiscriminately. Thus, the master of the Celestial Church merely followed along the banks, refraining from infiltrating any specific temporal nodes with his power. As Lin Hao journeyed upstream, a profound and ancient aura permeated the surroundings, and for a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been transported back to ancient times. Curiously, while standing upon the river, he felt as if he were an observer detached from the flow of time, able to witness the events of antiquity at will. However, with each step he took, time seemed to accelerate in a most peculiar manner. For instance, standing beside an ancient cultivator who was engaged in battle with another not far away, Lin Hao attempted to approach the other practitioner, only to find himself traversing through their temporal existence, arriving in the past. A most esoteric experience. Buzz. At that moment, Lin Hao's expression shifted, his gaze fixed as he sensed a monumental change sweeping through the heavens and earth. Even though he stood apart from the river of time, he suddenly felt as if he were drawn into its depths once more. Kill. Let me die? Boom. 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 Suddenly, the heavens erupted with terrifying waves of battle energy, transforming the world into a blood-red expanse, with a torrent of malevolent energy engulfing the realm, causing even the cosmic order to descend into chaos. Furthermore, this power began to permeate the river of time, as if seeking to alter the past and future itself. However, as this fearsome energy and calamity surged into the river, it caused the waters to convulse violently, unveiling countless intricate threads of causality and fate. These manifested as chains of divine order, akin to tendrils, which shattered the incoming force with unrelenting ferocity. At that moment, Lin Hao also beheld the figure of the candle dragon. This ancient primordial deity did not continue onward into the more distant epochs, but stood quietly upon the river of time, observing the cataclysmic battle unfolding at this temporal juncture. The battle of Dao and Demon. Lin Hao's expression grew grave. The battle of Dao and Demon had long been a mere legend for all beings of the primordial world, an epic tale that chronicled the myth of Hongjun Daozu. It was precisely this conflict that forged the current incarnation of Hongjun and shaped the structure of the present celestial Dao era. Yet, the specifics of this great battle remained unknown to all, even the three pure ones and other revered saints, as well as supreme beings like Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai, possessed only a vague understanding, lacking knowledge of the intricate details. Now, Lin Hao could scarcely believe that he stood upon the river of time, peering into this monumental clash. He turned to the candle dragon, furrowing his brow, and inquired, "My friend, did you deliberately summon me here to witness this scene?" The candle dragon nodded, then shook his head, saying, "I merely wish to reveal the truth to you, some of the celestial mysteries." As he spoke, the candle dragon's silvery eyes sparkled with brilliance as he gazed toward a figure not far from Lin Hao. "Tongtian, since you have arrived, why not show yourself?" True to the nature of an ancient primordial deity, the candle dragon had swiftly discerned the presence of the true self. From the river of time, the fabric of space and time warped, and a young man in a black robe emerged. "I am unworthy of such titles. As a saint, you should rightfully be addressed as Dao brother." The candle dragon promptly returned the greeting, though the three pure ones were younger in his eyes, in the realm of cultivation. Merit takes precedence, and Tongtian was indeed a true Hunyuan saint. A Hunyuan saint is both a heavenly Dao saint and a Hunyuan Daoyuo golden immortal. The heavenly Dao saint has achieved sanctity through a shortcut, not by the laws of the universe or through fortune, but by gaining recognition from the heavenly Dao, existing in the realm of Hunyuan while still at the threshold of sainthood. However, that was in the early days of the six saints, and now, after so many years, their cultivations had progressed significantly, even reaching the fourth to sixth layers of Hunyuan, far surpassing his own level. "Greetings to the third master uncle." Lin Hao also turned to return the salute. "You rascal, it seems you sensed my presence long ago." Observing Lin Hao's calm demeanor, Tongtian's expression twitched. This lad, with such a composed visage, clearly knew he had been shadowing him all along and exhibited no surprise whatsoever. "My uncle's cultivation is unfathomable. How could I possibly detect your presence?" "You jest." Lin Hao smiled slightly. He had indeed sensed it. Whether it was Nuwa in the past or the encounter with Zhuanti in the west, even now, these saints, despite their adept concealment, could not elude his discerning gaze. Moreover, his own cultivation had progressed far beyond that of yesteryears. "You rascal." Tongtian was left speechless. This young man appeared humble. Yet he knew that the latter had undoubtedly sensed his presence. However, Tongtian did not dwell on it. He turned his gaze toward the candle dragon and, with a solemn expression, remarked, "Candle dragon fellow, I find it rather perplexing that you have brought my nephew Lin Hao to this place. You must be aware that during the Dao Magic War, this particular moment is fraught with peril, even touching upon the evolution of the heavenly Dao. A moment's carelessness could birth great calamities." Clearly, although Tongtian was an unparalleled existence in the newly risen era, he was still somewhat knowledgeable about the ancient secrets. "The humble one is indeed aware of this," Candle Dragon replied, "but I beseech you to rest assured. Having remained sequestered for many years, I was merely stirred by the thrill of the hunt, contemplating a discourse on the Dao with my friend Lin Hao. Do you not agree that engaging in such discussions at this critical juncture may yield greater insights? I merely did not anticipate that I would inadvertently summon you, Tongtian. It is, indeed, an honor. Might I inquire whether the esteemed Saint Tongtian would be inclined to engage in a dialogue with us?" Candle Dragon spoke with a smile. Chapter 106. Time forms a cycle. Is someone plotting in the shadows? I humbly seek your guidance, but I must admit my curiosity regarding why you have brought us here. In truth, Tongtian's understanding of the Longhan era is rather limited, particularly concerning the war of Dao and demons. Since the Candle Dragon has led Lin Hao to this place, he is equally eager to observe the unfolding events. Suddenly, a new wave of calamity energy permeates the air, more terrifying than the previous one, imbued with an overwhelming intent to kill, as if it seeks to annihilate all in existence. The sword array of extermination. Tongtian's expression shifted dramatically. He recognized this aura all too well. It was indeed his own extermination sword array. His gaze traversed the river of time, and he beheld the external world, where war had already erupted. Outside Sumera Mountain, the entire sky was stained a deep crimson, as countless cultivators from various clans and demonic entities plunged into madness, creating a scene akin to a hell on earth. Within the extermination sword array, Hongjun, the ancestor of Yangmei, the ancestor of Yin-Yang, and the ancestor of Qinquan were collaborating to break the formation. Amidst them, a dark demonic figure traversed the space, wielding a black spear, exuding a murderous aura that pierced the heavens. A mere glance at him could ensnare one's very soul. Lin Hao and the Candle Dragon shared the same gaze. The battle was fierce, yet it aligned closely with Lin Hao's understanding. The four great primordial deities were clashing with Luo Hu. Tong Tian, too, furrowed his brow, casting a questioning glance at the Candle Dragon, evidently inquiring about the meaning behind this spectacle. Do you not sense any anomalies in this calamity, my fellow Taoists? The Candle Dragon retorted. Anomalies? Tong Tian's frown deepened, puzzled by the very notion. What discrepancies had he failed to notice? Conversely, Lin Hao, with a contemplative gaze, remarked, from Dao ancestor, demon ancestor, and ancestor Yangmei, their cultivation levels at this moment are all at the pinnacle of Hunyuan Jingxian. If they were to maintain their composure and stand in this river of time, they would realize that all their actions are intertwined with countless threads of cause and effect, intricately linked to the future. Tong Tian's expression shifted, and he turned to Lin Hao. Are you suggesting that if they were to stand here, they would comprehend that the future is immutable? Even if they cannot see what lies ahead, they could still deduce some aspects? No, the future is mutable. It can indeed change at this juncture. The Candle Dragon's words caused Tong Tian's countenance to change once more. What exactly are you trying to convey? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Tong Tian felt an ominous premonition. The Candle Dragon offered no reply, instead directing his attention towards Lin Hao. Can you discern anything further? Time forms a cycle, Lin Hao declared, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, the Candle Dragon's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Lin Hao's forthrightness, his insight surpassing even his own. In fact, he had intended to elaborate, needing to hint subtly at the implications. Yet now, the truth was already known to Lin Hao without his explanation. Time forms a cycle? What does this mean, Lin Hao, my esteemed nephew? Tong Tian grew increasingly bewildered, struggling to comprehend the cryptic exchange between the two. Though he is a sage of the heavenly Dao, having attained the 5th level of the primordial realm, his disposition diverges significantly from that of Laozi. He is solely devoted to the pursuit of his own path, never indulging in schemes or machinations. He remains oblivious to the past, the future, and the grand currents of fate. The term time forms a ring is one that even the Lord of the celestial realm has never encountered. It is indeed the first time for him to hear it. However, the Candle Dragon, as the deity of time, has been meticulously cultivating the path of time since the era of the savage beasts. Thus, even a sage's comprehension of time pales in comparison to his. What astonishes the Candle Dragon is that if this phrase were uttered by the Lord of the celestial realm, he would be shocked, but not surprised. Yet this Lin Hao, merely a junior, indeed, a junior among juniors, has grasped the concept of the path of time to such an extent, which is utterly astonishing. In response to the Lord of the celestial realm's confusion, the Candle Dragon, taken aback, observes Lin Hao shaking his head, slowly articulating. The notion of time forms a ring was merely a hypothesis I proposed during my contemplation of the laws of time. However, it delves too profoundly for practical implementation in the primordial realm, hence I did not pursue it further. At this juncture, Lin Hao's gaze shifts to the battle between the Dao and the demon at the temporal nodes outside the river, his expression turning grave. He states with a serious countenance, "Yet, standing at this temporal juncture, I cannot shake off the feeling that something is amiss, particularly concerning the causal and fate lines along this river, which leads me to ponder the so-called grand currents of the heavenly Dao. Are you implying that someone is orchestrating a scheme? Or perhaps it is the heavenly Dao itself?" With Lin Hao's words, the Lord of the celestial realm comprehends the implication. If he remains oblivious, he would no longer deserve the title of sage. I am uncertain. It is merely a conjecture, after all. This is my first venture into this river of time, and I simply have this feeling. Lin Hao shakes his head, refraining from making definitive claims. Even if his supposition holds truth, he would not express it outright, for he understands this principle. The Lord of the celestial realm's expression grows grave as he turns to the Candle Dragon. So, it appears you discovered this early on and brought Lin Hao here, hoping to leverage his talents to assist in your calculations? Indeed, that is correct. The Candle Dragon nods, not denying it. His appearance this time was indeed prompted by Lin Hao and the Black Dragon King, but not to plead for the latter. As an ancient primordial demon god, a peer of Hongjun, and now an alternative embodiment of enlightenment, he is not one to intervene on behalf of a mere black serpent. It is precisely because he recognizes this junior's extraordinary talent, particularly the ability to comprehend the 3,000 laws of the Great Dao. hinting at the remnants of the path of strength that he chose to manifest. One must understand that this is a path only Pengu has mastered, the ability to obliterate myriad laws and dominate all paths. It is for this reason he revealed himself, employing the discourse on the Tao as an excuse to summon Lin Hao, hoping to seek clarity. Little did he anticipate that not only would he attract this prodigy, but he would also draw the Lord of the Celestial Realm into the fray. Fortunately, the character of the Tongtian cult leader is well understood, unlike other sages. He possesses a forthright disposition and harbors no penchant for cunning schemes. His pursuit of the path is merely to seize a fleeting glimmer of hope. This time, he did not conceal the matter. Otherwise, he would have never broached the subject in the presence of a heavenly Dao sage. As he spoke, Zhulong bowed deeply to the Tongtian cult leader, his expression solemn as he stated, "Today's dialogue must remain a secret, for if this matter were to leak, it would undoubtedly create significant repercussions, potentially inciting unforeseen troubles among the deities, even involving that one. That is indeed the case. You are aware that I have no inclination to partake in such intricate machinations, provided it does not implicate me. Otherwise." The Tongtian cult leader's gaze turned icy, an ominous sword intent subtly rising from him, suffused with a palpable murderous aura. He refrained from continuing. Yet it was abundantly clear that the implication was that anyone daring to scheme against him would face no mercy. Chapter 107. The eerie aspects of the battle between Dao and Demon Eye, unwilling to succumb, declared, "If that is the case, let us perish together. Activate the sword array of extermination." At that very moment, the battle reached a critical juncture. Following the passage of time, Lin Hao and his companions cast their gaze forward. With a fearsome roar, Luo Hu detonated the entire sword array of extermination. Thunderous roars echoed. In an instant, the entirety of the West trembled under the onslaught of boundless malevolence. The earth shattered, the very veins of the land were devastated, and a terrifying force swept across the region, an aura of annihilation permeating the cosmos. Even amidst the river of time, Lin Hao and his companions could still sense this world-destroying power. Moreover, within the sword array of extermination, the demon ancestor Luo, who also self-destructed, taking with him the Yin-Yang ancestor and the Qiankuan ancestor. Even Hong Jun was gravely injured, his essence waning, stripped of combat capability. Yet, what troubled Lin Hao, Tongtian, and Zhulong was the complete absence of Yang Mei. No body was found on the battlefield, and no one could ascertain how Yang Mei had vanished. Even Tongtian was oblivious to it. The three exchanged glances, each sensing an anomaly. Equally perplexing was the fact that although Luo Hu had self-destructed, he retained his true spirit. With a cold glance towards Hong Jun, he proclaimed to the heavens, "Heavenly Dao, I, Luo Hu, am willing to transform into a celestial demon, establishing the demon realm. Henceforth, as the demons flourish, the Dao shall wane." As Luo Hu swore this oath, his true spirit vanished into the heavens. Strangely, the heavenly Dao remained silent. Throughout this ordeal, the future Hong Jun Daozu exhibited an unwavering calmness. Once the ancient primordial deities had dissipated, Hong Jun collected the Tai Chi diagram, the Qiankuan cauldron, and the damaged sword array of extermination, rising to depart. However, before his exit, he cast a fleeting glance into the void, his ancient eyes seemingly capable of piercing through time and space, glimpsing the depths of the river of time. This gaze caused Tongtian and Zhulong to change countenance. Only Lin Hao remained unaffected as he fell into deep contemplation. The battle between Dao and demon was fraught with anomalies, revealing numerous inconsistencies. The Yin-Yang ancestor and the Qiankuan ancestor had perished, yet they should not have been utterly extinguished. These two had once been the Yin-Yang demon god and the Qiankuan demon god, their prowess ranking among the top 100 of the 3,000 chaotic demon gods. How could they have been so easily vanquished by Luo Hu? Furthermore, even if their corporeal forms were destroyed and their primordial spirits shattered, the true spirits of demon gods possess an indomitable will, not so easily extinguished. Yet, the true spirits of these two had vanished. This was the first anomaly. The second anomaly was that Luo Hu, in controlling the sword array of extermination and connecting it to the entire Western Earth vein, held the initiative. Even in the face of defeat, if he did not wish to perish, Hong Jun and the others could not kill him. Why then did he resort to such a reckless self-detonation? Self-destruction is a path taken only when one is driven to desperation, like Hong Yun, who would never choose this route, even with a flicker of hope. The third anomaly lies in the fact that even after self-detonation, Luo Hu left behind a contingency, merging his true spirit to transform into a celestial demon. Yet, how could he be certain of his success? How could he possibly comprehend that the celestial path necessitates the demonic path? Moreover, Hongjun still wields the primordial jade disc. The fourth anomaly lies in Yang Mei's disappearance. How could one of the oldest chaos demons, a paramount figure among the 10 supreme demons, and a master of spatial manipulation, perform so inadequately? Time, space, causality, and destiny. The 4 supreme paths birth the 4 great demons, who stand atop the chaos era, their cultivation nearly rivaling that of Pangu. If these 4 demons possess profound foundations, it is unsurprising that they survived the calamity of creation. However, it is peculiar that only Yang Mei ventured into the primordial realm and exhibited such poor performance. During the Beast era, the Beast Emperor Shenzi dominated the world, rendering the myriad gods and demons powerless to rise against him. Ultimately, it took the combined might of the entire primordial realm to subdue him, with Yang Mei being merely a supporting character, an incongruity with his identity. In the ensuing demonic war, Yang Mei again played a supporting role, his performance rather mediocre. Later, when Hongjun attained sainthood, Yang Mei emerged from the chaos, playfully toying with Hongjun, demonstrating a strength far superior to that displayed in the primordial realm. Lin Hao, with keen insight, discerned that something was amiss. The fifth peculiarity, aside from Yang Mei, is Hongjun. While it is understandable for Hongjun to toy with the 3 great demons, it is rather unusual that he, even at great personal cost, refrained from summoning his 3 corpse bodies. Additionally, after the conclusion of the demonic war, Hongjun collected the Taiji diagram of the Yin-Yang ancestor, the Qiankuan cauldron of the Qiankuan ancestor, and even the fragmented sword array of the immortals. Yet he notably neglected to seize any artifacts left by Rahu. The God-slaying spear, the 12-grade world destruction black lotus, the tower of demons, the bell of 10,000 demons, and the soul-devouring banner. These are all exquisite innate spiritual treasures, with the God-slaying spear's might surpassing that of innate supreme treasures. Not only did Hongjun fail to retrieve any of these, but he also allowed spatial turbulence to carry them away. To suggest that he was too injured to collect them is implausible, even if his true self was wounded. His 3 corpse bodies remained unscathed, each a quasi-saint level entity. Surely, it would not be a burden to retrieve a treasure for battle? Thus, after observing the demonic war, Lin Hao sensed an aura of strangeness permeating the event. Similarly, Tong Tian and Zhulong noted the discrepancies, yet all 3 chose to remain silent, particularly after Hongjun's penetrating gaze. Let us depart. Tong Tian, having pondered for a moment, was the first to rise. Conversely, Zhulong turned to Lin Hao, asking, "Are you interested in continuing our journey?" Lin Hao dismissed the idea. "No, the time is not yet ripe. I prefer not to delve too deeply into others' schemes. It is far more prudent to focus on my cultivation." He had always recognized the multitude of secrets concealed within this realm, even in his past life. Tales of conspiracies circulated about the primordial realm, yet he held no desire to explore them further. He has always adhered to the belief that strength prevails above all. With sufficient power, all schemes and deceptions are mere illusions. Conversely, lacking the requisite strength and daring to probe the secrets of the universe will only bring about unnecessary troubles and even peril. Very well, if that is the case. My friend, may our paths cross again in the future. Farewell. The 2 ceased their conversation, and Lin Hao had no desire to inquire about the destination of the Candle Dragon. He stepped into the river of time, flowing downstream, returning to the present moment. Suddenly, Lin Hao materialized atop the ruins of the Dragon Palace, startling the Black Dragon King, who was in the midst of recuperating. You actually returned alive from the river of time. How is that possible?" The Black Dragon King widened his eyes in disbelief. It is well understood that the river of time is the primary battleground of the Candle Dragon. How could one possibly return alive from it? Chapter 108. The Black Dragon King as a steed, the concerns of the gods in the heavenly corridor. Little Black Dragon, I never anticipated your continued existence. I always believed our fates were intertwined, destined for you to become my steed. Observing the comically foolish visage of the Black Dragon King, Lin Hao found amusement. He had almost forgotten about this creature, yet here it remained. How fortuitous. Buzz. With a mere thought, Lin Hao summoned the true spirit of the Great Dao from within him. In an instant, a colossal phantasm of the true spirit, stretching tens of thousands of zhang, materialized, surrounded by myriad pathways, exuding an aura reminiscent of a divine being, sacred and exalted. Simultaneously, an eternal and indomitable essence pervaded the surroundings, evoking a sense of ancient desolation, as if it had traversed the very fabric of time. Is this the true spirit? An indestructible will? How can this be? Could you possibly be the chaos demon god? The Black Dragon King gazed in horror at Lin Hao's true spirit and the ancient, unyielding will, as if encountering a specter. Under the might of Lin Hao's true spirit, he sensed his very soul quaking, as if in submission, his heart lamenting in agony. Submit or perish. Lin Hao's true spirit resonated with a cold, grandiose authority. The Black Dragon King opened his mouth, yearning to remain unyielding, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, the words refused to escape his lips. At that moment, an ethereal voice echoed through the endless ages, reverberating within the Black Dragon King's mind. Little Black, acquiesce to him. Being a companion to Lin Hao is your fortune. Perhaps a calamity shall befall the primordial wilderness in the future, and following him may offer you a chance at survival. It was the voice of the ancestor Zhurong. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon King's expression shifted dramatically. Fortune? To serve as this person's steed is deemed a stroke of fortune? His countenance flickered with uncertainty, yet ultimately, he gritted his teeth and prostrated himself before Lin Hao. Greetings, Master. Had it merely been coercion, the illustrious Black Dragon King would never have submitted. However, Zhurong was his most revered figure and mentor, having received his counsel. He had no choice but to comply. This was the excuse the Black Dragon King crafted for himself. Yes, I, the Black Dragon King, have not diminished the pride of the dragon lineage. I merely act in obedience. Excellent. Rise, let us depart, Lin Hao remarked, patting the Black Dragon King's head. With the transformation, the Black Dragon King assumed his true form, a majestic black dragon, allowing Lin Hao to perch atop his head. Though he felt quite displeased, the Black Dragon King respectfully inquired, Master, where shall we go? To the heavenly court. Lin Hao's gaze sharpened as he raised his eyes towards the lofty expanse of the 33 heavens. Do not presume I am unaware. The Dragon Clan's oppression of the human race is orchestrated by the heavenly court. Since you wish to engage in petty schemes, I shall not hesitate to pay a visit to the heavenly court. Lin Hao scoffed. The likes of Swearin and other human factions remain oblivious to the reason behind the Dragon Clan's sudden orders for the various sea clans to assault them. Even Xuandu is perplexed. Yet, how could such machinations escape my notice? The heavenly court, having failed to win over the human race, resorts to such tactics, enlisting the Dragon Clan to suppress the very existence of humanity. The realm of humanity has become increasingly constricted, inevitably prompting a search for alternatives, either to ally with the Witch Clan or to seek refuge with the Demon Clan. When the Celestial Court sends emissaries to forge alliances, will it not seamlessly incorporate humanity into its fold? What a cunning scheme, what a masterful stratagem, yet alas, it encounters an adversary in me. To the Celestial Court? The Black Dragon King's countenance shifted as a flicker of excitement illuminated his features. Does this imply a bold incursion into the Celestial Court to instill fear? For reasons inexplicable, the heart of the Black Dragon King, once steadfast, began to stir with fervor. Indeed, my master, he proclaimed, with a resounding roar. The magnificent black dragon soared into the skies, breaking free from the eastern sea and ascending towards the 33 heavens. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the 33 heavens, the deities gathered in solemn assembly. Emperor Jun, the Eastern Emperor Tai, and others congregated within the opulent chamber. Yet, the atmosphere was thick with tension, and the countenances of all present were grim. Esteemed colleagues, let us deliberate on our next course of action, Emperor Jun intoned, surveying the assembly with a somber gaze. I had warned you from the outset that this was a foolish decision. Your Majesty, you heeded the whispers of deceit, and now, should Lin Hao arrive at our doorstep, I shall relish witnessing your response. The Kunping scoffed, a derisive smirk gracing his visage. His mood was foul, and his animosity towards Emperor Jun intensified. Had it not been for the latter's interference, he might have seized the primordial purple chi during the calamity of Hanyun. It was all the wretched Emperor Jun's doing. He not only summoned the 12 ancestor witches, but also permitted Hanyun to escape westward, where he was ensnared in a trap. Were it not for the intervention of the venerable Taiji Laozi, he might have faced perilous enlightenment at the hands of Zhuanti. At the utterance of Kunping's words, Emperor Jun's expression darkened further. Among those present, none bore a countenance as troubled as by Zayas. The notion of utilizing the Dragon Clan to suppress humanity had originated with him. His plan had been meticulously crafted, nearly foolproof. Yet it was the folly of the Dragon Clan that had undone him. In his strategy, the Dragon Clan was merely to enforce maritime blockades, applying pressure on humanity while occasionally inciting conflicts. Who could have anticipated that the Eastern Sea Dragon King would act so recklessly? Baize seethed with indignation. He had specifically instructed the Eastern Sea Dragon King to constrain humanity's existence, not to engage in wholesale slaughter. Had he not, they would not have provoked that formidable entity. What a splendid plan, utterly ruined by the blunders of the Eastern Sea Dragon King. Enough, Baize. There is no need for further lamentation. This debacle also bears my blame. I did not foresee such an outcome. Now let us focus on what lies ahead. Lin Hao is likely already aware of our manipulation from behind the scenes. Given his temperament, he will not rest until he exacts retribution. Emperor Jun sighed, a look of resignation crossing his face. He truly wished to avoid confrontation with that individual. His power was terrifying. And unless he invoked the grand array of the heavenly stars, he had no means to contend with him. However, the grand array was designed to confront the 12 ancestor witches. If deployed against Lin Hao, how could they guard against the witches? Why fear? If he dares approach, we shall summon the grand array of the heavenly stars and confront him head-on. The sovereign harbored disbelief, questioning whether he truly dared to engage in battle with us. As a disciple of the sage, could he genuinely risk entanglement in such cataclysmic turmoil? A visage of fury manifested upon the face of Dongwang Tai, for he had long since reached his limit. Was he merely a disciple of a sage? Did his slightly superior strength warrant such trepidation? Indeed, I stand in support of His Majesty Dongwang. If confronted by formidable foes, should we cower in fear? What, then, is the purpose of our celestial court's establishment? If we cannot surmount such trifling obstacles, how can we aspire to unify the primordial realm and consolidate its fortunes? Upon concluding his statement, Jiuying and Feilian also expressed their dissent. These two demon saints, imbued with a heavy aura of hostility and irritable tempers, were not inclined to endure indignities. It cannot be articulated in such simplistic terms. This is not merely a matter of fear, but a confrontation with reality. Are you merely intent on reckless aggression without considering the potential consequences of war? We are not afraid of death. When we established the heavenly court alongside His Majesty, we were already prepared to make sacrifices for the grand endeavor, yet we shall not perish in vain. Indeed, the battle cry resounds. Yet do you contemplate the ramifications of engaging in conflict? What if the 12 ancestral witches launch a surprise attack? How shall we respond? If they were to unite against us, are you truly awaiting the ancestor of the Dao to come to your rescue? Conversely, individuals such as Qin Yuan, Feixian, and Ing Zhao expressed opinions contrary to those of Dongwang Tai and his allies. In such a vast organization as the Heavenly Court, it is only natural that diverse factions exist. Chapter 109. The arrival at the Celestial Court. The oppression brought by Lin Hao. Indeed, I too believe it prudent not to oppose that individual. This is not out of fear, but for the greater good, for once we become adversaries, our chances of victory are non-existent. Moreover, he is backed by the Saint of Taiji. Ji Ming also stepped forward to voice his dissent, as he was the least inclined to stand against Lin Hao. From the outset, he had expressed his objections to the plan devised by Baize, but regrettably, Di Jun heeded Baize's counsel. Let us engage in negotiations. For the sake of my sister, he will not act excessively. After all, our original intention was merely to ally with the human race, and we harbor no ill will. The current predicament is largely a result of the Dragon Clan's unilateral decisions, and our responsibility is minimal. Fushi also spoke up, causing the previously reticent Dong Huang Tai to instantly fall silent. Within the Celestial Court, Fushi's words carry substantial weight. Even Dong Huang Tai dares not disregard them. Thus it must be. In the end, Dijun nodded in acceptance of the consensus. In truth, he wished to avoid war unless absolutely necessary. Among them, only he remained silent, her expression a tapestry of complexity, with an undercurrent of concern. She turned her gaze inward, where a beautiful head, suspended within her inner realm, lay quietly. The visage of this head was strikingly lovely, eyes closed as if in slumber. Yet, he was acutely aware that should this head awaken, it would herald a calamity, a head placed within her by Lin Hao. She was oblivious to the true intentions behind his actions, but she sensed malice. Buzz. At that moment, dark clouds enveloped the expanse of the 33 heavens, a stifling presence permeating the air, akin to the onset of an apocalypse. Roar. A dragon's roar resounded through the firmament, its ancient timbre echoing across the ages as though traversing the fabric of time. Is this a dragon's roar? Could it be that an ancient dragon has arrived? Within the Ling Shao Palace, the countenances of Di Jun and the others shifted, confusion evident on their faces. Lin Hao had not come. Why had the Dragon Clan appeared? This roar was not one that could be produced by the current members of the Dragon Clan. Its resonance was profound and ancient, its energy surpassing that of the great Luo Golden Immortals, rivaling that of quasi-saints. Nay, even exceeding the ordinary quasi-saints. It must be an ancient primordial golden immortal. Let us venture forth and investigate. Soon, Di Jun led a cadre of celestial beings out of the grand hall. They looked upward, where the skies above the 33 heavens churned with ominous clouds, a heavy atmosphere transforming the once resplendent celestial court into darkness. Before them, a colossal black dragon weaved through the mists, its immense head akin to an ancient star, its lantern-like eyes fixed upon Jun and the others, exuding an air of cold indifference, even tinged with disdain. Black Dragon King, what is the meaning of this? Are you provoking the celestial court? Although Jun and the others had never encountered the Black Dragon King, they were well aware of its legends. For only a handful of dragon entities had survived the ancient calamity of the Dragon Han, and the Black Dragon King was among the more renowned. Humph, Dragon Clan. Are you courting death? Clang. The Eastern Emperor Tai, already filled with pent-up frustration, summoned the chaos bell, its haunting chimes resonating through the heavens. Lin Hao was not someone he could afford to offend, yet a mere fallen dragon clan dared to provoke the heavenly court? Humph, I have yet to seek you out. Yet you come to my domain. Boom. Emperor Jun also let out a cold snort, his formidable quasi-saint late-stage cultivation erupting, a terrifying pressure sweeping across the vast heavens, shattering the ominous clouds above. He stepped forward, his golden imperial robe billowing in the wind, taking to the skies with each step. Eastern Emperor Tai followed closely, holding the chaos bell. However, at that moment, Shiha, sensing something amiss, suddenly changed her countenance and swiftly ascended to block Emperor Jun. No. Wait. Emperor Jun. Tai, stop. Shiha, what do you mean? Seeing Shiha abruptly obstructing his path, Emperor Jun's expression shifted, and Eastern Emperor Tai was equally perplexed. What does she mean? She fears for your lives. Before Shiha could explain, the Black Dragon King sneered and interjected. What did you say? At the Black Dragon King's words, Eastern Emperor Tai erupted in fury. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Emperor Jun's eyes, although he did not comprehend Shiha's intention in blocking him. He regarded the Black Dragon King with disdain. Just a Black Dragon King. Though stronger than ordinary quasi-saints, he and Eastern Emperor Tai were at the pinnacle of quasi-saints. Born of the innate divinity of the Sun Star, the embodiment of the Demon Emperor. The only member of the Dragon Clan worthy of his attention was the enigmatic Zhu Long. Yet, at that moment, a chilling, lifeless voice emanated from the Black Dragon King. What Little Black said is true. Shiha is concerned for your safety. This voice was eerie and sent shivers down their spines. Entirely different from that of the Black Dragon King. Both Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai's expressions changed, and Shiha's exquisite face paled. This is not good. Outside the Lingxiao treasure hall, Ji Ming's heart sank. He recognized that voice all too well. Similarly, Kunpeng felt a sense of familiarity. For an unknown reason. Upon hearing that voice, images of the time they pursued Hong Yun and encountered the formidable Buddha resurfaced in Kunpeng's mind. It was that same Buddha who had deceived them, nearly leading to their demise. Impossible. How could it be him? Kunpeng furrowed his brows. However, at that moment, the expressions of all the heavenly beings present, including Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, changed dramatically as they gazed toward the Black Dragon King's head. There, atop his massive cranium, sat a figure enveloped in chaos energy. If one did not look closely, they would never notice, for the figure exuded no aura of cultivation. It's you. Emperor Jun's expression darkened. Eastern Emperor Tai's demeanor grew grave as well. The celestial beings of the heavenly court all shifted their expressions, with Bai Zai's face twitching in alarm. They initially believed that the ancient dragon clan had come to seek an explanation from their heavenly court. A mere Black Dragon King did not evoke their concern. Even should the Candle Dragon arrive, they would feel some trepidation, yet remain undaunted. However, they never anticipated that this Black Dragon King was merely a mount. Boom, 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 boom. As they regained their senses, all the formidable beings present in the heavenly court became alert. An aura of terror enveloped them. For those who could attend the meeting in the Lingxiao treasure hall were at least at the pinnacle of the Great Luo. In an instant, hundreds of Great Luo and quasi-saint energies surged forth, all fixated on the chaotic figure atop the Black Dragon King's head, their gazes locking onto it with unwavering intensity. Though they had previously agreed to negotiate and to avoid conflict if possible, the arrival of the other party caused these celestial beings to adopt a stance of vigilance. Chapter 110. Ascending to the celestial realm, treading the skies, and taking the imperial throne in the vast firmament, dark clouds continued to gather, not at the behest of the Black Dragon King, but as a manifestation of Lin Hao's own grand path, eliciting a reaction from the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, Lin Hao was perpetually comprehending the power of the celestial path of non-being. Even a mere wisp of that aura of cataclysm was sufficient to provoke a change in the celestial phenomena. The principle of the Great Dao of Force is to govern all paths, possessing the capacity to create and to destroy. In contrast, his celestial path of non-being embodies pure and singular annihilation. Consequently, Lin Hao devoted his time to studying the distinctions between the Great Dao of Force and the celestial path of non-being, integrating concepts of Tai Chi and the 8 trigrams, in hopes of glimpsing and perhaps even reversing an ancient power predating Tai Chi from his previous life's understanding. The derivation of all things necessitates the experience of the primordial 5-Tai process, which represents the origin of all existence and the force that creates the laws of the Great Dao. Now inheriting the teachings of Laozi, he comprehended Tai Chi but had yet to grasp the other primordial 5-Tai. By creating the celestial path of non-being, he sought not only to counter the heavenly path, but also to harness this overwhelming force of annihilation, consolidating all his intrinsic knowledge to pursue further insight. Is this the manner in which you entertain guests in the celestial court? Lin Hao proclaimed as he slowly rose from the Black Dragon King's form. There is no need for apprehension. Visitors are guests, and my celestial court shall treat you with respect. Emperor Jun waved his hand, signaling the assembly to withdraw. He stepped forward, gazing at Lin Hao, gesturing for him to enter. Friend, let us converse within the hall. Little Black, you remain here. Lin Hao leapt down from the Black Dragon King and walked steadily toward the Lingxiao treasure hall. Observing this, Emperor Jun exhaled in relief, at least this time. The visitor did not immediately resort to aggression, suggesting there was room for dialogue. Please. A smile graced Emperor Jun's face as he walked alongside Lin Hao. Following closely was the Eastern Emperor Tai, who remained vigilant, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao. Fuxi, Bays, and other formidable beings of the celestial court also relaxed, concealing their own powerful auras and forcing smiles, each acting as if to welcome a distinguished guest. Yet, they all understood that such a harmonious atmosphere could erupt at any moment, contingent upon the ensuing conversation. Suddenly, Lin Hao turned his gaze toward Shiha, a smile gracing his lips. Your Majesty truly remains as radiant as ever, even more enchanting than when we last met. With that, Lin Hao strode confidently into the Lingxiao treasure hall, leaving Emperor Jun behind and completely assuming the role of host. However, Emperor Jun paid no mind to Lin Hao's advance. Rather, it was Lin Hao's words to Shiha that caused him to stiffen momentarily, a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. After all, who could remain calm when their spouse had been abducted, particularly the wife of the Celestial Emperor? Regardless of past events, the mere fact of Shiha's prior abduction was a stain that would mar his life. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Even the Eastern Emperor Tai, standing nearby, could no longer bear it, clenching his fists tightly and suppressing the urge to explode. Tai, do not act impulsively. Di Jun cast a sidelong glance at Tai and strode into the Lingxiao hall. The other formidable beings of the heavenly court also wore grim expressions, yet none spoke a word. Upon entering the grand hall, Lin Hao boldly took a seat upon the heavenly emperor's throne, which belonged to Di Jun. Showing no hint of courtesy, I must endure. Di Jun gritted his teeth, but soon regained his composure. A serene smile graced his face as he settled into the first row beneath the imperial seat. Observing this, the other mighty figures of the heavenly court also took their places. Once seated, Di Jun clasped his hands toward Lin Hao, smiling as he spoke. My friend, the previous incident was merely a misunderstanding. I believe the Empress Niwa has already explained it to you. Initially, I had intended to invite you personally for a conversation, but alas, my plans did not come to fruition. I later reflected that since you once stood for the human race, it would be prudent to send Ji Meng to assist your kin. Regrettably, his efforts were thwarted by Xing Tian and his entourage. It is indeed an honor for my heavenly court to host you, a prospect I have long anticipated. One cannot help but admire Di Jun, a true sovereign of his era. Such eloquence was impressive even to Lin Hao. Despite harboring deep-seated animosity towards Lin Hao, he adeptly feigned a desire for friendship, an art that few could master. How utterly hypocritical. Kuanping held Di Jun in disdain, fully aware of his true nature. This very tactic had previously ensnared numerous powerful figures from the Xixiao Palace, such as Bai Zhe and Ji Meng. To Kuanping, Di Jun was merely spinning grand illusions. As anticipated, when Kuanping had initially declined his overtures, Di Jun swiftly revealed his true colors, colluding with Eastern Emperor Tai to ensnare him and extracting a fragment of his primordial spirit, imprisoning it within the summoning banner. I am eager to observe how you intend to handle Lin Hao, Kuanping sneered. He sensed a connection between Lin Hao and the illustrious Buddha. Although they were not identical in appearance or aura, yet one undeniable similarity remained. Both exhibited a nebulous realm, rendering them difficult to distinguish. At Kunpeng's level of transcendence, few could conceal their cultivation from him. No artifact could deceive him, unless the wielder was a sage. Moreover, the sense of temporal and spatial distortion surrounding Lin Hao reminded him of the Buddha's use of such principles during the spatial transference of the temple. Additionally, the chaos at Mount Sumeru had been instigated by this very Buddha. How could any ordinary being dare to offend two saints while toying with over a dozen powerful figures of the Xiao Palace? In the aftermath, the Taiji diagram was summoned by the sage of Taiji to intimidate, forcing Jian and Junti to seal their mountain gates. The more Kunpeng contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. After all, Lin Hao had risen suddenly and astonishingly, a prodigy of the younger generation whose ascent was both rapid and extraordinary. Similarly, the illustrious Buddha had also emerged seemingly out of nowhere, despite Kunpeng's familiarity with the great powers of this era. The coincidence of their appearances was too striking, leading him to draw connections effortlessly. So regarding the recent massacre of the human race by the Dragon Clan and the various factions of the Eastern Sea, I wonder how you, esteemed Taoist Emperor Jun, would explain this. Lin Hao did not afford Emperor Jun any pleasantries, stating his intent plainly. Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present shifted significantly, silently acknowledging that indeed, this was the very matter at hand. However, Emperor Jun had long prepared his response. With a sigh and a look of contrition, he spoke. Even without your inquiry, I had intended to address the human race and provide them with an explanation. The situation is as follows. Thus, Emperor Jun embellished his premeditated remarks, articulating them with the intent of winning over the human race, employing subtle tactics without any genuine desire to complicate matters for them. Yet, he had not anticipated that Ao Chun would commit such atrocities against the human race, an act utterly despicable and entirely contrary to his own sentiments. Had he been aware of such intentions beforehand, he would have never permitted it. Chapter 111. Lin Hao demands the Imperial Star. The purple weeping demon emperor of the heavenly court. So it seems that my friend Emperor Jun is still considering the interests of the human race. Listening to Emperor Jun's grandiloquent discourse, Lin Hao displayed a smile that was more a smirk than anything else. Ahem. Indeed, however, this calamity befalling the human race, though a consequence of the Dragon Clan's errors, also implicates our heavenly court. This emperor is willing to offer a measure of compensation. Lin Hao's demeanor remained unyielding. Emperor Jun repeatedly admonished himself to endure. A small lapse in patience could jeopardize grand ambitions. Until the witch clan was obliterated, he could not afford to antagonize the person before him. As long as he could eradicate the witch clan and consolidate the fortunes of the primordial chaos, this emperor would achieve sanctity. At that moment, he would not merely be a sage, but a sage emperor, the sovereign of humanity itself. He would stand unafraid before the heavenly Dao and eventually reclaim the humiliation of today. Indeed, attaining sanctity was not his ultimate aspiration. It was merely the first step toward altering his destiny. His endeavors to unify the myriad races, establish the demon alliance, vanquish the Eastern Emperor, and create the heavenly court were all strategic moves to seize the momentum of fate. Once that momentum was established, he would be the protagonist of the calamity, and the other sages would not dare to challenge him. His sole adversary would be the witch clan. Once they were vanquished, he would become the sovereign of all spirits. And what would being the sovereign of all spirits achieve? It was all for the sake of humanity, the third of the three talents, heaven, earth, and humanity. Once he became the sovereign of humanity, he would stand on equal footing with the heavenly Dao, and what then could the other sages do? They would be beneath him. Compensation? Lin Hao shook his head. No, I require no compensation from you, nor does the human race. What I seek is your acknowledgement of my title. Acknowledgement of your title? At this declaration, not only Emperor Jun but also Donghuang Tai, Fuxi, and all present were rendered speechless. What was happening? This individual, who had arrived with such imposing fervor, audaciously took a seat upon Emperor Jun's throne, and now proclaimed he did not desire compensation, but rather a title. Was there such a thing as demanding a title? Emperor Jun, equally bewildered, found himself unable to comprehend the intentions of his counterpart. To seek a title was, in essence, to curry favor with him, yet he had previously extended an invitation to this person to join the heavenly court as the fifth demon emperor, even enlisting Nuwa, a sage, to persuade him. Yet, he had proven impervious to such entreaties, and now, out of the blue, he was demanding a title? Emperor Jun was utterly confounded by Lin Hao's audacious maneuver. Blast it! The normally stoic Kunpeng was left utterly dumbfounded, nearly uttering an expletive. In the midst of this, only Shiha, with her exquisite visage, revealed a hint of concern. She had spent the most time in contact with Lin Hao, being acutely aware of his mysterious nature. his cold-bloodedness, and his profound scheming. His sudden demand was undoubtedly calculated. Coupled with the demon god's head he had placed within her, her apprehension only deepened. Indeed, what I seek from you, dear Emperor Jun, is the position of a Star Master. Lin Hao nodded, his expression unchanged. Star Master? Emperor Jun was once again taken aback. He had not offered the other a royal position, so why would he desire a Star Master title? Similarly, Fuxi, Dongwang Tai, and the others furrowed their brows, utterly perplexed. What divine position was a Star Master? At most, one could be considered a mid-tier figure within the heavenly court, akin to the celestial sovereign of the Great Dipper array, who is but a deity of the great stars, unable to ascend to the higher echelons of the celestial realm. My friend, what do you mean by that? Di Jun inquired, taking a deep breath to voice his perplexity. Lin Hao offered no explanation, instead smiling gently as he replied. There is no need for you to ponder too deeply, esteemed friend. I have no desire for the strife of power. Rather, during my recent travels through the starry expanse, I happened upon a hidden star that captivated me greatly. I have come to seek your permission to acquire it. For you are the sovereign of the heavenly court and the lord of all stars. At this moment, Lin Hao's demeanor shifted. As he began to refer to himself as a humble practitioner, just a single star? Di Jun's eyes glimmered, visions of significant celestial bodies flooding his mind. In the ancient cosmos, the most pivotal stars were undoubtedly the Sun Star, followed closely by the Moon Star. The others, such as the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper, would hardly catch his interest. Could it be that my friend desires the Sun Star or the Moon Star? Di Jun's gaze narrowed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Dong Huang Tai and others shifted dramatically. A single star might not concern them, but the Sun Star and Moon Star were exceptions. These celestial entities represented the very core of the universe. The Sun Star was the foundation for both Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, while the Moon Star marked the birthplace of the Empress Shi He and her sister Changxi. Not at all. I seek merely a hidden star known as Ziwei, which will not disrupt the divine order of the heavenly court. I ask that you, esteemed Di Jun, and all others rest assured, Lin Hao said with a smile. At this point, Lin Hao had entirely concealed the chaotic aura surrounding him, presenting himself as an ordinary young practitioner, though his worldly physique made it difficult for others to discern his true level and roots. Ziwei Star? This revelation left Di Jun and his companions in confusion. Brother, does such a star exist? Dong Huang Tai asked Di Jun. I have never heard of it. Di Jun shook his head and turned to Fuxi. Fuxi also furrowed his brow, clearly unfamiliar with the star. This individual requests a star and expects me to confer a title. Thus, this star must possess unique qualities, potentially influencing future celestial phenomena. However, even if this star holds great significance down the line, it could hardly compare to the importance of allying with a being of at least peak quasi-saint status, especially one who is a disciple of a sage. As an emperor, Di Jun's thoughts were exceedingly meticulous. Although he was unaware of this star, he could discern its importance from Lin Hao's demeanor. He was even tempted to deduce its significance, but refrained from doing so in the presence of his interlocutor. Likewise, Fuxi wished to perform a deduction, but knew that doing so would likely provoke displeasure, so he turned to Di Jun for guidance. Di Jun did not deliberate for long before arriving at a decision. He laughed heartily and said, Ah, my friend, you are being too courteous. A mere star is nothing at all, as long as it does not pertain to the Sun Star or Moon Star, which are of great import to both me and my esteemed consort. You may choose from the multitude of stars. However, a mere Star Lord's title hardly befits your stature. Thus, if you do not mind, I shall bestow upon you the title of Ziwei Demon Emperor, making you a noble of my heavenly court. Having decided to forge an alliance, Emperor Jun naturally needed to demonstrate sincerity. In response to the demand for a Star Lord, he was not only willing to comply, but also to bestow the title of sovereign. Of course, this title was merely nominal, akin to that of Nuwa, devoid of actual power. I must express my gratitude to you, esteemed Emperor Jun, Lin Hao remarked, a smile gracing his face as he rose to clasp his fists in respect towards Emperor Jun. He then descended from the throne, gesturing invitingly. Do not mention it. My friend, Emperor Jun replied, equally gracious, as he ascended to his imperial seat. He turned to address the assembly of celestial beings present, esteemed colleagues. The gathered dignitaries comprehended the gravity of the moment, rising in unison to bow and clasp their fists in greeting. We pay our respects to the Ziwei Demon Emperor. We pay our respects to our esteemed friend, Ziwei. Chapter 112. Lin Hao's scheme. The heavenly court's fortune soars. Congratulations, fellow cultivator, for becoming the 5th sovereign of our heavenly court. From this moment forth, your identity and status shall stand equal with mine. and you shall partake in the boundless fortune of our realm. Jun also rose to extend his congratulations, unable to conceal the joy radiating from his countenance. Indeed, this time, Jun was genuinely elated. Regardless of the other's intentions or schemes, it mattered little to him. As long as the individual was willing to join the heavenly court, the allure of the witch clan would be severed. Even if they chose not to assist him in contending with the witch clan, at the very least, they would no longer pose any trouble for him. Henceforth, he could dedicate himself entirely to confronting the witch clan without any lingering concerns. Moreover, who knows, perhaps during the impending tribulation, he could even leverage this ally to defy fate itself. Everyone, please do not stand on ceremony. We are all colleagues now. However, I must request your understanding regarding one matter. I am a humble cultivator who prefers to abstain from worldly conflicts. I kindly ask that you refrain from drawing me into any disputes. Lin Hao graciously reciprocated the sentiments, asserting his disinterest in power struggles. As anticipated, his declaration only deepened the smiles on the faces of the mighty present, for no one wished to contend with an additional formidable rival. Within such a vast organization as the Heavenly Court, numerous factions inevitably exist, each embroiled in its own conflicts. None desired the emergence of yet another daunting competitor, particularly one backed by the enigmatic saint of Taiji. Haha, my friend, you are too modest. Henceforth, consider the Heavenly Court your home. Attend to me, for today marks a momentous occasion for our Heavenly Court. I shall host a grand feast to celebrate the ascension of the Ziwei Emperor. With a flourish of his grand sleeves, Jun issued orders to prepare for the festivities. Such a fortuitous event demanded celebration. He intended to invite all major factions and prominent figures to attend. He sought to proclaim to the world that the mysterious second disciple of the Saint of Taiji had become the Demon Emperor of the Heavenly Court. This was an unparalleled opportunity to enhance the fortune of the Heavenly Court and to instill awe in all directions. He could not let it slip by. I extend my gratitude to your majesty, Jun. Lin Hao did not decline the offer. After concealing himself for so long, the time had come to reveal his true intentions. His request for the position of the Ziwei Star Master was indeed a strategic move for future plans. In this current era, the Ziwei Imperial Star had yet to manifest, but he was well aware of its impending significance. Should discussions about the Ziwei Imperial Star arise post-tribulation, it would not be so simple. The Ziwei Star Master was one of the four emperors, entangled in the disputes of various sects, requiring the Heavenly Emperor to bestow the title, which necessitated the acknowledgement of the Heavenly Dao. The path he had chosen was contrary to the Heavenly Dao, and even if the Heavenly Emperor recognized him, and the saints did not intervene, how could the Heavenly Dao ever acknowledge him? However, the situation was different now that he sought Jun's favor. Jun, eager to win him over, offered terms that were nearly at his discretion. Although Jun may not fully grasp the future significance of the Ziwei Imperial Star, as the rightful Heavenly Emperor, he possessed the authority to confer titles. And thus, with a mere utterance from Jun, Lin Hao became the Ziwei Star Master. As for the title of Demon Emperor, it bore its own merits. After the tribulation, this title would seamlessly transition into that of the Ziwei Great Emperor, requiring no further conferral. Yet, it seemed. Suddenly, Lin Hao's gaze pierced through the endless void, fixated upon the firmament. Buzz. At the precise moment when Emperor Jun conferred upon him the title of Master of the Ziwei Star, an unforeseen tremor resonated through the heavens and the earth. A mysterious force enveloped the vast expanse of the primordial wilderness, subtly infused with the essence of the Heavenly Dao. Evidently, even the Heavenly Dao had been stirred. Moreover, at this instant, the fortunes of the world began to shift, with boundless energies converging towards the realm, causing the fortunes of the celestial court to surge dramatically in mere moments. Above the Lin Hao Palace, the colossal golden crow of fortune let out a resounding cry towards the sky, seemingly exhilarated, its call piercing through the infinite tapestry of time and space, breaking through the celestial might that enveloped the world. It was as if this golden crow of fortune was boldly challenging the Heavenly Dao. Our celestial court's golden crow has grown stronger. Haha. Naturally, Emperor Jun, residing within the Lin Hao Palace, felt the surge and could not suppress his laughter. Wonderful. With the addition of the Ziwei Emperor, the fortune of our celestial court has expanded once more. Such overwhelming fortune had subtly eclipsed that of the witch clan, suggesting that His Majesty the Heavenly Emperor's ambitions stood a considerably greater chance of realization. Dong Huang Tai Yi, Bai Zhe, and others were equally thrilled. It is well known that fortune bears immense significance, whether for individual cultivators or for factions and races, arguably the most crucial element. The potential of an individual, a race, or even a faction is intrinsically linked to their fortune. Should one's fortune dwindle, misfortunes would inevitably follow, ranging from minor setbacks to dire fates, with the potential for complete annihilation of their lineage or faction, much like the three ancestors of Lin Hao in their prime, whose fortunes soared to great heights but plummeted to a nadir following the cataclysm. Previously, the fortunes of the Celestial Court were comparable to those of the Witch clan, effectively in a stalemate, even having been somewhat overshadowed by them. Now, with Lin Hao's inclusion, the fortunes of the Celestial Court and the entire demon race had surged. Should they engage in battle with the Witch clan again, the likelihood of victory for the demon race had significantly increased. Moreover, the rise in the Celestial Court's fortunes also positively influenced their personal cultivation. All the great beings present, including Emperor Jun, felt their spiritual awareness sharpened, their thoughts clearer than ever. Simultaneously, the shift in the Celestial Court's fortunes reverberated throughout the primordial realm, awakening countless cultivators and mighty beings. While ordinary cultivators sensed a change in the 33 heavens, they could not articulate it, lacking deeper understanding. However, those powerhouses above the Deluo level reacted with grave concern. In the blood sea of the netherworld, the venerable ancestor of the Mingi suddenly opened his eyes during his secluded cultivation. He stepped forth, hovering above the blood sea, gazing up at the 33 heavens. How has the fortune of the Celestial Court increased so dramatically? That golden crow of fortune has seemingly doubled. What has transpired? Could it be that Emperor Jun or Dong Huang Tai has made a breakthrough? Impossible. Both Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai had reached their limits. Without obtaining the primordial purple energy, further breakthroughs were unattainable. What on earth is happening? The expression of the Mingi ancestor fluctuated with uncertainty. Outside Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Zhen Yuanzi fixed his gaze intently upon the 33 heavens. At this moment, Zhen Yuanzi had long lost his former tranquility, his face revealing an ominous expression, and the murderous intent in his gaze was unmistakable. Dijuan, Donghuang Tai, and Kuanping, as well as the river of Hades, you have slain my dear friend Hong Yun. None of you shall escape my wrath. Zhen Yuanzi clenched his fists tightly, suppressing the urge to storm the heavenly court. The death of Hong Yun had nearly become his inner demon, driving him into a frenzy as he relentlessly sought those who had participated in Hong Yun's calamity. During this time, many formidable beings had perished at his hands. Regrettably, the masterminds were far too powerful, and he currently lacked the strength to exact his revenge. With the blood sea unyielding and the river of Hades unvanquished, he simply could not hope to kill them, especially since the river of Hades matched his own strength. The principal conspirators, including Dijuan, Donghuang Tai, and Kuanping, were not adversaries he could provoke. Should he ascend to the heavenly court, not only would he fail to avenge Hong Yun, but he would ultimately be the one to perish. Wait patiently. When the calamity erupts, I shall ensure that you all repay the debt of karma. Zhen Yuanzi declared coldly. Chapter 113. The tremor throughout the primal chaos. The saints' confusion, the unexpected appointment of Lin Hao as the Lord of the Ziwei Star by Emperor Jun, has instigated a profound transformation in the celestial fortunes of the heavenly court. What could this mean? How did Lin Hao come to be affiliated with the heavenly court, especially when the Ziwei Star has yet to manifest? A change in fate is afoot. At the very moment Lin Hao was conferred the title of Ziwei Star Lord, the three great saints, Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian, were stirred. Whether on Kunlun Mountain, Shuyang Mountain, or even on the distant Gold Turtle Island in the Eastern Sea, Tong Tian emerged from the Bio Palace, hovering above Gold Turtle Island, gazing skyward towards the vast expanse of the 33 heavens. What is he plotting? Is he about to initiate a scheme, and why does it commence with the heavenly court? Tong Tian's perception of Lin Hao has undergone a significant transformation. Through the passage of time, he has come to regard Lin Hao as an equal. Upon returning from his journey through the river of time, he has been lost in contemplation on Gold Turtle Island, ruminating on the peculiarities of the Dao Demon War and the anomalies throughout various epochs. Having become aware of the strange occurrences surrounding the Dao Demon conflict, Tong Tian cannot afford to disregard them, yet he did not anticipate Lin Hao's proactive approach. However, this individual possesses audacity. By augmenting the heavenly court's fortunes, he has disrupted the balance between the Wu and the Liao, transgressing the foundational principles of the heavenly Dao. I am most curious to witness how he will navigate the future. A smirk of intrigue played upon Tong Tian's lips. Meanwhile, outside the Yushu Palace on Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing intently at the heavenly court. In contrast to Tong Tian's demeanor, Yuan Shi's brow furrowed in concern. Lin Hao's accession to the heavenly court and his usurpation of the yet-to-manifest Ziwei Emperor Star, becoming its lord, Could this be a scheme orchestrated by his elder brother? Suddenly, Yuan Shi's expression shifted dramatically as he turned his gaze towards Shouyang Mountain, his countenance fluctuating with uncertainty. While others may be oblivious to the significance of the Ziwei Emperor Star, as a saint of the heavenly Dao, he undoubtedly recognizes its implications. The future Emperor Star, the sovereign of all stars, will emerge post-cataclysm, heralding the decline of the demon race and the subsequent reorganization of the heavenly court, with the Ziwei Emperor Star playing a pivotal role. Simultaneously, within the abundant merit pool of Mount Xiumi, Jane and Zhuanti exchanged startled glances, both looking towards Shouyang Mountain. Is Laozi truly intending to elevate Lin Hao to the position of the heavenly emperor? This defies reason. Laozi espouses non-action, and his disciples are chosen by fate. How could he permit them to become embroiled in a struggle for power? As fellow saints, Yuan Shi's insights are mirrored in Jane and Zhuanti's thoughts. Brother, if Laozi truly harbors ulterior motives, what then? The equilibrium of the calamity has already been shattered. The ultimate outcome remains solely within Laozi's foresight, leaving us in utter ignorance. Even if the prevailing tides remain unaltered, should Lin Hao refrain from intervening in the conflict between the Wu and the Liao? His position as the Lord of the Ziwei Star would eventually place the heavenly court in his grasp once the Age of Demons concludes. Zhuanti's expression darkened. Moreover, this incident may also suggest a conspiracy among the three pure ones. If that is the case, we must tread carefully. The expression on Jane's face grew increasingly grave. His thoughts were numerous, yet not without foundation. Indeed, they were highly plausible. After all, orchestrating the grand design of the heavenly Dao is a formidable challenge for a single sage, and any misstep could lead to dire consequences. However, what if the three pure ones were to unite their efforts? They could undoubtedly manipulate the calamities of the era to secure the utmost advantage post-cataclysm. Brother, it appears we must take matters into our own hands. I intend to visit the witch clan and convey this news to the 12 ancestor witches, so they may prepare in advance. Should the opportunity arise, we would gladly assist the witch clan in enhancing their fortune, restoring balance to the impending tribulation. With a glimmer of resolve in his eyes, Jane swiftly made up his mind. Just then, a disciple from the Western Church arrived, flying in hastily. I report to the two sages. This is an invitation from the heavenly court. The disciple clasped his hands together, producing a golden invitation and presenting it to Jane. An invitation from the heavenly court? Jane furrowed his brow as he opened the missive, which read, 100 years hence. We sincerely invite the two sages of the West to attend the grand coronation ceremony of the new emperor, signed, the heavenly emperor Dijuan. The audacity of Dijuan to host such a royal ceremony was striking. Staring at the gilded letters on the invitation, Jane felt a sharp pang of irritation. Go, my junior. This time we shall personally attend. Since Dijuan has extended an invitation to us, he will undoubtedly invite the three pure ones and Yuhua. It would be the perfect opportunity for you to probe their intentions. With a decisive snap, Jane closed the invitation and spoke coldly. Meanwhile, across the vast wilderness, all esteemed cultivators and powerful beings received similar invitations, including Jin Yuanzi. Within the confines of the Wuzhuang Temple, Jin Yuanzi's expression darkened as he gazed at the golden invitation in his hand. Lin Hao, the disciple of the Taiji Laozi, has actually allied with the heavenly court. Cursed be this situation. With the backing of a sage, seeking vengeance for my old friend will become ever more arduous. Alas, why must it be this way? The heavenly Dao is unjust. Jin Yuanzi's anguished roar echoed through the temple before he eventually regained his composure. On Shuyang Mountain, within the 8 Scenery Palace, Laozi stared in a daze at the invitation presented by Xuandu. Xuandu, standing by his side, wore a furrowed brow, remaining silent. He was utterly confounded, unable to comprehend his senior brother's intentions. While others were oblivious to the connection between Lin Hao and the heavenly court, Xuandu was well aware. Having been present at the time, he knew that the Dragon Clan had been coerced by the Sea Clan to suppress the Human Clan, all orchestrated by the heavenly court from behind the scenes. His junior brother's willingness to slaughter the Dragon Clan and even annihilate the Dragon Palace spoke volumes of his loyalty to humanity. Yet, how could he approach the heavenly court to demand an explanation for humanity? How could he align himself with them? This was not how it should be. Could it be that his junior brother succumbed to temptation? Xuandu found himself at a loss. Thus, he turned his gaze towards Laozi, pondering the implications. The Ziwei Emperor Star. Not long ago, Hao pursued the Candle Dragon, and the third brother followed suit. Upon returning, Hao ventured to the heavenly court. Had he uncovered some hidden secrets? Was he scheming in advance? Laozi murmured to himself. Not long ago, Lin Hao and Tong Tian had stepped into the river of time. He was naturally aware of the situation. Although he did not fully comprehend the circumstances, as a sage and the foremost among them, he had much to ponder. Nevertheless, he believed that Hao must have his own thoughts. Otherwise, how could he be considered a variable? Yet, he hoped that Hao understood the arduous journey that lay ahead. After finishing his soliloquy, Laozi tossed the invitation to Xuandu and said, "A century hence, you shall represent me in visiting the heavenly court to extend congratulations to your junior brother." "Yes, master." Xuandu nodded, accepting the invitation, and departed from the 8-scenery palace in a state of bewilderment. Chapter 114. Stirring the entire witch clan. Has Lin Hao become the heart demon of Xingtian? Beyond the heavens, within the palace of Nuwa, Lin Hao has truly accepted Emperor Jun's invitation to reside in the heavenly court. Observing the invitation extended by Fuxi, a look of astonishment graced the exquisite features of Nuwa. Indeed, none among us anticipated such a turn of events. Initially, we believed he had come to seek justice for the Dragon Clan, yet this unexpected twist has left me incredulous even to this day. Fuxi, with a rueful smile, conveyed that he personally delivered the invitation to Nuwa, as she resided beyond the heavens, rendering it impossible for ordinary heavenly court cultivators to reach her. However, no matter how much Fuxi pondered, he could not fathom the true intention behind Lin Hao's actions. How intriguing. Even you, my elder brother, cannot decipher his motives. Lin Hao, my interest in you grows ever deeper, Nuwa remarked with a smile, turning her gaze to Fuxi. Brother, you may return now. I shall personally attend the imperial band in a century. Very well, I shall not linger, Fuxi replied, taking his leave promptly after relaying his message. With the heavenly court's announcement, the grand ceremony of Lin Hao's conferral rapidly spread throughout the vast wilderness, leaving the populace astounded. Indeed, upon the revelation of Lin Hao's identity, the entire realm trembled as though an earthquake of magnitude 18 had struck. Lin Hao had always conducted himself with remarkable humility. Although it was common knowledge that the sage of Taiqing had 2 disciples, the other remained a mystery to nearly all, save for Xuandu. Yet now, Lin Hao had undeniably made his name known across the world. The public, however, was rife with confusion, particularly among figures such as the River Styx, Jin Yuanzi, and the mighty beings of the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon learning of this development, their brows furrowed in concern. They could not comprehend how the Great One would permit his disciple to join the heavenly court, let alone ascend to the position of Demon Emperor. It is critical to note that the current heavenly court resembles a tempestuous whirlpool. Once ensnared, escape is nigh impossible unless one achieves sanctity. Such a significant announcement did not go unnoticed by the Witch Clan, one of the 2 dominant powers of the wilderness. Indeed, Lin Hao's entry into the heavenly court sent ripples through the entire clan. The 12 ancestors of the witches, along with Xingtian, Qiyu, and other formidable figures, convened to deliberate their response. Is this Lin Hao the one who injured you? The ancestors of the witches inquired, directing their attention toward Xingtian. Although the 12 ancestors had heard of Lin Hao, it was merely hearsay, primarily relayed through the accounts of these great witches. They were aware that a series of entanglements arose due to the incident involving Qua Fu. Furthermore, during the last encounter, when Xingtian discovered Jaimin had ventured into the realm of humanity, he had followed and disrupted the heavenly court's scheme to recruit the human race. During that confrontation, it was Lin Hao who had bested both Xingtian and Jaimin. Subsequently, after the 3 ancestors of humanity returned Xingtian, he remained in a state of unconsciousness for a century before awakening, spending the years since nursing his wounds, only now beginning to recover. It was he. Xingtian's expression darkened as he recalled the one who had rendered him unconscious, a blend of shame and fury swirling within him. As the revered warrior of the Witch Clan, being bested by a mere human was a humiliation he could scarcely bear, and it had transformed into a haunting specter within his heart. Certainly, Xingtian is aware that he is currently no match for his opponent. However, he is determined to confront them in the future, otherwise, the demons within his heart will never be quelled. It appears that this Lin Hao possesses combat prowess at least at the mid to late stage of quasi-saint level, making him a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, it is absurd for us to gather here solely to devise strategies against him. After all, he is merely a quasi-saint. How much strength can he truly add to that little rascal Dijuan? Once the period set by Hongjun arrives, we shall ascend to the heavenly court, and when Pangu's true form emerges, we will obliterate them. Among the 12 ancestor witches, Zhurong and Gonggong were the first to speak, their expressions betraying a lack of concern. However, it cannot be dismissed so lightly. Lin Hao is, after all, a disciple of the Taoist master Taiji. While we might not need to regard his strength with great concern, his status is certainly deserving of our attention. Zhang's countenance darkened slightly, sensing the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, Hutu turned to Xingtian, furrowing her brow as she inquired, Xingtian, are you certain that Lin Hao is merely a member of the human race? At this question, the other ancestor witches also turned their gazes toward Xingtian, their curiosity piqued. Indeed, they were puzzled. How could an ordinary human, albeit possessing some talent, possibly defeat a war god of the witch race like Xingtian? He is indeed of the human race. Although during our battle, he was enveloped in chaos energy, making it difficult for me to discern his true form. We have seen him before at Buzhou Mountain, Xingtian asserted. Huafu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lin Hao is human. We have clashed with him before. Furthermore, during the havoc wreaked by the 10 Golden Crows, I once sought to ally with him. Qiyu did not conceal his thoughts either, although his mood was rather grim. Years ago, he had indeed attempted to recruit Lin Hao, having recognized that Lin Hao possessed the Dao of strength and lacked a primordial spirit, which was quite peculiar. His ambition was vast. He was dissatisfied with merely being a great witch and had always sought transformation. When he encountered this unusual human, how could he let the opportunity slip away? Unfortunately, he never anticipated that Lin Hao would not only not seek him out, but would also experience a surge in power, injuring Xingtian and now joining the heavenly court. It is not surprising. Although the human race appears weak, they are, after all, of Nuwa's bloodline, and it is entirely normal for a prodigy to emerge. Xiandu is no slouch either. Otherwise, he would not have been accepted as a disciple by the Taoist master Taiji. Lin Hao's level of prodigiousness is evidently even more formidable than Xiandu's, which is why he has garnered such favor. However, I am now perplexed. The six saints have never intervened in the conflicts between our witch and demon races. Why then? Upon Lin Hao's acceptance into the heavenly court, did the Taoist master Taiji not oppose it? Or could it be that the saints are preparing to involve themselves in our struggle? In the midst of this discourse, Hutu remained the most composed, gazing far into the distance. Sister, what if we were to attend Lin Hao's coronation ceremony? Xianming suddenly proposed. Upon hearing this, Jiang, Zhurong, and the others were taken aback. Xianming, what nonsense are you spouting? They exclaimed. The heavenly court is the stronghold of the demon race. For you two to venture there. Should that little rascal Dijuan harbor murderous intent, we would not arrive in time to aid you. This is no trivial matter. What a jest. That is the heavenly court, not the palace of purple clouds. It is true that these two sisters had ventured to the palace of purple clouds in the past, but at that time, with the presence of Hongming, there was little cause for concern. Moreover, the animosity between the witch and demon clans had not yet solidified. However, the current circumstances are drastically different. The two clans are now locked in an irreconcilable conflict, and the 12 ancestor witches cannot be separated. The fall of even one would be an unbearable loss for them. Yet, the eyes of Hutu sparkled with intrigue as she turned towards Xianyuan. This indeed presents an excellent idea. It is the perfect opportunity for us to visit this Lin Hao and also to gauge his true intentions. Hutu's words caused the expressions of Emperor Jiang and the others to shift once more. What is the meaning of this? It is one thing for Xianyuan to act recklessly, but why is the usually composed Hutu also displaying such impulsiveness? Chapter 115. The arrival of Zhuan Ti and the revelation of secrets. Dear elder brother and esteemed brethren, you have all been overly concerned. Hutu remarked with a gentle smile, elucidating. This time, Emperor Jun has widely distributed invitations for Lin Hao's grand coronation ceremony in the heavenly court, a monumental event for the entirety of Hongwang. He has even sent invitations to the major sacred sections. When the time comes, cultivators and powerful figures from all realms of Hongwang will attend. Even if the sages do not make an appearance themselves, they will surely send their disciples. In such a grand assembly, does Emperor Jun dare to act against my sisters and me? In truth, ever since her last emergence from seclusion, unease had plagued her, a state that had persisted for quite some time. She yearned to venture outside, unable to remain within her clan. This was precisely why she had taken the initiative to participate in Lin Hao's coronation feast. Indeed, it was this very thought that prompted my words. Why do you fret so? Xianming rolled his eyes at Emperor Jiang and the others. However, just then, Emperor Jiang furrowed his brows, wishing to voice his concerns. When suddenly, Zhu Jiuyin spoke up. Sister Hutu is correct. There is truly no need for worry. It would indeed be worthwhile to witness this event. I shall accompany you. I am eager to see the extent of Lin Hao's cultivation now. Xing Tian also stepped forward. Then, if that is the case. Emperor Jiang opened his mouth, but before he could express his opinion, the void distorted, and an ethereal figure silently materialized in their midst. What? In an instant, the faces of the 12 ancestor witches shifted, their vigilance heightened. They were acutely aware that this was the stronghold of their witch clan, although not the Panga Hall. It was not a place that just anyone could intrude upon. The fact that the intruder had not emitted a trace of aura rendered them utterly oblivious to the incursion. Should they be ambushed, the consequences for Hutu were unfathomable. It is you, Zhuan-Ti. What brings you to our witch clan? Before long, the ancestor witches recognized the visitor as Zhuan-Ti Daoren. Umitba, good. There is no need for alarm, esteemed ancestor witches. I have come with matters to discuss. Harboring no ill intent, Zhuan-Ti clasped his hands together, his demeanor calm, devoid of any trace of saintly pressure. His words were punctuated by peculiar slogans, a creation of his and Jie Yin's. The emergence of the Ultra Buddha had instilled in them a sense of urgency, necessitating the premature dissemination of their yet-to-be fully realized Buddhist teachings. The phrase Umitba served as both a slogan and a future Dharma name for Jie Yin, disseminated in the Western lands to mitigate the influence of the Ultra Buddha. Of course, they were not yet prepared to establish a formal Buddhist faith. To do so would require severing ties with the Xianmen, a step they lacked the courage to take at this juncture. What is there for us to discuss with you? Emperor Jiang retorted coldly. He harbored a deep disdain for the two saints of the West, were it not for their status as saints. Such shameless individuals would not have dared to approach his witch clan. He would have long since dealt with them decisively. Anticipating the indifference from the 12 ancestor witches, Zhuan-Ti remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, still adorned with a friendly smile. He continued, naturally, I have come to offer assistance to you all. Before the ancestral witches had the chance to voice their scorn, Zhuan-Ti spoke first, saying, I presume you are all aware that Lin Hao, the second true disciple of Taiji Laozi, has ascended to the heavenly court and has become its fifth sovereign. The presence of a true disciple of a sage, possessing at least the strength of a late-stage quasi-saint, joining the heavenly court is indeed a grave threat to your witch clan. Negotiation requires an understanding of the opponent's weaknesses, a notion Zhuan-Ti is well acquainted with. Grave threat. How absurd. Merely an additional quasi-saint among the human race could intimidate us? Zhuan-Ti, are you jesting? Our witch clan would never cower before the heavenly court. The 12 ancestral witches are imbued with immense pride. Their previous deliberations here were merely out of concern for Lin Hao's identity as a sage's disciple, fearing possible schemes from Taiji Laozi. How could they possibly fear Lin Hao? Once the 12 heavenly divine killing formation is unleashed, they are invincible against anyone below sage level. Even a sage could be challenged, let alone a quasi-saint. Even if the heavenly court were to present us with 10 additional quasi-saint powers, we would remain unafraid. During their retreat, they have forged the 12 heavenly divine killing flags, and the strength of the Pangu Phantom has surged once more, even surpassing its might during the previous battle with the demon race. Coughing lightly, Zhuan-Ti interjected, I believe there has been a misunderstanding. I am well aware of your formidable power and the terrifying nature of the heavenly divine killing formation. When you summoned the Pangu Phantom back then, I was indeed astounded. Such might compel me to retreat momentarily. Flattery is a strategy Zhuan-Ti is quite familiar with, and indeed, upon hearing his words, the expressions of the 12 ancestral witches softened slightly, their demeanor growing less aloof. It is good that you understand. Although we are wary of your saints, it does not imply fear. Should our witch clan wager our foundation, even the venerable Hong Jun could find himself diminished. Zhurong scoffed. Enough, Zhurong, refrain from speaking so freely. Di Jiang interrupted, cautioning against offending Hong Jun, the Dao ancestor. Zhuan-Ti, speak plainly about your intentions. There is no need for such circumlocution. Thus, Di Jiang regarded Zhuan-Ti with less coldness than before. Zhuan-Ti lifted his gaze to the heavens, and with a single thought, waves of sacred might emanated from him, stirring the very fabric of destiny and enveloping the skies above the witch clan. Then he spoke, esteemed ancestors, I shall not beat around the bush. Lin Hao's ascension to the heavenly court and his royal title are merely superficial. His true objective lies in the position of the Lord of the Ziwei Star. As for the secrets surrounding the Lord of the Ziwei Star, they are matters of destiny, and I shall refrain from elaborating further, lest I attract the attention of other sages or even provoke the heavenly Dao. However, one fact is certain. Lin Hao's entrance into the heavenly court must have received the tacit approval of Taiji Laozi, and it is quite possible that he is being orchestrated by Laozi and even the 3 pure ones from behind the scenes. If my conjectures hold true, then you, the 12 ancestral witches, should comprehend the outcome awaiting your clan in this impending calamity. Zhuan-Ti spoke truthfully this time, without attempting to deceive the 12 ancestral witches. What? Involving the 3 pure ones? Upon the utterance of these words, the hearts of the 12 ancestor witches sank. If the 3 pure ones were to intervene, even in their pride, they would inevitably feel a sense of trepidation. How could this be? Why would the three pure ones assist the heavenly court? And what could they possibly gain from such an alliance? Di Jiang spoke in a somber tone. This, I am afraid, I do not know. If the three pure ones are indeed scheming, even my fellow sage, Brother Jean, and I would be unable to decipher their plans, relying solely on conjecture and analysis. With that said, Zhuan Ti shifted his tone. However, esteemed ancestor witches, there is no need for excessive worry. Over the years, the three pure ones have consistently suppressed both myself and my brother. Should they truly have a scheme this time, we shall not allow them to succeed. Though the nature of their machinations remains unclear, since they have opted to ally with the demon clan, we, too, shall choose to support your witch clan. Thus, I previously stated that we come with no ill intent, but rather a desire for collaboration. Should we unite, we shall welcome the alliance. Yet if we stand apart, we shall inevitably be defeated one by one. Chapter 116. The Scheme of Zhuan Ti. Materializing the true form of Pangu at this moment, the serene smile on Zhuan Ti's face dissipated, replaced by an expression of grave concern. Coupled with his words, he was confident that the 12 ancestors of witchcraft would not refuse his proposal. After all, the formidable reputation of the three pure ones was daunting. They were the three great sages, the true heirs of Pangu. Once they entered the fray, even a mere gesture of support for the demon clan could plunge the witch clan into irreversible calamity. Who in the vast wilderness could rival the three pure ones? Only these two could, and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, if not foolish, would surely choose to trust him. As anticipated, upon hearing Zhuan Ti's declaration, the faces of the 12 ancestors grew unusually solemn. Whether it was Emperor Jiang, the leader of the ancestors, or Zhu Jiuyin, the strategist of the witch clan, even the most composed of them, Hutu, fell into a contemplative silence. Though the witch clan was known for their boldness, they were not devoid of wisdom and would assess the pros and cons. If what Zhuan Ti claimed were true, it would spell disaster for their clan. Should the calamity erupt and a war between witches and demons ensue, their clan would face utter annihilation. Even the most irascible among them, Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, ceased their bickering. Finally, Emperor Jiang took a deep breath and gazed at Zhuan Ti, his expression grave as he inquired, "Then, how does the Saint Zhuan Ti intend to assist us?" "By enhancing the great array of the heavenly gods," Zhuan Ti replied, "to ensure that this formation can genuinely contend with the saints." "What?" they gasped. "Enhance the great array of the heavenly gods. Are you suggesting that our witch clan's formation can still be perfected?" The 12 ancestors were momentarily taken aback. Zhuan Ti nodded and continued, "I observed your previous execution of the great array with great care. It could only summon a shadow of Pangu. While this apparition might embody a fragment of Pangu's will and approach the power of a saint, it may not suffice for the challenges ahead." Zhuan Ti then addressed the 12 ancestors. "Have you considered the possibility of materializing the shadow of Pangu?" "What do you mean? Materializing the shadow? How could that be possible?" "Zhuan Ti, are you jesting with us? Our father has perished, and his flesh has merged with the wilderness. Now only his heart remains. How could we possibly reconstruct his body? Even if it were feasible, it would require the return of our father's residual soul, something we cannot achieve." They had anticipated that Zhuan Ti might offer a brilliant solution. Yet he presented this seemingly absurd notion instead. "No," Zhuan Ti asserted, "it is indeed possible." He shook his head, looking intently at the 12 ancestors. "Have you ever considered that you are the very embodiment of Pangu? If you could devise a method to merge your physical forms, combined with Pangu's heart and the scattered fragments of his will throughout the wilderness, then..." This time, the 12 ancestors were rendered speechless. They exchanged glances, each able to discern the excitement in the other's eyes. If what Zhuan Ti proposed were indeed achievable, it would represent a tremendous opportunity for them. Should they succeed, it would equate to the reincarnation of their father's will. At that point, not only the saints, but potentially even the Dao itself, could be challenged. The 12 ancestors grew increasingly exhilarated with each passing thought. Indeed, they did not lose their composure. It was merely a hypothetical scenario, and whether it could be realized remained an open question. Thus, the 12 ancestors of witches turned their gaze towards Zhuan Ti. "Saint Zhuan Ti, what course of action should we undertake?" spoke Di Jiang gravely. "Undoubtedly, should you succeed, you would become a benefactor to our witch clan." The other ancestors nodded in agreement. Although they held reservations about Zhuan Ti, they were willing to owe him a favor if he could indeed assist in perfecting the grand array of divine killings. Zhuan Ti appeared to be well prepared, responding serenely, "Gather the various parts of the body of the great Pangu. Though the flesh and blood of the great Pangu have merged into the primordial chaos, as long as you can collect fragments from every part of him that has integrated into the wilderness, I am confident in my ability to reverse the essence of his blood and flesh. At that time, you shall refine it and collectively comprehend the fusion of divine powers. While I shall be present to assist in your understanding, the great endeavor shall surely come to fruition. Very well, it is thus decided. With that, how could the 12 ancestors refuse? Zhuan Ti's face brightened with a smile, and he clasped his hands together, exclaiming, Ba, splendid, splendid. With such a rise among you, this crisis shall undoubtedly be resolved. Then, I shall not linger. I must proceed to the heavenly court to attend Lin Hao's grand coronation. Once you have gathered the parts of Pangu, do not hesitate to send word, and I shall come at once. After speaking, Zhuan Ti tossed a tree branch to Di Jiang, saying, This is a branch of the 7 treasures mysterious tree. When the time comes, you need only activate this branch, and I shall be able to sense it. With that, he departed swiftly. The 12 ancestors exchanged glances and began to allocate their tasks. Ho Tu and Xian Ming would attend the grand ceremony in the heavenly court, while the remaining ancestors and numerous great witches would disperse to various locales in search of Pangu's integrated flesh. They were not concerned about a potential ambush from the demon clan, as the demons were currently preoccupied and did not require sentinels. After Zhuan Ti left the witch clan, a smile graced his face as he gazed up at the 33 heavens, sneering, Next, I shall personally venture to the heavenly court. Sanqing, I am eager to uncover what schemes you are concocting. Simultaneously, as the heavenly court issued invitations far and wide, the entire primordial chaos erupted into a lively scene. Once rarely seen, the great Luo golden immortals and even quasi-saint beings now appeared frequently. Throughout the land, one could observe immortals riding on auspicious clouds, as well as cultivators in splendid carriages and colossal beasts soaring into the sky. The purpose of these cultivators and mighty beings was undoubtedly the heavenly court. In the heavenly court, decorations adorned every corner in festivity, with celestial maidens occasionally flitting by, carrying spiritual fruits and divine wine, while cranes danced gracefully. The various divine palaces radiated divine light, illuminating the entirety of the heavenly court. In the upper realms, troops of demon soldiers patrolled, clad in gleaming silver armor, exuding an imposing presence, starkly contrasting with the chaotic scene on the ground below. Many cultivators, upon their first arrival at the celestial court, find themselves awestruck by its grandeur. Even those exalted beings such as the great Luo golden immortals and quasi-saint powers are compelled to relinquish their usual imposing demeanor, adopting a more amiable disposition. High-ranking officials like Bai Zhe and Ji Ming are busily engaged in welcoming guests, each demon sovereign sporting a cheerful countenance, seemingly in high spirits. After all, the more magnificent the spectacle and the greater the number of visitors, the more it signifies the flourishing fortune of their celestial court. Furthermore, with Lin Hao's recent accession to the celestial court, its fortunes have surged dramatically, accelerating their cultivation pace and significantly enhancing their strength. Who could possibly remain discontented? Yet, Kuanping's expression is fraught with complexity, torn between joy and discomfort. After all, among the upper echelons of the celestial court, he finds himself at odds with Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai. While the court's expansion benefits him, the increasing number of Emperor Jun's allies poses a growing threat to his interests. Chapter 117. The commencement of the grand ceremony amidst the vibrant and festive atmosphere. Lin Hao remained remarkably tranquil, having spent the last century in meditation within his chambers. The imperial banquet, orchestrated by Emperor Jun, could be perceived as a deliberate maneuver to stir the tides of the primordial realm, intended to awe the cosmos and bolster the celestial court's fortune. His reluctance to decline stemmed from a desire to settle karmic debts. Having sought the position of the Lord of the Ziwei Star, he was aware that this request bore significant consequences, implicating Emperor Jun in a grand tapestry of time and space that demanded considerable karmic responsibility. Lin Hao, not wishing to accrue further debts, refrained from obstructing Emperor Jun's intentions. Additionally, this choice effectively curtailed Emperor Jun's aspirations of forging the Slaughter Witch sword. Most crucially, Lin Hao harbored a curiosity regarding his entanglement in these events, as it could potentially alter the balance of the celestial order. Firstly, the disappearance of the human calamity had already shifted the prevailing dynamics. Secondly, without the Slaughter Witch sword, how could the celestial court contend with the 12 ancestors of witchcraft amidst the impending tribulations? Would this imbalance precipitate a disruption in the cosmic order, prompting the saints to intervene? Saints, can you remain unperturbed? He mused. Furthermore, the grand celebration promised to be anything but straightforward, nonetheless. He found himself hoping for a touch of exuberance. A hint of intrigue danced upon his lips. As a century drifted by, the celestial court remained immersed in jubilant festivities, filled with songs and dances, a scene of sheer revelry. On the 33rd day, within the ceremonial square, a multitude of guests had gathered, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. The least among them were all of considerable cultivation, at the very least Tai golden immortals, often of profound heritage, as ordinary Tai golden immortals lack the qualification to attend. Among them, many radiated the aura of the great Luo, including numerous renowned powers. Upon the elevated platform, Emperor Jun sat resplendently at the center, clad in a golden imperial robe, adorned with a crown, his long golden hair elegantly arranged, and a radiant smile gracing his handsome visage. Beside him were Shi He, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Fu Shi, while further down sat Kun Peng, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, and other high-ranking members of the celestial court. The expressions of these dignitaries were equally jubilant, yet Shi He bore a complex demeanor, her face occasionally shadowed by concern. Previously, she had advised Emperor Jun against such grandiose displays, for the intentions of Lin Hao remained elusive, and he was backed by the saints, leaving room for potential ulterior motives. Regrettably, Emperor Jun had dismissed her counsel, responding that the world thrives on profit, and the clamor of the world is driven by gain. If he utilizes me, am I not also utilizing him? As long as both parties benefit, what is there to hinder? Sighing, Shi He recalled the cold, desolate gaze Lin Hao had directed at her. In her eyes, he was akin to a demon, and collaborating with a demon was tantamount to courting danger. At that moment, a resonant voice from the officials of the Ministry of Rites announced the arrival of a significant guest from the blood sea of the underworld. The ancestor of the Nether River has arrived. As a figure clad in a black robe with blood-red hair approached, the moment he stepped into the square, it was as if a river of blood descended upon the scene. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent swept across the area, sending shivers down the spines of all present. Haha. Ming He laughed heartily, bowing to Emperor Jun on the high platform. Congratulations, esteemed Taoist Jun, for the emergence of yet another sovereign in the heavenly court. I present to you the fiery red lotus of karma as a token of my congratulations on your ascension to the throne. With that, Ming He flicked his wrist, and a blood-red lotus with 6 petals soared forth, landing in Emperor Jun's hands. In truth, Ming He had wished to directly gift the fiery red lotus of karma to Lin Hao. However, after searching for a considerable time with his divine sense, he found no trace of Lin Hao, leaving him with no choice but to present it to Emperor Jun. The fiery red lotus of karma was indeed a lavish offering from Ming He. As the guests gazed at the magnificent lotus, astonishment painted their faces. Even Emperor Jun narrowed his eyes in surprise. Though the 6th-grade fiery red lotus might seem inferior when compared to Ming He's 12th-grade variant, its worth was undeniable, given its unique ability to incinerate karmic burdens and its rarity. Unlike the abundant merit golden lotuses produced by Jane, Taoist Ming He, please take a seat. With Emperor Jun's invitation, a celestial maiden guided Ming He to his place. Figures of such stature were seated at the forefront, just behind the heavenly court's upper echelon. As Ming He settled in, heavyweight figures began to enter one after another, each radiating a faint aura of quasi-saintship. The ancestor of withered wood has arrived. The ancestor of the firmament has arrived. The holy monarch of burning heaven has arrived. The grave Taoist has arrived. The saint mother of sandalwood has arrived. The primordial lord of dawn has arrived. Numerous prominent figures whose names were unfamiliar to most guests made their entrance, yet the quasi-saintly presence they emanated left the attendees in awe. They had never imagined that so many quasi-saints existed in this realm, concealed so deeply that they had been oblivious to their presence. With the arrival of these esteemed figures, even the somewhat renowned Great Luo Golden Immortals became subdued. With so many quasi-saint luminaries present, what audacity do we have left? Let us simply enjoy our food and drink. Great Master Jin Yuan has arrived. Soon, as the ceremonial official proclaimed, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. All guests turned their gazes toward Jin Yuanzi, then to Emperor Jun and his companions, many wearing peculiar expressions. Who in the world was unaware that Emperor Jun had plotted against and nearly killed Hong Yun? Though he did not deal the fatal blow, he was still implicated. As a close friend of Hong Yun, Jin Yuanzi had avenged him numerous times over the years, with countless great Luo golden immortals falling by his hand, including several quasi-saint powers. Now, this adversary had unexpectedly arrived. On the high platform, Emperor Jun's expression grew serious, and the Eastern Emperor Tai's countenance darkened as well. Jin Yuanzi. How intriguing. In his chamber, upon sensing Jin Yuanzi's aura, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile, his gaze piercing through the grand hall to the square, the smile on his lips growing ever more pronounced. Why is it, fellow Taoist Dijuan, that you do not welcome me, an old Taoist? I have come to congratulate the ascension of the ZY Emperor and have brought with me 30 ginseng fruits as a token of my goodwill." As he surveyed the silent crowd, including Dijuan, Xinyuanzi let out a cold chuckle. "Haha, what are you saying, fellow Taoist? How could this emperor not welcome you? Attend to our guest, and please show Xinyuan Taoist to his seat." Dijuan, embodying the grace of a true sovereign, swiftly regained his composure and instructed a celestial maiden to escort Xinyuanzi. However, Xinyuanzi merely sneered, disregarding the celestial maiden, and instead made his way to the side of the river of the underworld, where he took a seat. Once settled, Xinyuanzi turned to the river of the underworld with a sinister smile and remarked, "Old man of the river of the underworld, what do you think would happen if I were to slay you here?" "Humph, old Jinyuan, I am aware of your grudge concerning Hongyun. Over the years, you have eliminated quite a few involved in those events. Yet, you must understand, the calamity of Hongyun was preordained. Even without my interference, his demise was inevitable. Moreover, do you truly believe you can kill me? If you possessed such capability, you would have long since sought me out in the sea of blood." The river of the underworld scoffed, showing no sign of fear. As long as the sea of blood remained, the river of the underworld would endure. Although Xinyuanzi was formidable, he could not pose a threat to him. Should a confrontation arise, it would ultimately be Xinyuanzi who would suffer, not he. Chapter 118. The moon goddess Changshi and Lin Hao and Xia's eyes regarding the Nether River and Xinyuanzi. Emperor Jun has not concerned himself with them. To him, these two figures are merely nuisances to the heavenly court, causing little harm. His grand celebration for Lin Hao serves two purposes: to intimidate the world and to gauge the attitudes of the saints. Moreover, an essential aspect of this occasion is to explore the possibility of aligning with some of the formidable beings from the primordial realm, particularly the discrete powers of the Purple Cloud Palace. In the past, before he established the Demon Alliance, he had sought the allegiance of these mighty beings, but alas, apart from the likes of Baze and Jiaming, the other powerful entities from the Purple Cloud Palace had declined. Furthermore, as the witch and demon factions began to clash, those from the Purple Cloud Palace would avoid him altogether. Now that a new royal has emerged in the heavenly court, a disciple of the saints no less, Emperor Jun is keen to observe whether they will continue to evade him. Emperor Jun's gaze shifted towards the likes of Ancestor Kumu and Ancestor Sanchio. Typically, these individuals would not accept his invitations, yet they had chosen to attend this time. He was well aware of their ulterior motives. However, he resolved to bide his time and wait a little longer. At that moment, Fushi furrowed his brow and began to calculate with his fingers. "What troubles you?" Emperor Jun inquired, sensing Fushi's unease. "I have a foreboding feeling that something ominous is about to transpire. Your Majesty should remain vigilant." Fushi replied gravely. Upon hearing this, not only did Emperor Jun's expression change, but East Emperor Tai, Kuanpeng, Baze, and the others also looked alarmed. How could this be? We have invited all the saints to this grand event. Even if they do not attend, they will send their disciples. With all the sects gathered, who would dare to cause trouble, especially with the witch clan absent? Moreover, Fushi, did you not say that Empress Nuwa would personally attend? With her presence, who would dare to stir discord? East Emperor Tai questioned, perplexed. Emperor Jun, equally troubled, shared Tai's confusion, unable to fathom who would dare disrupt such a gathering. Just then, Shiha, who had remained silent, suddenly changed her expression, Lin Hao's cold visage flashing through her mind. "What is it, Shiha?" Emperor Jun noticed her distress and turned to her. "And nothing." Shiha quickly shook her head, acutely aware of her predicament under Lin Hao's influence. Even if she were to speak, Emperor Jun would likely not believe her. At that moment, the moon goddess Changshi descended, her elegant blue gown shimmering in the moonlight, her beauty transcending the ordinary. Instead of taking her seat directly, she gracefully approached the high platform. "Sister." Upon seeing her, Shiha's face brightened with a smile. Emperor Jun also smiled, addressing Changshi. "Changshi, your sister has been feeling down lately. Please be sure to keep her company." "Humph, that goes without saying. You needn't remind me." Changshi let out a cold snort, her expression towards Emperor Jun far from warm. Emperor Jun felt a twinge of embarrassment, acutely aware that ever since Shiha had been abducted, her sister Changshi had not offered him a pleasant countenance. However, a thought crossed his mind as he glanced at Dongwang Tai, transmitting silently, "Fool. After all these years, you still haven't managed to win over Changshi. It's utterly disgraceful." Coughing lightly, Dongwang Tai replied, "Brother, what do you mean by that? She clearly holds me in disdain. Surely I cannot force my way into her favor." The mention of this matter darkened Dongwang Tai's expression, and he silently cursed. "Do you think everyone is like you, with your flowery words? I do not possess such eloquence." As the esteemed Eastern sovereign, the foremost figure beneath the saints, his persona was one of aloofness. How could he lower himself to be a sycophant? After conversing with Shiha for a while, Changshi turned her attention back to Emperor Jun, coldly stating, Emperor Jun, you truly are a waste. That Lin Hao abducted your wife, and you had the audacity to appoint him as the Demon Emperor. There is no one more pathetic than you in this realm, and yet you claim the title of Heavenly Emperor. How laughable. Her words struck hard, effectively slapping Emperor Jun in the face. Crack. At her declaration, Emperor Jun's fingers nearly crumbled from the tension, an inferno of anger igniting within him. Nevertheless, he managed to restrain himself, responding coolly, I believe my friend Shiha has misunderstood. Lin Hao's actions were born of a misunderstanding with me. In a fit of rage, he took Shiha, yet he did not harm her. Upon realizing the error, he returned her. Furthermore, I have already invited Empress Nuwa to resolve the misunderstanding with Lin Hao. Given his unique status and immeasurable strength, it is prudent for me to align with him for the greater good of our heavenly court. Indeed, Changshi, I believe you have misjudged my brother. Dong Wang Tai echoed in agreement. Additionally, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Fei Lian, and others rallied to Emperor Jun's defense. Though they initially felt embarrassed by his failure to retaliate against Lin Hao after Shia's abduction, they now recognized that his actions had brought great fortune to the heavenly court with Lin Hao's involvement. His capacity for broad-mindedness, his ability to endure what others could not, marked him as a truly worthy heavenly emperor. Witnessing these high-ranking members of the heavenly court rebut her, a hint of sarcasm appeared on Changshi's exquisite face. Yet she chose not to press further. However, she expressed her curiosity. I do wish to meet this Lin Hao, to discern what remarkable prowess he possesses to have captivated all of you. Yet, upon hearing this, Shiha's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily transmitted to Changshi, Sister, do not entertain such thoughts. This person is exceedingly enigmatic and possesses a deep cunning. It would be wisest for you to keep your distance. Only those who had encountered Lin Hao understood the extent of his terrifying nature, not in terms of prowess, but in character. As a formidable being from the Purple Cloud Palace, having encountered countless powerful entities, Shiha perceived that none could rival Lin Hao in terms of temperament. His disposition was devoid of humanity, imbued solely with a divine essence tinged with obsession and madness. How to describe that individual? Only magic can encapsulate him. And not merely an ordinary sorcerer, but an authentic demon, a deity of darkness. Sister, how could you possibly fear him so? What transpired when he abducted you all those years ago that instilled such trepidation in a being of your immense power? Upon hearing Shihi's words, Changshi appeared astonished, yet her curiosity towards Lin Hao only deepened. At that moment, the resounding voice of the ceremonial official echoed, proclaiming the arrival of the disciples of the intercepting and expounding teachings. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence, as even Changshi and Shihi ceased their conversation, turning their gazes outward. Chapter 119. The emergence of the saintly sect and the clash between the schools as the ceremonial officer called out. Dozens of elegantly attired young men and women entered the hall. Unlike other practitioners, these youthful disciples strode in with their heads held high and an air of arrogance. Although their cultivation levels were modest, they exhibited no deference towards the eminent beings present. In fact, some gazed upon them with a hint of disdain. This audacity caused the assembled powers to furrow their brows, yet none dared to voice their discontent. The Chan and Jie sects, two illustrious saintly factions, were backed by revered sages, rendering them untouchable. Even figures like Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai felt a twinge of displeasure upon encountering these disciples of the saints. Emperor Jun managed to force a smile and addressed the assembly. Esteemed guests, please take your seats. However, as soon as he spoke, an inappropriate voice emerged from the Chan faction. What a ridiculous celebration. I cannot fathom what Lin Hao was thinking, associating with the demon race. It is a disgrace to our saintly lineage. The speaker was none other than Qi Jingzi, who had previously suffered humiliation at the hands of Lin Hao. Although they had not crossed paths since the division of the Three Clear, the shame of that encounter lingered in his memory. Qi Jingzi's words sparked a chain reaction among the Chan disciples, with Tai Yizhenren and Lingbao Dafa sure joining in derision. This chaotic assembly, if not for our master's summons, I would not deign to come even if begged. Indeed, a congregation of furred and horned beings. This heavenly court is the most vile place on earth. They should be sent to the blood sea of the nether. The Chan disciples grew increasingly brazen, even condemning the entire demon race. Yet, what could be done? They were disciples of the Chan sect, disciples of the Primordial Lord. Any discontent from these horned beings had to be swallowed. Even Guang Qingzi, the foremost among the Chan sect, remained unyielding, his eyes closed with an air of superiority, showing no intention to rein in his juniors. Only Randang Daoren appeared somewhat embarrassed. He coughed lightly and murmured, esteemed colleagues, let us temper our words. There are many eyes upon us. Nevertheless, the Chan immortals paid him no heed as they boldly approached the dais. To sit below? They deemed themselves unworthy of mingling with what they considered refuse. If they were to take their seats, it must be at the highest point. Yet before the Chan disciples could settle, the scorn from the Jie sect came swiftly. Chang'er Dingguang Xian sneered. Ah, always looking down on this and that. Spouting about fur and horns, oblivious to how ludicrous you truly are. What did you say? Insolent rabbit. What do you mean by that? Chang'er Dingguang Xian's words ignited the ire of the Chan immortals, who glared at him furiously. He merely chuckled and continued. Indeed, Lin Hao's alliance with the demon race has brought shame upon us as saintly disciples. But what of you? Striking a lofty pose, believing yourselves to be of noble stature? If you hold yourselves in such high regard, why was there no seat for you in the Xiao Palace back in the day? Oh, how they presume to have any worth, reduced to mere verbal sparring. With their constant mockery of others, do they not fear tarnishing the reputation of the esteemed second master? Present here are the elite of the Hongwang, including many venerable figures from the Xiao Palace. To look down upon those gathered is to look down upon the Dao ancestor Hongjun. This last remark, uttered by Ma Yuan, was particularly biting, as it invoked the name of Hongjun himself. Of course, it was not merely the seven fairies and Ma Yuan who rallied to Lin Hao's side. They simply found the likes of Guang Qingzi and his companions disagreeable and took pleasure in deriding these disciples of the Chan sect, while also garnering some popularity for themselves. In this instance, even the usually contentious Jinling Holy Mother and the three Shaos refrained from retorting. You, despicable lot. How could you of the Jie sect go so far? Guang Qingzi and his companions were seething with rage at the jibes from the Jie sect. Yet, their numbers were few, and in a battle of wits, they were no match for the Jie sect, which spoke freely and shamelessly. Unlike the Chan disciples who were limited in their retorts. Eventually, it was Randang who stepped forward to mediate. Enough of this bickering, everyone. Do you wish to provide amusement for outsiders? Indeed, Chang'er, you and your companions should also refrain from speaking. Remember the words of our master and cease this disturbance. Duo Bao interjected, preventing further escalation from the Jie sect disciples. Thus, the disciples from both sects ceased their quarrel and returned to their seats. It is true that the Chan and Jie sects are like fire and water. I was once skeptical, but now I see the truth of it. A group of youngsters, emboldened by their status as disciples of saints, are arrogant and oblivious to the harsh realities of the world. Such individuals, even under the protection of saints, are destined to face calamity. I truly wonder what the Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiaozhu think of accepting such beings. It is indeed lamentable. In light of this, I find myself thinking that the matter of accepting disciples is better left to the old man, though he has only taken 2 disciples. Both Xuandu and Lin Hao are extraordinary in their own rights. Indeed, I have met Xuandu. Although he possesses a calm demeanor, he is courteous and exceptionally gifted, likely having made significant strides in the realm of the Luo by now. As for my second disciple, I am curious about how he came to be in the heavenly court as a demon emperor, and why Di Jun would go to such lengths to host a grand coronation banquet for him. He must surely be remarkable. Ah, my friend, you may not be aware, but the true nature of Lin Hao is not what matters here. Di Jun's actions are likely motivated by his status. By winning Lin Hao over, he effectively strengthens his ties with the human sect, significantly enhancing the heavenly court's power, reputation, and influence. Before the grand ceremony commenced, the guests present could not remain idle and began to engage in scattered conversations, the topics undoubtedly revolving around the heavenly court, the various holy sects, and Lin Hao. At the head of the hall, Di Jun surveyed the surroundings. While he did not pry into the discussions of the guests, he could certainly sense the atmosphere. A faint smile graced his face, and despite the unfavorable attitudes of the Chan and Jie sects, his spirits remained unperturbed. However, Di Jun remained oblivious to the fact that among the guests, 3 Taoists were fixated upon him. Of these 3, 2 were Taoist maidens of unremarkable appearance, their cultivation revealing they were at the early stage of the Great Luo, while beside them stood a robust man, whose cultivation was at the mid-stage of the Great Luo. These 3 individuals seemed rather ordinary, refraining from engaging with the other guests, instead continuously observing the surroundings, including Di Jun's sister. What is your perspective? As the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects entered, Ho Tu turned her gaze toward Xianming. Indeed, these 3 Taoists were none other than Ho Tu, Xianming, and Xing Tian in disguise, having employed the unique transformation technique of the Wu clan, which even Di Jun would find difficult to detect. Chapter 120. The grand ceremony commences. Lin Hao makes his entrance. I find myself at a loss, unable to discern much, Yet it is evident that Xinyuanzi approaches with hostility. The attitudes of both the Chan and Jie sects clearly show a lack of respect towards Emperor Jun, and indeed, towards all present. Furthermore, it seems that the Chan and Jie sects harbor a rather unfavorable disposition towards Lin Hao, Xinming remarked. Hutu then turned her gaze towards Xingtian. He scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Hutu ancestor witch, do not look to me. My understanding is even more limited. With so many people here and such chaos, what can I possibly glean? His head felt muddled. The cacophony was irksome, and he yearned for Lin Hao to make his appearance soon, to gauge his strength, and then to return home. Hutu rolled her eyes at his words, realizing that their exchange was rather fruitless. She decided to observe for herself. It should not be long now. The Western sect is still absent, but I suspect Jane and Junti will arrive shortly, she murmured. Boom, boom. As soon as Hutu's voice faded, two overwhelming auras descended, their divine presence sweeping across the 33 heavens, causing the celestial pathways to wail in despair. A purple mist emerged from the east, spanning millions of miles of void, enveloping the entire venue in a violet hue. Two figures, both clad in simple robes and sporting curly hair, approached, their expressions benevolent. Their identities were none other than Jane and Junti. Jane Saint and Junti Saint has arrived. The officials were at a loss for words as they witnessed the saint's descent. Likewise, the guests present were taken aback. None anticipated that Jane and Junti would attend. It is worth noting that previously, only disciples from the Chan and Jie sects had been sent, while Yuanshi Tianzuan and Tongtian Jiao Master were conspicuously absent. Even Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and others were momentarily stunned. However, Emperor Jun quickly regained his composure, rising to greet Jane and Junti with a respectful bow. It is an honor for our heavenly court to host the esteemed saints. Please, take your seats. Honored saints. Soon after, Dongwang Tai, Fushi, and others followed suit, paying their respects. As the crowd regained their senses, they hastily rose, eager to show their deference. You are all too kind. There is no need for such formalities. Please, be seated. Junti smiled graciously, nodding politely at the guests as she and Jane ascended. Emperor Jun promptly guided the two saints to their designated seats, which he had prepared in advance, regardless of whether they would attend or not. Protocol must be upheld. Yet, a perplexing thought crossed Emperor Jun's mind. Why had the three pure ones not come, while Jane and Junti appeared together? This struck him as rather strange. Suddenly, Lin Hao came to mind, causing his gaze to flicker with intrigue. Simultaneously, the arrival of Jane and Junti sparked speculation among the assembled crowd. None present were ordinary cultivators, and each possessed a keen intellect, naturally leading to various conjectures. Upon taking her seat, Junti scanned the room, her eyes quickly landing on Hutu and the others. A subtle smile graced her lips as she conveyed a message through sound transmission. Once Lin Hao makes his entrance, you three must find a way to test him. To challenge Lin Hao, Saint Junti, what is your intent? Hutu and her companions furrowed their brows in concern. The literal meaning is merely a test. Firstly, if you can defeat Lin Hao at this grand ceremony, it would not only severely dampen his spirit, but also deliver a resounding slap to Emperor Jun's face, consequently weakening the celestial fortune of the heavenly court. Secondly, it would also serve to gauge the stance of the three teachings. The attitudes of their disciples would reflect whether the Sanqing is covertly supporting Lin Hao. Rest assured, your safety is guaranteed by the two of us. No matter how tumultuous your actions may be today, my senior brother and I will ensure your well-being. Junti conveyed through sound transmission. Sister Hutu, what is your opinion? Xinming turned to Hutu upon hearing this. Hutu, however, remained in deep thought, her brow furrowed. Junti's suggestion was indeed appealing. She was quite eager to ascertain whether Lin Hao's entry into the heavenly court was backed by the Sanqing. Even if it were only the Taiqing Laozi, it would not bode well for their witch clan. Yet, she harbored a lingering wariness towards Junti. Neither Jane nor Junti were to be trusted, and she felt considerable apprehension about collaborating with these two. Allow me. Just as Huda hesitated, Xingtian stepped forward. Xingtian proclaimed, I shall probe. For I am keen to discern Lin Hao's current strength, in order to avenge the previous grievance. Even if I were to be defeated, it would not implicate the witch clan. It would merely be a personal vendetta, a straightforward challenge. Xingtian Yu. Upon hearing Xingtian's words, both Hutu and Xuanming's expressions shifted dramatically. It is settled then. With a resolved determination, Xingtian bit his lip and transmitted to Junti. Saint Junti, I shall take on this task, but remember your promise. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you must safeguard the two ancestral witches. If you dare to harbor any ill intentions against me, our witch clan will not let it slide. That is only natural. Please rest assured, as a saint. How could I possibly go back on my word? Zhuanti assured him through sound transmission. Does this Zhuani have ties with the witch clan? While the two were communicating, a figure flickered in the void, none other than Yuhua. Zhuanti's sound transmission may have eluded Xingtian and Hutu, but it could not escape her notice. In truth, Yuhua had arrived long ago. She too was eager to ascertain to what extent Lin Hao had progressed. While others may be unaware of the path Lin Hao traversed, how could she remain ignorant? Moreover, Yuhua was also curious as to why Laozi would permit Lin Hao to join the heavenly court. It was an incongruous decision. What Yuhua did not anticipate was that while Laozi was absent, Jane and Zhuani had come, as well as representatives from the witch clan, who were covertly communicating. This was a conspiracy. Indeed, a plot was afoot. Perfect. Let us observe how this young man responds. Yuhua's interest was piqued. Emperor Jun glanced at the time, rose from his seat, and declared loudly, "The time has come. Let the sacrificial ceremony commence." Instantly, the atmosphere fell silent. Emperor Jun slowly descended from the stage, arriving at the center of the plaza, where he stood upon the altar. With a thought, a golden seal materialized in his hand, adorned with 9 golden crows, exuding a formidable imperial aura. As Emperor Jun cast the imperial seal, it radiated brilliance, expanding in size before finally settling upon the altar. The moment the imperial seal landed, the entire celestial fortune of the heavenly court was stirred, and the golden crows atop the Ling Hao Palace let out a resounding cry. With everything prepared, Emperor Jun turned his gaze towards the direction of Lin Hao's palace, proclaiming, "May the Ziwei demon emperor step forth." In that instant, all guests present, including the 3 saints, directed their attention towards Lin Hao's residence. A resonant hum enveloped the surroundings as Lin Hao's palace trembled, releasing a radiant divine light. A hazy figure emerged, shrouded in chaotic energy, obscuring their visage. Not a trace of their cultivation could be discerned as they gracefully stepped out from the grand hall, advancing onto the altar of the plaza. Is this Lin Hao? Why is he enveloped in chaotic energy, rendering his cultivation utterly inscrutable? This individual exudes an air of mystery, instilling a sense of danger. How could this be? As Lin Hao made his entrance, numerous Deluo and even quasi-saint powers discreetly extended their consciousness to probe, only to swiftly alter their expressions, brows furrowing in concern. Chapter 121. The identity of Lin Hao revealed as the ultimate Buddha to their astonishment. They found it utterly impossible to discern Lin Hao's cultivation level. Even the likes of Zheng Yuanzi and Ming He, powerful figures in their own right, were furrowing their brows in confusion. This young man has advanced his cultivation yet again. How could it be that even I cannot see through him? Could it be that he has attained the strength of a sage? Hidden in the shadows, Yuhua's expression mirrored their shock. Although she had been unable to comprehend Lin Hao's cultivation previously, she had sensed that his power was approaching that of a sage. By her estimation, he should have been comparable to a half-step primordial being, yet now, she found him utterly inscrutable. Similarly, upon seeing Lin Hao, both Jane and Zhuanti wore troubled expressions. For reasons unknown, they felt an immense karmic connection to him, yet the threads of this connection were so obscured that they could scarcely perceive them. What could possibly be the cause of this? Jane, puzzled, turned his gaze towards Zhuanti, only to find his disciple's countenance shrouded in gloom. "Master, what troubles you?" Jane inquired, taken aback by Zhuanti's demeanor. "It is him. He is the ultimate Buddha." Upon mentioning the ultimate Buddha, Zhuanti's face turned pale. "I have wondered for years why I could not find any trace of this person. Even the path to the heavenly Dao could not reveal him. And now I understand why." Over the years, Zhuanti had sought the ultimate Buddha relentlessly, yet he seemed to have materialized from thin air, leaving no trace behind. Even when he utilized the powers of a sage to commune with the heavenly Dao, all he encountered was a dense fog, as if the ultimate Buddha simply did not exist. This realization left Zhuanti in a state of frustration, but upon catching sight of Lin Hao, everything fell into place. How could this be? Is this Lin Hao truly the ultimate Buddha? "Brother, surely you must be mistaken." Jane's expression shifted to one of confusion. "Indeed, there is no possibility of error. Although the ultimate Buddha of years past appeared to possess merely the cultivation of a Tai golden immortal, the aura he emanated, as well as the essence of the Dao, were entirely different from that of Lin Hao. However, the ethereal and elusive feeling they both exude is strikingly similar. It is as if they transcend the boundaries of innate beings. This sensation resembles the avatars of faith we have studied." Zhuanti struggled to articulate his thoughts, ultimately resorting to the term avatar of faith to convey his true feelings. The ultimate Buddha from years ago had not seemed like a living entity. He appeared devoid of any emotion. Just as the ultimate Buddha had manifested such qualities in the past, so too did Lin Hao now, enveloped in chaotic energy that obscured his essence. Yet, as a sage, Xuanti could perceive through the chaotic veil surrounding Lin Hao. Jane, upon hearing this, directed his gaze towards Lin Hao as well. Piercing through the chaotic mist, he beheld a cold visage, with eyes that seemed to embody an abyss of silence, devoid of any emotion. How can this be? Is he still a living being? Even the demon ancestor, Rahu, could not possess such a chilling demeanor. Even Laozi's practice of the supreme non-action merely leads to emotional suppression, yet he remains within the realm of living beings. This realization left Jane utterly astonished. Regardless of his motives, now that we are aware of his identity, the cause and effect become evident. His schemes against us must not go unpunished. It is fortuitous that when Xing Tian challenges him, we can seize the opportunity to intervene. Xuanti declared with fierce determination. However, he is indeed a disciple of the Old One. Although the Old One is absent, one cannot dismiss the possibility that he is observing the situation here. Upon realizing that Lin Hao is the Buddha of Ultra, Jie Yin's mind recalled the initial scheming of the other party, leading to a profound understanding. This clarified everything. Lin Hao plotted behind the scenes, while the three pure ones ultimately intervened, even snatching the primordial purple energy. As this thought coursed through his mind, Jie Yin was engulfed by a surge of anger. What is there to fear? This is the heavenly court. It is Xing Tian who challenges him, a member of the witch clan. Now that Lin Hao is also part of the heavenly court, should a conflict arise, it would become part of the calamity, leading to chaos in the heavens. This is indeed a tribulation. Under ordinary circumstances, as a disciple of the Old One, we would be at a loss against him. But he has only himself to blame for entangling himself in this disaster. Xuanti scoffed. In light of this, let us proceed according to my junior brother's suggestion. After some contemplation, Jie Yin acquiesced to Xuanti's counsel. The destruction of Mount Shumi and the countless casualties among the disciples cannot go unavenged. Additionally, at this moment, the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects were fervently discussing Lin Hao. It is evident that the Chan sect cultivators would be uttering insults and mockery towards Lin Hao. Among the Jie sect, however, there were two distinct attitudes. The seven fairies, who bore a grudge against Lin Hao for past grievances, naturally would not speak favorably of him. Conversely, the revered figures such as the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of No Doubt, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit seemed less vocal. Their curiosity lay in Lin Hao's current prowess. It is worth noting that Lin Hao's strength had once only slightly surpassed that of his peers, yet now, they perceived him as unfathomable, as if confronting an abyss. How could this be? He evokes in me a sense of facing a master. This is inconceivable. Perhaps the most astonished of all is the Taoist Duo Bao. As the foremost figure of the Jie sect, he has attained the pinnacle of the great Luo level, nearing the threshold of the quasi-saint realm. Over the years, he has traversed the vast wilderness and consulted numerous ancient beings. Yet none of them have ever imparted such an enigmatic sensation. Duo Bao then turned his gaze to Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai, and the likes of Ming He and Zhen Yuanzi, only to discover that these supreme beings of the wilderness did not exude the same profound mystery as Lin Hao. In the Chan sect, the Lantern Taoist shared a similar sentiment with Duo Bao, his brow furrowed deeply. How could this be? He is merely a junior, who has only practiced for a few years. How can he evoke such feelings in me? This is dangerous, indeed. Lantern has never doubted his instincts. As one of the oldest existences of this era, despite his moderate cultivation, his survival from the primordial times until now is attributed to such foresight. The Lin Hao at the altar instilled in him a sense of impending doom, as if facing him would lead to his demise. This revelation left Lantern profoundly astonished. Let us commence, dear friend Lin Hao. At that moment, Di Jun transmitted a message to Lin Hao. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lin Hao approached the Heavenly Emperor's seal. Di Jun, in turn, manipulated the Heavenly Emperor's seal, enveloping Lin Hao and preparing to confer honors upon him. Hold on. Suddenly, a rough and commanding voice reverberated, akin to thunder, echoing through the void. All present turned their gazes toward the source of the sound, witnessing a terrifying aura rising in the arena, an aura only a quasi-saint could possess. However, that was not the crux of the matter, as numerous quasi-saints had gathered for the grand ceremony. What truly astonished everyone, causing their eyes to widen in disbelief, was the identity of the newcomer. With a hum, accompanied by the surging of the fearsome aura, a torrent of malevolent energy pervaded the atmosphere. As an overwhelming surge of blood essence enveloped the entire square, sweeping across billions of light years of void. Chapter 122, The Challenge from Xingtian. The onslaught of the witch clan with the overwhelming surge of bloodlust and malevolence, an enormous figure materialized in the arena. This was a giant towering thousands of miles high, clad in bronze battle armor, its muscles rippling like the coils of a dragon. With each step it took, the ground trembled, and the sheer aura of blood energy instilled a profound sense of oppression in most of the guests present. Those of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm were rendered utterly incapacitated, collapsing to the ground. It was Xingtian, the war god of the Witch Clan. What brings him here? The Witch Clan, indeed, has arrived. This signifies a momentous upheaval. Previously, Xingtian had concealed his identity, remaining unnoticed, but now he had revealed his true form as a great witch, and none could fail to recognize him. The realization struck everyone present, leaving them momentarily stunned. Even figures like Zhun Yuanzi and Ming He exhibited a flicker of astonishment. One must understand that the Witch and Yao clans were sworn adversaries. Di Jun would never extend an invitation to the Witch clan, nor would the Witch clan dare to appear. Now that they have come, a foreboding sense of dread enveloped me. Could it be that the Witch clan seeks to incite chaos? To disrupt this grand event? In an instant, the atmosphere became chaotic. The Tai Golden Immortals, and even the De Luo Golden Immortals dared not linger, hastily preparing to flee. Even the formidable beings from the Zhixiao Palace grew vigilant. Should conflict arise, they would swiftly depart, unwilling to be ensnared in the turmoil of the Witch-Yao War. The last war between the Witch and Yao clans had culminated in the summoning of unparalleled formations, their collision rivaling that of saints. Even a quasi-saint caught in such a maelstrom would surely meet their demise. The ethereal visage of Pangu conjured by the 12 ancestors of the Witch was utterly suffocating. How intriguing! Only Zhun Yuanzi, after a moment of stupor, revealed an expression of excitement. He had been contemplating how to trouble Di Jun, and now an opportunity had presented itself. Should the Witch and Yao clans indeed clash, he would not hesitate to capitalize on the situation. Of course, he dared not become embroiled in the calamity, but discreetly eliminating some of the Yao clan was certainly within the realm of possibility. The disciples of both the Chan and Jie sects were likewise taken aback. What is happening? Why has the Witch clan arrived with such ferocity? Retreat. We must leave this place. The first to react were Duo Bao and Ran Ding, who urgently urged their disciples to withdraw. If the Witch and Yao clans were to engage in battle, remaining here would spell disaster. Once true flames of conflict ignited, their identities as disciples of saints would offer no protection, and the aftermath could obliterate them. Soon, the square was left with only Lin Hao, Di Jun, and a few others, including Xingtian. No, there were also Jian and Zhuanti, who exchanged knowing glances, both revealing faint smiles. As the guests dispersed, Di Jun's countenance darkened considerably. He stepped forward, positioning himself before Xingtian, his gaze icy. Xingtian, what is your purpose here? Clang. At that moment, Dong Huang Tai emerged, the chaos bell resonating above his head. However, Dong Huang Tai paid no heed to Xingtian, the war god of the Witch clan. Instead, he focused intently on the void, his expression wary. Similarly, figures such as Fuxi and Beis have also become vigilant. To the celestial court, a mere Xingtian is of little consequence. Their true concern lies with the 12 ancestor witches. Yet, hidden in the shadows, the ever-watchful Enwa furrows her brow. As a sage, she perceives with a mere sweep of her divine consciousness that the 12 ancestor witches have not arrived. No, 2 have come, Hutu and Xianin. It is precisely this that perplexes Enwa further. With Hutu, Xianin, and Xingtian, the trio dares to venture into the heavenly court. Does this not amount to courting death? Di Jun, step aside. I, Xingtian, am not here to trouble you. I have come solely to seek Lin Hao. Xingtian's imposing aura radiates like a rainbow. Undeterred by the multitude of celestial powers surrounding him, his martial spirit surging ever higher. Remarkable, he has grown significantly stronger since our last encounter. This aura might soon rival that of the ancestor witches. On the altar, Lin Hao gazes calmly at Xingtian, sensing that the latter has indeed become far more formidable than when he had previously knocked him unconscious. However, Lin Hao is perplexed. It is one thing for this brute to challenge him, but to do so in the heavenly court and in such a manner? It is a blatant affront to Di Jun and the entire celestial court. Humph, do you even think you are worthy of challenging my esteemed friend Lin Hao? Di Jun sneers. Do not presume that you, a mere great witch, can take on Lin Hao. Be wise and depart swiftly. Today, my mood is favorable, and I shall overlook your insolence. Should you dare to overstep your bounds, you shall remain here for eternity. It is absurd. Lin Hao is a treasure of the heavenly court, the key to reversing fate. And Di Jun will not permit a mere great witch to issue a challenge. Depart? Di Jun, Have you forgotten who killed your son? Just as Dijuan finishes speaking, a chilling feminine voice emerges, and Shiha strides through the air, her gaze icy and suffused with a murderous aura, as if the power of the lunar force could freeze all of time and space. Xingtian, perish at my hands. Boom. A colossal moon wheel manifests in the heavens, resembling the descent of the lunar star, cold, silent, as if the frost itself has arrived to freeze all creation, descending upon Xingtian. At this moment, Shiha is filled with fierce intent. Xingtian is one of the culprits responsible for her son's death, and her hatred for him is second only to that for Hui. Shiha. Dijuan's expression shifts, his mouth opens as if to speak, yet ultimately he refrains from intervening. Indeed, Xingtian is one of the assassins of his son, and had it not been for the current circumstances, he would not have spared Xingtian. Huh, do you think I fear you? Unfazed by Shiha's assault, Xingtian sneers with disdain. Brandishing his weapon, his bloodlust surging as he retaliates. Boom. The clash of the two sends forth terrifying waves of energy, causing the 33rd heaven to tremble. Fissures tearing through the void. Yet, beneath this strike, neither party gains the upper hand. How is this possible? Xingtian can actually hold his own against Shiha? This fellow's strength must be nearing that of the ancestor witches. Gazing in astonishment, the figures of Dijun and his companions were taken aback as Xingtian managed to withstand the furious strike from Shihi. I shall assist my sister-in-law, declared Dong Huang Tai, stepping forward to aid Shihi. However, at that moment, two formidable waves of bloodlust erupted, even more terrifying than that of Xingtian, as a suffocating aura of malice enveloped the heavens and the earth. Two graceful silhouettes emerged from the crowd. They were none other than Ho Tu and Xianming. What? Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, do you still intend to oppress the weak with your numbers? Ho Tu's face was cold as she addressed Dijun and the others. Indeed, I anticipated that Xingtian would not be the sole arrival. Dijun's gaze sharpened, locking onto Ho Tu and Xianming, but then shifting towards the void beside them as he coldly proclaimed, since you are all here, why not reveal yourselves? There is no need for such concealment. This is not the character of your ancestral shaman. Chapter 123. A dramatic shift. Are the Witch Clan and the two saints of the West colluding? Tai and Fushi prepare the great formation of the celestial stars. If it were merely Xingtian, Dijuan would not have been overly concerned. However, the emergence of the ancestor witches is a different matter altogether. If their intentions are evidently hostile, even the slightest misstep could precipitate an early outbreak of war. Understood. The expressions of Dongwang Tai and Fushi turned grave, prompting them to step back. Meanwhile, from within the crowd, the celestial star gods emerged, each brandishing a grand banner, fully prepared for action. The great formation of the celestial stars. Observing the movements of Dongwang Tai and his companions, Xianming sneered. Dijuan, your courage seems to diminish with age. Enough with the idle chatter, Xianming and Hutu. Today marks a grand ceremony in the heavenly court. Have you come to disrupt it, seeking an early confrontation? Dijuan's countenance was cold, his aura as a late-stage quasi-saint surged, shaking the boundless void. The Hichu and Luoshu had already been summoned, elevating his presence to the brink of quasi-saint supremacy. Disruption? It is only my sister and I who have come today, merely here to witness the ceremony. After all, our acquaintance with Lin Hao is quite profound, Hutu replied, shaking her head with an expression of indifference, her gaze shifting towards Lin Hao. Her beautiful, earth-toned eyes seemed to penetrate the chaotic mist, striving to discern Lin Hao's visage. However, regardless of her efforts, she could not pierce the shroud. It enveloped Lin Hao like an endless expanse of chaos, vast and boundless. Hutu took a deep breath, retracting her gaze, then turned to Xingtian. As for Xingtian, who does not know he is our battle god, reveling in combat? He has come solely to issue a challenge to your newly crowned monarch. Xingtian nodded in agreement. Indeed, last time I was bested by your Ziwei emperor. Now that I have emerged from seclusion, I challenge him once more. Boom. As he spoke, Xingtian stepped forward, his battle intent surging endlessly, manifesting as a formidable aura that filled the space around him. A mere challenge? Dijuan scoffed, finding it hard to believe. Why choose this moment for a challenge? Moreover, only Hutu and Xianming had arrived. The other ancestor witches were absent. Even a fool could discern that this was akin to a sheep entering a tiger's den. Should he eliminate Hutu and Xianming now, the celestial god camp would be shattered, leaving the witch clan with no standing to contest him. Nevertheless, Dijuan refrained from impulsiveness. He did not believe the 12 ancestor witches were so foolish as to take such a risk without a contingency plan. What now? Does the newly appointed monarch bestowed by His Majesty Dijuan lack the courage to accept our challenge? Seeing the flicker in Dijuan's eyes, Hutu spoke again, her words brimming with provocation. How infuriating, this contemptible witch clan. Is it merely a challenge? I shall answer. Before Dijun could respond, Dong Huang Tai could no longer contain himself. His patience waning under repeated challenges. The distant tolling of a bell reverberates as Dong Huang Tai, crowned with the chaos bell, unleashes an aura of late-stage quasi-saint power. A vast and terrifying tempest of pressure sweeps across the boundless expanse of time and space, transforming the skies into a tumult of clouds and lightning. A mere Xingtian stands no chance against me. I could obliterate him with a mere flick of my hand. So why should I call upon the assistance of the Ziwei Emperor? In an instant, Dong Huang Tai appears before Xingtian, and though he lacks Xingtian's colossal form, he exudes an air of haughty confidence, his presence even more formidable. This causes the expressions of Ho Tu and Xian Ming to shift. They had come to test Lin Hao, not to gauge Dong Huang Tai's strength. Moreover, even the mightiest of their ancestral witches would require the combined efforts of 3 to 4 to withstand Dong Huang Tai, let alone Xingtian. Let us engage in battle. Do you truly think I fear you? Xingtian contemplates little else, his spirit ignited with the fervor of combat, fixating solely on the fight. Be it against Lin Hao or Dong Huang Tai. At that moment, a voice emerges from the high dais. Zhuan Ti, who had hitherto remained silent, now speaks. Daoist Dijun, Daoist Tai, this is where you err. He has merely come to challenge the Ziwei Emperor, and your repeated interventions might incite ridicule from the assembled guests. He aligns with the Witch Clan, intent on testing the 3 pure ones, and cannot allow Dijun to thwart this. Indeed, today's grand ceremony has drawn esteemed Taoists from across the vast wilderness, including disciples from various sections. Even we have set aside our affairs to witness the ascension of the Ziwei Emperor. If the Ziwei Emperor is too timid to accept a challenge, it would render her reputation hollow, and even the esteem of the heavenly court would suffer. The second sage to speak, Jia-in, echoes Zhuan Ti's sentiments, unmistakably siding with the Witch Clan. As Jia-in and Zhuan Ti voice their opinions, the expressions of Dijun, Dong Huang Tai, and others shift. Regardless of the validity of their claims, it is clear they are supporting the Witch Clan. Is it possible that the Witch Clan has conspired with these 2 shameless old men? Dijun's gaze flickers as he surveys Ho Tu and Xian Ming, then glances at Jia-in and Zhuan Ti. With his astuteness, he quickly grasps the situation. No wonder the other ancestral witches did not arrive. It all makes sense now. Cursed be it, the Witch Clan has indeed colluded with these 2. Fushi, Baizhe, and others also come to realize the implications, their faces darkening. Likewise, the guests at a distance exchange bewildered glances. How intriguing. Zhen Yuanzi strokes his beard, a look of keen interest emerging on his countenance. Initially in a foul mood, he had come to the heavenly court seeking an opportunity to stir trouble, for he alone could not contend with Dijun and the others. If he were to forcefully avenge Hong Yun, it would only spell his doom. Yet, he had not anticipated such a turn of events. Indeed, how fascinating. Nearby, Ming he casts a glance at Zhen Yuanzi before turning his gaze back to the arena, a hint of amusement gracing his features. On the other side, disciples from the Chan and Jie sects, including Guang Qingzi and Duo Bao, were expressions of confusion and curiosity. The 2 saints from the west are evidently favoring the Witch Clan, yet when did such a collusion arise? Duo Bao's brow furrows deeply as he contemplates. Indeed, the Witch Clan is evidently targeting junior brother Lin Hao, but what could be the underlying reason for this? When did junior brother Lin Hao offend both the Witch Clan and the 2 Western saints? The likes of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Wudong Holy Mother are equally perplexed. In contrast, figures such as the long-eared, dazing immortal sneer with derision. They have always harbored disdain for Lin Hao, and now that he has been conferred the title of Demon Emperor by Emperor Jun, he has ascended to a status that rivals the ancient great beings, much to their chagrin. Witnessing Lin Hao being pursued by the Witch Clan, seemingly with the support of the likes of Jane and Zhuan, brings them a sense of delight. Similarly, among the disciples of the Chan school, an expression of keen interest emerges as they discern the unfolding events. Particularly, those who were once bested by Lin Hao eagerly anticipate any trouble that may befall him. Although these disciples possess relatively modest cultivation, they are unperturbed by the chaos, for they are disciples of saints, shielded by their esteemed protectors. Chapter 124. The contempt from Lin Hao. The 12 ancestral witches unite. What do the terms Jane and Zhuan signify? To think they would assist the Witch Clan. Could it be that they are concocting some scheme? Meanwhile, Nuwa furrowed her brow in contemplation. Her presence was solely driven by a desire to witness Lin Hao's current prowess, stemming from her past encounters with him. Pure curiosity, or so she believed. However, the arrival of Jane and Juanti, the esteemed two saints, to partake in a demon emperor's coronation was already peculiar. Upon further reflection, it appeared even more bizarre. Lin Hao is a disciple of Laozi, which is one of the reasons Di Jun sought to recruit him. Now that Lin Hao has indeed been drawn into their fold, it is perplexing that Laozi has not objected. What could be the reasoning behind this? Or perhaps there is a hidden agenda at play. It seems Jane and Juanti have contemplated this, fearing that Laozi and even the three pure ones may be plotting something with the heavenly court, compelling them to forge an alliance with the witch clan. Indeed, it must be so. Having organized her thoughts, Nuwa glanced back at Jane and Juanti and instantly grasped their intentions. Nonetheless, despite her newfound understanding, she chose not to intervene. Rather, she was intrigued to observe how this grand ceremony would unfold and, more keenly, how her nephew Lin Hao would respond. Furious, upon realizing the potential collusion between Jane, Juanti, and the witch clan, Di Jun's expression darkened considerably. This was far from favorable for him. His intention in recruiting Lin Hao was to win over Laozi, and ultimately the three pure ones. Yet, while he had yet to sway the three pure ones, the witch clan had already aligned themselves with the two saints. Thus, Di Jun turned his gaze toward Lin Hao, now seeking his counsel. He was also eager to discern the extent of this individual's capabilities, as well as the level of support he received from Laozi and the three pure ones. Do you dare to challenge this emperor? With Di Jun refraining from further involvement, Lin Hao, who had been observing like a bystander, finally spoke. He stepped forth toward Xing Tian, his voice cold and devoid of emotion, as if he were a specter. Indeed, I was defeated by you last time, gravely wounded. Now I once again extend a challenge. Xing Tian roared, as he beheld Lin Hao approaching. An overwhelming surge of bloodlust coursed through him, rekindling his fighting spirit. During his recovery, Ho Tu had bestowed upon him a drop of her essence, not only healing his wounds, but also significantly enhancing his cultivation. While his bloodline may not yet rival that of the ancestral witches, his combat prowess had greatly improved. At this moment, the entirety of the 33 Heavens Square, along with the surrounding area, fell into a profound silence. All present, including Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai, seemed to hold their breath, awaiting Lin Hao's response. Jane and Juanti narrowed their eyes, while Nuwa's gaze remained fixed on Lin Hao. Unbeknownst to them, three pairs of eyes across the endless expanse of time and space, on Shoyang Mountain, Kunlun Mountain, and Jinao Island, were also directed toward the heavenly court. A challenge? Lin Hao suddenly let out a light laugh, his gaze shifting from Xing Tian to Ho Tu and Xian Ming. In truth, there is no necessity for such actions on your part. What do you mean? Ho Tu and Xian Ming frowned in confusion. Nothing of consequence. Merely an observation that you lack the cunning of your ally, Di Jun. Without further ado, to speak more would be to unveil secrets best left undisclosed. I, the Emperor, have no desire to invite trouble from the heavens. Should a challenge arise, let the two of you come forth together. Lin Hao, of course, would not elaborate. After all, they are mere pawns. Whether it be the witch clan or the demon clan, his disdain for the former is evident, as he has chosen the heavenly court, primarily due to the presence of the Ziwei Emperor star, but also because of Emperor Jun's remarkable intellect and his determination to defy fate. In contrast, the 12 ancestors of the witch clan are devoid of wisdom, particularly Ho Tu, whose kindness ultimately led to her own demise, binding her eternally within the netherworld, transforming into the goddess of tranquility. Did she consider her brother or her race during her reincarnation? Did she contemplate the potential annihilation of the witch clan should the celestial divine array lack her presence? Moreover, upon reincarnation, Ho Tu had a significant opportunity to establish dominion over the underworld, to become a peer of Hong Jun. Yet, she succumbed to despair, relinquishing her claims to the underworld to the Sanqing and the guiding figures, thus resigning herself to the cycle of reincarnation, half alive and half dead. Furthermore, could the 12 ancestors of the witch clan truly be ignorant of the impending calamity? Had they not studied the ancient eras, including the age of beasts? The calamities of ferocious beasts, the great calamity of Long Han, the battle between Dao and Demon, and the first witch-demon war, all of which were halted by Hong Jun, who saved Emperor Jun and others. Is this not sufficient to warrant concern? Is further conjecture necessary? Yet, even with this knowledge, what actions did the 12 ancestors take? Did they attempt to strategize or alter their fates? They did not. They arrogantly believed the demon clan posed no real threat. Convinced that once the time was ripe and Hong Jun ceased his interference, they could easily obliterate the heavenly court and eradicate the demon clan. In Lin Hao's eyes, this was not confidence, but hubris. Conversely, Emperor Jun sought to change his destiny, traversing far and wide, forming alliances, and plotting with intent. If collaboration is to be chosen, Lin Hao would undoubtedly prefer to ally with the astute. What did you say? You wish for us to confront you together? Upon Lin Hao's utterance, not only did Xingtian seethe with anger, but Ho Tu and Xianyuan also fumed. Indeed, in the eyes of this emperor, three are no different from one. Even if all 12 ancestors were present, it would still make no difference. Lin Hao remarked coolly. What? How dare you insult my witch clan? You seek death. Boom, boom, boom. Indeed, Lin Hao's words ignited even greater fury within the three, with even the normally mild-mannered Ho Tu consumed by wrath, a palpable aura of malice emanating from her. Likewise, such arrogant declarations left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. This fellow is simply insufferable. In the distance, old ancestor Mingi twitched, having witnessed arrogance before, but never to such an extent, challenging all 12 ancestors. This individual, Zhen Yuanzi, was equally speechless. Meanwhile, the factions of Chan and Jia erupted in uproar, with Guang Qingzi, Tai Jinren, and others vociferously denouncing him. Even Chang Erdingwang and others displayed expressions of derision. Arrogance, sheer arrogance. They were unaware of how Lin Hao had elevated his cultivation to the point of defeating Xingtian and being crowned as the Demon Emperor, inciting both envy and jealousy among them. Yet Lin Hao, after all, is but a junior like them. How dare he challenge the ancestor witches? He even audaciously proclaimed that all 12 ancestor witches could come forth together. Indeed, it seems he has become overly arrogant. Even those such as Dao Bao and the Holy Mother of Gold Spirit, who harbor no animosity towards Lin Hao, perceive his demeanor as pretentious. Is this truly the Lin Hao from the human sect? How remarkably formidable he appears, to stand alone against a multitude, boldly declaring his challenge to the sovereigns of the primordial era. Are we truly the third generation of the Xianmen? In stark contrast, the three Xiao sisters, with their bright and sparkling eyes, are relatively younger and have only recently joined they have never encountered Lin Hao until now. However, despite this being their first meeting, they find this senior from the human sect to be exceedingly impressive. Chapter 125. A single finger defeats Xingtian. A palm subdues the ancestor which. How dare you look down on me, Xingtian? Prepare to meet your demise. Xingtian's fury ignited as his adversary grew increasingly arrogant, not only summoning both Hutu and Xianyuan, but also audaciously declaring that even the 12 ancestor witches would be of no consequence. This was an affront that could not be tolerated. If he were to endure further, he would cease to be the war god Xingtian. Boom. The mighty axe, Ganshi, swept through the air, its blade tearing through the endless void, causing the celestial dome of the 33 heavens to tremble in fear. An overwhelming intent to kill surged forth, as if it aimed to obliterate all existence. With a single step, Xingtian unleashed his boundless combat spirit, amplifying the ferocity of Ganshi's power. His gaze solely fixed upon Lin Hao, his opponent, intent on annihilating him. In that fleeting moment when Xingtian struck, every soul present, be it Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, Fuxi, or the distant Xinyuanzi, Mingi, Guangchengzi, and Dao Bao who merely observed, concentrated their attention, their eyes glimmering with anticipation. Even atop the high platform, Jane and Zhuanti narrowed their eyes in keen interest. In the shadows, Niwa directed her gaze toward Lin Hao, seemingly scrutinizing his every move. The might of Xingtian's axe was formidable, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-saint strength, comparable to a full-force strike from an ancestor witch. They were eager to witness whether this enigmatic Lin Hao could withstand such an onslaught, or rather, how he would defend himself. However, in the face of Xingtian's full-force blow, Lin Hao merely shook his head lightly. In the past, confronting a being of Xingtian's caliber would have required considerable effort, yet now, he felt bored. Lin Hao's expression remained unchanged, his cultivation not even surging forth. He stood motionless, enveloped by chaotic energy, as if he had forsaken all resistance. Yet, at the moment Ganshi descended upon him, Lin Hao simply extended a finger, a singular chaotic digit that lightly touched, unremarkable and devoid of any fluctuation. Yet it rendered Xingtian's axe incapable of advancing further. Rumbling. As the axe met the chaotic finger, an overwhelming and terrifying wave erupted, tearing through the void and unleashing a cataclysmic energy surge that shattered countless stars in the ancient cosmos. In that instant, all present, guests, powerful beings, and even Jean, were awash in a brilliant light, the residual waves failing to obscure their vision. How is this possible? Yet, as they beheld the epicenter of the tumult, a still, unwavering Lin Hao, with a finger poised against Ganshi, an astonished silence enveloped the assembly. Even Niwa, Jane, and Zhuanti found their pupils constricted in disbelief. Impossible. Hutu and Xianyuan gasped in shock. Is this some kind of joke? Am I seeing things? How can this be? Disciples from various sects, including Guangchengzi, Daobao, and the long-eared deity, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Only Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, and their ilk remained relatively unperturbed, dismissing Xingtian as merely a minor threat, even if his power had ascended, for he was still but a step away from the Ancestor Witch level. Even should his combat prowess surpass that of an Ancestor Witch, he would remain the weakest among them. In those years, they had witnessed Lin Hao's formidable prowess. When Lin Hao launched an assault on the heavenly court, he repelled dozens of the most powerful beings with a mere gesture, subsequently abducting Xia, now their sovereign. The Emperor of Ziwei appeared even more enigmatic than before, indicating a significant enhancement in strength. Too weak, Xingtian. If this is all the power you possess, you are unworthy to challenge me. At that moment, amidst the epicenter of the energy fluctuations, Lin Hao's calm voice resonated, yet it carried an unsettling stillness. Crack. As his words fell, a crisp sound echoed across the suddenly hushed expanse of the 33 Heavens Square. The crowd turned their gazes, witnessing Lin Hao exert a slight pressure with his finger, unleashing a torrent of death, decay, and curses, in essence akin to the obliteration of all existence. Under this force, Xingtian's treasured weapon, the Ganshi, began to tremble, ultimately shattering into shards that scattered like black iron across the arena. As the Ganshi was destroyed, Xingtian, deeply connected to his weapon, coughed up blood, his vitality waning instantaneously. My Ganshi, this cannot be. Xingtian stood in shock, staring in disbelief at the fragments of his once venerated weapon, a companion through countless battles. Now, it lay in ruin, reduced to mere splinters by a single finger. Xingtian. At that moment, Lin Hao spoke once more, advancing steadily toward him. In that instant, Lin Hao's form seemed merely an ordinary being, dwarfed by Xingtian's towering stature, akin to an insignificant ant. Yet, in Xingtian's eyes, his approaching adversary grew larger with each step, transforming into a colossal figure before him. No, not merely a giant, but a divine being, the primordial creator deity. Conversely, Xingtian's immense form felt diminutive, unworthy even to gaze upward. Xingtian, is this your fighting spirit? Return and contemplate anew. When your resolve has undergone a metamorphosis, then come to challenge me. With the chilling finality of his words, Xingtian could only behold an infinitely vast hand descending upon him, obscuring the heavens and eclipsing all he could see, as if the very cosmos were pressing down upon him. Within this realm, myriad paths intertwined, weaving a grand tapestry of order, where the laws of the universe birthed the destinies and fates of all beings. Under the weight of this colossal hand, Xingtian found no spark of combativeness within him, helplessly witnessing its descent. There was no cataclysmic collision, nor any seismic tremor that shook the heavens. Instead, Xingtian felt a blinding flash, and he was cast from the heavenly court, plummeting toward the witch clan. Xingtian. Ho Tu and Xianming stared in astonishment as Xingtian fell from the 33 heavens toward their kin. You too shall also descend. With a thunderous roar, before they could react, they felt an overwhelming presence surge forth, reminiscent of the heavens descending. A myriad of paths surged, a supreme aura of dominion enveloping them, crashing down upon their forms. You, Hutu and Xianyuan roared, their eyes filled with fury as their blood surged within them, on the verge of manifesting their primordial ancestral forms and the powers of the laws. Yet, to their astonishment, they discovered that under the dominion of this overwhelming force, they could not even reveal their ancestral true selves, their inner strength completely suppressed. This oppression felt as if it stemmed from their very bloodline, rendering them incapable of resistance, forcing them to witness their own subjugation. No, it was not merely suppression, it was akin to being cast down from the 33 heavens like Xingtian. At that moment, the entire arena fell into a profound silence. A silence so terrifying that everyone stared wide-eyed, entranced by the scene unfolding before them. Even the likes of Jianin and Zhuanti abruptly rose from their seats, their gazes fixed intently upon Lin Hao, their expressions gravely tense. Chapter 126. The Awe of All. The envy and hatred of the teachings. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge me? Come forth. After sending off the members of the witch clan with a flourish of his sleeve, Lin Hao stabilized the space, dissipating the residual waves. With a sweeping gaze, he surveyed the attendees, locking eyes with the esteemed guests present. The moment Lin Hao's penetrating gaze brushed against them, not a single person dared to meet his eyes, including the powerful beings from the Purple Cloud Palace. Such a gaze. The grand ancestor of the underworld river felt a shiver run through him. For some inexplicable reason, The lifeless stare directed at him felt like the abyss of hell itself, yearning to engulf him. However, the expression of Zhun Yuanzi darkened. Damn it! How can this fellow be so formidable? He had anticipated a ruckus from the witch clan, looking forward to the chaos. Believing that a great battle would provide him with an opportunity to eliminate more of the demon race in retribution for Hong Yun. To his astonishment, this new emperor of the heavenly court displayed such overwhelming strength, effortlessly pushing back Xing Tian, as well as Ho Tu and Xian Ming with a mere flick of his finger. Lin Hao, sensing Zhen Yuanzi's unease, paid it little mind and shifted his gaze toward the factions of the Chan and Jie teachings. Oh, look at all these familiar faces. Fellow brothers, sisters, and disciples. I trust you are all well. As he spoke, Lin Hao dispelled the chaotic aura surrounding him, revealing his true visage. Although his true spirit and corporeal form had been reshaped through several transformations, his appearance remained reminiscent of his original self, as his past likeness bore a striking resemblance to his current form, obviating the need for a change in countenance or physique. Lin Hao Yu. Observing the familiar visage and aura, the celestial beings of the Chan and Jie teachings were left speechless, unsure of how to respond. How infuriating that he has become so powerful. By what right? Tai Jinren, Zhu Lu Sun, and Ling Bao de Fa sure clenched their fists tightly, their eyes filled with a sense of bitterness. On the Jie teaching side, the likes of Chang Er, Ding Wang Xian, and others bore grim expressions. Yet they dared not look Lin Hao in the eye. Reflecting on the past, these individuals had once bullied Lin Hao, believing that a mere human should not be worthy of being their direct disciple. However, they had been soundly rebuked by Lin Hao. Lin Hao, my junior brother. It's been quite some time. I never imagined your strength would have reached such heights. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirits was the first to regain her composure, stepping forward to bow respectfully to Lin Hao, a strained smile gracing her lips. Following her, the Holy Mother of Wudong and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirits, both of whom had previously interacted with Lin Hao and held no grudges against him, approached to scrutinize him closely. Incredible. Junior brother Lin Hao, are you some kind of prodigy? To subdue the ancestral witch with a single palm strike, your cultivation must be at the pinnacle of quasi-saint. No. You are undoubtedly on the verge of becoming a saint. This is simply surreal. As direct disciples of the Taoist leader, these four, possessing extraordinary talent and having advanced far in the realm of Deluo, were poised to break through to quasi-saint status without difficulty. However, in the presence of Lin Hao, these esteemed disciples of the Jie teaching found themselves engulfed in a profound sense of inferiority. As disciples of the sages, why is there such a disparity? Even the Taoist Du Bao feels an uncomfortable tension, let alone Guang Qingzi. However, Du Bao's response is swift. He quickly regains his composure and approaches with a smile, saying, Junior brother Lin Hao, it seems this is our first meeting. I did not anticipate your formidable strength, which truly leaves me in awe. Those who tread the path of heresy are not on the righteous path. No matter how powerful they may be, what does it matter? Moreover, having joined the demon clan, they are now embroiled in a calamity. In contrast to Du Bao, Guang Qingzi is considerably less cordial. Standing beside Guang Qingzi, the Lantern Taoist appears rather awkward. As the deputy leader of the Chan sect, he is at a loss for words. Should he take the initiative to greet Lin Hao? Observing the attitude of the Chan sect disciples, he knows that any attempt to engage Lin Hao would surely invite resentment. Conversely, remaining silent would be unbecoming for someone of his seniority. The most disheartening aspect is that Lin Hao, as a junior, does not even spare him a glance, completely disregarding his status as an elder. This leaves the Lantern Taoist feeling uneasy and suppressed. However, upon witnessing Lin Hao's terrifying strength, he dares not speak out. He, like Guang Qingzi, is backed by the Chan sect, supported by the Primordial Lord. Even when facing figures like Dijuan and Dong Huangtai, he can stand firm and assert himself. Yet Lin Hao not only possesses formidable power, but is also supported by a sage, specifically the venerable Taiji Laozi, placing him in a position of undeniable superiority, leaving the Lantern Taoist with no recourse. Lin Hao retracts his gaze and turns towards Jin and Zhuanti, a smile gracing his lips as he slightly bows his head. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Hao, the second true disciple of the Taiji sage, and I have come to pay my respects to Uncle Master Jin and Uncle Master Zhuanti. As Lin Hao's smile spreads, Zhuanti perceives it as a mockery directed at him, causing his teeth to clench in frustration. Before Zhuanti can react, Jin steps forward, his hands clasped in reverence. Eyes narrowed as he gazes at Lin Hao. May I inquire if you, Junior Lin Hao, have heard of the Buddha Aode? Jin refrains from stating it outright. After all, he is merely speculating without any witnesses, and the heavenly secrets cannot be divined. Buddha Aode? What? Before Lin Hao can respond, a commotion erupts among the Chan and intercept sections. The Longyear Jingguang Immortal, Zashu Immortal, Lingya Immortal, and the Lingbao Grandmaster from the Chan sect all suddenly emanate a terrifying aura of murderous intent. The name of Buddha Aod is a veritable nightmare for them, now transformed into a mental demon. Particularly for the Lingbao Grandmaster, he recalls the days of his first journey away from Kunlun Mountain, when he fortuitously encountered the emergence of the stellar tree. In that moment of youthful exuberance, he felt invincible, poised to claim the stellar tree for himself, only to be confronted by the formidable presence of Buddha Aod. This individual, clad in peculiar attire, with oversized eyes that dominated half his face and hair styled in a cock's comb, appeared and soundly thrashed him, ultimately stripping him of his garments and binding him to a stone, rendering him a laughingstock. For a disciple of a saint, this is an unparalleled humiliation that will accompany him for a lifetime. Over the years, he has inquired and even sought the assistance of others to deduce information. Yet it is as if the individual in question simply does not exist. As for the Longyear Dinging Immortal, the Zashu Immortal, and the Lingya Immortal, they too encountered this self-proclaimed Buddha, who inflicted upon them both physical punishment and humiliation. Although their plight was not as dire as that of the Lingbao Grandmaster, it nonetheless became a source of inner torment for them. Now, upon hearing this name once more, how could they remain composed? They are, however, perplexed as to why the messenger would utter this name and inquire about Lin Hao, pondering whether these two are acquainted with that self-styled Buddha. Chapter 127. The schemes of the provocateur Jun Tia, the venerable Oat Buddha. Was it not during the calamity of Hong Yun that he ensnared all, including the Western cultivators of Jie'in and Zhuan-Ti? At the mere mention of this name, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were taken aback. The memory of Oat Buddha lingered in their minds. They recalled the considerable efforts they had expended to eliminate Hong Yun, only to have their plans thwarted by the 12 ancestor witches, allowing Hong Yun to escape. However, they later heard rumors that during the pursuit of Kuan Peng, the likes of Ming He and numerous formidable beings from the Purple Cloud's palace fell victim to the cunning of one known as Oat Buddha, nearly resulting in Zhuan Ti's demise. Indeed, Jie'in and Zhuan Ti had also been ensnared, leading to Hong Yun's self-detonation, which obliterated half of Mount Shumi and resulted in countless casualties among their disciples. Such a grandiose scheme left Di Jun and his peers in awe. Even Di Jun had once dispatched individuals to seek out Oat Buddha, wishing to recruit him to the heavenly court. Regrettably, this person appeared to have vanished without a trace, eluding all attempts at discovery. Now, upon hearing this name once more, Di Jun's ears perked up, particularly as Kuan Peng's expression darkened ominously. Among the guests, Ming He also wore a grim visage. It was a profound embarrassment for these venerable figures, the most powerful beneath the saints, to be outmaneuvered by an obscure Western cultivator. Lin Hao, however, was unsurprised by Jie'in and Zhuan Ti's speculation regarding his identity as Oat Buddha. After all, one cannot conceal fire beneath paper. And a venerable Dao saint, having lived for countless years, is not easily deceived. Nonetheless, Lin Hao paid it little mind and smiled softly, saying, "I have indeed heard of Oat Buddha, known to have originated from the West, where he propagated a doctrine called Buddhism. And he frequently assumes a gesture of prayer, reciting mantras, which bears a striking resemblance to the actions of my two esteemed uncles. Could he not have been nurtured by them? Furthermore, during the calamity of Hong Yun, I too have heard of his remarkable deeds, truly exceptional." As he spoke, Lin Hao's face displayed admiration and respect, seemingly oblivious to the darkened expressions of Jie'in and Zhuan Ti. How utterly shameless. Zhuan Ti felt an overwhelming urge to strike Lin Hao in response to his ostentatious praise. Was this not a blatant self-aggrandizement? It was evident that his words were intended to provoke the two of them. "Junior brother, restrain yourself." Jie'in quickly transmitted a warning as he sensed Zhuan Ti's growing ire. "Fear not, I have my own methods to reveal his true self." Zhuan Ti's gaze flickered, and his previously clenched jaw transformed into a smile, startling Lin Hao in the process. With narrowed eyes, Zhuan Ti looked at Lin Hao and said with a smile, "Just now, esteemed nephew, your display effortlessly subdued Xingtian and Hota Xianming. Your strength likely surpasses that of a quasi-saint. It appears that the one referred to as the foremost among those beneath the saints may soon need to yield his position. Now, as you have ascended to the title of the Demon Emperor of the Heavenly Court, you have undeniably become the foremost figure in this realm. I extend my heartfelt congratulations." His demeanor was exceedingly courteous, radiating joy as though celebrating the achievements of his own kin. However, as these words were spoken, an air of peculiar tension enveloped all the guests present. It was evident to all that this was nothing short of sowing discord, first by instigating the Eastern Emperor Tai, then referencing the position of the Demon Emperor, thereby pricking the heart of Emperor Jun. Indeed, Xuanti was cunning. The old ancestor of the underworld river merely smirked. Though insidious, one could not deny the brilliance of his provocation. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanzi scoffed repeatedly. On the other side, a disciple from the Chan teaching snorted disdainfully. How base. Had they not always behaved in such a manner? What was there to find surprising? Xuanti was clearly targeting Lin Hao with intent. Yet this was fortuitous, for it would allow them to witness how Lin Hao would respond. The other celestial beings from the Chan teaching, while mocking Xuanti, also watched the unfolding spectacle with cold amusement. They held no fondness for the tactics of Jane and Xuanti, yet they found Lin Hao equally unappealing. Thus, the clash between the two brought them delight. As expected, the countenance of Eastern Emperor Tai grew somewhat unnatural. Observing this, Emperor Jun swiftly transmitted a message. Tai, do not be swayed. Xuanti is clearly acting with intent. He then stepped forward, smiling gently, and said, My friend Xuanti jesteth. Since Lin Hao has joined our heavenly court, he is one of our like-minded companions, akin to brothers. The greater the strength of our brothers, the more joy we shall find. Furthermore, what of the title of the first? Should Lin Hao attain sainthood, we would revel even more. Indeed, should the position of the heavenly emperor be offered to Lin Hao, what matter would it be? Certainly, we deities of the heavenly court are one family, never divided. He added sternly, Xuanti, do refrain from fabricating tales that might sow discord among us. Following his words, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, and Jiuying all chimed in agreement. Oh, is that so, brothers? A bond deep enough to share the throne? Xuanti chuckled coldly. Having instigated, he certainly had a backup plan. Although the incident of Lin Hao abducting Shi had been sealed away by the heavenly court, rendering it nearly unknown to the world, how could it escape his notice? What of Emperor Jun's expansive heart? What of remaining unswayed? Now, I shall unveil this matter before the public eye, and let us see if your face can withstand such a revelation. Boom. As expected, Xuanti's words ignited a frenzy throughout the venue. What? Is this true? Lin Hao once came to the heavenly court to abduct Shi? This was indeed astonishing news. The most outrageous part was that Emperor Jun could endure this. Not only did he endure, but he also welcomed Lin Hao into the heavenly court. Could it be that Emperor Jun harbored some peculiar inclination? Instantly, every guest present widened their eyes, their faces betraying disbelief. Even the formidable beings from Zhixiao Palace, such as Ming, He, and Jin Yuanzi, wore expressions of astonishment. Such a breathtaking secret was simply too explosive. Guangqingzi's face shone with excitement. Even the typically composed Taoist duo Bao found himself intrigued, regarding Lin Hao with newfound admiration. Witnessing the stir among the guests, Xuanti's lips curled into a smirk, one of triumph. However, as anticipated by Xuanti, the countenance of Di Jun darkened, and a flicker of murderous intent passed through his golden eyes. Similarly, Dong Huang Tai, Yi, and Fu, she also wore grim expressions. Xuanti, what do you mean by this? Even though Xuanti was a sage, Di Jun showed no favor in his demeanor. He glared at Xuanti and declared, This emperor is unaware of how sage Xuanti has come to know of this matter, nor the intentions behind it. However, this affair is known throughout the heavenly court and is no secret. Years ago, when Lin Hao took Shi away, it was merely a discussion on philosophical matters. Nothing untoward occurred, with Empress Hua present at the time. Your slander and humiliation of both myself and Shi, what purpose do you seek to achieve? Chapter 128. Lin Hao's abduction of Shi exposed by Xuanti. Apologies, esteemed Taoist. I merely acted upon the sentiments I harbored back then, and thus sought to divine the heavenly secrets. After all, the uproar in the heavenly court was most curious, and I wished to unveil the truths behind it. Should there be any misunderstanding, I hope Taoist Dijuan will not take offense. Upon witnessing Dijuan's wrath, Xuanti's tone shifted once more, as if in apology. Yet his words bore profound implications. Indeed, as soon as these words were uttered, the gazes of the guests in attendance toward Dijuan transformed entirely. If they had previously suspected Xuanti of sowing discord, this declaration nearly solidified the truth, for Xuanti had claimed to have divined the heavenly secrets. Could a sage truly err in such matters? Remarkably, Xuanti had finally accomplished something commendable. Jin Yuanzi was on the verge of applauding Xuanti. Meanwhile, Guangqingzi, Tai Yizhenren, Ling Bao de Fa Shi, and other figures such as Chong Er Ding Guangxian turned their attention to Lin Hao, their faces adorned with scornful expressions. The sharp-tongued Chong Er Ding Guangxian could not contain himself. Lin Hao, as a disciple of a sage, How could you engage in such disgraceful conduct? You bring shame upon us all. Indeed, Lin Hao. I initially held some admiration for you after witnessing your defeat of Xing Tian and your suppression of Ho Tu and Xianming. I believed you might become the foremost figure of our Xianmin's third generation. Yet, I am astounded by your lack of character. Abducting the Empress and committing such vile acts is a disgrace to our three teachings. Ah, how sorrowful for my master. I cannot fathom his thoughts in accepting a disciple without assessing his character. The disciples of the Chan and Jie sects have always been at odds with Lin Hao, yet his formidable power rendered them unable to provoke him. Now, having seized this rare opportunity, how could they let it slip away? The noise was intolerable. Lin Hao's gaze turned icy, his dark eyes scanning the Chan and Jie sects, along with the loquacious guests. In an instant, a chill swept through the assembly, silencing many who had been murmuring. However, the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects were undeterred. Oh, what is this, Lin Hao? Are you embarrassed and furious? Guang Qingzi sneered, showing no fear of Lin Hao's piercing gaze. Behind him, Tai Yizhenren, Qi Jingzi, Zhu Lu Sun, and Ling Bao de Fa sure wore expressions of haughty defiance, locking eyes with Lin Hao. Others may fear him, but as disciples of the Primordial Supreme, they had no reason to cower. What if Lin Hao was powerful? Would he dare to confront them? Similarly, Chang'er Dingguang Xian and the other 7 fairies, along with their followers, wore smirks of disdain. Lin Hao shook his head, his expression serene as he declared, embarrassed and furious? Not at all. How could this sovereign be riled by myriads? Sometimes, however, the incessant buzzing of flies becomes unbearable and must be swatted away. Who do you bang? Before Guang Qingzi could finish, darkness enveloped his vision as a colossal hand of chaos descended, striking him with tremendous force. With a single strike, Lin Hao exerted minimal force, yet it caused Guang Qingzi to spew blood, his complexion paling as his body was violently hurled into the primordial cosmos, becoming embedded within a celestial body. The other disciples of the Chan sect stood in stunned silence, unable to fathom Lin Hao's abrupt aggression. As they regained their composure, fury surged within them, and they were about to unleash their wrath, only to be met, like Guang Qingzi, by an enormous chaotic hand. Bang, bang, bang. The dozen or so Chan disciples were all thrust into the primordial cosmos by Lin Hao, their bodies cracking under the impact. Had Lin Hao not shown restraint, they would have surely met their demise. And you, do you presume to speak to me in such a manner? After clearing away the detritus of the Chan sect, Lin Hao stepped forth, appearing to traverse the void itself, arriving directly at the side of the Jie sect. Junior brother Lin, please refrain from violence. We harbor no ill will. Duo Bao hastily explained, genuinely devoid of malice, as did Jin Ling Shengmu and the others. Yet Lin Hao paid no heed to Duobao's words. He seized the long-eared Dingguang Xian by both ears, gripping tightly before tearing them apart. The sound, though not particularly sharp, sent shivers down the spines of all present. Ah! Long-eared Dingguang Xian shrieked in agony, unable to resist Lin Hao, forced to witness his own ears being violently ripped from his head. What was most excruciating for him was that Lin Hao's tearing action severed not only his physical ears, but also those of his soul. Trash. After discarding the ears of long-eared Dingguang Xian to a dog demon affiliated with the heavenly court, Lin Hao commanded, devour them. The dog demon, a lowly guard with modest cultivation, was overwhelmed with excitement at receiving an order from the newly crowned monarch. For such a minor soldier, this was a matter of great honor. With a crunch, it eagerly consumed the severed ears. Moreover, upon doing so, the dog demon's body trembled, resulting in an immediate breakthrough in cultivation. Woo! It howled with joy, unable to contain its exuberance. Well done. Lin Hao nodded at the dog demon and stated, report to my palace later. You shall serve as a guardian there henceforth. Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall serve with unwavering loyalty. The dog demon was nearly overcome with emotion, this sudden stroke of fortune taking it by surprise. In stark contrast, long-eared Dingguang Xian, now bereft of ears, witnessed this scene in utter disbelief, nearly collapsing from rage. Ah, Lin Hao. His ears had been devoured by a dog. A humiliation far beyond mere defeat. The other Jie sect disciples stood dumbfounded. And you lot, who were chattering incessantly just moments ago, what is your stance now? Did I grant you face? After dealing with long-eared Dingguang Xian, Lin Hao shifted his gaze towards Jiashou Xian, Lingyao Xian, and others, including Ma Yuan and his cohort, nearly all of whom were right-wing disciples of the Jie sect. Soon, the air was once again filled with the echoes of despairing screams. Lin Hao exercised great restraint, for he was a disciple of the sage and would not resort to outright murder, nor did he inflict serious injury. Instead, Akin to his treatment of the long-eared Jingguang immortal, he targeted specific features: tongues, ears, eyes, hair, and teeth. The disciples of the were inherently peculiar in their appearance, with some possessing long tongues, others large eyes, some resembling lions, and others sporting green faces with sharp fangs. Wherever their distinctiveness lay, Lin Hao would dismantle it. To onlookers, it may have seemed like mere jest, but to these disciples, it was a profound cruelty. Despicable wretches. Above Kunlun Mountain, the primordial supreme being, observing the heavenly court through a veil of water and light, trembled with rage. He nearly struck out in anger, yet he managed to contain himself, grateful that Lin Hao had refrained from delivering a fatal blow. In the East Sea, above Golden Ao Island, the Tongtian teacher was equally engrossed in the happenings of the heavenly court. Witnessing this scene, he too was incensed, his beard bristling with fury. However, his ire was more akin to exasperation than genuine anger. He harbored no grievances against Lin Hao. Rather, through the passage of time and a conversation with Lin Hao in the past, he had already come to regard him as a kindred spirit. As long as Lin Hao did not overtly slay his disciples or humiliate him, he remained indifferent to minor skirmishes. Chapter 129, Confronting Xuanti. Oppressing aura in the 8 scenic palaces of Shouyang Mountain, Xiandu stared wide-eyed at the water curtain image conjured by Laozi. The scene was brutal, exceedingly brutal. His junior brother was exceedingly ferocious. Even Laozi, typically expressionless, felt the muscles of his face twitch. Yet, he remarked, however, the disciples of the second and third brothers indeed require some lessons. Day after day, they remain oblivious to the need for diligent cultivation, only knowing how to stir up trouble. Xiandu was taken aback once more, gazing incredulously at Laozi. Your disciple is currently bloodily abusing his fellow sect members, and you not only remain unperturbed, but also seem to endorse this? Such brutality, with each blow landing mercilessly, is utterly blood-soaked, comparable to the practices of the witch clan. Is not the path we cultivate within the teachings of humanity supposed to emphasize natural law and a tranquil heart? How has this turned into such a perversion? Nevertheless, Xiandu took a deep breath and said, Master, such actions by my junior brother may surely provoke the ire of the second and third uncles. However, Laozi shook his head, smiling as he replied, Rest assured, your second junior brother may appear ruthless and his methods cruel, yet he has not significantly harmed the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects. At most, it serves as a release of frustration. Even if the second and third uncles were to become aware, they would likely only grind their teeth in anger, without resorting to oppression of the weak. This, Laozi perceived with clarity, and it was a point of satisfaction regarding Lin Hao. Since Lin Hao's entry into the heavenly court, his plotting of the Ziwei Emperor's star, leading up to this grand event, may seem perplexing at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, each step has been impeccably executed. His scheming for the Ziwei Emperor's star undoubtedly serves a future purpose, a notion with which Laozi neither agrees nor disagrees. During this grand affair, when the witch clan caused unrest, Lin Hao intervened and taught them a lesson, all while striking the perfect balance. He did not annihilate them, preventing the escalation of karmic consequences, and likewise safeguarding the overall situation. Most impressively, Lin Hao's actions have drawn both Jie Yin and Xuanti into the fray. Should calamity arise, the involvement of the Western Church would undoubtedly bring significant troubles to Jie Yin and Xuanti, which would be highly advantageous for his Xian men. Above all, Laozi, upon observing Lin Hao now, felt an inexplicable sense of depth. What does this signify? It signifies that his second disciple has matured into a towering tree, possessing sufficient strength to confront impending tribulations, even without having attained the path of sainthood. Moreover, should any issues arise, he, as the master, remains present. What is there to fear? Seeing Laozi so filled with admiration for Lin Hao, Xiandu was momentarily at a loss for words, ultimately resigning himself to the thought that what truly matters is not some ethereal fate or non-action, but rather talent and strength. Lin Hao's prodigious talent and formidable power allow him to act without restraint. Were he to act with such indiscretion, Laozi would undoubtedly not lend support, but would rather impose punishment. In the heavenly court, after imparting a lesson to the unruly disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, Lin Hao ceased his actions. He stood proudly in the void, his gaze sweeping across the assembly before finally resting upon Xuanti. As Lin Hao gazed upon the scene, the eyes of Xuanti flickered with countless patterns, a myriad of sacred might enveloping the surroundings, creating an immense aura that bore down upon Lin Hao. With a cold smile, Lin Hao's own essence began to elevate, surrounded by myriad paths, his dominion over all things emanating an aura akin to that of a supreme sovereign. As if the master of the Great Dao had descended, The rules of heaven and earth manifested in various phenomena, with divine beasts roaring and deities bowing in reverence. Oh, Master Zhuan-Ti, as a sage, your words and actions hold the power to influence the changes of all things in this world. Yet here you are, brazenly spreading rumors and slandering a mere junior, thereby tarnishing the name of the heavenly emperor. Pray tell, what is your intention? Or have you been swayed by the witch clan, conspiring with Xing Tian to deliberately cause trouble for my heavenly court? Lin Hao's voice rang out, his words halting Zhuan-Ti in his tracks. Upon hearing this, the guests present exchanged glances, their eyes widening in realization. Previously, they had been perplexed as to why the two saints, Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti, had personally arrived, especially Zhuan-Ti's sudden attack on Emperor Jun, exposing his disgrace. Was this not a humiliation for him? However, Lin Hao's revelation illuminated their understanding. Indeed, if Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti were colluding with the witch clan, there would be sufficient motive for such actions. No wonder Ho Tu, Xian Ming, and Xing Tian dared to provoke the heavenly court. With the support of the two Western saints, it indeed made sense. A powerful figure from the Purple Cloud Palace whispered this insight, which garnered agreement from the surrounding guests. Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai fixated their gazes intently on Zhuan-Ti and the silent Jie-in. Lin Hao's words had awakened them. Emperor Jun had believed he had offended neither of the Western saints and was baffled by their sudden exposure of his scandal. He had previously assumed Lin Hao had a vendetta with these saints, or that they were targeting the powerful figure behind Lin Hao. But now, with Lin Hao's statements, Emperor Jun comprehended the reality. It turned out that he had been an unwitting victim of circumstances. Jie-in and Zhuan-Ti must have been concerned about the three purities plotting within his heavenly court, thus choosing to assist the witch clan. It was entirely plausible, as Lin Hao suggested, that they had long since conspired together, arriving to sow discord. Perhaps this was merely a test of sorts. Emperor Jun analyzed this within his heart. Crack. As this realization dawned, Emperor Jun clenched his fists tightly, the bones creaking audibly. In the eyes of the saints, even though he was the illustrious heavenly emperor, he was merely a pawn to be utilized. Just wait. One day, I, Emperor Jun, shall tread upon you all. He vowed fiercely within. I wish to know your intentions. Lin Hao declared, stepping forward towards Zhuan-Ti, his essence surging once more, enveloped once again in chaos. You. The aggressive demeanor incited Zhuan-Ti's fury. A mere junior dares to. As soon as Zhuan-Ti began to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Lin Hao, who stepped forward once more, his aura rising to new heights. Although the sanctified might did not envelop him, his presence unmistakably surpassed that of a quasi-saint, even hinting at a tendency to overshadow Zhuan-Ti in terms of spiritual force. Are you seeking trouble with the heavenly court? Are you looking to provoke the demon clan? Do you intend to ally with the witch tribe and oppose the heavenly court and the entire demon race? You have audaciously speculated and slandered the relationship between the emperor and the empress, oblivious to the fact that Master Nuwa was present at that time, and she personally sought an audience with me. Master Zhuan-Ti, could it be that you also harbor grievances against Master Nuwa? Each of Lin Hao's words struck like thunder, resonating in Zhuan-Ti's heart, causing him to tremble. Every utterance captivated the attention of those present, including Emperor Jun, Eastern Emperor Tai, and the assembled guests, all wide-eyed in astonishment. Particularly, the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects, such as Duo Bao and Guangqingzi, were struck by the audacity of openly confronting a saint, leaving Zhuan-Ti utterly speechless. Most significantly, at that moment, the onlookers perceived Lin Hao's aura as though he were the true saint, while Zhuan-Ti appeared as the oppressed junior. Chapter 130. The appearance of Nuwa. Did Dijuan wish to alter fate? A dream indeed. Were there grievances against Nuwa? Upon uttering these words, Zhuan-Ti's expression shifted dramatically. However, what weighed heavily on Zhuan-Ti's mind was not Lin Hao's mention of Nuwa, but the aura emanating from Lin Hao himself, which now rivaled his own, subtly overshadowing it. This revelation was what truly astonished Zhuan-Ti. Likewise, Jie-in, who had remained silent, also changed countenance. Junior brother, do not underestimate him. Such an aura suggests that even if he is not a saint, he is undoubtedly treading the path toward the attainment of primordial unity. Jie-in referred not to a mere saint, but to the profound attainment of primordial unity. For it was impossible for a saint to emerge in this realm again, even with the presence of the primordial purple energy. One would require immense merit and the recognition of the heavenly Dao. Thus, the only path to enlightenment lay in the pursuit of primordial unity. Sensing Lin Hao's formidable aura, coupled with their inability to gauge his true cultivation, Jie-in deduced that he might already be on the path of primordial unity. Despite this insight, Both Jie and Zhuan wore grim expressions. They had long been engaged in subtle battles with the three clear ones, and now, with the separation of the three clear factions, particularly the discord between Yuanshi and Tongtian, they had momentarily felt relief. Yet, they were taken aback to discover that Laozi's disciple had reached a level comparable to theirs. This was far from advantageous for them. Indeed, I conduct my affairs with utmost integrity. My past misunderstandings with Taoist friend Dijuan were merely that, misunderstandings, and I would never engage in such sordid deeds. Now, as my esteemed uncle stands as a saint, to publicly slander both myself and Taoist friend Dijuan at this grand gathering, is that not a sign of ulterior motives? Of course, if Uncle Zhuan wishes to devise any schemes, it would be wise to exercise caution, lest he offend someone. Wouldn't you agree, Nua? Suddenly, Lin Hao turned his gaze towards the void. Nua? Upon hearing this, the gathered guests were momentarily taken aback, following Lin Hao's line of sight. Even Jie and Zhuan Ti's expressions shifted. This young man has actually detected my presence? Nua, who had been observing the unfolding drama from the shadows, felt her countenance change. She realized her concealment had come to an end. Humph. With a cold snort, Nua stepped forth from the void. As she emerged, the atmosphere was instantly suffused with an overwhelming sacred majesty, a divine presence sweeping across the 33 heavens, causing the very fabric of the universe to mourn. Clad in flowing white palace garments, her hair elegantly coiled, and her jade feet gliding upon lotus blooms, she was surrounded by various celestial phenomena, embodying the essence of a transcendent empress, unparalleled in grace. We have witnessed the Saint Nua. May the saint's longevity be boundless. Upon her arrival, the guests bowed in reverence. Dijuan, Donghuang Tai, and others expressed their elation, while Fushi sighed in relief. Previously, the witch clan, along with Jie and Zhuan, especially the latter two, had been clearly seeking trouble, and the pressure exerted by the saint of the heavenly Dao was immense. Although Lin Hao now stood as a bulwark, he was not a saint. Moreover, Laozi had yet to reveal himself, and their relationship with Lin Hao was merely one of mutual benefit, devoid of any deeper camaraderie. In this present moment, Nua has arrived, and Emperor Jun and his companions have finally found their anchor. You rascal. Upon her arrival, Nua cast a disdainful glance at Lin Hao, her exquisite visage betraying a hint of annoyance. Yet, her gaze swiftly shifted to Zhuan, her expression instantly turning frosty. Zhuan, have you come to disrupt my heavenly court? Do you believe my celestial realm is easily trifled with, or that I am an easy target? With a thunderous roar, Nua's aura surged once more, an overwhelming divine presence threatening to shatter the very heavens. Even the void in the 33 heavens began to crack, as though the fabric of space itself struggled to withstand her saintly pressure. Thud, thud, as Nua unleashed her formidable power, all present, every guest, even the heavenly soldiers and generals, found themselves prostrated upon the ground, unable to bear the weight of her might. Even Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, formidable quasi-saints in their own right, found it challenging to withstand her presence. Nua's abrupt display left Zhuan countenance shifting dramatically, prompting him to unleash his own divine might in an attempt to counter her aura. Jie rose as well, his expression grave. Ba, senior sister Nua. This was merely a misunderstanding. I beseech you, do not let your anger prevail. Regardless of Nua's reasons for appearing, or whether this was Lin Hao's scheme, he understood that retreat was his only option at this juncture. Do not let your anger prevail? Nua scoffed, advancing relentlessly. Originally, this grand gathering was a royal banquet arranged by the heavenly court in honor of my nephew Lin Hao, inviting esteemed guests from all sides. Your presence as saints is a privilege for my court, yet you harbor ill intentions. Not only have you slandered my nephew Lin Hao and Shihi, but you have also disrespected and humiliated my friend Emperor Jun. What is this? Do you believe I cannot serve as a witness? Or do you think I am a fraud? Were she to face the three pure ones, she would never dare to be so imperious. Yet, before Jie and Zhuan, she felt no fear. As for these two, Nua herself did not even realize that her words had openly declared allegiance to the heavenly court. This was her first admission since attaining sainthood. Previously, she had vehemently opposed Fushi South joining the heavenly court, accepting the title of Queen Nua only out of respect for Fushi, feeling too embarrassed to decline. Now, for reasons unknown, Nua found herself desiring to engage with the inner workings of the heavenly court. However, while Nua overlooked her own rhetoric, Emperor Jun, Fushi, and the astute Baizhe exchanged glances of enlightenment. Particularly Emperor Jun, though silent, could not suppress his trembling form, not from fear, but from exhilaration. Nua's open acknowledgement of their heavenly court signified something monumental. Coupled with Lin Hao, though not a saint, he was not far removed in Emperor Jun's eyes, and their perfected grand celestial formation. The potential for reversal of fate loomed large. Fool. Observing Emperor Jun's barely contained excitement, Lin Hao's heart harbored a cold smirk. What does Emperor Jun truly desire? Surely he is well aware of his intentions. To expect his assistance is utterly implausible. His allegiance to the heavenly court was forged for the sake of the Ziwei star, and for the grand designs envisioned in the aftermath of the impending calamity. How could he possibly lend his hand to Emperor Jun in his conflict against the Wu tribe? As for Nuwa, although Lin Hao remains oblivious to her motives, it is evident that once the calamity erupts, her capacity to provide aid will be non-existent. Even if she wished to assist, the other sages would vehemently oppose it. One might say that Emperor Jun's aspirations to defy fate are nothing but a fanciful delusion. Both the Wu tribe and the Yao tribe are destined to fade into the annals of history. He will not intervene in this inevitable outcome, for the future belongs to the human race. Furthermore, it must be noted that Emperor Jun's covert manipulation of the dragon tribe, resulting in the massacre of numerous humans, will not be easily overlooked. Nevertheless, Lin Hao must outwardly project the semblance of willingness to assist Emperor Jun. Chapter 131. The contrast of Lin Hao, threatening Jane and Junti. Ahem, it's all a misunderstanding. Indeed, Sister Nuwa, neither of us wished for Taoist Dijun to be deceived. After all, Lin Hao, as a disciple of a sage, suddenly declaring his allegiance to the heavenly court is inherently peculiar, prompting us to subtly hint to Taoist Dijun. When it comes to shamelessness, Jane and Junti are utterly unashamed in their fabrications. Now that Nuwa has arrived, her anger palpable. Should they continue to instigate further, it could very well provoke her wrath. They certainly do not wish to entangle themselves with a formidable opponent, especially since the fault lies with them. At this juncture, retreating would be the wisest course of action. Oh, really? Nuwa scoffed, her demeanor cold towards Jane and Junti. Naturally, Jane nodded repeatedly, gritting his teeth as he produced a 6th-grade golden lotus, glancing at Junti. Junti's expression was far from pleasant, yet he still presented a branch from the 7 treasures Miao tree, casting it towards Lin Hao. Simultaneously, Jane tossed the 6th-grade golden lotus to Lin Hao, smiling as he said, "Nephew, this is a congratulatory gift from us. If there were any misunderstandings earlier, please do not take offense." Receiving the 6th-grade golden lotus and the branch of the 7 treasures Miao tree, Lin Hao wrinkled his nose in disdain. However, he refrained from maintaining a stern visage, instead offering a slight smile and responding, "Uncles, you are too kind. Since it's a misunderstanding, I naturally bear no ill will. Yet, regarding these items you have given me." Lin Hao cast a glance at Nuwa, then at Dijun, conveying a simple message. Nuwa understood Lin Hao's implication, her expression growing colder, her aura intensifying. And what of Dijun? He, too, comprehended Lin Hao's meaning at a glance. Without hesitation, he stepped beside Nuwa. As Dijun approached, Dong Huang Tai, Fushi, Shiha, and Baizhe also advanced. However, Dijun deliberately shoved Shiha forward, placing her directly in front of Nuwa. Shiha, already ablaze with fury, was acutely aware that the one most grievously affected by this incident was not Dijun, but herself. Had it not been for the fact that the instigator was a sage, she would have charged forward in a fit of rage. Yet, unnoticed by most, Shiha, besides glaring at Junti, occasionally cast furtive glances at Lin Hao. Only Changshi, as Shiha's sister, noticed this, prompting her expression to shift uneasily. Could it be that there was something more than met the eye between these two? Changshi fell into contemplation, not out of mere speculation, but rather because since Junti had revealed this matter, Shiha, though embarrassed and furious, directed her ire towards Junti and Dijun. Moreover, when Shiha looked at Lin Hao, her emotions were complicated, filled with concern and a hint of fear, devoid of any anger. Such sentiments, in Changshi's view, were utterly incongruous. As for Jane and Junti, witnessing the unfolding scene, their faces turned ashen. How could they not comprehend the implications? This was clearly an attempt at extortion, leveraging Nuwa's presence. What? Are they unwilling to bear the consequences of this situation? Nuwa suddenly spoke, her understanding evident. "It is indeed audacious of the two of you to slander and humiliate me and Shihi. Do you think this matter can simply be brushed aside?" This time, Emperor Jun spoke with newfound confidence. How despicable! The body of Junti trembled with rage. "Compensation is mandatory. Each and every one of you must pay." He was already impoverished, with little to offer, and anything of value was for his own use. Jane's expression also turned sorrowful as he gazed at the cold-faced Nuwa. Gritting his teeth, He produced a 9th-grade lotus pedestal and a jar of Bodhi leaves, presenting them to Nuwa and Shihi. Humph, since it has come to this, then. Upon receiving the 9th-grade lotus of merit, Nuwa nodded in satisfaction, her aura of sanctity beginning to dissipate. As for Shihi, she appeared entirely unfazed, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, Lin Hao suddenly spoke again, a cold smile gracing his lips. Uncle Jane is indeed generous. A 9th-grade lotus pedestal? Merely a trifling upper-grade innate treasure? As he toyed with the 6th-grade lotus pedestal in his hand, he self-deprecatingly remarked, for a small cultivator like myself, being wronged in such a manner, receiving a 6th-grade lotus pedestal as compensation from Uncle Jane and Uncle Zhuan would be a tremendous favor. For even a low-grade innate treasure is a matter of great honor for someone of my stature. Unlike Aunt Nuwa, who is a saint of the heavenly Dao, her esteemed reputation is worth an upper-grade innate treasure. Though this statement seemed self-mocking, inexplicably, all present felt a sense of discomfort. Suddenly, Changshi was the first to burst into laughter, quickly covering her mouth as she realized the inappropriateness of the situation. However, not only Shihi, many guests in attendance could hardly suppress their amusement, their mouths agape in disbelief. Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and the others wore expressions of bewilderment. The contrast was striking, so much so that everyone present found it difficult to accept. When the ZY Emperor made his appearance, he emanated an aura of profound mystery. Surrounded by chaotic energy, his presence akin to an abyss, with eyes that sparkled like cold lightning, resembling a divine being, devoid of any emotion when gazing upon the world. Yet, in such a short span, this individual experienced such a transformation, and his peculiar tone elicited laughter. Even Nuwa, when looking at Lin Hao, was left speechless. What are you staring at? Collaborate. Seeing that Nuwa continued to gaze at him, Lin Hao rolled his eyes. He had taken the performance this far. Yet this foolish woman was still not picking up on it. He thought to himself, surely Uncle would not let such a splendid opportunity for the Azure Lotus Treasure Flag slip away. The Azure Lotus Treasure Flag? Nuwa paused momentarily, instantly comprehending Lin Hao's intent. She mused to herself, no wonder Lin Hao exhibits such a stark contrast. It was all for this purpose. After realizing this, Nuwa let out a cold snort, her previously reined-in aura of sanctity surging forth once more. She cast a discerning glance at the 9th-grade lotus pedestal in her hand, then turned to Jane and Zhuan, mocking them with a sardonic smile. Indeed, just as my nephew Lin Hao stated, you two disciples are quite generous. Are you attempting to insult me with this 9th-grade lotus of merit? Boom. As her words fell, a torrent of wrath erupted from Nuwa, transforming the entire 33 heavens into a veritable volcano, brimming with the fury of a saint. How infuriating! Lin Hao, witnessing Nuwa's indignation, both Jane and Zhuan cast furious glances at Lin Hao. They could not fail to perceive that this was Lin Hao's machination, a blatant attempt to swindle them. Under the seething glares of Jane and Zhuan, Lin Hao maintained his composure, shaking his head with a sigh. Esteemed uncles, while it is one thing to humiliate me, a mere junior, after your insults, a casual toss of a trinket would suffice. However, to offend Aunt Nuwa and merely present a paltry high-grade innate spiritual treasure, one that is merely derivative, is truly excessive. Whom do you look down upon? My Aunt Nuwa is a dignified sage of the heavenly Dao, the very first to attain sainthood. How dare you subject her to such indignity? Chapter 132. Escalation of conflict. Nuwa declared, Lin Hao, my dear nephew, do not even think of escaping. Indeed, esteemed sages, your disruption of this grand ceremony has not only thrown the event into chaos, but has also brazenly questioned the authority of the Empress Nuwa, rendering my heavenly court a laughingstock in the eyes of our esteemed guests. Do you truly believe you can settle this with mere compensation? How laughable! Such exalted sages ought not to be so miserly. Are you not afraid of becoming the subject of ridicule among the realm? To think that a single high-grade innate spiritual treasure could absolve the Empress of her grievances is utterly absurd. At this moment, Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi began to chime in, seizing the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. What better time to strike than now? Zhuan felt a surge of indignation, nearly spitting blood. Was one high-grade innate spiritual treasure insufficient? One must remember that it was derived from the 12-petal golden lotus of virtue, and his sect possessed only 3 of the precious 9-petal golden lotuses, which were treasured dearly. Jie Yin's expression darkened as he gazed at Nuwa. Sister Nuwa, do not push this too far. Overstep? I believe it is the two of you who are overstepping. Nuwa retorted. If I do not receive a satisfactory answer today, then let us engage in a conflict. The atmosphere had reached a boiling point, and Nuwa was determined to press on. This was primarily spurred by Lin Hao's suggestion. If she could reclaim the Azure Lotus treasure flag, it would greatly aid her cultivation. Strangely, she felt emboldened with Lin Hao by her side, a sensation she found curious but was unperturbed by. Engage in conflict? Before Jia could respond, Zhuan Ti sneered. Sister Nuwa, are you certain you wish to confront both of us? I believe it would be wise to end today's matters here. Prolonging this dispute would benefit no one. Well said, Jia echoed, offering a Buddhist saying. Subsequently, the two sages stood side by side, their auras beginning to rise, emanating a palpable pressure of saintly energy. Their demeanor clearly indicated a refusal to compromise any further. The clash of the three saints' auras enveloped the entirety of the 33 heavens in a suffocating tension, causing Emperor Jun and the others to wear grave expressions. In the distance, figures like the River of Souls, Jin Yuanzi, and numerous guests began to retreat, some even departing the heavenly court entirely. Nuwa's expression also turned serious. With Jia and Zhuan Ti unwilling to yield, she found herself at an impasse. However, upon seeing Lin Hao's calm demeanor, her eyes sparkled with inspiration. Swiftly, she moved to his side and proclaimed to Jia and Zhuan Ti, "Who says I stand alone? Here stands my nephew Lin Hao." Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback by Nuwa's unexpected declaration. What did this mean? Was she dragging him into this conflict? "Ah, revered aunt, you jest. I am but a humble practitioner, far from the stature of a sage. How could I possibly partake in the battles of saints?" He insisted, shaking his head repeatedly. He sought to maintain a low profile, to remain discreet. "You rascal." Nuwa rolled her eyes dramatically, feeling exasperated. This impish fellow had thrust her into the fray, while he concealed himself in the background. Truly insufferable. Indeed, Nuwa had long discerned that from the moment Zhuan Ti initiated trouble, Lin Hao had ensnared her in his scheme. Now, she found herself unable to retreat from the precarious situation. This is not for you to decide." Nuwa let out a light snort towards Lin Hao, then directed her gaze towards Jin and Zhuan Ti, her voice as cold as frost. "Let us engage in a contest, the four of us. Come, let us battle amidst the chaos." Without waiting for Lin Hao's response, she waved her jade hand, tearing through the void, seizing Lin Hao and vanishing from the heavenly court, leaving him no chance to refuse. Upon witnessing this, Jane and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, their faces revealing a helpless expression, yet they followed suit. Let us go and witness this. A battle between sages is a rare spectacle indeed. They could not miss such an opportunity to observe the clash of sages. Whether it was Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, or the gathered guests, including treasures like Daobao and disciples of the sages such as Guangchengzi, excitement surged among them. At the very moment Lin Hao and the others departed from the heavenly court, a beam of light flickered atop Kunlun Mountain as Yuan Shitian Zun tore through the void and vanished. Similarly, the Tantian cult master also disappeared above Jinao Island. In the boundless chaos beyond the heavens, a wild and violent aura filled the air, and the gray expanse of the world imparted a sense of oppression. Through the swirling vastness, Nuwa emerged with Lin Hao in tow. Curiously, Lin Hao surveyed the chaos beyond the heavens, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse, and suddenly felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Is this what chaos truly is? This was his first visit to the chaos. He had always wished to come, but had never found the time. He never anticipated that the ruckus caused by Jin and Juni would lead him here. At that moment, simply standing in this chaos, he felt a continuous influx of chaotic energy permeating his body, nourishing every cell within him. He even sensed that each of his cells had become remarkably vibrant. Of course, this was primarily because he had yet to take on a physical form. Currently, each of his cells represented a small space within the world. Perhaps I can attempt something before taking physical form. Recalling his thoughts from his previous enlightenment, Lin Hao concentrated and began to absorb the chaotic energy fervently. Immediately, the small spaces within his internal world began to undergo a frantic transformation, with fire, earth, wind, and water surging forth, evolving into the 5 elements of heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of small worlds were birthed. Once these myriad small worlds took form, they would constitute the cellular universe within him. Naturally, Nuwa sensed Lin Hao's transformation, causing her to pause momentarily. For some reason, she felt that her enigmatic nephew had undergone a change since entering the chaos. Buzz. At that moment, Jane and Junti stepped into the chaos, and as they entered, their auras began to ascend, their formidable sage presence no longer concealed. The terrifying aura of the Great Dao enveloped the chaos, causing the heavens and earth to lament. Particularly, Junti directed more of his oppressive aura towards Lin Hao. Sister Nuwa, I propose we let today's matters rest. If a battle must ensue, dear sister, you shall not gain the upper hand. After all, we are all saints, and in a 2-against-1 situation, even with Lin Hao's assistance, his status as a disciple does not equate to that of a saint. Although his strength is commendable, it may not suffice to withstand the full-force assault of us saints. With hands clasped together, Jane spoke. Humph, spare us the idle chatter. Are we to fear you too? Upon witnessing this, Nuwa let out a cold snort, her own saintly power erupting with tremendous force. Her cultivation surpassed both Jane and Zhuandi, reaching the pinnacle of the 5th layer of Hanyuan. The mere presence of her aura was formidable enough to rival that of Jane and Zhuandi combined. What of a 2-against-1 scenario? The likes of Jane and Zhuandi were hardly a cause for her trepidation. Moreover, with Lin Hao by her side, her curiosity regarding his strength grew immensely, prompting her to confront Jane and Zhuandi directly. This insatiable curiosity about Lin Hao's capabilities and his underlying schemes compelled her to adhere to his narrative. Otherwise, she would have had no reason to engage in prolonged entanglements with Jane and Zhuandi. Chapter 133. The Primordial Measuring Ruler, Nuwa against two feeling the overwhelming aura of Nuwa. Lin Hao suddenly experienced a sensation akin to living off another's fortune. Mistress Nuwa, I shall assist you, he exclaimed. By the way, use this. Before Nuwa could fully comprehend, Lin Hao tossed an object towards her. Upon receiving it, Nuwa was momentarily taken aback. It was a small purple ruler, enveloped in radiant violet light, with strands of profound merit cascading from it, exuding an intimidating aura of lethality. Is this the primordial measuring ruler? How could such a treasure be in your possession? Nuwa gazed at Lin Hao in disbelief. She was aware of his mysterious nature, but had not anticipated such profound concealment. To possess such a treasure, yet keep it hidden, was beyond her expectations. Oh, I chanced upon it, hardly ever use it, and nearly forgot about it. As I had tossed it into my inner space, Lin Hao remarked nonchalantly. However, his words caused Nuwa's expression to twitch in disbelief. Hardly used, tossed into space, nearly forgotten. Do you hear yourself? That is the primordial measuring ruler, a postnatal treasure of merit, on par with my own celestial Linglong Su Huang Tower. Wielding power comparable to innate treasures, capable of slaying without accruing merit. You treat such a treasure as if it were mere refuse? Is this the primordial measuring ruler? Similarly, when Lin Hao produced the ruler and tossed it to Nuwa, the figures of Jane and Zhuandi widened their eyes in astonishment. How could they not recognize the primordial measuring ruler? Over the years, they had tirelessly sought this treasure, yet had found nothing, only to discover it in the hands of this young man. The legendary primordial measuring ruler, perfect. I shall test its power. Nuwa's exquisite visage radiated excitement as she addressed Jane and Zhuandi, not even bothering with pleasantries as she launched her attack. Ever since her inception, she had never wielded a treasure of such caliber. Even after attaining sagehood, the few artifacts she possessed were of mediocre power, namely, the map of mountains and rivers and the red embroidery ball. Now, she was finally about to employ a true treasure. How could she not feel exhilarated? With Jane and Zhuandi present, they served as the perfect sharpening stone for her. Boom. Nuwa infused her entire magical essence into the primordial measuring ruler, causing the treasure of merit to radiate magnificently. In an instant, an aura comparable to that of innate treasures surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming force of destruction, as if it sought to rend the very fabric of reality and obliterate countless dimensions. Jane and Zhuandi had not anticipated Nuwa's immediate assault, their expressions shifting drastically as they dared not confront it head-on, hastily retreating to a safe distance. Not good. Quickly evade. Rumbling. With a single strike, the vastness was torn apart, boundless chaos shattered, as earth, fire, wind, and water surged forth, manifesting worlds that subsequently succumbed to annihilation. One blow to cleave the heavens, another to extinguish existence. Although Jane and Zhuandi managed to evade this onslaught, they found themselves in a most precarious predicament. Enraged, they summoned their respective treasures. Infuriating. This is intolerable. Initially, it was merely a singular encounter, with the possibility that they could coerce Nuwa into retreat, thus concluding the matter. However, to their astonishment, she indeed took action, and her strike was devoid of mercy. As the residual waves dissipated, Nuwa stood regally amidst the vastness, wielding the primordial measuring rod. Acutely attuned to its formidable power, a strikingly beautiful visage displayed subtle emotion. Truly, it was worthy of being a treasured artifact. Her previous casual strike had unexpectedly unleashed such terrifying destructive force. Nuwa mused, completely disregarding both Jane and Zhuandi, which only intensified their ire. You dare to go too far. Nuwa. Do you truly believe we fear you? They proclaimed, charging at her with furious intent. Boom, boom. At this moment, if they were to endure any longer, they would become the subject of ridicule. Therefore, they surged forward, their auras escalating dramatically. Jane summoned the 12-petal golden lotus of merit, enveloping himself entirely, causing his form to swell into that of a resplendent glass Buddha, brandishing the demon-subduing staff. Similarly, Zhuanti conjured the 7-treasure marvelous tree and the azure lotus banner, his body transforming into a 6-zhang golden figure. In the blink of an eye, the two were fully armed, advancing towards Nuwa, one leading and the other following. Come forth. Nuwa, unperturbed, stepped lightly through the air, her head radiating brilliance. An ethereal scroll materialized above her, cascading beams of light, as if a realm itself was manifesting as her defense. Summoning the map of mountains and rivers as a bulwark, Nuwa brandished the primordial measuring rod. Charging at Jane and Zhuanti, thunderous roars echoed. Soon, the three great saints collided, an aura of the Dao permeating the atmosphere. As the cataclysmic waves swept through the chaotic void, unsettling the very fabric of existence, akin to an apocalyptic event. As for Lin Hao, he was entirely overlooked. Indeed, he was disregarded. With the primordial measuring rod in hand, Nuwa felt her blood surge with fervor, her battle prowess reaching unprecedented heights, effortlessly challenging two foes without the need for Lin Hao's assistance. Jane and Zhuanti, incensed by Nuwa's arrogance, fully immersed themselves in battle, forgetting Lin Hao entirely. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, waves of energy surged from the outer chaos, heralding the arrival of powerful figures. The visitors were none other than Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, and a host of guests from the heavenly court, for such a sacred conflict was not to be missed. Amidst the vastness, two more formidable presences descended, exuding an overwhelming aura that suppressed the chaotic expanse, causing the heavens and earth to lament. These were two Taoists, one bearing a stern countenance and the other with a cold demeanor, akin to blades unsheathed. Upon their arrival, the expressions of Dijuan and the others shifted dramatically. We have encountered the primordial saint. We have encountered the heavenly saint. May the saints enjoy eternal longevity. Clearly, the respect shown towards Yuan Shi and Tong Tian was far greater than what they had displayed when confronting Jane and Zhuanti. Yet, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian paid no heed to the onlookers, their gazes firmly fixed upon the chaotic battlefield ahead. Even so, none among the gathered dared to display discontent. Beneath the sage, all are but mere ants. Although the assembly comprised of great Luo and quasi-saint powers, they lacked the standing to warrant a sage's equal regard. This Nuwa, the primordial measuring ruler? Both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the primordial measuring ruler in Nuwa's grasp. What is happening? How did this ruler come to be in her possession? On the battlefield, Nuwa stood her ground against two foes. While she was unable to dominate Jane and Zhuanti, she did not falter either. In fact, the more she fought, the more exhilarated she became, wielding the primordial measuring ruler to strike relentlessly at Jane and Zhuanti's heads. This artifact possessed an astonishing capacity for slaughter, free from the bindings of causality, making its use particularly gratifying for Nuwa, who unleashed her power without restraint. In contrast, Jane and Zhuanti wore troubled expressions. Faced with this frenzied woman, they found themselves at a loss, forced to gradually relinquish their combat prowess. Chapter 134. The Great Path of the Saints, the World of Creation, and Illusory Dreams. As the powers of Jane and Zhuanti were unleashed, Nuwa began to struggle. After all, they were all saints. Despite any disparities, how significant could they be? Nuwa relied on the Hongmeng measuring ruler to augment her strength. Yet, it seemed defeat was imminent for her. Facing two opponents, even with a treasured artifact in hand, her chances of victory were negligible, especially since Nuwa was not particularly adept at combat. Yuan Shi shook his head. With a thought, a small black flag, no larger than a palm, materialized in his grasp. The moment this flag appeared, a terrifying aura of slaughter surged forth. Not far away, the Tongtian teacher sensed Yuan Shi's presence and cast his gaze in that direction. Yuan Shi, too, felt Tongtian's scrutiny and calmly stated, Nuwa is, after all, a saint of the East. We shall not allow the saints of the West to bully her. Tongtian scoffed at this remark. If he wished to recruit Nuwa, he should be straightforward rather than using East-West rhetoric. However, he paid it no mind and instead remarked, Oh, does my elder brother truly believe that Nuwa will be defeated? Yuan Shi replied dismissively, Isn't that inevitable? My 6 saints have been in conflict for many years. Although there are some differences in cultivation, they are not insurmountable. Even with the Hongming measuring ruler, while she may temporarily hold her own against two, in the long run, she will inevitably find herself at a disadvantage. His analysis was rooted in reason. Though he held Jane and Juanti in low regard, he could not deny their profound wisdom. Even he, with his cultivation and the Panga banner, could not decisively defeat two opponents. Prolonged engagement could very well lead to his own defeat. This was not merely a matter of artifacts, but rather of the Great Dao itself. Each saint possesses their own path, and facing two saints requires enduring the impact of two distinct Great Daos. Tong Tian did not refute this. Even he could not contend with two unless employing the Excalibur array. Among the three pure ones, only Laozi might be capable of such an endeavor, given his superior cultivation, having reached the pinnacle of the sixth heaven of Hunyuan, along with possessing the Taiji diagram and the Linglong Xianyuan Tower, truly an extraordinary advantage. While the second brother's words held merit, I believe that Nuwa may not require your assistance. Tong Tian suddenly chuckled. Oh, what do you mean by that? Yuan Shi furrowed his brow, puzzled by Tong Tian's implication. You will find out soon enough. Tong Tian offered no further explanation. His gaze once again turned to the battlefield. Boom. On the chaotic battlefield, the atmosphere surged, with vast stretches of chaotic space being torn apart and the overwhelming waves of the Great Dao sweeping across the desolation. At this moment, the battle between Nuwa and Jane and Juanti had escalated dramatically, particularly for Nuwa, who had unleashed her true fury. In addition to her artifact assaults, she directly invoked the Great Dao of creation. Before them, the chaotic battlefield erupted with elemental forces, earth, fire, wind, and water roiling together, accompanied by the rumbling of thunder, as if entire worlds were in the throes of evolution. Within this realm, the very fabric of existence was transforming. Even the chaos appeared to awaken, infused with life, morphing into a terrifying storm that surged toward Jane and Juanti. Simultaneously, the grand map of mountains and rivers above Nuwa expanded infinitely, enveloping the chaotic battlefield, transforming into a realm of primordial chaos. It resonated with the elemental forces of earth, fire, wind, and water, manifesting a continuous stream of power. This was the essence of the way of creation. Clearly, Nuwa had traversed far along this path, merging it with the map of mountains and rivers to evolve worlds that teetered between reality and illusion, bringing forth all things. Nuwa summoned forth her profound path, which significantly intensified the pressure on Jane and Juanti. Reluctantly, they, too, were compelled to invoke their own paths. No more restraint. Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, resolute in their decision to no longer endure. They sensed the presence of Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, realizing that prolonging this entanglement could invite further complications from them. Thus, with a flicker of intention, Jane's form began to take on an ethereal quality. He sat cross-legged in the void, one hand forming a gesture, while resonant sounds of a Dao never before heard by mortals echoed from his lips. With utmost sincerity, I vow, with a heart of reverence and compassion, to establish this grand aspiration to liberate all sentient beings. May this vow serve as a beacon, illuminating the darkness of the world, and may it dispel the troubles of all creatures like a gentle breeze. May my eyes perceive the sufferings of all beings. May my ears hear the lamentations of the world, and may my heart bear the burdens of their pain. May I return this vow to all sentient beings within the Dharma realm. May all beings be freed from suffering and attain joy, reborn in the Pure Land. May the world be at peace, free from calamity, and may all beings awaken to their Buddha nature, achieving enlightenment. As Jane uttered these sacred sounds, his form began to dissolve into the ethereal, his physical shape vanishing as if he had transformed into the myriad elements of the universe, embodying countless manifestations. Surrounding him, dreamlike bubbles emerged, each encapsulating a world where numerous disciples chanted sutras in harmonious tranquility, evoking a sense that entering these bubbles would liberate one from the ocean of suffering and grant eternal bliss. Under the enchanting bubbles of Jane, Nuwa's world of creation appeared to warp, filled with a hum that could induce serenity. This was perilous. The sound was beguiling. We must flee. Even Nuwa's great path was affected, let alone the others. The celestial guests who had come to witness the battle changed countenance, with some lesser Deluo golden immortals directly sitting down, their hands clasped in reverence. Even the mighty figures like Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, Mingyi, and Zenyuanzi, standing at the pinnacle of quasi-saintly power, found themselves dazed. Fortunately, their profound cultivation allowed them to stabilize their minds upon sensing the anomaly and retreat to safety. Heretical ways. Yuan Shi Tianzuan observed this and let out a cold snort, emanating waves of sacred might that surged from him, creating ripples that awakened those affected by Jane's influence. Simultaneously, Tongtian Jiaozhu unleashed a formidable sword intent, transforming it into chaotic sword radiance that rent the vast chaos, obliterating the sacred sounds transmitted by Jane. Thank you, Yuanshi Sage. Thank you, Tongtian Sage. In this moment, the multitude expressed heartfelt gratitude towards Yuan Shi and Tongtian. Even Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai were no exception. Upon regaining their senses, each person inwardly cursed Jieyin. Suddenly, an eruption of brilliance emanated from Zhuan Ti, as a resplendent spectrum of colors surged forth, transforming into a magnificent rainbow light stretching across countless light years. Seizing the opportunity while Nuwa and Jieyin were engaged in a contest of profound principles, this radiant light enveloped Nuwa. This seven-colored luminescence resembled a vibrant cage, possessing an overwhelming gravitational pull, within which the forces of the five elements danced in a cycle of creation and destruction. Furthermore, countless Buddhas chanted sacred texts, intertwining to form a grand array, akin to a formidable formation of the 10,000 Buddhas imbued with the essence of the five elements, capable of devouring all. Chapter 135. The Confident Primordial Beginning. Lin Hao observes the path of the saints as the fluctuations surrounding Jane and Zhuanti became perceptible. The countenance of Tongtian grew grave. The 800 external paths seemed like an ephemeral dream. This must indeed be the path of Jane. Moreover, Zhuanti had unexpectedly refined the seven treasures mysterious tree to such an extent that it contained an inner space, which proclaimed itself a formation and divine ability. Primordial Tianzuan's gaze sharpened as he turned to Tongtian, a cold smile gracing his lips. I maintain that, solely relying on Nuwa, even with the Hongming measuring ruler in hand, it is utterly impossible for her to contend alone against the two saints. This was merely Jane manifesting his own grand Dao. Zhuanti's path had yet to be revealed. This was not Primordial speaking in favor of Jane and Zhuanti, but rather stating the truth. Despite his long-standing disdain for them, believing they traversed the external paths and that their sanctification was a mere act of heavenly Taoist mercy, he could not deny that they were indeed saints. As fellow saints, their differences, though existent, were not insurmountable. Moreover, unlike the three pure ones, Nuwa's foundational roots did not lie with them. Although she was the first among the six saints to attain sanctification, her path was of creation, not one suited for combat. And she possessed no formidable trump cards to wield. Nonetheless, Primordial believed that had he held the Panga banner and the celestial celebration clouds, he would have been entirely capable of contending against Jane and Zhuanti single-handedly, perhaps even overpowering them. Is that so? I concede to your brother's words, indeed. Nuwa cannot single-handedly suppress Jane and Zhuanti. However, I do not believe she will emerge defeated in this battle. Tongtian remained non-committal to Primordial's assessment, his expression unchanged, adorned with a faint smile. Observing Tongtian's demeanor, Primordial was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by his calmness and lack of rebuttal. The two brothers had not been on amicable terms of late. Their conversations often escalated into disputes. What was Tongtian up to this time? With a serene smile, Tongtian continued to watch the battle of Nuwa and the others, though his gaze frequently drifted towards Lin Hao, who was watching the spectacle from a short distance away, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. This ambiguity only deepened Primordial's confusion. Within the chaotic battlefield, as Jane and Zhuanti unleashed their might, Nuwa felt an overwhelming pressure. As the illusory world she conjured began to shatter, the map of mountains and rivers above her head wavered, emitting a mournful cry. At that moment, a radiant seven-colored light enveloped her. It was the arrival of Zhuanti's attack. Within this kaleidoscopic brilliance, it was as if a vibrant world had descended, with the powers of earth, fire, wind, and water intertwining, perpetually evolving, accompanied by countless Buddhist light formations, resembling a myriad of Buddhas roaring in unison. Impertinent, Nuwa seethed, wielding the Hongming measuring ruler to strike back, shattering Zhuanti's assault. Yet, the force of Jane's grand Dao left her pale, her delicate form retreating relentlessly as her magical power began to dissipate. Ba, Sister Nuwa, let it end here. I acknowledge your strength, but you alone cannot triumph over the two of us. Perched atop the golden lotus, the figure of Jane wielded dominion over the realm of dreams with one hand while delicately crafting flowers with the other, exuding an air of flamboyance. Meanwhile, Zhuanti retracted the seven treasures Miao tree, and a transformative aura enveloped him, rendering his form increasingly ethereal, hinting at a feminine essence. From within him surged the essence of the myriad Buddhas, reminiscent of the very source of enlightenment. In that fleeting moment, he radiated a resplendent golden light, with a halo shimmering above his head, as if an endless stream of extraordinary power flowed into his being, amplifying his presence exponentially. Since Lin Hao had audaciously impersonated the Supreme Buddha, both Jane and Zhuan-Ti had grown increasingly anxious. During this period, they diligently refined their understanding of the Buddhist path, now nearly fully formed, save for the final act of pledging allegiance to the heavenly Tao. However, they were not in haste to make this declaration, for establishing a doctrine is distinct from founding a path. Once a path is established, it signifies a departure from the mystical gate, granting independence akin to that of Hongjun and Luoho. Given the formidable influence of the mystical gate, even without counting Hongjun, the three pure ones loomed over them. Thus, to extricate themselves from this realm, they must seek an opportune moment, at least not within this calamity. What manner of power is this? Perceiving the shift in Zhuan-Ti's aura, both Yuan Shi and Tong Tian furrowed their brows. This was a sensation they had never encountered before. Nua's countenance also shifted, as she felt an overwhelming pressure. At that moment, her expression soured. Wielding the primordial measuring ruler, she was filled with confidence, contemplating the prospect of subduing both Jane and Zhuan-Ti. Such a victory would not only elevate her status within the primordial chaos, but also bestow upon her substantial fortune, particularly the luck befitting the Empress of Demons. Yet, to her astonishment, not only was she unable to suppress the two, but she found herself being dominated. Merely Jane invoking his own Tao had sufficed, and Zhuan-Ti had yet to make a move. This was a resounding slap in the face to her aspirations. It was no wonder her expression was far from pleasant. Consequently, as Jane spoke, Nua found herself hesitating. Should she withdraw? If she did, what would become of her reputation? Yet, if she pressed on, it seemed she might not prevail. Lin Hao. Suddenly, Nua's thoughts turned to Lin Hao, her phoenix-like eyes darting towards him. It was this individual who had orchestrated her involvement, and now he seemed to be leisurely observing the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, Lin Hao was quite relaxed, especially as he witnessed Jane and Zhuan-Ti each invoking their own Tao. A broader smile graced his face. At that moment, Lin Hao activated his eye of insight, piercing through the pathways of Jane and Zhuan-Ti with unimpeded clarity. His strength had surged dramatically, and with it, the potency of his insight had intensified. In the past, he would have hesitated to scrutinize a sage. Now, he could effortlessly perceive the complexities of Jane and Zhuan-Ti's paths. In his gaze, Jane's Tao was intricate, a fusion of both innate and acquired principles. It encompassed the paths of causality, destiny, time and space, dreams, the world, the primordial five elements, and the essence of the soul. These principles coalesced into a dreamlike realm, granting him the ability to manipulate it at will, straddling the line between reality and illusion, while establishing his myriad offshoots within, culminating in the manifestation of countless Buddhas. As for Zhuan-Ti, although his Tao bore similarities to Jane's, it leaned more towards the essence of source, extinction, freedom, and, predominantly, faith. In the face of the myriad paths of the Great Dao, Lin Hao could only extract and replicate the essence, aspiring to comprehend and amalgamate it for his own use, which would necessitate a period of secluded contemplation. After all, the profundity of a saint's Tao is not something one can grasp at a mere glance. Rest assured, Master Nua, I shall assist you. Suddenly sensing Master Nua's piercing gaze upon him, Lin Hao offered an awkward smile, realizing he had perhaps overstepped. He promptly declared, in that case, esteemed Sister Nua, we must take our leave. Observing that Master Nua directed her attention solely towards Lin Hao, completely disregarding them, both Jane and Zhuan-Ti were visibly displeased. Indeed, from their perspective, Master Nua's failure to respond and her distraction towards Lin Hao was an affront, a blatant disregard for their presence. How could Jane and Zhuan-Ti not feel incensed? Chapter 136. The mysterious power. As the confrontation escalated, Jane and Zhuan-Ti exchanged a glance, simultaneously unleashing their formidable attacks. In an instant, the vastness of their power surged, summoning the realms of dreams and faith, as countless devotees emitted a fervent resonance directed towards Nua. At that moment, with their energies fully unleashed, the boundless chaos roared, akin to tumultuous waves crashing in a chaotic sea, while a storm of disorder wreaked havoc, momentarily halting the very rules of heaven and earth. Nua's expression shifted, overwhelmed by an immense pressure. With a fierce cry, she channeled her divine might. Manifesting various realms of creation, she transformed into a creator, from which emerged beings resembling deities, each possessing the essence of humanity, embodying the laws of the cosmos. The map of mountains, rivers, and nations erupted in dazzling brilliance, while the primordial measuring tool in her grasp exuded a terrifying aura of destruction. Moreover, she summoned a great gray sword, imbued with an ancient essence, its origins obscured by the passage of time. Yet, despite her immense power, Nuwa found herself retreating under the coordinated onslaught of Jane and Juanti. Though a sage's magical prowess is boundless, the toll it took on her countenance was evident. Suddenly, a cold snort resonated from a distance, chilling the atmosphere as if the abyss of hell had descended. An aura akin to annihilation enveloped the chaotic battlefield, bringing forth the most destructive forces of death, decay, curses, and darkness. Intricate runes of law, imperceptible to the naked eye, manifested and surged towards Jane and Juanti. Initially, this power seemed faint, almost peculiar, unnoticed by Jane and Juanti. However, they soon sensed an unsettling shift. Their realms of dreams and faith were being eroded. In that moment of distraction, they felt their very bodies and souls being invaded by the enigmatic runes of law. Boom, 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 as Jane and Juanti regained their senses. A resonant drumming echoed. The sound, reminiscent of war drums and celebratory beats, felt ominous, as if the rhythm ensnared them in an overwhelming silence. Even the chaotic expanse seemed to succumb to a profound stillness. What is happening? What power is this? Jane and Juanti were struck with dread as their hearts sank into silence, seemingly ceasing to beat. Alarmingly, with each resounding drumbeat, the strange runes surrounding them became increasingly animated, ferociously consuming their bodies and souls. It appears that this force has accelerated their decay, akin to ensnaring them in the 5 declines of celestial beings. But how could this be possible? They are saints, after all, immortal and everlasting, impervious to decay in both body and spirit. Yet, what is transpiring? Jane and Juanti could scarcely believe it. Something is amiss. These two seem somewhat altered. Outside the battlefield, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were likewise engulfed in confusion. In this chaotic realm, only Yuan Shi and Tong Tian remained, as Di Jun and the others had departed, having been thoroughly intimidated by the overwhelming might unleashed by the 3 saints, leaving many onlookers nearly ensnared by the spectacle, too frightened to continue watching. These two, along with this force? Similarly, Nuwa sensed something was amiss, even perceiving the strange aura that permeated the battlefield, though it did not affect her. A prime opportunity. Yet, how could Nuwa let such an opportunity slip by? Prepare to meet your demise. Boom. Taking advantage of Jane and Juanti's momentary distraction, Nuwa unhesitatingly summoned the Hongmeng measuring ruler and struck it down upon Jane's head, showing no mercy. Just moments ago, Jane had unleashed his own Great Dao to suppress her, leaving her feeling quite stifled. Now, how could she hold back? Especially as Jane's dreamlike realm incessantly eroded her world of creation, filling her with resentment. Thus, Nuwa wasted no time in delivering a blow to Jane. Amitba, Jane's countenance twisted in agony, his regal form illuminated by the blossoming light of the golden lotus beneath him, which sought to intercept Nuwa's assault. Boom, boom. At that moment, the drumbeats echoed once more violently than before, instilling a sense of annihilation within Jane's heart, even as the force eroding his body and spirit instilled a burgeoning panic. Consequently, this led to gaps in his defense, causing the golden lotus beneath him to flicker erratically. How could Nuwa let such a chance pass? With a cold smirk, she summoned her full magical strength, wielding the Hongmeng measuring ruler and bringing it down upon Jane. Crack! The power of a saint wielding a supreme treasure unleashed a force that shattered Jane's defenses like fragile eggshells. The might of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, though diminished, bore down with terrifying lethal force directly upon Jane's head. Bang! Thus, a shocking scene unfolded. Jane's head was utterly obliterated, and the terrifying force coursed down his neck, shattering his entire being, leaving even his spirit in ruins, annihilated. Brother! This spectacle left Juanti's eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that his brother had been obliterated. It was a truth he found hard to accept, momentarily forgetting the immortality of saints, standing frozen in place. What is happening? In the distance, Yuan Shi and Tong Tian were equally dumbfounded, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Just moments ago, Jane had been fiercely pressing Nuwa, yet he was instantly vanquished by her. The disparity was staggering. Yuan Shi was completely at a loss, but Tong Tian quickly regained his composure, turning sharply to gaze at Lin Hao, who stood not far behind Nuwa. At this moment, Lin Hao stood serenely amidst the vastness, enveloped by an aura of chaos, yet in his hand, he held a small black drum. The reverberations of the drum unleashed a force that enveloped the battlefield, silencing all existence. Could it be that this young man was the one responsible? But how did he wield such power? And what of the drum? Among the assembled saints, only Taiqing comprehended Lin Hao's abilities, which explained his calm demeanor in the face of Yuan Shi's scrutiny. He had faith that Lin Hao would intervene, aiding Nuwa in altering the course of the battle. However, the transformation of the battlefield was peculiarly abrupt. He had not witnessed Lin Hao's intervention, yet the once formidable Jane had fallen to Nuwa's hand. Suddenly, with a rhythmic beat, Lin Hao struck the black drum once more, causing a jolt in the dazed body of Zhuan. At that very moment, Nuwa seized the opportunity to strike again. Chapter 137. The hidden manipulator is actually Lin Hao. Although Nuwa sensed something amiss, the fact that she had obliterated the Jane in a single strike was astonishing. Nevertheless, in that fleeting moment when Jane was shattered, all her pent-up frustration and fury dissipated, her spirit soaring to new heights, as if her thoughts were now boundlessly clear. This overwhelming sensation compelled Nuwa to unleash a roar towards the heavens. Suddenly, she cast her gaze upon Zhuan, whose expression was one of stunned disbelief, and a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed her exquisite features. "You shall perish," she declared, "whether it be one or two, since you both have dared to bully me. Then let both meet their demise." With a resonant hum, the primordial measuring ruler expanded infinitely, resembling a celestial bridge descending from the heavens, its lethal power reverberating through the chaotic void. Zhuan, still in a daze, felt a surge of impending doom and swiftly regained his composure. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned layer upon layer of magical treasures, brandishing the azure lotus banner and the seven treasures mysterious tree to intercept Nuwa's onslaught. However, at the very moment Zhuan prepared to counterattack, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lin Hao in the distance, enveloped in chaotic energy, holding a small black drum. Lin Hao flashed him a smirk, a smile that seemed to mock him. Then, Lin Hao began to beat the black drum. Boom, boom. The strange rhythms sent tremors through both Zhuan and Jane, their bodies decaying as if ensnared by the forces of the five declines of heaven and man. The earlier sensation of a heavy heart and dissipating magical power resurfaced. It dawned on Zhuan. This was the culprit behind their troubles. The very reason Jane had been destroyed by Nuwa. Bang! Just then, Nuwa's assault struck, and despite Zhuan's timely retaliation, Lin Hao's drumming continued to affect him, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spewing forth, nearly obliterating his form. In the distance, the observing primordial lord was taken aback. How could this be? When did Nuwa become so formidable? He found himself utterly perplexed. On the other hand, Taiqing remained silent, his gaze fixed on Lin Hao since Jane's destruction. Moments ago, he witnessed Lin Hao strike the drum again, leading to Zhuan being sent flying by Nuwa. How had this young man accomplished such a feat? Tongtian's curiosity intensified, but just as he contemplated approaching, Zhuan's furious roar interrupted him. "Lin Hao, you dare to deceive us. You seek death." At this moment, Zhuan fully comprehended that this young man was the one orchestrating their downfall. Had it not been for him, Nuwa would not have been a match for either of them. Lin Hao was indeed the hidden hand behind it all, and the primordial measuring ruler had been bestowed upon Nuwa by him, intended to target the two of them. It was a trap, meticulously laid since the heavenly court. With all this clarity, Zhuan's wrath surged, and his murderous intent became palpable. He no longer cared whether Lin Hao was a disciple of his master, nor did he concern himself with Nuwa, who was relishing the fight. Ignoring his injuries, he charged directly at Lin Hao. Boom! The furious Zhuan, even after sustaining injuries from Nuwa, found his rage intensifying. His formidable aura surging forth like a primordial chaos beast awakening, exuding an overwhelming intent to kill. In his grasp, the seven treasures Miao tree radiated brilliance, carving through the endless chaos like a resplendent rainbow, tearing apart the vast void and shattering the laws of heaven and earth, descending upon Lin Hao in an instant. Lin Hao. Zhuan abruptly shifted his target, causing Nuwa's delicate visage to change dramatically. It was too late for her to intervene. Meanwhile, the distant Yuan Shi Tianzuan was left bewildered by the turn of events. What was happening? Zhuan, nearly obliterated by Nuwa, was now directing his wrath towards Lin Hao, seemingly unleashing his full might. Only Tongtian Jiaozhu remained composed, realizing that his suspicions were confirmed. With the defeat of Jane, Zhuan was left vulnerable. And this young man was the orchestrator behind it all. He yearned to witness the true strength of this youth, and whether he could truly contend with a saint. After a moment of hesitation, Tongtian refrained from intervening. Boom! The chaos trembled, the battlefield engulfed in a cataclysmic upheaval, as Zhuan Ti's fury unleashed a destructive force that could rend the heavens and obliterate the earth. The very elements roared as the order of the cosmos unraveled, plunging the myriad realms of chaos into an explosive turmoil. Even time and space fell into disarray. However, in the face of Zhuan Ti's wrathful strike, Lin Hao maintained an air of tranquility. He shook his head and finally spoke. I intended to present this achievement to my esteemed master Nuwa, but alas, it seems I have been discovered. You shall perish, boy. Upon hearing Lin Hao's admission, Zhuan Ti's fury escalated further, and the seven treasures Miao tree descended upon him with unrelenting force. In that instant, Lin Hao felt the world around him upheaving, as if a terrifying suction was drawing him into another dimension. In that realm, the five elements clashed, transforming into various lethal formations, while countless Buddhas recited scriptures, their chants disrupting the mind and compelling allegiance. The seven treasures Miao tree. This sensation reminded Lin Hao of the tales of the investiture of the gods he had encountered in a previous world, where Kong Xian, hailed as the foremost beneath the saints, brimmed with confidence, dismissing the world. Even when Zhuan Ti personally intervened, he was momentarily thwarted by Kong Xian's five-colored divine light. In response, Zhuan Ti summoned the seven treasures Miao tree, shattering the five-colored radiance and ensnaring him to be taken back to Mount Shumi for enlightenment. This seven treasures Miao tree was Zhuan Ti's treasure of enlightenment, containing a world of seven colors and composed of countless formations that devoured, slaughtered, and entrapped, embodying the five elemental forces, with two additional powers surpassing those of Kong Xian. Yet, Lin Hao merely reflected for a moment before regaining his focus, a cold smile gracing his lips as his aura began to transform. Once entangled by the chaos, he now felt the power of the Dao surge forth around him, as if an endless stream of energy was freely pouring out. 1 strand, 10 strands, 100 strands, thousands, tens of thousands. Ultimately, the count reached an astonishing million, among which 3,000 were particularly robust, representing the 3,000 innate pathways. These laws of the Dao manifested as divine chains of order, entwining around Lin Hao, forming a protective barrier. In that moment, Lin Hao appeared as if he had become the sovereign of myriad paths, the supreme embodiment of the Dao. This. What? Impossible. How could this be? 3 exclamations erupted simultaneously from the mouths of Zhuan Ti, Nuwa, and Yuan Shi. What had they beheld? The laws of the Great Dao, an innumerable multitude of them, at least millions. Yet, that was not all. Most remarkably, they beheld 3,000 complete innate Dao laws, the essence of the 3,000 paths. Even the sages found themselves momentarily stunned, as if in a daze. Even Nuwa, who considered herself the most knowledgeable of Lin Hao, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, gazing at him with astonishment. As for Zhuan Ti, even his furious attack faltered, caught off guard by the overwhelming spectacle. Power. The sages were momentarily entranced, yet Lin Hao remained steadfast. In the face of Zhuan Ti's resplendent aura, a chilling voice escaped his lips. With a singular force, he resonated with myriad paths, as if in submission. Simultaneously, a force that transcended all emanated from him, and he unleashed a powerful punch towards Zhuan Ti. Chapter 138. The Lawlessness of the Heavens. One punch shattering Zhuan Ti in the face of Zhuan Ti's furious strike, and under the premise of utilizing the treasure of enlightenment. Lin Hao finally retaliated. He merely clenched his fist gently, and, with a single punch aimed at the approaching spectrum of light, unleashed an attack devoid of any ostentation, yet surrounded by myriad paths of the Dao. It was as if this punch consolidated the essence of countless avenues into a singular, formidable force. From Lin Hao emanated an indomitable aura, one so overpowering that the assembled saints felt their spirits bend towards submission, their own paths lamenting in despair. Boom, boom, boom. The chaos trembled. A single punch met no resistance, shattering Zhuan Ti's vibrant light layer by layer. Neither the elemental conflicts within nor the intricate formations contained within could withstand it, and even the ethereal visage of the Buddha reciting scriptures dissipated into nothingness under this blow. This punch encountered no hindrance, directly obliterating Zhuan Ti's assault, creating a rift in the vast chaos that stretched across countless light years, scattering the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. How could this be? Zhuan Ti was aghast. His attack had been utterly thwarted. No, not just thwarted. In his perception, that fist began to magnify infinitely, transforming within the blink of an eye to the size of celestial bodies, seemingly continuing to expand as if it sought to become an entire chaotic realm. Flee. A sense of crisis, a harbinger of death, surged forth from the depths of his mind, leading Zhuan Ti to comprehend that he could not possibly withstand this punch in his current state. To endure it would lead to a fate akin to that of Jiayin. Escaping was his only recourse, even at the cost of losing his saintly dignity. It was preferable to being obliterated. Simultaneously, Zhuan-Ti was overwhelmed with astonishment. This Lin Hao was merely a junior. How could he possess such strength? It was inconceivable. Who exactly are you? This compelled Zhuan-Ti to question Lin Hao's identity. He suspected that he was more than just a disciple of the supreme Laozi. Who am I? Guess for yourself. Lawlessness of the heavens. As Zhuan-Ti attempted to flee, Lin Hao smirked, showing no intention of letting him escape. He elevated the black drum high, and amidst the resonating echoes of chaos, it grew larger. This time, the sound of the drum was unmistakable, shedding any prior concealment. At the moment the drum reverberated, emotions of death, decay, curses, destruction, malice, and resentment, some of the most negative sentiments in existence, began to proliferate with astonishing speed. As if the force were neither power nor law, it coalesced into black runes on this chaotic battlefield. These runes seemed capable of penetrating chaos itself, seeping into bodies, souls, and even the very laws of the Tao. Under the influence of this rune power, nothing in the world could obstruct its advance. All would be eroded, the world descending into ruin, beings succumbing to decay. Even celestial beings would find themselves ensnared in the 5 declines of existence. This time, Lin Hao wielded the lawlessness of the heavens with all his might. His power no longer concealed. This eerie, terrifying force, capable of extinguishing all, spread across the entire chaotic battlefield, tinting even the chaos itself in darkness. Not only was Zhuan-Ti affected this time, but even Nuwa and the distant Yuanshi and Tongtian felt the impact. The sensation that had previously enveloped both Jin and Zhuan-Ti now manifested in them as well. Although Lin Hao's intended target was not them, this specialized force that countered the heavenly Tao still caused the 3 revered saints to feel their bodies, souls, and even their very essence being influenced, leading to a dramatic change in their expressions. What manner of power is this, that it can erode my soul? No, even my fundamental path is being consumed, as if being devoured and corrupted. How could this be possible? Though the effect was not overwhelming, it nonetheless left Nuwa, Yuanshi, and Tongtian in profound shock. After all, they were saints. Their souls were anchored in the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible, and their essence and fruit of enlightenment were intertwined, embodying the path. Their physical forms alone were impervious to calamity and untouched by cause and effect. Yet this peculiar force was simultaneously eroding their bodies, souls, and essence. Could they not be horrified? If others were so affected, one could only imagine the plight of Zhuan-Ti. Under the power of the heavenly Tao-esque lawlessness, Zhuan-Ti's eyes were filled with rage as he helplessly watched Lin Hao's fist, imbued with the essence of force, descend upon him. Bang! It resounded like a cataclysmic explosion in the chaos, shaking the fabric of time and space. With a single blow, Zhuan-Ti was obliterated. The terrifying force tearing apart countless light years of chaos, igniting earth, fire, wind, and water in a tumultuous upheaval, as if the heavens and earth themselves were being forged anew. In that fleeting moment, Lin Hao retracted the power of the heavenly Tao's lawlessness. This force was newly perfected, specifically designed to contend with the creations of the heavenly Tao. Should it be unleashed on a grand scale, it would prove difficult to control, and a moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences. This was precisely why he had meticulously crafted the black drum. To master this power, it was not mandatory to wield this extraordinary treasure in conjunction with the heavenly Tao's lawlessness. Lin Hao, you have twice conspired against us. This karma is now bound to us. Zhuan-Ti's voice reverberated throughout, imbued with a celestial resonance, echoing with boundless resentment and murderous intent. He did not utter threats, but all present understood that this enmity had been firmly established, a significant enmity that would likely lead to fierce disputes in the future. However, before Lin Hao could respond, Nuwa coldly interjected, bound by karma? Very well, let it be so. I shall bear this burden you speak of. Do you truly think I fear you? She had slain Jin, and regardless of whether Lin Hao had orchestrated the event, she had to accept this karma. Though she harbored some ire towards Lin Hao, the exhilaration of vanquishing Jin, the elevation of her spirit, and the clarity of her thoughts had been immensely satisfying. Moreover, Nuwa sensed that if she were to enter seclusion, she could achieve a breakthrough. Indeed, she was on the verge of transcending. Her current cultivation was at the pinnacle of the 5th layer of primordial unity, having long been stalled at this realm. Yet at the moment of Jin's defeat, her state of mind had ascended, and she felt the long-standing barrier that had hindered her for years begin to crack. As for Lin Hao, in response to Zhuan-Ti's threat, he merely clasped his hands together and intoned, Ba, well done, well done. In a single utterance, the divine essence of Zhuan Ti exploded, leaving no trace behind. Zhuan Ti vanished, yet Yuan Shi and Tong Tian remained in a state of shock and bewilderment. Even after the peculiar force that had ensnared them dissipated, they lingered in a daze. Lin Hao had long since noticed the two, and with a subtle smile, he stepped away from the ever-shattering and reconstituting chaos of battle. Approaching them with a slight bow, disciple Lin Hao pays his respects to Uncle Master Yuan Shi and Uncle Master Tong Tian. Upon seeing Lin Hao, Tong Tian was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, remarking with exasperation, "You, young lad, have truly stirred a monumental disaster. Is there any greater calamity than slaying a saint?" It is important to note that since the emergence of saints, none had ever fallen, even in their disputes. They merely engaged in fleeting skirmishes, never to the point of annihilation. After all, saints are immortal and indestructible, even in mutual destruction. They ultimately revive within the Tao of heaven. Engaging in excessive conflict would only lead to a loss of their essence, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory. Lin Hao had indeed set a precedent, and even as Tong Tian regained his senses, a hint of dazed astonishment lingered in his eyes. Chapter 139. The Transformation of Heaven and Earth, the Rain of Blood from the Sky. I find myself intrigued. How long has it been since my esteemed nephew Lin Hao entered the sect of my elder brother? Merely a few million years, yet in such a brief span, he has attained the strength to rival a saint. Will my dear nephew not offer us an explanation? At this moment, Yuan Shi regained his composure. Yet his gaze towards Lin Hao differed vastly from that of Tong Tian, filled instead with ire, coldness, and skepticism. Indeed, skepticism. The initial shock had given way to contemplation, leading Yuan Shi to speculate about Lin Hao's true identity. A member of the human race, having joined Laozi's fold, achieving in a mere few dozen yuan meetings what had taken them countless years to accomplish. Even more perplexing, their own journey had been one of gradual cultivation, ascending from the great Luo golden immortal to listening to the Tao at the Purple Cloud Palace, attaining the status of quasi-saint, and finally achieving sainthood through the utilization of the primordial purple energy and merit. Every step they took was fraught with immense trials, and their ascension to sainthood was a grand spectacle, marked by the arrival of the heavenly Tao, the eastward flow of purple energy spanning millions of miles, and various extraordinary phenomena manifesting as golden lotuses erupting from the earth. Yet, Lin Hao had ascended silently and without a trace, his path uncharted and devoid of the customary signs of enlightenment. Likewise, Tong Tian and Nu Hua were equally curious, casting their inquisitive gazes upon Lin Hao. They possessed a greater understanding of him than Yuan Shi, yet their knowledge remained limited. They were aware that Lin Hao did not tread the traditional path of immortality, but rather followed his unique Tao. While many ancient powerhouses had forged their own paths, achieving at most the status of mixed Yuan golden immortal, only Hongjun Daozu had successfully traversed this journey to enlightenment. If Lin Hao had indeed perfected his own way, why then were there no signs of his ascension? Furthermore, the three saints had not forgotten Lin Hao striking the small drum, an eerie power that seemed capable of corroding all existence. This power was terrifying, a veritable bane to all, even to those of their exalted rank. Thus, Yuan Shi's inquiry, albeit brusque, did not elicit defense from Tong Tian and Nu Hua on Lin Hao's behalf. Instead, it sowed the seeds of doubt within them as well. Moreover, it seemed apparent that Lin Hao was no longer a mere human. Indeed, he bore an odd corporeal form, devoid of any vital essence, instead exuding an aura reminiscent of creation itself, akin to the essence of the world. Soon, the three great saints discerned yet another peculiar aspect of Lin Hao. Esteemed uncles, it is rather impolite to inquire about another's secrets without cause. Unless there is something of particular importance, I shall take my leave. Oh, and Nu Hua, the primordial measuring ruler should be returned to its rightful owner. With a wave of his hand, the primordial measuring ruler in Nu Hua's grasp was drawn into Lin Hao's possession. He smiled faintly, disregarding the three saints, and swiftly vanished amidst the chaotic energies. My primordial measuring ruler. Nu Hua gazed at her empty palm, her expression twitching slightly. She had grown exceedingly accustomed to its use, and had hoped to stealthily keep it for herself, never anticipating that he would so readily reclaim it. What a vexatious fellow! Nu Hua silently cursed. Tong Tian smiled faintly and turned to Yuan Shi, saying, "If you, dear brother, find Lin Hao's demeanor enigmatic, you might as well engage him in a duel to test his mettle." "Humph, he has not provoked me. Am I so idle as to seek him out?" Yuan Shi scoffed, thinking Tong Tian a fool. Until he comprehended that peculiar force, how could he dare to confront that young man? Although he did not believe he would be outmatched by Lin Hao, He certainly did not wish to tread the same path as Jane and Junyi, who had fallen under Lin Hao's influence. With a disdainful snort, Yuan Shi vanished without delay. I perceive you are too fearful, Tong Tian mocked, choosing not to linger further. Ultimately, the chaotic battlefield was left with only Enhua, her beautiful eyes shimmering, lost in contemplation. In the primordial realm, within the 33 heavens, the heavenly court bustled with the presence of Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and numerous formidable beings from the primordial era. They had all returned to the heavenly court after witnessing the terrifying power of the saints. Originally, they sought to experience the chaos, but narrowly escaped being converted by Jane and Junyi, which left them thoroughly shaken and unwilling to observe further. Even Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai bore expressions of unease. With the establishment of the Zhoutian star array, these heavenly powers had believed that, regardless of the saints, they could contend with them using the formation. However, upon witnessing the chaos, their spirits were significantly dampened. Meanwhile, figures like Mingyi and Kuanping grew increasingly enamored with the prospect of achieving sainthood, their eyes gleaming with fervor. They were left in suspense regarding the battle's outcome. Indeed, did not the Emperor Ziwei claim he would fight alongside Enhua? Yet, we did not see him intervene in the chaos. One remarked, "Do you truly believe Emperor Ziwei can stand against a saint?" Another questioned, "Although Lin Hao's power is unfathomable, having likely surpassed quasi-saints, he has not yet attained sainthood. How could he possibly rival a saint?" The assembled crowd's focus was squarely on the outcome of this battle, particularly the demon clan, who naturally wished for Enhua's victory. Doubts regarding Lin Hao's capabilities also lingered in the air. Suddenly, a tempest swept through the ancient starry skies, and the very fabric of celestial order emitted a mournful wail, as if lamenting some profound sorrow. In an instant, a desolate aura enveloped the entire realm. Accompanied by the howling wind, the heavens rumbled, and a fine rain began to fall across the land. Even the 33 heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, with rain cascading from every layer. What is happening? Why is it raining? The denizens of the heavenly court were taken aback. Emperor Jun and his companions wore expressions of bewilderment. This was the heavenly court. How could it suddenly rain? Even if it were to rain, they were the ones in control. No, this lament seemed to echo from the very order of the universe, steeped in sorrow. Fushi was the first to regain his composure, hastily calculating with his fingers. However, as soon as he began to deduce, he violently coughed up a mouthful of blood. What is the matter? The faces of Emperor Jun and the others shifted dramatically as they turned their attention to Fushi. We are in grave peril. Fushi's visage was ashen. Though he had failed to unravel any concrete predictions, his divinations unveiled a scene drenched in carnage, reminiscent of a hellish battlefield, where destruction reigned and deities fell like autumn leaves, akin to the apocalypse. Yet, as he yearned to delve deeper, his spirit was abruptly obliterated. No, look at the rain. Suddenly, the assembly discerned that the rain had transformed into a hue of crimson, akin to blood. This unsettling transformation caused the countenances of all present to shift dramatically. Moreover, throughout the vast wilderness, countless beings gazed skyward, their expressions filled with bewilderment. At that moment, as the blood rain intensified, the cosmic order lamented once more, as if the heavens themselves were mourning, akin to a farewell for a figure of immense significance. Simultaneously, a singular message resonated within the minds of all. The sage has fallen? This is inconceivable. Impossible. The populace, including the formidable beings residing in the heavenly court, instinctively reacted with disbelief. The fall of a sage? What a jest. Sages are imperishable, the embodiment of the heavenly Dao, the pinnacle that all cultivators aspire to in their lifetimes. How could they possibly perish? Chapter 140. Blame on Yuan. Lin Hao aims to be the puppet master with the fall of Jane and Junyi. A shroud of despair enveloped the hearts of the populace, particularly among the cultivators. Whether they were of lower or higher rank, or even the mighty ones, all wore expressions of bewilderment. Can even saints perish? What, then, is the purpose of their cultivation? What path should they pursue? In various locales, particularly in the heavenly court's grand plaza, hundreds of thousands of guests fell into a profound silence. Even some mighty figures from the purple cloud palace exhibited vacant stares. Dijun's face mirrored the general confusion. The usually proud Eastern Emperor Tai seemed to have been struck down as well. Only Fushi displayed a countenance of deep concern, his body trembling involuntarily. The heavenly mechanism revealed the fall of a saint, but did not disclose who it was. He feared it might be Nuwa, his sister. Moreover, in the battle within the chaos, Jane and Junyi were two, while Nuwa stood alone. If chaos truly erupted and a saint fell, the likelihood of Nuwa's demise would be significantly greater. Nearby, Xinyuanzi lamented, "Old friend Hong Yun, I would rather it had been Jin and Junti who perished. At least that would avenge you." Behind Dijun, Shiha surveyed the assembly of mighty beings, shaking her head with a bitter smile. What does it matter if a saint falls? Even the chaos demon god of your has perished. Within her, she harbored a beautiful head, thought to belong to the chaos demon god, and she could sense its terrifying essence. If such a being had met its end, what was so astonishing about a saint's fall? If saints can perish, and my sea of blood remains unspent, and the river of Hades does not perish, would that not be a jest? The ancestor of the river of Hades chuckled at his own irony. However, his expression soon regained its composure. He appeared resolute, yet shook his head, asserting, "No, saints are neither mortal nor extinguishable. Unlike the Hunyuan de Luo Jinxian, even in death, they can be resurrected by the heavenly Dao." This principle, akin to his sea of blood, led him to firmly believe that saints would not truly perish, as that would negate his own path, for he too considered himself a minor saint. At that moment, the void above the heavenly court was rent asunder, and a figure shrouded in chaos emerged. It was Lin Hao. "Lin Hao, my friend, the sovereign of Purple Way, he has returned." Upon Lin Hao's return, the crowd was jolted, hastily converging upon him. Fushi rushed to the forefront, grasping Lin Hao with urgency. "Lin Hao, has something happened to my sister?" At this utterance, all present perked up their ears. How could Aunt Nuwa encounter trouble? Those two old dogs, Jane and Junti, were no match for her. She would have obliterated them. And now they likely languished in the river of heavenly Dao, preparing for resurrection. Lin Hao, however, would not divulge that he was the one responsible. Instead, he attributed all the credit to Nuwa. He had always adhered to the principle of humility, and even with newfound power, he intended to remain in the shadows, avoiding the limelight. The recent orchestration for the position of the sovereign of Purple Way was merely a strategic preparation for the future. His constant reference to old dogs left the gathered crowd at a loss for words. They have discerned that Lin Hao likely spoke the truth. Indeed, Nuwa emerged victorious, having vanquished both Jane and Junti. What a relief. Fushi exhaled a sigh of relief. As for Dijuan, upon regaining his composure, the weighty expression on his face began to soften into a smile, eventually erupting into hearty laughter. Haha, what a thrill. Nuwa has truly avenged us. Those two, Jane and Junti, have been exceedingly arrogant, colluding with the witch clan and daring to insult our sovereign. Their demise is indeed poetic justice. With Nuwa's presence, our heavenly court stands as firm as Mount Buzhou. I wonder who would dare to act recklessly in our realm henceforth. Long live the benevolence of the Nuwa Empress. May her fortune be everlasting, indestructible through the ages. As cheers rang out, countless members of the demon clan joined in the celebration. Since Nuwa's induction into the heavenly court, this marked the first occasion she had championed the demon clan, and with her decisive action, she had slain two saints. How could this not invigorate the spirits of the demons? Even the powerful beings present could sense an immense tide of fortune converging toward the chaotic void beyond. Remarkably, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai felt no trace of jealousy. They recognized that with Nuwa's assistance, their chances of defying fate had significantly increased. Thus, envy was absent from their hearts. If their intentions were solely for fame or power, they would not have sought to ally with Lin Hao, for who would dare to court a being of such formidable strength, fearing the loss of their own power? In Dijuan's eyes, the only remaining objective was to defy fate. For this ambition, he would stop at nothing, even relinquishing the title of Heavenly Emperor if necessary. In contrast, the guests nearby remained in a state of shock, grappling with disbelief. Could it truly be that Nuwa single-handedly defeated Jane and Junti? How could this be possible? Was Nuwa truly that formidable? Individuals such as Xinyuzi and Mingi, who were well acquainted with Nuwa and had once been mighty figures in the Xixiao Palace, furrowed their brows in confusion. They were unsure of her combat prowess post-sainthood, but they were well aware of her capabilities prior to her ascension. Although Nuwa was an innate divine being and a powerful entity from Xixiao Palace, her strength had never been particularly formidable. She had even required Fushi's protection. Furthermore, Nuwa's inherently kind and innocent nature raised doubts. How could she possibly contend against the cunning Jane and Junti, let alone slay them? Unless, of course, Lin Hao was fabricating a tale. With this thought, those who sensed something amiss, including Mingi and Xinyuzi, turned their gaze toward Lin Hao. However, in matters of such gravity as the fall of saints, how could this individual possibly lie? Moreover, during the chaotic battle, only Nuwa, Jane, and Junti had participated. Nuwa had faced two opponents alone, with no other saints involved. Clearing his throat, Mingi could no longer restrain himself and swiftly approached Lin Hao, inquiring, "Friend Lin Hao, May I ask what transpired? Could you elaborate on the events? With Mingyi leading the way, other powerful beings also stepped forward, while Dijun refrained from intervening, eager to learn the full story. In response, Lin Hao gently shook his head and said, I apologize, esteemed guests, but this matter pertains to the secrets of the saints. Even if I were privy to such knowledge, I am unable to disclose it. I kindly ask for your understanding. Upon hearing this, the assembly expressed their disappointment, and even the river of underworld refrained from further inquiries. It was clear that the secrets of the saints could not involve the likes of Jane and Juanti, especially since Lin Hao had publicly referred to these two saints as old dogs. Thus, it was evident that the secret in question must pertain to Nuwa, a topic that even Emperor Jun dared not pursue further. Very well, let us commence the ceremony. We have already delayed for too long, he said, swiftly changing the subject as he guided the guests to their seats before casting a glance at Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded and ascended the altar once more. Chapter 141. The Black Dragon King and the Canine General. With no disturbances, the grand coronation ceremony was successfully completed, marking Lin Hao's ascension as the fifth sovereign of the Heavenly Court. As for the acknowledgement of the Heavenly Dao, it was non-existent, for in this era, the Heavenly Court had yet to be bound by the Heavenly Dao. The recognition of the saints and the future Heavenly Court under Lin Hao would differ significantly. In this age, the Emperor of Heaven, Dijun, wielded absolute authority, capable of bestowing titles at will. With the ceremony concluded, a grand feast was held to honor the guests. The Heavenly Court was abuzz with merriment. The guests, adorned with smiles, raised their cups in unity. Aside from Zhun Yuanzi and a few from the Chan and Jie sects, the remaining guests displayed an extraordinary warmth, even more amiable than before. What could be the reason for such a change? The addition of a new emperor, particularly a disciple of the Supreme Purity Sage, had significantly augmented the influence of the Heavenly Court. Most importantly, the battle led by Nuwa that vanquished the two Western saints had astounded the world. Nuwa's intervention could be interpreted as support for Dijun and Lin Hao, thereby solidifying her status as the Empress of the Heavenly Court. Consequently, the present Heavenly Court found itself under the auspices of two saints, a transformation that no one could overlook. Who would not wish to curry favor in such a situation? Even the formidable beings of the Purple Cloud's palace approached Dijun with utmost courtesy, eager to ingratiate themselves. Numerous independent cultivators began expressing intentions to join the Heavenly Court, much to Dijun's delight. Even Dong Huang Tai Yi, typically reserved in demeanor, wore a broad smile as he mingled with Bai Zhe and Fei Lian, toasting with joy. As for Lin Hao, he chose to abstain from such festivities, departing shortly after the ceremony's conclusion. With the coronation achieved, his objectives had been fulfilled, leaving him with no reason to linger. He remained indifferent to the world's perceptions of him. His allegiance to the Heavenly Court was solely for the sake of the Master of Ziwei Star, and he would not readily extend assistance to Dijun unless it served his own interests. In the central region of the 32nd heaven, amidst towering mountains, stood magnificent palaces, with the central edifice designated by Dijun as Lin Hao's residence and place of practice. A golden plaque hung above, inscribed with the words Palace of Ziwei. At that moment, before the grand hall stood a canine general clad in silver armor, his head resembling that of a black and white dog, adorned with two circular markings on his brow, akin to a guardian deity. As the air shimmered, Lin Hao emerged from the void, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the canine general. Oh, it is you. He recalled his offhand comment inviting the canine to his abode, never expecting the creature to actually arrive. The general's imposing presence elicited a chuckle from Lin Hao. Greetings to the Emperor of Ziwei. Upon Lin Hao's return, the canine general hastily bowed, trembling with excitement that he could scarcely contain. Being personally summoned by an emperor was an unparalleled opportunity for a mere creature like him. How could he not be elated? Indeed, Lin Hao nodded, scrutinizing the canine with newfound amusement, suddenly realizing that the canine's appearance bore a striking resemblance to that of a husky. A canine-headed, human-bodied husky, adorned in the celestial silver armor of a heavenly general, presents a most intriguing sight. As for the creature's qualifications, they are of little consequence. Lin Hao mused, expressing his amusement. From this moment forth, you shall be my foremost divine general, and I bestow upon you the name Hesisbis. First divine general, Hesisbis? Thank you, your majesty. I shall remain loyal to you, even unto death. The name Hesisbis may have seemed peculiar, yet that was of little importance. What truly mattered was the title of first divine general. This humble canine demon, possessing only the pinnacle of golden immortal prowess, was utterly inconspicuous within the heavenly court. Now, however, he had ascended to become the first divine general under the demon emperor's reign. What a fortuitous turn of events. Here are some of my cultivation insights. along with a collection of resources for your practice. Your current cultivation level is too low, merely golden immortal. You must swiftly elevate your strength to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Furthermore, from this day forth, you shall guard the ZY Palace. In my absence, you will serve as my representative in the heavenly court. With a casual gesture, Lin Hao cast a few cultivation insights and a multitude of resources towards Hesisbis before vanishing in an instant. He had to traverse the vast wilderness to ponder the worldly affairs and to continue his cultivation. It was impossible for him to remain within the heavenly court indefinitely, especially with the deadline set by the Dao ancestor Han Jun for the Wu and Yao clans fast approaching. It was evident that a calamity would soon unfold, and he had no intention of aiding the demon clan against the witch clan. Both clans were merely tools for his utilization. As Lin Hao departed once more, Hesisbis stood in stunned silence, gazing at the pile of resources and cultivation manuals before him, utterly dazzled. After a prolonged moment, he regained his composure, collecting the resources with a grave expression and declaring, "Your Majesty, I, Hesisbis, vow never to tarnish your esteemed name." Just then, a small black dragon descended from the heavens, crashing violently to the ground. Hesisbis was momentarily taken aback. "What are you staring at? Have you never seen such a handsome dragon?" The little black dragon glared at Hesisbis. "Who are you?" Hesisbis asked, somewhat perplexed. Was there a dragon clan within the heavenly court? It seemed not. From whence did this little black dragon come? Humph. The small black dragon snorted, leaping into the air and transforming into a young man clad in black robes with dragon horns, looking down at Hesisbis with an icy demeanor. "I am the Black Dragon King, the steed of the ZY Emperor. Henceforth, you shall accompany me." "What? The Black Dragon King?" Upon hearing this, Hesisbis was taken aback. The memory of Lin Hao's arrival in the heavenly court, accompanied by a black dragon, surged into his mind. This was an ancient dragon, a being of quasi-saintly power, an existence beyond his reach. However, Hesisbis quickly regained his composure, gritting his teeth and retorting, "Umph. What of it? I am now the first divine general under the ZY Emperor. Why should I associate with you?" The Black Dragon King replied, "What did you say, kid?" With a defiant air, Hesisbis retorted, "Did you not hear what I said?" The Black Dragon King challenged, "If you have the courage, repeat that." "Hesisbis, what difference does it make if I repeat it 10,000 times? Do you dare to provoke me?" The act of casting the Black Dragon King into the heavenly court was, of course, Lin Hao's intention. He had now returned to Shouyang Mountain and encountered Laozi. There were matters pertaining to the heavenly court that he needed to clarify with his master. Within the 8-scenery palace, Laozi sat cross-legged upon a mat, a censer placed before him, seemingly perpetually in this state. "Greetings, master." Lin Hao bowed in reverence. "You have returned." Laozi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. Lin Hao parted his lips, intending to explain, but was gently halted by Laozi, who shook his head, saying, "There is no need for further words. Simply let things unfold naturally." Chapter 142, The Natural Flow in Laozi's Eyes. The pattern of Dao, is it truly about going with the flow? Lin Hao felt no surprise at Laozi's words. Ever since he became Laozi's disciple, whenever faced with difficulties, Laozi merely responded with the phrase "go with the flow," as if nothing could evoke a change in his emotional state. However, Lin Hao found himself puzzled now. What exactly did Laozi mean by this notion of going with the flow? Previously, he had believed it to mean aligning with the heavenly principle or the natural way, a concept rooted in following the heavens. Yet now, he suddenly realized that his earlier interpretation might have been misguided. For instance, he had ventured into the heavenly realm without so much as a greeting to Laozi, compelling Emperor Jun to bestow upon him the title of the Purple Star Emperor. Moreover, his machinations concerning the human race had, to some extent, altered their destiny, and now, with his ascension to the Purple Star Emperor, even the impending calamity threatening humanity had dissipated. These two occurrences, intertwined, had evidently influenced the grand scheme of the heavenly way. If Laozi truly adhered to the heavenly principle, why did he not intervene? Why did he not require an explanation from Lin Hao? "Master, I still fail to comprehend what going with the flow means in your eyes." Lin Hao gazed at Laozi. Laozi's gaze was profound as he lifted his head to meet Lin Hao's eyes, suddenly breaking into a smile. "You have grown." The simple declaration of growth left Lin Hao momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp its full significance. Laozi continued with a sense of nostalgia. "You have matured. Now able to converse with your elders on equal footing. Long ago, the third brother regarded you as an equal. Now, even I cannot disregard your words." "Master." This statement evoked memories in Lin Hao of his time on Earth before his journey began. He had once been a mischievous child, uninterested in learning, aimless even into adulthood. embodying the essence of a small rogue, impulsive in nature. However, as he aged, he gradually became more composed. It was during this transformation that his perception of his father shifted, the tone, manner, and approach his father took when speaking to him evolved. Perhaps it was not his father who had changed but himself, having matured. In his father's eyes, he had truly grown. This growth was not merely the transition into adulthood at 18, but rather the journey toward true maturity. What crossed your mind? Observing Lin Hao's contemplative expression, Laozi spoke again. Some memories are unforgettable, perhaps even obsessions, a path that must be pursued. Lin Hao could not help but reply. Laozi nodded, refraining from further inquiries. With a graceful wave of his sleeve, Lin Hao suddenly felt the fabric of time and space begin to shift, and soon, a familiar scene unfolded before his eyes. Before him lay an endless ocean of the Dao, as if myriad paths were evolving, transforming into waves, each wave seemingly birthing and annihilating countless worlds. At the center of this river of time sat an immensely formidable figure, cross-legged upon the waters, his visage indistinct, his form seemingly woven from myriad pathways. The aura of the Dao enveloped him, and two fish of yin and yang frolicked about, intertwining to form a symbol of Tai Chi. This scene was all too familiar to Lin Hao. It mirrored the moment he first encountered Laozi, who appeared in the same guise. Indeed, this was the true form of Laozi. In his daily existence, Laozi maintained a humble and reserved demeanor, for even a sage is a practitioner, a being that requires sustenance and survival amidst the primordial chaos. Thus he could not manifest in such a form, as it would be overwhelmingly awe-inspiring. However, Lin Hao discerned that while the scene was reminiscent, the Taiji patterns surrounding Laozi had undergone significant transformation, becoming ethereal and timeless, seemingly evolving beyond mere yin and yang, as if they were giving rise to all things, even reversing the chaos itself. Simultaneously, Lin Hao sensed an even more elusive aura emanating from Laozi, instilling in him a feeling of profound inscrutability. This perplexed Lin Hao. Typically, the 6 great sages of the heavenly path should not exhibit such vast disparities. Yet he felt that the current Laozi was incomparable to any of the other sages. Upon the great river of the Dao, Laozi remained silent, simply observing Lin Hao. Lin Hao smiled faintly, his consciousness stirring as he released his aura, no longer concealing it. As his essence and the power of the Dao expanded, his form began to transform, seemingly evolving into a realm of its own, where myriad paths were in flux, and the true spirit of the Dao emerged from within. Surrounded by countless manifestations of the Dao, as he stood upon a flowing river imbued with the essence of the heavenly path. Moreover, with a mere thought, the chaotic energies enveloped him, surging wildly as if to metamorphose the world into a chaotic realm, even a sea of chaos. An ancient, desolate aura permeated the heavens and earth, intertwining the essence of Taiji and chaos, alongside the evolution of change, resembling the very fabric of fate in its primal form. I never anticipated that you would arrive at this juncture. Laozi suddenly spoke, his voice transformed from one of age and indifference to one of majesty and ethereality, akin to the voice of the Dao itself. Has not your master also traversed this path? Lin Hao replied, recognizing that Laozi's Taiji had undergone a mutation, or perhaps he too was walking the road of the limitless. Do you wish to inquire why I do not impede your endeavors, regardless of your actions, and why I advocate for natural progression? Today, I shall provide you with an answer. When you first entered my tutelage, I posed 3 questions to you. The most pivotal being, what is the Dao? Now, I shall reveal to you the profound grace of your master. The primordial chaos embodies the Dao, all of heaven and earth. All beings embody the Dao. You embody the Dao, I embody the Dao. The grand forces are the Dao, the lesser forces are the Dao. Even if the grand forces are altered, it still represents the evolution of the Dao. This is nature. To follow nature is to follow the Dao, and thus it is the path of your master. A resounding voice echoed through the cosmos as Laozi spoke, as if the Dao were being disseminated. On the great river, myriad phenomena unfolded, evolving all things in heaven and earth, billions upon billions of entities, living beings, and even the ethereal shadows of worlds were manifested, navigating the river as if all were traces of the evolution of the Dao. What lies before us is the Dao, Lin Hao murmured, his heart deeply stirred. He had contemplated Laozi's notion of natural progression, yet he had not fathomed the vastness of its scope. In this manner, he finally comprehended why, back in the day, Laozi discerned his uniqueness and recognized its potential for transformation, yet still chose to take him as a disciple, never prying into his secrets. It dawned on him that, in the eyes of the sage, his singularity represented the Dao, and the transformations he underwent were but traces of the Dao's evolution. Such a profound perspective elucidated why no other sage could possibly compare. At this moment, Lin Hao grasped the reason for the stark contrast he perceived between other sages and his esteemed master. It was not merely a difference, but a chasm of disparity. Setting aside cultivation, even their visions and Dao hearts resided on entirely different planes. Chapter 143, The Secrets of Laozi, Lin Hao's arrival in the blood sea of the underworld. This is my path. Likewise, do not underestimate any sage, including Jian and Zhuanti. They have been saints for many years and are also on their journey of seeking their own truth, merely following in my footsteps. Laozi suddenly expressed a profound sentiment, his gaze seemingly piercing through the endless expanse of time and space, peering into the distant future. The primordial world has only witnessed a handful of cosmic calamities since its inception, and it requires the passage of over 400 million more calamities before the arrival of the immeasurable calamity. Each calamity spans approximately 6 billion years. In comparison, the current primordial world is still in its infancy. Moreover, it is essential to understand that the perfection of the heavenly Dao and the development of the immortal Dao are merely the natural laws governing the operation of the Great Dao. The Dao that can be spoken is not the eternal Dao, and these concepts are merely fragments of the Dao, even just a minute portion. Thus, one would realize that the so-called sages, and even the heavenly Dao, are but grains of sand in the grand scheme of the Great Dao's operation and the entirety of the immeasurable time of calamities. They are insignificant in the grand tapestry of existence. If you were to traverse through 400 million calamities and reach the end of the primordial world, you would discover that the experiences of the past, present, and future reveal an entirely different perspective. This is the first lesson I impart to you upon your coming of age, and it may also be the last. The rest you must comprehend on your own. Finally, remember that this universe is not as simple as it appears. You must observe the world with your heart, not merely with your eyes, but with your divine perception. A resonating voice echoed in Lin Hao's mind, each word causing his spirit to tremble. It felt as though Laozi's voice transcended time, emanating from an ancient era, imbued not only with profound wisdom, but also a sense of decay. Indeed, decay. This was Lin Hao's impression. When he regained his senses, he was astonished to find that the great river of the Dao had vanished, and he had returned to the 8th Scenery Palace. Standing once again before the ancient and simple hall. Disciple, I shall remember the Supreme's teachings. Bowing deeply to the still meditative Laozi, Lin Hao turned to leave the hall. As he made his way back to his own sanctuary, Laozi's words echoed ceaselessly in his mind. This time, Laozi had manifested his true form and shared many of the universe's secrets under the pretext of discussing Dao on equal footing. What did it mean that the immeasurable calamities, sages, and the heavenly Dao are merely a small link in the operation of the Great Dao? Moreover, what does it signify that the universe is not as simple as it appears? Lin Hao fell into contemplation. As a traveler from another realm, possessing knowledge of the past and future of the primordial world, he had always perceived it as devoid of secrets, even being largely aware of the conditions during the chaotic era. In this regard, Lin Hao believed that Laozi must have been well aware of this, yet still chose to impart these words to him, clearly indicating a deeper purpose. This implies that the understanding of the primordial world he possessed in his previous life was merely superficial. In reality, he had not truly grasped its inner essence. What then are these secrets? How does his master come to know them? Furthermore, if the primordial world indeed harbors profound mysteries, perhaps even deeper than the secrets of Panga's creation, then master, who exactly are you? Are you truly just one of the 3 pure ones? Now, Lin Hao found himself compelled to question the true identity of Laozi, or rather, the identities of all the other sages as well. Thus far, he had only glimpsed their superficial appearances. Impossible. Lin Hao shook his head, swiftly dismissing this notion. If only Laozi possessed a unique identity, he might entertain the idea. For the words spoken earlier were indeed shocking. Once disseminated, they would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the vast expanse of the Honghuang. However, it was inconceivable that other sages would share such distinct identities. If the remaining sages were similarly endowed, then figures such as Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Ming He, Zhen Yuanzi, and the ancestral witches would also possess hidden identities. In such a scenario, the entire Honghuang would merely be an illusion, a phantasm, or perhaps akin to the mythological projections found in many fantastical novels of his previous life. Mythological projections? This notion was one Lin Hao believed he could not accept. Enough. Strengthening his power was paramount. What did these secrets have to do with him? Taking a deep breath, Lin Hao quickly stabilized his emotions and began to organize his thoughts regarding his cultivation. At present, he had encountered a bottleneck in his practice. Unless he could manifest in a corporeal form, progress would be arduous. Yet, he was not in haste, for the time was not yet ripe. Soon, Lin Hao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing through the boundless expanse of time and space, directed towards the direction of the nether blood sea. He rose, exited the Taoist temple, and tore through the void, stepping into the dimensional realm of the nether blood sea. Boom. As Lin Hao emerged from the rift in the void and descended upon the blood sea, a terrifying aura of Dao surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire sea. Who dares to intrude upon my nether blood sea? This is a forbidden ground. Entry is prohibited. Depart at once, or face death. Within the blood sea, numerous Azura beings were stirred, rushing forth. These Azuras possessed a peculiar appearance. The males were tall and grotesque, resembling vengeful spirits, while the females were strikingly beautiful, each comparable to celestial maidens. However, whether male or female, each Azura exuded a fierce demeanor, their faces reflecting a menacing glare as they regarded the newcomer. Lin Hao stood proudly in the void, surveying the Azura beings, and could not help but nod in admiration. It must be said, the ancestor of the Nether River had indeed conceived well. The beings he created were remarkable, better suited to thrive in a harsh environment than the human race. Despite their inability to reproduce, this was no exaggeration. Although the Azura race, like humanity, was an acquired race, they surpassed the majority of innate races, even exceeding 90% of the myriad creatures within the Monster Alliance. As for humanity, although it was regarded as the pinnacle of all spirits since its inception by Nuwa, it had been either protected or exploited, lacking any semblance of independence. If one were to apply the principle of survival of the fittest, treating humanity the same as the myriad races of the Honghuang, they would find no space to exist. Lin Hao paid no heed to the Azura beings. He gradually descended upon the blood sea, taking measured steps deeper into its depths. Halt! Advance any further, and do not blame us for being impolite. Witnessing the audacity of the newcomer, who had the audacity to disregard them, the Azura beings were incensed. Had it not been for the palpable strength radiating from the other, they would have already taken action. Yet, this is the domain of their Azura clan. Even in the presence of a formidable opponent, they would not permit passage. Invoke the Blood Sea Great Formation. As the leading Azura uttered these words, a terrifying aura of malevolence erupted from the gathered Azura warriors. They began to shift their positions. And soon, boundless waves of ferocity surged upon the blood sea, a rolling tide of ominous energy permeating the air. It was as if countless lost souls were wailing, plunging one into the depths of Azura hell. As the great formation ascended, the entire blood sea appeared to be enveloped with sinister energy, murderous intent, malevolence, resentment, and the very essence of death, the most vile forces of the universe, being directed towards Lin Hao, intent on overwhelming him. Chapter 144. The annihilation of the Azura clan and the madness of the ancestor of the river of the underworld. The blood sea formation has risen. You, the ancestor of the underworld, do you not fear that a moment's negligence on my part could result in the extinction of your offspring? Observing the blood sea formation activating. Even in the absence of the river of the underworld, Lin Hao could sense the formidable power emanating from within. A cold smile crept upon his lips. Yet, amidst the depths of the blood sea, there was no response. Instead, the Azura clan members within the formation manifested fierce expressions, their murderous intent palpable as they roared. Kill! 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 With a thunderous roar, the formation activated, infusing the space with an ominous aura of malice, resentment, and death, casting everything into a crimson hue. As if seeking to engulf Lin Hao, he could perceive that the power of this formation was extraordinarily terrifying. A great Luo golden immortal caught within its grasp would undoubtedly meet their demise without special means of escape, and even a typical quasi-saint would find it exceedingly difficult to withstand. Meanwhile, within a black-red palace deep in the blood sea, the ancestor of the river of the underworld, with blood-red eyes piercing through time and space, was observing Lin Hao, who was ensnared within the blood sea formation. I shall not emerge. Let us see how you shall contend with this, he scoffed, though a hint of trepidation flickered across his face. He had long sensed Lin Hao's arrival and refrained from emerging for a reason. To him, this intruder surely bore ill intentions, otherwise, he would not have unleashed such a powerful aura, enveloping the entire blood sea. Such an arrogant demeanor was clearly unwelcome, unable to match Lin Hao's strength. He feared that should he step outside, he would be compelled to acquiesce to whatever terms Lin Hao might impose. Thus, he resolved to remain within. After all, Unlike other mighty beings of the Purple Sky Palace, he had already refined the Blood Sea. As long as the Blood Sea remained, he would endure. Unless his adversary could completely drain it, he was virtually untouchable. Furthermore, not stepping outside would not directly offend Lin Hao. If it were to be an indirect offense, so be it, there was little he could do. Are you so indifferent to the fate of your Azura kin? Lin Hao shook his head. His intention in visiting the Blood Sea was merely to access the underworld. He had no desire for conflict with the river of the underworld. However, he was no saint. If they insisted on obstructing him, he would not hesitate to respond in kind. Do you think to use this malice and deathly aura against me? He scoffed. With a mere thought, myriad paths of dark attributes materialized around him. These dark attribute pathways erupted into a multitude of runes, swirling densely around Lin Hao. Guided by an indomitable will, these dark runes arranged themselves in a peculiar manner, manifesting as formless tendrils. These tendrils seemed capable of traversing time and space, weaving through the very fabric of cosmic order, generating a power of ultimate destruction that disrupted the order of heaven and earth, obliterated the forces of all beings, and even dismantled the fundamental runes of creation. This was the structure of the pathless heavens, a power system he had devised to counter the heavenly laws. A force that had caught both the Enlightener and the Quasi-Guide off guard, leading to their demise at the hands of Nuwa. If even the likes of Enlightener and Quasi-Guide could be ensnared, how could mere Azura clan members hope to resist? Die? As Lin Hao's chilling and desolate voice reverberated, it resembled the harbinger of death itself. With the sound's descent, an overwhelming force, far more potent than the malevolence and resentment within the Blood Sea array, descended upon them. Not only that, but under this surging power, the entire Blood Sea array emitted a lament, its energies being directly assimilated, absorbed, and devoured, erupting into a curse of corrosive force that instantaneously surged into the bodies of the Azuras. What is this power? My body is decaying, my soul is being consumed. No. What is happening? Fear and despair enveloped the scene, soon followed by the anguished cries echoing within the array. The Azura beings were utterly bewildered. No matter what force they summoned, they could not dispel the strange affliction, helplessly witnessing their own decay, inching closer to death. Even the Grand Azuras at the level of the Great Luo Jingxian could not halt it. Even their Great Luo principles were corroded, their souls withering. As if trapped in the 5 decays of heaven and man, death itself was not the most terrifying aspect. As cultivators, most were unafraid of death, after all. As those who seek the Dao, they live and die in the blink of an eye. Yet, to witness oneself decay, wither, and step by step approach death, that is the true horror. Lin Hao's indifferent voice reverberated through the Blood Sea array, transforming into an unparalleled sound of the Dao that transcended time and space, penetrating deep into the Blood Sea. The river of the underworld had been watching closely. He had allowed these Azura beings to manipulate the Blood Sea array because he had long since infused a split of the Blood God into the elite of the Azura clan, endowing them with a semblance of immortality. What if the means are peculiar? Soon, the river of the underworld sneered again. With the Blood Goddess split within these Azuras, even if they perished, they could revive within the Blood Sea. Lin Hao remained unaware of the river of the underworld's intentions. Seeing that even now the river did not emerge, he shook his head and ceased to hold back. The terrifying power of annihilation surged forth, whereupon countless black runes erupted into a storm of obliteration, causing the Azuras within the array to turn into mere skeletons, their souls dissipating as well. However, in that Blood Sea, an inexplicable force emerged, akin to vitality or soul energy, seemingly intent on resurrecting these Azura beings. In response, Lin Hao scoffed. He was well aware that these Azuras had merged with the Blood Goddess split from the river of the underworld. This power might be effective for others, but for him, the force of the myriad heavens was specifically designed to counter the celestial order. The mere power of the Blood Sea could not hope to resurrect them. Die. This time, he spared no effort. Wherever the storm of obliteration passed, fierce black flames ignited within the entire Blood Sea array. Where the black flames burned, all existence was extinguished. Even the very essence of the Blood Sea began to evaporate. The resurrective power of the Blood God dissipated entirely. What? This is impossible. This scene left the river of the underworld, who had been watching Lin Hao, utterly stunned. When he regained his senses, his eyes widened in rage, and he descended into madness. Yet they were his fellow Azura kin. These fallen Azura were all elites, now entirely lost to the void, never to be resurrected. How could the river of the underworld not succumb to madness? Lin Hao. A roar reverberated throughout the Blood Sea, causing the heavens to darken and the winds to howl. accompanied by an overwhelming aura of malevolence and a tidal wave of murderous intent. Clad in a black robe with crimson hair, the ancestor of the river of the underworld emerged from the depths of the blood sea, his feet resting upon the 12-petal red lotus of karmic flames, wielding 2 killing swords. You dare invade my blood sea and slay my kin, Lin Hao. You have gone too far. Boom. The furious ancestor of the river of the underworld unleashed his formidable power, concealing none of his quasi-saint late-stage strength. As the abyssal annihilation sword in his grasp radiated a blood-red glow and an icy killing intent, charging directly towards Lin Hao. Chapter 145. One step to subdue the Yin River. The netherworld, the furious ancestor of the Yin River, had entirely forgotten his previous apprehensions towards Lin Hao. Millions of Azuro warriors, the elite of their kind, had perished, and how could he not be enraged? Despite his wrath, the Yin River did not succumb to madness. He was emboldened by the Blood Sea, his home ground. With the array of the Blood Sea and the enhancement of 480 million blood gods, his cultivation level far exceeded that of an ordinary quasi-saint. Even the renowned Dong Huang Tai Yi, hailed as the foremost beneath the saints, would stand no chance against him. Nonetheless, the Yin River proceeded with utmost caution, fully armed. The 12th grade Karma Fire Red Lotus blazed with infernal flames as it surged towards Lin Hao, while the Yuan Tu and Abi, 2 blades of slaughter, sliced through the air with overwhelming murderous intent aimed at Lin Hao's head. Lin Hao was indeed formidable. But what of it? Even if he were not a match, he would still strip the opponent of a layer of skin. Truly deserving of his reputation as the second of the demonic path, he was indeed extraordinary. Observing the approaching Yin River, Lin Hao couldn't help but marvel. He appreciated this disposition. One could be cunning when needed and strike without a word when the time arose. However, for him, such tactics held no significance. Lin Hao shook his head gently. In the face of the Yin River's furious killing intent, he merely extended a hand. Even the myriad paths were rendered ineffective. He simply unleashed a strike with his physical body and divine power. At this moment, he had transcended the realm of these quasi-saint powerhouses. Furthermore, his very body was akin to a chaotic world in the midst of transformation. To say he had achieved a physical manifestation of the Dao would not be an exaggeration. Boom. Although it was merely an unremarkable punch, it caused myriad paths to collapse, tearing the void asunder, and the entire blood sea trembled in response. The murderous intent unleashed by the Yin River disintegrated completely. The Yuan Tu and Abi, the 2 blades of slaughter, emitted mournful cries, seemingly unable to withstand Lin Hao's strike. How could this be possible? The Yin River was astounded, unable to believe his eyes. Yet, he was quick to react, hastily retracting the 2 blades and swiftly retreating. This was insurmountable. Lin Hao was beyond his capacity to confront. Even though it was merely a clash, the Yin River concluded this in his heart. One must never show mercy when the time calls for action and never hesitate in retreat. This was his guiding principle. Even in the depths of his fury, one must possess the capability to contend. If one could not contend, yet persisted stubbornly like Hong Yun, that would be folly. Danger. Suddenly, the Yin River felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were being watched by some unseen presence, sending shivers throughout his being. He did not look back, but accelerated fiercely, moving at an extraordinary speed, almost traversing through time and space, in the blink of an eye, shifting billions of light years into the depths of the blood sea. Can he escape? Lin Hao chuckled coldly, making no visible move. He simply took a step forward, and time and space seemed to fold upon themselves. The order of the universe appeared to shift, as if the entire blood sea had transformed into a singular domain. As if time synchronized, the moment the Yin River filled the area of the blood sea formation, a colossal foot shrouded in chaos descended from the heavens, directly landing upon his head. Bang! At this moment, the river of Hades felt an overwhelming pressure, akin to the descent of the towering Mount Bujo, pressing down upon him, causing his entire being to disintegrate, his magical power to dissipate, and his mind to spin. Just then, a cold, deathly voice reverberated through the endless void, followed by a powerful stomp of chaos. Boom! The blood sea trembled, and billions of miles of space-time collapsed into a black hole, unleashing a terrifying storm of dimensional chaos. With a single step, not only did it trample the void, but the ancestor of Hades was also directly crushed into the fissure. Shortly thereafter, Lin Hao's figure appeared on the scene, gazing at the crack with a faint smile. As he raised his hand, the laws of time and space intertwined. Chaos exile. A mark of space-time was imprinted, effortlessly smoothing the crack, and Lin Hao, without looking back, strode across the waves towards the depths of the blood sea. It was merely a small interlude. The netherworld was his true objective. Now, as the time for the 10 primordial meetings set by the Dao ancestor Hongjun for the witch and demon clans approached, it was likely that Hutu was soon to undergo reincarnation. Before Hutu's arrival, he intended to explore the netherworld to uncover its mysteries. Previously, he might not have cared, but after what the ancestor had said, he felt it necessary to investigate. There might be discoveries to be made. After all, the netherworld is one of the 3 great paths of the primordial chaos, and if there are great secrets in the primordial realm, then the netherworld must possess them as well. Perhaps the very essence of Hutu's reincarnation harbors its own enigma. The netherworld lies deep within the Blood Sea. At the bottom of the sea, where a pitch-black abyss exists, filled with terrifying malevolence and hostility, as well as the aura of the netherworld. Even an ordinary quasi-saint could not reach this place. Yet that is but secondary. It is entirely shrouded by the rules of the netherworld, imbued with an ancient essence reminiscent of Mount Buzhou. Thus, the heavenly secrets here are chaotic and impossible to decipher. It was only due to Lin Hao's eye of insight that he discovered this place. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to find. Of course, Lin Hao understood that this was due to the netherworld's unmanifested state. Once it emerges, it will no longer be so concealed. Under the right conditions, even ordinary celestial beings could enter. Do you not see that in the future, during the era of the journey to the west, the underworld is jointly governed by the heavenly court and the Buddhist sect, allowing ordinary celestial beings and Buddhist arhats to come and go freely? Yet now, the unmanifested netherworld is different. If one were to rashly intrude, even a great Luo golden immortal would undoubtedly perish, and a quasi-saint would emerge severely wounded. Extracting the rules of the netherworld, Lin Hao's gaze deepened, penetrating the abyss, and his aura transformed accordingly, enveloped by the power of the netherworld, as if he had merged with the rules within the abyss. In a fleeting moment, he comprehended the rules of the netherworld to a certain extent. Lin Hao smiled faintly, took a step forward, traversed the barrier of the netherworld, and entered into the abyss. The abyss was unfathomably deep. After sinking for 100 years, he finally reached the bottom. Before him lay a dim world, with a dark red sky, occasionally swept by fierce winds that carried the sounds of wailing ghosts, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Hao discerned that the tempest before him was a manifestation of the rules of the netherworld, capable of corroding the very essence of the soul. Should a feeble primordial spirit find itself in this realm, a single gust could disperse it into nothingness. With purposeful strides, Lin Hao ventured forth, traversing this shadowy domain. He refrained from unleashing his consciousness to probe the surroundings, instead immersing himself in the essence of this realm as one would in the mortal world, meticulously contemplating every stone and grain of sand. He extracted the unique runes he encountered, imprinting them within his inner world. However, Lin Hao soon realized that while the netherworld stretched infinitely, it was devoid of life. Apart from its vastness and the harsh environment spawned by certain netherworld rules, there existed nothing, no living beings, not even flora or fauna, rendering it a desolate expanse. It appeared that prior to the transformation of the earth into reincarnation, this place indeed bore no semblance of life. Wait, what was that? A river? Chapter 146. The Reincarnation, Purple Lotus, and the Secrets of the Eye of Insight. Suddenly, Lin Hao's gaze flickered, and a ghostly light flashed from his eyes, which he grasped. In the next moment, he stepped forward, shifting through the void, and reached out to seize that ethereal glow. Bang! The void erupted, shattering under his grasp. Yet he failed to capture the ghostly light. However, Lin Hao did not pursue further. Instead, he turned his attention to the ruptured void, where he discerned that it had not been torn apart, but rather a formation that had been shattered. Indeed, it was a formation. The ghostly light he had seen moments ago must have flickered from it inadvertently. A hidden formation. How intriguing. I shall uncover what lies within. Lin Hao felt a surge of curiosity and, with a thought, stepped directly into the formation. As time and space shifted, Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback by the scene that unfolded within the formation. Before his eyes lay a pitch-black river, its surface bubbling with yellow foam, evoking a sense of unease. The Yellow Springs. Soon, Lin Hao recognized the river's identity. It was none other than the Yellow Springs itself. He was astonished that the Yellow Springs had existed even at this juncture, confirming his suspicions. Lin Hao's eyes narrowed. He recalled that the Yellow Springs, the Three Live Stone, and the Bridge of Helplessness were the 3 great symbols of the underworld, established after the emergence of reincarnation. However, it was evident that matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Ah, what is that? Suddenly, Lin Hao's intuition stirred, and his eye of insight activated. Peering deep into the Yellow Springs, there, at the river's depths, he beheld a purple lotus. This purple lotus was modest in stature, standing just over a meter tall, adorned with 12 petals, each intricately patterned. Its roots anchored deep in the yellow springs, shrouded in its essence. Without his profound cultivation and the eye of insight, it would have remained undetected. Could this be the legendary reincarnation purple lotus? Remarkable, it is well concealed. With a thought, Lin Hao descended to the depths of the yellow springs and seized the reincarnation purple lotus. Buzz. At that moment, the underworld trembled and ethereal orders manifested, transforming into black divine thunder. In an instant, hundreds of these black bolts tore through the void, striking towards Lin Hao. Simultaneously, the leaves of the reincarnation purple lotus began to thrash as if attempting to escape Lin Hao's grip. Humph! Lin Hao scoffed, raising his gaze to the heavens. Begone! With that single word, the heavens quaked, and the very fabric of the underworld's rules nearly unraveled, the order lamenting as the black thunder descending from above dissipated. If you struggle, I shall annihilate you, Lin Hao declared coldly. The reincarnation purple lotus trembled slightly, ceasing its resistance, and surrendered to Lin Hao's hold. In truth, this object held little significance for him, yet having discovered it, he felt compelled to research it. Although it might not be of great use, it could very well be connected to the underworld, and perhaps to the future of reincarnation itself. Nevertheless, Lin Hao did not attempt to refine the reincarnation purple lotus. After securing it, he departed from the yellow springs and continued his exploration of the underworld realm. With the hidden realm of the underworld and the even deeper cycle of the purple lotus, Lin Hao felt that this ghostly world was far more complex than it appeared. He sensed an elusive mist that was intangible and invisible, even capable of shrouding his eye of insight. What did this signify? It indicated that such power was at least on par with his eye of insight, if not of a superior grade. Thus, Lin Hao found himself increasingly inclined to believe the words of Laozi. He recalled his past journeys across the primordial lands, measuring and extracting the laws of heaven and earth. And perhaps he had not taken them seriously enough at the time. He pondered over his eye of insight, questioning its true nature. Initially, he thought it was merely an external aid, akin to the systems and magical artifacts found in countless fantasy novels from his previous life. Yet now, it seemed far more intricate. This eye, which overlapped with his own, felt like a part of him, yet it required conscious effort to activate, as if it had been embedded within him. This was also why he had seldom employed it after thoroughly measuring the primordial lands. To this day, he remained uncertain whether this eye of insight had originated from Earth in his past life, or if it inherently belonged to the primordial realm. Or perhaps it was this very eye that had brought him here. In a cultivator's life, the pursuit of the Dao requires a gradual comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, yet his eye of insight pierced through these very rules, delving into the intricacies of the Great Dao. What, then, were its regulations? Lin Hao mused, having contemplated this question before without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. For it defied all reason. No, it would be more accurate to say that he deliberately refrained from seeking rationality, for to do so would unveil terrifying possibilities. If one were to consider reason, what kind of existence could perceive the Great Dao at a glance? Saints could not, nor could the mixed Yuan golden immortals. Even beings of Hongjuan's caliber were unable to achieve such insight without enduring countless years of trials and realizations to cultivate their own paths. Should there exist an entity capable of such perception, it would be at least of the Great Dao level, if not beyond. Or perhaps it was the essence of the Great Dao itself. Such thoughts were indeed chilling. Perhaps, in accordance with conspiracy theories, I might merely be a pawn of a supreme existence. Lin Hao sighed, shaking his head, choosing not to dwell on these matters any longer. His strength was insufficient. Overthinking would only burden him with unnecessary worries. It was far more prudent to strive for the enhancement of his cultivation. Once his powers were sufficiently developed, these mysteries would inevitably reveal themselves. Setting aside such concerns, since he had arrived early in this ghostly realm, it was now his to occupy. As for the future of the earth and the teachings of Buddhism, Lin Hao smirked coldly, his previous contemplations and solemnity dissipating, restoring his icy demeanor. This time, he fully activated his eye of insight, unleashing a tremendous thought that swept across the entirety of the underworld, surveying the realm in its entirety. Soon, under the gaze of his eye of insight, Lin Hao's eyes glimmered as he took a step forward, vanishing in an instant to arrive at a black stone platform, where he landed gracefully. This stone disc is, upon closer inspection, Lin Hao's expression shifted with astonishment. The stone disc loomed large, resembling an ancient mountain range that spanned millions of miles across the earth. Its surface exuded no peculiar energy. Without meticulous examination, one would merely perceive it as an ordinary circular mountain. However, upon further scrutiny, This stone disc appeared not only pitch black, but also intricately adorned with a myriad of complex patterns. These patterns were remarkably intricate and subtle, akin to those found on magical artifacts. Yet their designs surpassed even those of primordial treasures in complexity, imparting an aura of ancient antiquity, as though it belonged to a bygone era. Chapter 147. The Enigma of the Netherworld, the mysterious reincarnation disc. Could this be a relic from the chaotic era? Through Lin Hao's discerning gaze, he observed that this stone disc, besides emanating an ancient aura, bore intricately carved patterns that were not aligned with the current laws of the primordial world, revealing their profound antiquity. Most notably, the runes formed by these patterns encapsulated various forces of the Great Dao, including the Dao of life, the Dao of death, the Dao of the netherworld, the Dao of the soul, the Dao of causality, and the Dao of fate. Among these, the predominance of the Dao of life and the Dao of death was evident, followed by the influence of the Dao of the soul and the Dao of the netherworld, while the forces of causality and fate appeared to serve as auxiliary laws. The composition of these ancient laws suddenly sparked a thought in Lin Hao's mind. However, if this were indeed a spiritual treasure, it seemed unlikely, for the stone disc had become entirely petrified. Save for the Dao patterns still imprinted upon its surface, it possessed no internal space or legal restrictions, resembling nothing of a treasure. It was not surprising that Lin Hao would ponder this, for where was he? In the preternatural realm of the netherworld. The stone disc bore engravings intimately tied to life and death. Life and death. Such concepts are crucial components of reincarnation. An object imprinted with both of these powerful paths, along with the essence of the soul and supported by the forces of causality and fate. What might this signify? If the stone disc were indeed a treasure, it could very well be a sacred artifact of reincarnation. Yet now, it appeared merely as a lifeless object, which left Lin Hao in a state of perplexity. Suddenly, a sensation surged within Lin Hao, prompting him to release the reincarnation purple lotus he had just acquired. As the lotus soared into the air, it trembled with an unmistakable excitement, darting directly towards the center of the stone disc. Lin Hao did not intervene. Rather, he observed this scene with great curiosity. Boom! The stone disc trembled, erupting with a resplendent purple radiance. The reincarnation purple lotus began to disintegrate and meld into the disc. As the lotus fused with the stone disc, the previously petrified object convulsed more violently, suddenly radiating a brilliant netherlight. Following this, a terrifying aura erupted from the disc. Even Lin Hao was propelled back a considerable distance by this overwhelming force. Lin Hao's pupils constricted, his expression filled with astonishment. It was crucial to note that with his current cultivation level, even saints posed no threat to him. He could withstand the awakening of an innate supreme treasure with bare hands. Yet now, the stone disc had managed to push him away merely through its aura. Such power, manifested in just the recent wave of energy, was enough to annihilate ordinary quasi-saint beings in an instant. Lin Hao refrained from approaching. Standing at a distance to quietly witness the transformation of the stone disc, his demeanor serious, aware that he had encountered something extraordinary. Transformation is not an immediate process. Thus, Lin Hao seated himself, seizing the opportunity to contemplate the path of reincarnation. He had long since delved deeply into the laws of life, death, and the soul, and therefore did not need to extract these law runes. He merely needed to grasp the essence of reincarnation embodied within the stone disc. The deeper Lin Hao contemplated, the more perplexed he became. He suddenly realized that the essence of reincarnation bore a striking resemblance to the principle of Tai Chi, albeit lacking its profound intricacies. While the concept of Tai Chi encompasses myriad lights, the stone disc, now more aptly referred to as the wheel of reincarnation, contains solely the essence of life and death. As he had surmised, it was augmented by the forces of causality and destiny, culminating in the power of reincarnation. With a resounding rumble, the stone disc trembled once more, rising abruptly towards the heavens. Astonishingly, 6 gigantic vortices emerged atop this colossal disc, each exuding a terrifying gravitational pull as if intent on drawing souls into their depths. Each vortex emanated the essence of 6 distinct laws, suggesting the formation of a new paradigm. The 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Hao's expression shifted in astonishment. Although he had never witnessed reincarnation before, the scene before him unmistakably represented the 6 paths. At that moment, he finally sensed the aura of a magical artifact emanating from the disc, surrounded by a dense miasma of chaos, continuously siphoning chaotic energy from the boundless void. Such a phenomenon was beyond the capabilities of innate treasures, which lacked such a formidable essence. It appeared that within this realm of the underworld lay a chaotic spiritual treasure. Indeed, a treasure of reincarnation. Yet, what was its connection to the 6 paths of reincarnation? Lin Hao refrained from hastily claiming the wheel of reincarnation, instead succumbing to deep contemplation. He recalled that in the future, the Earth Mother would transform into reincarnation through the true form of the ancestral witch, thereby establishing the 6 paths of reincarnation. Subsequently, the rules of the underworld would evolve, giving rise to the netherworld, along with the Niha Bridge, the 3 Live Stone, and the other shore flower. However, he now discerned that the situation was far from straightforward. The Niha Bridge, the 3 Live Stone, and the other shore flower evidently predated these events, merely not yet manifested. If these 3 entities had always existed, then what of reincarnation? Was reincarnation truly a manifestation of the Earth Mother? Or was it? A glimmer of insight flashed in Lin Hao's eyes as he felt he had stumbled upon a new secret. The more he pondered, the more sense it made. After all, the Earth Mother was merely an ancestral witch, inheriting the law of the earth, one of the 12 laws, while having no connection to the paths of the soul or reincarnation. It was indeed peculiar for one unacquainted with the paths of the soul and reincarnation to evolve into the master of reincarnation. Yet, if reincarnation had always existed in this realm of the underworld, and the Earth Mother merely possessed the key, then everything fell into place. But who, then, was the mastermind behind this grand design? Was it Hongjun? Or perhaps Pangu? Lin Hao found himself ensnared in thought, unable to deduce the identity of the orchestrator behind the scenes from such scant clues. Why did he suspect Pangu? Hadn't Pangu perished? He never believed that Pangu had fallen so easily. As the foremost figure of the chaotic era and the being closest to the Great Dao, such an entity could hardly meet a trivial demise. Even in the event of a temporary setback leading to his fall, it was inconceivable that he would leave no contingency behind. Suddenly, a smile broke across Lin Hao's face. However, I am an anomaly. Whatever I undertake effortlessly transforms into an unpredictable variable. Now that such a precious treasure has emerged, how could I possibly decline its allure? A wicked grin appeared on Lin Hao's face, regardless of the identity of the mastermind behind it or the schemes they may be weaving. How could he not seize the opportunity for his own gain? That would be foolishness. As for concepts like karma, he is a variable. Why should he fear such notions? To fear karma is to forfeit the essence of being a variable. Thus, let it be settled. With a firm resolution, Lin Hao unleashed the entirety of his cultivation. The 3,000 paths surged within him, and the myriad postnatal avenues swirled around him. An aura that commanded all paths and transcended them emanated from his being. With a single step, he shattered the aura radiating from the wheel of reincarnation and firmly planted his foot upon it. Chapter 148. Refining the 6 paths of reincarnation disc. Reviving the guiding and assisting entity, a hum resonated as the reincarnation disc seemed to be provoked, suddenly unleashing a terrifying aura that nearly sent Lin Hao flying. Goodness! It is incredibly formidable even without a controller. Such a treasure would likely be challenging for a saint to subdue without special means. Alas, you have encountered me. Lin Hao scoffed, for his capabilities extended far beyond this. The profound force of his innate power erupted in full. A torrent of dominion over myriad forces crashing down upon the reincarnation disc. Moreover, his aura transformed, astonishingly manifesting an essence that resonated with that of the reincarnation disc itself, the essence of the path of reincarnation. In that fleeting moment of transformation, the reincarnation disc abruptly ceased its resistance, as if it sensed a kindred spirit. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Hao willed forth the true spirit of the Great Dao from within him, directly entering the reincarnation disc. Unlike before, the current reincarnation disc identified itself as a space. Within, apart from various restrictions, lay a chaotic expanse, akin to a world of primordial chaos in gestation. Upon stepping into the interior of the reincarnation disc, Lin Hao's true spirit of the Great Dao began to expand infinitely, surrounded by myriad pathways of divine brilliance, resembling a deity of creation. His golden eyes pierced through the boundless chaos, and the restrictions revealed no secrets before him. Swiftly, one after another, they were unraveled without the need for refinement. The restrictions of a magical artifact typically require refinement, with higher-grade artifacts being increasingly arduous to assimilate, often necessitating extensive epics for mastery. The reason lies in the necessity to comprehend each restriction, resonate with the principles contained therein, and integrate them into one's own spiritual imprint. However, for Lin Hao, such considerations were moot. Having comprehended the 3,000 innate paths and countless acquired paths, he had now grasped the path of reincarnation. Rendering the need for insight unnecessary, he could imprint them directly. In no time, all restrictions were fully refined, and at the moment the last restriction was dissolved, Lin Hao felt as if he could manipulate the reincarnation disk at will. Yet, he remained unperturbed, a frown creasing his brow. For reasons unknown, he sensed something amiss. As if the process of suppressing and refining the reincarnation disk had been excessively facile. His concern stemmed from a lingering suspicion that there were unseen machinations behind this cycle, with the reincarnation disk potentially being a pivotal element. If that were indeed the case, how could this disk be so easily refined? Exercising caution, Lin Hao activated the Eye of Insight to its utmost, initiating a thorough scan of the entire reincarnation disk, including the structure of every particle, each engraved principle, and even the restrictions, all meticulously re-examined. Surprisingly, there were none. This revelation deepened Lin Hao's frown. He held great faith in the Eye of Insight, regardless of its origins. Since acquiring it, he had encountered no failures, effortlessly perceiving and extracting comprehension from the myriad paths, even glimpsing the river of heavenly Dao. It seems I may have overthought this. Or perhaps the mere fact that I could uncover the reincarnation disk and integrate the reincarnation purple lotus was a deviation from the norm, Lin Hao murmured, resigned to this course of action. He shook his head, and with a mere thought, the essence of the Great Dao returned, leading him to begin comprehending the cycle disk. Now, as he refined this cycle disk, information regarding it emerged in his mind. To Lin Hao's astonishment, this cycle disk was not merely a chaotic spiritual treasure. It was named the Six Paths of Reincarnation Disk. Originally, after the great battle at the dawn of creation, the Panga deity had slain the gods of life, death, and soul, along with several other deities, and fused their accompanying spiritual treasures and remnants into this artifact. However, the information halted there, lacking any details about the nether realm or why it appeared in this domain, transforming into its previous stone disk form. In the days that followed, Lin Hao had no intention of departing. In addition to refining the Six Paths of Reincarnation disk, he aimed to refine the entirety of the nether realm. Indeed, he sought to dominate this entire realm. Having discovered such a world, it was only natural for him to seize control. Perhaps integrating it into his inner world would provoke a further metamorphosis. After all, the nether realm was destined to become one of the three paths, standing on equal footing with the heavenly Dao. By preemptively refining the nether realm and mastering its rules, he could become a shadowy puppeteer after the reincarnation of the Earth Mother. Rather than allowing the Earth Mother to be a mere tool for others, why not make her his own? A smile graced the corners of Lin Hao's lips. Suddenly, as Lin Hao immersed himself in the study of how to refine the nether realm, the heavens trembled, and a vast celestial might surged forth. A shimmering river materialized amidst the chaotic void, followed by two beams of golden light shooting from the river of the heavenly Dao, traversing time and space to descend upon the Shumi Mountain in the west. On Shumi Mountain, within the 8 treasures pool of merit, the figures of Jane and Junti manifested. And while Lin Hao, I, the poor Daoist, shall not share the heavens with you. Both figures bore expressions of profound distress, their faces ashen, almost as if they were utterly drained. Brother, we have not only lost face, but also suffered the loss of billions of years of cultivation. This matter cannot simply be brushed aside. Junti had never experienced such fury. Even he, who typically disregarded appearances, felt an overwhelming sense of shame. After all, as a dignified saint, being slain was a humiliation that could invite ridicule from the world, branding him as cowardly and inept, unworthy of his status. Moreover, the most vexing part was that, although saints are immortal, each revival from the heavenly Dao incurs damage to their essence, which requires an extensive period for recovery. In contrast to Junti, Jane's expression was even more ominous, and he spoke in a grave tone. That is secondary. The most terrifying aspect is, brother, have you not noticed? This time, upon our revival, our natures have undergone a significant change. Jane was more observant and composed than Junti, who remained engulfed in rage and had yet to reflect on his own issues. Nature? Junti's expression shifted dramatically. He understood that Jane would not speak without reason. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his mind and began to carefully contemplate his own being. Indeed, moments later, the expression on Junti's face grew grave. Could it truly be so? Might this be the inherent flaw of the Heavenly Way saints? This was far from favorable news for Junti, prompting him to glance at Jiayin. Jiayin nodded in affirmation. Indeed, had it not been for this recent demise, we would have remained oblivious to this matter. It is utterly terrifying. Should there be further falls, beings such as ourselves may become mere puppets of the Heavenly Way, bereft of the emotions and desires that define sentient life. He then turned to Junti. Junior brother, this time we have acted impulsively. never anticipating that Lin Hao would possess such capabilities, not only in attracting Nuwa, but also wielding such enigmatic secret arts. Nevertheless, this serves as a lesson for both of us, a lesson that we must earnestly heed. Chapter 149. The Hypothesis of Jane and the Arrival of Hutu in the Sea of Blood. To speak of wrath, Jane's fury was no less than that of Xuanti. Yet his greater concern lay in the repercussions left behind after his resurrection from the heavenly path. These consequences were dreadfully ominous. For the first time since attaining sainthood, he felt the weight of a crisis, one that was life-threatening and not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing Jane's words, Xuanti's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily closed his eyes, beginning to attune himself to the situation. Indeed, it was not long before Xuanti's countenance changed once more. How could this be? Was it possible that this sanctified position was a ruse? Xuanti's expression turned to one of horror. A conspiracy? Perhaps, or perhaps not. Regardless, we must devise a solution to this predicament. Otherwise, should calamity strike, the consequences would be unimaginable. Jane's demeanor grew grave, his gaze flickering with determination as he clenched his teeth, seemingly having made a momentous decision. We shall collaborate with Lin Hao. Boom. Upon uttering these words, it was as though a thunderclap resounded in Xuanti's mind, and he looked at Jane in disbelief. Brother, you jest. Collaborate with that young man? Xuanti was utterly dumbfounded, questioning whether Jane had lost his senses. The two of them had perished due to Lin Hao's machinations. To label it a deep-seated enmity would not be an exaggeration, especially since Lin Hao had already deceived them once before. How could mere disagreements compare to the need to resolve our own dire circumstances? Jane suddenly chuckled coldly. Perhaps the reason I took Lin Hao as my disciple was precisely due to the unpredictability he embodies. Moreover, Tontian and Nuwa are closely allied with him. Do you not find that curious? At this remark, Xuanti began to reflect, realizing that it was indeed peculiar. The fact that the great Laozi had been so lenient with Lin Hao was striking. Lin Hao had acted with impunity in the Primordial World, first deceiving the two of them and causing the explosion of Mount Shumi, only for Laozi to intervene in protection. Furthermore, Lin Hao had aided humanity in the slaughter of the Dragon Clan, and Laozi had turned a blind eye. Even as he joined the heavenly court and ascended to the rank of monster sovereign, Laozi did not intervene. One must ask, how could a disciple behave so recklessly, disrupting the order of the primordial realm and entangling fate? Even a teacher with the utmost patience would find it intolerable, especially given Laozi's inherently non-interventionist nature, which shunned entanglement with karma. Indeed, and then there was Nuwa. This time, she had directly involved herself in the affairs of the heavenly court for Lin Hao's sake, even going so far as to engage in battle with both of us, as if Lin Hao were her disciple rather than Laozi's. Upon careful analysis, it became apparent that this might have been a grand scheme from the outset, with Lin Hao merely a pawn utilized for testing, while the two of us remained oblivious, thus falling into the trap. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Jane's eyes. Never underestimate a saint. When he engages in calm analysis, the results can be profoundly unsettling. As Jane spoke, Xuanti recalled past events, and when viewed in isolation, each moment seemed insignificant, yet when interconnected along with Lin Hao's identity, they took on an ominous quality. Xuanti even pondered the involvement of the one from the Xixiao Palace. Was there a scheme at play there as well? Then, brother, what shall we do next? Xuanti inquired, turning his gaze towards Jane. As he gazed up at the vast heavens, Jane murmured, the celestial mechanisms grow increasingly chaotic. The time decreed by the Dao ancestor for the Wu and Yao clans grows ever shorter. What we must do now is wait. Wait for the calamity to commence and observe the unfolding circumstances. His attention fixated on Lin Hao. He resolved that they would make a decision when the time was ripe. In truth, what Jane did not voice was his own trepidation regarding making any decisions. This particular choice had filled him with fear, anxious that another misstep might occur. Moreover, he sensed that a veil of mist shrouded the vast wilderness, making it difficult even for a sage like himself to perceive clearly. Thus he hesitated to act impulsively. Xuanti nodded gravely. At that moment, all eyes in the wilderness were fixed upon Mount Shumi, eager to witness the actions of the two Western saints upon their resurrection. After all, having been struck down was a considerable humiliation. Thus, it was unlikely they would let such an affront pass without consequence. Yet, as time trickled by, the populace grew perplexed. Mount Shumi remained as silent as ever, seemingly undisturbed, which only deepened the mystery. During the last celestial assembly, with Jane and Xuanti having fallen, most of the populace had merely been spectators, but the atmosphere was particularly tense for the Wu clan. Lin Hao's ascension to the heavenly realm had placed immense pressure on them. Previously, with Jane and Xuanti subtly aiding them, and enhancing the great heavenly formation. Their concerns were somewhat alleviated. However, no one anticipated that Jane and Zhuan would challenge Nuwa, resulting in their demise. Consequently, the morale of the Yao clan surged, and many of their wandering kin began to hear disquieting rumors that the Wu clan was on the verge of decline and should war erupt between the Wu and Yao clans. The Wu's chances of victory appeared grim. How could the ancestral Wus not feel rage upon hearing this? Yet, more than that, they were consumed by worry. Presently, a multitude of ancestral Wus had gathered in the Pango Hall, including the formidable Xingtian and Qiyu, to deliberate strategies. However, amidst them, one notable figure was conspicuously absent, Hutu. On this day, above the blood-soaked sea of the underworld, a woman clad in yellow strode forth. This tall and exquisite woman, with a visage of stunning beauty, walked upon the earth with an air of bewilderment, having arrived at the shores of the Blood Sea. She stood quietly at the edge, observing the malevolent and resentful energies swirling within the sea, along with the restless souls that wailed and screamed. A flicker of heartache and compassion flashed in her beautiful eyes. This woman was Hutu. Only recently had she retreated into meditation within her tribe, but felt an unsettling disquiet, prompting her to venture out. Yet, the more she wandered, the heavier her heart grew, particularly as she witnessed the strife among cultivators across the wilderness and the drifting remnants of souls lost to death. She could sense the profound suffering of those spirits. Ultimately, she followed the cries of these souls to the eerie Blood Sea. Gazing upon the wailing phantoms suspended above the Blood Sea, tormented by its malevolence and the relentless onslaught of the fierce sun and winds, their anguish was palpable. This scene stirred Hutu's compassion, leading her to ponder. Is there truly no sanctuary in this world for these wandering souls? Why must they endure such relentless torment day after day? Once this notion took root, it became indelible within her heart. In an instant, Hutu seemed to comprehend her destined purpose. So it is, this is the sacred task bestowed upon me by the Father God. Yet, upon this realization, a profound melancholy enveloped her spirit. She understood that while this was her calling, she was equally aware of the fate that awaited her. Nevertheless, Hutu did not waver. She merely turned, gazing toward the direction of the Wu clan, her beautiful eyes betraying a hint of reluctance. My dear brothers, sister Xianming, and my kin, I can no longer remain by your side, for this is the mission entrusted to me by the Father God, and I must fulfill it. A deep ache settled in her heart. She feared not death, but rather the sorrow of parting from her beloved family who had accompanied her through the years. After an indeterminate time lost in wistfulness, Hutu finally regained her composure and resolutely stepped into the sea of blood once more. Chapter 150. The Oppressed River of the Underworld. Has Hutu returned to the cycle? At the very moment Hutu stepped into the blood sea of the underworld, Lin Hao, residing within the realm of the underworld, sensed a stirring within his spirit. This was not due to a constant vigilance over Hutu, but rather a reaction to the rules of the underworld upon her arrival. The 6 paths of reincarnation had now completed their transformation, rising like a colossal entity deep within the cycle, emanating a terrifying aura. Threads of the laws of reincarnation wafted through the air, resonating with the cosmic order of the underworld. Yet the rules of reincarnation could not breach the confines of this realm. Through years of introspection, Lin Hao had come to understand that the reincarnation disc was merely a treasure at this juncture. Despite being marked by the laws of reincarnation, it lacked the capacity to establish an order. There remained but one possibility. It awaited the arrival of a fated individual, namely Hutu. However, Lin Hao had no intention of impeding Hutu's transformation into the cycle. On the contrary, he eagerly anticipated her arrival. Once Hutu descended and initiated the evolution of reincarnation, he, as the master of the reincarnation disc, would become the true sovereign of the cycle, wielding authority over reincarnation that surpassed even that of Hutu. During this time, he had also sent forth a fragment of his essence to refine the 3 live stone, the Naiha bridge, and the other shore flower. Thus, when the underworld manifested, it would fall under his dominion. Soon, a clandestine puppeteer of the underworld would emerge, and a smile played upon Lin Hao's lips. The vast wilderness harbors numerous secrets, does it not? Unbeknownst to him, someone was orchestrating a game. Therefore, Lin Hao resolved to partake in this endeavor and become one of the players. As for the pieces, Lin Hao would never allow himself to be merely a pawn. At that moment, above the Blood Sea, Hutu traversed the crimson waves, encountering no obstacles, which left her perplexed. She recalled that this Blood Sea was guarded by the Azura clan, fierce and formidable, backed by the grand ancestor of the river of the underworld. Yet now, not a single Azura emerged to confront her. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. What mattered was the completion of her grand mission. With each step deeper into the blood sea, Hotu's aura began to surge, transforming from her Dao body into her true form as an ancestral witch. Her colossal figure resembled a descending deity of war, her bloodthirsty essence reverberating throughout the entire blood sea. How outrageous! Such audacity! Boom! At that moment, from the depths of the blood sea, a blood shadow surged forth, fueled by overwhelming fury and murderous intent. It was the grand ancestor of the river of the underworld. Yet, at that moment, the ancestor's visage was pale, his aura diminished. He emerged from his domain, hovering above the blood sea, and glared at Hutu, demanding, "Hutu, what is your intent? Do you intend for your witch clan to assault my blood sea as well? This relentless bullying must come to an end." Not long ago, Lin Hao had arrived, slaughtering numerous members of his clan and inflicting injuries upon him. His wounds had yet to heal, and now this ancestral witch had arrived, truly believing that he, the river of the underworld, was a soft target for anyone to trample upon? In the depths of the underworld. Upon witnessing the emergence of the grand ancestor of the river of the underworld, Lin Hao smiled slyly, intrigued as he observed this scene through the water mirror. The arrival of Hutu and the emergence of the Mingi River to thwart nature was hardly a surprise. After all, Hutu's presence did not resemble that of a mere visitor. She manifested the true form of an ancestral shaman, exuding an overwhelming aura of vitality, as though intent on wreaking havoc. However, in that moment, Hutu was deeply engrossed in a spiritual communion, her consciousness entirely absorbed in the cycles of evolution. Her corporeal form and true spirit had intertwined with the rules of the underworld, rendering her indifferent to the Mingi River. The more she disregarded him, the angrier he became. How dare she? Was he to be treated like mere roadside grass or insignificant ants? Halt, Hutu. Should you advance another step, do not blame me for my rudeness. Mingi refrained from immediate aggression. He held a profound apprehension towards the ancestral shaman and preferred to persuade her to withdraw, if possible. Yet, Hutu continued to remain oblivious to him, fixated on her communication with the rules of the underworld. At that moment, in her mind, an ethereal and ancient voice echoed, seemingly calling her back to the embrace of the Father God. Such audacity! Finally, Mingi could no longer contain himself. He unleashed his full cultivation, summoning an array of magical artifacts to strike at Hutu. However, as he approached her, an extraordinary order of power enveloped the blood sea, manifesting as an invisible hand of order that sought to suppress him. This Mingi's expression changed drastically, his pupils narrowing in horror as he realized that, despite being a formidable late-stage quasi-saint, he found himself utterly powerless against this force. Moreover, he could distinctly sense that this power did not belong to Hutu. She did not possess such terrifying strength. Fortunately, this force merely restrained him without any hostile intent, allowing Mingi to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as Hutu advanced deeper into the blood sea. Hutu made no move against him, not even casting a glance his way, which allowed Mingi to regain some composure, though it only deepened his confusion. It appeared that Hutu was not there to confront him. Rather, she was heading straight for the depths of the blood sea. What could her purpose be? No, it seemed that Lin Hao had also ventured into the depths of this blood sea. Was there a secret hidden there that he remained unaware of? As Mingi regained his calm, he suddenly sensed something amiss. It seemed both Lin Hao and Hutu were heading toward the depths of the blood sea. Furthermore, when Lin Hao had once cast him into the rift of time and space, he had vanished upon emerging. Now, reflecting on it, Mingi suspected that Lin Hao might still be within his blood sea. The more he pondered, the more curious he became, leading him to quiet his struggles and fixate coldly on Hutu. Soon, Hutu reached the deepest part of the blood sea and came to a halt. At this point, her aura became exceedingly ethereal, as though enveloped by a peculiar power of order, an order he recognized all too well, the very same that had suppressed him. Suddenly, Mingi felt a release in his body. The power that had restrained him seemed to dissipate. Thus, the river of oblivion leaped forth, stepping into the void. Yet this time he did not obstruct Hutu, merely observing from afar while locking onto her with his divine consciousness. At that moment, the confusion in Hutu's eyes abruptly vanished, as if she had awakened. A trace of sorrow appeared upon her countenance, which swiftly transformed into resolute determination. She lifted her gaze towards the heavens and proclaimed, "Upon the Grand Dao, I am Hutu of the Pango lineage. Today, having perceived the wandering souls of the world with no place to belong, tormented day and night, I shall transform my being into the cycle of reincarnation to mend the realms of heaven and earth. Henceforth, any sentient being that passes shall enter the cycle of reincarnation. The 6 paths of reincarnation shall be established. the path of heaven, the path of humanity, the path of Azurus, the path of hell, the path of evil spirits, and the path of beasts. Those who have amassed great merits in life shall ascend to the path of heaven, while the slayers shall descend to the path of Azurus, and the malevolent shall fall into the path of beasts. The 6 paths of reincarnation are hereby established. As Hutu's resonant voice echoed, it transformed into a thunderous sound, instantly reverberating throughout the vast primordial expanse.